detected that the host does not want to put in effort. Would you like to bind to make your dreams come true? After system binding, the host's wishes from dreams will be brought into reality. Please choose whether to bind. Limited time offer. 3 dog heads are watching the video of you. Muttering, "No one would actually believe this," you uncontrollably commented with 3 dog heads, and the next moment, a voice in your mind said, "Congratulations, host. Your dream has come true, and you have received 100 million in cash." Immediately, a bank text message arrived for account ending in 4123, stating that 100 million had been credited. You rubbed your eyes, unable to believe what you saw on your phone. You quickly dressed and rushed out, arriving at an ATM. After entering your password to check the balance, seeing a 1 followed by a string of zeros, you took a deep breath. It's real. From now on, I am also a wealthy person. For a moment, you felt a bit out of place. As a rural kid, you used to be frugal with money. Now, how should you spend so much? First, you plan to buy a house in your hometown, then a car, so your parents won't have to worry about their own matters. In your hometown, finding a spouse without a house or car is simply impossible. Those are basic requirements. At the end of last year in your hometown, your parents urged you to go on blind dates. Since your family didn't have a car, you rode a motorcycle. Some girls didn't even want to meet after hearing about it, and those who did met you all had various reasons to refuse. That's just the reality. At that moment, your phone suddenly rang. It was your mom calling. "Hello, Mom. What's up, Xiaoyu? How many days off does your company have for Labor Day?" Your mom still doesn't know you've been fired. "What's wrong, Mom? Come back for Labor Day. I asked a matchmaker about a girl for you. When you return, go meet her and drive your uncle's car. If your holiday is long, we might buy a car too." You agreed, knowing that your mom must have spent money to ask the matchmaker. Your mom asked with concern, "Are you tired from work? Take care of your health." You felt a lump in your throat. "Mom, I'm not tired. I just sit in the office every day." You shouldn't work so hard. Your health is the most important. Your mom is an ordinary worker who has toiled all her life, yet she never cares for herself, always worrying about her children. Every time you think about this, you feel a pang in your heart, realizing how much you owe your parents. A laugh came from the other end of the line. "Mom is doing fine. There's nothing wrong." After chatting with your mom for a while, you hung up, thinking about how to let your parents accept that you are now a wealthy person. Back in your rented room, you couldn't come up with a good plan. At that moment, your phone buzzed. It was a message from your former colleague Yang Jian. "I heard you've been fired." Yang Jian, who worked in the sales department with you, always competed for first place in performance. He sent this to mock you. You immediately chose a green hat emoji and sent him a bunch of them back. "You fool, your girlfriend is with the supervisor and you still dare to mock me?" Yang Jian saw the pile of green hat emojis you sent and replied, "What the hell do you mean?" You directly deleted him and let him figure it out himself. After looking at your phone for a while, you closed your eyes and went to sleep. It was already past 7 in the morning. Congratulations, host. Your dream has come true. You've obtained an item worth 3 million. A BMW N760 with the luxury top configuration has arrived. You were very surprised. This golden finger is amazing, providing exactly what you need. At that moment, your phone rang, and a woman's voice on the line asked, "Are you Mr. Yi?" "Hello, that's me. I'm Wang Ye, the sales manager at the BMW dealership in Zhanghai." "Mr. Yi, the paperwork for your BMW 760 is ready. When would you like to pick it up?" You smiled and said, "I'll come over shortly." After hanging up, you had breakfast and went to the dealership. Sales manager Wang Ye immediately came over, respectfully saying, "Mr. Yi, your car is over here. The license plates are already attached and the purchase paperwork is inside." You nodded slightly and said, "Thank you." Being able to afford a fully equipped BMW 7 Series at such a young age definitely makes you a rich second generation. Thinking about this, she couldn't help but look at Mr. Yi with admiration. "You're too kind. If you have any issues with the vehicle, please feel free to contact me. Here is my business card." You noticed the saleswoman's expression. No matter how attractive she is, you don't like her. If she follows you for a car today, she might do so for a better car in the future. You walked to the front of the car, assessing the brand new BMW 760. Nodding slightly, you opened the door and sat in the driver's seat. "Nothing else, right?" Wang Ye smiled broadly. "Mr. Yi, there's nothing else. The phone number on my business card is my WeChat ID. You can add me. It will be easier to reach me if you need anything." You casually replied, "Okay," and after finishing, you drove to the mall to buy a new phone and a few sets of clothes since you were heading back to your hometown tomorrow. At this moment, Li Wenfeng tagged Yi Chen in the group, saying, "Because of the cheap female colleague Li Shui, I discovered and fired her. Everyone should take this as a warning." Seeing this message made you furious. "Those two scoundrels are trying to slander me." Just as you were about to respond, you realized Li Wenfeng had kicked you out of the group chat. "How dare they slander me? Just wait and see how I deal with you later. Then you saw Yang Jian frantically adding you as a friend. You thought to yourself that you should have recorded a video back then. If you had, you could have made Li Wenfeng and Li Shui look bad now. The next day, you woke up. A voice in your mind said, "Congratulations, host. Your dream has come true. You have obtained the live video of Li Wenfeng and Li Shui. The video has been saved to your phone." You felt a bit excited. Your golden finger is just too amazing, providing whatever you wish for. You sent the video to the company director's email, feeling unsatisfied, so you sent it to everyone you knew at the company as well. After that, you drove back home. Meanwhile, Himanshue, the administrative director of Yuhua Technology, frowned upon seeing the video content in the email. Just as she was about to close the video, she suddenly realized the man looked somewhat familiar. He seemed to be a supervisor from the sales department. At the same time, people from other departments also received the email. After Yang Jian and his girlfriend Li Shui arrived at the sales department, they noticed many people were looking at them with strange expressions. Yang Jian felt a bit annoyed, muttering, "I haven't been cheated on. That night rain guy tried to take advantage of my girlfriend but failed." A few minutes later, a large group of people arrived at the sales department. Administrative Director Himanshue asked, "Where are Li Wenfeng and Li Shui?" Li Wenfeng quickly walked out of the office. Director Wang, what brings you here?" Himanshue said coldly, "Li Wenfeng and subordinate Li Shui have an inappropriate relationship. From now on, both of you are fired from the company." Li Wenfeng was stunned. Li Shui was also taken aback. Yang Jian was even more stunned. Manager Li and my girlfriend looked at Li Wenfeng and Li Shui, both of whom seemed guilty and didn't dare to meet his gaze. The Mongolian man looked at their expressions as if he understood something. Suddenly, his blood boiled and his eyes turned red. "Li Wenfeng, what the hell? You were aware of what had happened at Yuhua Technology Company, but could only guess. At that moment, you were driving home when your phone suddenly rang. You answered, 'Hello, who is this?' Himanshue's voice came through, 'Is this Mr. Yi?' 'I'm Himanshue, the administrative director of Yuhua Technology Company.' You replied calmly, 'Oh, it's Director Yi. What can I do for you?' Himanshue continued, 'The company has investigated your case. Li Wenfeng and Li Shui have been dismissed and your previous termination has been revoked. You can come back to work now.' You smiled and said, 'Sorry, Director. I worked at the company just to experience life. Now that the experience is over, I should go home and inherit my billions.'" On the other end, Himanshue was taken aback, thinking, is he out of his mind? Inherit billions? Does he think he is in a silly drama? Hearing silence on the other end, you casually asked, "Director He, is there anything else? If not, I'll hang up. I'm driving my BMW 760 home. It's quite aggressive, really hard to handle." Himanshue was speechless. "Do you think you're President Liu?" President Liu is the owner of Yuhua Technology, and his car is a BMW 760. What Himanshue didn't know was that you had indeed been influenced by President Liu, which led to your dream coming true with this BMW 760. It was a little past 5 p.m. You finally arrived in your hometown, went to a supermarket, bought some fish, meat, and supplements for your grandparents, and also picked up 2 boxes of the most expensive wine here, placing them on the checkout counter. The cashier was taken aback when he saw you. He remembered you because he had gone on a blind date with you at the end of last year. You were also surprised to see him but kept a calm facade while calculating the total cost. Lu Feng snapped back to reality and began scanning your items. When she saw the amount, she froze. Over 18,000. Could it be a machine error? She double-checked and realized it wasn't. Those 2 boxes of wine were over 17,000. You asked casually, "How much?" Lu Feng replied, "It's a total of 18,043. You took out your phone and made the payment immediately. Lu Feng was secretly astonished. Didn't his family have no house or car? How could he afford such expensive wine? At that moment, you said to her, "Could you help me deliver these?" Lu Feng nodded. Typically, supermarkets would help deliver when customers bought a lot of items. You placed the items on a small cart and Lu Feng helped push it out of the supermarket. The two of you quickly arrived behind the BMW 760. You opened the trunk and started placing the items inside. Lu Feng was again taken aback by the brand new BMW 760. Could this be his car? A BMW 760 should be expensive, at least several $100,000, right? He didn't know much about cars, but he had heard that BMWs in his village cost around $300,000 to $400,000. In the entire village, very few could afford such a car. You placed everything neatly and smiled at him. "Thank you." Lu Feng hesitated for a moment and asked, "You're Yi Chen, right?" You replied, "Yes, I recognized you too but didn't dare to say anything just now." Lu Feng smiled widely and asked, "I didn't expect it to really be you. Did you just come back?" "Just returned from Jianghai City, bought some things for my family." Lu Feng curiously asked, "Is this car new?" It's really beautiful. It must be expensive, right? You replied casually, not very expensive, I just bought a random one. At that moment, your phone rang suddenly. You answered, Dad, I'm almost home, no need to pick me up. After hanging up, you said to Lu Feng, I'm heading home now. We'll chat later. After saying that, you drove away. During the blind date, Lu Feng had been busy playing with her phone. She didn't even glance at me. How could I possibly forget her? It wasn't until the BMW disappeared from sight that Lu Feng pushed the cart back. Her department supervisor asked, Xiao Feng, why did it take you so long to come back? Lu Feng didn't answer but instead asked her supervisor, how much is a BMW 760? Wow, the BMW 760 is expensive. It costs over 2 million, almost 3 million. Lu Feng was completely stunned. Almost 3 million? His car was that expensive? Thinking of this, she felt like she had missed out on billions. At around 6 p.m., you parked in front of your house. Your dad, Yi Haifeng, heard the noise and came out, seeing you get out of the car. He blinked in surprise. Xiaoyu, what's this? You smiled and asked, Dad, what do you think of my car? Just bought it. Yi Haifeng's eyes widened. This is yours? You smiled and said, yes. Dad, let us grab the things first and talk later. The two of you moved the items into the house. When your mother saw you, she beamed. Xiaoyu, you're back. Your younger sister, Yi Meng, who was in her senior year of high school, happily exclaimed, Bro, you're back. You smiled and nodded. Yes, it's vacation time. Your mother looked at what you bought and said, what did you buy? Hurry up and wash up for dinner. During dinner, Yi Haifeng couldn't help but ask, Xiaoyu, where did you get the money to buy a car? Your mother and Yi Meng were both taken aback. Bro, you bought a car? You nodded and said, Dad, I actually didn't tell you. After the new year, I started a company with a few friends. It's doing quite well, so I bought a car when I came back. Yi Haifeng was taken aback. His son started a company? He didn't doubt his son's words, he just found it hard to process. You replied, yeah, it's a tech company that produces and sells servers. That car is a BMW, right? How much did it cost? You replied casually, it was over 2.8 million, just under 3 million. The whole family was stunned. Almost 3 million? Yi Meng was the first to react. Bro, you're amazing. You smiled slightly. It's nothing much. Focus on your studies. If you get into a good university, I'll promise you one thing, anything you want. Yi Haifeng and your mother took a while to process the information. Finally, your mother said irritably, what's with you? Why are you wasting money on such an expensive car? You smiled and said, Mom, I'm the boss of a company now. I can't just drive a car worth tens of thousands. Besides, this amount is nothing. After dinner, you took the items and went with your dad to visit your grandparents. When they heard you started a company and bought a car for nearly 3 million, they were shocked. You stayed at your grandparents' house for over an hour. You finally returned home, lay down to sleep, and suddenly your phone rang. Lu Feng sent you a message. What are you up to? You had added each other as friends after your blind date, but later on, he barely responded to you when you spoke, so you hadn't really chatted much. You glanced at the message, set your phone aside, and didn't reply. When you woke up again, the familiar voice in your mind echoed once more. Congratulations, host. Your dream has come true. You have obtained 58.5% of Yuhao Technology Company. Yuhao Technology Company? ISNT, that the company I used to work for? I was just fired a couple of days ago and now I'm a majority shareholder. Thinking of this, you hurriedly got out of bed. Your father-in-law was outside admiring the BMW 760, growing fonder of it with each glance. He felt increasingly proud his son-in-law had made it. Every parent wishes for their children's success. As long as their kids succeed, parents endure hardships without complaint. After washing up, you came to the yard and asked, Dad, does it look good? Yi Fugu, calm as ever, replied, yes, this car is very impressive. Just then, your phone rang unexpectedly. Hello, who is this? Luo Hongwan carefully said, are you Mr. Yi? I'm Luo Hongwan from the new investment agency. The share transfer document for 58.5% of Yuhao Technology Company is ready. Where are you? I can deliver it to you. You replied with a smile, I'm not in Jianghai City right now. Please hold on a moment, I'll call you back shortly. You hung up and dialed another number. Who is this? Are you Mr. Yi? I'm Yan Fei from Beautiful Investment Company. The transfer contract for 35% of Yuhao Technology Company is ready. Where are you? I can deliver it personally. You replied, please hold on a moment, I'll call you back in a bit. Alright, Mr. Yi. I'll wait for your call. After breakfast, you thought for a moment and then called Himanshu. The phone rang twice before connecting. Who is this? Himanshu asked. It's me, I'm Yi. Himanshu paused for a moment. If you're coming to work, just come over on the 4th. Hearing her words, you realized she misunderstood and thought you were still in Jianhai. Himanshu replied, I have some work at the company, I'm working overtime. Yu smiled and said, Director He, I need your help with something. I'll have Chen Xing Investment Agency and the people from Beautiful Investment Company come over. Could you collect the share transfer contracts for me? There are 2 contracts for a total of 58.5% of Yuhao Technology Company. Before you could finish, the line went dead. On the other end, Himanshu scoffed. Calling me this early just to chat, huh? Thinking this, she added your number to her blacklist. Yesterday you spoke of inheriting billions, and today it's about share transfers. She had no good impression of you. She wouldn't even consider a man who talks nonsense. You called back the people from Chen Xing Investment Agency and Beautiful Investment Company, instructing them to deliver the share transfer documents to Yuhao Technology Company for Administrative Director Himanshu. At that moment, your father-in-law asked, Xiaoyu, are you still going on blind dates today? With your abilities now, you don't need to. You could easily find a girlfriend in the big city. You understood your father's thoughts, but women in big cities aren't necessarily better than those from the countryside. You preferred to find a disciplined and clean-minded girl. At that moment, the system task was triggered. Accept the blind date, regardless of the outcome, and receive 3 random item cards. Refuse the blind date, and receive 1 random item card. Whether to accept or refuse is entirely up to the host. Perhaps a good marriage fate awaits at the next meeting. Didn't the matchmaker say this girl is quite good-looking? Then let's go take a look. Yi Chen chose to accept the blind date task. After all, it rewards 3 item cards. This was the first time item cards had appeared. Yi Haifeng nodded. Alright, let's go take a look. Before long, the matchmaker arrived, an old man in his 60s from the neighboring village. Yi Haifeng hurriedly welcomed him into the house. Xiaoyu, this is Grandpa Li from the neighboring village. Welcome, Grandpa, please sit. Yi Chen greeted politely. He then took out a cigarette and offered one to the old man. The old man was taken aback when he saw the cigarette being offered. Goodness, a soft Zhenghua? He had been matchmaking for years and had smoked many good cigarettes, but this was the first time he had seen a soft Zhenghua. Young man, do you work in Shanghai? The old man asked, lighting the cigarette. Yi Chen replied, I started a company with a few friends. The old man was momentarily stunned. Didn't your dad say you were working? Yi Haifeng explained, Uncle Li, this kid went to Shanghai after the new year to start a business with a few friends and didn't tell me until he came back yesterday. After chatting for a while, they stood up to leave. Yi Chen directly stuffed the half box of soft Zhenghua into the old man's hands. Here, Grandpa, take this to smoke. Oh, that's too much. Although the old man said this, he didn't refuse and put it in his pocket. Yi Chen drove out, and then Yi Haifeng and the old man got into the car. Young man, is this a BMW? How much did it cost? The old man asked as he approached. Yi Chen replied, not expensive, around 280 to 90,000. Cough, cough, cough. The old man started coughing violently. What's wrong, Uncle Li? Yi Haifeng quickly patted his back. The old man said, it's nothing, just got choked by the smoke. Let's go, I've already spoken to the girl's side. The car slowly drove towards the village outskirts, encountering several elders from the village along the way. Yi Chen rolled down the window and greeted them one by one. Yi Chen's blind date was in the neighboring village. On the way, the old man asked Yi Chen many questions, including how much he earned in a month. 10 minutes later, the car arrived at the girl's home. The 3 of them got out and entered the girl's house. Yi Chen had long lost the anxiety and nervousness he felt during his first blind date. Upon entering, the girl's parents came over to greet them, and both sides exchanged smiles. Yi Chen began to offer cigarettes to everyone, then simply called them uncle or grandpa. The girl's father was taken aback when he saw the cigarette Yi Chen offered. A soft Zhenghua? Goodness, he really knows how to show off. If I hadn't already inquired about your family's situation, I would have thought your family was quite wealthy. No car, no building in the county. If it weren't for Uncle Li's face, I wouldn't even meet your family. Although he thought this in his heart, he still wore a smile on his face. Everyone, please sit. Then Yi Chen and the girl went to the west room to talk privately. The moment Yi Chen saw the girl, he was stunned. You old rascal, how could you be so bad? This is the girl you said looked good? She's barely 5 feet tall, and she's so fat, at least 120 to 130 pounds. What kind of woman are you talking about? In the west room, the 2 sat down. Wang Qian asked, your family hasn't bought a house in the county, right? Yi Chen thought, this is too direct. Not yet. Wang Qian continued, I want to live in the city in the future. I don't want a farm at home, otherwise my skin will get tanned, rough, and I'll end up looking like a rural woman. Your family doesn't have a car either, right? If you don't have a car, it's inconvenient to go home from the county town. It's too hot in summer and too cold in winter, you can't do without a car, it's too much suffering. I have a classmate who hasn't worked since she got married, her husband supports her, and she just plays all day. Can you give me that kind of life? Sorry. He stood up and walked out directly. Just talking to a woman like her made him feel disgusted. A happy life is built together by both partners, not just by the man's efforts alone. It's fine for a man to pamper and accommodate you, but you should be gentle, virtuous, and manage the household. If you think everything is the man's responsibility, then one day, conflicts will inevitably arise. Only wanting to take without understanding the need to give. Love has never been about one person's effort, it requires the cooperation of two. After they returned to the eastern room, the adults knew what was going on. They had only been out for a few minutes, so it was clear there was no interest from either side. Then Yi Haifeng stood up to leave. The woman's family escorted them to the door. It was a matter of etiquette. If they left without seeing them off, people would definitely say that the family was inconsiderate. When they saw the BMW 760 at the door, the woman's family was stunned. Wang Qian was also taken aback. Is that his family's car? Seeing Yi Chen sitting in the driver's seat made Wang Qian's head buzz. The car quickly drove away from there. Dad, didn't they say they didn't have a car? Wang Qian asked. Wang Qian's father was also puzzled. I heard that they don't have a car or a house, and they have a younger sister in school. Was that a BMW just now? It looked pretty new. Wang Qian felt a bit regretful. After all, it was a BMW, and she had never ridden in one before. When they got home, Wang Qian's father called a distant relative in Yi Village. Brotherly, what's the situation with Yi Haifeng's family? I just heard someone say that Yi Haifeng's son has opened a company in Jianhai City, and that BMW he drove back cost nearly 3 million. Wang Qian also heard what was said on the phone, and their family was left in shock. Congratulations to the host for completing the system task, earning a charm card, surprise card, and healing card. When Yi Chen returned home, he said to the old man, Grandpa Li, what kind of introduction is this? The old man chuckled awkwardly. It's nothing, this one won't do, we'll find the next one. Grandpa will definitely find you a good one. At first, he thought Yi Chen's family conditions were poor, so he reluctantly found someone. He never could have told Yi Chen about better options because with his family's situation, good matches wouldn't look at him. That would be a waste of time. The old man stayed for a while and then left. Now the news had spread in the village that Yi Haifeng's son had opened a company in Jianhai City and bought a BMW worth nearly 3 million. This news was also fueled by Yi Chen's grandparents. The elderly were actually happiest to see their descendants succeed. A group of old folks sitting together, talking about their children, was indeed a matter of pride. Jianhai City, Yuhao Technology Company. Himanshu was working overtime in the office, while most employees in the company were on holiday. Only she and a few employees were still working. Knock, knock. Come in. A female employee walked in. Director, Mr. Luo from Chinching Investment and Mr. Yen from Meili Investment are here to see you. Himanshu was taken aback. What could they want from her? Shouldn't they be looking for Mr. Lu? Chinching Investment and Meili Investment were among the shareholders of Yuhao Technology Company. When the company was financed, these two investment firms made significant investments, so they held a large share of the company. Himanshu hurriedly stood up and walked out. Mr. Luo, Mr. Yen, what brings you here? Luo Hongwang smiled. Director Mr. Yi asked us to deliver this share transfer contract to you. Please keep it safe. Yes, this is our beautiful investment company's share transfer contract for Yuhua Technology Company. Mr. Yi also asked us to hand it over to you. Himanshu was stunned. A share transfer contract? Mr. Yi? She instantly thought of Yi Chen, her beautiful eyes widening. Could it be that everything he said was true? Director this Mr. Yi is quite a big shot. Your Yuhua Technology Company will definitely never lack funds in the future. Luo Hongwang revealed a bit of information. He said this because he knew that the shares being sold by the company were purchased at twice the market price. This was typical of someone who was not short on money. I have money, I buy at a premium. After Luo Hongwang and Yen Fei left, Himanshu returned to her office with the two contracts. She opened the contract and saw clearly that it stated all shares were transferred to Yi Chen, a total of 58.5% of the shares. With this shareholding ratio, Yi Chen had already become the boss of Yuhua Technology Company. He could even dismiss General Manager Lu Jianhua. Thinking of this made Himanshu feel a bit anxious. She had just hung up on Yi Chen's call. Am I going to be fired? Himanshu felt a bit flustered and speechless. You rich people really know how to play. Experiencing life at work? Acquiring the company after being fired? Can you not stimulate the hearts of us ordinary people? He Manhwa hurriedly took out her phone and removed Yi Chen's number from the blacklist. Then she called Yi Chen again. Hello, is this Mr. Yi? This is He Manhwa. Yi Chen, Director He, did you receive the contract? He Manhwa quickly replied, yes, it was personally delivered by Mr. Luo and Mr. Yen. Yi Chen, please keep the contract safe for me. I'll come to get it after I return. Okay, Mr. Yi. Yi Chen, alright, if there's nothing else, I'll hang up. You get busy. After hanging up, He Manhwa was surprised. It seemed like he wasn't angry with me. I shouldn't be fired, right? She didn't want to lose this job. Finding a job like this was not easy. On the other side, after Yi Chen hung up, he returned to his room. He summoned the system and took out the 3 prop cards. Charm card permanently increases charm by 10 points. Surprise card, after use, will randomly grant a surprise. Healing card, can be used on anyone, must be used in person, can cure all diseases. Yi Chen used the charm card, and then the card transformed into specks of golden light that entered his body. He looked at himself and thought, there doesn't seem to be any change. He then used the surprise card. Where's the surprise? Where's the promised surprise? Surprise card, currently in use. That afternoon, many matchmakers came to Yi Chen's house. They had all heard the news and came to introduce potential matches for Yi Chen. Some matchmakers were sent by women Yi Chen had previously met. These people were temporarily sent away by Yi Haifeng. Later, some neighbors and people from the courtyard also came to visit and chat. In the past, his house was deserted, but now it was bustling with activity. This is reality. This is human nature. At that moment, Yi Chen seemed to see through some things. His neighbors were actually quite nice and had helped his family a lot in the past. It was those who rarely visited before who were now coming one after another, making him feel a bit emotional. Yi Chen stayed in the house, bored, playing mobile games. Time quickly passed, and it was soon dusk. The old man who had come to introduce matches to Yi Chen in the morning returned again. Young man, this time Grandpa Li has found a good one for you. This will definitely satisfy you, the old man said as he sat on the sofa. Yi Chen was starting to distrust him, but then he thought of the surprise card he had used. Is this old man here to surprise me? Yi Haifeng said, Uncle Li, many matchmakers came to our house today to introduce a match for Xiaoyu, but I declined. The old man replied, don't worry, this time she will definitely be beautiful and meet the tastes of young people like you. Yi Haifeng looked at his son. This matter had to be decided by him. Yi Chen thought for a moment and said, alright, when do we meet? Tomorrow morning, I'll head back first and talk to the girl's side. After saying that, the old man hurriedly left. Yi Haifeng and Yi Chen saw him off. Back in the house, Yi Haifeng said to him, with your current abilities, Xiaoyu could actually find a girl from a big city that would also help your future career. It would be even better if you could find someone with a good background and strength. Yi Chen understood his father's meaning. He was suggesting that Yi Chen find someone of equal social standing, implying that a rural girl wouldn't be suitable for him. Yi Chen did not agree with his father's words. When it came to finding a girlfriend, he had his own ideas. After all, this was about spending a lifetime with the woman. It had to be someone he felt was right. Finding the daughter of a company president? Such women might be beyond the reach of an ordinary person. Those at that level likely have their own ways of playing around. Of course, there might be some who are strict with themselves, but those are definitely rare. It's a matter of probability. There are certainly open and self-deprecating girls in the countryside as well. This is also a matter of probability. To put it simply, pure and kind girls exist in big cities and in the countryside. However, the chances of finding them in the countryside are much greater than in big cities. There are too many temptations in big cities, and very few can resist them. Some rural girls have gone to big cities to work, while others are in small cities, counties, towns, etc. Those who can retain their innocence are perhaps very few. Alright, you can decide your own matters, Yi Haifeng said, not saying anything more to his son. After dinner, Yi Chen returned to his room. He took out his phone to check. Wow! Several girls he had previously dated had sent him messages. Some were asking what he was doing, while others were inquiring about his busyness. How enthusiastic! He played games for a while and then went to sleep. The next morning, Yi Chen did not hear the system's voice. Perhaps he didn't dream last night, or maybe the dream was too amazing for the system to fulfill. However, he didn't mind. He was already satisfied with what the system had given him. At 8 in the morning, the old man who was matchmaking arrived. Hey, young man, why do I feel like you look more spirited today? The old man said with some surprise. Yi Haifeng replied, I think so too, I thought I was mistaken. Yi Chen was taken aback. Could it be that the charm card was working? Yi Chen wasn't exactly handsome, but he was definitely presentable, and with the effect of the charm card, his personal charm had increased significantly. After chatting for a bit, Yi Chen, his father, and the old man set off. In the car, the old man said, "The girl's family is a distant relative of mine. She is definitely beautiful." Until he saw the real person, Yi Chen didn't believe his words. At the same time, he checked the surprise card, which still showed it was in use and had not ended. After about 10 minutes, Yi Chen's car entered a village. This village was not close to Yi village where his home was, but it wasn't far either. The old man directed, "Just go straight ahead, turn right at that utility pole, and you'll be there after a short distance." Following the old man's instructions, Yi Chen's car arrived in front of a rather dilapidated gate. The house was still the old-style bungalow that Yi Chen's family used to have, and the gate was an old iron one. The old man opened the gate and led them inside. Upon hearing the commotion, the people inside stood up and came out. Yi Chen looked at the few people who came out. The first to emerge was a middle-aged couple, about the same age as Yi Chen's parents. Then came a girl with long hair, beautiful and pure. She was around 163 or 4 centimeters tall, her long hair tied back, revealing a fair forehead and delicate features. She was also secretly observing Yi Chen. When their eyes met, the girl quickly turned her head, her pretty face slightly flushed, feeling a bit shy. Yi Chen's heart raced. He could confidently say that this girl was the most beautiful among those he had met. From her reaction, he could also roughly gauge her personality, which was the type he liked. Of course, all of this needed further understanding. It takes time to truly know what kind of person someone is. Next, an 18 or 19-year-old girl and a little boy came out. The girl looked good too, they should be her sister and brother. Come in," the girl's parents said with smiles, welcoming them inside. The old man had already informed them about Yi Chen's family situation. They were quite satisfied, having done their homework on their daughter's thoughts in advance. Yi Chen took out cigarettes and offered them to the girl's father and the old man, not giving any to his own father since he didn't smoke. He then unwrapped some candy and shared it with the girl's sister and brother. Generally, in their matchmaking, cigarettes and candy were customary. "You two go chat in the West Room, have a good talk," the old man said to them. Yes, Xiao Chang, you two go chat in the West Room," the girl's parents also chimed in. Yi Chen and Xiao Chang went to the West Room. There was only a double bed in the room, and they sat on the edge of the bed. From Yi Chen's observation, it was clear that the girl's family conditions weren't great. He glanced at Xiao Chang beside him. She was slightly lowering her head, her pretty face showing a hint of blush. He smiled and asked, "My name is Yi Chen, what's yours?" "I'm Xiao Chang." "Yi Chen, where do you work now?" "Xiao Chang, I work in Shanghai City as a cashier in a supermarket." Yi Chen chatted with her, and soon Xiao Chang relaxed a lot. He didn't deny that he had a good impression of Xiao Chang, but a good impression was just that. How their relationship would develop next required him to understand Xiao Chang better. Xiao Chang certainly needed to get to know him as well. "When are you going back to Shanghai City?" Yi Chen asked with a faint smile. "Xiao Chang, I have a train tomorrow night, I need to work the day after." After a while of interaction and first impressions, Xiao Chang also developed a good impression of Yi Chen. He didn't seem like the arrogant person she had imagined. "Xiao Chang, I heard from my uncle that you started a company in Shanghai City?" Yi Chen, "Yeah, just trying it out, I didn't expect it to go well." "Xiao Chang, you have your own business at such a young age, that's really impressive." Before they knew it, half an hour had passed. "Yi Chen, I didn't realize half an hour had gone by. Let me add you on WeChat, we can chat online." Xiao Chang nodded slightly, took out her phone, and they added each other as friends. Then they walked out of the room. The adults on both sides saw that the two had been chatting for so long and knew they must have been getting along well. Xiao Chang's family saw them to the door and turned back only after the car had left. "Wow, sis, is this my future brother-in-law's car? A BMW, it's so beautiful," Xia Meng exclaimed. Xiao Chang's cheeks flushed. "What future brother-in-law? If you keep saying that, I'll hit you." Back at home, Xiao Jun asked his daughter, Xiao Chang, "What do you think?" "Not bad," Xiao Chang replied, feeling a bit shy and embarrassed. Her parents were delighted to see her like this. "That's fine, I also think this young man is quite good, his family background is nice too. Have a good chat and seize the opportunity, such an outstanding young man must have many people interested," Mother Xiao reminded her. "Yes, Xiao Chang, you must seize this chance." On the way back, the old man spoke up, "Young man, what do you think of this?" Yi Chen nodded slightly, "This is good, we can talk more later and get to know each other better." Once they got home, the old man gave a few reminders and then left. Yi Haifeng said to him, "Xiao Yu, isn't their family background a bit lacking? Plus, there's a younger brother, you'll probably have to support them in the future." Yi Chen smiled and replied, "Dad, it's fine. As long as she's the right person, helping out a bit is no problem." Yi Haifeng said, alright, I trust your judgment. If you think it's suitable, ask her out to have some fun tomorrow. Soon, Yi Mu and Yi Meng came over to ask about the blind date. After Yi Chen finished speaking, he returned to his room. Ding, system task activated. Establish a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship with Xia Qing. Successful reward, 1 billion cash, 3 random item cards. Failure reward, 100 million cash, 1 random item card. This task is quite good. Yi Chen lay on his bed playing with his phone and noticed someone added him, with the note being He Manchue. He accepted the request. Soon, He Manchue sent a message, hello, Mr. Yi, I am He Manchue. What's up? What do you need from me? Yi Chen asked curiously. He Manchue, nothing, Mr. Yi, just adding you as a V friend for easier contact. When will you be back? I'll probably return on the 4th, Yi Chen replied after thinking for a moment. Yi Chen sent a message to Xia Qing. What are you doing? Watching TV? And you? Xia Qing quickly replied. I'm just lying in bed. That day, Yi Chen and Xia Qing chatted continuously. Through their conversation, Yi Chen got to know her a bit better. A detail, a sentence, can sometimes reflect a person's character. Later, Yi Chen invited her to go out tomorrow, and she agreed. On May 3rd, around 8 in the morning, after having breakfast, Yi Chen drove to find Xia Qing. When he arrived at Xia Qing's house, her parents were very warm and welcoming. He knew very well why they were so enthusiastic. Xia Qing seemed a bit shy upon seeing him for some reason. Uncle, aunt, we're leaving, Yi Chen said to her parents. Okay, drive slowly on the way. Yi Chen got into the car, and Xia Qing sat in the passenger seat. She was momentarily stunned by the luxurious interior. Yi Chen slowly drove out of the village. Xia Qing felt a bit awkward and nervous in the car. It was her first time riding in such a nice car. Generally, after a successful blind date, if both parties have a good impression of each other, they would go out the next day. The usual places are the county mall, followed by lunch to deepen their understanding of each other. Their hometown isn't like Jianhai City, and there aren't many fun places to go. They could only stroll around the mall, buy a few things, and then have a meal. Yi Chen drove directly to the county. It was about 30 to 40 miles from their place to the county, not too far. Seeing her a bit tense, Yi Chen smiled and asked, are you working alone in Jianhai? No, a classmate of mine works on the shore. She was the one who introduced me, Xia Qing replied. Yi Chen, didn't you finish high school? I went all the way to the 3rd year and then dropped out because I didn't want to continue. Xia Qing, yeah, I'm also in the 3rd year. Have you ever had a boyfriend before? Yi Chen couldn't help but ask. Xia Qing, no. Yi Chen was taken aback. At this age, there are still people who haven't dated? If she were particularly unattractive, he could understand. But Xia Qing was not ugly at all, on the contrary, she was very beautiful. Could this be the effect of the surprise card? If she really hasn't dated, that would be a huge surprise. Although his daddy complex wasn't too severe, who wouldn't want their girlfriend to be a first-hand experience? Have you ever had a girlfriend? Xia Qing asked curiously. Yi Chen nodded, there was no need to lie about this. I had one when I was working before, Yi Chen chuckled dryly. You must have had a lot of people chasing you, right? Xia Qing continued to ask. Yi Chen replied, no, I went on a blind date at the end of last year, and I rode my motorcycle there. They didn't even let me into their house. Xia Qing's expression froze for a moment, then she pursed her lips and smiled. They must be regretting it now. After chatting for a while, Xia Qing became less reserved. Yi Chen later turned on the car's music, keeping the volume low. After about 20 minutes, they entered the county town. The hometown county town wasn't very prosperous, but compared to the town, it was much livelier. There were quite a few large shopping malls and parks here. Shall we go to the park and have some fun first? Yi Chen asked Xia Qing. Xia Qing softly replied with an He drove to the park, found a place to park, and noticed many cars around. Since it was the May Day holiday, the park was crowded with people who had returned home for the break. The two walked through the park, chatting as they went. Unknowingly, Yi Chen took her hand. Upon feeling it, Xia Qing's heart raced, her cheeks flushed, and she felt a bit hot. She wondered whether to struggle, but ultimately decided against it. When Yi Chen learned that she had never had a boyfriend before, he decided to step up his game. Opportunities are fleeting, and only those who know how to seize them will succeed. Seeing that she didn't resist, Yi Chen felt a surge of joy. He had been single for over a year, and finally, there was a glimmer of hope for a relationship. They continued walking and chatting. Suddenly, a voice called out, Xia Qing? Yi Chen and Xia Qing turned to see a man looking their way from a short distance. It really is you, Xia Qing, the man said as he walked over. You're Yang Wei? Xia Qing asked. Yang Wei? That name is a bit unique. Dressed in a black suit, Yang Wei looked like either a business elite or a government worker. Yes, that's me. And this is? Yang Wei asked, noticing Yi Chen holding Xia Qing's hand, momentarily taken aback. Yi Chen replied, I'm her boyfriend. Both Xia Qing and Yang Wei were stunned. Yang Wei sized him up. Hello, I'm Yang Wei, a high school classmate of Xia Qing. I currently work in the county government. If you need anything, feel free to reach out. After saying that, he secretly glanced at Xia Qing. Yi Chen noticed his little gesture and felt a bit disdainful. You're just a minor clerk at best. What are you trying to show off? Hello, I'm Yi Chen, Yi Chen replied briefly. Xia Qing had no intention of chatting much with this person. After exchanging a few words, they said they were leaving. Yang Wei said, I was just about to leave too. Shall we go together? How did you guys get here? Do you need a ride? Yi Chen replied, thanks, but no need. We drove here as well. Yang Wei didn't say much more. In fact, he had liked Xia Qing back in high school. There was no other reason. Xia Qing was just too beautiful, with that gentle personality. But then Xia Qing suddenly dropped out of school, which left him a bit regretful. Now that he ran into her, his heart was aflame again. He wasn't looking to pursue Xia Qing for marriage, he just wanted to have some fun. The three quickly walked to the park's exit. When Yang Wei reached his car and saw the BMW 760 parked next to it, he was momentarily stunned. Wow, when did the county town get a BMW 760? This wasn't just any ordinary BMW 7 Series, this was the top configuration, a luxury car worth nearly 3 million. His own car was a Volkswagen Magotan worth about 200,000. Although it paled in comparison to the BMW 760, he felt it wasn't a car that Yi Chen could afford either. He looked at Yi Chen and said, Brother, how do you like my car? The new Magotan, 2.0T turbocharged, with plenty of horsepower. My dad spent over 200,000 to buy it for me. Yi Chen nodded, that's pretty good. After saying that, he opened the passenger seat of the nearby BMW 760. Xiao Qing, let's go. Xiao Qing got in the car. Yi Chen also got in and slowly drove away from there, leaving Yang Wei standing there, dumbfounded. Wow, this BMW 760 is his car? Instantly, Yang Wei's face turned red. 2.0T Magotan actually tried to show off in front of a BMW 760. If this got out, people would laugh their heads off. The BMW 760 has a 6.6T, 12-cylinder engine, accelerating from 0 to 100 km per hour in 3.8 seconds, faster than some supercars. You have an interesting classmate, Yi Chen said with a smile. Xiao Qing replied, he looked down on others in high school just because his family had connections, and he hasn't changed much since then. But he does have the capital. Many high achievers might not achieve as much as he will in the future. Yi Chen said, yeah, that's society, that's reality. Some people are born with advantages. If Yang Wei didn't have family connections and background, he wouldn't even be able to get into government positions, no matter how hard he worked. That's the inherent advantage. Later, Yi Chen and Xiao Qing went to the mall, where Yi Chen bought her a long dress. Xiao Qing accepted it. If she didn't, it would imply she wasn't interested in him. They had spicy hot pot for lunch. Yi Chen hadn't had it in a long time and missed the taste. Around 2 in the afternoon, they headed back. On the way, Yi Chen received a call from Himanchua. What? There's something at the company? Okay, I'll rush back tonight. Then he hung up. On the other end, Himanchua was confused. She didn't quite understand what Yi Chen meant. Did he just want her to call to hear that? Forget it, the life of the wealthy is beyond our understanding. Yi Chen said to Xiao Qing, there's something at the company. I have to rush back to Zhanghai City tonight. You're leaving too, so let's go together. I'll take you. Xiao Qing felt a bit suspicious. Is there really such a coincidence in the world? Really, I'm not lying to you, Yi Chen said seriously. Xiao Qing nodded. Okay, I have a colleague. I'll call her to let her know. I had originally planned to go to the train station with her. Yi Chen replied, no problem. She can come along too, there's enough room. Soon, Yi Chen drove to Xiao Qing's house. He took the fruits he bought and walked in with her. Her parents were very warm and welcoming. After chatting for a while, Yi Chen went home. Back at home, he told his parents and started packing. Meanwhile, Xiao Qing told her parents, Dad, Mom, Yi Chen is also going back to Zhanghai City today. He said he would take me along. That's great, Xia Jun said eagerly. Don't you worry about me at all? Xiao Qing called her friend Wang Jin. Jinjin, you should refund your train ticket. What happened? Wang Jin asked curiously. Xiao Qing replied, someone is taking us to Zhanghai, we'll come find you later. Who is it? Xiao Qing said, I'm going on a blind date. What? Your blind date? It seems you have feelings for him. I need to meet him. He better not be a pig that will mess things up for you. Xiaoqing's cheeks turned a bit red. Don't talk nonsense, we just have mutual feelings, we don't know each other well yet. Wang Jin said, enough of that, I'll refund the ticket first. You guys come to my house to pick me up. After Xiaoqing finished talking to Wang Jin, she informed Yi Chen. Yi Chen finished packing at home and set off around 4 in the afternoon. It took him just over 10 minutes to reach Xiaoqing's house. Xiaoqing had already packed her things, she only had a backpack left. Xiaoyu, drive slowly on the road. Uncle Xia said kindly. Yi Chen nodded, okay, uncle, aunt, you can go back now. Xiaoqing, call your mom when you arrive, Xiaoqing's mother said. Xiaoqing replied, got it, mom. After saying that, she sat in the passenger seat. Yi Chen slowly drove away from there. Xiaoqing said to him, my friend lives in Wangjiazwang, you know how to get there, right? Yi Chen replied, I know, I've been to Wangjiazwang village. More than 10 minutes later, Yi Chen arrived at Wang Jinjin's house. At this time, Wang Jinjin's family was already waiting at the door. When they saw a BMW driving over, Wang Jinjin's family was taken aback. The car stopped beside them, and then Yi Chen and Xiaoqing got out of the car. Xiaoqing, it really is you, Wang Jinjin said, somewhat surprised, while glancing at Yi Chen. He looked quite good, and driving such a car, no wonder Xiaoqing was also moved. If it were her, she would be willing too. However, he was her good friend's partner, so she couldn't have any thoughts. Yi Chen greeted Wang Jinjin's parents. Wang Jinjin was just an ordinary rural girl, with an average appearance but a lively and cheerful personality. Yi Chen helped her put her things in the trunk. She opened the back door and saw the interior, exclaiming, wow. The back seat of Yi Chen's car had 2 seats, comparable to first-class seats on an airplane, with a central console connecting to the front. Once in the car, Wang Jinjin said, Mom and Dad, you can go back now, I'll call you when I arrive. Yi Chen drove away from there. Just as he left, Wang Jinjin asked from the back, what kind of BMW is this? I've never seen one like this. Yi Chen explained, this is the top configuration of the BMW 760 Li. I don't know much about cars, just tell me how much it costs, Wang Jinjin asked directly. Yi Chen replied, around 280 to 90,000. Wang Jinjin's eyes widened, so expensive? Wow, what do you do? Yi Chen said, I run a company. The boss of a company is still looking for a partner back in his hometown? That's really strange. Does someone like you still lack women? Indeed, she guessed right, Yi Chen was lacking women. In Jianhai City, he didn't have much of a social circle and couldn't connect with those in high society. Moreover, he never thought about finding someone from high society, he just wanted someone he was satisfied with. 20 minutes later, Yi Chen drove into the county town. First, let's go eat something, then buy some snacks, so we can have something to eat if we get hungry at night. Xiaoqing and Wang Jinjin nodded. Yi Chen found a restaurant that looked quite good. After finishing the meal and settling the bill, Yi Chen noticed that Wang Jinjin had already paid for it. When did you pay the bill? How much was it? I'll transfer it to you, Yi Chen said to Wang Jinjin. Wang Jinjin replied, no need, consider it my treat for you and Xiaoqing. Besides, I'm riding in your car, so the savings on travel expenses are worth more than this. Yi Chen didn't insist further and thought that Xiaoqing was quite a good friend. The three of them bought some more things, and Xiaoqing insisted on paying for the items. She knew Yi Chen had money, but she didn't want him to pay for everything, that wouldn't be fair to him. Yi Chen quickly got on the highway, turning on the music. Wang Jinjin said to Xiaoqing, take a video of me, I might go viral. Xiaoqing rolled her eyes at her, not taking it. Wang Jinjin said, just kidding, if I were to film, it would be you, this isn't my boyfriend's car. Xiaoqing's face instantly turned slightly red and felt a bit hot. Wang Jinjin was really nice. Around 11 at night, Wang Jinjin fell asleep from tiredness. Yi Chen, do you want to take a break? Xiaoqing asked him. Yi Chen replied, no need, I'm not tired, you can rest for a bit. We still have about 4 hours to go. Xiaoqing was indeed a bit tired, she lay back in her seat and gently closed her eyes. In less than a minute, she fell asleep. Yi Chen secretly observed her, feeling quite satisfied with Xiaoqing. Both her appearance and personality met his standards. Around 4 in the morning, they arrived in Jianhai City. By this time, Xiaoqing had already woken up, she hadn't slept for long. Our place is in the Changla district, Taixing Garden community. Yi Chen directly navigated to the location. Jianhai City was too large, with over a dozen districts and counties, even those who lived there for years might not have visited all of them. After more than half an hour, the car drove into Taixing Garden community and stopped under building 19. Jinjin, wake up, we're here. Xiaoqing hurriedly called to Wang Jinjin. Wang Jinjin asked, did we arrive so quickly? What time is it? Yi Chen didn't accompany them upstairs as it was inconvenient. Their accommodation was assigned by the company, a 3-bedroom apartment shared by 6 female employees. Yi Chen sat in the car, thought for a moment, and then returned to his small rented room. In such a vast city, he surprisingly had no place to call his own. Although he was now wealthy, he still didn't qualify to buy a house. After all, this was a first-tier city in the country, an international metropolis, with limited purchase policies. Buying a house here required meeting several conditions. However, if one had some connections, it could be done. But Yi Chen had no connections and had never entered the upper-class social circle. He had no network. Back in his rented room, Yi Chen lay down and fell asleep. When he opened his eyes again, it was already past 5 in the afternoon. Congratulations, host, your dream has come true. You have obtained a seaside villa in Hualong community. Yi Chen was taken aback. A seaside villa? That could work. He freshened up and then took out his phone to check. At 1:30 in the afternoon, Xia Qing had sent him a message. Are you awake? I'm going to work. I'll finish after 9 tonight. Yi Chen replied, just woke up. I'll go take care of some things. Let's chat tonight. Putting away his phone, Yi Chen went downstairs, got in the car, and called He Manchue. Director He, where are you? Mr. Yi, I was just about to get off work, He Manchue quickly replied. Yi Chen said, I'll come find you, bring the contract, let's meet at that Chinese restaurant next to the company. It's on me. Okay, Mr. Yi. Half an hour later, Yi Chen arrived at the Chinese restaurant. He scanned the room and spotted He Manchue, then walked over and sat down across from her. When He Manchue saw him, her eyes widened in surprise. This person, who looked even younger than herself, was Yi Chen? You are Mr. Yi? Yi Chen smiled. It seems Director He has forgotten me. I met you during my interview when I joined the company. Mr. Yi, please don't call me Director, just call me Manchue. If I've offended you in the past, I hope you won't mind, He Manchue said cautiously. After speaking, she hurriedly handed the contract to Yi Chen. Here's the contract, please take a look, Mr. Yi. Yi Chen took it, glanced over it, and confirmed there were no issues before setting it aside. Thank you, He. Miss. The term Miss felt a bit more intimate, but he couldn't bring himself to call her that. Missy seemed more appropriate. Mr. Yi, there's something I'm not sure if I should mention. Yi Chen replied, Miss He, please feel free to say it. He Manchue hesitated for a moment. It seems that Director Liu is transferring company assets and selling his shares. Yi Chen was taken aback by her words. Liu Jianhua was transferring company property? Selling his shares? The current Yuhao Technology Company was no longer what it used to be. Liu Jianhua used to be the largest shareholder, holding absolute power in the company. Now, Yi Chen had become the largest shareholder, possessing absolute authority. With a single word, he could make Liu Jianhua leave the company. Liu Jianhua felt threatened, so he secretly transferred the company's assets and sold shares. He Manchue told Yi Chen because she didn't want to lose her job. If Liu Jianhua successfully transferred assets and sold shares, his departure would inevitably put the company in trouble. At that time, there was a very high possibility that the company would go bankrupt. Are you sure? Yi Chen asked her. He Manchue replied, the deputy financial director is a good friend of mine. She told me about this. She feels that there are some issues with several recent orders from the company and mentioned it to me. Yi Chen said, I understand. Tomorrow morning, I will dismiss him from his position as general manager. By the way, who are his confidants in the company? The directors of the sales department, procurement department, and finance department are all his. He Manchue responded. Yi Chen asked, why are you telling me all this? He Manchue replied seriously, because I don't want to lose this job. Yi Chen nodded slightly and then called the waiter over to order some food. While eating, Yi Chen received a call from the sales office of the Hualong Seaview Villa community. Hello, are you Mr. Yi Chen? I am Gao Hui, the manager of the Hualong Seaview Villa sales office. Where are you? I can bring the keys to you. Yi Chen replied, no need, I'll come over after I finish eating. Please wait for me there. Okay, Mr. Yi. After hanging up the phone, Yi Chen felt a bit emotional. Having money and not having money is indeed different. When you have no money, you try to engage with people, but they ignore you. Once you have money, everyone addresses you as Mr. Yi, with utmost respect. This is both normal and abnormal. If it were Yi Chen himself, he felt he would be the same as those people. After dinner, around 6 o'clock, it was just getting dark. The two walked out of the restaurant. Yi Chen looked at He Manchue and said, Miss He, do you need me to see you off? He Manchue smiled, no need, Mr. Yi. I live nearby. Yi Chen got into his car and drove away. He Manchue felt a bit awkward seeing his car. It really looked like General Liu's. Liu Jianhua was over 50, while he was only in his 20s. The Hualong Seaview Villa community is located in the Shanghai district, adjacent to the Jingshan district, so it wasn't far. About half an hour later, Yi Chen arrived at the sales office of the Hualong Seaview Villa community. The sales office was brightly lit and luxurious. Yi Chen got out of the car, and a sea breeze blew in, bringing a hint of coolness. He walked into the sales office, where two people were sitting. Seeing someone enter, they quickly stood up. "Hello, sir." Yi Chen looked at the two and said, "I'm here to pick up the keys." Gao Hui quickly said, "You must be Mr. Yi Chen, right?" Yi Chen took out his ID, and after they verified it and confirmed it was correct, Gao Hui planned to personally take him to see the villa. Gao Hui got into the car. She naturally recognized Yi Chen's vehicle, a BMW 760, worth around 3 million. This car was somewhat underwhelming in the community. There were almost no cars worth less than 5 million, and luxury cars worth tens of millions were everywhere. However, Gao Hui did not dare to look down on Yi Chen. The Hualong Seaview Villa community was the most top-tier and luxurious community in the entire Jianghai city. The average price of a villa here ranged from 200 million to 300 million. Yi Chen's villa was one of the top few in the community, priced at nearly 400 million. Anyone who could spend 400 million on a Seaview villa undoubtedly had great strength. Yi Chen drove to the entrance of the community, where 8 young security guards stood straight, clearly trained professionals. After the access card was recognized, the barrier lifted. The main road inside the community was very wide, and the scenery on both sides was quite nice. "Villa 36 is your residence," Gao Hui said with a smile from the passenger seat. After saying that, her beautiful eyes fixed on Yi Chen. She was good-looking, with a great figure, dressed in a black professional suit and short skirt. Yi Chen drove into the courtyard of Villa No. 36. Getting out of the car, the first thing that caught his eye was an outdoor swimming pool, surrounded by flowers and trees. Approaching the front door, Yi Chen took out the door card and tapped it against the sensor area. The smart door opened automatically, revealing a home fully equipped with top-of-the-line furniture and appliances. The chandelier in the living room alone was worth hundreds of thousands. As Yi Chen opened the door, the lights inside turned on automatically, showcasing the advanced technology embedded in every appliance. However, the current smart technology was limited and couldn't achieve the level of intelligence seen in movies. "Mr. Yi, there are a total of 8 rooms across 2 floors, each with its own bathroom. These appliances are the most advanced smart appliances available." Gao Hui provided him with a detailed introduction to the villa while also showing him around the various rooms. When they reached the last room on the first floor, Gao Hui smiled charmingly. "Mr. Yi, is there anything else you need?" After saying this, she stepped closer to Yi Chen. The faint scent she exuded was quite alluring. Yi Chen heard her words and noticed her actions, realizing she was hinting at something. "No, thank you, Manager Gao," Yi Chen politely declined her. Gao Hui smiled slightly, not taking it to heart. "This is my contact information. Mr. Yi, feel free to call me whenever you're interested, and I guarantee your satisfaction." This was her side job, which brought her a very high income each month, an amount she couldn't earn in a year at her regular job. Yi Chen took the business card. "Alright, I'll reach out to Manager Gao if I need anything." Gao Hui turned and left the villa. Watching her curvy figure walk away, Yi Chen sighed inwardly. What a pity, she looks good. But how did she end up in this line of work? Who knows which honest man will take over in the future? From her appearance, one would never guess Gao Hui was that kind of person. Such is the materialistic society. Some people earn a few thousand a month and live a fulfilling life. Others earn tens of thousands but feel their income is too little. They try every means to make more money to satisfy their vanity for luxury goods and expensive cars. Gao Hui was probably one of the latter. Yi Chen sat on the luxurious sofa and turned on the television. In his previous rental, there was no television, he hadn't watched one in a long time. At around 8 o'clock, he turned off the TV and went to the master bedroom on the second floor. He first took a shower, then lay down on the bed worth hundreds of thousands. The bed was incredibly comfortable. The life of the wealthy was truly enjoyable. At 9 o'clock in the evening, Yi Chen sent a message to Xia Qing. "Are you off work?" Thinking of Xia Qing, he still felt a bit of affection for her. Although Gao Hui was attractive and stylish, she had already become tainted and couldn't compare to Xia Qing at all. After about 5 or 6 minutes, Xia Qing replied, "Just finished work and tidying up. I'm on my way back to the dorm with Jinjin." "Tired? Take care of yourself," Yi Chen replied. He wasn't skilled in flirting, it was just a simple greeting, but it felt more genuine. "I'm used to it, not tired." "What are you doing now?" Xia Qing asked. "Just lying in bed with nothing to do," Yi Chen replied. "Have you finished dealing with your company's matters?" Xia Qing inquired. "Not yet, we'll handle it tomorrow." On the other side, Xiaoqing, Wang Jinjin, and two colleagues were walking back to their residence. Who is Xiaoqing chatting with? She's still talking while walking, a young girl beside them asked. Wang Jinjin replied, her boyfriend. Do you know what car Xiaoqing's boyfriend drives? What car? The two nearby asked curiously. Wang Jinjin said, a BMW 760 with top configuration, V12 engine. I specifically searched online, it's nearly 3 million. Wow, no way? Xiaoqing, where did you find this rich second generation? Does he have any buddies to introduce us to? Li Yu and Wang Yan hurriedly said. Xiaoqing's pretty face flushed slightly as she explained, don't listen to Jinjin's nonsense, we're not even boyfriend and girlfriend yet, we just met not long ago. With a boyfriend like that, what are you hesitating for? Driving a luxury car worth millions, he must have a house in Jianhai City too, right? Li Yu quickly added. Xiaoqing smiled slightly, not wanting to explain much. Her thoughts and ideals were different from theirs. She wanted to find a man to spend her life with, not one just for money. Having only money without happiness, what's the point? How did Xiaoqing meet this rich second generation? Teach us, Wang Yan asked curiously. Wang Jinjin replied, they met through a blind date back in their hometown, and he's actually a rich first generation, not a second. Li Yu and Wang Yan were taken aback. No way, such a wealthy person still goes home for blind dates? What kind of woman could such a rich person not find? Xiaoqing returned to her place, freshened up, and then chatted with Yi Chen until around 10:30 before they went to bed. The next morning, around 7 o'clock, Yi Chen started to wash up and get out of bed. He was too lazy to cook for himself, so after washing up, he drove out of the community. On the way, Yi Chen saw many luxury cars, many of which he didn't recognize, but none of the ones he did know were worth less than 5 or 6 million. This showed what kind of people lived in this community. The Hualong Seaview Villa community was the top Seaview Villa community in Jianhai City, where the residents were either rich or noble. After leaving the community, Yi Chen casually found a breakfast shop to eat something. He then arrived at the Dinghai building, where Yuhua Technology Company was located. Yuhua Technology Company occupied the entire 9th floor of the Dinghai building, with rent that was astronomical. Yi Chen went directly to the general manager's office upon arriving at Yuhua Technology Company. At that moment, Lu Jianhua was already there. When he saw Yi Chen enter, his eyes widened in surprise. Who are you? I am Yi Chen, the largest shareholder of Yuhua Technology Company. Lu Jianhua, you have been dismissed from your position as general manager, and you are suspected of transferring company funds. Get ready to be investigated, Yi Chen said calmly. Lu Jianhua was taken aback. He was naturally familiar with the name Yi Chen. Just a few days ago, he had high-priced shares of Yuhua Technology Company from Qingqing and Meili Investment Company. He just didn't expect Yi Chen to be so young. Lu Jianhua quickly reacted, Mr. Yi, there might be some misunderstanding here. Please sit down and let me explain. There is absolutely no misappropriation of company funds. Where did you hear that, Mr. Yi? Lu Jianhua was very curious. He thought he had done everything very tightly, and since Yi Chen had just taken over the company, he shouldn't know about this matter. Yi Chen glanced at him indifferently. Do you think there are no people of mine in the company? Those orders yesterday almost used up all the company's liquid funds. Lu Jianhua was shocked. When did the company have his people? Did he arrange for his own people in the company long ago? He should be a rich second generation. Why is he eyeing my company? My company is just average, right? Yi Chen said, now I give you two choices. First, 20 million to buy out all the remaining shares, and from now on, Yuhua Technology Company has nothing to do with you. Second, you can continue to be a shareholder, but I will hand over the matter of transferring company assets to the authorities. Mr. Yi, isn't 20 million a bit low? Lu Jianhua's shares were worth nearly 50 million. Yi Chen replied, that's it, not a penny more. If you don't want to sell, you don't have to. Lu Jianhua felt in his heart. If he chose not to sell, and if Yi Chen continued to invest in the company, then his shares would be diluted. In the end, he might not even be able to sell for 20 million. After thinking for a few minutes, Lu Jianhua ultimately agreed to his request. After both parties drafted the contract, Yi Chen transferred the money to him. Lu Jianhua packed up his things and left the company directly. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a company that completely belongs to him. Reward, a limited edition Ferrari F60 America, and 2 random item cards. Yi Chen was taken aback when he heard the system's voice. Can this also yield rewards? He then gathered all the senior management of the company for a meeting. In the company conference room, the directors were somewhat surprised to see Yi Chen, a fresh face, sitting there. Who is this person? Could he be the new major shareholder? Only He Manchuat among those present recognized him. Yi Chen's expression was calm as he looked at everyone and said, "Let me introduce myself first. My name is Yi Chen, and I will be the general manager of Yuhua Technology Company from now on. The shares in Lu Jianhua's hands have also been acquired by me." Upon hearing this, everyone present was taken aback. He even acquired President Lu's shares? Then this company has essentially become his. Yi Chen continued, "Next, I will discuss personnel changes. The directors of the Sales Department, Finance Department, and Procurement Department have submitted their resignation letters today. These three individuals were Lu Jianhua's trusted aides, and naturally, he could not keep them. He Manhwa is promoted to vice president of the group, responsible for all company affairs." He Manhwa was slightly stunned upon hearing this. "I'm being promoted to vice president?" This was something she had not anticipated. The others were also surprised. "Thank you, President Yi. I will definitely live up to your expectations," He Manhwa quickly replied. Yi Chen said, "Everything else in the company remains the same. Everyone should work hard. I, Yi Chen, will not treat anyone unfairly." To everyone, Yi Chen was certainly a wealthy second generation with a strong background. The company should not lack funds in the future. Moreover, having such a boss was much better than dealing with someone like Lu Jianhua, who was a seasoned veteran. Today's meeting ends here. Each department should communicate this matter, and Vice President He, please come to my office for a moment. He Manhwa followed him into the office. Yi Chen said, "You decide the positions for the directors of the sales, procurement, and finance departments. Once you have the list ready, give it to me. This office needs to be renovated, and also notify the production workshop about the personnel changes in the company." Yuhua Technology Company has its own production workshop. However, core components are still imported from abroad, while some simple parts are produced in-house, assembled, and sold externally. "Understood, President Yi." Yi Chen said, "There's nothing else, you can go back to work." He Manhwa turned and left the office. Today, all employees of Yuhua Technology Company learned about the change in general manager. Yi Chen stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window of the office, watching the endless flow of traffic below. He never expected that one day he would sit in this office. Life felt like a joke being played on him. If all of this were a dream, he hoped to wake up from it later. Yi Chen took out his phone and sent a message to Xia Qing. "What are you doing?" Xia Cheng did not work in the morning. She started work at 2 in the afternoon and continued until 9 in the evening. However, Yi Chen did not know that Xia Cheng would work part-time at a beverage shop during her free time. Wang Xinjin would accompany her. She didn't want to go, but couldn't resist Xia Qing's persistent persuasion. Just after Yi Chen sent the message to Xia Qing, his phone rang. "May I ask if you are Mr. Yi Chen? I am from Ryder International Freight Group. Your car has arrived at Zhanghai City Port. Please send me the address, and I will deliver it to your home." A man's voice came through. Ryder International Group is a logistics group, one of the top 10 logistics groups in the world. Their enterprises are spread all over the world, and their strength is formidable. Yi Chen said, "I'm at the company now. Please send the car to my residence, and I'll head over shortly." "Okay, Mr. Yi." After hanging up the phone, Yi Chen searched online for the Ferrari F60 America. He was stunned. This car is a limited edition luxury supercar released for Ferrari's 60th anniversary. There are only 10 in the world, and its original price was nearly 20 million. Now, car enthusiasts can't even buy it for 50 million on the market. Owning this car is a symbol of identity and status. Currently, Yi Chen is the only one in the country who has it. This car is incredibly cool and stylish. It is more dazzling than any supercar Yi Chen has ever seen, with a streamlined body that is both beautiful and grand. The front of the car looks like a crouching beast, exuding an overwhelming presence. It truly deserves to be a global limited edition luxury car. If this top-tier collectible were seen by car enthusiasts, it could probably fetch a price of 100 million. Yi Chen opened the system again to check the 2 random item cards. He chose to use them. "Congratulations, host, you have obtained a bad luck card." "Congratulations, host, you have obtained an attribute card." Bad luck card, can be used on anyone, must be used face-to-face, with a 1% chance of causing the target's death. Attribute card, permanently increases physical attribute value by 10 points. Attribute points are randomly allocated by the system. Seeing the description of the attribute card, Yi Chen was taken aback. This is a good item. He directly chose to use it. The attribute card transformed into specks of golden light and merged into his body. Yi Chen felt a warm sensation throughout his body, which disappeared after a few seconds. He felt filled with strength, estimating that 5 or 6 peers would not be his match. Yi Chen walked out of the office and headed to He Manhwa's office. "Manager He, I have something to take care of. You can make the decisions for the company." He Manhwa quickly nodded. "Yes, Mr. Yi Chen went to the underground parking garage of the building and then drove back to the Hualong Seaview Villa community. After more than half an hour, he returned to the community. At this moment, a delivery truck was parked at the entrance of his yard, and two people were waiting there. Yi Chen got out of the car and walked over. "You are from Ryder International Transport Company, right? I'm Yi Chen. Hello, Mr. Yi, please sign here." After saying that, he handed Yi Chen a receipt. After Yi Chen signed his name, the other party drove the car down from the delivery truck. His Ferrari F60, with a fiery red body, looked stunning and flashy. It was incredibly beautiful. Yi Chen was deeply attracted at first glance. After unloading the car, the other party left. Yi Chen admired it all around, liking it more and more. It truly deserves to be a global limited edition. Not far away, a young beauty walked out of a nearby villa. She casually turned her head to take a look and was stunned in place. "Wow, what supercar is this? Why haven't I seen it before?" Du Feifei couldn't help but walk over. "Which model of Ferrari is this?" Yi Chen turned to look upon hearing the voice and found a young beauty. "This is the Ferrari F60, a 60th anniversary limited edition, with only 10 in the world." Du Feifei's eyes widened. "Wow, how did you get this car? Isn't it in the hands of those top billionaires abroad?" Yi Chen replied, "I bought it." Du Feifei looked him up and down. "I haven't seen you around here before, you must be new." "I'm Du Feifei, and I live in Villa 35. "Hello, I'm Yi Chen." This was Yi Chen's first interaction with someone from high society. He knew that people living here were either rich or noble, all with extraordinary backgrounds. "Let's add each other as friends," Du Feifei said with a smile. Yi Chen nodded slightly, took out his phone, and they added each other as friends. At that moment, Du Feifei's phone rang. After finishing the call, she said to Yi Chen, "My friend needs me for something, I'll head out first. We can chat later." With that, she returned to the courtyard and drove away in a pure white sports car. It was a Porsche 918, worth around 15 million. It seemed that Du Feifei's family was not ordinary. At that moment, Yi Chen's phone rang. It was a message from Xia Qing. "I'm working." Yi Chen replied, "Aren't you resting this morning? I found a part-time job. It's boring just sitting in the dorm." Xia Qing responded. Yi Chen said, "Don't tire yourself out, take a break when you can." "I'm fine, not tired. Let's talk at noon, I can't let my boss see me." "Okay." On the other side, Wang Jinjin looked at Xia Qing and said, "Your boyfriend is so rich, why are you still doing part-time work?" Xia Qing replied, "That's his money." "Jinjin, remember, a woman must be independent and strong for a man to respect you more." Wang Jinjin said, "If I had a boyfriend like yours, I wouldn't work, I wouldn't have to care about others' opinions. We're not even officially a couple yet." Xia Qing's cheeks flushed slightly. Wang Jinjin teased, "Not yet, but soon. I can see you like him." Yi Chen tidied up and drove his fiery red Ferrari F60 out of the community. On the way out, he saw a man and a woman getting out of a Rolls-Royce by the roadside. The woman was actually the popular first-tier actress Wang Yao, and the man was a balding, overweight middle-aged man. He was holding Wang Yao as they walked towards a nearby villa. Wang Yao was hailed as the new generation of Four Little Flowers, and her popularity was soaring. She was a goddess in the hearts of many, and Yi Chen had even liked her for a while. Seeing her nestled in the arms of a balding, overweight middle-aged man, he sighed, "This is the life of the rich." The aloof goddess admired by countless people was now like a docile little kitten. What a great irony. Wang Yao noticed the Ferrari F60 passing by and curiously asked, "What kind of car is that? It's so beautiful. It seems to be a Ferrari F60, there aren't any in the country. There are only 10 in the world, all owned by top tycoons abroad," the balding, overweight middle-aged man said in astonishment. Wang Yao was taken aback. The Hualong Seaview Villa community truly deserved its reputation as one of the top communities. Even a globally limited edition supercar could be seen here. Yi Chen pressed the accelerator and drove towards the community entrance. Just as he exited, his phone suddenly rang. It was a call from Li Yang, someone he had met while working before, and they had a good relationship. He answered the call, smiling as he asked, "What's up, Li Yang?" Li Yang said, "Yi Chen, where are you? Do you have any money on you? I accidentally scratched someone else's car." Ding, system task activated. Choose to help, reward. 2 random item cards. Choose not to help, reward. 1 random item card. Note, each choice will determine the trajectory of your future life. Please choose wisely. There was no need to think. Of course, he would help. When he was at his most lonely and helpless, it was Li Yang who helped him. When he resigned and looked for a job in Jianghai City, he had little money and nowhere to stay. He had slept in the lobby of a 24-hour ATM, and later, Li Yang found out and took him to his home in Jianghai City, even lending him money. The loneliness and helplessness he felt at that time left Yi Chen with a sense of despair and breakdown. Perhaps that incident was nothing to Li Yang, but he would never forget it. Deep down, he had already regarded Li Yang as his best friend. "Where are you?" "I'll come right over," Yi Chen asked. Li Yang replied, "I'm outside the Longxing shopping mall on Wangfu Street in Changde District." After hanging up, Yi Chen drove directly towards Wangfu Street in Changde District. About 20 minutes later, Yi Chen arrived outside the Longxing shopping mall on Wangfu Street in the Changde District. He saw a crowd gathered ahead and slowly drove over. The people around him turned to make way as they heard the roar of the supercar. "Wow, this sports car is so cool. It's amazing. Which model of Ferrari is this? I've never seen it before. If I had a supercar like this, I'd change women every day, no repeats. So cool, I wish he were my boyfriend." Li Yang and a couple nearby also turned to look. They were all stunned by the luxurious supercar. Yi Chen got out of the car and smiled at Li Yang, saying, "Li Yang." Li Yang's eyes widened in disbelief. "No way, Yi Chen? Is it really you, Yi Chen? You? This?" Li Yang looked at the car behind him. Yi Chen replied, "We'll talk later." He glanced at the couple next to him, a middle-aged man and a young beauty, giving off the impression of a wealthy man and his mistress. Yi Chen asked the middle-aged man, "Did my friend hit your car?" Yes, it's nothing serious, just a little scratch," the middle-aged man said with a forced smile, completely different from his earlier demeanor. Yi Chen asked, "How much?" The middle-aged man smiled and said, "Actually, it's no big deal, forget it." Yi Chen insisted, "No, just tell me how much." 5,000. Yi Chen directly transferred him 5,000. After the transfer, Yi Chen looked at him and asked, "The footprints on my friend are from you kicking him, right?" The middle-aged man's face turned awkward. "I was too impulsive just now, I'm sorry, I apologize to your friend." Slap. Yi Chen gave him a direct slap. "You kicked my brother, I slap you back, now we're even, get lost." Everyone present was stunned, especially the young beauties, their eyes sparkling. "Wow, so cool, so domineering, I love it." The middle-aged man was angry but dared not retaliate. A guy like Yi Chen, who could afford such a luxury car at his age, must have an extraordinary background. He couldn't afford to offend him. Yi Chen turned to Li Yang and said, "Get in the car." Li Yang opened the door and sat in the passenger seat. Yi Chen slowly drove away from the scene. Congratulations to the host for completing the task, earning a healing card and a charm card. "When did you start driving such a car, Yi Chen?" Li Yang asked curiously. Yi Chen smiled slightly. "I started a company and made some money." "What are you planning to do?" Li Yang replied, "I'm looking for a job. I quit my last one and plan to find another. My company has a vice director position open in the administrative department. Why don't you come work for me?" Yi Chen said directly. Li Yang's face lit up. "Really? But I've never done this before, can I manage?" Yi Chen shrugged. "I'll have them train you, just learn well, it's not hard as long as you put in the effort." "Okay, thank you, Yi Chen." Li Yang smiled broadly. Yi Chen said, "No need to be so formal between brothers." He took Li Yang to the company and brought him to Himanshu's office. Yi Chen said, "Manager this is my friend, is the vice director position in the administrative department still open? Please take good care of him." Himanshu quickly nodded, "Sure, Yi Chen." She then took him to the administrative department. Yi Chen returned to his office and used the charm card. A glimmer of golden light entered his body. Unbeknownst to him, his personal charm increased significantly. Damn, even more handsome, what a blessing. Yi Chen took out his phone to check the time. It was already 11 in the morning. He sent a message to Xia Qing, "Are you done with work?" Just tidying up to leave." Xia Qing quickly replied to him. "Yi Chen, give me the address. I'll come find you, let's have lunch together." Xia Qing, "Is everything okay at your company?" Yi Chen, "It's all good now, I've handled everything." Then Xia Qing sent him the location. "Wait for me for 20 minutes. Yi Chen left the company and drove directly to find Xia Qing. Xia Qing and Wang Jinjin came out of their part-time job and returned to the entrance of their residential community. "Yi Chen will come to find me in a bit, I'll wait for him at the entrance." Wang Jinjin, "Alright, then I'll head back to rest." She returned to her place, and when Li Yu and Wang Yan saw her come back alone, they curiously asked, "Why did Jinjin come back by herself? Where's Xia Qing?" Wang Jinjin, "Her boyfriend is coming to find her soon, they probably went out to eat." Li Yu quickly said, "I haven't met Xia Qing's boyfriend yet. Why don't we take the chance to see him?" Wang Yan, "Sure, let's see what Xia Qing's boyfriend is like." Wang Jinjin originally planned to rest well at home, but she was pulled out by Li Yu and Wang Shui again. The three quickly arrived at the entrance of the community, where Xia Qing was still waiting. Xia Qing was momentarily stunned when she saw the three of them. "Why are you all out here?" "We came to see what your boyfriend looks like," Li Yu said with a smile. At that moment, a flashy red Ferrari drove in from a distance. Wow, that car is so cool. Li Yu and Wang Yan's eyes widened at the sight. That car must be very expensive. Wang Yan stared at the red Ferrari F60 without blinking. Ferrari supercar, it must cost at least a few million. I've heard the expensive ones go for tens of millions. Li Yu, he must be a super rich second generation. I want to be his woman. The car stopped next to Xia Qing. Yi Chen got out, smiling as he said to Xia Qing, "Get in the car." Xia Cheng was momentarily taken aback. "Did you change cars? How do you like this car? Isn't it as beautiful as you?" Yi Chen asked with a smile. Xia Qing's cheeks flushed slightly. After 2 days apart, he seemed even more charming. Li Yu, Wang Yan, and Wang Jinjin's eyes widened at that moment. This is Xia Qing's boyfriend? Li Yu and Wang Yan looked shocked, feeling a mix of envy and jealousy. Wang Jinjin, this guy actually changed cars. Xia Qing greeted the three of them and then got into the car. Yi Chen waved goodbye and then drove away. After the two left for a while, Li Yu and Wang Yan finally reacted. "Is this Xia Qing's boyfriend?" Li Yu asked Wang Jinjin. Wang Jinjin nodded. "Yeah, didn't you see?" Li Yu and Wang Yan felt a complex mix of emotions. Why could a girl from the countryside find such a good boyfriend while they couldn't? It was so unfair. They felt a bit uncomfortable about it. This also laid the groundwork for their future schemes to set Xia Qing up. Li Yu and Wang Yan asked, "Jinjin, do you have his contact? Let us add him too." "Wang Jinjin, what do you want to add him for?" "Having a rich second generation as a friend would be great. We could show off on social media. Please let us add him," Li Yu and Wang Yan explained. On the other side, Yi Chen asked Xia Qing in the car, "What do you want to eat for lunch?" "I'm fine with anything, just don't go to a place that's too expensive," Xia Qing replied softly. Yi Chen, "Then let's go to He De Leo." He took Xia Qing to a nearby He De Leo. After they ordered, Yi Chen took out his phone and noticed 2 people had added him. He checked. "Are these Li Yu and Wang Yan your roommates? They're adding me as a friend. Should I accept? Why are you asking me whether to accept or not? How should I respond? If I accept, it feels a bit awkward for her. If I don't accept, it also doesn't feel right." "Agreed, they are my colleagues and roommates," Xia Qing replied. Yi Chen nodded. "All right, those 2 standing at the entrance of the community just now, right?" The 2 looked above average. Without makeup, they might just be average. Even without makeup, Xia Qing was above average, both in looks and figure, truly top-notch. Coupled with her pure character, she was simply exceptional. Xia Qing, "Yes, it's them." Yi Chen, "Where are you working part-time? Is it tiring?" Xia Qing smiled. "It's okay, not too tiring. Don't work part-time anymore, you might wear yourself out," Yi Chen said with concern. Xia Qing smiled slightly. "It's fine, my dad isn't well, and my sister and brother are still in school. The family needs money, more jobs mean more income." Yi Chen admired her character. "I'll support you in the future." He would never have said such a thing before. But now it was different, he had money. With money, he spoke with confidence. Hearing his words, Xia Qing's face flushed, her heart racing. She whispered, "That's your money, it's not right to use it to help my family." Yi Chen smiled broadly. "What do you mean your family and my family? In the end, we will all be one family. It's only right for family members to help each other. They gave me such a wonderful daughter, helping them is only fair." Xia Qing was sensible, and Yi Chen helping her family was voluntary. If he encountered someone unreasonable, demanding help for their family or brother, he would have no interest at all and might even want to slap some sense into them. Yi Chen continued, "Trust me, don't work part-time anymore." Xia Qing finally nodded in agreement. The waiter quickly brought their ordered dishes. After lunch, it was already 1:30 in the afternoon. Yi Chen drove her to the outside of Longqing Mall, a place he had visited in the morning. "Xiao Cheng, when do you have a day off?" Yi Chen asked. "Xia Cheng, I have Thursday and Friday off." Thursday was the day after tomorrow. Yi Chen, "Okay, I'll come find you on Thursday." Xia Qing blushed and softly replied, He then walked into the mall. At this time, Li Shui, Wang Yan, and Wang Jinjin had already arrived. They saw Xia Qing return and hurriedly asked, "Xiao Cheng, do you know how much your boyfriend's car costs?" Xia Qing shook her head. "I didn't ask." "Li Yu, I searched online for a long time and found out it's a limited edition Ferrari for its 60th anniversary, with only 10 in the world. The original price was 20 million, now you can't buy it for 50 million. Such a car can't be bought just with money, you need status and identity too." Xia Qing was stunned. A car could be that expensive? What does your boyfriend do? His family background must be impressive, right? Wang Yan asked, her tone a bit sour. In the afternoon, Yi Chen had nothing to do and went to Yuhua Technology Company. By now, rumors about Yi Chen had already started circulating in the sales department. They said Yi Chen was fired by the supervisor, and in a fit of anger, he went home to inherit a fortune, then turned around to acquire the entire company. Many in the sales department regretted not building a good relationship with Yi Chen back then. If they had, at least they could have secured a team leader or supervisor position now, right? Some women regretted not making a move on Yi Chen. At the company, Yi Chen sat in the office feeling bored. He thought it was even less interesting than working before. When working, time passed quickly with the busyness, and then it was time to leave. Feeling idle, he searched online for Longxing Group, the company where Xia Qing worked. Longxing Group was quite strong, with over a dozen malls in Zhanghai City. After looking it up, he found a TV series to watch. At 5 in the afternoon, the company finally closed for the day. Yi Chen turned off his computer and went to find Li Yang. Li Yang, are you done? I'm done, Li Yang said as he tidied up. Yi Chen, let's go eat. The two of them walked out of the company together, and then Yi Chen drove to find a barbecue stall. At this time, there were already quite a few people sitting outside the barbecue shop. They saw a cool and stylish supercar parked nearby and couldn't help but turn their heads to look. This sports car is so cool. So awesome, when can I own a supercar? This thing is simply a tool for picking up girls. I bet any woman who sees this car will be impressed. Fong Fong, go ask for his contact information. I won't go, what if he rejects me? You go, you're so pretty, he probably won't say no. Yi Chen and Li Yang got out of the car and casually found a table to sit down. They ordered some lamb skewers and beef skewers, and Li Yang ordered a dozen beers. Li Yang, why did you quit your job? I remember you used to work with your girlfriend, Yi Chen asked curiously. Li Yang replied, don't mention it, I got cheated on. Yi Chen was taken aback. What happened? My girlfriend got together with our supervisor, damn it, that bitch. Li Yang's face turned pale. After saying that, he downed his beer in one go. Yi Chen followed suit. He was stunned. Why did this situation feel so familiar? Women these days are too materialistic. Li Yang continued, I trusted her so much. Colleagues warned me before, but I didn't believe them and ended up having a big fight with a colleague. It wasn't until I saw them being intimate in the office that I believed it, and then I quit. Yi Chen said, don't be sad, there are plenty of women in the world. With money, there will be women flocking to you. Li Yang nodded, I don't want to think about anything now, I just want to make money. Yi Chen said, work hard at the company, and you'll be the vice president in the future. He could easily give Li Yang a position in the company. He didn't have much attachment to the company. As long as it maintained development, it was fine. Even if it went bankrupt, it wouldn't matter. He didn't rely on the company for a living. Brother Yu, you're a few months older than me. I'll call you Brother Yu from now on. Your kindness, I will never forget in my life, Li Yang said with red eyes. Yi Chen replied, don't be so polite. I won't forget the kindness your family has shown me either. What kindness has my family shown you? Li Yang was a bit confused. Yi Chen smiled and said, did you forget when I had nowhere to live, sleeping on the street and in the ATM lobby? It was you who took me to your home. Li Yang was taken aback. Brother Yu, what kind of kindness is that? It was just a few days. Yi Chen said, no, it may seem like a small matter to your family, but it was very important to me. I was on the brink of collapse and despair at that time. Come on, Brother Yu, cheers. As the two were finishing their meal, a voice came from the side. Oh, isn't that Li Yang? Li Yang and Yi Chen turned to look. A couple was staring at them. The man had a smug look on his face, while the woman looked a bit awkward and didn't dare to meet Li Yang's gaze. Li Yang didn't expect to run into this couple here. Wang Lei said, Li Yang, have you found a job? You look so down and out. I guess you can only drown your sorrows in alcohol, loser. Brother Yu, let's go. Just seeing this couple makes me full. Li Yang didn't want to engage with them. Li Li heard his words, and her expression changed slightly. Li Yang, what have I gained from being with you? Have you ever bought me such a nice phone? Have you ever bought me such nice clothes and bags? You're so poor, why should I suffer with you? Li Yang sneered and looked at Wang Lei, saying, Wang Lei, I didn't expect you to be such a scumbag. Since you like it, then make sure to clean it up well. Wang Lei's expression changed. He suddenly felt a bit disgusted with Li Li. Damn it, once I'm done playing, I'll just dump her. Are you leaving? Are you going to ride a shared bike? Do you need me to give you a ride? After saying that, he pressed a button, and the lights of a nearby BMW 3 Series flashed. Yi Chen disdainfully took out the car key and pressed it. The nearby flashy Ferrari supercar's lights began to flicker. Want to race? Wang Lei and Li Li were stunned, their eyes wide as they stared at the Ferrari supercar. This car is his? Li Yang, you go, I'm taking a taxi home first. You should call a designated driver, don't drive after drinking. Yi Chen, okay, remember to go to the company early tomorrow. Li Yang took a taxi home. Yi Chen called for a designated driver online. He turned to Li Li and said, Li Yang is my brother, he is currently the vice president at my company, earning hundreds of thousands a month. Upon hearing this, Li Li felt immense regret. Hundreds of thousands a month, that's more than Wang Lei's annual salary. Why didn't Li Yang ever tell me he had such an impressive friend? Wow, I found it. Someone offered 50 million but couldn't buy it. This is a limited edition, with only 10 in the world. Someone exclaimed. The people around widened their eyes. A 50 million luxury car? What does that even mean? Many took out their phones to take pictures. Some people might never see this car in their lifetime. Wang Lei and Li Li stared wide-eyed. This car couldn't be bought for 50 million. Soon, the designated driver Yi Chen called arrived. It was a beautiful woman, probably in her mid-20s. She approached the barbecue stall, and Yi Chen waved at her. Are you the designated driver? Are you Mr. Yi? The young woman asked curiously. Yi Chen nodded slightly. Yes, take me home. After saying that, he handed her the car key. The young woman was momentarily stunned upon seeing his car key. This Ferrari sports car is his? Sir, it seems my folding electric bike can't fit in your car. The young woman said a bit awkwardly. Yi Chen, it's fine, just take a taxi with your folding electric bike, the cost is on me. Wow, taking a taxi for an electric bike? The people around were seeing this for the first time. Hearing him say that, the young woman quickly hailed a taxi and placed the folding electric bike inside. Yi Chen got into the car with her. The young woman searched for a while before finding the ignition key, then cautiously drove away. To the Hualong Seaview Villa community, Yi Chen told her. Zhao Jing was taken aback. The Hualong Seaview Villa community is one of the top communities in Jianhai City, and it's said that any villa there is worth over 100 million. Zhao Jing drove very carefully and slowly. Mr. Yi, which model of Ferrari is this? I haven't seen it before, Zhao Jing asked curiously. Yi Chen, this is the Ferrari F60, a limited edition commemorating Ferrari's 60th anniversary. Upon hearing this, Zhao Jing drove even slower. Such limited edition supercars never cost less than 10 million. If she accidentally scratched it, she might never be able to pay it off in her lifetime. After more than half an hour, they finally arrived at the community. The taxi could only wait at the entrance. The car stopped in the courtyard of Villa No. 36. The two got out of the car, and Zhao Jing returned the car key to him. Mr. Yi, if you need designated driver services in the future, I hope you can find me again, and I hope you can give me a 5-star review. Yi Chen smiled slightly. Okay, goodbye. Zhao Jing turned and walked towards the community entrance. Yi Chen watched her back and nodded slightly. This woman seemed quite normal, unlike other women who would cling to him. After thinking this, Yi Chen returned to the villa. In the adjacent Villa No. 35, Du Feifei walked back from the floor-to-ceiling window. Sister Feifei, what are you looking at? A girl with a hot figure but a lowly face asked curiously from the sofa. Du Feifei, someone moved in next door, and that person has a Ferrari F60. Sun Yumeng was stunned for a moment. Ferrari F60? Sister Feifei, are you sure? Isn't there not a single one of those in the country? Du Feifei, that's right, it's the F60, no doubt about it. Sun Yumeng stood up and said, I've never seen this kind of car before. Feifei, let's go take a look. Du Feifei replied, isn't it a bit rude to disturb them at night? It's only a little past 7. After saying that, Sun Yumeng pulled her cousin out of the villa. The two arrived at Yi Chen's villa and rang the doorbell. Yi Chen was a bit surprised. He didn't think anyone would recognize him. When he opened the door, he was momentarily stunned by the two beauties at the entrance. No way, are they really in pajamas at my house? Especially the one next to Du Feifei. Who is she? Her figure is just too stunning. Slim and busty, she's exactly that kind of person. He knew Du Feifei, but he didn't recognize Sun Yumeng. Oh, it's Miss Du, please come in. At that moment, Du Feifei realized that she and her cousin were wearing pajamas, and her pretty face turned a bit unnatural, because both of them were wearing them without anything underneath. They entered the villa and sat down on the sofa. Yi Chen curiously asked, Miss Du, who is this? This is my cousin, Sun Yumeng, Du Feifei said, her arms crossed in front of her. It was better not to cross her arms, doing so made it even more obvious. Although her figure wasn't as explosive as Sun Yumeng's, it was still impressive. Both Du Feifei and Sun Yumeng were very beautiful, each with their own unique charm. Yi Chen said, Hello, Miss Sun, I'm Yi Chen. Sun Yumeng smiled with an innocent and bright expression. Hello, Yi Chen Gij, you can just call me Yumeng. Yi Chen Gij? That's a bit too enthusiastic. As the saying goes, flattery without reason is either deceitful or malicious. Du Feifei knew her cousin very well. In Sioux City, many second-generation disciples referred to her as the Little Witch. That name wasn't just for show, she was definitely eyeing Yi Chen. Yumeng, Miss Du, did you come to find me for something? Yi Chen asked curiously. Du Feifei replied, it's nothing much. You're our new neighbor, and my cousin and I came to pay a visit. Let's get to know each other better in the future. Yi Chen could afford to buy villa number 36 and own a car like the F60. It wouldn't hurt to befriend someone like him. Who knows when they might need each other? Connections can be very important sometimes. Yi Chen also wanted to expand his network. Miss Du is right, let's keep in touch. Sun Yumeng said, Yi Chen Gij, your villa is much bigger than my cousin's. How much did you spend on it? Yi Chen thought for a moment and replied, about 400 million. He wasn't exactly sure, he had heard that from the sales department. Du Feifei was taken aback. So expensive? Her family's villa was only a little over 100 million, which was 3 to 4 times less. Yi Chen Gij, you're so rich, Sun Yumeng said, her face full of admiration. Sun Yumeng's affectionate and enthusiastic way of addressing him made him feel a bit strange. Anyone who didn't know them would think they were very close. Du Feifei and Sun Yumeng stayed at his place for over half an hour. When they stood up to leave, Sun Yumeng looked at Yi Chen with her big, sparkling eyes and said pitifully, Yi Chen Gij, my car broke down. Can I borrow your car tomorrow? Du Feifei was a bit speechless. So you were waiting for him here? They had just met for less than an hour, and he would lend her his car? Ding, system task activated, lend the car to Sun Yumeng, reward, 2 random item cards, do not lend the car to Sun Yumeng, reward, 2 random item cards, note, please choose carefully, your decision will affect your future life trajectory. The task rewards were the same, just a matter of lending or not lending. Yi Chen thought for a moment and said, go ahead, it's just a car. He didn't care much about a car. Thank you, Yi Chen Gij, Sun Yumeng sweetly called out. Du Feifei was taken aback. She didn't expect Yi Chen to lend such a nice car to her cousin. Thank you, Mr. Yi. Then Du Feifei and Sun Yumeng went back. Congratulations to the host for immediately receiving a charm card and a computer skills card. He directly chose to use the charm card. His charm increased again, and his body became even more graceful. Damn, he was getting more handsome, it was truly a sin. What would he do if a bunch of stunning beauties fell for him? Wake up, stop dreaming. He looked at the computer skills card. This was simple. Choosing to learn would make him a top computer expert. Whether it was software or hardware, he would become a master. He chose to learn. This thing wasn't too useful. However, having more skills wouldn't hurt. Maybe he would use them someday. Afterward, Yi Chen went to the bathroom upstairs to take a shower. He thought he should find a housekeeper. With such a large house, someone needed to clean regularly. When the villa hadn't been sold, the sales office would send someone to clean the rooms periodically. He called Gao Hui from the sales office. The phone rang for a long time before it connected. Gao Hui's tone was somewhat dull. Yi. Mr. Yi, what can I do for you? Yi Chen wasn't naive, he could roughly guess what Gao Hui was doing. Damn, you're so busy, why are you even answering the phone? Miss Gao, are you busy? Gao Hui, no. I'm running. Yi Chen, in slippers? Gao Hui, yes, I'm wearing slippers, I forgot to change my shoes. Mr. Yi, what do you need? Yi Chen, I need a housekeeper for my house. Can you help me find someone? Cleaning, cooking, and driving, preferably someone who can do it all. Okay, Mr. Yi, don't worry. I'll take care of it for you tomorrow. Alright, then Miss Gao, you can get back to your workout. I won't disturb you. After saying that, Yi Chen hung up the phone. No, he needed to win over Xiao Qing soon, otherwise, he would burst from pent-up feelings. Around 9 o'clock, Yi Chen chatted with Xiao Qing for over an hour. Their relationship progressed rapidly, and Yi Chen estimated that they might confirm their relationship the day after tomorrow. He could tell that Xiao Qing had feelings for him too. The next morning, around 7 o'clock, Yi Chen woke up. Congratulations to the host for making a dream come true, receiving 30% of the shares in Longxing Group. Longxing Group? Isn't that the group where Xiao Qing works? He had just searched for information about this group yesterday. It was a large group with total assets nearing 10 billion. 30% of the shares was roughly 3 billion in assets. This reward was quite good. Yi Chen started to wash up and get out of bed. As soon as he went downstairs, Sun Yumeng arrived. Brother Yi Chen, you just woke up? Sun Yumeng had already changed into casual clothes. However, it still couldn't hide her impressive figure. Yi Chen smiled and said, you're up so early, the car keys are on the table. Sun Yumeng giggled, Brother Yi Chen, I didn't come to get the car keys. You haven't had breakfast yet, right? Come eat with us, my cousin has already prepared it. Yi Chen was taken aback but didn't stand on ceremony. Then thank you. Brother Yi Chen, no need to be polite. He followed Sun Yumeng to Du Feifei's house. Du Feifei was serving breakfast on the dining table. Mr. Yi. Du Feifei smiled and greeted him. Yi Chen nodded with a smile. I didn't expect Miss Du to cook. It was indeed surprising that a young lady from a wealthy family could cook. Du Feifei pouted. Is it that rare to know how to cook? Yi Chen, not too rare, but it's a bit impressive for someone like Miss Du. Actually, I can only make breakfast. I'm not good at stir-frying, Du Feifei replied. Breakfast was simple, millet porridge and fried eggs, and it seemed the eggs were not cooked perfectly. Through their conversation, Yi Chen learned that Du Feifei and Sun Yumon were still in college, attending Jianghai University. Their parents had gone abroad on a business trip and wouldn't be back for half a month. After breakfast, Sun Yumon followed Yi Chen to his villa and drove away in his Ferrari F60. Not long after the two of them left, Gao Hui from the after-sales department brought someone to his home. Mr. Yi, this is Han Wanjing from the Xingjia Housekeeping Company. Han Wanjing looked at Yi Chen on the sofa and respectfully said, Nice to meet you, Mr. Yi. Yi Chen was taken aback. Was it possible for a housekeeper to be this young and beautiful? She had a curvy figure, long and straight legs, and delicate, captivating features. She looked to be about the same age as him. Was this really a housekeeper? Miss Gao, are you sure about this? Gao Hui explained, Mr. Yi, Xingjia Housekeeping Company is the top housekeeping company in the country. Miss Han studied abroad for a year, specializing in villa management and employer services. Whether it's Chinese cuisine, Western cuisine, massages, or soothing sleep, she excels in all aspects. She is the best gold medal staff member at Xingjia Housekeeping Company, and her monthly salary is quite high at 200,000. Gao Hui had carefully selected the best housekeeper. 200,000 a month? Yi Chen nodded slightly. This could be considered a villa steward and housekeeper. However, it was the first time he had seen someone with such a high salary. Perhaps he had seen too little in the past. He looked at Han Wanjing and said, then let her give it a try. Mr. Yi, for your privacy, Xingjia Housekeeping Company offers two contracting options. One is for Mr. Yi to buy Miss Han, making her your private housekeeper. In this case, she will no longer be an employee of Xingjia Housekeeping Company, and Mr. You will need to pay Xingjia Housekeeping Company 3 million for training fees, transfer fees, and so on. The second option is to continue the cooperation with Xingjia Housekeeping Company, where you will need to pay Xingjia Company a monthly fee, and then Xingjia Company will pay her salary. Damn, there's such an option? Then let's go with the first one. Yi Chen wasn't short on money. After all, money was meant to be enjoyed. The two parties then signed a contract, and Yi Chen paid Xingjia Housekeeping Company 3 million. From then on, Han Wanjing would be his private housekeeper for the villa. Gao Hui would also receive a commission, as Xingjia Company would give her 1%. After all, this business was facilitated by her. Once the contract was signed, Gao Hui smiled at Yi Chen and said, Mr. Yi, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. You can contact me if you have any questions. Okay, Yi Chen replied. After she left, Yi Chen said to Han Wanjing, you can choose any room on the first floor to stay in. The villa's cleanliness and future meals will be your responsibility. There's nothing else much to do. Han Wanjing nodded slightly. Yes, master. Master? That title inevitably sparked some imagination. No wonder she was professionally trained. Yi Chen gave her some money for the villa's daily expenses. The flowers in the villa needed tending, the pool water needed changing, and the 600 to 700 square meters of cleaning couldn't all be done by Han Wanjing. Her most important task was management, and she would need to spend money to hire people for those chores. Yi Chen said, I probably won't be back for lunch. If I do come back, I'll call you in advance. At that moment, Yi Chen's phone rang. Is this Mr. Yi Chen? A strange man's voice came from the phone. Yi Chen replied, Yes, who is this? Li Longxing hurriedly said, I am Li Longxing, the chairman of Longxing Group. Your equity transfer contract is ready. Yi Chen responded, Alright, I'll come by to pick it up shortly. Please give me the address. Li Longxing provided him with the address. After hanging up, Yi Chen briefed Han Wanjing and then drove away from the villa. He headed straight to Longxing Building. Longxing Building was an asset of Longxing Group, and the construction cost over 10 billion. Of course, this also belonged to Longxing Group. After entering the building, Yi Chen spoke briefly with the front desk staff, and someone personally took him to the chairman's office on the 30th floor. The staff member gently knocked on the door. Come in. The receptionist opened the door, and Yi Chen walked in. Inside were two people, a middle-aged man in his 50s and a young beauty in her 20s. Chairman, this is Mr. Yi Chen, Li Longxing said as he stood up to greet him, extending his hand with a smile. So it's Mr. Yi, please take a seat. Yi Chen shook his hand and sat down on the sofa. Beside him, Li Qian looked at him with curious eyes. Is this the one who acquired 30% of the shares? He looks so young, his background must be extraordinary. Xiao Qian, make some tea. Li Qian came to her senses and skillfully began to brew tea for the two of them. Mr. Yi, this is the share transfer contract for Longxing Group. Please take a look, Li Longxing said with a smile as he took out the contract. Yi Chen read through it and found no issues. Thank you, Chairman Li. Li Longxing smiled slightly. You're too polite, Mr. Yi. You are now the second largest shareholder of Longxing Group. I wonder if you have any suggestions for the development of Longxing Group? He said this to gauge Yi Chen's attitude. As the second largest shareholder, Yi Chen had significant influence. Li Longxing was worried that Yi Chen might unite with other shareholders, which could lead to him being ousted. Yi Chen replied, Chairman Li is the founder of Longxing Group. I have great faith in your abilities and vision, and I believe that under your leadership, Longxing Group will continue to thrive. Li Longxing smiled slightly. You're being too kind, Mr. Yi. Let's drink tea. Yi Chen picked up the teacup and took a small sip, a faint fragrance filling his mouth. Even though he wasn't a tea drinker, he could tell that this tea was excellent. Good tea. Li Longxing said, this is my treasured premium Longjing tea. If you like it, I'll give you some. Yi Chen didn't refuse, as his grandfather enjoyed drinking tea. Then thank you, Chairman Li. Li Longxing felt even happier. Yi Chen accepting his gift indicated that he had no ulterior motives. They exchanged contact information, and then Yi Chen left with a pound of premium Longjing tea. After Yi Chen left, Li Qian spoke up, Dad, what do you think? Li Longxing replied, Mr. Yi probably has no other intentions. We need to befriend him and must not offend him. At the same time, we should be wary of Wang Zhanjuan. He holds 15% of the shares. If he manages to win over Mr. Yi, our situation will be very dangerous. Li Qian was puzzled. Why did that foreign investment company sell their shares? Didn't someone offer a high price before, and they refused? Li Longxing said, perhaps they were offered an even higher price. I hope this matter doesn't cause any upheaval in the company. Years ago, for the development of Longxing Group, Li Longxing had sought financing several times. The largest instance was when a foreign investment firm invested 1 billion, taking 30% of the shares. Later, Li Longxing wanted to use someone else's hands to buy back the shares to gain absolute control of the company, but the other parties simply wouldn't sell. After leaving Longxing Group, Yi Chen went to Yuhao Technology Company. He Manhwa was in charge, and the company had no significant issues. He had no experience in company management, and he wasn't in the mood to manage the company. He called He Manhwa into his office. Mr. Yi, you called for me? He Manhwa entered respectfully. Yi Chen smiled at her and said, Manager He, please sit. He Manhwa was dressed in a professional suit with a short skirt, her curves alluring and beautiful, as she sat across from Yi Chen. Yi Chen asked, how is Director Li doing? He Manhwa replied, Director Li is very hardworking and learns quickly. I believe he will definitely become an asset to the company's development. Yi Chen said, speak honestly, no flattery. He Manhwa insisted, Mr. Yi, I'm speaking the truth, Director Li is really very diligent. Yi Chen responded, that's good. Manager He, there's something I need to discuss with you today. Please go ahead, Mr. Yi. Yi Chen, from now on, the company's affairs will be your responsibility. In addition to your monthly salary, I'll give you a 20% share of the year-end dividends. This was a share of the dividends, not actual shares. He Manhwa felt a surge of excitement. 20% of the dividends was quite a sum. The company's net profit was around 2 million each month, totaling about 20 million a year. 20% of that would be roughly 4 million in dividends. Thank you, President Yi. He Manhwa quickly stood up to express her gratitude. She never expected to develop to this point, and all of it was due to the man in front of her. Do a good job. I'm not very fond of managing the company, but that doesn't mean I'm foolish. Don't do anything stupid, Yi Chen reminded her. He Manhwa replied, don't worry, President Yi, I will definitely not do anything to let you down. After saying that, she felt a bit embarrassed, her pretty face flushing. Yi Chen chuckled, Manager He, that outfit looks great on you, very charming. He Manhwa shot him a glance, President Yi, please don't joke with me. Yi Chen laughed, it's fine, go ahead and get busy. If you need anything, just call me. He Manhwa returned to her office. Yi Chen's initial excitement about the company had faded. Staying in the office all day was rather dull. He went to check on Li Yang and then left the company. With time to spare, he preferred to go home, lie on his expensive sofa, and chat with Xia Qing. He drove towards the Hualong community. Meanwhile, Xia Cheng and Wang Zhanjun were not supposed to work in the morning. However, they received a notice from their superior, requesting everyone to attend a company-wide meeting. It was said that the higher-ups from the company were coming to the mall to hold a meeting. Xia Cheng and the others tidied up and went to the mall. They arrived at the study room on the top floor of the mall, which had been set up as a temporary meeting room. After entering, they found quite a few people already there. 7 or 8 people were sitting at the front, and when they saw Xia Cheng and the others enter, they turned to look. One person's eyes lit up upon seeing Xia Cheng. What a beautiful and pure girl. Xia Cheng and her group sat at the back, and then their manager began introducing the people next to him. The people next to him were management personnel from the Longxing Group headquarters, the direct superiors of their mall manager. During the meeting, the representatives from headquarters discussed areas for improvement in the mall and the company's future policies, among other things. The meeting lasted for over an hour before it concluded. Manager Lu, what's that person's name? Wang Hao asked, looking at Xia Cheng not far away. Lu Chang smiled broadly. President Wang, that's Xia Cheng, our mall's cashier. A smile appeared on Wang Hao's face. This girl is quite good. Lu Chang instantly understood what he meant. President Wang, you wait in the office for a moment, I'll have her come over right away. Wang Hao looked at him with appreciation. Manager Lu, you have a bright future ahead. If there are any vacancies at headquarters, I will recommend you. Thank you, President Wang. Thank you, President Wang. Lu Chang hurriedly bowed in gratitude. Wang Hao turned and left the study room, heading to Lu Chang's office. Lu Chang walked over to Xia Cheng and her group. Xia Cheng, go to my office, President Wang is waiting for you there. Xia Cheng asked in confusion, what does President Wang want with me? Lu Chang replied, President Wang values you quite a bit, he should be promoting you. Hurry up, don't keep him waiting. Nearby, Li Yu and Wang Yan felt a twinge of envy. Did that young President Wang just take a liking to Xia Cheng? Why do these wealthy people all seem to notice Xia Cheng? What are we lacking? She's just average looking, what's so special about her? Xia Cheng stepped out of the study room and knocked on the door of Lu Chang's office. Come in, came Wang Hao's voice from inside. Xia Cheng entered and saw Wang Hao sitting in Lu Chang's chair. President Wang, you wanted to see me? Wang Hao looked her up and down, her beautiful eyes bright and enchanting, her features delicate and pure, her figure curvaceous and graceful. He didn't expect to find such a stunning beauty in this mall. What attracted him the most was Xia Cheng's innocent face and bright eyes. Your name is Xia Cheng, right? Wang Hao said with a faint smile. He was confident he could win her over. Just an ordinary cashier, she surely hadn't seen much of the world. Treat her to a nice meal, buy her a few clothes or a bag, and she would likely follow him to a hotel. He had done this more than once or twice. Moreover, he was her boss's boss, which gave him a natural advantage. Xia Cheng replied, yes, Mr. Wang. Wang Hao continued, I heard from Manager Lu that you work very hard and perform well. I'm considering promoting you. Xia Cheng felt a surge of joy in her heart. Thank you, Mr. Wang. Wang Hao glanced at his Rolex watch. It's almost noon. How about we go have lunch together? It would be a good opportunity for me to get to know you. Xia Cheng had a faint suspicion of his intentions. Why would they need to have lunch to discuss work? She smiled slightly. I'm sorry, Mr. Wang, but I have a lunch date with my boyfriend. Wang Hao was taken aback. She had a boyfriend? But it didn't matter, he wasn't planning to pursue Xia Cheng, just wanting to have some fun. Besides, someone of Xia Cheng's status wasn't worthy of him. Xia Cheng said this to make Wang Hao back off and not have any further thoughts about her. Wang Hao smiled and said, Xia Cheng, I truly admire you. Don't worry, it's just a simple meal to talk about work. Since he said that, Xia Cheng, as his subordinate's subordinate, didn't want to offend him too much. Then I'll let my boyfriend know. Wang Hao nodded slightly. Go ahead. If he's worried, he can come along too, it doesn't matter. He appeared refined and elegant, embodying the demeanor of a high-ranking executive. This is what is meant by a wolf in sheep's clothing. Xia Cheng left the office, knowing she hadn't actually arranged to meet Yi Chen for lunch. She had just made up an excuse to deceive him. She stayed outside for a while before returning. Wang Hao smiled, Miss Xia, let's go. The two left the office and exited the Longxing Mall. Did you get it? Outside the mall, Wang Yan hurriedly asked Li Yu. Li Yu smiled and said, I got it. I didn't expect Xia Cheng to have a boyfriend and still flirt with another man. If we send this video to Yi Chen, do you think they'll break up? Wang Yan replied, probably. Once they break up, we'll have our chance. Meanwhile, Yi Chen returned to the villa. The flowers and plants in the yard had been trimmed, the pool water had been changed, and the rooms had been thoroughly cleaned. As Yi Chen entered the villa, Han Wanjing was sitting on the sofa looking at something. When she saw Yi Chen return, she quickly got up and walked over, her pretty face smiling. Master, you're back. Yi Chen handed her a folder. This is the share transfer contract for Longxing Group. Put it in the safe. the safe doesn't have a password. Han Wanjing took the folder and walked to the safe to place it inside. There wasn't much in the safe, just one folder, which was the share transfer contract for Yuhua Technology Company. Yi Chen sat on the sofa and took out his phone. Han Wanjing walked over and smiled. Master, I suggest you exercise for 1 to 2 hours every day to maintain a healthy body. Health is the foundation of everything. You're right, health is the foundation. Our villa just happens to have a gym. He got up and walked to the gym on the first floor, which had all kinds of equipment, and it was all top-notch. Yi Chen wanted to check his physical attributes. He had used an attribute card before and wanted to see how strong his body had become. Han Wanjing was well-versed in warm-up exercises and first taught him how to warm up. After Yi Chen finished warming up, he walked over to the punching power testing machine. He took a deep breath and then struck with all his might. Bang! The numbers on the machine skyrocketed, finally stopping at 458. Han Wanjing beside him widened her eyes. 458 kilograms? She found it hard to believe. Yi Chen didn't look very strong. How could he deliver such a terrifying punch? The average strong man usually has a punching power around 150 kilograms. The world boxing champion Tyson's highest record is nearly 800 kilograms. How's my data? Yi Chen turned to ask Han Wanjing. Han Wanjing replied, I really didn't expect your physical fitness to be this strong. The average strong man is usually around 150 kilograms, and the world champion's highest punching power record is about 800 kilograms. Yi Chen had a rough comparison in his mind. His physical fitness far exceeded that of ordinary people. While his personal combat power wasn't of much use now, it still had its moments, and it was certainly better than being weak and powerless. Yi Chen worked out in the gym for an hour, sweating profusely. Although his physical fitness was good now, he needed to maintain it. After exercising, Yi Chen went to the bathroom, and Han Wanjing followed him in. What are you doing in here? Yi Chen asked her. Han Wanjing's cheeks flushed slightly. I'm here to help you bathe. Yi Chen was taken aback. No, I can do it myself. After all, he was a young man full of vigor. If Han Wanjing really helped him bathe, he was afraid he wouldn't be able to control himself. Such things were quite normal in the homes of top tycoons abroad, where servants assisted with bathing. She had learned this abroad, but her clients were all female. This was her first time with a male. Fortunately, Yi Chen didn't let her serve him. Then if you need anything, just call me. I'll wait outside. After saying that, Han Wanjing walked out and stood at the door. More than 10 minutes later, Yi Chen came out of the bathroom. Han Wanjing handed him a new set of clothes. You just finished exercising, you need a massage to relax your muscles. After changing into his clothes, Yi Chen went to a room on the first floor and lay down on the bed. Han Wanjing began to massage him. Her massage technique was very skilled and quite comfortable. However, Han Wanjing was, after all, a stunning beauty, and she was wearing a black professional skirt suit. Yi Chen couldn't help but glance at places he shouldn't. Han Wanjing's pretty face turned red. She felt a bit embarrassed, but it was her duty. Half an hour later, Yi Chen walked out feeling refreshed. After the massage, he felt completely relaxed. He sat on the sofa and picked up his phone to check. Han Wanjing stood beside him. I have some knowledge of company management. I studied this major in college. If your company has any matters, you can also entrust them to me. Yi Chen was a bit surprised. You really know quite a lot. Han Wanjing replied, these are all part of my responsibilities. Yi Chen said, by the way, don't call me master in the future. I'm not used to that title. You can call me Yizom or young master. It's more pleasant than master. Han Wanjing nodded slightly. Then I'll call you young master. Yi Chen said, that's fine. Look into Longxing Group. I'm a shareholder in this group, and I want to know how much profit this group makes each month. Okay, young master. Han Wanjing took out her laptop and began to research the situation of Longxing Group. Yi Chen sent a message to Xia Qing. What are you doing? But Xia Qing didn't reply. She might be busy. Wanjing, which university did you attend? He asked out of boredom. Han Wanjing replied, I graduated from Jianghai University with a major in business management. Yi Chen was taken aback. Jianghai University was one of the top 10 key universities in the country. How did you end up doing this? Han Wanjing's expression was a bit awkward. Logically speaking, someone with her background from a prestigious university shouldn't be in this line of work. I used to hold a senior management position at Jiasin Film Group, but after offending my boss, I was blacklisted across the industry. It was only after a lot of effort that I found a job at Xingjia Housekeeping Company. Yi Chen had heard of Jiasin Film Group. Many high-grossing movies and popular TV dramas in the country featured this film group. Moreover, many of the hottest singers and actors in the country were signed artists of this company. In the film industry, Jiasin Film Group held a very high status. Even if it wasn't the top, it ranked among the top 5. With numerous popular female singers and actors, Joseon Film Group had extensive connections. These female singers, actors, and stars were the tools Joseon Film Group used to navigate various industries. Yi-chin curiously asked, "How did you offend your boss to the point of being blacklisted across the industry?" Han Wanjing felt a bit embarrassed. He wanted to take advantage of me, and I kicked him out, then directly resigned and left. In the past, Han Wanjing would never have considered such a job. When she was training abroad, she saw how one had to serve the villa's owner. She had thought of leaving several times, but considering that leaving might mean having no job at all, she endured it. That kick probably hit a vital spot, otherwise, the president of Joseon Film Group wouldn't have acted this way. This guy used to be quite a character, but reality had forced him to become like this. Han Wanjing looked at the computer for a while and said, "Young master, Longxing Group's monthly net profit is about 20 million. According to their financial report from last year, their operating status is quite good. With 20 million a month, Yi-chen could probably take home 6 million, which would amount to 60 million a year." That was barely acceptable. After 11, Han Wanjing went to the kitchen to cook. Half an hour later, she finished preparing lunch, and a delicious aroma wafted from the kitchen. Upon smelling it, Yi-chen's appetite was instantly whetted. Han Wanjing brought out 4 dishes. Yi-chen sat down to eat and, seeing her standing beside him, smiled and said, "Come sit down and eat with me. There's no need to be so formal. There aren't that many rules here." Han Wanjing hesitated for a moment and then sat down across from him. According to the rules, she shouldn't be eating at the same table as the host. "Young master, do you live in this villa alone?" Han Wanjing asked softly while eating. Yi-chen nodded, "Yes, my parents are back in our hometown." At this point, he remembered something and took out his phone to transfer 5 million to his father's bank card. He didn't transfer too much could lead to complications. At that moment, Yi Haifeng was at home having a meal. Hearing the notification from his phone, he took it out to check and was stunned. "Why did I suddenly get 5 million more in my account?" Ye's mother was also taken aback. "Did Xiaoyu transfer it to you?" Yi Haifeng called Yi-chen. "Hello, Xiaoyu, did you just transfer money to me?" Yi-chen replied, "Yes, Dad, the company did quite well last month. You can use this for the family, do whatever you want with it. If it's not enough, I'll transfer more." Yi Haifeng said, "I don't need that much money, and your company definitely needs funds. Don't transfer any more in the future." Yi-chen reassured him, "It's fine, Dad. I know my company well. You don't need to work on the construction site anymore, just do whatever you want." The father and son chatted for a while before hanging up. Han Wanjing had just overheard their conversation and felt a bit curious. Were the young master's parents not heads of some big group? If not, how could he be so impressive? "Young master, where are you from?" Han Wanjing asked curiously. Yi-chen replied, "I'm from Beiji Province. How about you?" Han Wanjing said, "I'm from Beilu Province. My home is at the border between Beilu and Beiji provinces, but it falls under Beilu's jurisdiction." While the two were talking, Yi-chen's phone suddenly rang. He picked it up and saw a message from Xia Qing's colleague, Li Yu. Upon reading the message, Yi-chen frowned slightly. Li Yu had sent him some photos and short videos. The photos showed Xia Qing with a young man, and the video was of the two walking side by side. Yi-chen's heart sank, and his expression darkened. What was going on? Was Xia Qing being indecisive, straddling two boats? He didn't think she was that kind of person. His mind was a bit chaotic at the moment. "Yi-chen, I don't know if I should tell you this, but I feel it's unfair not to." Li Yu sent him a message. Yi-chen replied, "What's going on?" Li Yu explained, "That guy is a senior manager from our headquarters. He came to our mall for a meeting today and seems to have taken a liking to Xia Qing. It looks like Xia Qing is also interested in him. They spent some time in the office together before going out for lunch." Her words were quite technical, especially the part about them spending time in the office together. It inevitably led to speculation. What were they doing in the office for that long? Yi-chen couldn't help but ponder this question. "Thanks, I understand," Yi-chen replied to Li Yu. He couldn't just take Li Yu's word for it, he needed to figure things out for himself. There might be some misunderstanding involved. After lunch, Yi-chen sat on the sofa, his mind occupied with thoughts of Xia Qing. Han Wanjing was cleaning up the dishes in the kitchen. Meanwhile, in a restaurant, Wang Hao was having a simple lunch with Xia Qing. He didn't show any particular interest in her, but he inadvertently revealed his wealth and power. This was a tactic to attract women. Some women were already secretly impressed by his watch worth hundreds of thousands and his clothes costing thousands. As long as he extended another invitation, those women would follow him to a hotel without hesitation. Wang Hao also mentioned promoting Xia Qing, but he spoke vaguely and didn't provide a clear answer. This was the bait for fishing. Many women fell for this trick, tempted by the allure of a position. This was the greatest temptation for those women. After lunch, Wang Hao politely escorted her to the mall for work. Xia Qing took a moment to check her phone and saw Yi Chen's message. She quickly replied, "Just finished lunch, heading to work now. Let's chat after work." Yi Chen saw her message but didn't reply. He was in a bad mood. Han Wanjing noticed this too. After washing the dishes, she quietly stood beside Yi Chen. He sat on the sofa for a while before lying down on his bed. Before he knew it, he had fallen asleep. He was later awakened by a knock on the door. "Congratulations, host, your dream has come true. You have received a true love card. True love card must be used in person. Once used, the other person will become your one true love, and it will never change." This item card was quite impressive. The best candidate for use was naturally Xia Cheng, but he needed to clarify the situation between Xia Qing and that man first. Knock, knock. The knocking sound came again. Yi Chen reacted, "Come in." Han Wanjing hurriedly walked in, her expression tense and urgent. "Young master, can I get an advance on my salary?" Yi Chen looked at Han Wanjing. "Advance on salary?" Han Wanjing nodded, her eyes filled with pleading and urgency. "My mother suddenly fell ill and needs money for treatment. We don't have enough at home." Ding, system task activated. Agree to lend money, random reward of 2 item cards. Refuse to lend money, reward of 100 million cash. Upon hearing the system's voice, Yi Chen knew it was time to make a choice. He hesitated for a moment and asked, "How much do you need?" 5. "Can I have 4 months' salary?" Han Wanjing's beautiful eyes were filled with a pleading expression. To advance 4 months' salary would mean 800,000. She had just started her job on the first day and was asking for an advance of 800,000. Han Wanjing knew it was not quite appropriate, but she had no other options. Yi Chen said, "Then I'll advance you 5 months' salary first. Give me your bank account number, and I'll transfer it to you." Han Wanjing felt a surge of excitement in her heart and hurriedly provided her bank account number to Yi Chen. "Thank you, sir, thank you so much." Yi Chen replied, "No need to be polite. Who hasn't encountered some difficulties? It's nothing for me, it's best if I can help you." After saying that, he transferred 1 million Hualong coins to Han Wanjing. Congratulations to the host for completing the task and receiving an attribute card and a truth card. Attribute card permanently increases physical attributes by 10 points after use, randomly allocated. Truth card, after use, you can ask the other party questions, and they will only answer truthfully, effective for half an hour. He directly used the attribute card and instantly felt a significant change in his body. "If this continues, will I become a Superman in the future?" Yi Chen said, "Go treat your family, come back to work after your family is done." "Thank you, sir." Han Wanjing bowed in gratitude. Yi Chen said, "Take my car, the keys are downstairs. You can drive, right?" Han Wanjing nodded, "Yes, sir." "What car will you drive?" Yi Chen replied, "I have another car, so you don't need to worry. Go ahead." Han Wanjing hurriedly turned and left. Yi Chen sat on the bed for a while before getting up and going downstairs. Just as he reached the bottom, Sun Yumeng drove back, and Du Feifei got out from the passenger seat. Yi Chen walked out, and Sun Yumeng smiled and called out, "Brother Yi Chen, you're home." Yi Chen asked, "School's out?" Sun Yumeng nodded, and the two went to his villa. "Brother Yi Chen, have you tidied up the villa?" Sun Yumeng asked curiously. Yi Chen replied, "I hired a villa manager, they just went to the hospital for something at home." Sun Yumeng asked, "Don't you usually go to the company, Brother Yi Chen?" Yi Chen said, "I don't like managing the company, it's too troublesome. I let the people below manage it. It's much more comfortable to lie around and play every day." Sun Yumeng giggled, "Brother Yi Chen, the life you're living now is the life I long for. How nice it would be to lie around and play every day." Du Feifei coughed lightly, "It's better for people to have ideals, wasting time will only lead to regret when old." Miss Du is right. Yi Chen didn't argue with her because he used to think the same way. But now he didn't need to. With the system, even if he played every day, he had endless money. Du Feifei felt that he was just brushing her off, which made her a bit unhappy. She and Sun Yumeng stayed for a while before heading home. Around 6 in the afternoon, Yi Chen's phone suddenly rang. It was an unfamiliar number. He answered the call. "Hello, who is this? Is this Mr. Yi Chen?" A middle-aged man's voice came from the phone. Yi Chen replied, "Yes, who are you?" Wang Zhanjuan said, "Hello, Mr. Yi. I am Wang Zhanjuan, one of the directors of Longxing Group. I heard that Mr. Yi is now a director of Longxing Group, so I would like to invite you to dinner. I wonder if you have time." Yi Chen replied, "I have something on today, let's talk another day." If it were an invitation from Chairman Li Longxing, he might have agreed, but just a director was not worth it, and he guessed that Wang was not looking for anything good. After hanging up, Wang Zhanjuan's expression was not good. Wang Hao asked. Dad, he didn't agree? Wang Zhanjuan nodded. It seems that Li Longxing contacted him in advance. Wang Hao was called back by his father to plan for him to join the dinner. Who would have thought that the new shareholder Yi Chen would give no face at all, which made him feel a bit displeased. As a director of the Longxing Group, I may not hold as many shares as he does, but I still have considerable influence within the group. Not even giving me face over a meal, it's clear that Yi Chen looks down on me. However, I have no way to deal with him. If Yi Chen and Li Longxing join forces, I would be even more passive. I can't afford to offend Yi Chen. In the evening, Yi Chen made himself some dinner. After eating, he returned to his room. Leaning against the headboard, he boredly scrolled through short videos on Huayin. Time quickly passed, and soon it was past 9 o'clock. Yi Chen sent a message to Xia Qing. Are you off work? Yes, I'm off work and on my way back, Xia Qing quickly replied. Yi Chen couldn't help but ask, did you have lunch with a man today? Xia Qing paused for a moment upon seeing his message. He's a leader from our company headquarters. He insisted on inviting me, and I couldn't refuse. I have no relationship with him. I believe you, Yi Chen said, feeling relieved at her response. He thought Xia Qing wasn't the kind of person to be fickle. Xia Qing, that person is called Wang Hao, a leader sent down from the group headquarters. He has mentioned several times that he wants to promote me. I understand his intentions. His ultimate goal is for me. Yi Chen, some people understand these things but can't resist the temptations. Xia Qing replied with a smile. What temptation is that for me? He can't compare to you. You are my biggest temptation. Hearing her words, Yi Chen smiled. This little girl was quite sweet today. Probably afraid I'd get angry. Yi Chen, from now on, you can't have meals with the opposite sex without my permission, understood? Xia Qing, understood. Yi Chen, I'll come find you tomorrow. Let's go out and have some fun. The two chatted until nearly 11 o'clock, growing closer in their relationship. It seemed they would confirm their relationship tomorrow, and once the true feelings card was used, Xia Qing would be his exclusive treasure. The next morning, around 7 o'clock, Yi Chen woke up. Congratulations to the host for making his dream come true, obtaining the Golden Dynasty building. Yi Chen was slightly taken aback by the system's voice. He had no recollection of what dream he had last night. Golden Dynasty building, located on Changning Street in the Jingshan district of Zhanghai City. Yi Chen took out his phone to search for it. The Golden Dynasty building started construction 5 years ago, taking 4 years to complete and costing nearly 2 billion to build. It is the tallest building in Jingshan district and currently the most luxurious one. The construction alone cost nearly 2 billion, not including the land costs. Zhanghai City is a place where every inch of land is precious. The overall value of this building is probably over 50 billion. He tidied up a bit and walked downstairs, finding Han Wanjing preparing breakfast. Why are you back? Yi Chen asked, somewhat surprised. Han Wanjing, my mother's surgery was completed yesterday. I came back early this morning since I had nothing to do. Yi Chen noticed the bloodshot in her eyes. Did you not sleep last night? Han Wanjing nodded. Not much sleep. Young master, breakfast is ready. Yi Chen, I'm going out today. You should rest for a bit, and if you need to go to the hospital, go. Take care of yourself. Han Wanjing, thank you, young master. I'm fine. While having breakfast, Yi Chen received a call from the manager of the Golden Dynasty Building's property management company. Is this Mr. Yi Chen? Yes, who is this? Yi Chen replied. Sun Chang'an respectfully said, hello, Mr. Yi. I am Sun Chang'an, the general manager of the Golden Dynasty Building's property management company. This property management company was hired to assist in managing the building. Now that Yi Chen is the owner of the Golden Dynasty Building, he could completely replace the current property management company. He has that right. Sun Chang'an calling Yi Chen was also a way to show goodwill. Yi Chen, so it's manager Sun. Hello, what can I do for you? Sun Chang'an, Mr. Yi, your building purchase contract has been delivered to me. Where are you? I can bring it over. Yi Chen, no need, I'll go over today. Alright, Mr. Yi, I'll be waiting for you at the building. Sun Chang'an's attitude was extremely respectful. After having breakfast, Yi Chen drove out of the villa in his Ferrari F60. Han Wanjing went to the hospital after tidying up the villa. Taxing Garden Community. Wang Hao arrived early, driving his nearly 2 million yuan Porsche sports car. He believed that once Xia Cheng saw his car, she would get in without hesitation. A woman would rather cry in a BMW than laugh on a bicycle. There was some truth to that saying. After arriving, he called Xia Qing, I'm downstairs, let's go out and have some fun today. Xia Qing was taken aback. No need, I have plans with my boyfriend. Wang Hao smiled faintly. I drove here, come down and we can talk. Then please wait a moment. Xia Qing could only respond this way. After hanging up, Wang Jinjin curiously asked, "Who called you, Xiao Chang? Was it Yi Chen?" Xiao Chang shook her head. "It was Wang Hao, our leader, inviting me out." Wang Jinjin frowned slightly. "What does this guy mean? He knows you have a boyfriend and still invites you out. I think he has ulterior motives." Xiao Chang understood Wang Hao's intentions. Yi Chen should be here soon. I hope he knows to back off. After all, Wang Hao was their superior, and she didn't want to completely offend him. 5 or 6 minutes later, her phone rang. It was Yi Chen calling. "Xiao Chang, I'm downstairs, come down." Xiao Chang, "Okay, I'm coming down now." Downstairs, Wang Hao saw a Ferrari supercar parked nearby and couldn't help but take a closer look. After a while, he confirmed what car it was. Wow, a Ferrari F60? The globally limited 10 units of Ferrari F60? When did Jianhai City get such a car? He remembered there were no Ferrari F60s in Jianhai City, not even in the country. This was not something money could buy. He couldn't help but take out his phone, planning to take a picture and send it to the supercar group. The group consisted of second-generation disciples from Jianhai City, each owning a supercar worth over $1 million. This was the most basic requirement to join the group. Yi Chen noticed his actions but said nothing. There were quite a few people taking pictures on the road as well. Soon, Xiao Chang and Wang Jinjin came down from the building. Wang Hao smiled when he saw them. "Xiao Qing." Yi Chen got out of the car and glanced at Wang Hao beside him. Xiao Qing walked over to Yi Chen. "Mr. Wang, this is my boyfriend." Wang Hao's expression slightly froze. He was Xiao Qing's boyfriend? Yi Chen looked at Wang Hao. "You are Wang Hao. What do you want with my girlfriend?" Wang Hao didn't expect Xiao Qing's boyfriend to be this kind of person. Someone who could afford a Ferrari F60 was not someone he could easily offend. This was likely the descendant of some big shot. But how could the descendant of a big shot know a cashier? They were from completely different worlds. Wang Hao forced a smile. I have no business with her." Yi Chen knew very well why he came to see Xiao Qing. "Stay away from my girlfriend in the future, keep your little thoughts to yourself, and if I find out again, don't blame me for being rude." "Wang Hao, I came to talk to her about work, nothing else." "You must have misunderstood." "Yi Chen, are you trying to fool a fool? Don't you like to use your position to threaten people? Do you know Li Longxing?" Li Longxing? Not to mention Wang Hao, even Xiao Qing and Wang Jinjin knew him, because he was the founder of the group and the chairman of the company. Yi Chen looked at Wang Hao and said, "Do you believe that with one phone call, I can make you roll out of Longxing Group?" Wang Hao sneered. He knew that Yi Chen could afford such a car, indicating his status was not ordinary, but his father was a shareholder of Longxing Group, making it difficult for Li Longxing to touch him. "I know your status is not ordinary, but if you want to kick me out of Longxing Group, you should understand more about it. My dad is Wang Zhanjuan, one of the directors of the group." Xiao Chang and Wang Jinjin were taken aback. His father was actually a director of the group. No wonder he could become a senior manager at headquarters at such a young age. Yi Chen took out his phone and called Li Longxing. The call was quickly connected. Li Longxing asked with a smile, "Mr. Yi, what can I do for you?" Yi Chen replied, "Does Chairman Li know about this Wang Hao?" "Yes, this is the son of Director Wang. Why do you ask about him, Mr. Yi?" Li Longxing asked curiously. Yi Chen said, "This person is using his position to threaten female employees below him. How does Chairman Li think such a person should be dealt with?" Li Longxing was taken aback. Was he looking to cause trouble for Wang Hao? This was exactly what he wanted. He had wanted to remove Wang Hao from the position of marketing director for a long time, but had always been hindered by several directors including Wang Zhanjuan. To balance the company's interests, he had never found a better way. Now that Yi Chen had spoken, it was almost a sure thing. The combined shares of the two held absolute power in the group. Previously, that person had not participated in the group's affairs, and there were many things Li Longxing could not do freely. This was a drawback of the company's financing and development. Shares had been widely distributed, and the company's voice had gradually weakened. Li Longxing quickly said, "I didn't know there was such a thing. How do you think we should handle it, Mr. Yi?" Yi Chen replied, "Fire him. What's the use of keeping him? By the way, Chairman Li, my girlfriend works as a cashier at Longxing Mall." Li Longxing was slightly taken aback by that last statement. "Your girlfriend? Working as a cashier at Longxing Mall? Which mall?" Yi Chen replied, "The Longxing Mall near Taixinghome in Changdal District. Her name is Xia Chang." Li Longxing understood Yi Chen's deeper meaning. "Mr. Yi, rest assured, I know what to do." He always referred to Yi Chen as Mr. Yi, not Director Yi, because calling him Director Yi would imply that Yi Chen held a lower status than him as chairman. But calling him Mr. Yi placed Yi Chen on an equal or even higher level. This was an art of conversation, gaining favor through details. Li Longxing, a seasoned player in the business world, was not someone ordinary people could compare to. Every word and sentence revealed decades of business experience. After hanging up, Li Longxing immediately issued a group notice. The content of the notice was simple. Wang Hao violated company regulations, and the board of directors decided to dismiss him from his position. This news quickly spread throughout the group headquarters. When Wang Zhanjuan received the news, he called Li Longxing. "Chairman Li, what's going on with my son?" Li Longxing replied, "Wang Hao violated company regulations and has been dismissed. Does Director Wang have any questions?" The notice says it was a decision by the board. When was the board meeting held? Wang Zhanjuan pressed. Li Longxing responded, "This is a decision made by me and Director Yi. Does Director Wang have any issues with that?" Director Yi? Could it be that this matter had Yi Chen's approval behind it? But why would Yi Chen do this? I have no grievances with him. Once the two had settled on something, no one else could change it. Since Yi Chen entered Longxing Group, the dynamics of the board had changed significantly. Wang Hao soon received the company's dismissal notice. He stared wide-eyed at Yi Chen, disbelief written all over his face. How is this possible? How could I be fired? My dad is a director of the company. Beside them, Xia Cheng and Wang Zhenjin were utterly shocked. Wang Hao was really expelled. How did Yi Chen manage that? Yi Chen said, "Xiao Cheng, let's go." Xia Cheng got into Yi Chen's car, and after saying goodbye to Wang Zhenjin, they left. This left Wang Hao standing there in a daze. In the car, Xia Cheng curiously asked, "Yi Chen, how did you do it?" Yi Chen replied, "You mean about Wang Hao being expelled? I forgot to tell you, I acquired 30% of Longxing Group's shares a while ago, so now I'm the second largest shareholder." Xia Cheng was taken aback. "You acquired 30% of our group's shares? That must have cost a lot, right? About 3 to 4 billion. Xia Cheng was stunned. She knew Yi Chen was wealthy, but she didn't expect him to be this rich. Did he buy shares in Longxing Group because of me? Women tend to think that way. In the morning, the two went to the largest amusement park in Zhanghai City. Although it was Thursday, there were still quite a few people there. Yi Chen's car attracted a lot of attention wherever it went. Such a handsome and cool supercar was rare even in Zhanghai City. They enjoyed many attractions at the amusement park, and Xia Cheng had already opened her heart to him. At noon, they had lunch nearby, and Yi Chen used a True Feelings card on Xia Cheng. Ding! True Feelings card used successfully. Target, Xia Cheng. A mysterious feeling arose in Xia Cheng's mind. Yi Chen looked at her and said, "Xiao Cheng." Xia Cheng shyly looked at him. "What is it? Be my girlfriend?" Yi Chen said directly. Even without using the True Feelings card, it was unlikely to fail, let alone now that he had used it. Xia Cheng's cheeks flushed slightly, and she softly replied, Ding, system task completed, congratulations, host, you have received a cash reward of 1 billion and a tribute card, a healing card, and an accident card. Accident card can be used on any person, must be used face-to-face, with a 90% chance of incapacitating the target and a 60% chance of causing death. He had received attribute cards and healing cards before, but this was his first accident card. This was good, it could definitely be used on someone like Wang Hao. With a 90% chance of incapacitation and a 60% chance of death, and everything would look like a coincidence. Yi Chen directly chose to use the attribute card, and a glimmer of golden light entered his body. He felt his physical condition strengthen. At that moment, a waiter approached with their food. Yi Chen said to Xia Qing, "Let's eat, you must be starving after playing all morning." Xia Qing softly replied, "I am a bit hungry, you should eat too." Yi Chen served her food while eating, causing Xia Qing's cheeks to redden. She was quite shy and had never experienced such things before. After lunch, they walked out of the restaurant. Yi Chen said to Xia Qing, "I have something to take care of, Xiao Chang, would you come with me to Jin Chao building?" Xia Cheng nodded gently, They got into the car, and Yi Chen drove towards Changning Street in Jingshan district. After more than half an hour, they arrived at the entrance of Jin Chao building. He parked in a nearby parking space. A security guard quickly approached. "Hello, sir, this parking space belongs to our building's property company, please move your car to the underground paid parking lot." Yi Chen replied, "This building is all mine, can't I park here?" The security guard was taken aback by his words. Could he be the one who bought Jin Chao building? Xia Qing was also stunned. This building is his? Yi Chen got out of the car. "Take me to see Sun Cheng'an." The security guard, seeing Yi Chen directly call out their boss's name and noticing the car he drove, believed him almost completely. He hurriedly said, "Sir, miss, please follow me." The security guard led Yi Chen and Xia Qing into the building. The Golden Dynasty building had just been completed not long ago, so there weren't many companies here yet. In the bustling area of Changning Street in Jincheng district, there was no need to worry about the building not being rented out. As long as the rent was set at market price, many companies would come to this place in due time. 3 minutes later, Yi Chen and Xia Chang arrived at the top floor of the building. After the security guard brought them here, they were received by the front desk staff. "May I ask who you are looking for?" Yi Chen replied, "I'm looking for Sun Chang'an. My name is Yi Chen, the new owner of this building." The female receptionist was taken aback for a moment, then a smile instantly appeared on her face. "Oh, it's Mr. Yi. Please, right this way." She led Yi Chen and Xia Qing into the general manager's office. Sun Chang'an was sitting inside, looking at his computer. "Manager, Mr. Yi has arrived." Sun Chang'an's body jolted, and he quickly looked up. He saw Yi Chen and Xia Qing. Could this young man really be Mr. Yi? Wow, he bought such a building at such a young age? He hurriedly stood up and walked over. "Hello, Mr. Yi, I am Sun Chang'an." Yi Chen asked, "All the documents are with you, right?" Sun Chang'an replied, "Yes, all the various contracts and paperwork are with me." After saying this, he walked to the desk and took out a file bag. Inside the file bag were the purchase contract, various certificates for the building, etc., all already written in Yi Chen's name. Yi Chen said to Sun Chang'an, "You are still responsible for the building's matters. The contracts you signed before are still valid." "Understood, Mr. Yi." Sun Chang'an had been waiting for this sentence, and the heavy stone in his heart finally fell. Yi Chen left his bank card number, as the rental income from the building would be deposited into his account, and then he would pay Sun Chang'an a certain commission and monthly management fees for the property management company. After finishing the matters here, Yi Chen took the file bag and left with Xia Chang. Throughout the entire time, Xia Qing had not said a word, quietly accompanying Yi Chen by his side. Back in the car, Yi Chen said to Xia Qing, "Let me take you to my place." Xia Chang hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Where do you live?" "Hualong Seaview Villa Community," Yi Chen replied with a smile. Although she had never heard of Hualong Seaview Villa Community, she guessed from the name that it must be a seaside villa. More than half an hour later, Yi Chen brought her to the villa. Han Wanjing was not home, she must have gone to the hospital. Walking into the villa, Xia Qing was completely stunned by the luxurious decor inside. Even with her calm and clever demeanor, seeing such an extravagant villa made her feel a sense of longing. Yi Chen smiled and asked, "How is it, Xia Chang? Beautiful, right?" Xia Chang nodded. "The Seaview Villa must be very expensive, right?" Yi Chen replied, "Around 400 million. Let's go upstairs and take a look, the view there is quite nice." He led Xia Qing to the terrace upstairs, which had lounge chairs and a small tea table. Sitting on the lounge chair, one could enjoy the seaside view and the luxurious cruise ships in the nearby harbor. It was truly beautiful. Xia Qing, with her strong will, felt a bit of yearning and excitement at this moment. Who wouldn't want to live in such a luxurious house? Living here was simply a pleasure. She now understood why many women were so realistic and materialistic. Even she felt a bit moved. She had always thought of herself as not being that kind of materialistic woman, but at this moment, she truly felt her heart stir. "From now on, this will be our home. Do you like it?" Yi Chen stood beside her, reaching out to embrace her. Xia Qing felt his movement, and her pretty face flushed slightly. "It's really beautiful." Yi Chen caught a faint scent emanating from her, and his heart fluttered. Since breaking up with his last girlfriend, he hadn't been with a woman and was about to burst. Now that there was no one at home, it was just the right opportunity. 10 minutes later, Xia Qing said with a flushed face, "Yi Chen, I'm not ready yet." Seeing her expression, Yi Chen couldn't bear to force her. "I'm sorry, Xiao Qing, I couldn't help it." Xia Qing softly replied, "It's okay, it's me who wasn't ready." Although Yi Chen and Xia Qing hadn't crossed any lines, they had indulged in other things, which was still quite enjoyable. Around 4 in the afternoon, Yi Chen dropped Xia Qing off at the Taixing Garden community. They agreed to go out again tomorrow. Although they couldn't do that kind of thing, doing other things was still quite pleasant. Yi Chen had thought about asking Xia Qing to take a day off from work, but he understood her well. She was gentle on the outside but strong on the inside, with her own ideas. Spending her own money would definitely make her uncomfortable. When Xia Qing returned to her place, Wang Jinjin, Li Yu, and Wang Yan were sitting in the living room watching TV. Wang Jinjin saw Xia Qing come back and hurriedly said, "Xiao Qing, have you seen our company's group chat? You're now the manager of our mall." Xia Qing was taken aback. She hadn't checked her phone, so she didn't know about this. Li Yu and Wang Yan felt a bit envious and jealous. It must be because Xia Qing had that kind of relationship with Yi Chen, otherwise, how could she become the mall manager? Usually pretending to be pure, but turns out she's a slut. Xia Qing knew that her promotion to manager was definitely because of Yi Chen. He was a director of the company, holding a large number of shares. Even Wang Hao had been fired by Li Longxing. let alone being promoted to manager. If it weren't for considering the feelings of other employees, Li Longxing would have directly promoted Xia Qing to the headquarters. However, he already had a plan in mind to find a reason to continue promoting Xia Qing in a month, aiming to make her a senior executive within 3 months. This was also a way to show goodwill to Yi Chen. As long as he had Yi Chen's support, he could manage and reform the group boldly. Wang Zhenjin curiously asked, Xiao Chang, what exactly does Yi Chen do? He said one word, and our boss fired Wang Hao? Li Yu and Wang Yan were stunned. Wang Hao was fired? Yi Chen had the power to get Wang Hao fired. Yi Chen had such influence? Xiao Chang became the mall manager because of Yi Chen? As they thought about this, Li Yu and Wang Yan felt even more jealous. Xiao Qing smiled and said, I don't know either, maybe he knows our chairman. She didn't reveal Yi Chen's true identity. Because she wasn't foolish, Yi Chen knew she had gone out to eat with Wang Hao, so someone must have told him. It was unlikely to be Wang Zhenjin, they had been together for so long, and she knew Wang Zhenjin well. The only other possibilities were Li Yu and Wang Yan. Yi Chen drove home, and it was almost 6 o'clock. Han Wanjing was already back, cooking dinner in the kitchen. Young master, you're back, Han Wanjing greeted him respectfully upon seeing him. Yi Chen asked, why are you back again? Aren't you at the hospital? Han Wanjing replied, my family is taking care of things at the hospital, so I came back when I had nothing to do. In fact, she returned just to cook for Yi Chen. Yi Chen sat on the sofa and turned on the TV. At that moment, Sun Yumeng and Du Feifei walked in from outside. Yi Chen Gij, did you just get back? She had seen Yi Chen drive back and then pulled her cousin over. Yi Chen nodded, I went out to take care of some things. You haven't had dinner yet, right? Let's eat here tonight. After saying that, he called out to Han Wanjing in the kitchen, Wanjing, make some more dishes, we have guests tonight. Okay, young master. Sun Yumeng glanced at Han Wanjing in the kitchen. Yi Chen Gij, is this the housekeeper you found? Yi Chen replied, yes, her cooking is quite good, you can try it later. Suddenly, the sound of a text message notification rang out. Sun Yumeng couldn't help but curiously take a glance. The Jin Dynasty Building Property Management Company transferred 15,360,000 Hualong coins, with a balance of 1,096,280,000 Hualong coins. Wow, brother Yi Chen, your bank card actually has $1 billion in balance. Du Feifei beside him couldn't help but get up to look at the phone on the coffee table. However, at that moment, the screen suddenly went black. She only saw a series of numbers and couldn't make out the exact amount. Yi Chen picked up the phone to take a look. It turned out to be the money transferred from the Jin Dynasty building. It seemed that some floors had been rented out today. Yi Chen had roughly calculated this before. According to the scale of the Jin Dynasty building, if all the floors were rented out, the monthly rent would be close to 100 million, amounting to about $1 billion in a year. The building was invested in for several billion, taking 4 to 5 years to complete, and only now was it starting to turn a profit. Considering the initial investment and time costs, the original builders of the building would probably need several years to break even. However, Yi Chen had no capital, renting it out was pure profit. Your eyes are quite shifty, Yi Chen said to Sun Yumeng. Du Feifei was shocked, did he really have $1 billion in his card? That was way too rich. What exactly do you do? Sun Yumeng chuckled, I'm naturally sensitive to numbers. Brother Yi Chen, you're so rich. Have you considered supporting me? Du Feifei was speechless, what nonsense are you talking about? Sun Yumeng stuck out her tongue, I was just joking. Yi Chen looked at Sun Yumeng, with that figure and face, he was indeed a bit tempted. Sun Yumeng was the most attractive woman he had ever seen, both slim and busty, a real man-killer. Sun Yumeng curiously asked, Brother Yi Chen, who just transferred over 1.5 million to you? Yi Chen replied, it was the property management company from the building, some floors should have been rented out. A building? Brother Yi Chen, do you own a building? Sun Yumeng quickly asked. Yi Chen nodded, yes, the Jin Dynasty building in Jincheng district is mine. Sun Yumeng and Du Feifei were taken aback, the cost of a building nowadays was at least 70 to 80 billion. The land used to be cheaper, but now it's very expensive. To acquire a piece of land for building, you would need at least 30 billion or more. This doesn't even account for the later construction and decoration costs. Young master, dinner is ready, Han Wanjing said as she walked out of the kitchen, addressing Yi Chen, who was on the sofa. Sun Yumeng and Du Feifei were a bit surprised to see such a young villa housekeeper. The three of them washed up and sat down at the dining chairs. Wanjing, come sit down and eat with us, Yi Chen said. Han Wanjing hesitated, if there were no guests, she would sit down. Young master, you all eat first, I'll just eat in the kitchen. Sun Yumeng turned and smiled, Sister Wanjing, come sit down and eat with us. Han Wanjing was taken aback by being called sister, but she smiled and replied, Miss, you all eat. "It's fine, Sister Wanjing, come sit down and eat with us," Sun Yuming insisted, pulling her down to sit. Yi Chen was a bit surprised by Sun Yuming's tactics. With just those 2 sentences and her harmless lowly face, she could probably win Han Wanjing's trust. Anyone who says ex-university students are brainless, Yi Chen wouldn't believe it anymore. In his view, the seemingly calm and rational Du Feifei was probably not as clever as Sun Yumeng. Just 2 sentences could earn someone's goodwill and unknowingly gain their trust. Of course, all of this came from genuine feelings, not pretended. "This is a scheme. I treat you sincerely, how could you not accept?" Du Feifei sat there without saying much. It didn't matter to her whether Han Wanjing joined them for dinner. After dinner, Han Wanjing tidied up a bit, then said goodbye to Yi Chen and went to the hospital. Sun Yumeng and Du Feifei stayed at his house for a while before heading home. Yi Chen sat on the sofa, took out his phone, and chatted with Xia Cheng. The two had already confirmed their relationship, so their conversation was a bit more intimate. The next morning, around 7 o'clock, Yi Chen woke up. "Congratulations to the host for making a dream come true, receiving a limited edition Mont Blanc Royal Fountain Pen. A fountain pen? This was his dream when he was in elementary school. Back then, he saw everyone around him with a fountain pen. He wanted one too, but his family wasn't well off, and a fountain pen wasn't a necessity. The Mont Blanc limited edition Royal Fountain Pen, the entire pen is made of high-quality 18K white gold, hand-carved by a master pen maker, with over 1,430 top-quality diamonds embedded in the design of the pen body. The nib is made of 18K pure gold, and the top of the cap is set with a 2-carat top-quality diamond, with a market price of 86 million Hualong coins, produced in limited quantities of 1 per year. Yi Chen was stunned when he saw the description. He could understand a car or a house worth tens of millions or even hundreds of millions, but a damn fountain pen worth 86 million? If it weren't for the system saying so, Yi Chen would think they were insulting his intelligence. What kind of fountain pen is this, so expensive? Do they think I'm an idiot? He took out his phone and searched for the Mont Blanc brand online. Then he found out the system was right. This fountain pen was indeed that price. Mont Blanc is a luxury goods group from the Federal Republic of Germany, mainly producing fountain pens, watches, jewelry, and more. Mont Blanc was founded in 1906, initially focusing on writing instruments, later expanding into watches, jewelry, leather products, and so on. It turned out he really had seen too little. Yi Chen turned off his phone, and at that moment, a fountain pen appeared on the bedside table next to him. He picked it up and looked at it. The pen was covered in top-quality diamonds, with diamonds winding from the top of the cap down to the end of the pen body, presenting an extremely luxurious serpent before his eyes. This was really too extravagant. He freshened up a bit and then went downstairs with the fountain pen. Han Wanjing had already prepared breakfast and was cleaning the living room. "Good morning, young master," Han Wanjing greeted with a smile. Yi Chen nodded slightly. "Find a place to display this fountain pen." Han Wanjing took the pen and noticed the Mont Blanc brand logo, somewhat surprised. "Is this a limited edition Mont Blanc fountain pen, young master?" Yi Chen looked at her curiously. "You know it?" Han Wanjing replied. "We studied various luxury brands during our training abroad." Yi Chen said, "That's right, this is a Mont Blanc fountain pen, worth 86 million. Even though Han Wanjing was somewhat prepared, she couldn't help but be shocked. A fountain pen worth 86 million. How rich is my young master? Even a wealthy tycoon can't compare, right? Han Wanjing hurriedly began contacting someone to custom make a box for the fountain pen. After breakfast, Yi Chen originally wanted to go find Xia Qing to hang out, but Xia Qing called him to say she had to go to the mall for work. She had just been promoted to mall supervisor and had a lot to learn. Yi Chen had wanted to indulge a bit, but it seemed that wouldn't happen today. He sat on the sofa, bored, looking at his phone. A few minutes later, Han Wanjing said to Yi Chen, "Young master, the custom box has arrived. I'll go pick it up at the community entrance." Yi Chen nodded slightly. "Go ahead." Han Wanjing left the villa and soon arrived at the community entrance. Just as she was about to head back after picking up the box, a Rolls-Royce Phantom stopped beside her. The back window rolled down, revealing a familiar face to Han Wanjing. "Su Zhuan? He lives here too?" Su Zhuan was also somewhat surprised to see Han Wanjing. He vividly remembered the kick she had given him back then. "Oh, isn't this Han Wanjing? Have you become someone's mistress now? You used to act so loyal and pure. I didn't expect you to be just another phony saint. I can't hold back anymore. I'll update 2 chapters today." Han Wanjing's expression was somewhat unpleasant, and she remained silent. She didn't expect to run into Su Zhuang here. However, considering Su Zhuang's capabilities, it wasn't surprising that he owned a seaside villa here. Su Zhuang opened the car door and stepped out. He looked at Han Wanjing with disdain and said, "Why so quiet? Have you hooked up with some big shot? He was well aware of Han Wanjing's situation. There was no way she could afford to live in such a high-end community. The only possibility was that she had found a wealthy benefactor. Remembering how she had refused his advances back then, he couldn't help but feel a sense of irony that she had now willingly become someone else's mistress. He was determined to mock her thoroughly. Han Wanjing didn't want to engage with him. She was also worried about causing trouble for Yi Chen. Su Zhuang had extensive connections and considerable power. She wanted to leave directly, but Su Zhuang blocked her path. Su Zhuang looked her up and down. Your figure is even better than before, must be artificially developed, right? Weren't you quite pure before? How come you're someone else's mistress now? Have you realized you're just a worthless piece of trash? I'll give you $1 million a month, how about that? After saying this, he revealed a mocking smile. Although there were security guards at the entrance of the community, they didn't dare to intervene. Su Zhuang was a resident here, clearly a top boss. They wouldn't dare offend him. Besides, such matters were outside their job scope. Han Wanjing couldn't hold back any longer. Get out of the way, who needs your filthy money? Su Zhuang sneered, is the money from your benefactor that fragrant? What a disgusting act. I really want to know who is supporting you. Meanwhile, Yi Chen was sitting on the sofa playing with his phone. Suddenly, his phone rang. It was a call from He Manhwa of Yuhua Technology Company. He answered the call. What's up, manager? He Manhwa replied, Mr. Yi, there's been a bit of an issue in the production workshop. Are you free to come to the company now? Yi Chen responded, sure, wait for me at the company, I'll be right over. After hanging up, he got up and walked out, then drove his Ferrari F60 out of the courtyard. When he arrived at the entrance of the community, he saw Han Wanjing standing there, her face filled with shame and anger, her eyes red. Next to her was a slightly plump middle-aged man pointing at her and saying something. Yi Chen recognized this slightly plump middle-aged man. He had seen him once before when the actress Wang Yao got out of his car, and they were hugging. What conflict had Han Wanjing had with him? Yi Chen parked his car beside them. Both Su Zhuang and Han Wanjing noticed his car. This was the second time Su Zhuang had seen this car, a Ferrari F60, one of the world's top luxury cars. Only someone from a wealthy family or a powerful elite could afford such a vehicle. When he saw a young man get out, Su Zhuang's expression confirmed his assumptions. Yi Chen looked at Han Wanjing and asked, what happened? Is everything alright? Han Wanjing shook her head, I'm fine, young master. Su Zhuang was a business tycoon. She didn't want to bring more trouble to Yi Chen. Su Zhuang was taken aback. Could it be that he was supporting Han Wanjing? Seeing Han Wanjing's expression, Yi Chen sensed something was off. He frowned and looked at Su Zhuang. What's going on? Su Zhuang smiled. May I ask your name, young sir? Yi Chen replied, I'm asking you what happened. Did you bully her? Su Zhuang laughed and said, no, we just ran into an old acquaintance and exchanged greetings. Old acquaintance? Yi Chen showed a puzzled expression. Does Han Wanjing know someone like you, a big boss? He glanced at Han Wanjing again. She didn't seem like someone who was just exchanging pleasantries. She looked wronged. Yi Chen seemed to recall something. What's your name? Su Zhuang extended his hand with a smile. I'm Su Zhuang, chairman of Jiasun Film Group. Yi Chen did not shake his hand. So, you are that Su Zhuang. Su Zhuang saw that Yi Chen had no intention of shaking hands, and awkwardly withdrew his hand. At the same time, he felt a bit of anger inside. After all, he was the chairman of Jiasun Film Group, and he had taken the initiative to be friendly, yet the other party showed him no respect at all. Yi Chen turned to Han Wanjing and asked, did this guy just bully you? Han Wanjing didn't know how to respond. She wanted to nod but didn't want to. Yi Chen said, you don't listen to me? Han Wanjing hurriedly replied, young master, he just insulted me. Ding, system task activated. Choose to vent for housekeeper Han Wanjing, offend Su Zhuang, reward of 100 million cash, and a random item card. Choose to endure and befriend Su Zhuang, reward of 200 million cash. Upon hearing the system's voice, Yi Chen had already made his decision. He looked at Su Zhuang and said, she is my villa housekeeper, you know? Su Zhuang was taken aback. A villa housekeeper? Han Wanjing was his villa housekeeper? Wasn't she his kept woman? However, this villa housekeeper was probably no different from a mistress. Su Zhuang replied, just found out. Yi Chen continued, you have to look at the owner when you hit a dog. Bullying my housekeeper is like slapping my face. Apologize to my housekeeper, and we'll let this matter go. Apologize? You want me to apologize to her? Su Zhuang's face darkened. I have a decent network in Zhanghai City. You want to completely offend me over a servant? I know you must have some background, but tearing our faces off is not good for either of us. Yi Chen said, you really think of yourself as someone important? What do you think you are in my eyes? I'm asking you, will you apologize or not? Su Zhuang's face sank. Impossible. Slap. Yi Chen raised his hand and slapped him across the face. His speed was so fast that Su Zhuang had no time to react. This slap left Su Zhuang stunned. He was the chairman of Jessen Film Group, a business tycoon worth billions. When had he ever been slapped? His driver hurriedly ran down. Su Zong, are you okay? 5 clear red handprints had already appeared on Su Zhuang's right cheek. He looked at Yi Chen with a sinister gaze. I'll remember this slap. Yi Chen replied, so you mean you want to take revenge on me? I'm waiting for you. I live in Villa 36, if you want to keep playing, I'll accompany you. Su Zhuang, with a dark expression, got into the car and instructed the driver to leave quickly. Congratulations to the host for completing the task, receiving 100 million cash and a record card. Record card, can be used by anyone, can monitor the target's every word and action, valid for 3 days. Yi Chen looked at Han Wanjing. Are you okay? Scum like him should be taught a lesson. Han Wanjing shook her head, a bit worried. Young master, Su Zhuang has a very wide network in Jianhai City. Will you be affected? Yi Chen smiled and replied, what impact could there be? You should go back first, I'll step out for a bit. After saying that, he drove out of the community. Han Wanjing watched the car leave, thinking about Yi Chen's demeanor just now, and she felt a strange sensation in her heart. In fact, if it were anyone else, they would be feeling the same way as Han Wanjing was now. Han Wanjing was just a villa housekeeper. Yi Chen could completely ignore her. But he didn't, on the contrary, he not only cared but also completely offended Su Zhuang. Han Wanjing turned and went back into the villa. On the other side, Yi Chen drove to Dinghai Building. The scale of Dinghai Building couldn't compare to Jinqiao Building, the two were not on the same level. Jinqiao Building was a high-end office building, while Dinghai Building could barely be considered a mid-range office building. He parked in the underground parking lot and then went to Yuhao Technology Company. Upon arriving at the company, Yi Chen went to Himanshua's office. She was sitting in her office handling company matters. Seeing Yi Chen come in, she hurriedly stood up and said, President Yi, you're here. Yi Chen sat in the chair and asked, what happened? Himanshua, the chip supply in our production workshop is out of stock, and they are delaying the goods for various reasons. Yi Chen, why aren't they cooperating with us anymore? Himanshua, it probably has something to do with Lu Jianhua. I heard that one of the middle managers at that chip agency is a college friend of Lu Jianhua. Yi Chen frowned slightly. Lu Jianhua was actually using tricks against me. What is the name of the agency providing us with chips? Himanshua, Central Asia Electronics International Company. Yi Chen, I'll handle this. How much longer can the chips in the production workshop be used? 1 week, we can only use them for 1 week, Himanshua replied. Yi Chen, how's the company's sales situation? Himanshua smiled, this month's sales should be more than 10% higher than last month. Yi Chen nodded, not bad, keep it up. I'm going to see Li Yang, you keep busy. After saying that, he left the office and went to Li Yang's office. Li Yang was sitting there looking at the computer, handling company matters. When he saw Yi Chen come in, he smiled and said, Brother you're here. Yi Chen, how's it going? Are you adapting? Li Yang nodded gently, I'm already used to it. What I don't understand, manager he and the others will teach me. Yi Chen, that's good. Actually, being a manager isn't that hard, as long as you learn with your heart. Li Yang, brother do you have time tonight? I want to treat you to dinner, last time it was you who treated. Yi Chen, sure, I'll find you after work. After leaving the company, Yi Chen walked towards the elevator, and soon the elevator arrived. Inside the elevator were 2 young beauties. They glanced at Yi Chen and continued their soft conversation. I heard your backup spent over 10,000 to buy you a bag? So generous. Yours isn't bad either, buying you clothes is almost 10,000. I heard that person gives you 2 to 3,000 pocket money every month? Have you two done anything? Kft, I won't even let him touch me. The two were talking without avoiding Yi Chen, having just glanced at him. They knew Yi Chen was not a wealthy person, just an ordinary worker, probably earning only a few thousand a month. The two had seen countless people. They could tell if someone was rich just by their attire. Wealthy people are always dressed in brand names, at least worth tens of thousands. Yi Chen's outfit probably cost only a few hundred, at most a little over 1,000. Hearing their unabashed conversation made Yi Chen feel a bit nauseous. Was this something to be proud of? Relying on their youth and beauty while stringing along many people. Soon, the elevator stopped at the second basement level, and the 3 of them walked out. Yi Chen walked to his car. The 2 women saw the Ferrari F60 and their eyes lit up with amazement. Wow, what a cool car, one of them exclaimed. I've seen Ferrari supercars a few times, but none as beautiful as this one. What car is this? This seems to be the one that's been circulating online. It's said to be worth several million. Quick, let's take a video together. One of the women walked towards the front of the car. Move aside, don't block the way. Yi Chen stood there without moving. The other woman, a bit impatient, said, "What are you staring at? You could never afford a car like this in your lifetime. Hurry up and move aside, don't delay us from filming." "Yeah, get to the side." After saying that, the woman had already posed for the shot in front of the car. Yi Chen looked at her and smiled, asking, "Do we know each other, beautiful?" The woman looked at him with disgust. "Your pickup line is so cliché. You think someone like you could ever attract me? Get lost, don't interfere with our video. If I don't know you, why are you filming my car? Move aside." After saying that, Yi Chen pushed her aside and then got in the car and drove away. The two women exchanged glances. "Is this his car?" "I think so, he just drove off." "Ah, he just approached me, and I actually told him to get lost. If he can afford a car like this, his net worth must be in the billions. If I could be his girlfriend, I'd definitely be incredibly happy." The young beauty who had just been standing in front of the car was filled with regret. "I thought he was just a country bumpkin by the way he was dressed, but I didn't expect him to be so wealthy. Is this what they mean by not judging a book by its cover? Next time, even if a homeless person greets me, I'll smile and respond." Yi Chen drove out of the building, not paying any attention to the two women. He was preoccupied with how to resolve the issues with Yuhao Technology Company. He first called Li Longxing, the chairman of Longxing Group. However, Li Longxing did not know anyone from Central Asia Electronics International Company, as they were not in the same industry. Yi Chen thought for a moment and called Sun Chang'an. Sun Chang'an quickly answered the phone. "Mr. Yi, you were looking for me?" "Yi Chen, manager Sun, do you know anyone from Central Asia Electronics International Company?" Sun Chang'an, "I'm sorry, Mr. Yi, I don't know anyone from Central Asia Electronics International Company." "Yi Chen, do you know any domestic CPU agents?" Sun Chang'an thought for a moment and said, "Mr. Yi, we have a branch of Zhongqiang International Technology Group in our building. They have rented 3 floors, and they seem to be one of the CPU agents." "Yi Chen, then please help me arrange a meeting with their person in charge. I'm on my way to Jinqiao building now." Sun Chang'an, "Okay, Mr. Yi, I'll contact their person in charge right away." After hanging up, Yi Chen drove towards Jinqiao building. Meanwhile, Sun Chang'an called Lu Jianming, the person in charge of Zhongqiang International Technology Group's Shanghai branch. "Is this Mr. Lu? I'm Sun Chang'an from the property management company of Jinqiao building." Lu Jianming smiled and said, "Oh, it's Mr. Sun. What can I do for you?" Sun Chang'an, "Mr. Lu, my boss wants to see you. Do you have time now?" Lu Jianming was taken aback. "Which boss are you referring to, Mr. Sun?" "Sun Chang'an, the owner of Jinqiao building, Mr. Yi Chen, wants to meet you." Lu Jianming was shocked. The owner of Jinqiao building? That was definitely a top player in Shanghai's business world. It was impossible to acquire a piece of land for a building in Shanghai without background and strength. Lu Jianming was curious and confused. "What does Mr. Yi want to see me for?" Sun Chang'an replied with a smile, "I'm not too sure either, but Mr. Yi is quite a prominent figure in Shanghai. This is an opportunity for you." Lu Jianming was just the person in charge of Zhongqiang International Technology Group's Shanghai branch. He certainly wouldn't miss the chance to interact with a top business mogul in Shanghai. "Where is Mr. Yi? I'll head over right now." Sun Chang'an, "Mr. Yi is on his way, Mr. Lu, please come to my office." Lu Jianming, "Okay, I'll be right there." After hanging up, Lu Jianming gave a few instructions and left his office. Half an hour later, Yi Chen arrived outside Jinqiao building, and the security guard already recognized his car. Getting out of the car, Yi Chen took the elevator directly to Sun Chang'an's office. Sun Chang'an hurriedly stood up when he saw him. "Mr. Yi, you're here. This is Mr. Lu from Zhongqiang International Technology Group." Lu Jianming quickly walked over, extending his hand with a smile. "Hello, Mr. Yi, I'm Lu Jianming." Yi Chen shook his hand. "Hello, Mr. Lu." After that, he said to Sun Chang'an, "Manager Sun, may I borrow the conference room?" Sun Chang'an quickly replied, "Mr. Yi, feel free to use it." Yi Chen and Lu Jianming went into the conference room and sat across from each other. Lu Jianming had just been sizing up Yi Chen. Yi Chen's youth exceeded his imagination. He had originally thought Yi Chen was an elderly man in his 60s or 70s, or perhaps a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s. He never expected Yi Chen to be so young, but this only reflected the terror of Yi Chen even more. At just over 20, he already owned a skyscraper. Lu Jianming believed that Yi Chen not only owned a skyscraper but surely had other assets and industries as well. With a smile on his face and a respectful tone, he said, "Mr. Yi, how may I assist you?" Yi Chen replied, "I have a friend who works with servers and is currently facing a small difficulty. I heard from Mr. Sun that your company is an overseas CPU chip agent, right?" Lu Jianming nodded. "That's right, our company is the largest agent for Intel chips in the East China region." Yi Chen said, "It's simple, my friend's company needs a chip supply." Lu Jianming assured him, "Mr. Yi, don't worry, this is a small matter." Yi Chen calmly stated, "You contact her, and you can discuss the details later. In the future, your company's rent in the Jinqiao building will be at an 80% discount. This time, the rent you pay will be refunded to your bank account by Mr. Sun as a token of gratitude to you, General Lu." Lu Jianming was taken aback. Their company was paying a year's rent, which amounted to nearly 50 million. An 80% discount would save them almost 10 million. 10 million was not a small sum for their company. Of course, money was not the most important thing. What mattered was the relationship with Yi Chen. Yi Chen added, "Of course, this also counts as me owing General Lu a favor. If you have any requests in the future, just let me know, and I will definitely help if I can." Lu Xiaoming smiled and said, "Mr. Yi, you are too kind. An 80% discount on the rent is already very generous." After chatting for a while, Lu Xiaoming left. Yi Chen called He Manhwa. "The issue with the server chip supply has been resolved. Someone should be calling you shortly." He Manhwa was taken aback. It was resolved so quickly? She had just hung up with Yi Chen when Lu Jianming's call came through. "Is this MS? I am Lu Jianming, the head of the Zhanghai branch of Zhongqiang International Technology Company. Hello, Mr. Lu, I am He Manhwa." A few minutes later, He Manhwa called Yi Chen back. She was a bit surprised. "Mr. Yi, that Mr. Lu offered us a very low price and is willing to provide us with various chips of different performances. In the future, we could even produce high-performance servers." Yi Chen was indifferent to all this. As long as the company operated normally, that was enough. After all, the money earned was not as much as what the system provided. After resolving the company's matters, Yi Chen left the Jinqiao building and headed home. Upon returning home, Han Wanjing was still there, and the expensive fountain pen was already in a box displayed on the shelf. The pen lay elegantly in the base of the box, looking indeed exquisite. Han Wanjing said, "Young master, you're back." Yi Chen asked, "Why didn't you go to the hospital?" Han Wanjing replied, "There's nothing much going on there anymore, and I've also hired a caregiver." Just then, the phone at the villa's entrance suddenly rang. Han Wanjing walked over to answer it. "Hello, Villa 36. I am the security guard at the entrance of the community. Someone named Li Qian is looking for Mr. Yi." Han Wanjing said to Yi Chen, "Young master, someone named Li Qian is looking for you." Yi Chen replied, "Let her in. Let her in." 2 minutes later, Li Qian arrived at the villa, holding some gifts. Upon seeing the luxurious seaside villa, Li Qian couldn't help but marvel. It truly was the top villa community in Zhanghai City. Li Qian said, "Mr. Yi, my father asked me to come and see you. This is a small gift from him. I hope you like it." The items she brought were quite valuable, all part of Li Longxing's private collection. There were jade ornaments worth millions and an antique official kiln vase also worth millions. Yi Chen didn't understand these things, but they were quite nice to have on display. He gestured for Han Wanjing to accept them. Han Wanjing took the items and then went to make tea for the two of them. Yi Chen looked at Li Qian and smiled, saying, "Chairman Li is really too polite. Please thank Chairman Li for me. Miss Li, please take a seat." Li Qian sat down on the nearby sofa. "Mr. Yi, I apologize for the intrusion today. I have something I would like to discuss with you." Yi Chen replied, "If there's anything, Miss Li, please feel free to speak." Li Qian took out a document. "This is my father's plan and deployment for the next steps of the group. Mr. Yi, as the second largest shareholder of the company, your support is crucial for these plans to be implemented." Yi Chen opened the documents and took a look. This was a detailed plan for the group's next development by Li Longxing. He was an outsider, and although he didn't fully understand, the plan was straightforward and easy to comprehend. Yi Chen said, "Chairman Li's plan looks quite good." Li Qian felt a surge of joy. "Mr. Yi, does that mean you agree?" Yi Chen nodded slightly. "Chairman Li can proceed without worry. I will fully support him." Li Qian gently nodded. "Thank you, Mr. Yi." Yi Chen added, "I think Chairman Li is quite a good person." Li Qian stayed for about half an hour before leaving. She had achieved the result she wanted. With Yi Chen's agreement, her father could act decisively, even potentially removing Wang Zhanjuan from the board. Li Longxing had wanted to do this for a long time but had never had the opportunity. After receiving Yi Chen's support, Li Longxing immediately notified the board members to convene a group board meeting. Most of the directors of Longxing Group held no positions in the company, while a few did, such as Wang Zhanjuan, who held a senior position. Upon hearing the news of the board meeting, Wang Zhanjuan felt an ominous premonition. At that moment, his phone rang. It was his son, Wang Hao, calling. As soon as he answered, Wang Hao's voice came through. "Dad, how are things at the company? Are you okay?" Wang Zhanjuan replied, "What could happen to me? Have you figured out who you offended?" Wang Hao paused before responding. "I did some digging. That Xia Qing's boyfriend seems to be named Yi Chen." Wang Zhanjuan's expression froze. Yi Chen? If that person was indeed Yi Chen, then everything made sense. Wang Hao hadn't expected Xia Qing's boyfriend to be the new shareholder of Longxing Group. "Dad, what do we do now? If it really is him, he will definitely team up with Li Longxing against you." Wang Zhanjuan said, "They have already joined forces against me. I estimate my position will be taken by Li Longxing, and my shares may even be diluted." Wang Hao's face changed dramatically. If the shares were diluted, they would be finished. This was just the first step to driving them out of Longxing Group. Subsequently, their shares would be gradually diluted until there was nothing left, completely ousting them. If they were smart, they could sell their shares at a low price to Li Longxing or Yi Chen. Selling to others would only lead to the same outcome, and there was no guarantee anyone would even want to buy their shares. After hanging up, Wang Zhanjuan went to the conference room. Wang Hao was in a panic. If his father was ousted, their whole family would be done for. Although they had some savings, it wouldn't last long given their family's expenses. He thought for a moment and decided to call Yi Chen. In the villa, Yi Chen looked at the unfamiliar number calling and answered, "Hello, who is this?" Wang Hao spoke up, "Yi Chen, this is Wang Hao." Yi Chen was taken aback. "What do you want from me?" Wang Hao replied, "Yi Chen, I was blind to not recognize your importance. I realize my mistake. I beg you to spare my father. This is my first time asking for help." Yi Chen sneered, "Oh? Just because it's your first time asking for help, do you think I should give you face? What do you think you are? Don't be so full of yourself." Wang Hao gritted his teeth upon hearing his words, wishing he could tear him apart. Yi Chen continued, "I won't interfere with the group's matters. It's all up to Chairman Li. If you want to plead for your father, you should go ask Chairman Li." After saying that, he hung up the phone. Wang Hao heard the busy tone and instantly smashed his phone onto the ground. "You bastard, just wait. No one has ever insulted me like this." Having grown up in a life of arrogance and dominance, he was now filled with rage, teetering on the edge of a breakdown. An hour later, Wang Zhanjuan returned home. Wang Hao hurried out of his room. "Dad, how did it go? Why couldn't I reach you when I called?" Wang Zhanjuan asked as he sat on the sofa. Wang Hao replied, "I accidentally broke my phone." "How are things at the company, Dad?" Wang Zhanjuan sighed, "My position has been taken away. I can no longer interfere in the company's matters." Wang Hao's expression changed. "Yi Chen, just wait. I will make you regret this." On the other side, at Jussin Film Group, Su Zhuang was also investigating the information about Villano. 36. Soon, he found out about Yi Chen. Sitting in his office, he looked at Yi Chen's information with narrowed eyes. This guy comes from an ordinary rural family? Impossible. How could an ordinary person live in the Hualong Sidiu Villa community? How could an ordinary person own tens of millions in luxury cars? Su Zhuang felt this information must be false. Who is helping Yi Chen cover up his information? Could he be the illegitimate son of some big shot? Only this explanation makes sense. If he weren't the illegitimate son of some big shot, how could he possibly have these things? Su Zhuang pondered what to do about this. He was also a prominent figure in Jianghai City. Being slapped in the face like this could not just be brushed aside. No matter whose illegitimate son Yi Chen was, he had to take revenge. In the afternoon, Yi Chen stayed at home, chatting with Xia Qing for over an hour. Around 4 o'clock, Yi Chen's father called. "Xiaoyu, how's it going with that girl?" Yi Chen replied, "Pretty good. Why, Dad?" Yi Haifeng said, "Nothing, just checking. When do you plan to get engaged?" Yi Chen responded, "Engaged? Isn't that too early?" "No rush, we'll talk about it later." Yi Haifeng said, "Alright, it's up to you. Just let me know when you want to get engaged." The father and son chatted for a while before hanging up. Yi Chen looked at the time and said to Han Wanjing, "I'm going out for dinner with friends tonight, so you don't need to wait for me." "Yes, young master." Yi Chen tidied up and drove to Yuhao Technology Company. When he arrived at the underground parking lot of Dinghai Building, Li Yang and the others were just getting off work. "Where are you, you go?" Li Yang called him as soon as he got off work. Yi Chen replied, "I just got to the underground parking lot, come down." Soon, Li Yang came down, but he wasn't alone. He Manhwa was with him. Yi Chen got out of the car and smiled. "Manager you're here too." "Yi Zong," he Manhwa called softly. Li Yang chuckled, "Manager, he has helped me a lot these past few days, so I'm treating both of you tonight." Yi Chen asked, "Alright, where are we eating?" Li Yang said, "I know a restaurant with great food, I'll take you there." Manager, you can take GE's car, and I'll drive the company car. After saying that, he opened the door to the black Audi from the company. Himanshu glanced at Yi Chen's Ferrari F60 and asked, "Is this your car, Yi Zong?" Yi Chen replied, "What do you think? Isn't it much cooler than my BMW 760? Himanshu nodded, "This car is so cool, it must be expensive, right?" Yi Chen said, "A few tens of millions." "Get in." Himanshu was taken aback, "A few tens of millions?" After getting into the car, Himanshu felt a bit awkward sitting inside. She had never been in such an expensive car before and was afraid she might accidentally break something. Li Yang was driving in front, with Yi Chen following behind. Himanshu spoke up, "Mr. Yi, I've developed a growth plan for the company, intending to venture into the mid to high-end server market. Previously, we focused on the mid to low-end market, which had very low profits. Now that we have such good suppliers, we can definitely enter the mid to high-end market." Yi Chen replied, "You can handle the company matters as you see fit, I can't be bothered." It was the first time Himanshu encountered such delegation of power, which fully demonstrated Yi Chen's trust in her. After more than 20 minutes, the three arrived outside a mid to high-end hotel. Getting out of the car, Yi Chen smiled at Li Yang and said, "Li Yang, you're going to spend a lot tonight." Li Yang was all smiles, "Brother, you, Ms. Feel free to eat, one meal won't make me poor." The three chatted and laughed as they walked into the hotel and then into a small private room. Li Yang ordered some dishes and also requested 2 bottles of red wine. "I won't drink, I still have to drive back later," Yi Chen said. When the food and wine arrived, Li Yang and Himanshu poured the red wine. "For the first toast, I toast to brother you and Ms. After saying that, he downed the wine in one gulp. Himanshu also drank it in one go. Fortunately, it wasn't much. Then Himanshu toasted Yi Chen, followed by Li Yang. The two of them drank quite a bit and were slightly tipsy. "Mr. Li, you drink, I'll go to the restroom," Himanshu said as she stood up and left the private room. Li Yang was still planning to pour more wine when Yi Chen said, "Alright, you've had enough, you have to work tomorrow." Li Yang laughed, "Brother you, tomorrow is the weekend, we don't have to work." Yi Chen replied, "Then you should drink less." Li Yang said, "Okay, I'll have some soft drinks." The two chatted for a while, but Himanshu still hadn't returned. Yi Chen wondered, why hasn't he come back? It's been 5 or 6 minutes, right? Li Yang said, "Maybe she drank too much and is throwing up in the restroom? He has had quite a bit to drink." Yi Chen stood up and said, "I'll go take a look." He walked out of the private room and soon heard arguing nearby, along with a server trying to mediate. Yi Chen quickly walked over and saw Himanshu arguing with a middle-aged man. "Don't think you can leave, I'm calling the police," Himanshu said. The middle-aged man pushed her hard, knocking her to the ground. "Get lost, who the hell would want to touch a cheap whore like you?" Yi Chen rushed over and blocked the middle-aged man. "Why are you pushing my friend?" "Get lost," the middle-aged man replied impatiently, reeking of alcohol. Yi Chen pushed him back, sending him 4 or 5 meters away before he fell heavily to the ground. "You think you can just leave without clarifying things?" He walked over to help Himanshu up. "Are you okay?" Himanshu's eyes were slightly red, feeling wronged. "I'm fine, Mr. Yi." Yi Chen asked, "What happened?" Himanshu replied, "Just now, when I was washing my hands, he took advantage of me." "You're full of shit, who do you think you are?" "I have a wife," the middle-aged man adamantly denied it. He had also had a bit to drink. When washing his hands, he saw the curvaceous Himanshu next to him and couldn't resist his hands. He initially thought Himanshu would just endure it, but he didn't expect her reaction to be so intense. She slapped him and even threatened to call the police. He was terrified of her calling the police because that would likely cost him his job. He had worked for over 10 years to finally reach a mid-level management position. The middle-aged man had also looked around and noticed there were no cameras where they were washing their hands, so as long as he denied it, he would be fine. Himanshu said, "It was you who bumped into me. At that moment, it was just the two of us in the restroom." The middle-aged man continued to argue, "You must have been drunk and misinterpreted things. I might have accidentally bumped into you, but I definitely didn't do it on purpose." Yi Chen calmly said to Himanshu, "Call the police, the truth will come out after the investigation." The middle-aged man replied, "Go ahead and report it, there are no cameras in the restroom, so what good will the police do?" Himanshu hesitated, looking at Yi Chen. Hearing the middle-aged man's words, she also felt that calling the police might not be useful. Yi Chen reassured her, "It's fine, just call. You have to trust the police." Himanshu dialed the police. After a while, Li Yang also came over. Seeing that the two hadn't returned, he came out to check. When he heard what had happened to Himanshue, he nearly rushed over to beat up the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man's friends also came out. They were all employees under him. They had invited the middle-aged man tonight to curry favor with him. From their quiet exchanges, Yi Chen learned that the middle-aged man's name was Wang Chang. The police arrived quickly and first asked about Himanshue's situation. Then they approached the middle-aged man. At that moment, Yi Chen used a truth card on Wang Chang. The truth card's effect was that for half an hour, whatever he was asked, he would tell the truth. Now you tell us what happened, the police asked the middle-aged man. Wang Chang hurriedly said, I came out of the restroom to wash my hands and then saw her next to me. Her figure is really great, and she's beautiful, much better than my wife, that yellow-faced woman. Everyone around was stunned, even the police were taken aback. It was the first time they had seen such an honest criminal. Himanshue's eyes widened in surprise. Didn't he just say he wouldn't say anything? Why is he admitting it now? I secretly glanced at her curvy figure, and after drinking a bit, I mustered the courage to bump into her. You say you bumped into this lady? Is it the part she just mentioned? Yes, that's the spot, that's the interesting part. Bumping into other places isn't exciting, right? Wang Chang replied with a smile. Everyone was dumbfounded. How could he say such shameless things with a smile? Do you often do this? Be honest and tell us how many times you've done it, the police asked sternly. Wang Chang laughed and said, I've done this too many times, I can't even remember. On the subway, on the bus, even in my office, I've done it. They all swallow their anger and don't dare to say anything. That feeling is very thrilling. Especially in the office. Yesterday, the new female employee had an amazing figure, and she was very proactive. In the office while her boyfriend was working outside. Wang Chang, you bastard. A young man nearby suddenly stood up in rage and punched the middle-aged man. After the investigation clarified the situation, Wang Chang was taken away. Yi Chen and the others left the hotel, and Li Yang called a ride to go home. Get in the car, I'll take you back, Yi Chen said to Himanshue. Himanshue replied, It's so late, Yi, I can go back by myself. You should head home and rest. Yi Chen insisted, Get in, I'm not at ease with you going back alone after drinking. Himanshue hesitated but eventually got into the car. Remembering what had just happened in the hotel, she still felt a bit scared and disgusted. That middle-aged man was too disgusting. Where do you live, Yi Chen turned to her and asked. Himanshue replied, Binhai Community, it's quite close to our company. Yi Chen opened the navigation and drove towards Binhai Community. Himanshue's face was flushed from drinking, making her look charming and alluring. She turned to Yi Chen and asked in confusion, Mr. Yi, what's going on with that Wang Chang? Didn't he say he would never admit it? Why is he saying everything now, even revealing other things? Yi Chen smiled faintly, maybe he was scared. Himanshue replied, but he doesn't look scared. Yi Chen said, we probably can't guess the twisted thoughts of such a pervert. Exactly, people like that are just perverts. Himanshue recalled what happened in the restroom and gritted her teeth. After saying that, she took off her professional suit jacket. It's so hot, did you turn on the air conditioning? Yi Chen smiled slightly. There's a joke online about this kind of car. When a beautiful woman gets in, she says it's hot and wants to take off her clothes. Turns out it's true. Himanshue's face turned even redder upon hearing his words. This was a joke circulating on the internet. Mr. Yi, please don't joke with me, I was drinking. Yi Chen laughed heartily and turned on the car's air conditioning. Does manager he not have a boyfriend yet? Himanshue replied, no, I'm very busy with work and don't have time to date, and there isn't anyone suitable right now. I'll think about it when I meet the right person in the future. Yi Chen said, finding a boyfriend is a big deal in life, it must be approached with caution. The two chatted casually along the way. Half an hour later, Yi Chen drove to the entrance of the Riverside community. Himanshue said, Mr. Yi, you can stop at the entrance, I can go in by myself. It's late, you should head back and rest. Yi Chen replied, it's fine, I'm not short on time. After saying that, he drove into the community. Himanshue's heart raced upon hearing his words. What does Mr. Yi mean by this? Does he want to come to my house and do something? Thinking of this made her heart race faster, her mind a bit chaotic, unsure whether to refuse or accept. What should I do if Mr. Yi wants to do that with me? A few minutes later, Yi Chen parked the car downstairs at her home. We're here, manager you can go up, Yi Chen said to Himanshue. Himanshue hesitated for a moment. Mr. Yi, would you like to come up for a bit? Yi Chen smiled and replied, it's too late, I won't go up. Manager get some rest early. Himanshue got out of the car and leaned down at the passenger window. Mr. Yi, drive slowly on your way back since it's so late. Yi Chen was momentarily stunned by the sight of Himanshua leaning at the window. He quickly said, "Okay, manager He, drive safely and get some rest." Watching Yi Chen's car leave the community, Himanshua felt a sense of loss. She self-deprecatingly smiled and shook her head as she walked into the building. After leaving the community, Yi Chen let out a long breath. He had almost agreed just now. Especially when Himanshua leaned at the passenger window. That was truly too tempting for him. Yi Chen was not an innocent young man, he had experienced such things before. Moreover, it had been a long time since he had been intimate with a woman. Yi Chen felt a bit regretful. Damn it, why didn't I agree just now? If I had, maybe there would have been a chance. He vaguely remembered when he was working before. There was a handsome male colleague who often boasted in front of them. He would talk about how this girl was so enthusiastic and how that girl was so proactive. At that time, Yi Chen and the others were envious. That colleague was definitely a scumbag among scumbags. He just didn't know which honest man would end up with the girls he dated. He had vowed back then to rather be a scumbag than an honest man who picks up the pieces. But just now, he had the chance, and he didn't dare to take it. After all, he lacked experience. After regretting for a while, Yi Chen pushed the matter out of his mind. There would be plenty of opportunities for such things. Besides, he couldn't just be with any woman, at the very least, it had to be someone he liked. He certainly didn't like the type who would hook up with anyone. It was nearly 9 o'clock in the evening when Yi Chen finally returned home. Han Wanjing was sitting on the sofa watching TV. When she saw him come in, she stood up to greet him. "Young master, you're back." Yi Chen looked at her and smiled. "Still not resting?" Han Wanjing, "Not yet, I'll rest after you do, young master." Yi Chen sat down on the sofa, and Han Wanjing prepared a cup of warm milk for him. "Young master, warm milk helps with sleep at night and increases blood supply to the stomach." Yi Chen took a sip. This life was truly comfortable. In the past, when he got off work and returned to his rental, he didn't even have warm water, only that big bottle of mineral water. Han Wanjing stood behind the sofa, gently massaging his shoulders. "Young master, Miss Du and Miss Sun from next door came to look for you at 6 o'clock. They left when you weren't home." Yi Chen asked, "Did they say anything?" "No." Han Wanjing paused and continued, "Young master, this afternoon, some unidentified bodyguards were loitering outside our villa. It might be that Su Zhuang." Yi Chen frowned slightly. "I see, it seems I need to teach this guy a lesson." Su Zhuang sending people to hang around outside his villa was clearly looking for trouble. Yi Chen sipped his milk while thinking about how to deal with Su Zhuang. If he could get some dirt on Su Zhuang, that would be great. This guy must have plenty of skeletons in his closet. Yi Chen had seen him with the popular star Wang Yao, and their closeness was definitely not a proper relationship. It would be best if he could dream about this tonight and then make that dream come true by obtaining all the incriminating videos of Su Zhuang. If those videos were released, it would definitely create a sensational effect. At that time, it would be enough to make him suffer greatly, even if he didn't end up dead. After finishing the milk, Yi Chen said to Han Wanjing, "Alright, Wanjing, you should rest early too. Tomorrow morning, go to the hospital and buy some gifts to see your family." "Thank you, young master." Yi Chen got up and returned to the bedroom upstairs. Before sleeping, he kept silently reciting, "Su Zhuang's dirt, Su Zhuang's dirt." The next morning at 7, Yi Chen woke up. Congratulations to the host for making a dream come true, obtaining the Tianlong International Bodyguard Company. Hearing this news, Yi Chen sighed. Why wasn't it Su Zhuang's dirt? Yi Chen walked downstairs and found Sun Yumeng and Du Feifei were also there. "Good morning, brother Yi Chen," Sun Yumeng said, her delicate face full of smiles. Yi Chen smiled slightly. "Morning, you two are up quite early. Haven't had breakfast yet? Let's eat together." Sun Yumeng nodded. "Thank you, brother Yi Chen." Han Wanjing came out of the kitchen, carrying breakfast. While eating, Sun Yumeng said to Yi Chen, "Brother Yi Chen, tonight is my cousin's birthday. We came to invite you to her birthday party." Yi Chen glanced at Du Feifei. Du Feifei smiled and said, "I hope Mr. Yi can attend." Yi Chen nodded slightly. "Alright, I'll be there tonight." Just then, his phone suddenly rang. It was an unfamiliar number, likely a call from Tianlong International Bodyguard Company. He answered the call. "Hello, who is this?" A middle-aged man's voice came from the phone, deep and powerful. "Is this Mr. Yi Chen? I am Feng Jian, the professional manager of Tianlong International Bodyguard Company." Yi Chen replied, "That's me." Feng Jian continued, "Hello, Mr. Yi. The share transfer document has been handed to me by Mr. Li. Shall I bring it to you?" Yi Chen said, "No need, I'll come over shortly. I want to see how the new company is doing." "All right, Mr. Yi." Yi Chen hung up the phone and then searched for Tianlong International Bodyguard Company online. Tianlong International Bodyguard Company is the largest bodyguard service company in Zhanghai City, valued at over 2 billion. It involves various services, including celebrity bodyguards, personal bodyguards, transport escort, on-site security, and high-end residential security, among others. These are all within the service scope of Tianlong International Bodyguard Company. They have branches in several major cities in the country and even have several branches abroad. There is still a professional training ground abroad, where various firearms can be trained for use. Tianlong International Bodyguard Company is not only the top in Zhanghai City but also one of the best bodyguard companies in the country, generally providing high-end services. Private bodyguards, transportation escort, and international business are currently the main services of Tianlong International Bodyguard Company. Half of the company's income each month comes from these 3 bodyguard services. Brother Yi Chen, you have a new company again? Sun Yumeng asked curiously. Yi Chen replied, I just acquired one, I'll go take a look after dinner. Sun Yumeng asked, what company did you acquire, Brother Yi Chen? Yi Chen answered, Tianlong International Bodyguard Company. Du Feifei was taken aback and looked at him in surprise. Tianlong International Bodyguard Company? The top bodyguard company in Zhanghai City? Yi Chen nodded. Miss Du knows about it too? Of course, Du Feifei knew. This time, her parents hired 30 gold medal bodyguards from Tianlong International Bodyguard Company when they went abroad. These 30 gold medal bodyguards cost 300,000 a day, totaling 3 million in 10 days. Du Feifei said, Tianlong International Bodyguard Company is one of the top bodyguard companies in the country, with a very wide range of services. Almost everyone in the upper circles of Zhanghai City knows about it. She paused and continued, it is said that the founder of this company has a powerful background in that regard. I want to know how Mr. Yi acquired it from that person. Yi Chen smiled lightly, is that difficult? It was indeed very difficult. Others couldn't even buy a share, yet he directly acquired the entire company. Was that not difficult? Sun Yumeng said, Brother Yi Chen, you are amazing. If I need a bodyguard in the future, can I just come to you? Yi Chen replied, what does a student like you need a bodyguard for? Du Feifei, with a calm expression, continued eating without saying anything more. She usually had a cool demeanor, fully displaying her young lady personality. When Yi Chen first met her, he had a good impression. However, after getting to know her for a few days, he understood that Du Feifei had a bit of the pride typical of a young lady. Just like when she heard that Yi Chen acquired Tianlong International Bodyguard Company. Although she was extremely surprised inside, her outward expression remained indifferent. To put it simply, she was stubborn. After breakfast, Du Feifei and Sun Yumeng went back to prepare for the birthday party that evening. Yi Chen went to Tianlong International Bodyguard Company. Tianlong International Bodyguard Company is located in Anqing District, and it took more than half an hour to drive there. Upon arriving at the company, Yi Chen reported his name, and someone took him to Feng Jian's office. Feng Jian was a professional manager, hired to manage the company. The previous owner of Tianlong International Bodyguard Company hardly managed the company, as most matters were handled by Feng Jian. Now that the owner had changed, Feng Jian felt a bit anxious, wondering if he would be dismissed as the head person. Mr. Yi has arrived, Feng Jian was informed. Feng Jian quickly stood up from his seat and walked over briskly. Hello, Mr. Yi, I am Feng Jian. Yi Chen sat on the office sofa. Hello, please bring me the share transfer documents to take a look. Feng Jian hurriedly brought the documents and handed them to him. Yi Chen opened them and saw no issues. He said to Feng Jian, from now on, you will still be responsible for the company's affairs. Report directly to me if there is anything. Yes, Mr. Yi. Yi Chen added, by the way, arrange some bodyguards for me. I need them on duty at my residence 24 hours a day. Feng Jian replied, okay, Mr. Yi, I will arrange it immediately. Yi Chen then looked over the company's operational situation from the previous months. He discovered that this bodyguard company could make a profit of 60 to 70 million every month, but the expenses were also around 10 to 20 million, leaving a net profit of 40 to 50 million. This level of profitability was already quite strong. When Yi Chen left, 2 black business cars followed him, filled with the gold medal bodyguards from Tianlong International Bodyguard Company. He gave them the address and asked them to wait in the neighborhood while he went to the mall alone. Tonight was Du Feifei's birthday, and she had invited him. It wouldn't be good not to bring a gift. Yi Chen arrived at the nearby Ruitian shopping plaza. This was one of the largest shopping plazas in Zhanghai City, with a very high foot traffic every day. Almost all the brands sold here were mid to high-end. The clothes Yi Chen wore were considered low-end brands here. However, when he drove up to the street outside the plaza, he attracted countless gazes, especially from many young beauties. Most of them took out their phones to snap pictures of the Ferrari F60. The young women in the plaza were dressed very revealingly, wearing short skirts, ultra-short shorts, backless dresses, and so on. Fashionable, stunning, and captivating. There were also beauties filming dance videos and streamers live on their phones. Among them was a female streamer with 1 million followers. She was walking and talking, "This is Ruetian Shopping Plaza, hey guys, look at all the beauties here. Are those long legs white or what?" In the live stream, a group of fans spammed 666666. The streamer is a good person. Ruetian Shopping Plaza lives up to its name. There are indeed many beauties. I'm done. What about you guys? That was just a few seconds. You're too fast, bro. The female streamer Maya noticed the crowd gathering not far away. Everyone, quickly look over there. What's happening? Why are so many people taking pictures? A flashy red Ferrari slowly drove out from the crowd. Wow, which model of Ferrari is that? So cool. Is that a Ferrari 488? Doesn't look like it. Could it be a Ferrari 812? Doesn't seem like it either. Streamer, what car is this? Do you know? Maya smiled and said, I only know it's a Ferrari, but I don't know the series. It's probably worth a few million. Ferraris are not cheap. The lowest ones start at 2 to 3 million. Maya had seen many series of Ferraris, but she had never seen this one before. The flashy red Ferrari supercar was driving towards her. The viewers in her live stream could see it more clearly. Which model of Ferrari is this? Haven't seen it much. The front is so cool, so handsome. Streamer, seize the opportunity. The rich guy is right in front of you. Yes, streamer, seize it. Maybe this rich guy will give you a few million. I found out, this is the limited edition Ferrari F60, commemorating Ferrari's 60th anniversary, with only 10 in the world, worth over 50 million. Damn, that expensive? Over 50 million? Damn, that's too rich. I'll never earn that much money in my lifetime. Some cars are born to be rare, they might never exist again in this lifetime. So awesome, a 50 million luxury car. I'm really seeing things today. Lee Maya saw the comments from her fans and was also taken aback. This car was worth over 50 million? Her heart raced, pounding wildly. Anyone who could drive such a car was definitely from a wealthy family. A 50 million luxury car, that was just too impressive. Yi-Chen parked the car in a parking space and saw a young beauty next to him taking pictures with her phone. The young beauty wore a tight black mini skirt, her figure tall and graceful, with striking features. If a perfect score was 100, she would probably score around 85, making her a decent beauty. The feeling of being wealthy was truly exhilarating. If he had come to such a place in the past, those people probably wouldn't have even glanced at him. He had just gotten out of the car when two fashionable, revealingly dressed young beauties ran over. Hey handsome, can we exchange contact information? The two young women wore friendly and charming smiles. Nearby, Lee Maya was sizing up Yi-Chen, who was just as she had imagined, a young rich second generation. Streamer, hurry up and take action. Look, someone is already making a move. You see how these two women are practically glued to him. Damn, these two flashy girls are even more shameless than our streamer. Lee Maya saw the comments from the fans in the livestream and felt a wave of frustration. You're the shameless one, your whole family is shameless. Yi-Chen looked at the two beauties and smiled. Sorry, I have something to do. After saying that, he walked towards the mall. Beautiful lady, how about we exchange contact information? A man nearby asked with a smile. The two women glanced at him. Get lost, you loser. In Lee Maya's live stream. Damn, this is too realistic. 666-6666 serves them right for not getting her contact info. Women like that are really disgusting. Ugly faces. Streamer, hurry up and catch up with him. You have nothing to do anyway. Chat with this rich guy. Yeah, chat with him. If he's in a good mood, he might give you a few million. Lee Maya hesitated for a moment and said, then I'll go chat with him. But if he ignores me, I'll kill you all. Yi-Chen walked into the mall and started browsing. He came here to buy some jewelry. He actually didn't know what to get to Fei Fei for her birthday, but in the end, he thought jewelry would be more appropriate. Moreover, given his current status, he couldn't give something too cheap. If he only gave something worth tens of thousands, it would be embarrassing. The mall was very large, and he felt dazzled as he walked in, especially with so many beautiful women inside. Those long, straight, white legs were simply mouth-watering. After walking for a while, Yi-Chen noticed a woman following him, holding a selfie stick. He stopped and turned to look at Lee Maya. When Lee Maya saw that Yi-Chen had noticed her, her pretty face showed an awkward, shy smile. Hello. She took the initiative to greet Yi-Chen. Yi-Chen looked her up and down, feeling a bit familiar. Aren't you a streamer? Lee Maya nodded. Yes, I'm a streamer on Hwayne. My name is Maya. Maya? No wonder she looked so familiar, though she was a bit different from the videos. To be precise, she was even prettier than in the videos. Yi Chen often watched short videos on Huiyin and followed quite a few beauties, including her. These beauties had accompanied him through many lonely nights. Especially this Maya, her figure and face were very appealing. She was one of his main fantasies back then. Of course, he rarely watched them now. Seeing her in person made him feel a bit shy, but he maintained a calm exterior. "You didn't take pictures of me, did you?" Yi Chen asked her. Li Maya quickly shook her head. "No, I just took a quick snapshot at the beginning, sorry." In the live stream, the streamer has already made a move, quite charming. Boys need to protect themselves out there. Is the streamer going to a hotel later? Live stream it? Strongly request the streamer to do a live stream. Streamer, if you live stream, you'll definitely become the #1 female internet celebrity. Live stream your mom, your whole family is live streaming. These bastards really say anything. Fortunately, Yi Chen didn't see it, or it would have been so awkward for her. Yi Chen asked as he walked, "So, you're live streaming now?" Li Maya replied, "Yes, I usually stream outdoors for a few hours in the morning and afternoon, and then stream at home in the evening." Yi Chen asked, "What's your real name?" "My name is Li Maya." Yi Chen extended his hand. "I'm Yi Chen, nice to meet you." Li Maya didn't expect Yi Chen to take the initiative to shake hands, and hurriedly shook his hand. "I'm also very happy to meet you, Mr. Yi." In the live broadcast room. Wow, they shook hands so quickly. "I'm so envious. If I were rich, I would directly support the streamer. My heart is broken, my goddess is holding someone else's hand." Streamer quickly let go of his hand. "Haven't you seen a man before? I seriously suspect you're taking advantage of the rich guy." Yi Chen released her fair little hand. "Miss Li, are you familiar with this place?" Li Maya replied, "I come here often, I'm quite familiar. If Mr. Yi wants to buy something, I can take you." Yi Chen said, "A friend has a birthday, I want to buy some jewelry. Where can I buy jewelry?" Li Maya smiled and said, "The jewelry store is on the 3rd floor, that whole floor sells jewelry." She took Yi Chen to the 3rd floor. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, as far as the eye could see, there were counters selling jewelry, all international luxury brands. "Mr. Yi, is your friend male or female?" Yi Chen replied, "Female." Li Maya asked, "What kind of jewelry do you plan to give?" Yi Chen said, "I don't know either. You're a woman, what do you think would be a good birthday gift?" Li Maya smiled and said, "Mr. Yi, it depends on your relationship with that person. If it's a regular friend, a necklace would be quite nice. If it's a girlfriend, a ring or bracelet would work." Yi Chen said, "Just a regular friend." Li Maya replied, "In that case, a necklace would be quite appropriate." Yi Chen walked over to a nearby counter, which was a Bulgari brand counter, an internationally renowned luxury brand. The female salesperson smiled and said, "Welcome to Bulgari Jewelry. What kind of jewelry are you planning to buy, sir?" Yi Chen replied, "Just looking at necklaces." "Sir, the necklaces are at this counter, let me take you over to have a look." Arriving at the necklace counter, there were hundreds of Bulgari necklaces on display. Li Maya's eyes lit up with admiration upon seeing the necklaces. However, the prices made her hesitant. The necklaces here started at over 100,000, going into the hundreds of thousands. Although her income was decent, it wasn't extravagant enough to spend hundreds of thousands on a necklace. "Wow, what kind of necklace is this so expensive? The cheapest is over 100,000. Dude, this is Bulgari, an international luxury brand. Over 100,000, is that really something to be surprised about? A watch for the rich can cost millions. You say that as if you're a rich person. Damn, I'm richer than you. S-coins, what are you pretending to be online for?" Li Maya sighed as she observed the situation in the live broadcast room. She was almost overwhelmed by the popularity of the live stream every day. Yi Chen glanced and chose a necklace, which had a ruby in the center, surrounded by a circle of top-quality diamonds. The bold design and unique style had always been Bulgari's characteristics. "I'll take this one. How much is it?" Yi Chen asked. There was no price tag on the necklace. The female salesperson was momentarily stunned. "Sir, this is a limited edition from our Bulgari counter, handcrafted by top masters abroad, named Heart of the Goddess, priced at 3,680,000. Li Maya was taken aback by the price and couldn't help but look at the necklace Yi Chen had chosen. The necklace was beautiful, she was captivated at first sight. The translucent ruby, sparkling top-quality diamonds, paired with that 5-color gold chain, was simply breathtaking. Yi Chen said, "I'll pay by card." The female salesperson was surprised, that was too straightforward. Her face was full of smiles as she hurriedly began to prepare the bill for Yi Chen. A few minutes later, the female salesperson carefully handed him the packaged necklace. The fans in Li Maya's livestream had already erupted in excitement. They were completely stunned by Yi Chen's extravagant gesture. The two people who had just been arguing had fallen silent. Unfortunately, I have no culture, just a phrase to get by. This is just too rich. This is a real tycoon. Spending over 3 million on a necklace as a birthday gift for an ordinary friend. Who else could do that? Yi Chen said to Li Maya beside him, let's go. Li Maya, coming back to her senses, looked at him with wide, surprised eyes, unsure of what to say. Nearly 4 million, and you didn't even blink? Yi Chen said, thank you for bringing me here, Miss Li. Sorry for interrupting your live stream. Li Maya hurriedly replied, Mr. Yi, you're too polite. I happen to have nothing to do. Yi Chen said, I'll thank you again when I have time. I'm heading back now. Li Maya nodded slightly. Goodbye, Mr. Yi. Yi Chen left the mall and drove towards the Hualong Sidu Villa community. Upon returning home, the people from the Tianlong International Bodyguard Company had already arrived, standing outside the villa. Besides the Tianlong International bodyguards, there were also 2 other bodyguards standing nearby. They felt a bit intimidated upon seeing the Tianlong International bodyguards. Yi Chen parked the car in the yard, got out, and walked over. Bring those 2 over here. The bodyguard at the villa's entrance quickly walked over and brought the 2 men in black suits to him. Those 2 were also from a bodyguard company, a large one at that. Yi Chen looked at them and asked, Did Su Zhuang send you? That's right, Mr. Su wants to see you, one of them replied. Yi Chen said, Take me to see him. You 5 come with me to follow Mr. Yi, the bodyguard captain said indifferently. The 2 bodyguards led Yi Chen and the others to Su Zhuang's villa. Yi Chen, along with the bodyguards, directly entered Su Zhuang's villa, where he was sitting on the sofa, holding a beautiful woman in his arms. As a big shot in the business world, he could find as many beautiful women as he wanted. Moreover, as the chairman of an entertainment group, he had no shortage of various beauties. When he saw Yi Chen and the bodyguards enter, he was taken aback. When did he get bodyguards? The beauty in Su Zhuang's arms was also sizing up Yi Chen, wondering who he was. Yi Chen sat down on the sofa, crossing his legs. I heard you were looking for me? Do you want to return the slap I gave you? Su Zhuang's expression darkened. This was too arrogant. Yi Chen completely disregarded him, wearing a condescending expression. Su Zhuang stared at him. I, Su Zhuang, am a prominent figure in Shanghai City. I know your background is impressive, but I'm not someone to be trifled with. Yi Chen looked at him with interest, swinging his leg. Get to the point. Su Zhuang said, You hand over Han Wanjing to me for 3 days, and I won't pursue the matter of you hitting me. Let's turn hostility into friendship. The more friends, the more paths. You can choose any of the female stars from my group. It's not worth making a deadly enemy over a servant, don't you think? Yi Chen stood up and walked in front of him, raising his hand to slap him again, scaring the young beauty beside him. Even if I slap you again, what can you do? Su Zhuang's bodyguards wanted to step forward but were stopped by Yi Chen's bodyguards. Su Zhuang's face turned red, his expression dark and terrifying. Yi Chen, you're forcing me. Yi Chen replied, Su Zhuang, I advise you to swallow your anger and pretend this never happened, or you'll regret opposing me. After saying that, he even patted Su Zhuang's bald head. He was very direct with his words. But at that moment, Su Zhuang was filled with rage. His voice was low. Oh really? I want to see just how powerful the people behind you are. Yi Chen looked at Su Zhuang with a contemptuous smile. He had used a misfortune card on Su Zhuang. Misfortune card used successfully. Target Su Zhuang. Remaining duration, 23 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds. Although the misfortune card had a very small chance of causing death, a series of unfortunate events would occur. He also had an accident card, which was almost an upgraded version of the misfortune card. It had a high probability of causing disability or even death to the target. Let's go. Yi Chen turned and walked out of Su Zhuang's villa. Su Zhuang's face turned extremely ugly. He had initially wanted to teach Yi Chen a lesson, but seeing that Yi Chen had brought so many bodyguards, he changed his tune. He never expected that Yi Chen would slap him again in front of everyone. After Yi Chen left, Su Zhuang angrily looked at the 4 bodyguards. What did I hire you for? To watch me get beaten? One of the bodyguards replied, Sorry, sir, they have more people, and these are all top bodyguards from Tianlong Special Guard. Su Zhuang shouted, Get out, you useless bunch of freeloaders. The 4 bodyguards hurriedly left the villa. Su Zhuang looked at the young beauty on the sofa, who was now too scared to speak. Whether it was Su Zhuang getting beaten earlier or his current rage, it made her a bit frightened. She was just a newcomer in the entertainment industry, chosen by Su Zhuang. She felt lucky because not everyone had this opportunity. Su Zhuang had promised her that as long as she obediently listened, he would promote her heavily in the company. That was also why she came here. She wanted to become a big star. For fame and money, she could sacrifice her body and even her dignity. After all, she was no longer a pure girl. She comforted herself by thinking of her relationship with Su Zhuang as just a brief romance. Go wait for me in the room. Su Zhuang looked at her with a fierce gaze. Hu Jingjing felt a shiver in her heart at his look and then got up to walk into the room. Su Zhuang poured himself a glass of wine, downed it in one go, and stood up. He walked towards the room, but then with a bang, he slipped and fell to the ground. He fell hard, losing a tooth and his nose bleeding profusely. The misfortune card had already taken effect. For 24 hours, Su Zhuang would be plagued by bad luck. That day, Su Zhuang's misfortunes reached their peak. He fell while walking. The bed collapsed while he was with Hu Jingjing, almost making him the last eunuch in history. He nearly choked to death while eating, got into a car accident on the way to the company, and so on. After leaving Su Zhuang's villa, Yi Chen returned home. Han Wanjing was not at home. She must have gone to the hospital. He sat on the sofa, opened the app for short videos, and found Meiya's live stream. At that moment, she was still wandering around the Ruitian shopping plaza. Brothers, it's almost noon. How about we meet in the afternoon? No way, we haven't seen enough yet. There are too many beauties here, it's dazzling. I can't look anymore. If I do, I'll have to divorce my wife. Streamer, find a place to eat. We want to watch you live stream while eating. Does the streamer have a boyfriend? How about I become your boyfriend? The streamer has such a great figure. I really like it. Streamer, call me daddy, and I'll give you 100. The live stream was filled with all kinds of people. There were sycophants, show-offs, and even people like Yi Chen from the past. Yi Chen entered the live stream room and charged 2 million into his account. It was a thank you for Meiya's help today and for countless nights of companionship in the past. He opened the gift package and found the most expensive gift, the carnival, and sent it in a flurry. The dazzling and beautiful gift effects lit up the live stream. Meiya was stunned. The fans in the live stream were also taken aback. Wow, who sent this carnival gift? Is a big spender here? 666 666 The live stream room was uniformly filled with 666. At the same time, a banner appeared at the top of each live stream. Mr. Yi sent a carnival in Meiya's live stream. Mr. Yi is creating a romantic carnival for you. Meiya reacted, her face full of surprise. Thank you, Mr. Yi, for the carnival gift. The carnival gift effects in the live stream room appeared one after another, filling half the screen. In less than 2 minutes, Yi Chen was prompted that his balance was insufficient. Each carnival gift cost 3,000, and he clicked too quickly, averaging about 10 clicks per second. He had spent a total of 1,998,000. With only 2,000 left, it wasn't enough for another carnival gift. His avatar appeared at the top of the leaderboard, showing he had sent out 19,980,000 sound waves. Meiya's livestream had quite a few fans, and there were many wealthy people. But Yi Chen was the first to spend gifts like this. In less than 2 minutes, he had spent nearly 2 million, which was terrifying. Thank you, big brother, thank you, big brother. Meiya was extremely excited. Mr. Yi was truly extravagant. Everyone in the live stream was spamming 666. This was the first time they had seen such a scene. It was simply outrageous. Meiya clicked on Yi Chen's avatar and then followed him. Yi Chen's profile showed that this account had sent out 19,980,000 sound waves, indicating he had only sent gifts in his own livestream. Is this the rich guy I met in the mall? It must be. The name Mr. Yi is the same. So awesome, no wonder he drives a Ferrari F60. The host should learn to be grateful. Yes, the host should learn to be grateful. Let's go to a 5-star hotel tonight to properly thank the big brother. Grateful my ass, your whole family should be grateful. Meiya cursed those people in her heart. Yi Chen smiled and typed a line, is the host grateful? Meiya saw what he typed, and her pretty face flushed with 2 shades of red. Ha, the big brother spoke. The big brother is asking you, hurry and respond. Thank you, big brother, I hope you will continue to support me. Meiya smiled and said, big brother, I'll book a room right now, how about the Ritz-Carlton? Yi Chen, okay, see you tonight, I have to go busy now. After saying that, he exited the live stream. This guy was quite bold. Meiya then happily ended her live stream. She earned about 1 million in this morning's stream, almost all from Yi Chen's gifts. Meiya sent Yi Chen a private message, Mr. Yi, can I add you to my contacts? Yi Chen saw the message on Huiyin and then sent her his contact information. Soon she added Yi Chen's V number. Thank you, Mr. Yi, for sending me so many gifts. Yi Chen, you're welcome, consider it my gratitude to you. My gratitude? I just took you around the mall, isn't this gratitude too much for 2 million? She didn't know that Yi Chen often watched her videos to solve personal physiological problems. Li Meiya replied with a smile, Mr. Yi, the hotel is booked. What time will you come over tonight? Yi Chen smiled slightly, is that so? Don't wait until tonight, I'll come over now. Li Meiya, but I'm eating now, and I have to stream again in the afternoon. Yi Chen, no more jokes, you eat, I have something to do. He couldn't chat with her any longer, otherwise, it would be easy to make mistakes. Ding, system task activated, make Xia Qing become the host's woman, successful reward of 2 billion cash, 5 random item cards. After 11, Han Wanjing returned. After coming back, she started making lunch. Yi Chen sat on the sofa chatting with Xia Qing, and their relationship grew increasingly intimate. Her work had become a bit easier, and her days off were still every Thursday and Friday. The mall was generally busier on Saturdays and Sundays. Most employees had weekends off, with more working on Saturdays and Sundays. At noon, Han Wanjing came out of the kitchen, young master, lunch is ready. While having lunch, Yi Chen asked Han Wanjing, how is it? Is your family getting better? Han Wanjing smiled, there are no more issues. They can stay for another month and then go home to recuperate. Thank you for your help, young master. Wanjing will definitely not forget your kindness. Yi Chen smiled slightly, no need to take it to heart, just focus on your work. At that moment, Yi Chen's phone suddenly rang. He picked it up and was taken aback. The person messaging him was someone he didn't expect, Chen Wangqing. She was a classmate from high school and the object of his secret crush. Not only was she beautiful, but she also excelled academically and was the class monitor. Later, she got into Jianghai University, one of the top 10 universities in the country. When Yi Chen came to Jianghai to work, he was thrilled to hear that Chen Wangqing was also here. They had chatted for a while, but eventually, Yi Chen faced reality. They were from completely different worlds. It was almost impossible for him and Chen Wangqing to be together. The message from Chen Wangqing read, are you there, Yi Chen? Once Yi Chen came to his senses, he replied, yes, what's up? Chen Wangqing, do you have time this afternoon? I need your help with something. What do you need help with? Yi Chen was a bit curious about what she could possibly need his assistance for. Chen Wangqing, a few of my roommates and I are planning to move out, and I have too much stuff to handle alone. If you're busy, it's fine. Yi Chen, no problem, I don't have anything going on. What time this afternoon? Around 2 o'clock. Yi Chen, okay, I'll call you when I get to your school. Chen Wangqing, alright, thank you, Yi Chen. After lunch, Yi Chen left the house, driving his BMW 760 out of the villa. He had initially wanted to take his Ferrari F60, but thinking about Chen Wangqing's move, he switched to this car since a sports car couldn't hold much. Chen Wangqing was at the east campus of Jianghai University, which wasn't close. It took about an hour to drive there. Nearly an hour later, Yi Chen arrived at the east campus of Jianghai University. The guard at the gate only glanced at him and let him in. He called Chen Wangqing, where is the girls' dormitory? I'm at your school. I'll send you the location, Chen Wangqing replied. She sent him the location, and Yi Chen followed the navigation to the girls' dormitory. Many female students were coming in and out of the dormitory. Although Yi Chen's BMW 760 wasn't as eye-catching as a sports car, it still looked stable and luxurious. Next to it was a BMW 5 Series, worth about 500,000. A young man was standing by the car, looking at the surrounding beauties. He noticed Yi Chen's BMW 760 and the V12 emblem, feeling a bit surprised. Wow, a BMW 760 with top configuration? His BMW 5 Series paled in comparison to Yi Chen's 7 Series top model. Yi Chen sent a message to Chen Wangqing, I'm downstairs. Chen Wangqing, I'll be down soon. A few minutes later, Chen Wangqing and 3 girls came down from upstairs, carrying large bags. One of the girls, holding a suitcase and a bag, walked over to the BMW 5 Series. She turned to look at Chen Wangqing and the others. Chen Wangqing, are you guys planning to walk to the rental house? Does your boyfriend want to give you a ride? Chen Wangqing replied calmly, no need. Lu Yunyun wore a smug smile, how about my boyfriend's car? BMW 5 Series, cost over 500,000. A girl next to Chen Wangqing couldn't help but say, it's just a 5 Series, what's so impressive about it? Lu Yunyun replied, Sun Jing, you're just being stubborn, sour grapes because you can't have it. After saying that, she turned to Chen Wangqing and asked, I heard your high school classmate is coming to help you move? Hasn't your high school classmate arrived yet? Well, taking the bus is quite far, and then they have to help you move to the rental place, that's tiring. In the car, Yi Chen felt a bit speechless. How did this turn into a conversation about me? Lu Yunyun and Chen Wangqing had always been at odds. Chen Wangqing was beautiful and did well in her studies, which was what Lu Yunyun envied the most. Yi Chen got out of the car and called out to Chen Wangqing, Wangqing, Chen Wanqing was taken aback when she saw him get out of a black BMW. Yi Chen? Yi Chen smiled and nodded, walking over to her. It's been years, the class monitor is getting more beautiful. Chen Wanqing's cheeks flushed slightly as she shot him a glance. Is this your car? Yes, this is your roommate's. Yi Chen looked at Lu Yunyun and asked. Chen Wanqing nodded. My roommate. Lu Yunyun and the others were stunned. A BMW 760? This is Chen Wanqing's friend's car? Yi Chen looked at Lu Yunyun. Is a 5 Series worth showing off? Shouldn't I flaunt my 7 Series top model worth nearly 3 million in front of you? Lu Yunyun's face turned red, unsure of what to say. Her boyfriend quickly pulled her into the car, and they left in a hurry. Chen Wanqing, Sun Jing, and Wang Jie felt particularly pleased watching her flee. Yi Chen helped them put their things in the trunk. They had a lot of stuff, barely fitting at all. Then they got into the car, with Chen Wanqing sitting in the passenger seat and her 2 roommates in the back. When they saw the luxurious interior, they were taken aback. Yi Chen, you've become so impressive after all these years? Chen Wanqing was filled with curiosity and surprise. Yi Chen replied, I've started a few companies, it's manageable. Chen Wanqing had thought Yi Chen was just working at a company, but she didn't expect him to have started his own. That was really impressive. Chen Wanqing was about to graduate and was currently interning. Entering society, she realized how realistic and cruel it could be. Wanting to start a business and succeed was incredibly difficult. Chen Wanqing's face was full of astonishment. You're amazing. What does your company do? Yi Chen replied, we do servers, have a security company, and I've invested in large shopping malls and the real estate industry. Chen Wanqing, Sun Jing, and Wang Jie were dumbfounded. He was that capable? Chen Wanqing said, don't say that. I graduated from Jianghai University, and I'm not even as good as you, who dropped out of high school. It's so discouraging. Yi Chen smiled and said, I just got lucky. Class monitor, you just graduated, the future is your time to shine. I believe you'll be amazing. Chen Wanqing laughed. Yi Chen, you haven't changed after all these years, still love to joke and flatter. Yi Chen replied, back in school, flattering the class monitor seemed like a wise choice. Chen Wanqing asked, what about now? Yi Chen said, now, flattering beautiful women is never wrong. Chen Wanqing's cheeks turned slightly red, and her roommates Sun Jing and Wang Jie in the back stifled their laughter. Chen Wanqing's 2 roommates were average looking but had nice personalities. Their attitude towards Lu Yunyun just now showed they were good people. Chen Wanqing was still the same as before, with no major changes, gentle, kind, and beautiful. She would always blush from her little jokes. Back in high school, he and Chen Wanqing were classmates, often joking with her, and sometimes she would be mad at him for days. Yi Chen found himself reminiscing about those school days. Especially after entering society, he realized how important a college diploma was. Although there were many college students now, but the gap between college students and non-college students is still quite large, and he has personally felt this. Class monitor, are you working now? Yi Chen asked while driving. Chen Wanqing nodded slightly. I'm working in a large group in administration. I majored in administrative management. Yi Chen, how's the salary? Chen Wanqing, it's okay, 6,000 during the internship, 8,000 plus performance after becoming a regular. College students are indeed college students. The salary they earn upon entering society is something Yi Chen couldn't have imagined before. After all, they are graduates of key universities, not comparable to those from ordinary universities. Impressive. Chen Wanqing shot him a glance. Are you mocking me, big boss? Yi Chen, no, I mean it from the heart. You don't know what my salary was when I first started working. It was only 3,000 or 4,000. Chen Wanqing, but now you've become a big boss. Yi Chen, just lucky, just lucky. To get the dream come true system is indeed good luck. Half an hour later, Yi Chen drove to the bottom of an apartment complex. Chen Wanqing and the others rented a place here. After getting out of the car, Yi Chen helped them carry their things upstairs. They rented an apartment on the 8th floor, and Chen Wanqing opened the door for them to enter. It was a 1-bedroom apartment, with a bedroom, a living room, a kitchen, and a bathroom. It would be a bit cramped for the 3 of them to sleep on one bed, but it was still possible. How much is the rent for this place? Yi Chen asked curiously. Chen Wanqing, over 6,000. This price is indeed not cheap. Splitting it among 3 people means over 2,000 each. Yi Chen, have some water. Thank you for coming to help. Sun Jing poured a glass of water for Yi Chen. Yi Chen smiled. Thank you. Sun Jing, no need to be polite, we should be thanking you. The 3 women went into the room to tidy up, and it was inconvenient for Yi Chen to go in as a man. After a while, Chen Wanqing and the others finished tidying up and came out. Yi Chen stood up and said, if there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Contact me by phone if you need anything in the future. Chen Wanqing, aren't you going to sit for a while longer? We were planning to treat you to dinner tonight. Yi Chen replied with a smile, I have a friend's birthday to attend tonight. Let's have dinner another day. This meal definitely can't be skipped. Chen Wanqing, okay, we'll treat you when you have time. Yi Chen, I'm leaving now, you all should rest for a bit. No need to see me off. After saying that, he turned and walked out. Chen Wanqing had originally planned to see him downstairs. Yi Chen, class monitor, don't be so polite, go back and rest. Chen Wanqing, alright, drive slowly on your way back. Yi Chen took the elevator down, and Chen Wanqing returned home. Sun Jing and Wang Jie hurriedly said, Wanqing, your high school classmate is really impressive, a fully loaded BMW 760, and he's so easygoing and low-key. Chen Wanqing, who knows how he became so capable? When we were in contact before, he was just working in a company, and then we lost touch for a while. Sun Jing smiled and said, with such a good boyfriend candidate, you should seize the opportunity. Plus, you were high school classmates, you're beautiful and good at studying. He probably liked you back in high school. Chen Wanqing's face instantly turned red. What nonsense are you talking about? However, these words made her think of something. That was after Yi Chen dropped out of school. A note had appeared in her textbook, placed there by Yi Chen, saying that he liked her. Chen Wanqing had also liked Yi Chen at that time, but she had never shown it. The note had been kept in a book she liked. When Yi Chen dropped out and left, she was sad for a while. This time, asking Yi Chen for help with moving might be some kind of emotion stirring deep within her. She could have easily asked a few male classmates from her class. Many would have been willing to help her. After Yi Chen drove away from there, memories of high school began to flood his mind. He wondered if Chen Wanqing had noticed the note he left. Her expression suggested she was unaware. Perhaps it was better that way. If she knew, their next meeting might be quite awkward. Yi Chen returned home. It was around 4 in the afternoon. Outside Du Feifei's villa, 3 luxury sports cars had already arrived. Naturally, the people she knew were all from the upper class. Outside the Longxing shopping mall, Li Yu finished work and headed to the underground parking lot. In the parking lot, Wang Hao was sitting in his sports car, his gaze unpredictable. Soon, Li Yu arrived at the car, opened the door, and sat in the passenger seat. Mr. Wang, you were looking for me? Wang Hao replied, no need to call me Mr. Wang anymore, I'm not part of the company now. Li Yu knew he was no longer with the company. But even if he wasn't, Wang Hao was still a rich second generation. Is there something you need from me, Mr. Wang? She asked softly. Wang Hao smiled slightly, nothing much, just feeling a bit bored alone. Do you have plans for tonight? Li Yu replied, I don't have anything planned, I start work tomorrow morning. Wang Hao said, then I'll take you to eat seafood. I know a place that serves great seafood. Sounds good, thank you, young Master Wang. Wang Hao started the car and left. He had his reasons for seeking out Li Yu. He wanted to take revenge on Yi Chen. But since he couldn't meet Yi Chen, he shifted his target to Xia Qing. Xia Qing was his girlfriend, and this was even more satisfying than directly getting back at Yi Chen. He was eager to see Yi Chen's reaction when he found out something had happened to Xia Qing. Capturing Li Yu was his first move. Li Yu was Xia Qing's colleague, and they lived together. With Li Yu's help, things would go more smoothly. His plan for today was to win over Li Yu and make her listen to him. Wang Hao took Li Yu to eat seafood, and after they finished, he said to her, I booked a room at the Marriott Hotel. You haven't stayed in a business suite there, have you? Li Yu's face lit up. The Marriott was a 5-star hotel. Staying a night in a 5-star hotel's business suite would cost over 10,000. She understood Wang Hao's intentions and felt a bit smug inside. A rich second generation like Wang Hao actually wanted to initiate something with her. Once in the car, she said to Wang Hao, young Master Wang, I've had my eye on a handbag, but it's just too expensive. Wang Hao smiled lightly, it's just a handbag. Let's go look at it first, then we can head to the hotel. Inside, he was bleeding inside. Damn it, this girl really knows how to negotiate. He then spent over 30,000 to buy Li Yu a handbag, and only then did she obediently follow him to the hotel. In the Hualong Seaview Villa community, around 6 in the evening, more than 10 luxury sports cars were parked outside Du Feifei's villa. These were all guests attending Du Feifei's birthday party, both men and women, all second-generation heirs. Yi Chen mentioned something to Han Wanjing, then took the gift and left the villa. He entered Du Feifei's villa, where the birthday party setup was already in place. In the living room sat several young men and women, chatting away. Upon seeing someone enter, they all turned to look. Sun Yumling quickly walked over to Yi Chen. Brother Yi Chen, you're here. Du Feifei also approached. Thank you for coming to my birthday party, Yi Chen. Yi Chen smiled. No need to be polite, this is your birthday gift from me. With that, he handed her a Bulgari jewelry bag. Upon seeing the Bulgari brand, Du Feifei knew that what Yi Chen had given her was certainly valuable. Thank you. she said as she took it, continuing, "These are all my friends, let me introduce you. This is Zhao Yunting, Sun Shui, Li Wenbin, and Zhou Haochen." Both sides nodded with smiles, acknowledging each other. Finally, Du Feifei introduced Yi Chen. "This is Yi Chen, who lives next door in Villa 36, a friend of mine in Yumeng." The few people were taken aback to hear that Yi Chen lived here. Those who could reside in the Hualong Seaview Villa community were either business tycoons or families of power. A few of them greeted Yi Chen warmly. High society gatherings are great opportunities to expand one's network. However, some gazes carried a hint of hostility. Du Feifei was considered a beauty, and naturally, many admired her. Li Wenfu was one of them. Sun Yumon looked at the jewelry bag in her cousin's hand. "Sister Feifei, let me see what gift brother Yi Chen gave you." Du Feifei shot her a glance. "Don't make a fuss." Zhao Yunting and Sun Shui chimed in from the side. "Come on, take a look, this is a Bulgari brand, let's see what it is." Du Feifei stepped aside, distancing herself from Yi Chen and the others. After all, staring at Yi Chen would seem impolite. When she opened the jewelry box and saw the necklace inside, her beautiful eyes widened in surprise. Sun Yumeng and the others were also stunned. "Wow, what a beautiful necklace. This is the limited edition Heart of a Goddess necklace from Bulgari, right?" Zhao Yunting exclaimed. "Sun Shui, that's right, it's the Heart of a Goddess. I saw it at the Bulgari counter, it was over 3.6 million. Over 3.6 million? The people around were drawn in. Then gasps of surprise erupted, prompting Li Wenfu and a few other men to walk over as well. "Wow, the Bulgari Heart of a Goddess necklace, worth over 3.6 million. Sun Yumeng hurried to Yi Chen's side, pouting, "Brother Yi Chen, I want one too." Yi Chen smiled. "I'll give you one for your birthday, okay?" Sun Yumeng, "Okay, my birthday is in about a month." Du Feifei looked at Yi Chen sitting on the sofa, her expression somewhat complicated. The gift he gave was too extravagant, wasn't it? Everyone else was stunned by Yi Chen's generosity. Who gives such an expensive birthday gift? What does his family do? Li Wenfu's expression darkened. He had given Du Feifei a necklace worth over 200,000. Most others had given small gifts worth around 10,000. He had thought he would stand out. But compared to the necklace Yi Chen gave, it was like heaven and earth apart. Zhao Yunting quietly asked, "Feifei, what does your friend's family do? This is quite a sum." Du Feifei, he runs his own company, has several companies, and just acquired the Tianlong International Bodyguard Company. Zhao Yunting and the others were aware of Tianlong International Bodyguard Company. It was the top bodyguard company in Jianghai City and even in the country, valued at over 2 billion. Most importantly, the person who founded this company had a deep background. He actually acquired Tianlong International Bodyguard Company. At around 6 in the evening, Du Feifei's birthday party officially began. Everyone sang the birthday song, then started eating cake and dinner. They kept at it until after 8 in the evening, when people began to leave one after another. "Young Master Yi, I'm leaving first, let's chat another day," Zhou Haochen said with a big smile. He had been chatting with Yi Chen throughout the party. Yi Chen responded with a smile each time. If someone showed goodwill, he would naturally reciprocate with respect. In high society, anyone's enthusiasm towards you is often purposeful. This enthusiasm can be a good thing. If you are willing, you can make a friend and expand your network. Although they may not become close allies, they could develop into business partners if their interests align. Moreover, there might be times when one could use the other's help. Yi Chen, alright, let's talk another day, drive safely. After everyone left, Yi Chen helped Du Feifei and Sun Yumeng tidy up the house. It only took a few minutes, and then the three of them sat on the sofa. Du Feifei had a bit to drink, her pretty face slightly flushed. "Yi Chen, I really like the gift you gave me, but it's too expensive." Yi Chen replied, "It's nothing to me, as long as you like it." Du Feifei smiled slightly, "I really like it." Sun Yumeng, who hadn't drunk any alcohol, smiled and said, "Brother Yi Chen, you have to give me such a beautiful gift for my birthday too." Yi Chen replied, "We'll talk about it when your birthday comes." Sun Yumeng asked, "Brother Yi Chen, do you think I look pretty today? This dress was bought for me by my cousin." After saying that, she stood up and twirled around. She was wearing a white, fitted long dress that accentuated her delicate figure. Her slim yet curvy body would surely make countless women envious. It was truly tempting. Yi Chen said, "With your face and figure, you'd look good in anything." Sun Yumeng giggled, "Brother Yi Chen, I'm in love with you. Do you have a girlfriend? How about I be your girlfriend?" Yi Chen coughed lightly, "Stop joking around." Du Feifei shot her a glance. "Yumeng, don't say such things." Sun Yumeng chuckled and didn't say anything more. Yi Chen said, "It's getting late, you should rest early. I'll head back to rest too." Good night, Brother Yi Chen." Yi Chen returned home and went straight to his bedroom, then started chatting with Xia Cheng. At the Wanhao Hotel, in a certain business suite, Wang Hao looked at Liu in his arms and said, "From now on, as long as you obediently listen to me, I'll not only buy you bags and designer clothes, but I'll also give you several thousand yuan in pocket money every month." Liu felt a surge of joy. Several thousand yuan in pocket money every month? Her monthly salary at work was only around 4,000, and this was something she had only dreamed of. Liu hurriedly said softly, "I'll listen to you from now on." Wang Hao continued, "I want to show Xia Qing a little color, let's find a chance to invite her out." Liu was taken aback for a moment. Wang Hao's words were exactly what she wanted to hear. She had long been displeased with Xia Qing, wondering why her boyfriend was so rich and so excellent. "I've also never liked her. What do you plan to do to her?" Liu asked curiously. Wang Hao smiled faintly, "Find a chance to invite her out, get her drunk, and then we won't have to worry about her. There are too many people picking up the pieces these days. It's quite normal for a few people to take her away and have fun for a night." Liu couldn't help but admire Wang Hao's ruthlessness, but she liked it. If Xia Qing had that kind of encounter with several strange men, she didn't believe Xia Qing's boyfriend would still want her. By then, Xia Qing would have nothing left. She would no longer have the right to compare herself with Liu. A flash of inspiration crossed Liu's mind. "In a few days, it will be my birthday. I'll invite her out then, she probably won't refuse." Wang Hao smiled slightly. "Good, we'll do it as I said." Liu added, "I think we need to prepare a backup plan. If she doesn't drink, we can give her the drinks we prepared and mix something into them." Wang Hao looked at her with appreciation. "You've thought this through." Even he hadn't considered so much. Women's thoughts were indeed meticulous. On the other side, after chatting with Xia Qing for over an hour, Yi Chen went to sleep. The next morning, congratulations to the host for making a dream come true, obtaining the Hualong International Hotel. Yi Chen was taken aback for a moment. Hualong International Hotel? What does this hotel have to do with the Hualong Seaview Villa community? He searched online and found that the development company behind Hualong International Hotel was Hualong Real Estate Group. The Hualong Seaview Villa community was also developed by Hualong Real Estate Group. Currently, there was only one Hualong International Hotel in Jianhai City in the whole country, which had just been developed not long ago by Hualong Real Estate Group. Whether in terms of geographical location or hotel facilities, it is top-notch, with a total investment reaching several billion. From the moment it opened, it received widespread acclaim, with monthly revenues reaching tens of millions and pure profits exceeding 10 million. After reading this, Yi Chen began to get up and wash up. Today, he still did not dream of what he wanted. He and Su Zhuang had become mortal enemies, and of course, he wanted to eliminate this rival as soon as possible. Yi Chen could actually take care of Su Zhuang now. A single unexpected card would be enough. But Yi Chen wanted him to be disgraced, not just to die outright. After washing up, Yi Chen went downstairs, where Sun Yumeng and Du Feifei were chatting with Han Wanjing on the first floor. The two of them were here again to mooch a meal. "Good morning, brother Yi Chen," Sun Yumeng said with a bright smile when she saw him come down. Yi Chen replied, "I didn't expect you to be up so early." Sun Yumeng said, "Early to bed and early to rise is good for your health." Han Wanjing had already prepared breakfast, and after Yi Chen came down, they all sat down to eat. Just after finishing breakfast, Yi Chen's phone rang. "Is this Mr. Yi? I am Kong Xingwen, the general manager of the Hualong International Hotel." A middle-aged man's voice came from the phone. Yi Chen replied, "That's me." Kong Xingwen said, "Mr. Yi, I will bring you the hotel asset transfer contract." Yi Chen responded, "No need, I will go to the hotel shortly, you wait for me there." Kong Xingwen said, "Okay, Mr. Yi, I will wait for you. Just let the front desk staff know when you arrive." After hanging up, Yi Chen tidied up and said to Sun Yumeng and the others, "I have something to take care of." Sun Yumeng curiously asked, "Brother Yi Chen, are you still going to the company on the weekend?" Yi Chen replied, "Handling some matters." He drove away from the villa. The Hualong International Hotel is located in Qingpu District. After about 50 minutes, he arrived at the Hualong International Hotel. It is a luxurious hotel with over 40 floors, shaped like a large tile and curved. Yi Chen parked in the parking lot and then walked to the hotel entrance. The entrance was decorated luxuriously, giving a sense of stability. Upon entering, he was struck by the opulent decor, with several columns carved with dragon totems. It was his first time in a five-star hotel, and he couldn't help but be amazed by the interior design. Is this really a five-star hotel? He walked to the front desk, where four beautiful women in kipeos were standing. "I'm looking for Kong Xingwen." The front desk staff looked surprised. "Are you Mr. Yi?" Yi Chen nodded slightly. "That's me." One of the front desk staff quickly said, "Mr. Yi, please wait a moment." She notified the front desk manager, and soon a mature and attractive woman approached. Manager Lu, Mr. Yi has arrived. Lu Tingting looked at Yi Chen, somewhat surprised. Is this really Mr. Yi, the one who invested billions to acquire the Hualong International Hotel? He seems too young. Lu Tingting smiled. Mr. Yi, please follow me. She led Yi Chen to the staff-only elevator. This is a smart elevator that requires a staff card to use. The two entered the elevator, and Lu Tingting pressed the button for the 41st floor. Yi Chen looked at Lu Tingting and asked, "Are you the lobby manager?" Lu Tingting replied, "Yes, Mr. Yi, did you acquire the Hualong International Hotel?" Yi Chen nodded slightly. That's right. The future development of the hotel will require Manager Lu and all the staff to work together. He didn't really understand hotel management, but he needed to get a grasp of the hotel's situation. It didn't matter if he didn't know how to manage, he had to understand the hotel's circumstances to prevent anyone from embezzling. Lu Tingting said, "Mr. Yi, don't worry. We will work hard to make the hotel develop better." Yi Chen nodded slightly. Manager Lu, do well, and your future will be limitless. This was also a signal he was sending to Lu Tingting. As long as you work hard and listen to me, your position will definitely not be limited to this. Lu Tingting felt a surge of joy in her heart. Thank you, Mr. Yi, for valuing me. I will do my best. Yi Chen said, I don't often stay at the hotel, so if there's anything in the future, you can notify me. Please add my contact information. Lu Tingting never expected to be able to exchange contact information with Yi Chen. After all, he was the owner of the Hualong International Hotel. Even the general manager had to act according to his wishes. The two exchanged contact details. Lu Tingting understood Yi Chen's intention. He wanted her to become his confidant and keep him informed about various situations in the hotel. Of course, she wouldn't refuse such a good opportunity. The entire hotel belonged to Yi Chen. He called the shots, and being on his side naturally gave her an advantage. Even if Kong Xingwen wanted to make a move against her, he wouldn't be able to. The elevator quickly reached the 41st floor. As they stepped out, Lu Tingting said, Mr. Yi, that is General Manager Kong Xingwen's office. They arrived at the office door. Lu Tingting gently knocked. Come in, came the voice of a middle-aged man from inside. Lu Tingting opened the door and led Yi Chen in. General Manager Kong, Mr. Yi has arrived. Kong Xingwen hurriedly stood up and walked over to Yi Chen. Hello, Mr. Yi, I am Kong Xingwen. Yi Chen sat down on the sofa. The hotel was his, so naturally, he was in charge here. He sized up Kong Xingwen, a middle-aged man wearing glasses, probably in his 40s, exuding a shrewd and capable aura. Bring me the contract to take a look. Kong Xingwen quickly fetched the contract. Yi Chen sat there examining it. Kong Xingwen stood by, not daring to breathe, afraid of offending this new master. Lu Tingting, however, was not as tense as Kong Xingwen. She was carefully observing Yi Chen. He looked to be around 23 or 24, somewhat handsome, with a charming aura about him. Having acquired the Hualong International Hotel at such a young age, his background must be extraordinary. He was probably the kind of super-rich second-generation heir. Kong Xingwen was also secretly sizing up Yi Chen, pondering various matters in his mind. After Yi Chen finished reviewing the contract, he said to Kong Xingwen, the hotel staff will remain the same, and you will still be responsible for hotel matters. Remember to report any important issues to me. Kong Xingwen quickly nodded. Yes, Mr. Yi. Yi Chen continued, send me the financial statements for the past few months, and from now on, I want the monthly financial reports sent to me immediately. They need to be detailed and clear. Kong Xingwen nodded eagerly. Rest assured, Mr. Yi, I will instruct them to do so. Yi Chen added, I hope the hotel's revenue can increase under your management. If so, everyone will have rewards to take. If the performance is poor, I will have to replace you. This was a warning to Kong Xingwen. If he didn't do well, he would be out. There were plenty of people eyeing this position, and many could take on the role. The hotel wouldn't collapse just because Kong Xingwen left. After giving his instructions, Yi Chen walked out of the office. Soon, Lu Tingting followed him out, and they met at the elevator. Lu Tingting took out a card. Mr. Yi, this is the key card for the hotel's top suite, which is reserved for special guests. You can come and stay anytime. Yi Chen took it, looking at the black card, which was exquisitely designed, with a golden dragon carved on it, exuding immense prestige. How many of these top suites does the hotel have? Yi Chen asked. Lu Tingting replied, there are a total of 10 suites, 3 of which have already been given out to the top figures in Jianghai City, leaving 6 that may occasionally be chosen by customers. Yi Chen nodded slightly. Manager Lu, please show me around the hotel. I want to see the details. Lu Tingting led him on a tour of the hotel. She gave a detailed introduction to the situation in the hotel. Yi Chen also had a rough understanding of the hotel's circumstances. He now owned Yuhao Technology Company, Jinqiao Building, and Hualong International Hotel. He was quite familiar with Yuhao Technology Company, and Li Yang was there as well. Jinqiao Building operated on a leasing model, with transparent rent. The property management company only took a small commission, so there wouldn't be any embezzlement. However, he was not familiar with Hualong International Hotel, so he needed to understand it in detail and also prevent any management from embezzling funds. As for Longxing Group, he did not have absolute control. Li Longxing had considerable influence, and he wasn't interested in competing for power with him. Receiving some dividends each month was enough. These were his industrial assets, which together amounted to over 10 billion. There was also over a billion in cash in his bank account. Now he could definitely be considered a billionaire. After he finished understanding Hualong International Hotel, it was already past 11 in the morning. He sat resting on the sofa in the hotel lobby, and Lu Tingting had someone pour a drink for Yi Chen. Yi Chen looked at Lu Tingting and said, "I have nothing to do, you should go ahead and be busy. If I need anything, I'll find you." Lu Tingting nodded gently. "Alright, Mr. Yi." Yi Chen took a sip of water and took out his phone. In the lobby, there were quite a few people sitting around playing on their phones, waiting for others. At that moment, Yi Chen's phone suddenly rang. It was a message from the female streamer Li Maya. "Mr. Yi, do you have time for lunch? I would like to treat you to a meal to thank you." Yi Chen replied, "Then come to Hualong International Hotel." Li Maya responded, "Okay, I'll be right over." She invited Yi Chen to lunch, partly to express her gratitude and partly to strengthen their relationship. If she got along well with Yi Chen, perhaps he would give her money in the future. Even if he didn't, she would still be expanding her network, and maybe she would need to ask him for help someday. Moreover, she could sense that Yi Chen was not the type to covet her body. If he were that kind of person, he would have asked her to go to a hotel last night. Li Maya was mistaken in this thought. Yi Chen had indeed been interested in her body from the start. Li Maya's videos had accompanied him through countless lonely nights. About half an hour later, Li Maya arrived at Hualong International Hotel. She walked into the lobby and saw Yi Chen sitting not far away. She quickly walked over. "Mr. Yi, sorry to keep you waiting." Yi Chen smiled at her. "Miss Li, you look especially beautiful today. Are you trying to seduce me?" Li Maya's cheeks flushed. "Mr. Yi, please don't joke with me." She was wearing a white short-sleeve top and a pleated skirt today. This pure look was something she had in her videos, and it was also Yi Chen's favorite style. She looked very appealing. Yi Chen said, "Didn't you say yesterday that you wanted to book a room at the hotel? Why don't you go book one later? I'll give you a chance." Li Maya's lips curled up. "Really? Then I'll go book it later." "Mr. Yi, don't be too scared to enter my room." After chatting for a while, Li Maya went to the front desk to book a private room. After booking the room, Yi Chen and she went to the private room. Yi Chen ordered a few dishes, and Li Maya reluctantly ordered a few as well. The prices of the dishes here were outrageously high, which made her feel a bit pained. The lowest was nearly 1,000. If it were up to her, she wouldn't come to such a high-cost place. She roughly estimated that this meal would probably cost her several thousand. The dishes were served quickly. Yi Chen had been wandering around the hotel all morning and was indeed a bit hungry. "Miss Li, I won't be polite, you should eat too," he said, and then he started eating. Yi Chen noticed that since he had used the attribute cards a few times, his appetite had greatly increased. His current appetite was equivalent to that of 3 of his previous selves. 7 dishes were quickly consumed by Yi Chen, while Li Maya had barely eaten much. She stared blankly at Yi Chen and asked, "Mr. Yi, how long has it been since you last ate?" Yi Chen replied, "I have a bigger appetite." Li Maya was somewhat surprised. Was this what he meant by bigger? His appetite was enormous. Yi Chen looked at her and asked, "What are your plans for the future? Do you intend to make a living from live streaming?" Li Maya said, "I'm thinking about it too. Live streaming isn't a long-term solution." Upon hearing her words, Yi Chen sensed she must have some ideas. "If you have any thoughts, feel free to share." Li Maya replied, "I want to develop in the entertainment industry. Do you know anyone, Mr. Yi?" "The entertainment industry?" He only knew one Su Zhuang, and they were bitter enemies. "I don't really know anyone in the entertainment industry, it's too complicated." "Are you sure you've thought this through?" Li Maya said, "I don't want to work a regular job, and I don't have the ability to start a business." After thinking for a long time, the entertainment industry seems like a viable option. "I want to give it a try, and I also have a dream of becoming a star." Yi Chen said, "If you have a dream, then give it a shot. If you encounter any difficulties, you can come to me." Although I don't know many people, there's nothing that money can't solve. That last sentence was incredibly bold. Lee Maya nodded. Okay, Mr. Yi. If something really comes up, I won't hold back. After dinner, Lee Maya called the waiter to settle the bill, which totaled over 8,600. When the two reached the lobby on the first floor, they ran into Lu Tingting. Lu Tingting saw Yi Chen and asked, Mr. Yi, are you leaving? Yi Chen replied, yes, I just finished dinner with a friend. Lu Tingting said, take care, Mr. Yi. Yi Chen nodded slightly and walked outside with Lee Maya. Lee Maya curiously asked, Mr. Yi, do you know the lobby manager here? Yi Chen replied, of course, this is my hotel. Lee Maya's pretty face froze. Your hotel? Wow, you let me treat you and spend money? That's too shameless. Do you know I spent this much money over the past 2 months? Yi Chen looked at her expression and smiled. What's wrong? Lee Maya forced a smile. Nothing, I just didn't expect the Hualong International Hotel to be Mr. Ye's property. Such a large hotel must have cost quite a bit, right? The land and building construction, along with renovations, cost around 6 billion. Lee Maya swallowed hard. This was the world of big shots, everything counted in billions. After leaving the hotel, Lee Maya drove away in her Mini. Yi Chen also drove back home. Upon returning to the villa, Yi Chen said to Han Wanjing, buy 2 computers. I will have someone from the company send over some financial reports later for you to check. Han Wanjing nodded slightly. Okay, young master. She began contacting people to purchase high-performance computers. Not long after Yi Chen returned, someone arrived outside his villa. The visitor was stopped by the bodyguards at the door, and one of them said into the intercom, someone wants to see Mr. Yi. Han Wanjing asked, who is it? The person claims to be the butler of Villa 66. Han Wanjing walked over to the sofa and softly said, young master, there's a butler from Villa 66 outside who wants to see you. The butler from Villa 66? He didn't know the butler from Villa 66. Yi Chen thought for a moment and replied, let him in. Soon, a middle-aged man in his 50s walked in. Yi Chen looked at him, and the man was also sizing up Yi Chen. May I ask if you are Mr. Yi? Yi Chen nodded lightly. Yes, that's me. What do you need? The middle-aged man said, our master would like to meet you. Yi Chen curiously asked, who is your master? Do I know him? The middle-aged man replied, you don't know him, but you should know Su Zhuan, Mr. Yi? Yi Chen frowned slightly upon hearing his words. Could it be that Su Zhuang had found someone to help? Yi Chen said, I'm actually interested in meeting your master now. Lead the way. The middle-aged man's expression remained calm. Mr. Yi, please. Yi Chen walked out of the villa and followed the middle-aged man towards the back of the community. The Hualong Seaview Villa community was very large, with a total of 108 villas, most of which had already been sold. After 2 or 3 minutes, Yi Chen arrived outside Villa No. 66. At the entrance of the villa stood 2 bodyguards in black suits, their eyes sharp and exuding a fierce aura. Mr. Yi, please, the middle-aged man said to him. Yi Chen glanced at him and walked into the villa. Inside, an old man was sitting on the sofa, with Su Zhuang standing beside him. Upon seeing Yi Chen enter, both Su Zhuang and the old man turned to look. I didn't expect Mr. Yi to be so young. Please, have a seat, Zheng Guangyao said with a smile on his face. Although the old man was somewhat aged, he emanated a commanding presence. It was clear that this old man must have been a big shot in the business world or someone who had held a high position for a long time. Yi Chen glanced at Su Zhuang. He was not surprised that Su Zhuang knew such a big shot. After all, Su Zhuang was also a well-known figure in the business community of Jianghai City, so it was impossible for him not to have his own connections. Yi Chen asked, may I know how to address you, old sir? Zheng Guangyao replied in a calm tone, friends in the business world call me Old Zhang. Yi Chen was not from high society and had never heard of Zheng Guangyao's name. If there were business people present, they would surely turn pale with fear. This man had a very large reputation in Jianghai City back in the day, a figure who was involved in everything. However, society was becoming increasingly civilized and developed, and certain dark forces had been completely eradicated. Zheng Guangyao had cleaned up early, otherwise, he would have definitely been among those who went in. Yi Chen did not know him and maintained a calm expression. What does old Zhang want with me? Although he addressed him as old Zhang, both Zheng Guangyao and Su Zhuang could tell that he did not hold much respect for him. Yi Chen did not take him seriously. This man was Su Zhuang's backing, and his invitation was surely to seek revenge for Su Zhuang, making him an enemy. Zheng Guangyao said lightly, I heard from Xiao Zhuang that you have some misunderstandings? Yi Chen replied, that's right, there are some misunderstandings. He is a bit too ungrateful. Su Zhuang felt a surge of anger. Ungrateful? You slapped me twice, and you dare say I'm ungrateful? Zhang Guangyao frowned slightly, his eyes flashing with sharpness. I heard from Xiao Zhuang that you slapped him twice? Yi Chen said, that's right, I did slap him twice. Old Zhang, what do you want to do about it? Zhang Guangyao replied, I am a reasonable person. You hit Xiao Zhuang, he should hit you back, and this matter will be settled. Yi Chen sneered coldly, that's not called being reasonable, that's called being overbearing. So what if it's overbearing? If you disagree, there are even more overbearing things. Zhang Guangyao's tone carried a chilling intent. Su Zhuang felt a surge of joy. Kid, no matter how impressive you are, daring to act tough in front of old Zhang will have serious consequences. Yi Chen narrowed his eyes. What if I disagree? The middle-aged butler beside them took a couple of steps towards Yi Chen, ready to strike at any moment. Zhang Guangyao said, today, whether you agree or not, you have to agree. As his words fell, the middle-aged butler suddenly moved to subdue Yi Chen. Yi Chen reacted extremely quickly, instantly grabbing the man's wrist and twisting it hard. With a crack, the man's wrist was directly broken. The middle-aged butler was also a tough guy. He did not scream but merely let out a muffled grunt of pain. Yi Chen pushed him hard, sending the middle-aged man stumbling back 5 or 6 meters before crashing heavily to the ground. Zhang Guangyao was taken aback by this scene. He didn't expect that the seemingly refined and weak young man in front of him would possess such skills. The middle-aged butler had been with Zhang Guangyao for a long time and was one of his trusted aides, also quite skilled. Unfortunately, they had underestimated their opponent. If the middle-aged butler had been a bit more cautious, he might have had a chance to subdue Yi Chen. Although Yi Chen's strength and reaction speed far exceeded that of an average person, he lacked practical combat experience and fighting techniques. The middle-aged butler had fighting skills but lost his combat effectiveness due to the lack of opportunity to display them. Yi Chen was aware of this, so he struck hard, directly incapacitating the middle-aged butler. Strength and speed are important, but fighting techniques are even more crucial. Some people may not have the strength and speed of their opponents but possess rich fighting skills. If the opponent has a slight advantage in strength and speed but lacks fighting techniques, the one with the skills has a very high chance of winning, provided the difference in strength and speed is not too great. If the gap is too wide, having fighting techniques is of little use. Absolute strength and speed can crush everything. Su Zhuang's eyes widened. He didn't expect Yi Chen to be so skilled. Zhang Guangyao was equally shocked but maintained a calm exterior. I didn't expect Mr. Yi to have such skills. It seems I was blind today. Yi Chen stood up and walked towards Su Zhuang, smiling faintly. Mr. Zhang, your earlier actions displeased me. As he spoke, he reached Su Zhuang. What do you want to do? Su Zhuang's eyes showed some panic. Slap. Yi Chen raised his hand and gave him another slap. Zhang Guangyao raised an eyebrow. Yi Chen hitting Su Zhuang in front of him was akin to slapping his face. However, he had no way to intervene. The middle-aged butler had already been incapacitated by Yi Chen. Being old and frail, he was even less likely to be Yi Chen's opponent. Yi Chen looked at Zhang Guangyao. Mr. Zhang, if I hit him, do you accept it? If he dared to say he didn't accept, Yi Chen would dare to slap him. Although Zhang Guangyao was somewhat old, controlling his strength shouldn't be a problem. At that moment, a woman's voice suddenly came from upstairs. Grandpa, what's wrong? Yi Chen looked up to see a young girl around 20 standing on the stairs. Zhang Guangyao hurriedly said, It's nothing, Kurson, we are discussing something. You go back to your room first. Zhang Kurson glanced at Yi Chen, hesitated for a moment, then turned and went back to the room upstairs. Yi Chen sat on the sofa, looking at Zhang Guangyao. Is this Mr. Zhang's granddaughter? Zhang Guangyao stared at him and said, Don't have any designs on my granddaughter, otherwise, no matter how powerful your background is, I will make you pay. Yi Chen smiled lightly. I wouldn't stoop to using such means to threaten others. Today's incident is just a warning. If you provoke me again, don't blame me for being rude. My patience is limited. After saying this, he stood up and left. Su Zhuang looked at Zhang Guangyao. Mr. Zhang, he is too arrogant. Zhang Guangyao replied, You don't need to worry about this matter. I will have someone investigate him in detail and then formulate a plan to take action. Su Zhuang felt a surge of joy. Mr. Zhang was getting angry. When Yi Chen returned home, Han Wanjing was setting up a new computer. 2 computers had already been delivered. After setting it up, Han Wanjing turned on one of the computers and installed several professional office software. Yi Chen gave her the phone numbers of Sun Cheng'an from Jinqiao Building and Kong Xingwen from Hualong International Hotel. Just say you are my assistant and ask them for whatever you need. I need you to clarify the financial situation of these 2 companies. Can you do that? Han Wanjing nodded slightly. Rest assured, young master. She then got busy, calling Kong Xingwen to obtain several months' worth of financial statements from Hualong International Hotel. There were no loopholes to exploit on the Jinqiao building side. It was actually the Huolong International Hotel that needed to clarify some matters. Yi Chen sat on the sofa and called Li Longxing. The call was quickly connected, and Li Longxing's voice came through the phone. Mr. Yi, is there something you need? Yi Chen replied, I have a question for Chairman Li. Li Longxing said, Mr. Yi, please go ahead. Yi Chen asked, Chairman Li, have you heard of a person named Zhang Guangyao? Li Longxing's expression changed slightly. Zhang Guangyao is probably known by everyone in the business community of Zhanghai City. This person had a certain background back in the day, and it is said that he has blood on his hands, but he cleaned himself up early. Yi Chen was surprised. He didn't expect Zhang Guangyao to have such a past. People in that line of work either ended up in prison or managed to wash their hands of it. There was simply no space for such people in today's society. Alright, thank you, Chairman Li. Li Longxing curiously asked, why is Mr. Yi asking about him? Yi Chen replied, I have some grievances with him and wanted to inquire about his background. Li Longxing paused for a moment. How did Mr. Yi get involved with him? This person is not easy to deal with. Generally, no one wants to provoke him, unless they are a big shot. Yi Chen explained, do you know Chairman Li of Jussin Film Group, Su Zhuan? I have a bit of a feud with him, and he sought out Zhang Guangyao, but I didn't give Zhang Guangyao any face. Li Longxing responded, I know. The major shareholder behind Jussin Film Group is Zhang Guangyao. Su Zhuang has been following him for a long time. Yi Chen now understood the relationship between the two. It turned out that Zhang Guangyao was Su Zhuang's backer. How are things going with your group, Chairman Li? Li Longxing replied with a smile, the group's development plan is already being implemented, and Wang Zhanjuan and his people have been cleared from the group and the board. The Longxing group was now completely under Li Longxing's control again, thanks in no small part to Yi Chen's support. After chatting for a while, they hung up the phone. In the afternoon, Han Wanjing was busy in front of the computer. Yi Chen was idly playing on his phone when Sun Yumeng and Du Feifei arrived. Du Feifei had already put on the necklace that Yi Chen had given her, and it was clear that she liked it very much. Sun Yumeng smiled and asked, Brother Yi Chen, are you free now? Let's go to the beach to catch crabs. Yi Chen, having nothing to do, strolled along the beach with the two of them. Not far from their community was a small port, developed by Huolong Real Estate Group. Several luxury cruise ships were docked at the port, mostly small and medium-sized, with only 3 large luxury cruise ships. There were many people walking on the beach. The sea breeze was refreshing and pleasant. Living here was indeed a joy. Sun Yumeng started catching crabs by the seaside, having a great time. After playing for about half an hour, Sun Yumeng suddenly started coughing not far away. Du Feifei hurried over. Yumeng, are you okay? Don't run so fast. Sun Yumeng took a moment to calm down before responding, Sister Feifei, I'm fine. Yi Chen walked over, curious, and asked, what happened? Sun Yumeng smiled and said, it's nothing, Brother Yi Chen, I might have just run too fast. Yi Chen advised, then don't run, it's nice to just enjoy the sea breeze. Sun Yumeng nodded, Brother Yi Chen, let's sit on the chairs for a while. Du Feifei looked at Sun Yumeng with a hint of concern in her eyes. The three of them played by the sea for over an hour before heading home. As soon as they got back, Du Feifei's phone rang. It was her suitor, Li Wenfu, inviting her out for the evening. Du Feifei politely declined. She understood Li Wenfu's feelings for her, but she didn't feel the same way. After hanging up, Sun Yumeng smiled and asked, Sister Feifei, was that Li Wenfu calling? Did he ask you out? Du Feifei nodded. Sun Yumeng, that Li Wenfu was obviously a hypocrite, not up to any good. The three of them watched TV for a while, and Han Wanjing finished preparing dinner. After dinner, Sun Yumeng and Du Feifei played for a bit before heading back to rest. Yi Chen also returned to his room to chat with Xia Cheng. The next morning. Congratulations to the host for making their dream come true, receiving the scandalous videos of Zhang Guangyao and Su Zhuang. The videos have been sent to the host's phone. Yi Chen was taken aback by this news, instantly waking up. He took out his phone and saw that there were many new videos. Especially, there were a lot of videos of Su Zhuang. After watching for a while, Yi Chen found it unbearable. Most of the videos featured Su Zhuang and artists under the company. Yi Chen calculated and found that there were over 40 people with whom Su Zhuang had that kind of relationship. Among them, 5 or 6 were currently popular female stars and artists. These female stars were signed artists of Jussin Film Group. The others included second and third tier stars, as well as many newcomers, some of whom were coerced, while others were voluntary. Besides company artists, Su Zhuang also had female subordinates from the company, beautiful girls from a certain art school, and so on. Yi Chen watched with gritted teeth, heartbroken. Damn, this scumbag has ruined so many beautiful women. He then looked at the videos of Zhang Guangyao. He had only 5 videos. These were all videos of him supporting his subordinates in taking down competitors. After washing up, Yi Chen went to the study and opened the newly installed computer. He possessed top-notch computer knowledge in his mind, both hardware and software. Now he could transform into a top hacker in the online world. Yi Chen uploaded all of Su Zhuang's videos to the computer. Then he opened Weibo, Huayin short videos, and some forums. Using special methods, he uploaded a portion of the videos online. These videos had just been posted for a short while when they ignited the entire internet like a fuse. Many media outlets began to report on it. Jiasun Film Group General Manager Su Zhuang, using contracts and power to exploit several female artists. Videos are unbearable to watch. Zhanghai City Jiasun Film Group General Manager Su Zhuang exploits several female artists, including popular star Wang Yao. Mysterious netizen exposes explosive material. Well-known film group president exploits several female artists in just half an hour. These news articles and videos spread like wildfire across the internet. At that moment, Yi Chen was downstairs having breakfast. Sun Yameng and Du Feifei also came to join him for a meal. Today was Monday, and they had to go back to school. Yi Chen, you seem in a good mood today? Sun Yameng asked him. Yi Chen was taken aback for a moment. Is it that obvious? Du Feifei, you just came downstairs humming a song. What good news do you have? Yi Chen smiled slightly. You'll probably find out in a bit. Han Wanjing couldn't help but feel a bit curious. What was going on with him today? Sun Yameng, Yi Chen, why are you being so mysterious? Just tell us what's making you so happy. Let us be happy too. Yi Chen, in a bit, you can check the news headlines on your phones, and you'll know. The situation is probably still brewing. After breakfast, Sun Yameng and Du Feifei went to school. On the way to school, Sun Yameng took out her phone to check the news. Could it be that Yi Chen is talking about this? She said in surprise. Du Feifei curiously asked, what is it? Jiasun Film Group President Su Zhuang exploits several female artists. Du Feifei, what's so interesting about this? Isn't this a common occurrence? On the other side, in the villa, Han Wanjing also saw the news. The news had become very hot, topping major headlines. After learning about the incident, Jiasun Film Group immediately began public relations efforts, trying to pay to make these posts and news disappear. A certain forum administrator exclaimed, damn, why can't I delete this post? What's going on? Is this the work of a hacker? Yi Chen entered the study and looked at the computer, where he had uploaded all of Su Zhuang's videos in one go. Of course, some parts of the videos were pixelated, otherwise, they would be too violent. After all the videos were released, public opinion became even more frenzied. This was because the videos involved several popular female celebrities. Each of these stars had millions of fans. Once the news broke, countless fans went into a frenzy, denouncing Jiasun Film Group and Su Zhuang. Jiasun Film Group was a publicly listed conglomerate. After the news came out, the stock began to plummet. Su Zhuang's face turned pale and he trembled all over after seeing those videos online. Who is behind this? And where did they get these videos? I don't even have these videos myself. A figure appeared in Su Zhuang's mind, Yi Chen. The only person he had enmity with was Yi Chen. Soon, a victim stepped forward, accusing Su Zhuang of course of assault and had already filed a lawsuit. Once there was one, there was bound to be a second. Several of the popular female celebrities also spoke out, admitting to the incident and stating that they were coerced by Su Zhuang. The matter sparked significant public outcry and had a very negative impact, drawing attention from higher-ups. Su Zhuang was taken away for investigation within the group. The video scandal continued to brew online. This incident had a huge impact on many female artists. Several female artists were permanently banned. All these banned artists were from Jiasun Film Group. This further worsened the situation for Jiasun Film Group. Whenever something causes a massive public outcry online, officials will respond in a very short time. Su Zhuang was definitely finished. It would be hard for him to get out in less than 10 or 20 years. After all, he had caused a very serious social impact. Zhang Guangyao received the news at 9:30 in the morning. Upon hearing this news, he was both anxious and angry. He never expected Su Zhuang to go this far. At the same time, he wondered who was plotting against Jiasun Film Group. The first person that came to his mind was Yi Chen, but he felt it was unlikely. Could that Yi Chen have such means? The middle-aged steward standing nearby quietly said, "Sir, is this matter the work of that Yi Chen?" Just then, a bodyguard's voice came from the entrance. "That Yi Chen wants to see Mr. Zheng." The middle-aged steward's expression froze. "Sir, Yi Chen is here." Zhang Guangyao frowned slightly. "Let him in." Yi Chen walked into the villa and noticed the bandage on the steward's right hand, smiling as he said, "I was a bit rough yesterday, your hand should be fine, right?" The steward, seeing the smile on his face, felt a surge of caution. This person was absolutely dangerous. Yi Chen directly sat on the sofa and looked at Zhang Guangyao. Mr. Zhang, have you seen today's news? Zhang Guangyao's eyes sparkled. So it was you? Yi Chen beamed back. That's right, it was me. At that moment, Zhang Kursen walked out of the kitchen and paused when she saw Yi Chen in the living room. Grandpa, do we have a guest? After saying that, she walked over and poured 2 cups of tea, handing one to Yi Chen. Yi Chen smiled slightly. Thank you. Zhang Guangyao said to his granddaughter, Kursen, I have some matters to discuss with our guest. You can go back to your room for now. Zhang Kursen stood up and walked upstairs. Yi Chen took a sip of tea, the faint aroma filling his mouth. Mr. Yi, what brings you here? Zhang Guangyao looked at him. Yi Chen replied, nothing much, just came to chat and have a heart-to-heart with Mr. Zhang. Zhang Guangyao was someone he had already researched thoroughly. Although there was such a background in the past, this person is extremely loyal, otherwise, no one would follow him. The 5 opponents he had eliminated were all ruthless individuals. Those people had no bottom line in their actions, and their deaths were well-deserved. Zhang Guangyao said, Mr. Yi, what do you think we have to talk about? The Jussin Film Group has suffered heavy losses because of you. Yi Chen smiled slightly, that is also your own doing, you can't blame me. Zhang Guangyao replied, Su Zhuang deserves to die. If I had known about these matters earlier, I wouldn't have kept him. Unfortunately, the entire group is now dragged down by him. Thinking of the things Su Zhuang had done, Zhang Guangyao was so angry that he felt his heart might give out. He never expected that the person he valued would do such things. Yi Chen opened a video in his phone's album. Mr. Zhang, you might as well take a look at these videos. After you watch them, I believe you'll want to have a good talk with me. Zhang Guangyao took the phone and opened the video. When he saw the content of the video, his expression changed dramatically. He widened his eyes, looking incredulous. How is this possible? Yi Chen smiled slightly. There are no absolute things in this world. Mr. Zhang, if I were to release these videos, you should be clear about the consequences. After all, Zhang Guangyao was someone who had experienced great storms and quickly calmed down. The fact that Yi Chen had not released them indicated that there was still hope for negotiation. He looked at Yi Chen and asked, Who exactly are you? Yi Chen replied, These things are not important. What matters is that I want to give you an opportunity. Zhang Guangyao said, Mr. Yi, just state your conditions directly. Yi Chen continued, I appreciate Mr. Zhang's character, so I'm giving you a chance. If you were someone like Su Zhuang, you would have been taken away by now. Zhang Guangyao knew he was speaking the truth. If those videos were given to the authorities, he would have already been taken away for investigation. Yi Chen smiled and said, My conditions are very simple. I want 30% of the shares of the Jussin Film Group, and you need to ensure that I receive 30% of the group's profits every month. Mr. Zhang, you need to think carefully and weigh the pros and cons before giving me a response. The Jussin Film Group is a publicly listed company, valued at around 8 billion. However, with such a major incident happening today, the market value of the Jussin Film Group has plummeted significantly. As long as the Jussin Film Group handles things properly in the future, the market value will gradually recover. 30% of the shares is worth about 2 billion. Zhang Guangyao owns more than 60% of the group's shares, while the rest are held by various shareholders, including Su Zhuang, who has 5%. However, that 5% is about to be reclaimed by the board. Zhang Guangyao said, I can agree to your terms, but you must ensure that the videos do not leak. Yi Chen nodded slightly. Of course, I am a person who values credibility. After you prepare the contract, just have someone deliver it to my villa. After saying this, he stood up and left. Once Yi Chen had left, the middle-aged butler walked over and whispered, Sir, do you want me to take action and eliminate him? Zhang Guangyao shook his head. Don't mention such things again. Ever since we cleaned up our act, we are no longer living on the edge of a knife. We just need to get along with him in the future. In fact, Zhang Guangyao also understood that even if he took action, the chances of success were very low. Yi Chen's skills were extraordinary, and he had many top bodyguards around him. He didn't want to gamble his future stable life. At this moment, Zheng Kursen came down from upstairs. Grandpa. Zheng Guangyao smiled when he saw his granddaughter. What's wrong, Kursen? Zheng Kursen said, I heard your conversation. This is actually an opportunity for us. Zheng Guangyao curiously asked, What opportunity? Zheng Kursen replied, Since he didn't hand over those videos of Grandpa, it shows he has no intention of harming you. He wants 30% of Jussin Film, which can be seen as putting an end to the entire incident. From now on, we should befriend him. Regardless of his background or strength, he is a very formidable presence. Zheng Guangyao asked, Do you know him well? Zheng Kursin replied, I also saw it in my grandfather's study. He is the second largest shareholder of the Longxing Group, the owner of the Jin Dynasty building, and the owner of the Hualong International Hotel. On the surface, his personal assets have already exceeded 10 billion. At just 23 years old, there are probably very few people in the country who can compare to him. Moreover, we still don't know his connections and background, even we couldn't investigate it, so his background must be extremely deep and his connections very strong. Hearing his granddaughter's words, Zhang Guangyao nodded slightly. Such a person can only be befriended. After saying this, he told his granddaughter, Kursin, from now on, you will manage the Jussin Film and Television Group. Your talent and ability far exceed that of ordinary people. Zheng Kursin responded, Okay, Grandpa. Our Jussin Film and Television Group needs to give the public an explanation promptly to restore our group's image and stop the losses. Zhang Guangyao said, You will handle this matter, and you will also take on the position of group president. The old brothers on the board shouldn't oppose it. The members of the Jussin Film and Television Group's board of directors were almost all Zhang Guanyao's trusted aides from back in the day. He had invested all his funds into this company. The development of the Jussin Film and Television Group was also very rapid, not disappointing him. Among national film and television groups, Jussin Film and Television Group was certainly in the top 10. However, the impact of this incident would likely have a significant effect on Jussin Film and Television Group. At 11 o'clock in the morning, Jussin Film and Television Group released a company announcement. The main content of the announcement was that the board of directors had dismissed President Su Zhuang and handed the matter over to the relevant departments for handling. They expressed deep apologies for the situation caused by this matter and promised to investigate any power for sex transactions within the group. They hoped that all victims within the group would unite to protect their rights, and the group would also assist the victimized artists in seeking justice. The proactive artists of Jussin Film and Television Group also spoke out online, almost all condemning Su Zhuang. This blame fell squarely on him, and he had to take responsibility. Now, all the anger from netizens had shifted to Su Zhuang. The pressure on Jussin Film and Television Group had lessened significantly, but at this moment, there were undercurrents stirring online. Some business rivals saw that the netizens' focus had shifted to Su Zhuang. They began to manipulate online trolls to redirect the target back to Jussin Film and Television Group. This was a good opportunity for them. Even if they couldn't destroy Jussin Film and Television Group, they aimed to severely damage it. Yi Chen also noticed the rhythm set by these trolls online. Many netizens had once again aimed their targets at Jussin Film and Television Group. Now, Yi Chen was one of the major shareholders of Jussin Film and Television Group. How could he just stand by and watch Jussin Film and Television Group be harmed? He thought for a moment and then used the account that had just posted a video to send out another message. The meaning was simple: I obtained the video through special channels. I am one of the shareholders of Jussin Film and Television Group. Exposing Su Zhuang is to ensure that such scum receives the punishment it deserves. The board members were not very aware of what he had done. The board only learned about it this morning and reacted immediately, etc. His account had a very large following, especially from major media organizations. The previous explosive news had come from this account. Now the original author had posted this article again. It gave people a certain good impression of Jussin Film and Television Group, and they redirected their focus to Su Zhuang. Yi Chen came out of the study and went to the living room on the first floor. Today, his total assets had invisibly increased by more than 2 billion. Making money was really too easy. Han Wanjing also saw the news about Su Zhuang that day. Could this be the matter that the young master mentioned? How did he have so much dirt on Su Zhuang? No matter what, Su Zhuang was finished. Even if he came out later, he would probably be ruined. The board members of Jussin Film Group would not spare him. In the afternoon, Yi Chen worked out for 2 hours at the gym, having the bodyguard captain outside teach him some combat skills. This chapter is an extra update, though it's only 1,000 words. His learning ability was very strong, and his mind was much more agile than before. This was all due to the effects of the attribute cards. Combat skills were still very important, capable of enhancing a person's combat power several times over. On Tuesday morning, Yi Chen woke up from his dreams. Congratulations to the host for making a dream come true, obtaining a large luxury cruise ship. Yi Chen had already gotten used to the system's voice every morning. He washed up and went downstairs. Sun Yumeng and Du Feifei would almost always come over to eat whenever they were home. Breakfast and dinner were eaten here, while lunch was at school. Yi Chen had also gotten somewhat accustomed to it. Having more people was always livelier than having fewer. Good morning, brother Yi Chen. Sun Yumeng greeted him with a smile as she saw him coming down from upstairs. Yi Chen replied, Morning. Han Wanjing had already prepared breakfast. Her meals were nutritionally balanced and tasted good. After breakfast, Du Feifei and Sun Yumeng went off to school. Yichen sat on the sofa waiting for the people from Hualong Real Estate Group to arrive. Around 8 o'clock, the people from Hualong Real Estate Group arrived at the villa. Mr. Yi, you have just ordered a large luxury cruise ship. Here are the various documents and certificates for the cruise ship. It is currently docked at the port. Yichen nodded slightly. Okay, the staff on the cruise ship are all from our company. Moving forward, Mr. Yi only needs to pay a certain commission. Yichen replied, good. Just as the people from Hualong Group left, someone else arrived outside the villa. Young master, a person named Zhang Kersen wants to see you. Zhang Kersen? That should be Zhang Guangyao's granddaughter, right? Let her in. Zhang Kersen walked into the villa, holding some gifts. She was also very beautiful, probably scoring around 88 points, with a delicate and graceful figure and a charming face. Hello, Mr. Yi, I am the new president of Jiasin Film Group, Zhang Kersen said with a smile. Yichen nodded slightly. Miss Zhang, please take a seat. Zhang Kersen then sat on the sofa beside him. Han Wanjing poured a glass of water for Zhang Kersen. Zhang Kersen smiled. Today I am here on behalf of my grandfather and myself. I hope Mr. Yi does not hold any grudges about the past, and I look forward to a pleasant cooperation between us in the future. Yichen smiled slightly. The past is behind us. Su Zhuang has received the punishment he deserves. I hope Miss Zhang can manage Jiasin Film Group well, as I would like to receive more dividends. Zhang Kersen's smile grew even brighter. Mr. Yi, rest assured, I will do my best to manage the group well and not disappoint you. She stayed for about 10 minutes before leaving. Zhang Kersen had a good grasp of timing. Staying too long could easily cause the other party to feel annoyed, while staying too short wouldn't be good either. After Zhang Kersen left, Yichen went to the gym to practice close combat techniques. At noon, Yichen received a call from Chen Wangqing. Why is the class monitor free to call me? Chen Wangqing laughed and said, last time you helped us move, we haven't thanked you yet. Do you have time for dinner tonight? Yichen replied, how could I not have time when the class monitor is treating? Just tell me the location, and I'll go directly. Chen Wangqing said, alright, it's settled then. We aren't as rich as you, so don't mind if the food isn't great. Yichen responded, look at what you're saying, I'm also from the countryside. Are you looking down on me? Chen Wangqing smiled and said, no, I just didn't want you to feel disappointed. Yichen, not everyone can get the class monitor to treat them. Am I the first among our high school classmates? Chen Wanqing, you really are the first. The two chatted for a bit before hanging up the phone. Yichen started his lunch. At 2 in the afternoon, at Longxing Shopping Mall, Liu arrived at the underground parking lot after work. Wang Hao was already waiting for her. After she arrived, he took her directly to the hotel. Once they finished their tasks, Wang Hao smiled and asked, so, did you invite her? Liu nodded. She has agreed. She'll come over after she finishes work at 6 tomorrow evening, and Wang Jinjin will come along too. She has a good relationship with Xia Qing. Wang Hao, then let's charm her too. I've already booked the hotel. It's not far from your community, a mid-range hotel. You just need to bring the drinks. These drinks had all been prepared by Wang Hao in advance. Liu smiled. This time, let's make Xia Qing's reputation go down the drain. Have you arranged for the people? It would be best to have them record a video. That way, she won't be able to hold her head high for the rest of her life. Wang Hao nodded with a smile, but in his heart, he thought, indeed, a woman's heart can be the most ruthless. At that moment, Xia Qing was working inside the mall. She had no idea about Liu and Wang Hao's plans. At 5 in the afternoon, Yichen drove his Ferrari F60 out of the community. Chen Wanqing had sent him the location of the restaurant. The three of them walked towards the restaurant after finishing work. Sun Jing said as they walked, Wanqing, why don't Wang Jia and I not go? We don't want to be a third wheel. Wang Jia, yeah, why don't you just go by yourself, Wanqing? Chen Wanqing's face turned red from their teasing. Don't talk nonsense, he and I are not that kind of relationship. Sun Jing, we know it's not, but you can develop it now. He's from a wealthy family, capable, handsome, and rich. You won't have to struggle for a lifetime. Chen Wanqing, when Yichen arrives, you better not say anything reckless, or I won't spare you. The three quickly arrived at the restaurant, and they requested a table on the first floor, just right for 4 people. The private rooms upstairs were much more expensive. Chen Wanqing wasn't wealthy, and she felt there was no difference between the first and second floors. After more than half an hour, Yichen drove up to the restaurant. He parked the car and walked inside. There were quite a few people dining on the first floor, and upon seeing Chen Wanqing and the others, he walked over. Yichen sat next to Chen Wanqing, as Sun Jing and Wang Jia were sitting across from them. Only the seat next to Chen Wanqing was available. This seat was a double softpack style, not a single chair. Sorry to keep you waiting, Yi Chen said with a smile as he sat down. Chen Wanqing, we just got here not long ago, let's order. Yi Chen ordered a few of his favorite dishes and then handed the menu to them. Chen Wanqing and the others also ordered a few dishes and handed it to the waiter. How's work at the company? Yi Chen asked casually. Chen Wanqing, it's okay. Although she said it was okay, everyone has their share of annoying things at work. She just thought these were minor issues, not worth mentioning. Moreover, once you enter society, you have to be mentally prepared, things won't always go smoothly, and not everyone will cater to you. Sun Jing couldn't help but say, isn't your supervisor giving you a hard time? Always assigning you tasks. Chen Wanqing, we're new, so we have no choice, we just have to endure until we become veterans. Sun Jing pouted, I think it has nothing to do with that. Our supervisor is quite nice to newcomers and will tell us what we don't understand. Wang Jie nodded, Wanqing, why don't you apply to transfer to our side? Chen Wanqing, it's fine, it should get better after a while. They were all newcomers, and transferring to another supervisor's team wasn't that easy. Plus, it could offend people. Yi Chen smiled and asked, which company are you all from? Chen Wanqing replied, do you know Jiangnan Pharmaceutical Group? Yi Chen nodded, I've heard of it, a top 500 private enterprise in the country, with a market value of nearly 30 billion, right? Jiangnan Pharmaceutical Group ranks over 60 among the top 500 private enterprises in the country. To be honest, the chairman of Jiangnan Pharmaceutical Group might not even be worth as much as Yi Chen. Yi Chen's net worth is already around 15 billion. Jiangnan Pharmaceutical Group is a publicly listed company, and the chairman only holds a little over 20% of the shares, so his net worth is only around 60 to 70 billion. There are many people like Yi Chen in the country, countless invisible wealthy individuals. At that moment, 6 people walked into the restaurant. One of them spotted Chen Wanqing. Isn't that Chen Wanqing? Eating with friends here? Chen Wanqing saw the person and said, Manager Chow. Chao Ping glanced at the few people at the table and said lightly, are you treating friends to a meal? Chen Wanqing replied, yes, Manager Chow, would you like to join us? Chao Ping said, where should I sit? Should I kick your friends out? Forget it, I'll go upstairs to the private room with Xiao Su and the others. You all take your time eating. After saying that, she led the other 5 upstairs. The 5 were 3 men and 2 women, all newcomers to the company. They had come out today to treat Chao Ping to a meal, hoping she would be nicer to them in the future. Sun Jing said, speak of the devil, those people are probably newcomers like us, right? Yi Chen replied, that's your manager, she looked a bit unhappy just now. Having a boss like that is enough to give you a headache. Chen Wanqing had a helpless expression. Maybe I'm just unlucky, Sun Jing and Wang Jie's manager treats them quite well. Meanwhile, Chao Ping was feeling quite unhappy as she went upstairs. Someone beside her noticed and quietly said, Manager Chao, that Chen Wanqing is really out of line. You've taken care of her for so many days, and she hasn't even treated you to a meal. Exactly, she doesn't seem to regard you as her manager at all. It's common in the workplace to flatter those above while stepping on those below. As long as one can gain their boss's favor, most people are willing to do so. Chao Ping said, people who don't understand need to be taught a lesson. The food for Yi Chen and Chen Wanqing arrived quickly. After eating for a while, Chen Wanqing said, should I go upstairs to toast our manager? Sun Jing replied, don't go, if you do, you'll probably just get cold looks and won't gain any favor. Yi Chen nodded, Sun Jing is right, going up now would probably just be self-humiliation. Chen Wanqing said, then forget it, I won't go. If she didn't go up, Manager Chao would probably look at her even less favorably. That's how the workplace is, you either give up your dignity and bow down completely or resign and leave. Yi Chen had been through it all and had experienced many things. The 4 of them spent about an hour eating. Yi Chen and Chen Wanqing talked about many classmates from high school. Reflecting on their high school days, they felt an endless nostalgia. It was only after entering society that they realized how wonderful school life was. Sun Jing and Wang Jie quietly ate, listening to the 2 talk about their high school experiences. Around 7 o'clock, the 4 of them walked out of the restaurant. Chen Wanqing paid the bill, and Yi Chen didn't rush to settle it. After leaving the restaurant, Yi Chen asked, your place isn't far from here, right? I won't walk you back. Chen Wanqing replied, it's fine, we can walk back. Yi Chen said, mainly because I drove a sports car today, so I can't give you a ride. A sports car? Wow, is Chen Wanqing's friend that impressive? A voice came from behind the group. Chao Ping and the 5 others walked out of the restaurant, their cheeks flushed, clearly having drunk quite a bit. Chen Wanqing could easily hear the sarcasm and mockery in her words. She looked at Chao Ping and said, Manager Chao, this is my friend. I hope you can show some respect. Chao Ping, having drunk quite a bit, heard Chen Wanqing's words. She glared. Chen Wanqing, you dare to speak to me like that? You've got some nerve. Chen Wanqing replied, I'm just reminding Manager Chao to be respectful towards my friend. Yi Chen actually wanted to say a few words to Chao Ping, but he felt it would create animosity for Chen Wanqing, so he remained silent. He walked a short distance away, started his car, and then slowly drove out. Chen Wanqing and the others were stunned when they saw his flashy red Ferrari supercar. Chao Ping's eyes widened for a moment, then she snorted coldly, I bet that car is rented. She didn't believe Chen Wanqing could know a rich second generation. If she knew one, why would she still be working? Yi Chen couldn't help but say, you should look up this car online before you speak, or people will think you're an idiot. By the way, this car is a Ferrari F60. After saying that, he turned to Chen Wanqing and the others, class monitor, I'm heading back. Chen Wanqing replied, okay, drive slowly on the way. The Ferrari F60 left with its unique roar. Chen Wanqing ignored Chao Ping and left with Sun Jing and Wang Jia. Chao Ping's expression was somewhat awkward. Someone had actually called her an idiot. At that moment, someone nearby exclaimed, wow, it's that expensive? What's so expensive? What thing? Chao Ping curiously looked over. It turned out this person had searched for the Ferrari F60 online and was shocked by the price. There were only 10 units limited worldwide. Many people were offering 50 million but still couldn't buy this car. How could such a car be rented? Who would be willing to rent it out? The people nearby exchanged glances. Chen Wanqing's friend was so wealthy? She couldn't possibly be kept by this person, could she? She must be kept. Someone, seeing Chao Ping's bad mood, quickly said. Right, otherwise how could she know such rich people? Chao Ping sneered. I didn't expect Chen Wanqing to be that kind of person. Being good-looking gives her an advantage. This last sentence was a jab at Chen Wanqing. Chao Ping was somewhat jealous of those who were more attractive than her. When she was younger, the man she liked was taken away by a beautiful woman. Since then, anyone more attractive than her would trigger her jealousy. The three of them were on their way back. Wang Jia couldn't help but search for the Ferrari F60 out of curiosity. Wow, you guys look, this car is worth several tens of millions. She hurriedly told Chen Wanqing and Sun Jing. Chen Wanqing and Sun Jing looked curiously and then were stunned. So expensive? Wang Jia looked at Chen Wanqing and said, what kind of person is this classmate Wanqing? This car is limited to 10 units worldwide, worth tens of millions, and your classmate can get one. What kind of power does that take? Chen Wanqing was also a bit confused. He and I are from the same place, and our hometown is still a rural area. It shouldn't be like this. Yi Chen drove a BMW 7 Series worth nearly 3 million, which Chen Wanqing could accept. But this tens of millions car left her a bit dazed. When did Yi Chen become so wealthy? Wang Jia said, Wanqing, you better hurry up, if you don't, we might take action. On the other side, Yi Chen returned to the villa, where Han Wanqing was sitting on the sofa watching TV. Young master is back. Han Wanqing stood up to greet him. Yi Chen asked, have you eaten? Han Wanqing replied, yes, Miss Sun and Miss Du ate together here. Now both of them had come to like Han Wanqing's cooking. Yi Chen sat on the sofa and said, Wanqing, help me massage my shoulders. Han Wanqing walked behind the sofa and began to massage his shoulders. Her massage technique was indeed good, she was well trained. The life of the wealthy is truly delightful, he had never experienced such things before. After a while of massage, Han Wanqing spoke up, young master, I also know foot massage. It's very comfortable to sleep after a massage, would you like to try? Yi Chen replied, sure. His first impression of foot massage was that of those informal shops. Unfortunately, he had never gone in to experience it back then. Foot massage is indeed very comfortable, no wonder so many people go to foot massage shops. Yi Chen leaned back on the sofa, watching Han Wanqing sitting on a small stool in front of him. Today, she wore a floral long dress, her figure delicate and graceful, beautiful and captivating. What Yi Chen found unbearable was that her dress had a low neckline. As she sat there leaning forward to massage, Yi Chen could see things he shouldn't be looking at. He looked up at the ceiling, trying hard not to think about those things. But the more he tried not to think, the more they popped up in his mind. After a while, he couldn't take it anymore. Wanqing, that's enough. Don't tire yourself out, I'm going to rest. You should rest early too. After saying that, he stood up, bent over, and quickly went upstairs. Han Wanqing's face turned slightly red, showing a hint of shyness. She had naturally seen Yi Chen's reaction just now. However, this boss was quite nice. Even in such a situation, he didn't ask her to do anything. In fact, even if Yi Chen had asked her to do something, Han Wanqing probably wouldn't have refused. She had just started working here, and Yi Chen had trusted her without hesitation, advancing her 5 months' salary. He even helped her deal with Su Zhuang, ultimately ruining Su Zhuang's reputation. He treated her well, never looking down on her or treating her as inferior. Most importantly, Yi Chen was young, charming, and wealthy. Today, the young master bought a large luxury cruise ship. She had heard a bit about the price of such large luxury cruise ships. They cost at least 2 billion. The young master was truly wealthy, almost unimaginable. Yi Chen returned to his room and couldn't help but open the video app, then found Li Maya's video. He glanced at the bathroom, his mind in turmoil. At that moment, Xia Qing sent him a message. "What are you doing?" Yi Chen temporarily abandoned his thoughts. "Nothing, just got into bed. Tomorrow night is my colleague Li Yu's birthday. I need to attend her birthday party." Yi Chen replied, "Okay, be careful not to drink." Xia Qing responded with a smile, "I don't drink. Where are we going to play the day after tomorrow?" Yi Chen said, "There are still many things we didn't play at the amusement park last time. Let's go there." Xia Qing replied, "Great. I want to ride the Ferris wheel." The next morning, congratulations to the host for making a dream come true, receiving a Lamborghini Veneno Roadster. This car is the legendary Lamborghini Veneno, with only 9 produced worldwide. At that time, each sold for about 50 million. Nowadays, car collectors can't even buy one for 80 million. Owning such a car is a symbol of status and identity. The design style of this car is completely different from that of the Ferrari F60. The Lamborghini Veneno's matte black exterior design is highly futuristic. The Ferrari F60's style is cool and handsome. Yi Chen felt somewhat indifferent. He had lost interest in luxury cars. After washing up, he came downstairs, where Sun Yumeng and Du Feifei were chatting on the sofa. "Good morning, brother Yi Chen." Yi Chen replied, "Morning." Sun Yumeng asked, "Brother Yi Chen, is this pen of yours from the Mont Blanc brand?" Yi Chen nodded, "Yes, it's Mont Blanc." Sun Yumeng continued to ask, "How much is this pen worth?" Yi Chen replied, "I think it's less than 90 million. Sun Yumeng's eyes widened, "Brother Yi Chen, you're too extravagant." Even Du Feifei, who was somewhat prepared, was shocked by the price. A pen, nearly 90 million? This is too terrifying. How rich are you? If an ordinary person knew someone spent 90 million on a pen, their first reaction would probably be, "This person must be a fool." If it were a wealthy person from high society, their first reaction would likely be, "This person definitely has great power." "Yi Chen, I like to give it to you." Sun Yumeng, "This is too expensive. Even if you give it to me, I wouldn't dare to use it. Let's forget it." "Young master, Miss Sun, breakfast is ready." After breakfast, Du Feifei and Sun Yumeng went to school. Yi Chen sat on the sofa looking at his phone, and at this moment, the online uproar had calmed down a lot. Most people were directly condemning Su Zhuang and did not shift the blame to Jiasun Film and Television Group. Han Wanjing finished tidying up in the kitchen and walked over to Yi Chen. "Young master, I have an idea but I don't know if I should say it." "Yi Chen, just say it directly." Han Wanjing, "Young master, didn't you buy a large luxury cruise ship yesterday? Such a large luxury cruise ship is a waste of money if it just sits idle. We might as well rent it out." "How to rent it out?" Yi Chen asked curiously. Han Wanjing, "The luxury cruise ship has 5 decks. In fact, we can set up many entertainment venues on it. I believe many companies would be willing to rent our luxury cruise ship." "Yi Chen, how much rent can we receive each month?" Han Wanjing, "Over 10 million should be no problem." "Yi Chen, since it's just sitting there, you can take care of it." Then Han Wanjing went to busy herself with this matter. Yi Chen went to the gym to continue practicing his combat skills. Time quickly passed to around 5:30 in the afternoon. After work, Xia Qing walked to the hotel with Wang Zhenjin, Li Yu, and Wang Yan. Li Yu didn't invite too many people, just a few colleagues from her department, a total of 7 people. Wang Hao had already reserved a private room for Li Yu here. All expenses were to be covered by Wang Hao. This amount of money might be a bit much for Li Yu, but it was nothing for Wang Hao. Moreover, he was about to achieve his goal tonight. Thinking of Yi Chen, his heart was filled with jealousy. "It was you who caused my dad and me to be kicked out of the group. If I can't have a good time, you shouldn't expect to either. Tonight, I'll start with your girlfriend." Originally, Wang Hao didn't plan to take action himself, but thinking of Xia Qing's graceful figure and distinctive face, he decided to be the first to act tonight, so the thrill of revenge against Yi Chen could reach its peak. Of course, he also needed to clear away some traces to prevent leaving any evidence. He had already arranged everything. If something really happened, those people would step up to take the blame, and Wang Hao would compensate them with some money. He had calculated everything, and this wasn't the first time he had done such a thing. Back in college, he had set his sights on a beautiful girl and used some means. Li Yu and Xia Qing's group walked for more than 10 minutes before arriving at the hotel. This was a mid to high-end hotel, and many colleagues were visiting such a place for the first time. Liu, what's going on with you today? Are you planning to splurge? This place must be expensive, right? Wang Yan, you guys don't need to worry about Liu, this bag alone costs several tens of thousands. Wow, Liu, have you hooked up with a rich guy? Introduce us, we don't want to work hard anymore. The colleagues nearby showed envious expressions. Only Xia Chang remained relatively calm. After all, her boyfriend was even more outstanding. Liu felt a bit displeased seeing her expression. Just wait until tonight, and let's see how you pretend. At that time, I want to see who would still want you, this worthless person. Liu and her group entered the private room, chatting and laughing, and after a while, the food was served, and drinks were brought in. All these drinks were prepared by Wang Hao, and they were all relatively expensive brands. Liu, this red wine costs several hundred a bottle, everyone drink to your heart's content today. Everyone cheered, they had never drunk such expensive red wine before. Many began to pour their own drinks, and Wang Jinjin poured a glass for herself. She wanted to see if such an expensive wine was really as good as it was said to be. Xia Qing, do you want to drink some? Liu asked with a smile. Xia Qing replied, I won't drink, I'm allergic to alcohol. Then forget it, just have a soft drink, Liu said, handing her a bottle of beverage. The first bottle was a normal, unopened drink. She couldn't possibly give Xia Qing a drink right away. At the very least, she would wait until everyone had drunk enough before offering her that kind of drink. Liu said, tonight, everyone drink to your heart's content, after all, we don't have work tomorrow. The group began to drink, and although Xia Qing was having a soft drink, she still had to keep everyone company. Before long, she finished one bottle of drink. Liu handed her a second bottle. The few people in the private room were passing drinks around, and soon 3 bottles of red wine were finished. Everyone's cheeks were flushed, and the aftereffects of the wine hadn't even hit yet. Xia Qing had also consumed 2 bottles of drink by this time. Liu noticed that everyone had nearly finished drinking. She took out a bottle of drink that had been opened, twisted off the cap, and handed it to Xia Qing. Since this bottle had been opened, she twisted off the cap before handing it to Xia Qing, ensuring that Xia Qing wouldn't notice any flaws. In the Hulong Seaview Villa community, Yi Chen was sitting on the sofa watching TV, chatting casually with Han Wanjing. Suddenly, he heard the system's voice in his mind. Ding, random task activated, rescue Xia Qing, reward, Zhanghai Amusement Park, won a tribute card. Yi Chen was momentarily stunned upon hearing the system's voice. Rescue Xia Qing? Wasn't she celebrating a colleague's birthday? However, Yi Chen had no doubts about the system's capabilities. Everything he had today was thanks to the system. He quickly took out his phone and called Xia Qing. At that moment, Xia Qing had just poured the drink into her cup and hadn't taken a sip yet. Liu was about to suggest that everyone drink together when Xia Qing's phone rang. Seeing the caller ID, she said, sorry, I need to take this call. With that, she stood up and walked out of the private room to answer the phone. What's up, Yi Chen? Yi Chen asked, where are you now? Xia Qing replied, at the hotel, it's Liu's birthday tonight. Yi Chen asked, which hotel and which private room? Xia Qing answered, Lianhong Hotel, room 403. Yi Chen said, okay, wait for me there, I'm coming over. After hanging up, Xia Qing felt a bit puzzled. What was going on? Why was he coming to find her so late? Yi Chen didn't tell her there was danger because he wasn't sure where the danger was. But since the system said to rescue Xia Qing, it definitely wasn't just a joke. Yi Chen said to Wanjing, I have something to take care of, you don't need to wait for me tonight. With that, he hurried out of the room and drove his Ferrari F60 out of the villa. Now there was a Lamborghini Veneno in his yard, but he still felt more comfortable driving the Ferrari. Once he left the community, he quickly headed towards Lianhong Hotel. Inside the hotel, when Xia Qing returned to the private room, Liu suggested that everyone drink together. Xia Qing picked up the drink and took a few sips. Most of the people in the room were nearly drunk, swaying as they walked. Let's finish this bottle and then stop drinking, it's getting late, Liu said. About 7 or 8 minutes later, the bottle of red wine was finished. At this point, Xia Qing also felt a bit dizzy and leaned on the table. Xiao Qing, how come you're drunk from just a little wine? Wang Jinjin laughed when she saw Xia Qing leaning on the table. Liu said, Jinjin, you and Wang Yin should head back first, I'll take Xia Qing home. She might just be too tired from work. Wang Jinjin didn't think much of it and replied, okay, then Wang Yan and I will head back first. Soon, everyone in the private room had left, leaving only Xia Qing and Liu. Liu tentatively called out to Xia Qing a couple of times, but received no response. She took out her phone and called Wang Hao, everyone has left, and Xia Qing has already fainted. At that moment, Wang Hao was in a hotel room. Upon receiving Liu's call, a smile appeared on his face, I'll send someone over right away. He couldn't personally get involved in this matter to avoid leaving evidence. He had booked a room in this hotel, and next door was another room that he had arranged for someone else. 3 to 4 minutes later, 5 burly men arrived. When Liu saw them coming, she said nothing and walked out of the private room towards the hotel exit. At this point, the matter was no longer her concern. It was up to Wang Hao's methods from here on. Thinking about how Xia Qing was about to become a plaything for these men, she couldn't help but hum a little tune. Just as Liu reached the hotel lobby, she saw someone rush in quickly. When she recognized who it was, her expression changed slightly. Yi Chen? Why is he here? Yi Chen also spotted Liu and quickly walked over. Where's Xia Qing? Liu replied, She went back with Wang Jinjin and the others. Seeing her flickering gaze and unnatural tone, Yi Chen guessed something was off. He grabbed Liu by the collar. I don't have time to waste with you. Tell me where Xia Qing is. She really went back. Yi Chen pulled her into the elevator and then slapped her twice. My patience is limited. I'll ask you one more time, where is Xia Qing? Liu felt a chill at his menacing gaze. With a sharp crack, one of Liu's fingers broke, and her scream echoed in the elevator. Yi Chen demanded, where? In room 606 on the 6th floor. Yi Chen pressed the button for the 6th floor. At Lianhong Hotel, in room 606, the burly men threw Xia Qing onto the bed. Tell young Master Wang that we've brought the person. Soon, Wang Hao arrived in the room. Seeing the beautiful Xia Qing on the bed, a lewd smile spread across his face. Young Master Wang, this woman is really good looking. Wang Hao smiled slightly. No need to rush, everyone will have their share today. Remember to record a video, I don't need to be in this part. After saying that, he walked to the bedside, ready to make his move. At that moment, Yi Chen emerged from the elevator with Liu. He followed the room numbers and quickly found room 606. Yi Chen glanced at Liu, signaling her to knock on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? A middle-aged man's voice came from inside. Liu replied, It's me, Liu. The door opened. Just then, Yi Chen pushed the door open and rushed in. When he saw Xia Qing unharmed on the bed, he felt a weight lift off his heart. Wang Hao's expression changed when he saw Yi Chen. How did he find this place? Did Liu tell him? That couldn't be. Liu was on his side. She also resented Xia Qing. She wouldn't tell Yi Chen about this. Yi Chen looked at Wang Hao. You're looking for death. Wang Hao steeled himself. Yi Chen, I didn't expect you to come to me. Today, I want you to watch as I take your woman. Get him. The 5 burly men in the room began to attack Yi Chen. Bang, 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 bang. A minute later, the 5 strong men were knocked down to the ground. Due to the small space, Yi Chen took a few punches, but it didn't have much effect. While Yi Chen was entering the room, Liu quietly slipped away. Wang Hao stared in disbelief as he saw the 5 strong men taken down by Yi Chen. How could he be so strong? At that moment, he thought to use Xia Qing on the bed as leverage, but Yi Chen charged forward. With a bang, a punch landed on Wang Hao's cheek. The blow made him see stars, and his head buzzed loudly. Yi Chen looked at the few people in the room, pondering what to do. If he called the police now, their punishment would be far too light. That would be too lenient for them. Yi Chen took out an accident card and then used it on Wang Hao. Accident card used successfully. Target, Wang Hao, effective within 24 hours. The accident card would take effect within 24 hours, with a high probability of causing death and a 90% chance of causing disability. After using it, Yi Chen called the captain of his bodyguard team. He needed his bodyguards to handle the subsequent matters. This way, he could avoid any problems later on. In a society governed by law, he couldn't just kill someone casually. About 20 minutes later, his bodyguard captain arrived with 2 others. Handling such matters didn't require too many people, just 2 clever and steady individuals. Mr. Yi Chen said, take these 5 away and make sure they spend their days in wheelchairs from now on. Rest assured, sir, I know what to do. Yi Chen picked up Xia Qing from the bed and left the place. Wang Hao was filled with confusion. Was Yi Chen really letting him go? He must be worried about getting into legal trouble. Yi Chen placed Xia Qing in the passenger seat and took her to the nearby Hualong International Hotel. If he brought her home in this state, Han Wanjing might think he was up to no good. After about 10 minutes, Yi Chen arrived at Hualong International Hotel. He took Xia Qing directly to the hotel's top presidential suite. The top presidential suite had the best interior decoration and was on the highest floor. The decor in the presidential suite was no less impressive than that of his villa. It had everything: a living room, bedroom, kitchen, dining room, movie room, gym, and more. There were also attendants available 24 hours a day. Yi Chen placed Xia Qing on the bed in the master bedroom. At first, he thought Xia Qing had just drunk too much, but he didn't smell any alcohol. It seemed she had been drugged. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Reward, Zhanghai Amusement Park, won a tribute card. Zhanghai Amusement Park was the largest amusement park in Zhanghai City, even bigger than Disneyland abroad, with many visitors every day. The park was initially built with an investment of 500 million and was now valued at over $1 billion. Yi Chen chose to use the attribute card directly. His physical attributes had noticeably improved. Could this attribute card be used indefinitely? Would I become a superhero? Yi Chen took a shower in the bathroom, then saw the alluring Xia Qing on the bed, feeling a stir of desire. It wouldn't be right to do that while she was asleep. Although he couldn't do that, indulging in other aspects was still fine. After all, Yi Chen was not a saint. The next morning, around 7 o'clock, Yi Chen woke up, and there was no system voice in his mind. Xia Qing was nestled in his arms, still asleep. At some point, Xia Qing's clothes had come off. Yi Chen was taken aback. He was sure he hadn't touched her clothes last night. This wasn't his doing. Around 8 o'clock, Xia Qing woke up. When she saw her surroundings, her eyes widened in confusion. Where am I? Why is Yi Chen here? Wasn't I at Li Yu's birthday party last night? She covered herself with the blanket and gently poked Yi Chen. Yi Chen, roused from his slumber, asked, "What's wrong?" Xia Qing replied, "How did I end up here? What did you do to me last night?" Yi Chen explained everything that happened the previous night in detail. Xia Qing was stunned. "You mean Li Yu and Wang Hao conspired to drug my drink?" Yi Chen said, "Fortunately, I arrived in time, otherwise, you would have fallen into their clutches." Xia Qing said, "I never expected Li Yu and Wang Hao could do something like this. Yi Chen, the human heart is treacherous. I hope this incident makes you more cautious. Also, I did nothing last night, I just took a shower and went to sleep." Xia Qing shot him a glance. "Really did nothing?" Yi Chen cleared his throat and smiled. "Well, maybe I did a little something that wasn't too excessive." Xia Qing's face turned slightly red. "You're annoying. Yi Chen, get up quickly and have some breakfast." Under Yi Chen's intense gaze, Xia Qing began to get dressed. She knew that Yi Chen hadn't done anything with her last night, and her heart felt sweet. This showed how much Yi Chen loved her, which included respect, care, and more. The two got up, washed up, and then Yi Chen had the waiter bring up breakfast. In the living room of the suite, Xia Qing curiously asked, "Yi Chen, where are we?" "Yi Chen, this is the top presidential suite of the Hualong International Hotel." Xia Qing was taken aback. "Isn't this very expensive?" "Yi Chen, the cost for one day is about 100,000, but this hotel is mine, so there's no need to spend money." Xia Qing's eyes widened. "This hotel is yours?" Yi Chen smiled slightly. "Yeah, don't you think your husband is quite impressive?" Xia Qing's face flushed. "Annoying. Who is your wife?" At that moment, the doorbell rang. Yi Chen opened the door, and a female waiter pushed in a breakfast cart. She placed various breakfast items on the dining table, including sea cucumber soup, abalone soup, millet porridge, and more. These breakfast ingredients were top-notch, not the ordinary varieties found outside. The price for this breakfast was around 50,000. "Xiao Chang, come have breakfast." Xia Qing looked at the lavish breakfast on the table and asked, "This breakfast is too extravagant, can we finish it?" "Yi Chen, it's fine, I have a big appetite. This is a $50,000 breakfast, it's my first time eating it too." 50,000? Xia Qing was stunned again. She couldn't imagine that breakfast could be so expensive. Indeed, poverty limited my imagination. She had seen a hotel menu from Longdu online before. A meal for several people cost over 400,000. It must be from places like this, right? Yi Chen said while eating, "Today, let's go to Jianghai Amusement Park. We haven't tried canyon rafting yet." Xia Qing nodded gently. "Okay." After breakfast, the two left the suite, with Xia Qing linking her arms with his as they walked toward the elevator. After what happened yesterday, she felt a deeper recognition of Yi Chen in her heart. Yi Chen could also sense her change and smiled. Feelings don't develop overnight. What is called love at first sight is simply a desire for the other's physical beauty. The two took the elevator to the first-floor lobby and walked outside. "Mr. Yi, when did you arrive?" Lu Tingting's voice rang out. Yi Chen turned to look. "Oh, it's Manager Lu. I came over last night." Lu Tingting noticed Xia Chang beside him and was momentarily stunned. "Is this Mr. Ye's girlfriend?" "Mr. Yi, is this your girlfriend?" Yi Chen nodded slightly. "Yes, this is my girlfriend Xia Qing." "Xiao Chang, this is the hotel's lobby manager Lu Tingting." "Hello, Manager Lu." Xia Qing smiled with her fair and pure face. Lu Tingting, "Hello, Miss Xia." Yi Chen, "Manager Lu, you can get back to work. We're leaving now." Watching Yi Chen and Xia Chang leave, Lu Tingting felt a bit envious. "How nice would it be if I could be Mr. Ye's girlfriend? I wouldn't have to work here." She quickly snapped back to reality as an employee called her. Lu Tingting was also quite beautiful, but in Yi Chen's eyes, Xia Qing was even more stunning. She wore no makeup, pure and simple, giving off a unique beauty. On the way to Jianghai Amusement Park, Yi Chen received a call from the park's manager. Now, Jianghai Paradise is Yi Chen's asset, and he needs to go there to pick up a contract. Xia Qing followed him there. She has now gotten used to the shocks Yi Chen brings her. Compared to Hualong International Hotel, Jianghai Paradise is far inferior. The two played at Jianghai Paradise for the whole morning. After having lunch, Yi Chen took her to the mall to buy some clothes. Accidental card activated. Target Wang Hao died in a car accident. While Yi Chen was picking clothes for Xia Qing, the system's voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Dead? This guy's luck seems to be quite bad. But it's better that he's dead. He was a nuisance while alive. Yi Chen, how does this outfit look? Xia Qing walked out of the fitting room, wearing a tight-fitting short dress. Her long, straight legs and graceful figure were fully displayed. Yi Chen's eyes lit up. This one is good. I'll take it. The salesperson smiled broadly. Yi Chen had already bought 5 or 6 outfits. These clothes were all from international big brands, with even the cheapest outfit costing several thousand to tens of thousands. After leaving the mall, Yi Chen and Xia Qing were carrying a lot of things. There were clothes and shoes, both for Xia Qing and Yi Chen. After having dinner outside, Yi Chen sent Xia Qing back to her place. Li Yu had already left Jianghai City. She was worried about being retaliated against by someone as wealthy as Yi Chen. Yi Chen returned home at 8 in the evening. Young master is back. Han Wanqing saw him return and came over to take the things from his hands. Yi Chen said, "Call the head of the bodyguards to my study." After saying that, he walked into the study on the first floor. Soon, the head of the bodyguards walked in. "Mr. Yi." Yi Chen looked at him and asked, "How did it go?" "Those 5 will spend the rest of their lives in wheelchairs." Yi Chen asked, "Will there be any follow-up issues?" Wang Junfeng replied, "Don't worry, sir, there shouldn't be any problems. Even if there are, those 2 will take the blame." Yi Chen took out a bank card. "There are 5 million in here, you 3 can split it. If anything happens later, each person will still have at least 10 million. Wang Junfeng was taken aback. "Sir, isn't this a bit too much?" Yi Chen replied, "Not too much, take it." After all, it was quite a dangerous task. Wang Junfeng said, "Sir, this is what we should do. When we became your bodyguards, we knew our mission." Yi Chen smiled. "It seems Feng Jian, the professional manager, taught them well. Take it." Wang Junfeng accepted the bank card and then left the villa. He called the 2 from last night into the car. "Brother Feng, you called us?" Wang Junfeng said, "Just now, the sir gave me 5 million, each of you gets 2 million. If anything happens later, each person will still have at least 10 million. The 2 looked a bit surprised. "So much?" After becoming Yi Chen's bodyguards, their monthly salary was over 100,000. Previously, they only earned around 50,000 a month. If they went abroad for security tasks, the salary would be much higher, easily reaching 2 to 300,000. Because the tasks were assigned to them by the company. They were also trained by the company, so the bulk of the income naturally went to the company. Even so, their monthly income was not something ordinary people could compare to. Most of the people from Tianlong International Bodyguard Company were retired personnel. When they went out to find jobs, they could only earn 3 to 4,000 a month. In today's society, 3 to 4,000 a month is considered the lowest income. Wang Junfeng and the others were like that back then. Later, they saw the recruitment announcement for Tianlong International Bodyguard and came to try. After passing strict selection and testing, he became the company's top bodyguard. Even without tasks, just idling in the company every day, he could still earn 50,000. Now he can earn around 150,000 each month, while the other brothers make about 100,000. They are not personal bodyguards and do not have to risk their lives. Every day, they just watch from outside the villa. The job is quite easy. A monthly salary of 100,000 is too easy for them. Wang Junfeng said, "I'll transfer the money to your bank card shortly. Feel free to spend it. This is a reward from the boss." "Brother Feng, we each get 2 million, and you only get 1 million? Wang Junfeng replied, "You 2 did all the work and took on the greater risks. My risk is smaller." "Brother Feng, we came to this company because of you. Without you, we might still be working as security guards in a factory." "Exactly, Brother Feng, if you let us take the bigger share, it doesn't sit well with us. We should each get 3 million, and you 2 million. Inside the villa, Yi Chen came out of the study and sat on the sofa, feeling a bit tired. He was mainly worried that something might go wrong with what happened last night. Although he felt those 5 people wouldn't dare to report it, the world is unpredictable. Han Wanjing noticed his expression and walked over from behind the sofa, gently massaging his shoulders. Yi Chen asked, "Wanjing, how is your family doing?" Han Wanjing replied, "They're recovering quite well. Yi Chen enjoyed Han Wanjing's professional massage, watched some TV, and then returned to his room. In the room, he chatted with Xia Qing for a while before going to sleep. The next morning, he heard the system's voice. "Congratulations, host, your dream has come true. The potential threat from Li Zhuang and his 5 men has disappeared." Yi Chen was taken aback. The potential threat from Li Zhuang and his 5 men? Could it be those 5 people Wang Hao called the other night? The disappearance of the potential threat should mean that nothing will happen next, right? This system is incredible. It can make dreams come true? Yi Chen washed up and went downstairs. Sun Yimeng and Du Feifei were already there. "Brother Yi Chen, where did you go yesterday? Why weren't you home?" Yi Chen smiled and said, "I went to handle some matters." Sun Yimeng, with her sparkling big eyes, stared at him. "Did you go out to pick up girls?" Yi Chen replied, "How could that be? Am I that kind of person?" Sun Yimeng giggled, "Yes." Yi Chen said, "If I were that kind of person, I would definitely make a move on you two first. You are both so beautiful." Han Wanjing came out of the kitchen. "Young master, breakfast is ready." After breakfast, Sun Yimeng and Du Feifei went to school. Yi Chen also went to find Xia Qing. There are only 2 days a week when he can take advantage of the time. He enjoyed spending time with Xia Qing. He could also tease her, making her face flush and roll her eyes. He loved seeing Xia Qing's shy expression. They played together for another day, and in the afternoon, Yi Chen received a call from Zhou Haochen. Zhou Haochen invited him to a party that evening, which would be held on a cruise ship next to the Hualong Villa community. Yi Chen had a good impression of Zhou Haochen, who had always wanted to befriend him. With such a warm invitation, Yi Chen agreed. After dropping Xia Qing off at her place around 5, Yi Chen returned. At this time, Sun Yimeng and Du Feifei had already come back from school, and they were sitting in the yard waiting for him. Zhou Haochen had also invited them. Du Feifei's family was not ordinary, and Zhou Haochen had known her for a long time. "Brother Yi Chen is back." As Yi Chen got out of the car, Sun Yimeng quickly walked over. Du Feifei also approached. "Is that Lamborghini Poison your car, Yi Chen?" Yi Chen replied, "Yes, it's a Lamborghini Poison." Du Feifei asked, "Where did you get this car? It seems there's only one in the country, and it's in Longdu." Yi Chen explained, "I bought it abroad, it was shipped over." Sun Yimeng giggled, "Brother Yi Chen, can I borrow this Lamborghini Poison for a couple of days?" "Yi Chen, feel free to drive, but you must obey traffic rules. No speeding or violating traffic regulations. Safety is the most important. If you can't do that, I won't lend you the car." Sun Yimeng hurriedly said, "I can do it, I'm a good girl." "A good girl? This girl is sharper than a ghost." Du Feifei, "Yi Chen, let's go, the party is about to start." The port is not far from the community entrance, just a few hundred meters away. Yi Chen asked while walking, "How many people are there tonight? Who are they?" Du Feifei, "I'm not sure about the specifics, they should all be from the second generation circle. Everyone gathers to expand their connections and relationships, which might be useful in the future." Sun Yimeng chimed in, "These kinds of parties are so boring. If it weren't for you guys going, I wouldn't want to go." The three of them chatted as they walked out of the community. Across from the community entrance is the beach, where some people are walking and playing. "Yi Chen, what business does Zhou Haochen's family do?" Du Feifei, "His father is the chairman of Jianghai Holdings Group, which is an automobile manufacturing company and one of the top 500 private enterprises in the country, with a good development momentum." "Yi Chen, by the way, what does your family do?" Du Feifei shot him a glance. "Don't you know what my family does after being neighbors for so long?" Du Feifei's vehicle is a white Porsche 918, worth over 10 million. Yi Chen figured her family must be quite extraordinary as well. Du Feifei, "My family runs a chain of 5-star hotels. The Jinhai Grand Hotel is our property." Yi Chen smiled and said, "Then we are competitors." "What do you mean?" Du Feifei looked at him curiously. "Yi Chen, the Hualong International Hotel is mine now, I just acquired it a few days ago." Du Feifei was taken aback. "You acquired the Hualong International Hotel? How much did it cost?" "It must have been expensive, the location is excellent, and the interior decoration and service are top-notch. About 6 or 7 billion. Yi Chen had no idea how much it really was, he just estimated based on the hotel's valuation. "Du Feifei, what does your family do to have that much cash flow?" "Yi Chen, my parents are farmers." The three quickly arrived at the port. The parking lot at the dock was already filled with luxury cars. Many people come here to have fun every night. Initially, there were 2 large luxury cruise ships open to the public, now there are 3. The large luxury cruise ships have many fun entertainment options, which is a major reason people come here. "Fei Fei," a voice called out from behind the 3. They turned to see Li Wenfu and 2 others walking over from a distance. "Du Feifei, so it's young Master Li." Among the second-generation disciples of the upper class, males generally refer to each other as young master, while females are called miss. This is an unspoken consensus. The term young master is rarely used. It's likely only the offspring of nouveau riche families would be addressed that way. Young master and miss are respectful titles, carrying a sense of respect. This has evolved from the cultural heritage of the Hualong Kingdom over thousands of years. Du Feifei's address to Li Wenfu carried both respect and a hint of distance. She hoped Li Wenfu would understand her meaning. She had no feelings for Li Wenfu. Li Wenfu smiled and said, "Did you just arrive? Let's go in together." The six of them headed towards the port, where many cruise ships were docked. Among them were three large luxury cruise ships. They arrived in front of the Qinglong, a large luxury cruise ship. Yi Chen was momentarily stunned when he saw the ship. "Qinglong? Isn't that my luxury cruise ship? Has it already been put into operation so soon?" This large luxury cruise ship has 5 decks, is over 100 meters long, and more than 20 meters wide, capable of accommodating thousands of people. The large luxury cruise ship combines leisure, entertainment, and hotel dining all in one. There are dozens of entertainment options here, featuring domestic specialties and exotic styles, among others. The various facilities and decorations inside the luxury cruise ship are on par with, if not superior to, 5-star hotels. They arrived at the cruise ship entrance and simply stated their names to gain entry. Zhou Haochen had already reserved a banquet hall here, and anyone on the guest list could enter directly. If someone came without an invitation, they would need to pay for a ticket to get in. Generally, the people who come here are wealthy individuals from Jianghai City, with net worths of at least several million. A few of them walked into the cruise ship, admiring the luxurious decor inside. Being here felt like stepping into a 5-star luxury hotel. They took the elevator to the 4th floor. The banquet hall Zhou Haochen reserved was number 6, not far from the elevator entrance. They entered banquet hall 6, which already had quite a few people inside. Zhou Haochen saw Yi Chen and the others come in and quickly walked over to greet them. "Young Master Yi, Feifei, Young Master Li, welcome. Please, come in." Li Wenfu felt a bit displeased by the order in which he was addressed but did not show it. He led the group into the banquet hall. Seeing Zhou Haochen's warm welcome, those around them realized that the newcomers must have strong backgrounds, and many people gathered around. "Let me introduce everyone. This is my good friend, Young Master Yi Chen. Young Master Yi is different from us, he is a wealthy heir with a net worth exceeding 10 billion. The crowd gasped at Zhou Haochen's introduction. A wealthy heir? A net worth over 10 billion? Wow, he could almost make it onto the domestic Forbes billionaire list. Yi Chen smiled. "Young Master Zhou, please don't joke about me." Li Wenfu felt a bit disdainful. How could he possibly have a net worth over 10 billion at his age? Zhou Haochen continued, "This is Miss Du Feifei. The Du Group Holdings is her family's enterprise." The crowd was shocked again. The Du Group Holdings is a major conglomerate with total assets in the hundreds of billions. This is young Master Li Wenfu, the son of the chairman of Tiancong Pharmaceutical Group. People secretly clicked their tongues. These three were indeed extraordinary. Tiancong Pharmaceutical Group is a well-known pharmaceutical company in the country, among the top 500 enterprises. Almost all major hospitals in the country carry medications produced by Tiancong Pharmaceutical Group. After Zhou Haochen finished his introductions, everyone began to chat freely. Zhao Yunting and Sun Shui were also there. Yi Chen recognized them from the birthday party of Du Feifei. Zhou Haochen raised his glass to him. "Young Master Yi, if I ever need to hire bodyguards, you must give me a discount." Yi Chen took a sip. "No problem. It's a small matter. If you need anything, just let me know." Hearing the way he addressed him, Zhou Haochen smiled and said, "All right, I won't be polite with you, Brother Yi." As they spoke, their titles became more familiar. Zhou Haochen chatted with him for a bit before looking for others. Sun Yumeng approached with a glass of fruit wine. "Brother Yi, this wine is good, yours isn't." Yi Chen replied, "They're all the same to me." At that moment, Zhao Yunting and Sun Shui walked over. "Young Master Yi, Miss Sun, nice to see you again. We'd like to toast you." Yi Chen smiled and nodded, finishing his drink. The three exchanged contact information. Sun Yumeng took a sip of her fruit wine. "This banquet is so boring." Yi Chen replied, "It really is. For many people, this kind of banquet is just an opportunity." While they were talking, Du Feifei walked over. Seeing Sun Yumeng drinking, she frowned slightly. "Why are you drinking?" Sun Yumeng stuck out her tongue. "Sister Feifei, I just took a small sip, not much." Yi Chen said, "If you want to drink, just drink. Your cousin is too strict." Du Feifei, "You don't know, her health isn't very good, she can't drink." Yi Chen was taken aback. "What's wrong with you Meng's health?" Sun Yumeng hurriedly replied, "I'm fine, I just sometimes have an allergic reaction to alcohol." Don't drink, have some warm water instead, Du Fei Fei said to her. At that moment, Li Wenfu walked over. Young Master Yi, you are so young yet have such a huge career, it's truly admirable. I, Li Wenfu, respect such people, so I toast to you. After saying that, Li Wenfu downed the red wine in his glass in one go. Yi Chen felt a bit suspicious. What was this guy up to? He poured himself a glass and finished it. Li Wenfu, young Master Yi, you chat, I'll go find other friends to talk to. After he left, people came one after another to toast him. Yi Chen downed glass after glass of red wine. Not far away, Li Wenfu watched and sneered inwardly, curious about how much he could drink. He turned to the person next to him and said with a laugh after finishing his drink, that person over there is young Master Yi, very strong in capability. Aren't you going to go over and toast him, leave a good impression? The three people next to him walked towards Yi Chen. Yi Chen had already noticed Li Wenfu's actions. Anyone who finished drinking with him would come over to toast him. Was he trying to get me drunk and make a fool of myself? You've got the wrong idea. My body has been modified by an attribute card, and I can drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk. Understanding Li Wenfu's intentions, he walked over to him. Young Master Li, I toast to you. After saying that, he drank. Li Wenfu couldn't refuse and downed it in one go. Just as he was about to leave, Yi Chen stopped him, poured more wine, and said, I heard young Master Li's father is the chairman of Tiancong Pharmaceutical Group? That's right, my father is the chairman of Tiancong Pharmaceutical Group. Yi Chen, then I must toast you 3 cups. The chairman of Tiancong Pharmaceutical Group is someone I have always admired in the business world. After saying that, he downed 3 cups in one breath. Li Wenfu was taken aback. If he was bringing up his father, he had to drink too. Gritting his teeth, he downed 3 cups of red wine. Yi Chen's face was full of smiles. Young Master Li is indeed straightforward. At Fei Fei's birthday party, we didn't drink much, so today we must drink to our heart's content. Let me toast you another one. Li Wenfu hurriedly said, Young Master Yi, I can't drink anymore, I'll get drunk. Yi Chen, young Master Li, don't be modest. I can see you have a remarkable capacity for alcohol. Are you trying to disrespect me? I'll drink first as a sign of respect. Li Wenfu was inwardly lamenting. How could Yi Chen drink so much? He had just had quite a few cups. In the end, he still drank this cup. Yi Chen, young Master Li is generous, truly worthy of being the future helmsman of Tiancong Pharmaceutical Group. Now I really feel like I've met you too late. How about this? Let's not drink too much, just 3 more cups. The first part of the sentence made Li Wenfu feel good, the future helmsman of Tiancong Pharmaceutical Group. This had always been his dream. But the latter part made his expression freeze. More drinking? I really can't anymore. Yi Chen, young Master Li is the future helmsman of Tiancong Pharmaceutical Group. How can you say you can't? Isn't that looking down on yourself? I won't allow you to belittle yourself like that. Li Wenfu's mind heated up. Damn, are you trying to get me drunk? Fine, let's drink. I want to see who gives in first. He downed 3 cups in one breath. After finishing, Yi Chen originally planned to leave, but Li Wenfu grabbed him. Young Master Yi, we've only just started, let's have 3 more cups. Yi Chen's face showed some difficulty. I just drank quite a bit, I can't anymore, the aftereffects are kicking in. Li Wenfu felt a surge of joy. Was the aftereffect finally coming? No way, I just drank. Can young Master Yi not drink? Yi Chen hesitated for a few seconds. Alright, let's drink. Today I'll accompany you to the end. The two continued to drink cup after cup. A few minutes later, Li Wenfu was completely drunk, his body swaying as he stood there, on the verge of falling at any moment. Yi Chen saw his condition and smiled broadly. Young Master Li, are you still drinking? Li Wenfu leaned against the bar, and no. I won't drink anymore. His mind was somewhat clear, but his body was completely out of control, and he was even stuttering while speaking. Yi Chen turned and left, waiting for the alcohol to fully kick in, enough for Li Wenfu to handle. He returned to Sun Yuming's side. Sun Yuming looked at him with a grin. Brother Yi Chen, you're so bad, I like it. She had seen everything when Yi Chen was drinking with Li Wenfu just now. Yi Chen replied, don't make a fuss, he wanted to get me drunk, but it seems he doesn't have the ability now. Sun Yuming said, Brother Yi Chen, let's go out for a walk, it's so boring here. Yi Chen looked around. Du Feifei and Zhou Haochen were chatting and laughing with others. He said, let's go out and take a look. Sun Yuming's face lit up, and the two quickly walked out of the banquet hall. They walked in the corridor on the 4th floor, occasionally seeing scantily clad waitresses bustling about. There were banquet halls, bars, KTVs, massage parlors, and more. Many foreigners could be seen here, young beauties from the West and neighboring countries. They were all hired waitstaff or performers showcasing their dance talents. Yi Chen and Sun Yuming also spotted a well-known girl group from a neighboring country, each one a beauty, dancing passionately on stage. After a round, Sun Yuming said, "Brother Yi Chen, let's go check out the top floor." Yi Chen took her to the elevator entrance. At the elevator entrance, security personnel stood guard. "You need to show your membership card to go above the 5th floor. Sun Yuming asked, "Do we need a membership card? How do we get one?" "The membership card is issued personally by our manager, you can't apply for it." Yi Chen said, "Have your manager come over, just tell him I'm Yi Chen." The two security personnel exchanged doubtful glances. Then one of them spoke into the intercom. In an office on the 5th floor, a security personnel walked in. "Manager, there's someone named Yi Chen at the 4th floor elevator entrance who says he wants to see you." "Who is he to ask me to come down?" The manager sounded a bit impatient. But he quickly realized, "Did you say his name is Yi Chen?" "Yes, it's Yi Chen." The manager's expression changed. "Could it be that Mr. Yi?" He hurriedly said, "Quick, take me to see Mr. Yi." A minute later, he arrived on the 4th floor. Stepping out of the elevator, he saw Yi Chen and Sun Yuming standing there. Yi Chen looked at him and asked, "Are you the manager here? Are you Mr. Yi?" The manager asked softly. Yi Chen replied, "That's right, I live in Villa 36. The manager quickly said, "Mr. Yi, I apologize for the oversight. My name is Lu Yong, and I am the manager here." Yi Chen said, "My friend and I want to take a look upstairs, is that okay?" "No problem, Mr. Yi, feel free to explore, this cruise ship is yours." Those nearby were taken aback by this statement. This luxurious cruise ship belonged to him? "This is our Supreme Diamond membership card, Mr. Yi, please keep it for you and your friend, it will make it easier for you to come and go in the future." Yi Chen took it. "You continue with your work. My friend and I will take a look around." He entered the elevator with Sun Yuming. Lu Yong stood outside, nodding and bowing, his face full of smiles. Once the elevator left, he took another elevator. He was smart and considerate, not wanting to ride the same elevator as Yi Chen, as his status was not something he could compare to. Sharing an elevator with Yi Chen would be disrespectful. In high society, rules were very important, unlike ordinary people, who had fewer rules. Yi Chen and Sun Yuming took the elevator to the top floor. As they stepped out of the elevator, the top deck of the cruise ship was brightly lit. At this moment, the cruise ship had sailed into the near sea, surrounded by darkness. There were quite a few people on the open-air top deck, both men and women. Most of the men were middle-aged, in their 30s or 40s, while the women were young beauties in their 20s. There was an open-air hot spring pool and a bar, with the sea breeze blowing gently, cool and comfortable. Yi Chen and Sun Yuming found a place to sit down. This was a luxury cruise ship that could only sail near the coast. A waiter approached and quietly asked, "Sir, miss, what would you like to drink?" Yi Chen replied, "2 cups of warm water, please." The waiter paused for a moment. "All right, please wait a moment." The 2 cups of warm water arrived quickly. Sun Yuming looked up at the starry sky and the bright moon hanging above. "Brother Yi Chen, look at the starry sky tonight. It's so beautiful, the moon is so big and round. I haven't seen such a big moon in a long time." Yi Chen also looked up at the countless stars. "It really is beautiful." Sun Yuming asked, "Brother Yi Chen, do you think there are aliens in such a vast universe?" Yi Chen was taken aback for a moment. "That's a deep question. Personally, I think there should be. The universe is so big, the blue planet is just a speck of dust in the entire universe. How could there be only one planet with life?" Sun Yuming continued, "So do you think there are aliens on our blue planet?" Yi Chen replied, "I don't know, maybe there are." Sun Yuming gazed at the starry sky. "If there are alien civilizations, their technology must be very advanced, right?" Yi Chen said, "Maybe far beyond ours, or maybe they're still in a primitive state." Sun Yuming asked, "Brother Yi Chen, where do you think people go when they die?" Yi Chen was momentarily stunned. "You're discussing some profound topics today. I think when people die, they might live on in another form, but we just can't discover it." Sun Yuming turned to look at him. "Brother Yi Chen, if I were to die one day, would you be sad?" Yi Chen was taken aback. "Why are you talking about such ominous things? You're still young." Sun Yuming replied, "I'm just saying if." Yi Chen said, "Of course I'd be sad. Without you, this clever little thing, messing around with me every day, life would lose a lot of its fun. It's not just familiar people, even if you only know someone slightly, hearing about their death can feel uncomfortable." In the past, when Yi Chen was at work, someone from another department died in a car accident. Although they had only met a few times, Yi Chen felt a bit uneasy and reflective. Life can sometimes be very fragile, so fragile that it can't withstand a blow. Of course, if a bad person dies, he wouldn't feel sorry at all. A bad person dying is just what they deserve. "Really? You're not lying to me?" Sun Yuming looked at him with her beautiful eyes. Yi Chen replied, "What would I lie to you for? There's no benefit in that. At that moment, a middle-aged man walked over with a foreign blonde beauty. "What do you call yourself, young man?" His tone had a hint of condescension, which was somewhat unpleasant. At the same time, his gaze kept drifting towards Sun Yumeng. This was the first time he had seen a beauty with such a figure. Slim and busty, she was definitely a top-notch beauty. The thought of spending a night with her was quite tempting. With these thoughts, he felt a stir in his heart. Yi Chen asked indifferently, "Is there something you need?" Shen Jianguang smiled faintly. "I am Shen Jianguang from Jiangwei Real Estate Group. I want to discuss something with you." Yi Chen asked, "What is it?" Shen Jianguang replied, "I want to exchange this beauty beside me with you. We can swap back in a couple of days." Yi Chen was taken aback and looked at the young foreign beauty with blonde hair and blue eyes. She was quite good-looking, with an average build and face, around 85 points in appearance. When she saw Yi Chen looking over, she threw him a flirtatious glance. "Exchange what?" Yi Chen was somewhat taken aback. Shen Jianguang looked at Sun Yumeng, a smile appearing on his face. "Of course, it's this beautiful lady next to you." He assumed Sun Yumeng was Yi Chen's woman. After all, the men who came here were all looking for fun. Moreover, swapping partners was a common occurrence here. Yi Chen's expression changed. "Get lost." Shen Jianguang's face darkened. Everyone here was at least a company boss level. Who had ever been openly insulted like that? Even if they disliked someone, they would only complain behind their backs, never confront them directly. To insult someone face to face was to completely offend them. But Yi Chen didn't care about that, no matter who the company president was. So what if he offended them? He relied on the system, not a company. "You little brat dared to insult me? Looking for death, are you?" Shen Jianguang's face was grim. Yi Chen stood up and kicked him, sending him flying 3 or 4 meters away. This scene left the surrounding people stunned. What was happening? Someone dared to fight here? Shen Jianguang clutched his stomach, his face contorted in pain. Security personnel from the cruise ship rushed over. "What are you doing? No fighting allowed here." At the same time, they notified Lu Yong, as only he could handle such matters. Those who could play here were all big shots. They couldn't afford to offend anyone, and they didn't know which side was stronger. If they helped the wrong person, it would be disastrous. Lu Yong hurriedly took the elevator up when he heard there was a fight on the top deck. The onlookers were watching Yi Chen. Who was this young man that he dared to hit Shen Jianguang? He was the vice president of Jiangwei Real Estate Group. Most importantly, fighting and causing trouble were prohibited here, and violators would have their membership revoked and be expelled. Lu Yong arrived and saw Yi Chen and Sun Yumeng sitting there, admiring the void. He quietly asked the security personnel what was going on. Then he walked over to Yi Chen. "Mr. Yi, I apologize for interrupting your enjoyment. I'll have someone take him away right now." Yi Chen glanced at him. "I don't want to see him here again." "I understand, Mr. Yi, don't worry." After saying that, Lu Yong told the nearby security personnel, "Take him away, he is not allowed to enter the Qinglong cruise ship again." Shen Jianguang's face changed dramatically. "Manager Lu, are you mistaken? He was the one who hit me. You deserved it." This cruise ship belonged to him. With a word, he could reclaim it. Although both parties had signed a contract, the contract signed by Han Wanjing gave all interpretation rights to Yi Chen. Even if Yi Chen reclaimed the cruise ship now, he wouldn't have to compensate them a single cent. There were too many companies wanting to rent this luxury cruise ship. Even if they didn't sign this contract, there would be plenty of companies willing to sign. "Hurry up and take him away," Lu Yong said impatiently. Shen Jianguang was taken away, and the foreign blonde beauty remained here. She wasn't brought by Shen Jianguang, she was originally a staff member on the cruise ship. They didn't provide certain services here, but if both parties hit it off, no one would interfere. The onlookers were surprised by this outcome. It seemed this young man had quite the background. Manager Lu was so respectful in front of him. "I'm sorry, Mr. Yi, it's our failure to do our job properly." Lu Yong stood beside him respectfully. Although this matter had little to do with him, he still took the blame. "Yi Chen, this has nothing to do with you, you can leave." "Alright, I won't disturb you any longer, Mr. Yi." Yi Chen looked at Sun Yumeng. "The life of the rich is truly extravagant." Sun Yumeng, "Yes, many people don't treat women as women at all." Yi Chen, "Look, there's a shooting star." Sun Yumeng hurriedly looked over, and sure enough, a shooting star streaked across the night sky. She quickly clasped her hands together and closed her eyes to make a wish. Yi Chen gazed at the vast starry sky, his eyes bright and deep. Did extraterrestrial civilizations really exist? Is the system from an alien civilization? Achoo! Sun Yumeng suddenly sneezed. "Yi Chen, cold? Then let's go down." Sun Yumeng nodded, and the two took the elevator back to the 4th floor. Upon entering the banquet hall, everyone had already started to sit down and eat. Du Feifei had just been looking for Sun Yumeng and Yi Chen, and seeing them return, she quickly walked over. Yumeng, where have you been? Sun Yumeng chuckled, I was playing upstairs with brother Yi Chen for a while. Du Feifei, are you hungry? Sit down and eat something. Yi Chen looked around but didn't see Li Wenfu. Where's Li Wenfu? Du Feifei, Li Wenfu drank too much, he just sat on the ground and threw up, getting it all over himself. Now someone has taken him down to rest. Just mentioning Li Wenfu made her feel a bit nauseous, mainly because the scene was too disgusting. Li Wenfu was slumped on the ground, continuously spewing vomit from his mouth. It was all over him and the floor. It completely shocked and disgusted everyone present. Thinking about it now, Du Feifei had no appetite to eat. Yi Chen saw Du Feifei's expression and knew that the earlier scene must have been quite something. Zhou Haochen, seeing him smile, said, Brother Yi, where did you just go? Come sit down and eat with us. Yi Chen, I just went out for a stroll with Yumeng. At the dining table, Zhou Haochen and the others were discussing the current business situation. Have you heard? The negotiations between the Misai country and our side have broken down, which is likely to have a significant impact on our economy. It broke down? Aren't they still negotiating? I don't know the specifics, I hope it doesn't break down. Yi Chen listened to their discussions while eating. Not long after they finished their meal, the cruise ship returned to the dock. Everyone left the cruise ship, and Yi Chen, Du Feifei, and Sun Yumeng walked towards the community. It was already past 9 in the evening, and the sea breeze felt a bit cool as they walked. Sister Feifei, this Qinglong cruise ship belongs to brother Yi Chen, and the manager even gave me a diamond membership card, Sun Yumeng said. Du Feifei's expression froze. This Qinglong luxury cruise ship is yours? Yi Chen nodded. I bought one a few days ago when I had nothing to do, and now I've rented it out. Du Feifei, you're too extravagant. How much did it cost to buy one? How many years will it take to break even renting it out? Yi Chen, money is meant to be spent. After all, it was the system's money, not mine. Renting it out for over 10 million a month is just free money. Du Feifei thought to herself, this isn't just tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands, this is billions. Having money makes one willful. Even Du Feifei's father wouldn't dare spend money like that. Today buying a top security company, tomorrow acquiring a 5-star hotel, the day after acquiring a building. Sun Yumeng, Sister Feifei, today brother Yi Chen and I saw a shooting star, it flew for quite a while before disappearing. Du Feifei, really? I've never seen one. The three chatted as they walked back home. Yi Chen went straight to the bedroom upon returning home. He saw a message from Xia Qing and replied, just came back from a banquet. Xia Qing, what kind of banquet? Yi Chen, a banquet for the second generation circle in Jianghai City, not much fun. Xia Qing, did you drink? Had a little. Xia Qing, drinking is bad for your health, you should drink less. Yi Chen smiled, yeah, okay, actually I don't really like drinking. Xia Qing, my dad has become a bit addicted to drinking lately, he drinks often, and I feel his health is getting worse. Yi Chen, then let uncle get a health checkup in advance, find out early and treat it early. Xia Qing, he won't go, he says it's just wasting money. People from the old hometown are like that. Yi Chen's dad is the same, saving wherever possible. The two chatted for a while and then went to sleep. The next morning, he woke up. Congratulations to the host for making a dream come true, receiving 6 bottles of Han Emperor Mutai. Han Emperor Mutai? What kind of liquor is this? He opened his phone and searched online for the answer. Han Emperor Mutai is a liquor launched in the 1990s, highly valued for collection and tasting. A few years ago, it was auctioned at a large auction house, with a single bottle fetching a sky-high price of 9 million. 9 million for a single bottle is indeed an astronomical price. However, Yi Chen was not very surprised. After witnessing pens that cost 80 to 90 million each, he figured nothing could astonish him anymore. Yi Chen washed up and went downstairs. Did Yumeng and Feifei not come over? Yi Chen asked curiously. Han Wanjing replied, they haven't come yet, they're probably sleeping in on the weekend. Is breakfast ready? Han Wanjing said, it will be ready soon. I'll go call them. Yi Chen walked out of the villa, stretched his body, and breathed in the fresh air outside. He reached the entrance of the villa, where the bodyguard respectfully called out, Mr. Yi. Yi Chen nodded slightly, thank you for your hard work. He walked into Du Feifei's villa yard and rang the doorbell. The door opened quickly. It was a somewhat smart door that could be controlled from the bedroom. As Yi Chen entered the living room, he heard Du Feifei's voice from the second floor, tinged with tears. Yi Chen, come quickly, Yumeng is not doing well. Yi Chen's expression changed, and he hurriedly ran to the master bedroom on the second floor. He saw Du Feifei kneeling by the bed in her pajamas, holding son Yumeng's hand with both of hers. Yumeng will be fine, I've already called, and the ambulance is on the way. Yi-Chen approached the bed and found Sun Yumeng's face pale, her eyes wide open, struggling to breathe. He was taken aback and quickly asked, "What happened?" Du Feifei's eyes were red, tears streaking down her face. "Yumeng has congenital lung failure. She suddenly had an attack this morning." Congenital lung failure typically means one can only live to around 20. Sun Yumeng seemed to see Yi-Chen and struggled to lift her other hand. She wanted to speak but couldn't, only able to breathe rapidly. At that moment, she was enduring the torment of suffocation. The agony of suffocation is unbearable for most. It is an extremely painful process. But she had endured this pain for many years. She had hovered on the edge of death many times. Sun Yumeng could sense that this time, she might not be as lucky as before. Her rapid breathing began to slow, and the feeling of suffocation grew stronger. Du Feifei also sensed it, tears streaming down her face. "Yumeng, don't do this. Don't." Sun Yumeng looked at her cousin, her eyes reflecting a sense of relief. "Is it finally going to end? Ending would be good. I no longer want to endure this torment." Her gaze gradually became vacant. "Don't." This moment happened quickly, in just a few seconds. Yi-Chen reacted, hurriedly carrying Du Feifei out of the bedroom and closing the door behind them. He took out a healing card from the system space. "Yi-Chen, what are you doing? You bastard, let me in." Healing card used successfully. Healing target. Sun Yumeng. A sea blue light shot out and entered Sun Yumeng's mouth. A few seconds later, her eyes gradually regained their former sparkle. At that moment, she felt more comfortable than ever. The feeling of being bound in her body completely disappeared. Sun Yumeng looked at Yi-Chen. "Brother Yi-Chen, what was that blue light just now?" Yi-Chen was taken aback. "You saw it?" Sun Yumeng chuckled. "Yeah, I saw it all just now." Yi-Chen said softly, "Your body should be completely healed now. Don't tell anyone about this, including your cousin." Sun Yumeng nodded. "Okay, I won't tell anyone." Yi-Chen coughed lightly and looked at her. "You get dressed, I'll go out first." Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden task of saving Sun Yumeng. Reward, 500 million cash, surprise card, golden chamber 13 needles item card. After saying this, he opened the door and walked out. Outside, Du Feifei saw the door open and hurried inside. Yi-Chen glanced at the golden chamber 13 needles item card. Golden chamber 13 needles item card. After use, one can learn the golden chamber 13 needles, an ancient acupuncture method lost since antiquity, capable of determining life and death. He directly chose to learn it. After all, having more skills is never a burden. Inside the room, when Du Feifei saw Sun Yumeng, who was lively on the bed, her eyes widened. "Yumeng, you're okay?" Sun Yumeng chuckled. "Cousin, I'm fine now." Du Feifei hugged her tightly. "You scared me to death just now." "I'm sorry, cousin, I worried you." Sun Yumeng also held her tightly. Du Feifei had always cared for her, and their bond was deep. At home, she felt no love from her parents, but Du Feifei gave her the affection of an older sister. Because of her poor health since childhood, Sun Yumeng's parents didn't particularly like her. Du Feifei suddenly realized, "How did you get better so suddenly?" Sun Yumeng chuckled. "Brother Yi-Chen told me not to say." Outside, Yi-Chen almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. What difference does that make? Du Feifei had been here all along, so it was hard to hide this from her. "Du Feifei, did you say Yi-Chen cured you?" Sun Yumeng, "Brother Yi-Chen told me not to tell others." Yi-Chen felt a headache coming on and hurriedly left. "Du Feifei, how did he cure you?" "This is impossible. Your illness isn't a common one." Sun Yumeng looked at her and said, "Cousin, you haven't changed out of your clothes yet. You're only wearing a nightgown, and Brother Yi-Chen probably saw you just now." Du Feifei's face flushed, and she quickly locked the door to change her clothes. When the two of them came out after changing, a hospital ambulance arrived slowly. Du Feifei still took her to the hospital. She wasn't at ease without a thorough checkup. Yi-Chen was having breakfast. "Save some breakfast for them, they might eat when they come back." Du Feifei and Sun Yumeng arrived at the First People's Hospital of Jianhai City. They sought out the previous lung disease specialist, the best in the country. Sun Yumeng's illness had been treated by him all along. "Miss Sun, Miss Du, please take a seat," said Hua Hongyun with a smile upon seeing the two. Du Feifei hurriedly explained the morning's events to Hua Hongyun. Hua Hongyun's expression darkened. Such a serious situation, logically, Miss Sun shouldn't have survived. Moreover, in Hua Hongyun's view, Sun Yumeng was already at an age where living longer was almost impossible. As age increased, the pressure on the lungs also increased. When the lungs could no longer bear it, it would be Sun Yumeng's time to die. Du Feifei, Dr. Hua, please do a lung check for Yumeng to see what the situation is now. Hua Hongyun nodded slightly. Let's do a check to see the situation, but it shouldn't be too optimistic. You need to be mentally prepared. In his view, Sun Yumeng not dying this time was just luck. but next time it might not be the same. Her age had reached its limit, any random episode could cost her life. After about 10 minutes, the CT results came out. When Hua Hongyun saw Sun Yuming's CT results, his expression froze. He said to the assistant beside him, "Did you take the wrong film?" "No, this is Miss Sun's film." "Hua Hongyun, this is impossible, this film shows the lungs with no issues at all. Miss Sun has congenital lung failure, you must have taken the wrong one." Du Feifei and Sun Yuming felt a surge of joy upon hearing this. His assistant explained, "Master, I was watching the whole time, I really didn't take the wrong one." "Hua Hongyun, this is impossible. Is there a problem with the equipment?" Half an hour later, Hua Hongyun sat in his office, his face filled with shock. He kept mumbling, "How is this possible? It can't be. How could she be better? What on earth is going on?" Du Feifei and Sun Yuming were all smiles. It really worked, it was amazing. This was definitely the best news. Du Feifei said, "If Dr. Hua has nothing else, Rain Meng and I will head back first." Hua Hongyun came to his senses and hurriedly asked, "How did Miss Sun recover from her episode today?" Du Feifei hesitated for a moment. "It was my neighbor who treated her, I don't know how he did it." Hua Hongyun curiously asked, "Your neighbor? Who is this expert?" Du Feifei replied, "He's not a doctor." Hua Hongyun's expression froze. "Not a doctor? Miss Du, you're not joking with me, are you? How could he treat Miss Sun's illness if he's not a doctor?" Du Feifei shook her head. "I don't know, he took me outside the room." Hua Hongyun looked at Sun Yuming. "Miss Sun, do you know how that expert treated you?" Sun Yuming shook her head. "I didn't know anything at the time." Hua Hongyun asked, "Then could you both take me to meet this expert? I would like to consult him." Du Feifei and Sun Yuming exchanged glances. Finally, Du Feifei nodded, "All right," because previously, it was he who treated Sun Yuming's illness. Without Hua Hongyun, Sun Yuming might not have made it this far. Hua Hongyun said, "Then let's hurry over. If Xiao Lu has patients, let the other doctors handle them and say I have something to attend to." Hua Hongyun was a top expert in the country, and even the hospital director treated such seasoned professionals with great respect. Du Feifei led him to the Hualong Seaview Villa community. The three of them arrived outside Yi Chen's villa. However, they were stopped by a bodyguard. "Miss Du, who is this?" Du Feifei replied, "This is Dr. Hua, a top expert from the First People's Hospital of Jianhai City." Wang Junfeng said, "Please wait a moment, outsiders need Mr. Ye's permission to enter." He then explained the situation over the intercom at the entrance. Han Wanjing said, "The young master said to let them in." Du Feifei and the others walked in, and Yi Chen was sitting on the sofa watching the news. "Back already? I saved breakfast for you, go eat something." Sun Yuming smiled brightly. "Okay, brother Yi Chen." Du Feifei said to Hua Hongyun, "Dr. Hua, this is Mr. Yi." Hua Hongyun was taken aback, he looked so young. He had thought the other party was an elder older than him. Yi Chen looked at Hua Hongyun. "Feifei, who is this?" Du Feifei introduced, "This is Dr. Hua Hongyun, Sun Yuming's former attending physician, a top respiratory medicine expert in the country, and a professor at Jianhai University Medical School." Yi Chen smiled, "So it's Professor Hua. Please have a seat, Wanjing, make some tea." Hua Hongyun sat down, and he wasn't too surprised by the luxurious decor of the villa, as he had been to many luxurious villas before. Han Wanjing brewed a pot of tea and poured a cup for each of them. Hua Hongyun took a sip and couldn't help but nod. "Good tea." All this tea was gifted to him, and it was all top quality. Yi Chen asked, "Professor Hua, what brings you to see me?" Hua Hongyun looked at him and asked, "Was it Mr. Yi who treated Miss Sun's illness?" Yi Chen replied, "You could say that." Hua Hongyun asked, "Could you share how you treated Miss Sun?" Nearby, Sun Yuming and Du Feifei were eating but were also listening intently. Yi Chen smiled, "It was treated with acupuncture." Hua Hongyun's eyes widened in disbelief. "Acupuncture? How could that be? Acupuncture could not possibly be effective for this kind of illness. Can acupuncture really work for this kind of illness?" Yi Chen, the inheritance of traditional Chinese medicine has lasted for thousands of years, profound and extensive, with many medical texts lost. Fortunately, I understand a form of acupuncture that can treat Yu Meng's illness. Hua Hongyun, may I ask what kind of acupuncture it is? This acupuncture is called the 13 needles of the golden coffer. The 13 needles of the golden coffer? Hua Hongyun had never heard of it. He wanted Yi Chen to demonstrate, but felt it was inappropriate. This involved personal medical privacy. Yi Chen also knew he wouldn't ask, and even if he did, Yi Chen wouldn't tell him. At that moment, the voice of the bodyguard captain came from the doorway. "Miss Chen, they say the wine Mr. Yi ordered has arrived. Yi Chen, Wanjing, go sign for it and bring it in." Han Wanjing walked out of the villa and returned shortly, carrying a box. Yi Chen opened the box and put the wine on the shelf. Han Wanjing opened the wooden box, revealing 6 bottles of well-packaged, exquisitely shaped Han Emperor Maotai. Du Feifei was momentarily stunned upon seeing the wine, Han Emperor Maotai. This single bottle costs 8 to 9 million. I've heard there aren't many available. Where did you buy it? It was sent over by the original distillery, Han Wanjing replied. She knew the delivery company when she signed the receipt. Hua Hongyun was taken aback. 8 to 9 million for a bottle of wine? No way, are you kidding me? But thinking of Du Feifei's identity, he felt it might be true. But 8 to 9 million for a bottle of wine, that's just too outrageous. Yi Chen smiled at Hua Hongyun and said, Professor Hua, have some tea. Hua Hongyun quickly took a couple more sips. He rarely got to drink such fine tea. Later, Hua Hongyun asked Yi Chen some questions about medical techniques. Yi Chen, having inherited the 13 needles of the golden coffer, was quite knowledgeable about certain pathologies. Seeing Yi Chen answer so thoroughly made Hua Hongyun look at him with new respect. Especially regarding some diseases' pathologies, Yi Chen's understanding was even deeper than his, far surpassing him. Their discussion greatly benefited Hua Hongyun, resolving some long-standing questions he had. Now he completely believed that Yi Chen was the one who could cure Sun Yumeng. Yi Chen's in-depth analysis and profound understanding of certain pathologies left him in disbelief. Such a young man, yet he was more skilled in medicine than he was. It truly made him feel ashamed. Hua Hongyun reluctantly left around 10 in the morning. Hua Hongyun, Mr. Yi, Miss Du, you don't need to see me off. Today, listening to Mr. Ye's words has been incredibly beneficial. Yi Chen, Professor Hua, you're too polite. Hua Hongyun, in front of Mr. Yi, I can't dare to call myself a professor. In terms of medical skills, Mr. Yi far surpasses me. Yi Chen, Professor Hua, please don't flatter me. Hua Hongyun suddenly asked, Mr. Yi, do you have any plans to take on disciples? Yi Chen was taken aback for a moment. Take on disciples? Are you suggesting I take you as a disciple? Don't joke around, you're the same age as my grandfather. No, I don't have the qualifications to take on disciples with my current abilities. Hua Hongyun expressed some regret. If Mr. Yi ever plans to take on disciples, please notify me immediately. Although I'm a bit older, learning has no limits. Yi Chen hurriedly said, Professor Hua, take care. Du Feifei and Sun Yumeng stifled their laughter. Professor Hua actually intended to take him as a master. A nearly 70-year-old man wanting to take a 20-something as a master, calling him master repeatedly. The scene was hard to bear. After sending off Hua Hongyun, Yi Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, he was gone. Back in the villa, Du Feifei spoke up. Should we tell aunt and uncle about Yumeng's situation? They would probably be very happy to know. Sun Yumeng's expression was somewhat unnatural. They wouldn't care about me. Du Feifei, Yumeng, after all, they are your parents. They must care about you in their hearts. Yi Chen, hearing their conversation, felt curious. Was Sun Yumeng's relationship with her father not good? In the end, Du Feifei still didn't tell her parents, but she did tell her own parents. Du Feifei's parents are Sun Yumeng's aunt and uncle. This news could allow Du Feifei's mother to inform them over there. Sun Yumeng stood up and said to Yi Chen, Brother Yi Chen, let's go for a walk. Yi Chen nodded slightly and walked out with her. Du Feifei was on the phone with her mother. Mom, Yumeng's illness is cured. Sun Jing was taken aback by her daughter's words. What did you say? Yumeng's illness is cured? Du Feifei replied, yes, it's completely cured. There are no problems at all. Sun Jing asked, did Professor Hua find a way to treat her? We should thank Professor Hua properly. Du Feifei said, it wasn't Dr. Hua who cured her, it was our neighbor. Our neighbor? Sun Jing was momentarily stunned. Meanwhile, after Yi Chen and Sun Yumeng left the villa, they walked towards the seaside. Sun Yumeng said as they walked, Brother Yi Chen, thank you for saving me. Yi Chen replied, you're welcome. I think after spending so much time together, we can consider ourselves friends. Helping friends is the right thing to do. Sun Yumeng chuckled, Brother Yi Chen, my parents never liked me since I was little. I grew up with my grandfather, and it was my aunt's family who took care of me and helped me seek treatment. Most parents in this world love their children, but there are also a very small number of parents who are as hard as stone, indifferent to their own children. Yi Chen didn't know how to comfort her, so he could only quietly listen to her confessions. Sun Yumeng said, when I was sick, how I wished they could be by my side, but they weren't. They didn't care about me at all, not even a glance. Brother Yi Chen, do you think they count as my parents? Yi Chen replied, if they are your biological parents, then they definitely count as your parents, just not competent ones. Sun Yumeng said, sometimes I even doubt whether I am their biological child. Yi Chen said, in situations like this, try to look at it more openly. I'm not good at comforting people, so I don't know how to comfort you. Sun Yumeng laughed, Brother Yi Chen, you're really a straightforward guy. How will you date a girlfriend like this in the future? Yi Chen asked, what do you mean? Do you look down on me? I have a girlfriend. Sun Yumeng quickly asked, Brother Yi Chen, you have a girlfriend? Who is she? Why haven't I seen you bring her back? Yi Chen replied, not only do I have a girlfriend, but she's also great, gentle, kind, beautiful, and pure. She's my type. Sun Yumeng warned, just don't let her be a green tea bitch. There are too many women like that in society now. Brother Yi Chen, you need to keep your eyes open. Yi Chen rolled his eyes at her, don't worry, my years of social experience weren't for nothing. Sun Yumeng said, that's good. I also hope Brother Yi Chen can find a satisfying girlfriend. The two took a stroll outside before heading back. Just as they returned home, Sun Yumeng's phone rang. It was her grandfather calling. Upon hearing the news of Sun Yumeng's recovery, her grandfather called immediately. Sun Yumeng chatted with her grandfather for a while. After hanging up, she said to Du Feifei, Sister Feifei, Grandpa said we should go back in the afternoon. Du Feifei replied, then let's go back and take a look. I haven't visited Grandpa in a long time. After having lunch together, the two drove to the high-speed train station. Sun Yumeng was from Sioux City, which wasn't far from Jianhai City. It took about 20 minutes by high-speed train. In the afternoon, Yi Chen had nothing to do and went to the gym. He tested his physical attributes, and now his punch strength far exceeded that of the world boxing champion. His speed and endurance had also increased tremendously. He had also mastered some fighting techniques. Now, Yi Chen could probably take on 10 opponents without much trouble. Of course, if the other party had weapons, it would be better to run away first. With his speed, he could easily shake off those people. Yi Chen worked out for 2 hours and walked out of the gym. Han Wanjing was standing at the door, and when she saw him come out, she hurriedly handed him a towel. Yi Chen wiped the sweat off and went into the bathroom. After coming out of the bathroom, Han Wanjing said, Young master, your phone just rang. It was a call from your father. Yi Chen took the phone and called his dad back. Hello, Dad, what's up? Yi Haifeng said, Xiao, I want to buy a car. What kind of car do you think is good? Yi Chen smiled, Dad, what kind of car do you like? I'll buy it for you. Yi Haifeng replied, an SUV model is pretty good. Yi Chen said, okay, Dad, just wait at home. I'll have someone deliver the car to you. Yi Haifeng asked with concern, Xiaoyu, how are you and that girl getting along? Yi Chen replied, pretty good. Yi Haifeng said, if it's good, hurry up. Your grandfather has mentioned several times that he wants to hold a great-grandson. Yi Chen awkwardly smiled, no rush, I'll definitely let my grandfather hold a great-grandson when the time comes. Yi Haifeng said, since you two are getting along well, when do you plan to get engaged? Settle the matter, and you can decide on the wedding later. Yi Chen replied, I'll ask Xiao Chang, and we'll discuss it. Alright, you two discuss it. After hanging up, Yi Chen turned to Han Wanjing and asked, which brand of SUV is good? The Porsche Cayenne SUV is quite nice. The top configuration is around 2 million. Yi Chen said, then you go contact them to order one and have them deliver it to my house. After saying that, he transferred 3 million to Han Wanjing and sent her the address of his hometown. Han Wanjing drove out to handle the matter. Yi Chen sent a message to Xiao Chang, what are you doing? Xiao Qing replied, nothing, just sitting in the office. Yi Chen said, my dad called me today and asked how we were getting along. If things are going well, let's settle it. We can talk about the wedding later. What do you think? Xiao Qing's family had actually asked her many times. They even urged her to have a good talk with Yi Chen about the engagement and to settle their matters quickly. After all, Yi Chen's conditions were too good, and Xiao Qing's family didn't want to miss out on such a golden son-in-law. Xiao Qing replied, I have no objections. Yi Chen said, if you have no objections, I'll tell my dad to pick a date to settle things and have the necessary items delivered to your house. Xiao Qing's cheeks turned slightly red, okay. Yi Chen asked, are you busy at work now? Xiao Qing replied, not too busy, my work is much easier now. Yi Chen said, then I'll come find you, and we can have dinner together tonight. Xiao Qing said, isn't it a bit inappropriate if I leave early? Yi Chen replied, there's nothing inappropriate about it. I'm a group director, what's the big deal? I'll tidy up a bit and head to your mall. After hanging up, Yi Chen tidied up and drove out of the house in a Lamborghini. It was his first time driving this car, and he felt it was quite nice. The car's exterior was full of futuristic technology, and it turned heads as he drove out. After more than half an hour, he arrived at the underground parking lot of the mall. Xiao Qing spoke with the mall manager for a bit before coming down. The manager dared not say a word against her. He had already received notice from the headquarters. The headquarters had said that Xia Qing could do whatever she wanted, and he shouldn't interfere, nor could he. When he heard that, he was stunned because it was said by a vice president from headquarters. This showed that Xia Qing had a strong backing. She was probably being supported by some big shot in the company, or else it wouldn't be like this. When Xia Chang arrived in front of his car, she was momentarily stunned. She got in the car and asked, "Did you change cars again?" Yi Chen smiled and asked, "How's this car? Is it cool?" "Xia Qing, it's quite nice looking." Yi Chen and she got a little affectionate in the car, causing Xia Qing's pretty face to flush. Although Xia Qing still didn't allow them to do that kind of thing, other things were still permissible. Seeing her shy appearance, Yi Chen found it somewhat hard to endure. This was truly tormenting. That evening, he and Xia Qing had dinner at a restaurant, then they lingered for a while before he sent Xia Qing back to her place. Back home, Han Wanjing had already taken care of things. He enjoyed some time watching TV and getting a massage before going to bed. The next morning. "Congratulations, host, your dream has come true, you have received a realistic inflatable doll." Yi Chen was stunned for a moment. "What the hell is this? System, are you kidding me? An inflatable doll? Am I that kind of person?" "That's right, you are. This is based on your dream from last night." Yi Chen's face turned awkward. He indeed had that kind of dream last night, but was the female lead in the dream an inflatable doll? Yi Chen quickly washed up and hurried downstairs. Han Wanjing was making breakfast. Yi Chen sat on the sofa, wondering if the inflatable doll was already on its way. "Damn it, I can't let Han Wanjing see this, or how would she think of me? My noble and grand image would be ruined in an instant." "Young master, breakfast is ready," Han Wanjing said. While having breakfast, Yi Chen's phone suddenly rang. He looked and saw it was a call from Chen Wanqing. "Hello, what's up, class monitor?" "Chen Wanqing, I need to trouble you with something again." "Yi Chen, what is it?" "Chen Wanqing, today our university class is having a gathering, and someone has been pestering me. I want you to accompany me at noon, do you have time?" "Yi Chen, can I really go to your class gathering?" Chen Wanqing's cheeks turned slightly red. "You just need to pretend to be my boyfriend." "Pretend to be a boyfriend?" Yi Chen's eyes widened for a moment, then he smiled and said, "Being the class monitor's fake boyfriend sounds pretty good." Back in high school, he had dreamed of being Chen Wanqing's boyfriend. Now, it seemed he had realized one of his dreams. "Chen Wanqing, then come find me later, it's at the same community where you dropped us off last time." "Yi Chen, okay, I'll contact you when I arrive." After hanging up, Han Wanjing came back from outside with a large box. "Young master, your package has arrived." Yi Chen was taken aback. He hadn't noticed the package had arrived. Looking at the 2-meter-long cardboard box, Yi Chen said seriously, "Tear off my personal information from the top and throw the box in the outside trash can." Han Wanjing was momentarily stunned. "Young master, this thing is quite expensive." Yi Chen's expression stiffened. "Do you recognize this thing?" Han Wanjing, "I've seen it online. This kind of top-tier product is usually imported from Yamato country, which has the world's leading production technology. This brand probably costs at least 3 to 400,000. Yi Chen, just throw it away. I don't like this kind of thing." "If you don't like it, then why did you buy it? Are you embarrassed because you got found out?" Han Wanjing hesitated. "Young master, using this thing occasionally is actually quite good for the body." "What nonsense, I'm not at that level yet, am I? Hurry up and throw it away, just looking at it annoys me." Han Wanjing didn't dare to say more. After tearing off the personal information, she went out to throw it in the outside trash can. The outside trash can is cleaned by a truck every day between 8 and 9 o'clock. Not long after it was thrown outside, the contents of the trash can were cleared away. The garbage truck stopped not far from the community, and a young man got out of the truck. He began rummaging through the pile of trash piece by piece. The Hualong Seaview Villa community is the top-tier villa community, and there are occasional unexpected surprises when collecting trash here. This young man had found high-end shoes, clothes, and even a diamond ring, selling them for over 100,000. In the evenings, wearing the high-end shoes and clothes he had picked up, he would stand outside a bar, and many beautiful women would approach him. He discovered the box that Yi Chen had thrown away. "What is this? It seems like it hasn't been unsealed." He hurriedly opened it, and then a high-end realistic beauty appeared before him. "Wow, so beautiful? Could this be the top-tier realistic inflatable doll from Yamato?" It was clear from the Yamato characters on it. This neighborhood was filled with wealthy people. They wouldn't buy cheap goods. This was definitely top-notch merchandise, and it was still new. He estimated he could make tens of thousands, even 20,000, from it. Life truly is full of opportunities. Thinking of this made him feel incredibly happy, and he didn't find the smell from the garbage truck unpleasant at all. Around 10 in the morning, Yi-Chen drove to the neighborhood where Chen Wanqing lived. After about half an hour, he arrived at her community. Yi-Chen parked the car and walked straight up. At the door, he knocked, and Chen Wanqing's voice came from inside. "Who is it?" "It's me, Yi-Chen." Chen Wanqing opened the door with a smile. "You're here, come in." Yi-Chen walked in, and a faint fragrance greeted him. He sat on the sofa. "Aren't your two colleagues home?" Chen Wanqing replied. "They just went out, probably took the bus." "Wait for me a moment, I'll put on some makeup." After saying that, she sat on the sofa and began to apply her makeup in a small mirror. She was putting on light makeup, making her look even more beautiful. Yi-Chen sat beside her, and memories of high school began to flood his mind. Back then, they were deskmates. Chen Wanqing was beautiful and did well in her studies, the class flower. Many pursued her, but she never agreed to anyone, because that wasn't the age for dating. Although everyone's heart would stir, he wondered if Chen Wanqing had someone she liked back then. If she did, who would it be? Could it be Yang Long? Yang Long was the class monitor in high school, good at studying and somewhat handsome, though he was a bit better than Yi-Chen. "What are you thinking so deeply about?" Chen Wanqing, having finished her makeup and seeing him lost in thought, asked curiously. Yi-Chen replied, "I couldn't help but think of our high school days." Chen Wanqing said, "Speaking of which, why did you suddenly drop out back then?" Yi-Chen explained, "I wasn't doing well in school and thought it would be better not to go to a trashy university, so I impulsively dropped out." "Do you regret it?" Chen Wanqing asked with a smile. Yi-Chen admitted, "I regretted it when I first entered society. The outside world was far from what I imagined, and in fact, it was quite cruel." Chen Wanqing said, "Regardless, you've become quite impressive now. I bet no one from high school is better than you." Yi-Chen replied, "Class monitor, you're flattering me. I'm not used to it. I remember you used to enjoy putting me down." Chen Wanqing smiled wryly. "Now it's your turn to put me down. You're a super big boss, and I'm just an intern." At that moment, Chen Wanqing's phone suddenly rang. She glanced at it and answered, "Hello, what's up, Shinpeng?" Shinpeng said, "Wanqing, where are you? I'm coming to pick you up." Chen Wanqing replied, "No need, my boyfriend is taking me." Shinpeng was taken aback. "When did you get a boyfriend?" "A few days ago. Is there anything else? If not, I'm hanging up." After saying that, she ended the call. Yi-Chen asked, "Is he the one who's been pursuing you all along?" Chen Wanqing nodded, "Yes, he's my classmate, and his family is quite wealthy." Yi-Chen remarked, "Isn't it great to have a wealthy classmate pursuing you? Others wouldn't even have that opportunity." Chen Wanqing glanced at him. "His character is not good. He has dated several girls from our class, and he has also dated others in the department. How can I like someone like that?" Yi-Chen replied, "Such a person really isn't worth it." Chen Wanqing continued, "I guess he just wants to play around with me. Even if it's not just for fun, being with someone like him won't bring happiness." Chen Wanqing saw through it clearly. Yi-Chen smiled and said, "The class monitor makes a good point." Chen Wanqing replied, "Don't call me class monitor anymore, just call me Wanqing. From now on, you are my boyfriend, so don't let it slip." Yi-Chen smiled slightly. "Let's go." The two walked out of the room. Once outside, Chen Wanqing gently linked her arms with his. She held on lightly, avoiding any physical contact in certain aspects. If she had held on a bit tighter, some form of physical contact would have been inevitable. Yi-Chen thought to himself, "Is this fulfilling my high school dream?" Chen Wanqing was his high school goddess. Back in high school, he had dreamed of such good fortune. Chen Wanqing's cheeks flushed slightly, her heart racing. After leaving the residential building, Yi-Chen led her to the car. When Chen Wanqing saw the black Lamborghini supercar in front of her, she was momentarily stunned. "You changed cars again?" Yi-Chen replied, "This is a new purchase. What do you think? It has a futuristic feel, right?" Chen Wanqing nodded. "It's indeed beautiful, very expensive, right?" Yi-Chen said, "The starting price is 40 million. But since it's a limited edition, you can't buy it even if you have the money now." Chen Wanqing remarked, "I won't ask you about it anymore, it's too shocking. Get in the car. Where's the party location?" Chen Wanqing answered, "Hualong International Hotel." Yi-Chen was taken aback. "Really? Your class is having a gathering at such a nice place?" Chen Wanqing explained, "It's because Shinpeng insisted on going there. He said everyone only needs to contribute 100 yuan, and he'll cover the rest." Yi-Chen drove straight to Hualong International Hotel. After about 20 minutes, he arrived at the underground parking lot of the hotel. At that moment, a group of Chen Wanqing's classmates had already gathered there. There were about 20 to 30 people. They were chatting together when they noticed a Lamborghini supercar driving in and turned to look. "Wow, this Lamborghini supercar is so cool. There are indeed a lot of supercars here, but this one looks even cooler. Today is really an eye-opener." Xin Xiao, do you know which model this Lamborghini is? Xin Peng smiled and said, today everyone is in for a treat. If I'm not mistaken, this should be the Lamborghini Veneno, limited to 9 units worldwide. It's my first time seeing it in real life. Wow, this is the Lamborghini Veneno? A car worth 40 to 50 million? Many people at their age loved cars and had some knowledge about luxury vehicles, especially those high-priced cars. They could boast about them during gatherings back home. Wow, this car is really too cool. No wonder it's worth 40 to 50 million. It looks so appealing. Xin Peng, how much did your Lamborghini supercar cost? It can't be cheap, right? Xin Peng casually replied, mine was only around 4 million, not comparable to this one. Although he said that, there was still a hint of superiority in his tone. After all, among his classmates, no one could compare to him. 4 million? Wow, I bet we won't earn enough in our lifetime to buy one of your cars. Xin Peng, what does your family do? Xin Xiao, does your company need people? Instantly, the focus shifted back to Xin Peng. Although that 40 to 50 million Lamborghini was expensive, they didn't know the owner, but Xin Peng was their classmate. Xin Peng said, my family is in the real estate business. If anyone wants to buy a house in Jianghai City in the future, you can come to me for the lowest price. Yi Chen and Shan Wanqing observed these people. These are my classmates, Chen Wanqing said. Yi Chen parked the car next to those people. When they saw the luxury car stop beside them, they couldn't help but turn their heads to look. When they saw the person getting out of the car, their eyes widened in disbelief. Chen Wanqing? Someone exclaimed in shock. Shen Peng's expression also froze. Chen Wanqing? How could she get out of this car? Could this be the boyfriend he mentioned? Sun Jing and Wang Jia were also stunned. This car belonged to Yi Chen too? After Yi Chen got out, Chen Wanqing linked her arm with his and walked over. Sun Jing and Wang Jia approached. Wanqing, you guys are here. Yi Chen, your car is so cool. It's okay, but I personally think my Ferrari F60 is cooler. The people around were dumbfounded, filled with shock. He has a Ferrari F60 too? That's also a top luxury car worth tens of millions. This is definitely the level of a top rich second generation. When did Chen Wanqing get to know someone like this? Could he be her boyfriend? Many girls felt envy and jealousy at the thought. Why can't I meet such a rich second generation? The guys were heartbroken. Our goddess has actually been taken. Especially when they thought about how Chen Wanqing was being showered with affection by Yi Chen, they felt a bit frantic. Chen Wanqing heard his words and felt speechless. Was this guy trying to show off? She smiled happily. Everyone is here. Sorry to keep you waiting. This is my boyfriend, Yi Chen. Some girls hurriedly gathered around to chat with Chen Wanqing. Regardless of whether they were familiar before, they all came over to talk to her. Since Chen Wanqing's boyfriend is so wealthy, his circle must also be full of rich people. Building a good relationship with Chen Wanqing might help them find a wealthy boyfriend through Yi Chen. Even if they couldn't find one, having a good relationship with Chen Wanqing would be beneficial in the future. The male classmates looked at Yi Chen, then at Xin Peng. Everyone present knew that Xin Peng was pursuing Chen Wanqing. Now that Chen Wanqing had directly brought her boyfriend, what would Xin Peng do? Xin Peng's expression indeed looked a bit unpleasant. His father had just bought him a Lamborghini supercar. He had originally planned to show off in front of Chen Wanqing today. Who would have thought that Chen Wanqing would have such an impressive boyfriend? His Lamborghini was like a country chicken compared to Yi Chen's Lamborghini Veneno. Xin Peng said, our mentor said he would come later, let's go inside and wait. The group took the elevator to the 8th floor of the Hualong International Hotel. This place is so luxurious, it feels even better than an ordinary 5-star hotel. Xin Peng explained, Hualong International Hotel is the top 5-star hotel in the country, a platinum 5-star hotel. Ordinary 5-star hotels can't compare to it. What does platinum 5-star hotel mean? Someone asked, not understanding. Xin Peng replied, a platinum 5-star hotel is better than a 5-star hotel. The highest star rating for hotels in the country is 5 stars. There are no 6-star or 7-star standards. Hotels that are more luxurious than 5 stars are called platinum 5-star hotels. Currently, there are only 4 platinum 5-star hotels in the country, 1 in Longdu City, 2 in Jianghai, and 1 in Guangweiqing. Xin Xiao really knows a lot. Someone next to him flattered him. Xin Peng came from a distinguished family, and in college, he had 2 sycophants by his side. Now that everyone had entered society and experienced the hardships of work and the difficulty of making money, many envied Xin Peng even more. He had a luxury car worth millions right after graduation, and his father was the vice president of a real estate group. Ordinary people, even if they worked hard their whole lives, could never catch up to Xin Peng's pace. This was also Chen Wanqing and the others' first time in such a luxurious hotel. They were also amazed by the lavish decorations. They arrived at box 8007, which was a very large private room. There are 2 large tables in the private room, each capable of accommodating more than 20 people. The room is equipped with sofas, a television, a restroom, and so on. Everyone took their seats, with the men at one table and the women at another. Present, besides Yi Chen, were 2 others who were not classmates either. They had come along with their girlfriends. They probably worried about what might happen at a gathering of their girlfriends' classmates. After everyone was seated, Shinpeng began to order food. It was the first time for the others, and they had no idea about the menu, especially since the prices here were quite high. They didn't dare to order recklessly, as most of the money was being covered by Shinpeng. Once Shinpeng finished ordering, the waiter walked out. As she left, she glanced at Yi Chen. The hotel staff had all remembered Yi Chen's appearance. He was their big boss. This was all arranged by Kong Xingwen to prevent any misunderstandings if the big boss came and the staff didn't recognize him. If such a situation occurred, it would be the responsibility of Kong Xingwen and the others. The food arrived quickly. Someone asked, "Has our mentor arrived?" Chen Wanqing replied, "The mentor is on the way and will be here soon." "Then let's wait a little longer." A few minutes later, a beautiful woman in her 30s walked in. "The mentor is here." Everyone stood up. Yi Chen was a bit surprised. Was this Chen Wanqing's mentor? Chen Wanqing's mentor was beautiful, mature, and sexy. Wow, if I had a teacher like this in high school, I could have gotten into Tsinghua. Yang Shuiyao smiled and said, "Sorry to keep everyone waiting, I just finished a meeting at school." "It's okay, teacher, we just arrived," Chen Wanqing said with a smile as she pulled her to sit down. Yang Shuiyao looked at everyone and asked, "Who are these people?" "Teacher, this is Wanqing's boyfriend, and those 2 are also the boyfriends of her classmates." Yang Shuiyao smiled and said, "Oh my, our class flower has been snatched up so quickly?" Although Yang Shuiyao was their mentor, the age difference was not significant. Many times, they interacted more like sisters, and she was well loved by her female students. As for the men, with such an exceptional teacher, how could they not study hard? Yi Chen found Yang Shuiyao's face somewhat familiar, as if he had seen her somewhere before. Suddenly, Yi Chen remembered. No way, could it be such a coincidence? He had worked as a delivery driver in Jianghai City for a year and had an accident where he crashed into a white Audi. At that time, it was Yang Shuiyao who was driving that car. She had suddenly come out from a side street, and Yi Chen had collided with her. In the end, it was determined that Yang Shuiyao bore the main responsibility, while he had a secondary responsibility. But even with a secondary responsibility, he had to cover 30% of the repair costs for her vehicle. Yang Shuiyao was responsible for 70%. At that time, Yi Chen had no money, but later, seeing his difficulties, Yang Shuiyao didn't make him pay and took the loss herself. Yi Chen covered the loss of his electric bike. Yang Shuiyao looked at Yi Chen and asked, "What kind of trick did you use to charm our class flower?" Yi Chen chuckled awkwardly, "We were high school classmates. Wanqing had a crush on me back then." "What? Our goddess had a crush on you? Can you have some self-respect?" Chen Wanqing's face turned red, and she shot him a glare. "Wasn't it you who had a crush on me?" Yang Shuiyao was taken aback for a moment. "No wonder, you made your move years ago. Which university did you graduate from?" "I didn't go to university." Everyone in the private room was stunned. "Didn't go to university? How could our goddess possibly like him? Could it be that our goddess is also that kind of materialistic woman?" Indeed, there are no shortages of beauties around wealthy people. "Teacher, Wanqing's boyfriend drives a Lamborghini Veneno, worth tens of millions." Someone whispered from the side. Yang Shuiyao nodded slightly. "Let's eat, everyone." At this moment, Shinpeng finally found some comfort. "Although you are richer than me, you are not as cultured as I am." Yang Shuiyao sat on the girl's side. She had just seen Yi Chen and felt he looked somewhat familiar. It seemed she had seen Yi Chen somewhere, but she couldn't recall where. During the meal, Shinpeng did not pay any attention to Yi Chen. The others didn't know Yi Chen either and didn't know what to say. The people they recognized sat together chatting. After a while, Shinpeng couldn't help but speak. He wanted to put Yi Chen down and embarrass him in front of everyone. "Hey, why didn't you go to college?" Yi Chen replied, "I didn't do well in school, so I didn't want to go." Shinpeng asked, "You and Wanqing are from the same high school, are you both from the same hometown?" Yi Chen answered, "Yeah, so what?" Shinpeng had some understanding of where Chen Wanqing's hometown was. Yi Chen's hometown was rural. How could he afford such a top luxury car? Was it rented? That seemed unlikely. No one would rent out such a car. Shinpeng curiously asked, "Your parents must be doing big business, right?" "My father is the vice president of Jiangwei Real Estate Group. If there's a chance, we could collaborate." Yi Chen replied, "Vice president of Jiangwei Real Estate Group? Your dad wouldn't be Shin Jianguang, would he?" Peng, Shin Jiangguan, and their job descriptions were the same. Peng smiled and said, "That's right, that's my dad. Do you know my dad? Almost everything in the company is handled by him." Yi Chen said, "I just had a run-in with your dad a few days ago, how could I not know him?" The people at the table froze for a moment. Even the girls at the nearby table were stunned. They had been secretly listening to the conversation. Peng's expression changed. "My dad is the vice president of Jiangwei Real Estate Group. He's not someone you can just mess with. I know your family is wealthy, but I hope you show some respect." Yi Chen replied, "You misunderstood, I'm telling the truth. If you don't believe me, you can go back and ask. On the Qinglong luxury cruise ship at Hualong Port, your dad was with a young foreign beauty with golden eyes, and he spoke disrespectfully to me, so I kicked him. I bet his stomach still hurts, and he was kicked off the ship. He can't go back on the Qinglong cruise anymore." Peng was stunned. He knew about Hualong Port. His dad had taken him there once. It was really amazing, making one reluctant to leave. Yesterday, his dad said his stomach hurt. Could it be because of that kick? Everyone at the table was shocked. He actually hit Peng's dad? The way he described it was very specific. It didn't sound like a joke at all. He didn't expect Peng's dad to be so flirtatious, still chasing after foreign beauties at his age. Damn, the life of the rich is really good. Not only can they play with beautiful women domestically, but they can also enjoy the charm of foreign beauties. It really echoed the saying online, "The rich can be observed by their ways, the poor by their looks." Peng's face turned a bit awkward, recalling his dad's situation. He felt that what Yi Chen said was true. The others noticed his expression and guessed what was happening. Chen Wanqing's boyfriend was too impressive. He had hit Peng's father and nothing happened. The reason Peng was so formidable among his peers was naturally due to his father's influence. Without his dad, he was nothing. Yi Chen even dared to hit his dad, which was enough to prove Yi Chen's strength. Peng originally wanted to embarrass Yi Chen, but now it turned into him being embarrassed. This made him feel like he was sitting on pins and needles. Especially under the gazes of those around him, he couldn't take it anymore. He had made a huge fool of himself this time. Thinking of this, Peng shot Yi Chen a fierce glance. "Mr. Yi, your parents are in big business, my family naturally can't compare." "Yi Chen, you're wrong. I didn't hit your dad because I'm bullying you, it's because your dad is such a jerk, disrespecting my female friend. He's over 50 and still acts so indecent. And my parents are farmers, tilling the land, but I think they're much more noble than your dad. At least my mom and dad know how to respect others." Peng originally wanted to label Yi Chen as a bully. With Yi Chen's words, he completely turned the tables. Peng and Shin Jiangguang instantly became the ones being condemned. "Peng, you were just slandering, no one will believe you." Yi Chen smiled slightly. Whether they believed him or not was not up to him. Yang Shuao, "Alright, today is a gathering for everyone. Let's cherish this meal. It might be hard for us to meet again in the future." Only then did everyone fall silent, but Peng was completely at a disadvantage. The meal lasted about an hour. Afterward, Peng called the waiter to settle the bill, which totaled 28,000. This price shocked many people present. 28,000? That's several months of my salary. This is still considered cheap. If Peng had ordered more high-end dishes, the price would only be higher. After settling the bill, Peng noticed the gazes of those people and regained some confidence. Just as they were about to leave, Kong Xingwen and Lu Tingting walked into the private room. "Mr. Yi, you're here," Kong Xingwen said respectfully. "Yi Chen, yes, just came to have a meal. The taste and texture of the food are quite good." Kong Xingwen had known Yi Chen was there from the beginning. However, he didn't dare to interrupt during the meal. He only came in after hearing they had finished eating and were settling the bill. The people in the private room were momentarily stunned, looking at Kong Xingwen and Lu Tingting. Who are these two? Someone noticed the name tag on Lu Tingting's clothes. It read, "Lobby Manager, Lu Tingting." "What is the hotel's lobby manager doing here?" Kong Xingwen hurriedly said, "Mr. Yi, rest assured, the hotel chefs are top-notch." At that moment, a waitress rushed in. She quickly said, "Manager Kong, there's been a situation in the next private room." Kong Xingwen frowned slightly. "Can't you see Mr. Yi is here? Whatever it is, discuss it later." Yi Chen noticed the waitress looked a bit anxious. What happened? The waitress hurriedly replied, "Our waitress accidentally spilled soup on a customer, and the customer hit our waitress." Yi Chen frowned slightly. "Take me over to have a look." The waitress quickly led him to the adjacent private room. Kong Xingwen and Lu Tingting hurriedly followed. Chen Wanqing, Yang Shuao, and others curiously followed as well. In the adjacent private room, a waitress in a chipa was covering her face, silently crying. A middle-aged woman sat in a chair, her voice sharp. "You blind thing, do you know how much this dress costs?" You probably can't even afford it with your annual salary. There were 8 people at the dining table, 7 men and 1 woman, all middle-aged. When Yi Chen and his group entered, everyone at the table turned to look. Kong Xingwen asked, "What's going on? Who are you?" The middle-aged woman asked him. "Kong Xingwen, I'm the hotel's general manager. My name is Kong Xingwen." Chen Wanqing, Yang Shuiao, and Shen Peng, who had just arrived, were shocked to hear Kong Xingwen's words. He is actually the general manager of this hotel. He was very respectful to Yi Chen just now. Could it be? The middle-aged woman's tone softened a bit. "Manager Kong, you came at the right time. Your waitress spilled soup on me. What do you say we do about this?" Kong Xingwen smiled. "I'm sorry, ma'am, this is our fault. We will compensate you for the dress at the original price. How does that sound?" "Wang Rong, since Manager Kong has said so, I still have to give you this face. Let's settle it like this." Kong Xingwen turned to the beaten waitress and said sternly, "Apologize to this lady right now." Although the waitress felt wronged, she dared not defy her superior. She was about to bow and apologize to Wang Rong when a voice suddenly rang out. "Wait!" Everyone turned to see Yi Chen standing there with a dark expression. Yi Chen looked at Kong Xingwen and asked, "What do you think should be done about the waitress?" Kong Xingwen, seeing his grim face, assumed it was due to dissatisfaction with the waitress's actions. He hurriedly said, "She did not provide satisfactory service. Deduct her salary for this month and terminate her." The waitress's expression changed slightly upon hearing this. Lu Tingting's eyes also flickered. Slap! A loud slap echoed in the room. Everyone in the private room was stunned, staring blankly at Yi Chen, who had just slapped Kong Xingwen. Chen Wanqing, Yang Shuiao, and Shen Peng all held their breath. This was the general manager of the Hualong International Hotel. How could you slap him? Yi Chen's face was dark. You made this decision without even asking the person involved? Is this how a general manager operates? Kong Xingwen's face turned pale with fear. "Mr. Yi, I was wrong. I did not consider it carefully." Everyone was curious about Yi Chen's identity, seeing Kong Xingwen so respectful even after being slapped. Lu Tingting and the waitress were also stunned, completely unprepared for the sudden turn of events. Yi Chen looked at the waitress and said, "Don't be afraid, tell me exactly what happened just now, and I will stand up for you." The waitress hurriedly said, "When I was serving the dishes, someone bumped into me, and I accidentally spilled it on the customer." A middle-aged man spoke up, "Don't talk nonsense, I didn't touch you." Lu Tingting said, "Mr. Yi, there are cameras in the private room, we can check the footage." Yi Chen replied, "Then let's watch the video." Lu Tingting took out her phone and pulled up the video from the private room. She quickly found the footage of the waitress serving the dishes. The middle-aged man had indeed bumped into her, or rather, taken advantage of her. Yi Chen said, "Do you see the video? Is this what you call not touching?" The middle-aged man replied, "I don't remember clearly." Yi Chen narrowed his eyes and turned to Kong Xingwen. The hotel upholds customer first, which is correct, but everything must be investigated thoroughly. These waitresses are people, not the hotel's servants. They have their own dignity, they are also loved by their parents. Even if they accidentally spilled something on a customer, it is wrong for the customer to hit someone, understand? Kong Xingwen quickly nodded, "Mr. Yi, I was wrong, I understand." Yi Chen had once been a low-level employee, and he understood the feelings of those at the bottom very well. He turned to Wang Rong. "She is my employee, no one can hit her but me. Who do you think you are?" Wang Rong's face turned somewhat awkward, but she dared not say anything. 1. She had no reason, and 2. She feared Yi Chen's identity. If he dared to hit the general manager of Hualong International Hotel, his status must be extraordinary. He could very well be the hotel's behind-the-scenes owner. If not the owner, he could be the owner's son. Yi Chen looked at the waitress and said, "Hit her back just as she hit you." The waitress was taken aback. Hit back? Although she wanted to do so, she did not dare. Yi Chen understood her hesitation. "Since you don't dare, as your boss, I will hit back for you." Wang Rong's expression changed. "I am the vice president of Konglong Group, and my husband is the president of Konglong Group. If you dare to hit me, my husband will definitely come to settle the score with you." Yi Chen walked up to her and slapped her across the face. "When you hit others, you should think about the fact that someone might hit you back." After saying that, he slapped the middle-aged man next to her as well. "At your age, still doing such despicable things, aren't you ashamed?" The middle-aged man's face turned red, glaring at him in anger. "If you're not satisfied, feel free to hit me." Although the middle-aged man and Wang Rong were furious, they did not lose their composure. This was Yi Chen's hotel, fighting him here would be courting death. Yi Chen said, "From now on, people like you are not welcome at the Hualong International Hotel. Settle your bill and get out." Wang Rong and the others did not want to stay any longer. as many people had already gathered around. They quickly settled their bill and left. Yi Chen turned to Kong Xingwen. "Did you remember what I just said?" Kong Xingwen hurriedly nodded. "Mr. Yi, rest assured, I remember everything. I guarantee this won't happen again." Yi Chen replied, "That slap was a reminder for you. You need to act with a clear conscience." Kong Xingwen nodded quickly, not daring to utter a word of rebuttal. "You all continue with your work. I should be leaving now." With that, he turned and walked out of the private room. At that moment, Xin Peng, Chen Wanqing, Yang Shuya, and the others were still stunned by Yi Chen's earlier actions. The Conglong Group was one of the top 500 companies in the country. That woman's husband was the president of the Conglong Group, and Yi Chen just slapped him? That was incredibly bold. However, they felt a sense of satisfaction inside. Such bullies should be taught a lesson like this. Xin Peng felt a lingering fear. Yi Chen was so fierce that he even dared to hit the president of the Conglong Group's wife. The Conglong Group was a much stronger private enterprise than Jiangwei Real Estate Group, which only operated within Jianghai City. Moreover, his father was just a vice president. Chen Wanqing hurriedly followed him, linking her arm with his. "You were so cool just now." Yi Chen smiled. "I can't stand people like that." At that moment, Kong Xingwen and Lu Tingting hurriedly came out. Lu Tingting couldn't help but ask, "Mr. Yi, what about that female server?" Yi Chen replied, "Kong, what do you think should be done?" Kong Xingwen said, "We should compensate her." Yi Chen nodded slightly, finally seeing some sense. When they reached the elevator, Yi Chen said to Kong Xingwen and Lu Tingting, "No need to see me off, go back to work." "Mr. Yi, take care," Kong Xingwen and Lu Tingting said respectfully. Yi Chen and the others entered the elevator, with Yang Shuyo, Sun Jing, Wang Jia, and others sharing the same elevator. Shen Ping and the other men were in a different elevator. Lu Tingting glanced at Kong Xingwen. "Kong, I'm going to work now." Kong Xingwen nodded slightly. "Go ahead, make sure to handle the female servers matter well." Lu Tingting didn't expect Yi Chen to do this for an ordinary employee. It gave her a sense of belonging. Having such a boss felt great, though he was a bit of a playboy. Today, the beautiful woman by his side had changed again, and she was just as stunning as the last one. Indeed, all men were just big flirts. Although she thought this, she felt no aversion towards Yi Chen. Inside the elevator, Yang Shuyo looked at Yi Chen and asked, "Is this Hualong International Hotel yours?" Yi Chen nodded slightly. "That's right, it's mine." Gasps filled the elevator. The Hualong International Hotel actually belonged to Chen Wanqing's boyfriend? No wonder her boyfriend could afford such luxury cars. That was impressive. The elevator quickly reached the underground parking lot. As Shin Ping and the others exited the elevator, they heard the girls talking about how the Hualong International Hotel belonged to Yi Chen. They had probably guessed it from the earlier scene. After all, Yi Chen daring to hit the hotel's general manager said it all. Shin Ping was now much more subdued, having witnessed Yi Chen's furious display. He no longer dared to act tough in front of Yi Chen. Chen Wanqing's classmates gradually left, leaving only Yi Chen, Chen Wanqing, and Yang Shuya. Chen Wanqing was about to say goodbye to Yang Shuya. Yang Shuya looked at Yi Chen and asked, "Haven't we met somewhere before?" Yi Chen didn't expect Yang Shuya to remember. He smiled and said, "I didn't expect your memory to be quite good." Yang Shuya, "So it really is you?" Chen Wanqing, hearing their conversation, was a bit puzzled. "Teacher, do you know Yi Chen?" Yi Chen generously replied, "Last year in the first half, I was still a delivery worker, and then she suddenly appeared from the intersection in her car, and I crashed into her car." Yang Shuya nodded. "That's right, it was mainly my responsibility at the time. Yi Chen, I had secondary responsibility, but I still had to pay 30% of the repair costs. However, Miss Yang saw that I was in a difficult situation and didn't make me pay. We just fixed our own cars." Chen Wanqing didn't expect the two had this history. "Yang Shuya, with your wealth, why were you still a delivery worker? Experiencing life?" "Yi Chen, last year, I was just an ordinary delivery worker." Yang Shuya was taken aback. Last year he was just an ordinary delivery worker. This year he owned a platinum level 5-star hotel? The leap and change were too drastic, weren't they? Chen Wanqing smiled. "I didn't expect you and our teacher had such a story." "Yi Chen, Miss Yang is a nice person. If I have the chance, I'll treat Miss Yang to a meal as a thank you for your kindness back then." Yang Shuya smiled slightly. "That's nothing, it was mainly my fault. But I can't refuse a meal from you, I want to try the best food here." "Yi Chen, I'll definitely treat Miss Yang when I have the chance." "Alright, it's settled then. I'm leaving now, Wanqing, goodbye." "Goodbye, Teacher Yang." Yang Shuya got into a nearby silver Audi and drove away from the underground parking lot. Yi Chen looked at Chen Wanqing and said, "I estimate that from now on, Shin Ping shouldn't dare to harass you anymore." Chen Wanqing smiled. Thank you, Yi Chen. Yi Chen, you're welcome. It's my honor to be the boyfriend of a class monitor. Chen Wanqing, you're a big boss now, it should be my honor. Yi Chen, let's not flatter each other commercially. Get in the car, I'll take you home. The two got into the car, and Yi Chen slowly drove out of the underground parking lot. In the car, Yi Chen asked while driving, Wanqing, how's it going at the company? I guess your supervisor must hold a grudge against you after that night. Chen Wanqing smiled and said, she is indeed targeting me, but later I told the vice president, and he fired her. Yi Chen was taken aback. That supervisor was fired? Chen Wanqing nodded. The vice president had a good impression of me. He investigated carefully and then fired that supervisor. Yi Chen, being beautiful has its advantages. I really envy you beauties. Chen Wanqing's face turned slightly red. What do you envy us for? We have our troubles too, you know. Yi Chen, right, having too many people pursuing you is also a kind of trouble. How old is your vice president? Does he have any feelings for you? Chen Wanqing shot him a glance. Don't talk nonsense. Our vice president is over 50, has a family and children, and he's a pretty decent person, not that kind of person. Yi Chen, I was just joking, huh? Half an hour later, Yi Chen dropped Chen Wanqing off downstairs. Chen Wanqing looked at him and asked, want to come up for a bit? Yi Chen, no, it's not appropriate for me to stay in a girl's room. Besides, he guessed Sun Jing and Wang Jie should have returned by now. Chen Wanqing, alright, thank you for today. I'll treat you to a meal another day. Yi Chen, okay, I'm heading back now. Drive slowly on the way. Yi Chen nodded slightly and then drove away from the community. By the time he returned home, it was already 3 in the afternoon. Han Wanjing was in the study, looking at the data of various companies on the computer. Hearing the sound of the door, she hurriedly walked out of the study. Young master, you're back. Yi Chen, what are you busy with? Han Wanjing, isn't it almost the end of the month? I'm checking the financial data of the companies for this month. Yi Chen, how's the data? Han Wanjing, Yuhua Technology Company has a profit of about 2 million this month. According to the data from Longxing Group, the profit this month is around 20 million. Jinchao Building has received 12 million in rent this month. Tianlong International Bodyguard Company has a profit of over 20 million this month. Hualong International Hotel over 12 million. Qinglongho Cruise has over 10 million in revenue, and Zhanghai Amusement Park has over 9 million. Also, Jussin Film Group has about 8 million. They were significantly affected this month, otherwise it would be higher. Adding these up, it amounts to about 200 million in revenue. Jinchao Building's rent is high this month, but it might not be as high next month. In any case, these companies bring him a net income of over 100 million every month. With so many assets, having only 100 million in income each month feels too little. However, 100 million a month, plus the system's income, is enough for him to live freely. At a 5-star hotel in Zhanghai City. After Wang Rong arrived here, she called her husband. A middle-aged man's voice came from the phone. Xiaorong, how's the cooperation with the company over there? Wang Rong, Ruiqing, I was hit. Zhao Ruiqing's face darkened upon hearing this. You were hit? Who hit you? Wang Rong, it was the owner of Hualong International Hotel. Their waiter accidentally spilled soup on me. I hit their waiter, and then their boss hit me. Zhao Ruiqing frowned slightly. I told you to keep a low profile in Zhanghai City. It's just a piece of clothing. A simple apology would suffice. Wang Rong, what do you mean by that? Am I just supposed to take a beating for nothing? There were quite a few people around at the time, including the partner company. If you don't help me get justice, where will you put your face? Zhao Ruiqing furrowed his brows tightly. I'll have someone investigate the other party's background first. Wang Rong also knew that Zhanghai City was full of hidden talents. If the other party had a strong background in terrifying connections, she would have to swallow this loss. After hanging up, Zhao Ruiqing began to use his connections in Zhanghai City to investigate the owner behind Hualong International Hotel. He knew quite a few people in Zhanghai City and had many partners. Soon, he found out that the behind-the-scenes owner of Hualong International Hotel was Yi Chen. He also uncovered all the assets under Yi Chen's name: Hualong International Hotel, 30% of Longxing Group's shares, 30% of Jussin Film Group's shares, Tianlong International Bodyguard Company, and so on. Zhao Ruiqing was somewhat shocked when he saw this information. This Yi Chen, at just 23 years old, had amassed such a large amount of assets in less than a month, with a net worth exceeding 10 billion. It was hard to believe. In less than a month, his net worth suddenly surpassed 10 billion. This was definitely not something an ordinary person could achieve. If he didn't have a powerful background, how could Yi Chen reach such a valuation in such a short time? He was either a scion of a wealthy family or the illegitimate child of some big shot. Ordinary people simply couldn't accumulate such terrifying assets in such a short time. His wife had offended someone like this. Even his network couldn't uncover Yi Chen's background. The information showed that Yi Chen's parents were from a rural area in Beiji province. To him, this was clearly a false identity. If his father were a rural man, how could he possibly have these assets in such a short time? Zhao Ruiqing sat in his office chair, contemplating how to handle this matter. To him, it seemed very tricky. The opponent's strength left him in the dark. Just looking at Yi Chen's apparent assets already surpassed his own worth. But assets are just assets. In the business world, high assets do not necessarily mean strong power. This still depends on both parties' backgrounds and connections. Today, his wife was attacked, and senior executives from the partner company were also present. It was likely that this incident would spread in the upper class of Jianhai City. Zhao Ruiqing was, after all, a notable figure in the business world. If he did not take revenge for this grievance, it would be hard for him to hold his head high in the future. After thinking for a long time, Zhao Ruiqing made a decision. He would tentatively take action against Yi Chen to see how the big shots behind him would react and to find out who was really behind him. Around 4 in the afternoon, Du Feifei and Sun Yumeng returned. Accompanying them were Sun Yuming's grandparents. After they returned and put their things away at home, they headed to Yi Chen's villa. "Brother Yi Chen, we're back." Sun Yuming's voice came from outside before they even entered the house. Han Wanjing hurriedly opened the door. Yi Chen saw the two elderly people and got up to greet them. "Welcome back." Sun Yuming's pretty face was full of smiles. "Brother Yi Chen, let me introduce you. This is my grandpa and grandma, grandpa and grandma, this is brother Yi Chen." Yi Chen extended his hand. "Hello, Grandpa Sun, Grandma Sun." Sun Taiman reached out both hands and shook firmly. "Young man, thank you so much, really, thank you." Yi Chen smiled. "Grandpa Sun, you're too polite. I'm friends with Yumeng and Feifei, it's all part of what friends do." Sun Taiman held his hand tightly without letting go, clearly excited that Yi Chen had cured Sun Yumeng. "Grandpa Sun, Grandma Sun, don't just stand there, come in and sit down," Yi Chen urged. Du Feifei and Sun Yumeng also handed the gifts to Han Wanjing. Sun Yumeng said, "These are all precious items my grandpa has collected, my dad and the others don't dare to touch them." Sun Taiman replied, "They're just some ordinary things, nothing too valuable." Although he spoke lightly, Yi Chen could tell they were all exquisite items. Top-grade Dahongpo tea, which is something you can't buy even with money. There was also camouflage Maotai liquor, which had never appeared in the market. It was something you couldn't buy even if you wanted to. Besides the premium tea and liquor, there were some other items as well. Everyone sat down, and Yi Chen noticed that Sun Yuming's grandpa sat up straight, and he guessed his previous profession. The first time he saw Sun Yuming's grandpa, he felt a sense of authority emanating from him, something that came naturally from being in a high position for a long time. They began to chat, and Sun Taiman asked about Yi Chen's situation. He also expressed that Yi Chen was a benefactor to their family and that he could speak up if he ever needed anything. Through their conversation, Yi Chen learned about the identity of the old man, who was quite impressive, a big shot in the East China region. Even though he was now retired, his connections and prestige still remained. Yi Chen did not expect the old man's identity to be so remarkable. In the evening, the old man wanted to invite Yi Chen out for dinner as a gesture of thanks. Yi Chen insisted they eat at home instead. Han Wanjing's cooking was still quite good. During dinner, Yi Chen opened a bottle of Han Emperor Maotai. Sun Taiman remarked, "This liquor has quite a reputation outside, but it's still a bit lacking in taste." Sun Taiman had heard of Han Emperor Maotai, which had a price tag of 8 to 9 million. The taste was somewhat different from the Maotai he usually drank, but it was still decent. After dinner, they sat for a while before heading back to rest. Yi Chen sat on the sofa watching television. His phone rang. It was a call from Dad. "Hello, Dad, what's up?" Yi Haifeng said, "Xiaoyu, the car you bought for me is too expensive, something more ordinary would be fine." Yi Chen replied, "It's not expensive, Dad. Just drive it, it will be more convenient for picking up Xiao Meng in the future." Yi Haifeng was very fond of the car after seeing it today, but he was a bit worried about his son's finances. Yi Haifeng asked, "Xiaoyu, your company isn't short on money, right?" Yi Chen reassured him, "Not at all, we make tens of millions in profit every month." Yi Haifeng said, "That's good. I'm planning to buy a house in our county soon, everything is more convenient there than back home." Yi Chen encouraged, "Go ahead, get a bigger one." The father and son chatted for a while before hanging up. Yi Chen stood up and said to Han Wanjing, "Wanjing, I'm going to rest now, you should get some rest too." "Okay, young master." Back in his room, Yi Chen replied to a message from Xia Qing. Xia Qing asked, "Why are you only getting back to me now?" Yi Chen explained, "I had guests today and just finished." Xia Qing continued, my uncle is in the hospital, let's go visit him together tomorrow. Yi Chen was taken aback. Where is your uncle hospitalized? Xiao Qing replied, my uncle works as a small contractor in Shanghai City. I heard from my dad today that he's in the hospital, and he wants me to go see him tomorrow. Yi Chen asked, what happened to him? Xiao Qing said, I'm not sure, my dad doesn't know either. Yi Chen responded, alright, I'll come find you tomorrow, and then we can go see him together. Xiao Qing smiled and said, Yi Chen, I've just become the deputy manager of the mall. Yi Chen remarked, you'll probably be promoted to a senior position at the headquarters soon. Xiao Qing knew this was all thanks to Yi Chen, as he was one of the major shareholders of the company. Her promotion at the headquarters was entirely due to Yi Chen's influence. Even so, she felt quite happy about it and spent her free time studying books and knowledge about business management. After all, as her position rose, her responsibilities increased as well. There was a lot of knowledge she needed to catch up on. Xiao Qing was quite bright. She hadn't dropped out of school due to poor academic performance. She had done it to help ease the pressure on her family, as her father had always been in poor health. The family's income was limited, and with a younger sister and brother still in school, the pressure was immense. The next morning, the system's voice did not sound, probably because he hadn't had any dreams last night. Or perhaps the dreams were too extraordinary, beyond the system's capabilities. Yi Chen didn't pay it any mind. He was already very content with his life. He had money and a beautiful girlfriend. After breakfast, Yi Chen went to find Xiao Qing. She was waiting for him at the entrance of the community instead of going to the mall. Get in the car, Yi Chen said as he approached her. Xiao Qing opened the door and got in. Yi Chen remarked, this car looks nice, but it's not as comfortable as those luxury cars. We should switch to a Rolls-Royce another day. I've heard those are really comfortable. Xiao Qing replied, I'm always afraid I'll hit my head in this car. Yi Chen asked, which hospital is your uncle in? Xiao Qing answered, at the First People's Hospital of Shanghai City. Yi Chen drove towards the hospital. Once they arrived, Xiao Qing called her uncle. Hello, uncle, which building are you in? Yi Chen and I are at the hospital. Summer Jia quickly responded, I'm fine, you don't need to come see me. Xiao Qing insisted, uncle, we're already here. Just tell us which building and which ward. Eventually, Summer Jia told her. 5 minutes later, they arrived at Summer Jia's ward. The ward had 6 beds, each occupied by a patient. As Yi Chen and Xiao Qing entered, they spotted Summer Jia. Uncle, I heard from my dad that you were injured, so I came to see you, she said, placing some fruits and supplements under the bed. Xiao Jia had a bandage wrapped around his head, some bruises on his face, and his leg was in a cast wrapped in gauze. He looked at Xiao Qing and smiled, saying, I'm fine. Is this your boyfriend Yi Chen? Xiao Jia had heard from his wife that Xiao Qing had met a partner with very good family conditions, who ran a company in Shanghai City. Yi Chen smiled, hello, uncle, I'm Yi Chen. Xiao Jia quickly nodded, not bad, this young man looks quite handsome. Take good care of our Xiao Qing in the future. Yi Chen replied with a smile, uncle, don't worry, I will definitely take good care of Xiao Qing. Xiao Qing looked at him curiously and asked, uncle, how did you get hurt? Xiao Jia's expression became a bit unnatural as he smiled and said, I accidentally fell while working. His head was injured, his face had bruises, and his leg had a slight fracture. It didn't look like a simple fall. To Yi Chen, it seemed more like he had been beaten. Xiao Qing wasn't foolish. She continued to ask, uncle, this doesn't look like a fall. Did something happen? You can tell us, maybe Yi Chen can help you. Seeing that he couldn't hide it, Xiao Jia sighed, Xiao Qing, I'm telling you this, but you must not tell anyone at home. I'm afraid your aunt and the kids will worry. Men out in the world usually report good news and not bad. Even if something happens, they don't want their family to know, to avoid adding to their worries. Yi Chen's father was also an ordinary construction worker. In Xiao Jia, he saw a glimpse of his father's figure. Every time his mother called his father, he would say he was doing well outside and not to worry. But the bitterness and hardships, perhaps only the person himself knows. Uncle, what exactly happened? Xiao Qing asked, feeling anxious upon realizing there was indeed something wrong. Xiao Jia said, yesterday I went to collect a debt from the company, but they refused to pay and even beat me. Xiao Qing frowned slightly, these people are too lawless. Xiao Jia sighed, what can we do? We are the disadvantaged group. At that moment, 6 people walked into the hospital room. These were all workers under Xiao Jia, with dark skin and simple attire. Old Xia, are you okay? Xiao Jia asked, what are you doing here? One of them said, we heard you got into trouble, how could we not come and see? Damn, that boss is too much. Not only does he refuse to pay, but he also hits people. Exactly, it's clear he's bullying you. Old Xia, can you get the money back? My daughter is about to take her college entrance exam, and I might need the money then. Xia Jia reassured them, don't worry, I will definitely get that money back. They came to see him and also to inquire about the money. After all, it was their hard-earned money. Yi Chen observed Xia Jia and figured that it would be a while before he could collect the debt. Even if he went back, they probably wouldn't pay. He thought for a moment and said, Uncle, I have some connections in Jianhai City. Give me the address of that company and the bill, and I'll go collect it for you. Xia Jia was taken aback. Can you do that? Yi Chen replied, it should be fine. Xia Jia took out the contract from his bag. This is our contract. They owe us a total of 365,400 yuan. Yi Chen said, Xiao Cheng, wait for me here. I'll be back as soon as I collect the money. He then turned to the few men beside him and said, Uncles, please take me to that company. I'll get the money for you today. The men looked at him with suspicion, wondering if he could really do it. Xia Jia spoke up, this is my niece's boyfriend. He runs a company in Jianhai City. Yi Chen took out his phone and called Feng Jian from Tianlong International Security Company. Mr. Feng, send 100 bodyguards to wait for me at the entrance of Jianhai City First People's Hospital. Feng Jian was taken aback. Mr. Yi, what do you want to do? Yi Chen replied, I'm going to collect a debt. Feng Jian, alright, I'll arrange for someone to go over right away. Yi Chen took the 6 people downstairs and arrived at the parking lot. When they saw Yi Chen's Ferrari supercar, the group was momentarily stunned. This is a sports car, right? It must cost several million, right? Yi Chen, uncles, let's wait at the hospital entrance for now. The group arrived at the hospital entrance. About 10 minutes later, several black business vehicles pulled up. The people inside were all bodyguards from the Tianlong International Bodyguard Company. Yi Chen arranged for the 6 people to get into one of the cars and then headed towards the Shengjing Real Estate Group. Shengjing Real Estate Company isn't considered a large company in Jianhai City, but it's not small either. How could they not even give this little amount of money? What are these people thinking? Half an hour later, they arrived outside the Shengjing Real Estate Company. The Shengjing Real Estate Group is located in a business building. Upon arrival, Yi Chen got out of the car, and the bodyguards followed suit. The people around were taken aback by the scene. Wow, so many bodyguards, does a big shot come here? The workers under Xia Jia were also stunned. Goodness, what does Xia's niece's boyfriend do? Just one call brings so many people, that's impressive. Is this Shengjing Real Estate Company? Yi Chen asked. The person nodded, yes, it's right here, the 3rd to 5th floors are their offices. Yi Chen led the group upstairs and arrived at the front desk of Shengjing Real Estate Company. The receptionist was momentarily stunned by the large number of people. What do you need? Yi Chen, I'm here to collect a debt from your boss. Is he in the office? Take me to him. The receptionist, do you have an appointment? Yi Chen, I'm here to collect a debt, he owes me money. Do I need an appointment for that? I'm not making it hard for you, so don't stop us, you can't stop us anyway. After saying that, he led the group inside, heading straight for the general manager's office on the 5th floor. A large number of bodyguards also surged in, with some standing by while most followed Yi Chen upstairs. Upon reaching the general manager's office, a balding middle-aged man was sitting in the office chair. Seeing Yi Chen and the crowd rush in, Su Liqian was momentarily taken aback. Who are you people? Yi Chen sat down opposite him. You must be the boss of Shengjing Real Estate Company? Su Liqian was startled by the large number of bodyguards behind Yi Chen. Who is this person, bringing so many bodyguards to my company? Yes, I am Su Liqian. May I ask your name, sir? Su Liqian asked him. Yi Chen, the owner of Tianlong International Bodyguard Company. Upon hearing this, a smile immediately appeared on Su Liqian's face. So it's President Yi. I didn't know you had business here. He was aware of Tianlong International Bodyguard Company, the top bodyguard company in the country, with a very broad range of services. Yi Chen, you know Xia Jia, right? He's my girlfriend's uncle. I just came from the hospital. Mr. Su, you're really something, owing money and even hitting people. Su Liqian's expression changed. President Yi, there's a misunderstanding here. It's that Xia Jia who refuses to leave. Yi Chen, refusing to leave? If you give him the money you owe, would he not leave? Your company isn't small. Do you really lack this few 100,000? This is hard-earned money for them. Do you have no conscience? If I don't leave today, are you going to hit me too? Su Liqian was already sweating. Are you kidding? With so many bodyguards here, how could I dare to hit? Tianlong International Bodyguard Company is not something his company can compare to. Su Liqian hurriedly said, President Yi, I'll get the money right away. He quickly called to have the finance department transfer the money to Xia Jie's bank card. President Yi, is this okay now? Su Liqiang was a man who knew how to read the situation. Yi Chen was not someone he could afford to offend, so he could only obediently pay up. Yi Chen said, "You should also take the medical expenses, lost work fees, and compensation for mental distress." Su Liqiang's expression froze for a moment. Right, I'll transfer it right away. He transferred 100,000 yuan to Xia Jie's account. This made him feel a pang of pain. Had he known, he would have settled the payment directly yesterday. Yi Chen nodded slightly. President Su is quite sensible, but one cannot hit someone for free. After saying that, he stood up and slapped Su Liqiang twice. 2 clear handprints appeared on his cheeks. Yi Chen asked, "Does it hurt, President Su?" Not at all, Su Liqiang forced a smile. Slap. Another 2 slaps followed. Yi Chen asked again, "Does it hurt?" "It hurts," Su Liqiang hurriedly replied. Yi Chen said, "As long as you know it hurts, when you have someone hit others, they also feel pain." Thinking of Xia Qing's uncle, who had his head broken and a slight leg fracture, he felt that slapping Su Liqiang a few times was quite lenient. It was not bullying at all. Yi Chen pointed at him, "If there's a next time, I'll throw you into the sea to feed the turtles." The bodyguards behind him also showed fierce expressions, making Su Liqiang tremble slightly. It was said that some of the top bodyguards from Tianlong International had seen blood. Dealing with someone like Su Liqiang required being even more ruthless and despicable. Su Liqiang said, "President Yi, I won't dare again, really." Yi Chen left with his men. The Su Liqiang was somewhat sensible. If he hadn't paid, Yi Chen had many ways to make him cough up the money. Just having these bodyguards stand at his company, doing nothing but watching him 24 hours a day, would be unbearable for him. After leaving Xingjing Real Estate Company, Yi Chen let the bodyguards go back. If Yi Chen were just an ordinary person, he probably wouldn't have been of much use today. That's how society is. The weak find it hard to receive fair treatment. People like Su Liqiang are the same. As long as someone is stronger and more formidable than him, he will be afraid and will pay up. Ultimately, it all comes down to human nature at play. When Yi Chen and the others returned to the hospital, Xia Jie had already received the money. He looked excited. "Xiaoyu, I got the money." He gave it so readily? Yi Chen replied, "It's just a small real estate company. If he doesn't pay, his company won't be able to operate in Zhanghai City. The extra 100,000 is for medical expenses. Uncle, just take good care of yourself." Xia Jie didn't expect there would be an additional 100,000 for medical expenses. It was simply fantastic. He hurriedly settled the wages for the workers first. He had more than 10 workers, but only 6 showed up today. After receiving their pay, the 6 of them smiled and left after a while. Yi Chen and Xia Qing stayed for a long time, leaving the hospital around 11. "Thank you, Yi Chen," Xia Qing said as they exited the hospital. Yi Chen replied, "If you say that again, I might get angry. I'm your boyfriend, this is what I should do." After saying that, he wrapped his arm around Xia Qing's slender waist. Xia Qing's pretty face flushed. "Let's go eat." The two found a restaurant near the hospital. After lunch, Yi Chen drove her to Longxing Shopping Mall. In the underground parking lot of Longxing Shopping Mall, they inevitably shared a moment of intimacy. Xia Qing got out of the car, her face flushed. "I'm going to work now." Yi Chen smiled and nodded. "Go ahead." Watching Xia Qing's graceful figure, Yi Chen wore a happy smile. Although he wanted to immediately have that kind of relationship with Xia Qing, he respected her wishes. Moreover, he felt it was quite normal and good for Xia Qing to reserve the most important thing for their wedding day. In today's era and society, it was rare to find a girl who could do that. Yi Chen drove back home, where Han Wanjing was directing people to clean. "Young master," Han Wanjing smiled and welcomed him as she saw him return. "Yi Chen, Wanjing, go order a Rolls-Royce, the best one, comfortable to sit in. Sports cars look good but are uncomfortable to sit in." Han Wanjing nodded. "I also think sports cars don't quite match the current temperament and status of the young master." Yi Chen is now a business tycoon with assets exceeding 100 billion. Driving a sports car all the time would seem a bit unstable. A luxury car like a Rolls-Royce is the standard for those business magnates, dignified and impressive. "Yi Chen, go ahead, let Wang Junfeng take 2 bodyguards with you." Han Wanjing briefed the details and then went to order the car. Soon, Sun Yumeng and her grandparents arrived. Sun Taimin smiled at Yi Chen. "Xiaoyu, I'm leaving today. If you have time to visit Sioux City in the future, be sure to come to my house as a guest." "Yi Chen, Grandpa Sun, you're leaving today? Aren't you staying a few more days?" Sun Taimin replied with a smile. "No, I'm getting old and miss home. I hardly go out." The main reason for coming here this time was that Sun Yumeng was cured by Yi Chen. He specifically came to express his gratitude. "Yi Chen, then I'll see Grandpa Sun off." He drove a bodyguard's business vehicle, which was just enough to fit a few people. He took Sun Taimin and his wife to the high-speed train station in Zhanghai City. Xiao Yu Meng, you guys go back, no need to see us off, Sun Taimin smiled. Yi Chen, Grandpa Sun, call Yu Meng and Fei Fei when you get home. After watching them board the high-speed train, Yi Chen returned with Sun Yu Meng and Du Fei Fei. On the way back, Sun Yu Meng, sitting in the back, said, Brother Yi Chen, in a couple of days my aunt and uncle will be back. They said they would invite you to their house for dinner. Yi Chen, sure, I haven't met Fei Fei's parents yet. Du Fei Fei, Yi Chen, how exactly did you save Yu Meng? The doctors said it was a miracle. With current medical techniques, even abroad it couldn't be cured. She was very curious about this. At that time, she was carried out of the room by Yi Chen and didn't see how he saved her. Yu Meng said she didn't know anything at that time, but that girl must know something, she just didn't tell me. It really makes me mad, that little brat won't even tell me. Yi Chen, if you believe there are gods in this world, then it must be me. Du Fei Fei rolled her eyes at him, you're really not modest. She realized, don't change the subject, I'm asking you a question. Yi Chen, I already told Professor Hua about it, the 13 needles of Jin Kuei. You wouldn't understand even if I told you. Du Fei Fei, can the 13 needles of Jin Kuei treat this? And can it cure it all at once? Yi Chen, of course. Do you want to give it a try? I see you're a bit unbalanced in some aspects, do you want me to help you adjust? Du Fei Fei's face turned slightly red, you can see that? Yi Chen, of course, I'm a doctor. Do you want me to give you acupuncture? Du Fei Fei, I haven't settled the score with you for last time, why did you carry me out of the room? Yi Chen, if I had said I could cure Yu Meng, you definitely wouldn't have believed me and would have interfered with me saving her, so I just took you out. Was that an invitation? That was carrying. No man has ever carried me before. Sun Yu Meng, Brother Yi Chen, you didn't invite her, you carried my sister out. At that time, she was just wearing a nightgown. Yi Chen, you were barely conscious at that time, what could you see? Sun Yu Meng, I felt like I was floating, as if I had floated into the air. I could see everything in the room, and then Brother Yi Chen saved me. Du Fei Fei's face turned a bit red, since you saved Sun Yu Meng, I won't hold it against you. The young lady is a bit proud. However, Yi Chen really didn't think much of it at the time, he just wanted to get Du Fei Fei out. Time was tight, so he carried her out, and he didn't feel anything at all. Returning to the villa, Han Wanjing was already back, and there was a Rolls-Royce in the yard. Sun Yumwen was a bit surprised when she saw it. Brother Yi Chen, you bought another car? Yi Chen replied, yes, sports cars are uncomfortable to sit in, this kind of car is much more comfortable. The three of them walked into the villa, where Han Wanjing was preparing dinner in the kitchen. It was already 6 in the afternoon. Yi Chen and the others sat on the sofa watching TV. Du Fei Fei said to Yi Chen, have you heard the news? It seems something big is about to happen in the business world. Yi Chen curiously asked, what big event? Du Fei Fei replied, the Misai country is going to wage an economic war against us, many industries are likely to be affected. Yi Chen nodded, so it was this kind of matter, which didn't really affect him. The TV news was calm and didn't mention anything about this. At that moment, Yi Chen's phone suddenly rang. He took it out to check, it was an unfamiliar number. He answered the call, hello, who is this? A middle-aged man's voice came from the other end, is this Mr. Yi? Do you have time to come out for a meal? Yi Chen asked, who are you? I am Wang Hu, the general manager of the Menghu International Bodyguard Company. Yi Chen's expression changed slightly, do we know each other? Wang Hu laughed, not personally, but I know your girlfriend, she is with me right now. Yi Chen's face changed, Xiaoqing was in his hands? Why was he doing this? They didn't know each other, right? Wang Hu continued, Yingxi Hotel, room 6008. I hope Mr. Yi can come alone. If I don't see you within half an hour, I can't guarantee what might happen to your girlfriend. After saying that, the other party hung up. Yi Chen's expression shifted. At this moment, he couldn't remain calm in the face of danger. He had not experienced enough storms yet. Brother Yi Chen, what's wrong? Sun Yumling noticed his unusual expression and asked. Yi Chen replied, something came up, I need to step out for a bit. You all can eat without waiting for me. After saying that, he hurriedly left the villa. He drove towards Yingxi Hotel. What did the general manager of Menghu Bodyguard Company want with Xiaoqing? They didn't know each other, could it be due to business competition? Besides this possibility, Yi Chen couldn't think of anything else. After a moment of thought, he called Feng Jian from Tianlong International Bodyguard Company. Feng Jian quickly answered the call. Mr. Yi, you were looking for me? Yi Chen asked, do you know about Menghu International Bodyguard Company? Feng Jian replied, yes, it's one of the top bodyguard companies in Zhanghai City, comparable in strength to our Tianlong International Bodyguard Company. Yi Chen asked, "Are we business competitors?" Feng Jian confirmed, "That's right, they are our business competitors." "What's the matter, Mr. Yi?" Yi Chen replied, "Nothing." After hanging up, half an hour later, Yi Chen arrived at Yingxi Hotel. Yingxi Hotel is an international chain 5-star hotel. Yi Chen arrived and took the elevator directly to room 6008. Outside the room stood 2 bodyguards, both top bodyguards from Manhwa International Bodyguard Company. "Are you Mr. Yi?" one of them asked. Yi Chen replied, "That's right, it's me. Please." The other opened the door, and Yi Chen walked in. It was a business suite, and 2 people were sitting on the sofa in the living room. One of them was someone Yi Chen recognized. It was Wang Rong, whom he had encountered at Hualong International Hotel. Seeing Wang Rong from Konglong Group, Yi Chen roughly understood what was going on. This should be Konglong Group using their connections to seek revenge. Yi Chen sat down on the sofa, crossed his legs, and looked at Wang Hu and Wang Rong. "Where is my girlfriend?" Wang Hu sized up Yi Chen. "I didn't expect Mr. Yi to come alone. You do have some courage." He waved his hand, and the 2 bodyguards behind him walked into the adjacent room, then came out with a woman. When Yi Chen saw Chen Wanqing, he was momentarily stunned. He quickly realized that there must have been a misunderstanding. They must have mistaken Chen Wanqing for his real girlfriend. At first, Yi Chen thought it was Xia Cheng who had been taken away by them. Upon seeing Yi Chen, Chen Wanqing's eyes couldn't help but redden. She had just gotten off work when she was forcibly taken to a car, which had frightened her quite a bit. Now, seeing Yi Chen, her nose felt sour, and her eyes were misty. This was a normal reaction. Yi Chen looked at Wang Hu and Wang Rong. There are debts to be settled with the right people. Isn't it a bit excessive to involve innocent people in this? Wang Hu sneered, "The business world is like a battlefield. As long as you can succeed, you must do whatever it takes." Yi Chen looked at him, his eyes narrowing slightly. "You're here because of her, right?" Wang Hu, "That's right. This is my cousin. Mr. Yi openly assaulted my cousin, and we need to discuss this matter properly. Marriages of convenience for business interests are very common in high society. The branch of the family that Wang Rong belongs to is quite large, with many members engaged in business. She married into the Zhao family in Jianghan City years ago, and it was a marriage of interests, meant to help both sides advance further in the business world. Thus, the relationships within the upper echelons of the business community are intricate. Offending one person might mean offending their entire business family. Generally, people in high society are very cautious in their dealings, unlike Yi Chen, who is so reckless. But Yi Chen has no concerns. He isn't afraid of their retaliation. "Yi Chen, how do you want to settle this?" Wang Hu, "It's simple. You hit my cousin, so let my cousin hit you back." Yi Chen, "Do you think you can do that?" Wang Hu, "If Mr. Yi doesn't believe it, you can certainly give it a try." Yi Chen, "I do want to give it a try." Ding, system random task activated, rescue Chen Wanqing, success rewards 300 million cash, 3 random item cards, failure deducts 500 million cash. Hearing the system task, Yi Chen was momentarily stunned. This time, there was even a penalty for failure. Wang Hu turned to give the 2 bodyguards a look. They approached Yi Chen. These 2 were top bodyguards from the Tiger International Bodyguard Company, skilled fighters who had taken on many foreign missions and had blood on their hands. They were former elite soldiers. Yi Chen stood up and looked at the 2. His physical attributes were now far beyond those of an ordinary person. One of them rushed over quickly, executing a grappling move towards Yi Chen. Yi Chen's reaction speed was incredibly fast. He instantly grabbed the man's wrist and then kicked his knee. Crack! The man immediately knelt on one knee, letting out a muffled groan. The other man, seeing this, changed his expression slightly and rushed over. Yi Chen's speed and strength exceeded their expectations. A spinning kick struck the man's neck, knocking him out cold. These 2 had strong combat abilities, but they encountered an even more monstrous Yi Chen. Yi Chen's current physical strength and speed had surpassed that of ordinary people by a large margin. If it came to physical fitness, no one could compare to him. Wang Hu and Wang Rong's expressions changed dramatically at this scene. They hadn't expected Yi Chen's combat power to be so strong. These 2 bodyguards were the top tier from the Tiger International Bodyguard Group, and normally, more than 10 ordinary people couldn't even get close to them. Yet now they were easily defeated by Yi Chen, losing their combat effectiveness. Yi Chen looked at Wang Hu and said lightly, "Do you want me to call in the 2 bodyguards outside as well?" Wang Hu's expression fluctuated. Even if he called in the 2 outside, it would be of no use. Yi Chen's combat power was too terrifying, beyond their imagination. No wonder he could become the new master of the Tianlong International Bodyguard Company. He truly was not an ordinary person. Yi Chen walked up to Wang Rong and said, you still dare to challenge me? It seems the slap from last time didn't teach you a lesson. The sound of slaps echoed. Yi Chen looked at her coldly. This is the last warning. If there's a next time, I'll make you disappear from Jianghai City. After saying that, he turned to Wang Hu. Mr. Wang, your methods today are quite impressive. I wonder if you have a wife and kids. Wang Hu's expression changed slightly. Being over 40, how could he not have a family? He replied, Mr. Yi, I admit defeat today. From now on, I promise not to trouble you again. Yi Chen shook his head slightly. One sentence isn't enough. Wang Hu's face darkened. What does Mr. Yi want? I want to beat you up. With that, he launched a flurry of punches and kicks at Wang Hu. A few minutes later, Yi Chen stopped, and Wang Hu was left bruised and battered. Yi Chen looked at him and said, let's consider this matter settled. If Mr. Wang feels unsatisfied, you can continue to trouble me, but then you won't end up like this. After that, he walked over to Chen Wanqing and took her out of the room. Once outside, Chen Wanqing let out a long sigh. Yi Chen looked at her and said, sorry, Wanqing, for scaring you. Chen Wanqing shook her head. I'm fine, just a bit scared at first. Yi Chen asked, haven't eaten yet? Let's go have dinner first. Congratulations to the host for completing the system's random task. Reward, 300 million cash, misfortune card, accident card, heavily eye card. Hearing the system's voice, Yi Chen glanced at the heavily eye card. Heavily eye card, can choose any known target, after use can observe their every move from a distance. He took Chen Wanqing to a restaurant, and they had some food. Afterward, he sent Chen Wanqing back to her place. He returned home around 8:30 p.m. Sun Yumeng and Du Feifei were still at his house, watching TV with Han Wanjing. When Yi Chen came back, Sun Yumeng hurriedly said, Brother Yi Chen, you're back. Yi Chen replied, aren't you going to rest? School starts tomorrow, right? Sun Yumeng smiled and said, I'll go to sleep soon. Did you finish handling things, Brother Yi Chen? Yi Chen replied, all done, just a small matter. He sat on the sofa, and the evening news was playing on the TV. It was a news channel, broadcasting domestic and international news events all day long. At 9 p.m., Du Feifei and Sun Yumeng went back to rest. Yi Chen also got up and returned to his room, where he called Feng Jian. Hello, Mr. Feng, I need detailed information on the Tiger International Bodyguard Company. Feng Jian replied, okay, Mr. Yi, I'll arrange for someone to send it to you right away. Yi Chen asked, the Tiger International Bodyguard Company is our competitor, right? Feng Jian confirmed, that's right. There are 7 top bodyguard companies in Jianghai City, and our company and Tiger Bodyguard Company are among them. These 7 companies have been competing for market share. Soon, the triannual bodyguard competition will start. Last time, we performed quite well, ranking 7th among national bodyguard companies, while Tiger Bodyguard Company ranked 8th. Yi Chen said, got it. Please have someone send over the information on Tiger Bodyguard Company as soon as possible. After hanging up, he received the detailed information on Tiger Bodyguard Company 2 minutes later. Yi Chen reviewed the information and found that the general manager was Wang Hu. This company was also founded by him, and Wang Hu was a retired individual with decent skills. He also learned about the bodyguard competition. This was an event organized by the International Bodyguard Association, which would gather many top bodyguard companies from the country. The association would test the strength of each company's bodyguards, including individual combat champions, shooting champions, team collaboration champions, and more. After reading, Yi Chen went to sleep. The next morning, he woke up. Congratulations to the host on realizing your dream and obtaining the Star Warrior training manual. Yi Chen was taken aback upon hearing the system's voice. The Star Warrior training manual? What is this for? Am I supposed to train interstellar warriors? He opened the system backpack, and inside was a book. After clicking to learn, a surge of knowledge filled his mind. Once he digested it, Yi Chen's expression brightened. This was indeed the training manual for creating Star Warriors. It contained martial arts techniques that he could learn. Besides martial arts, there were many devilish training methods. This was the most scientific training approach, capable of maximizing human potential. Yi Chen thought he could hand over the contents of this training manual to the bodyguards of Tianlong International, allowing them to train according to it. After 2 months of training, he estimated they would see results. He freshened up and went downstairs, where Du Feifei and Sun Yumeng had already arrived. Sun Yumeng smiled at him and said, Brother Yi Chen, my aunt and uncle are coming back today. Let's have dinner together tonight. Yi Chen nodded slightly, okay. He had been living there for so many days and had yet to meet Du Feifei's parents. The chairman of the Du Hotel Group, the Jinhai Grand Hotel, is a nationwide chain of 5-star hotels, now expanding internationally. Du Feifei's parents were abroad to explore foreign markets. Everything was going relatively smoothly. After breakfast, Du Feifei and Sun Yumon went to school. Yi Chen went to the study on the second floor, where he typed up the Star Warrior training manual on the computer. This would require some specialized training equipment. He spent half an hour at the computer and then called Feng Jian, asking him to procure custom-made professional training facilities. Feng Jian dared not disobey him and immediately arranged for the company staff to purchase the training equipment. As for the subsequent training plan, Yi Chen did not intend to inform Feng Jian. This involved company secrets, and he was just a professional manager, not suitable to know. He only needed to manage the company well. At 9 in the morning, Han Wanjing arrived outside the study and knocked on the door. "Come in." Han Wanjing walked in and said, "Young master, Professor Hua is here." Yi Chen asked, "What does he want?" Han Wanjing replied, "Not quite sure, but he has 2 people with him." Yi Chen stood up and walked out. "Let them in." A minute later, Hua Hongyun entered with 2 middle-aged men. Yi Chen looked at the 2 middle-aged men. They did not seem ordinary. Hua Hongyun smiled at Yi Chen. "Mr. Yi, these 2 are General Manager Chao from Tianyi Media." Chao Hongliang smiled and said, "Hello, Mr. Yi, I am Chao Hongliang, and this is my brother, Chao Hongtu." Yi Chen nodded slightly. "Please, have a seat." Han Wanjing began to brew tea for them. Hua Hongyun spoke first. "Mr. Yi, we are here today because we have a matter we would like your help with." Chao Hongliang added, "Mr. Yi, my father has contracted a very rare illness, and experts both domestically and internationally have no solutions. Dr. Hua mentioned that you might have a way." Yi Chen replied, "I'm not a professional doctor, just an amateur." Chao Hongliang said, "Dr. Hua believes you might have a solution. We hope you can help us take a look. Even if there is no solution, I, Chao Hongliang, will remember this favor." The chairman of Tianyi Media Group? Yi Chen had heard of Tianyi Media. It was the largest entertainment media group in the country, a leader in the entertainment industry. They had countless artists under their wing, with nearly 30% of the big stars in the entertainment circle coming from their group. Yi Chen thought for a moment and said, "Then let's go take a look." Tianyi Media Group was indeed quite powerful, and befriending them would expand his network. Having them owe him a favor was also quite nice. "Chao Hongliang, our home is at number 69, Mr. Yi, please follow me." Chao Hongliang did not investigate Yi Chen's background. After listening to Hua Honyun, he came over. However, judging by the bodyguards outside and the location of the villa, Yi Chen was not an ordinary person. A few of them left the villa and walked towards the back of the community. On the way, Yi Chen inquired about the illness. Chao Hongliang's father suffered from a very rare disease that sometimes made it difficult for him to breathe. After examination, his heart and lungs showed no issues, meaning he had a healthy body but sometimes could not breathe. Many rare fatal diseases are not well known. People are familiar with common ailments, like various cancers, because of their high incidence rates. There are still many rare diseases in the world, and those who do not suffer from them generally do not know their names. 3 minutes later, they arrived at a villa. Inside the villa, there were quite a few people, including Chao Hongliang's sister, younger sister, cousins, some friends from the business world, and several young men and women in their 20s. When they saw Chao Hongliang and the others bringing in a young man, their expressions froze. "Professor Hua, is this the medical expert you mentioned? You're not joking with us, are you?" A middle-aged man frowned slightly. Hua Hongyun smiled bitterly. "What would I gain from lying to you?" The people in the room scrutinized Yi Chen, who was also observing them. The strength of the Chao family was even greater than he had imagined. The relationships among these business families were intricate, involving many other business families behind the scenes. "Where is the patient?" he asked. Chao Hongliang replied, "Mr. Yi, please come inside." He led Yi Chen further in. At that moment, a middle-aged woman spoke up. "Xiao Liang, are you sure you want him to treat your father? What if something goes wrong?" Yi Chen, feeling a bit impatient, said, "Are we going to look or not? If not, I'll leave, and even if you beg me later, I won't come back." The crowd was taken aback by his words. How could a mere doctor speak so arrogantly? Did he not know that everyone present were big shots from both business and politics? Chao Hongliang interjected, "Elder sister, this is Mr. Yi Chen from Villa number 36, a guest I invited, so please show some respect." Everyone was startled. The owner of Villa number 36? Those who could live here were prominent figures in high society, but the people present did not recognize Yi Chen. "Mr. Yi, my father is in the room." Chao Hongliang led him inside. The room was large, filled with various medical equipment. An elderly man, probably in his 70s, was lying in bed with a breathing machine in his mouth. Yi Chen looked at the old man on the bed, his expression calm. Chao Hongliang and the others stood quietly beside him, watching. Yi Chen stood there for a few minutes without moving. Unable to contain himself, Chao Hongliang asked, Mr. Yi, how is it? Yi Chen only knew the 13 needles of the golden coffer. He had no idea how to treat any illness. He was just contemplating how to proceed. From the description of the illness, it seemed that the old man from the Chao family might have a neurological respiratory disease. He did not dare to be 100% certain, which was why he had hesitated to act. Yi Chen asked, is the old gentleman's condition prone to flare-ups when he is emotionally agitated? Chao Hongliang nodded slightly, yes, today he is not in a good mood. How long has this condition persisted? He continued to ask. Chao Hongliang replied, about 7 or 8 years. It wasn't so severe at first, but it has gotten worse over time. Yi Chen asked, are there any other symptoms? This needs to be detailed, otherwise, it will affect my treatment. Chao Hongliang thought for a moment and said, I'm not too clear on the specifics, I usually don't stay at home. Xiaolan, come here for a moment. A young girl in her 20s walked over. Please tell Mr. Yi in detail about the old gentleman's symptoms when he has an episode. Xiaolan looked at Yi Chen and said, when he has an attack, his hands and feet and his whole body can't move. Does that count? Yi Chen's eyes lit up. It counts, of course it does. With this statement, he could roughly determine the nature of the illness. This was a relatively rare neurological condition. Various movements of a person, including breathing, are directed by the brain, which then coordinates them through the nerves. The old master of the Chao family had no physical issues, so the problem lay in the neural pathways. Based on other symptom descriptions, it was highly likely that the old master of the Chao family was suffering from degeneration of the heart and lung nerve stimulation. Yi Chen turned to Hua Hongyun, Professor Hua, do you have silver needles? I'm not a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. How would I have silver needles? I don't have any. Yi Chen said, then Mr. Chao, please send someone to buy a set of silver needles. The people around were taken aback. You don't even have the tools to treat him? Chao Hongliang quickly arranged for someone to buy the silver needles. More than 10 minutes later, someone returned with the best set of silver needles. Yi Chen said, you all stay back, just leave 1 or 2 people here. Hua Hongyun quickly said, Mr. Yi, I'll stay to assist you. He had long wanted to see Yi Chen treat a patient. This was a great learning opportunity. In the end, only Hua Hongyun and Xiaolan remained in the room. The others stepped out. Mr. Yi, how will you treat him next? Hua Hongyun asked respectfully. Yi Chen said, take off his shirt. Hua Hongyun and Xiaolan helped to remove the old master's shirt. Yi Chen took out the silver needles and began to insert them into his chest. Each needle corresponded to a specific location. A slight error could lead to significant consequences. Even a 1 millimeter misplacement could result in serious outcomes. Hua Hongyun and Xiaolan watched closely. Yi Chen inserted more than 10 needles into the old master's chest, then he stopped and removed the breathing tube. He inserted 6 more needles into the head. Yi Chen said, Professor Hua, this needle technique must not be misplaced, otherwise, it will lead to very serious consequences. Don't go back and use it carelessly. Hua Hongyun quickly nodded, Mr. Yi, rest assured, I know nothing about this technique and definitely wouldn't dare to use it recklessly. Yi Chen said, to use the needle technique well, one must have a detailed understanding of the acupoints and nerve pathways on the body, especially the nerve pathways, which are like a spider web. An ordinary person might never understand them in their lifetime. Hua Hongyun nodded eagerly beside him. Xiaolan listened, confused. She didn't understand any of this. About 10 minutes later, the old master of the Chao family opened his eyes, waking from his coma. Xiaolan saw him awaken and her pretty face lit up with joy. Xiaolan, who are these two? Chao Guanyuan asked curiously. Xiaolan replied, Grandpa, this is Professor Hua Hongyun from the First People's Hospital, and this is Mr. Yi, who is treating you. Thank you both, Chao Guanyuan said to them. Hua Hongyun said, Old Master Chao, you flatter us, it was all Mr. Ye's work, I didn't help much. Yi Chen looked at Chao Guanyuan and asked, Old Master Chao, how do you feel now? Chao Guanyuan took a deep breath and nodded slightly, much better, my breathing is much smoother than before. Yi Chen said, once a week, with 4 acupuncture sessions, Old Master Chao's illness should be cured. Chao Guanyuan looked a bit surprised, my illness can be cured? Yi Chen nodded slightly, of course, Old Master Chao's illness is just rare, it's not difficult to treat. Old Master Chao, don't move, I'm going to take out the silver needles. In just a few seconds, Yi Chen removed the silver needles from him, packed them up, and put them in his pocket. Xiaolan watched from the side, her beautiful eyes filled with admiration for him. He was incredible, so many experts couldn't cure her grandfather's illness, yet he spoke so easily about it. Alright, let's go out first. Yi Chen, Hua Hongyun, and Xiaolan walked out together. Outside the room, Chao Hongliang and others were anxiously waiting. Seeing Yi Chen come out, Chao Hongliang hurried over. Mr. Yi, how is my dad? Yi Chen nodded slightly. He has already awakened. He just needs to continue acupuncture once a week. Thank you, Mr. Yi, I appreciate your help. Chao Hongliang's face brightened at his words. Yi Chen replied, Mr. Chao, you don't need to be polite. Perhaps I may need your help in the future. Chao Hongliang said, if you need anything in the future, just let me know. Yi Chen said, I'll take my leave now. Mr. Chao needs to rest quietly and should avoid anger. Mr. Yi, I'll see you off. The Chao family escorted Yi Chen to the villa entrance. After Yi Chen left, they returned to the room. Dad, are you okay? Chao Hongliang asked softly. Chao Guangyuan replied, much better. Where did you find this person? His medical skills are so high? Chao Hongliang said, he was introduced by Dr. Hua. He lives in our community, and he's not a professional doctor, but it seems his family background is quite extraordinary. Chao Guangyuan nodded slightly. Take this opportunity to build a good relationship with him. As soon as Yi Chen returned home, he received a call from his dad. Yi Haifeng said, Xiaoyu, your mom and I have picked a date today and plan to settle your matters. When are you and Xiao Qing free to come back? Let's have a meal together. Yi Chen replied, I'll talk to Xiao Chang and then we'll return in a couple of days. Yi Haifeng said, alright, the date we picked is this Friday, so you'd better come back by Thursday. Xiao Qing also received a call from her parents, and just after hanging up, Yi Chen's call came through. Yi Chen said, Xiao Chang, your uncle and aunt have talked to you about the engagement, right? Let's go back on Thursday. Xiao Chang nodded gently. Okay. Have you missed me? Yi Chen asked with a mischievous smile. Thinking of Xiao Qing's graceful figure and delicate face, he felt a stir of excitement. Xiao Qing replied, stop it, I'm at work. Yi Chen said, when are you moving over? We can live together. Xiao Qing's face turned crimson. Let's talk about it later. Yi Chen said, you don't know how hard it is for me to get up every morning. Xiao Qing understood his meaning, her face turning even redder. Can you be more serious? Yi Chen laughed and said, why should I be serious with you? I'm serious with other women, but not with you, that's how it should be. Nonsense, Xiao Qing said softly. After chatting for a while, they hung up the phone. Yi Chen sat on the sofa and said to Han Wanjing, call Wang Junfeng to my study, I have something to instruct him. Okay, young master. Han Wanjing walked out, and Yi Chen went to the study on the second floor. Soon, Wang Junfeng arrived in his study. Yi Chen looked at him and said, Junfeng, I have something to assign to you. Wang Junfeng replied, please speak, sir. I will do my best with whatever I can. Yi Chen smiled and said, this USB drive contains a soldier training manual. Select suitable and potential people in the company for training. Anyone who passes the training will have their monthly salary doubled. Wang Junfeng was taken aback. Their salary will double if they pass the training? Yi Chen nodded, that's right. As long as they can pass the training, their salary will double. However, this training is not easy to pass. Of course, I hope as many people as possible can pass. The more people who pass, the more top bodyguards he would have under him. Wang Junfeng said, rest assured, sir. I will train them rigorously to ensure they pass the final test. Yi Chen said, explain the tasks here, then head to the company. I will call Feng Jian and have him cooperate fully with you. Also, all members undergoing training must sign a confidentiality agreement and a lifetime contract. After giving the instructions, Wang Junfeng left to return to the company. The temptation of a doubled salary would likely entice many people in the company. Yi Chen only provided Wang Junfeng with individual training, there was still team cooperation training to follow. Around 10 in the morning, Yi Chen was practicing the new Starry Sky Warrior combat technique in the gym. Han Wanjing knocked and entered. Young master, your phone is ringing. Yi Chen took the call. It was an unfamiliar number. He answered, hello, who is this? A middle-aged man's voice came through the phone. Is this Mr. Yi? I am Zhao Ruicheng. Yi Chen replied, Zhao Ruicheng? I don't know you. Is there something you need? Zhao Ruicheng was taken aback. You don't know me? You just called my wife twice. Yi Chen indeed hadn't investigated who Wang Rong's husband was, he had only looked into Wang Hu from the Tiger Bodyguard Company. What do you want from me? Yi Chen asked. Zhao Ruicheng said, Wang Rong is my wife. Yi Chen realized, what do you want from me? Zhao Ruicheng continued, I would like to invite Mr. Yi to dinner. I wonder if you have time this afternoon. Yi Chen replied, Mr. Zhao, just say what you need directly. I don't like beating around the bush. Zhao Ruicheng said, there seems to be some misunderstanding between Mr. Yi and my wife. I would like to invite you to dinner today to clear this up. In the business world, there are no eternal enemies or friends, everything is based on interests. After weighing the pros and cons, Zhao Ruiqing decided it was best to reconcile with Yi Chen. Yi Chen's identity was too mysterious, he felt it was better to maintain harmony. Yi Chen understood his intention upon hearing his words. Mr. Zhao, there's no need for dinner. We have no hatred between us. Your wife caused me trouble, and I dealt with it, that settles it. Zhao Ruiqing replied, Mr. Yi, you are magnanimous, which I admire. However, it was my wife who caused the trouble first. Today at noon, in the 8008 private room of the Hualong International Hotel, Mr. Yi must come. Yi Chen noticed that the place Zhao Ruiqing chose was his hotel and understood that he had no ulterior motives. In his hotel, how could Zhao Ruiqing dare to have any other actions? Yi Chen said, alright, I'll head over shortly. After hanging up, Yi Chen walked out of the gym. He took a shower and sat on the sofa. Han Wanjing stood behind him, massaging his muscles to help him relax. At that moment, the intercom at the door announced the voice of a bodyguard, Steward Han, the Chow family has arrived and wishes to see the gentleman. Let them in, Yi Chen said casually. Han Wanjing walked to the door and opened it. Chow Hongliang, Chow Hongtu, and two women entered. These were the son and daughter of Chow Guangyuan. Along with them was Chow Lan. They carried a large number of gifts. Mr. Yi, thank you very much for today. Yi Chen smiled slightly. No need to be polite, please have a seat. Chow Hongliang and the others sat down. Han Wanjing poured them a glass of water and then continued to massage Yi Chen from behind. Chow Jin looked at him and smiled, asking, Mr. Yi, what business does your family do? Yi Chen replied, I dabble in a bit of everything, real estate, retail malls, Tianlong bodyguards, Zhanghai amusement park, and film and television groups. I heard that the Tianlong International Bodyguard Company was recently acquired. It wouldn't be you, would it? Chow Hongliang asked, somewhat surprised. Yi Chen confirmed, that's right, I acquired it. Chow Hongliang said, my film company often needs to hire bodyguards. Since Tianlong Bodyguard Company is Mr. Yes, if we cooperate in the future, I hope you can give me a discount. Yi Chen smiled slightly, of course, I will definitely give Mr. Chow the best price. Although they said this, Chow Hongliang would certainly not ask Yi Chen for a discount. In the future, when their company needed to hire bodyguards, they would only choose Tianlong Bodyguard Company. Chow Jin smiled and said, my husband's family is in mechanical manufacturing. Mr. Yi, if you ever need anything, just let me know. The purpose of the Chow family's visit this time was to express their gratitude. The Chow family has a significant influence in the business world, and having such a friend is only beneficial for Yi Chen. The Chow family stayed for about 20 minutes before getting up to leave. After Yi Chen saw them off, he drove to the Hualong International Hotel. Half an hour later, he arrived at the Hualong International Hotel. He took the elevator straight to the 8th floor and then arrived outside box 8008. He knocked on the door and walked in. Inside the box sat two people, one was Wang Rong, and the other middle-aged man should be Zhao Ruiqing. Mr. Yi has arrived. Zhao Ruiqing stood up to greet him, extending his hand for a handshake with Yi Chen. Yi Chen replied, no need to be polite, Mr. Zhao. Please, have a seat, Mr. Yi. Once they were seated, Zhao Ruiqing signaled the waiter to start serving the dishes. The food and drinks arrived quickly. Zhao Ruiqing poured drinks for everyone. Mr. Yi, the matter arose because of us, and my wife and I apologize to you. We hope to turn hostility into friendship. The other party had already lowered their stance, so he accepted their apology. After all, he hadn't suffered any losses. Instead, it was Wang Rong who had received several slaps from him. Mr. Yi, I'm sorry. I was unreasonable, Wang Rong spoke up. Yi Chen nodded slightly. He felt a bit repulsed by a woman like Wang Rong. However, since the other party had shown weakness and admitted their mistake, he wouldn't be overly aggressive. The three of them downed their glasses of white liquor. This lunch was entirely about resolving misunderstandings and turning hostility into friendship with Yi Chen. Yi Chen's powerful and mysterious background always gave him a sense of danger. After thinking it over, he ultimately decided to take it easy and not have any further conflicts with Yi Chen. In the business world, the biggest taboo is not understanding your opponent's background and clashing with them. Generally, unless there is a life and death feud, one wouldn't act this way. Every business elite and big shot is a very shrewd person, and they don't easily make enemies, because no one knows what the future holds. After lunch, Zhao Ruiqing and Wang Rong took their leave. Yi Chen did not leave. He looked around the hotel. However, the hotel staff all recognized him, and soon Lu Tingting and Kong Xingwen arrived. Mr. Yi, you're here, Kong Xingwen said with a big smile. Yi Chen nodded slightly. You all can continue with your work, don't mind me, I'm just looking around. Kong Xingwen replied, then let manager Lu show Mr. Yi around. Lu Tingting said, I'm about to get off work anyway, and I have nothing to do, so I'll take Mr. Yi around. Yi Chen responded, alright. Kong Xingwen left, and Lu Tingting began to show him around the hotel. Yi Chen initially wanted to observe the hotel's situation discreetly, but as soon as he arrived, Kong Xingwen and the others recognized him. If there were any issues with the hotel, it would not be conducive to his observation. Yi Chen looked at Lu Tingting beside him, wondering if she might be someone from Kong Xingwen's side. Lu Tingting smiled and asked, Mr. Yi, where would you like to take a look? Just looking around. How is that female server from last time? Yi Chen asked as they walked. Lu Tingting replied, she's doing well. After that incident, Mr. Yi, you've become an idol in the hearts of many of us. The staff below are all praising you. Yi Chen asked, oh really? What are they praising me for? Lu Tingting shyly smiled and said, they all say the boss is handsome and kind. At the same time, she added in her heart that he was a bit of a flirt. She took Yi Chen around the hotel and then visited various departments. Everything in the hotel seemed normal, with no issues. After coming out of the hotel department, Yi Chen looked at Lu Tingting and asked, what's your relationship with President Kong like? She said softly, it's okay, Mr. Yi, don't worry. I'll listen to you, I'm your person. After saying that, she felt the last sentence was a bit ambiguous, and her pretty face turned slightly red. Yi Chen replied, if there are issues with the hotel, which department do you think is most likely to have problems? Lu Tingting answered, the procurement department and the finance department. Yi Chen nodded slightly. He didn't particularly like Kong Xingwen. Regardless of whether he was right or wrong, he would have to get rid of Kong Xingwen in the future. A flash of inspiration crossed Yi Chen's mind. He had a recording card that he could use on Kong Xingwen. He and Lu Tingting went to the general manager's office. Kong Xingwen was sitting there working. Mr. Yi. Yi Chen said, Kong, you continue with your work, Manager Lu and I will leave first. While speaking, he used the recording card on Kong Xingwen. The recording card, it can record the target's every word and action, valid for 3 days. Kong Xingwen said, Mr. Yi, I'll see you off. Yi Chen replied, no need, you just keep working. He and Lu Tingting left the office and headed to the hotel's underground parking lot. Yi Chen said to Lu Tingting, Manager Lu, can you drive? Please take me back, I had a bit to drink at noon. Lu Tingting was taken aback for a moment and quickly replied, okay, Mr. Yi. Yi Chen handed her the key to the Ferrari. You've never driven a sports car before, right? Today you can have a taste. Lu Tingting stared at his Ferrari supercar, momentarily stunned. I've never driven this, Mr. Yi, why don't you find a chauffeur? Yi Chen said, it's fine, you can drive. They got into the car, and under Yi Chen's guidance, Lu Tingting started the engine and slowly drove out of the underground garage. The car quickly reached the street. Lu Tingting drove very cautiously, afraid of accidentally bumping into something. Other cars on the road kept their distance from her car. After all, everyone could tell it was a luxury car. After more than 40 minutes, Lu Tingting drove into the Hualong Seaview Villa community. She parked the car in the yard. Han Wanjing walked out of the villa. Young master, you're back. Lu Tingting got out of the car and saw Chen Wanqing. Feeling a bit speechless, there was actually another beauty at home. Boss, you are too fickle. Yi Chen said to Han Wanjing, arrange for a bodyguard to take Manager Lu home. Han Wanjing nodded gently and then arranged for a bodyguard to drive Lu Tingting back in a Rolls-Royce. Yi Chen walked into the villa, sat on the sofa, and summoned the system. A virtual three-dimensional holographic image appeared before him, similar to the virtual imaging technology in sci-fi movies. Of course, this was a complete and mature virtual imaging technology. Only Yi Chen could see this image, Han Wanjing could not. This demonstrated how impressive this technology was. Yi Chen opened the recording card, and a 360-degree view of Kong Xingwen and his surroundings appeared before him. He could look from any angle he wanted. The recording card was valid for 3 days, and it was already counting down. Yi Chen could clearly hear the sound of him typing on the keyboard. Yi Chen glanced at the computer in front of him. There was nothing wrong. He was handling hotel matters. After nearly half an hour, Yi Chen didn't discover any issues. Notify me immediately if anything happens, Yi Chen said to the system. He didn't have time to keep watching. The system replied, host, don't worry. During the validity period of the recording card, the system will keep an eye on it and will notify the host immediately if anything happens. Around 5 in the afternoon, Sun Yumeng and Du Feifei returned from school. The two tidied up a bit and then came to Yi Chen's house. Sun Yumeng said, Brother Yi Chen, I'm going to my aunt's house for dinner soon. My aunt and uncle are back and are preparing dinner. Yi Chen nodded, okay. Du Feifei added, Yi Chen, this is something my parents asked me to bring you, they bought some things from abroad. Yi Chen, please thank uncle and aunt for me. Du Feifei, you saved Yamon, this is nothing. The three watched TV for a while, then Yi Chen followed the two to their home. Upon arriving at the villa, a middle-aged man with thick eyebrows and big eyes was sitting there watching the news. Dad, this is Yi Chen, Du Feifei introduced. Du Ruiming got up and walked over, extending his hand with a smile. Mr. Yi, thank you for saving Yameng. Yi Chen shook his hand. Uncle Du, you're too polite. Yameng and I are friends, saving her was entirely my intention, with no other thoughts. Du Ruiming, come, Mr. Yi, have a seat. Yi Chen sat on the sofa. Uncle Du can just call me Xiaoyu. Du Ruiming smiled, then I won't be polite. Du Feifei poured a glass of water for the two. Dad, Yi Chen, you chat, I'll go help my mom in the kitchen. After saying that, she and Yamon went to the kitchen to help with the cooking. Du Ruiming looked at him with a smile. Feifei said you have quite a few asset companies. At your age to have so many assets, that's impressive. Yi Chen humbly replied, I'm just dabbling, not comparable to Uncle Du's big group. Du Ruiming laughed, don't be modest. Hualong International Hotel, Tianlong International Bodyguard Company, Jinqiao Building, this is not just dabbling. All your companies combined, your net worth might be higher than mine. Although Du Ruiming was the chairman of the Du Group, he only held a little over 10% of the shares, with the rest occupied by numerous shareholders. However, his net worth was not low. He and his wife's shares combined accounted for nearly 30%. The Du Group has many industries, with five-star chain hotels as the main business, and the company's market value exceeds 100 billion, making it the most famous brand among domestic five-star hotels. In terms of net worth, Yi Chen's company assets and cash in his bank account are around 20 billion. Although not too far off, the influence of the Du Group is something he cannot compare to. This is a true business tycoon level. With a market value exceeding 100 billion, the circles they interact with are mostly of the same level. In terms of connections, it far surpasses Yi Chen. Yi Chen, Uncle Du, you're the one being modest. I'm just a young junior, with much to learn. Du Ruiming had a good impression of Yi Chen. One could tell a person's character from their words and actions. He thought very highly of him. Xiaoyu, what business do your parents do? Yi Chen, my parents are just ordinary farmers. My hometown is in Beiji province. Du Ruiming was taken aback. Could it be that all his assets were earned through his own efforts? If that's the case, it's a bit terrifying. He initially thought Yi Chen's family was in a big business. Without family help, at this age, starting from scratch to reach this level of assets, that's quite frightening, isn't it? Du Ruiming became the chairman of the Du Group through the joint efforts of several generations, along with family support and help from the Sun family in Sioux City. Relying solely on one person to develop to this point is not impossible, but it's incredibly difficult. Looking at today's business world, groups with a market value exceeding 100 billion are almost all built on generations of effort or family strength. Starting from scratch is nearly non-existent. Even if one does start from scratch, their family is usually wealthy, having the initial capital, and then relying on their own abilities to reach this point. Yi Chen and Du Ruiming had a great conversation, and he also asked for some knowledge about company management. After all, he was also the owner of several companies and couldn't be completely ignorant. After more than half an hour, a middle-aged woman came out of the kitchen. She was Du Feifei's mother and Sun Yuming's aunt, Sun Jing. Although Sun Jing was not young, she was well-maintained and still had charm. Even so, she no longer looked like a young beauty. Even with skincare products to mask it, the marks of time could not be hidden. However, overall, she appeared much younger than her peers. For instance, Yi Chen's mother and Sun Jing were of the same age, but now they were already lined with wrinkles and had a head full of gray hair. Is this Xiaoyu? Sun Jing walked over and asked with a smile. Yi Chen stood up and said with a smile, Hello, Auntie, I am Yi Chen. Sun Jing replied, Sit down, no need to be polite. Du Ruiming asked, How's dinner coming along? Is it ready? Sun Jing nodded slightly, It's ready. You all chat first, I'll go serve the food. Soon, Sun Jing, Du Feifei, and Sun Yumeng brought out a very sumptuous dinner. Du Ruiming said, Xiaoyu, come sit down and eat. Yi Chen sat down, and Du Ruiming took out a bottle of fine wine, and the two enjoyed a good drink together. This dinner lasted over an hour for Yi Chen. Du Ruiming was in a good mood and had a bit too much to drink, while Yi Chen held his liquor well, as if nothing were amiss. Yi Chen said, Auntie, I'm going to head back to rest now, you all should rest early too. I'll walk you out, Xiaoyu. Sun Jing, Du Feifei, and Sun Yumeng accompanied Yi Chen to the villa's entrance. Yi Chen said, Auntie, you all can go back, there's no need to see me off this close. Sun Jing smiled broadly, Xiaoyu, come over to play often. Yi Chen replied, Okay, Auntie. After saying that, Yi Chen returned home, and the Sun family turned back. Sun Jing said, Xiaoyu is quite a nice person, I wonder if he has a girlfriend. Du Feifei was taken aback. Mom, why are you asking that? Sun Jing replied, I think if he could be my son-in-law, it would be quite a good thing. Look at Xiaoyu, he is charming and capable, and most importantly, his character and integrity are both fine. Du Feifei's face flushed slightly. Mom, don't say that, I'm still in college. Sun Jing said, aren't you graduating soon? Besides, it's not like I'm saying you should get married right away, just date for a year or two and see how it goes before discussing marriage. Du Feifei's cheeks turned slightly red. Mom, stop talking about it. Sun Jing saw her daughter's expression and knew what she was thinking. This girl had too much pride and was likely worried about what would happen if Yi Chen rejected her. Sai, when you meet a good person, you should strive to win them over. Otherwise, it would be too late to regret later. Sun Yumeng chuckled, Sister Feifei, what are you hesitating for? It's hard to find someone as excellent as brother Yi Chen. Du Feifei shot her a glare, stop talking nonsense. Yi Chen returned to the villa and went to his room to rest. The next morning, he woke up. Congratulations to the host for making a dream come true, receiving 10 sets of Xingyan skincare products. Xingyan skincare products, top-tier skincare products developed using the most advanced technology, effective for wrinkle removal, beauty enhancement, and more, suitable for both men and women. A set of Xingyan skincare products not only includes skincare items but also shampoo, body wash, and other products, all of which are unmatched by current products. These are produced using high-end technology. Yi Chen's face lit up with joy. Seeing Du Weiming and Sun Jing yesterday reminded him of his aging parents. They had a head full of gray hair and faces lined with wrinkles, aging far beyond their peers. They were among the lowest class, doing the hardest and most exhausting work, unable to compare with the wealthy upper class. Would giving this to his parents make them look much younger? Yi Chen looked at the 10 sets of Xingyan skincare products by the bedside. The packaging was exquisite and stunning, instantly giving an impression of being extraordinary. The elegant packaging box had the word Xingyan written on it. It also included usage instructions, and one set was enough for about 3 months of use. Yi Chen put the items in the cabinet, planning to take them back for his parents and sister in a couple of days. While washing up, Yi Chen wondered if the system had any life gene drugs that could greatly extend a person's lifespan or even make them immortal. There is nothing the host cannot think of, only what the system does not have. The voice of the system echoed in his mind. Yi Chen's expression froze as he recalled the incredible things the system had provided in the past. If there were gene drugs, that would be wonderful. In that case, his relatives and friends could live on forever. After washing up, Yi Chen hummed a little tune as he walked downstairs. Han Wanjing had already prepared breakfast. Young master, it's time for breakfast. Yi Chen nodded slightly and sat down at the dining chair. During breakfast, Yi Chen said to Han Wanjing, I need to go back to my hometown in a couple of days. Today, please go to the mall and buy some gifts, especially for the elderly and children. Han Wanjing nodded slightly. Okay, young master. After finishing breakfast, Han Wanjing tidied up and drove out. Yi Chen sat on the sofa chatting with Xia Cheng. Now Xia Qing was the deputy manager of the mall. Her work had become much easier, and her salary had increased several times. After chatting for a while, Xia Cheng went to work. Although she could do nothing and it wouldn't matter, she wanted to learn and improve her abilities. Around 10 in the morning, Han Wanjing returned with a lot of items. There were various nutritional supplements for the elderly and all kinds of food, all from the best brands. Young master, should I move the items inside or leave them in the car? Han Wanjing asked. Yi Chen replied, put them in that Rolls-Royce, I'll drive it back when we go. Okay, young master. At that moment, Yi Chen's phone suddenly rang. He took it out and saw it was a call from the female streamer Li Maya. Yi Chen answered the call. Hello, Miss Li, do you need something from me? Li Maya's voice was choked with tears. Mr. Yi, I really need your help, only you can help me. Can you please help me? Yi Chen asked, what is it? Li Maya replied, I signed a contract with a film and television company, and now they are threatening me with the contract, trying to cue me. I don't agree, and they said they would blacklist me forever. Yi Chen was taken aback. Which film and television company did you sign with? Li Maya said, a small to medium-sized film and television company. At first, they said they would focus on cultivating me, but after signing the contract, they changed their tune. Contracts in the entertainment industry are all the same, very domineering. If one does not have a strong background, it is very difficult to leave unscathed after entering. Yi Chen asked, where are you now? Li Maya replied, I'm at this company. I want to terminate the contract, but they said if I want to terminate it, I have to pay them 20 million in breach of contract fees. Ding, system random task activated, help Lee Maya, reward a random item card, do not help Lee Maya, reward a random item card. The rewards for helping or not helping were the same. But since Lee Maya was someone he had previously fantasized about, he felt uncomfortable if she were to be QD by someone else. Damn it, if anyone is going to queue her, it should be me first. Yi-chan said, tell me the address, and I'll come over. Lee Maya hurriedly gave him the address. I'm on my way. After hanging up, Yi-chan drove towards the Jingguang Media Company. He and Lee Maya had only met a few times, but there were some special factors involved. After all, her sexy and captivating dance videos had accompanied him for so long. More than half an hour later, Yi-chan arrived at the underground parking lot of a tall building. He parked the car and took the elevator to the 13th floor. Jingguang Media Company was a small to medium-sized media company. After arriving, the receptionist asked, "Are you here for an interview?" Yi-chan shook his head. "I'm looking for someone." Not far away, Lee Maya saw him and quickly walked over. "Mr. Yi, you're here." Lee Maya led him inside. The receptionist, seeing that the two knew each other, did not ask any further questions. Lee Maya was wearing a college-style short skirt today, looking like a beautiful and pure college student. This college-style short skirt came with a built-in purity buff. Yi-chan looked at her and said, "Take me to your boss." She led Yi-chan to the general manager's office. Inside the office sat a bald, overweight middle-aged man. When he saw Lee Maya enter with a young man, he couldn't help but size up Yi-chan. Yi-chan directly sat down in the chair opposite him. Lee Maya spoke up, "Mr. Wang, this is Mr. Yi." Wang Xiong looked at Yi-chan. "Is he really that Mr. Yi, the wealthy backer behind Lee Maya?" Lee Maya had once received 2 million in tips during a live stream, all from someone called Mr. Yi. When Wang Xiong signed the contract with Lee Maya, he had already investigated her situation. Among online streamers, Lee Maya was considered a mid-tier streamer. Without the appearance of a big spender, her monthly income was around 50,000. With a big spender, the income could skyrocket to millions. It was clear that Lee Maya had called in her wealthy backer to put pressure on him. "Damn it, she's already a washed-up talent, yet she still refuses to be subject to my rules. Is it because she thinks I'm uglier than this Mr. Yi?" Yi-chan looked at Wang Xiong and said, "Mr. Wang, you should understand what I mean." Wang Xiong replied nonchalantly, "What if I understand? She is now a signed artist of my company and must follow the company's arrangements. It doesn't matter who comes, of course, if you like her, you can redeem her for 20 million. Yi-chan said, "A mere second-rate entertainment company boss dares to make such demands to me?" Wang Xiong felt a surge of anger at his words. A second-rate entertainment company? This was something he had worked hard to build. Better than a rich second generation like you who just eats and waits to die. He didn't know Yi-chan's background and didn't dare to speak too firmly. Yi-chan continued, "Let me make a call, and then you can repeat what you just said." After saying that, he called Chao Hongliang. Although he was also one of the major shareholders of Jusin Film Group, Jusin Film Group couldn't compare to Tianyi Media Group. Tianyi Entertainment Media Group was the leader in the domestic entertainment industry. The call was quickly connected. Chao Hongliang's voice came through the phone. "Mr. Yi, you were looking for me?" Yi-chan replied, "Mr. Chao, I need your help with something." Chao Hongliang hurriedly said, "Mr. Yi, don't be so polite, just tell me what you need." Yi-chan said, "I have a friend who signed with a small entertainment media company, and the other party is trying to pressure my friend with the contract." Chao Hongliang asked, "Which company?" Yi-chan replied, "I think it's called Jingguang Entertainment Media Company." "Mr. Yi, please hold on a moment, I'll have someone check this company right away." Chao Hongliang quickly had someone investigate. Soon he spoke up, "This small company actually dares to make things difficult for Mr. Yi's friend. Mr. Yi, what do you want to do? I can have his company blacklisted in the industry with just one word." Wang Xiong and Lee Maya, who were nearby, heard Chao Hongliang's words. Wang Xiong was shocked. "Mr. Chao." Suddenly, his expression changed drastically. Could it be that Mr. Chao? In the entertainment media industry, the only person who could be called Mr. Chao, besides the chairman of Tianyi Group, was no one else. Tianyi Group was the leader in the industry and monopolized many resources. With their word, no variety show, TV station, or company would dare to cooperate with them. At this moment, a layer of fine sweat had already appeared on Wang Xiong's forehead. Yi-chan looked at Wang Xiong and said, "I'm giving you a choice in this matter. You fool, how can you offend Mr. Yi? Don't you want to stay in this industry?" Chao Hongliang's tone carried a hint of anger. Wang Xiong wiped the sweat from his brow. He was very familiar with that voice. He had attended an industry conference organized by the authorities, where Chow Hongliang had given a speech. He hurriedly said, "Mr. Chow, I didn't recognize the Great Mountain, please spare me this once." Chow Hongliang replied, "Whether I spare you or not is not up to me, you should ask Mr. Yi." Wang Xiong gasped. Even Chow Hongliang respected him enough to call him Mr. Yi. Just how significant was this person? What kind of high-ranking figure had I offended? Wang Xiong quickly looked at Yi Chen. "Mr. Yi, I was wrong, I was blind, please show mercy this once." After saying this, he slapped himself hard across the face, making a loud sound. Li Maya was dumbfounded. The usually imposing boss appeared like a coward in front of Yi Chen. Was he really that formidable? Yi Chen said, "Take out the contract for termination." Wang Xiong hurriedly produced a termination contract. "Miss Li, please sign it quickly, and I will compensate you for your signing fee." Li Maya quickly signed, and Wang Xiong also signed and stamped it, making the termination contract officially effective. Yi Chen hung up the phone with Chow Hongliang. After signing the contract, Wang Xiong also compensated Li Maya with 200,000 for her signing fee. Li Maya did not hold back. This kind of scum had harmed countless people. After resolving Li Maya's issue, Yi Chen looked at Wang Xiong and said, "Consider yourself sensible, let's call it even." Wang Xiong replied, "Thank you, Mr. Yi, I promise I won't dare again." Yi Chen looked at Li Maya. "Let's go." Wang Xiong quickly stood up to escort the two to the company entrance. "Mr. Yi, Miss Li, take care." Yi Chen and Li Maya entered the elevator. Once the elevator doors closed, Li Maya let out a long breath. She looked at Yi Chen, her pretty face beaming with a bright smile. "Thank you, Mr. Yi." Yi Chen replied, "No need to be polite. Do you have any thoughts for the future?" "I don't know," Li Maya said, feeling a bit lost. The situation in the entertainment industry made her realize one thing. To rise in this circle and become a top star, it was impossible to achieve without giving something up. Even today's top female stars had almost all made sacrifices, unless one had a strong background. Yi Chen said, "If you want to continue developing here, I can introduce you to a company. I just invested in a film and television group recently." Li Maya curiously asked, "Which company?" Yi Chen replied, "Jusin Film and Television Group." Li Maya was taken aback. "Isn't that the group that caused a stir recently? I heard their general manager exploited many female artists through contracts." Yi Chen smiled and nodded. "That's right, I was the one who exposed that." Li Maya asked, "You exposed it? Isn't it you who ends up losing in your own group?" Yi Chen explained, "I hadn't invested at that time, I invested after the matter was resolved." Li Maya nodded slightly. "Mr. Yi, who was that Mr. Chow just now? Is he really that powerful?" Just one word from him changed our boss's expression. Yi Chen replied, "He's the president of Tianyi Media Group, you could say he's a friend." Li Maya's eyes widened. "The president of Tianyi Media Group? Wow, that's the top entertainment media group in the country." Yi Chen said, "If you want to go to that group, I can mention it to Mr. Chow. You won't encounter such difficulties." Li Maya gently nodded. "I'll think about it." "It's almost noon, Mr. Yi, let me treat you to a meal." Yi Chen replied, "Today, it should indeed be your treat." The elevator quickly reached the underground parking lot. Exiting the elevator, Li Maya drove Yi Chen to a high-end restaurant. "Mr. Yi, although this place isn't as good as a 5-star hotel, it's quite nice, and the food tastes good," Li Maya said as she got out of the car. Yi Chen nodded. "Let's go in and try it." The two entered the restaurant, and then Li Maya requested a couple's private booth. There were only couple booths for two here, so she could only call it that. Yi Chen walked into the booth, and the decor inside was quite romantic. The waiter handed the menu to the two, and Yi Chen ordered 2 dishes while Li Maya ordered several. The food and drinks arrived quickly. Li Maya picked up her drink. "Mr. Yi, thank you for helping me. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't know what to do. I toast you with this drink instead of wine." Yi Chen smiled and took a sip of his drink. "Miss Li, this expression of gratitude isn't very sufficient." Li Maya was taken aback. "What does Mr. Yi want me to do to thank you?" Yi Chen chuckled. "Aren't you good at dancing? This booth has enough space and music, why not dance for me?" Upon hearing his words, Li Maya's face turned slightly red. After Yi Chen had transferred 2 million to her, she wondered if he knew her. She had looked through old videos and saw Yi Chen's comment under a dancing video. His comment was still a popular one, with over 10,000 likes. The content of the comment was, "The rich can use their means, the poor can only rely on their looks." At that time, Li Maya had cursed the commenter in her heart, but later, upon realizing it was Yi Chen, her face flushed. Now that Yi Chen asked her to dance, she couldn't help but recall his comment. She didn't expect Mr. Yi to be so mischievous. Did he have thoughts about her? After all, being so beautiful, it was normal for Mr. Yi to have ideas about her. Lee Maya also had a good impression of Yi Chen. In terms of looks and capability, Yi Chen was too outstanding. What's wrong? Is it inconvenient today? If it's inconvenient, then forget it, Yi Chen asked her. Lee Maya replied, it's fine. What kind of dance does Mr. Yi want to see? Yi Chen smiled and said, just that kind of twisting dance. Lee Maya's cheeks flushed slightly, then she stood up and walked to the music platform. She switched to a more dynamic song and began to dance. Wow, that's the feeling. Wearing a short skirt with a school style, dancing this was truly alluring. Yi Chen had only appreciated it on his phone before. This was his first time seeing it in person. Damn, it was even more exciting than watching the video. Forgive me for being so ordinary. Lee Maya danced while glancing at Yi Chen, seeing him staring at her intently. Her face felt a bit hot. Indeed, all men were the same, but being stared at by Yi Chen didn't make her feel any disgust. On the contrary, her previous boss staring at her made her feel a bit nauseous. After 2 or 3 minutes, the song ended. Lee Maya had a fine layer of sweat on her forehead from dancing. Yi Chen smiled and said, alright, Miss Lee, sit down and take a break to eat. I feel my appetite has improved a bit. Lee Maya sat down with a smile. Is Mr. Yi satisfied? Yi Chen replied, not bad, it's a pleasure to the eyes and has whetted my appetite. Just then, the system's voice suddenly sounded, record card has detected an anomaly. Then a visual image popped up in front of him. The content in the image was Kong Xingwen, who was currently in his office talking to someone. There were only the two of them in the office, and the person opposite Kong Xingwen was the director of the purchasing department. They were discussing this month's hotel procurement. The purchasing department director personally stated that there would be about 2 million in procurement kickbacks this month. Their division was also clear, a 70-30 split. Kong Xingwen would take 70%, and he would take 30%. Yi Chen sneered inwardly, let me catch the evidence, huh? He had the system transmit the video conversation of the two to his phone. Lee Maya noticed Yi Chen staring blankly at her, and her expression froze. What is Mr. Yi staring at my chest for? What does he want? Could it be that after watching me dance, he wants to do something with me? He has helped me so many times and is so outstanding. After a few seconds, Lee Maya blushed as she stood up and walked over to Yi Chen's side. Mr. Yi, I know what you mean, but I'm not that kind of woman. After saying that, she sat on Yi Chen's lap and wrapped her arms around him. Yi Chen quickly reacted and hurriedly turned off the system. What are you doing? Seeing his reaction, Lee Maya felt a bit speechless. Clearly, she was being forward, and yet he pretended to be oblivious. How bad of you. Is this to make me more proactive? Blushing, Lee Maya said, Mr. Yi, I understand what you mean. I actually have feelings for you too. Yi Chen couldn't take it anymore and quickly pushed her away. Maya, you must have misunderstood me. Misunderstood? Then why were you staring at me just now? What does Mr. Yi really mean? I took the initiative to embrace you, and you don't want it. Do you think I'm not good enough? No, clearly you have feelings for me. Lee Maya stood there looking at Yi Chen, and then she saw something she shouldn't have. Her pretty face turned even redder, and she felt a bit happy. I knew Mr. Yi had feelings for me. Yi Chen sensed his inappropriate reaction and awkwardly smiled. Maya, sit down and eat. He probably made her misunderstand by staring ahead for too long. But I have to say, Lee Maya's figure is really nice. Ahem. Yi Chen said, eat up. Lee Maya shyly glanced at him and then lowered her head to eat. After lunch, the two of them left the restaurant. Yi Chen said to Lee Maya, Maya, I'm heading back now. Lee Maya was taken aback. She thought the next step would be to go to a hotel room. Did I think too much? What does Mr. Yi really mean? Lee Maya replied, okay, Mr. Yi, if you need anything, just call me. Yi Chen understood the deeper meaning in her words. Even if he suggested going to a hotel now, Lee Maya probably wouldn't refuse. Yi Chen said, just call me if you need anything in the future, no need to be polite. Lee Maya smiled and nodded. Yi Chen drove away, letting out a long sigh. Damn, I almost fell for it back in the private room. Lee Maya must have misunderstood. I was just looking at the video of Kong Xingwen and the others. However, that virtual imaging technology could only be seen by him, so explaining would be useless. Sigh, it's so easy for rich people to chase girls. In the past, someone like Lee Maya would have been out of my league. But now, she's taking the initiative. Not to mention anything else, that feeling just now was too tempting and deadly. Although Yi Chen had been with Xia Qing for a while, they had never done that kind of thing. He had done it with previous girlfriends, so he wasn't a virgin. Therefore, he really missed that feeling. Back at home, Yi Chen sat on the sofa and said to Han Wanjing, what should we do about the general manager of the hotel and the director of the procurement department? There's something wrong there. Han Wanjing was taken aback. Then just fire them and hand them over to the relevant authorities. Yi Chen replied, let's wait and see. I want to check if they have any accomplices. Han Wanjing asked, young master, have you found any clues? Yi Chen said, yes, I've found some clues, but I need to investigate further to see if there are any other people involved. Just as he finished speaking, the system's voice sounded again. This time it was Kong Xingwen talking with the hotel's vice president, who was also involved in this matter. Yi Chen narrowed his eyes. How many people in the hotel are involved? He thought for a moment and then said to Han Wanjing, go call the head of the bodyguard team. The current head of the bodyguard team was no longer Wang Junfeng, as he had gone back to the company to train others. Sir, you called for me? Yi Chen said, in a bit, you guys go to the Hualong International Hotel and bring the vice president, Wang Hui, over. Just say I have something to discuss with him. Yes, sir. Bring the hotel vice president Wang Hui here, and we can ask him who else is involved. If Wang Hui is tight-lipped, he wouldn't mind showing him a little color. At 3:30 in the afternoon, Wang Hui arrived at the villa under the escort of bodyguards. Yi Chen sat on the sofa with his legs crossed. Han Wanqing stood behind the sofa, gently massaging his shoulders. Wang Hui felt anxious. He didn't know what the boss wanted with him. Yi Chen looked at Wang Hui and said lightly, do you know why I called you here today? Wang Hui shook his head. I don't know. Please enlighten me, Mr. Yi. Yi Chen replied, do you really need me to clarify what you've been doing at the company? Hearing this, Wang Hui's expression changed slightly. It was his first time in such a situation. His voice trembled a bit. Yi. Mr. Yi, what are you referring to? Yi Chen said, using your position for personal gain, embezzling, taking kickbacks. Upon hearing Yi Chen's words, his face changed drastically. How could the boss know about this? He usually doesn't go to the company. How did he find out? Yi Chen's tone remained calm. You should understand the seriousness of this matter. The amount is substantial, and you could face imprisonment, and it's been going on for quite some time. Wang Hui's legs went weak, and he collapsed to the ground. Mr. Yi, I know I was wrong. I was misled by Kong Xingwen. I've never done anything like this before. The reason Yi Chen called him over was that this guy didn't have much money in hand. Plus, he could extract some information from him. If he went directly to Kong Xingwen, he probably wouldn't get anything out of him. Yi Chen looked at him and said, you're over 40, with parents, a wife, and children. If I hand you over to the authorities, your future will be ruined. Wang Hui's face turned pale. Yi Chen was right. If he got caught because of this, no hotel would hire him again when he got out. His life would be over. Yi Chen continued, now I'm giving you a chance. As long as you name everyone involved, I'll let you resign with dignity and won't send you to prison. This guy was just someone who got dragged into this. The real culprits were Kong Xingwen and the director of the procurement department. These two were the core figures. Hearing Yi Chen's words, Wang Hui hurriedly said, Mr. Yi, I'll tell you everything. He quickly named Kong Xingwen and others. There weren't many people involved, just 5 in total. Kong Xingwen, the procurement department director and deputy director, the finance department director, and himself. Kong Xingwen and the procurement department director took the most, followed by the procurement deputy director and the finance director, with Wang Hui taking the least. He didn't have to do anything, he just received his share every month. Kong Xingwen dragged him into this because he was worried that one day Wang Hui would discover their dealings. Yi Chen nodded slightly, take out all the money you received before, and then write a resignation letter. Wang Hui was overwhelmed with gratitude. Thank you, Mr. Yi, thank you. Yi Chen said, in the future, don't let greed cloud your judgment. With your position, you've already earned enough. Wang Hui replied, yes, Mr. Yi is right. I won't make the same mistake again. Yi Chen said, let's go, come with me to the hotel. Yi Chen took some bodyguards and headed to the Hualong International Hotel. On the way, he also called to notify the relevant authorities. Half an hour later, he arrived at the Hualong International Hotel. Yi Chen went directly to Kong Xingwen's office. Kong Xingwen was taken aback when he saw Yi Chen suddenly arrive, but quickly smiled and said, Mr. Yi, you're here. Yi Chen looked at him and said, Director Kong, gather all the middle and upper management of the company in the conference room for a meeting. Kong Xingwen replied, okay, Mr. Yi. He hurriedly instructed his secretary to notify all middle and upper management of the hotel. 5 minutes later, all mid-level and senior management personnel of the hotel gathered in the conference room. Lu Tingting was also present. Her position was neither high nor low. Yi Chen sat at the head of the table, with Kong Xingwen, Wang Hui, and others beside him. This was the first meeting Yi Chen had called since acquiring the Hualong International Hotel. He scanned the room with a calm expression. Although he was young, no one in the conference room dared to underestimate him. He was the boss, and his words could determine the fate of many. His status brought an invisible pressure. Yi Chen spoke, "This is the first management meeting since I acquired the Hualong International Hotel, and today I want to announce something important. Kong Xingwen and the directors and deputy directors of the procurement and finance departments have been taking kickbacks and lining their own pockets. I announced their dismissal and will hand them over to the relevant authorities for punishment." As soon as these words were spoken, the room fell into an extreme silence. Kong Xingwen and the others turned pale. How did Yi Chen know about this? Since he dared to say such things in the conference room, did it mean he had already gathered some evidence? Thinking of this, Kong Xingwen and the others' expressions fluctuated. The people around them were also watching, surprised that Kong Xingwen and his group would do such things. At that moment, there was a knock on the door of the conference room. Then, personnel from the relevant department entered. "Mr. Yi." Yi Chen nodded slightly. "These are the individuals. I hope you can investigate the matter thoroughly." Kong Xingwen and the others had no time to react before they were taken away. Yi Chen had already handed over the video to the relevant department, and that video was enough to convict them. Then, by investigating their bank accounts, it could be determined how much they had embezzled each month. Once the door of the conference room closed again, it became silent once more. Everyone sat there, not daring to breathe. Yi Chen looked at them and said, "Just because I don't come to the company often doesn't mean I'm unaware of its affairs. Everyone should not harbor any delusions, lest you ruin your own future." Lu Tingting was startled to hear this. Could it be that Mr. Yi had his own people in the company? Yi Chen continued, "Kong Xingwen and their positions are not low, and their salaries are also considerable, but they were blinded by greed and ruined their futures. I hope everyone can take this as a warning to themselves and not do things they shouldn't." Next, I will talk about personnel changes in the company. Lu Tingting is promoted to acting general manager, responsible for all company affairs. After a month, we will decide whether she will officially become the general manager. Lu Tingting was momentarily stunned, and the others present were also taken aback. They had not expected Lu Tingting to be directly promoted to general manager. Although it was only an acting position, as long as she did not encounter any issues, the general manager position would be hers for the taking. Lu Tingting herself did not expect this. She was stunned for a few seconds before reacting. "Thank you, Mr. Yi, for your trust. I will not let you down." Yi Chen nodded slightly. "The vacant positions in the company will be filled from below. There is no need to recruit externally. Give the people below some hope. Just take care of your responsibilities and let me know. There's nothing else. Everyone go back and work hard. The better the hotel does, the better you will do." One by one, the people left the conference room. Lu Tingting did not leave. After everyone had exited, she looked at Yi Chen and said, "Mr. Yi, you want me to be the general manager?" Yi Chen replied, "Acting general manager. If it doesn't work out, I will have to replace you." Lu Tingting was extremely excited. She never expected to become the acting general manager. This leap was quite significant for her. Normally, positions of this level would require high-end recruitment, and it was rare to select from within. Lu Tingting said, "Mr. Yi, I will do my utmost to perform well." Yi Chen replied, "Go and get busy, and study well." When he left the hotel, it was already past 6 in the afternoon. Upon returning home, Han Wanjing had already prepared dinner. While they were eating, Yi Chen's phone buzzed. He opened it to find a message from his high school classmate, Sun Xiang. "Where are you, Yi Chen?" Yi Chen replied, "I'm in Jianhai City. What's up?" "Sun Xiang, I've run into a bit of an urgent situation. Can you lend me 500 yuan? I promise to pay you back next month when I get my salary." Yi Chen didn't agree right away. "Where are you now? What's the problem?" "Sun Xiang, I'm back in my hometown, and I've encountered some difficulties." Yi Chen felt reluctant to lend him money, especially since Sun Xiang was unwilling to explain the situation. He had a poor impression of Sun Xiang from high school. He was the type who was always slacking off and not serious about anything. "Yi Chen, I was just fired from my job last month, and I still haven't found a new one. I don't have much money left." "Sun Xiang, 200 would be fine. Don't you even have that?" "Yi Chen, I definitely have 200, but if I lend it to you, I'll go hungry. You should ask someone else." After that, Sun Xiang stopped responding. Lending money to someone like him would make it hard to get it back. If Sun Xiang were an honest, hard-working person facing difficulties, Yi Chen would definitely help, but with someone like Sun Xiang, it was better to pass. Yi Chen had been struggling in society for several years and had seen many people like Sun Xiang. After dinner, Yi Chen sat on the sofa watching the news. The news was covering the friction between the United States and Hualong country. The United States is a world superpower, while Hualong country is a newly developing nation. Due to Hualong country's rapid development, which could threaten their status in the future, the United States was imposing sanctions on them. Seeing this news, Yi Chen couldn't help but mutter, "Damn, when our national strength surpasses yours, I'll make you kneel and call me grandpa." As a patriotic young man, he couldn't help but say a few words against the United States in such situations. When young people gather to drink, they often discuss these matters and take jabs at the United States. Han Wanjing finished tidying up in the kitchen and came over. Hearing his words, she smiled and said, "I didn't expect you to be so passionate." "Yi Chen, what's surprising about that?" Han Wanjing, "A bit. Usually businessmen are more profit-driven and rarely get involved in such things." "Yi Chen, I'm not a businessman, and besides, there are patriotic entrepreneurs among them." Han Wanjing, "You're right, there are indeed many patriotic entrepreneurs among businessmen." Yi Chen sighed, "We still have quite a gap compared to them. We've developed later by nearly 100 years. Han Wanjing nodded slightly. "In many high-end technology fields, we do have a significant gap, but I believe we will definitely catch up in the future." Although Yi Chen hadn't attended university and didn't know much, he was aware of the technological gap between the two countries. In many high-end technology fields, they had always been constrained by others. At that moment, Yi Chen's phone suddenly rang. It was a message from Xia Qing. Yi Chen took his phone upstairs and started chatting with Xia Qing. Tomorrow was Wednesday, and Xia Qing planned to go back. She had taken a few days off. The next morning, he woke up. "Congratulations to the host for realizing your dream. You have obtained 90% of the shares in Qingwei Technology Group." Qingwei Technology Group? Yi Chen was taken aback for a moment, then took out his phone to search. It turned out to be a listed company with a market value of 11 billion. Qingwei Technology Group is a semiconductor company primarily engaged in chip research and production. This is also a main focus in the country, but due to Western technological barriers, the company's performance hasn't been very good. The financial report of Qingwei Technology Group showed that in the first half of the year, the company lost a total of 300 million, and there were also bank loans of 1.5 billion. These loans were secured by assets. Yi Chen was taken aback for a moment. "What kind of company have I gotten into? Over 10 billion in debt." After 3 months of being listed, 10 billion shares were issued from 10% of the stock. Initially, they made a quick profit from the listing, but for the most part, the stock has been falling. Now, the price of a single share is only 1.02 yuan. Moreover, with the current tense relations between the Misai country and here, the technological barriers will become even more severe. The stock price has dropped quite a bit these past few days, and the group's market value barely exceeds 100 billion. This is the company where Yi Chen is currently losing the most money. Forget it, if it really doesn't work out, selling it off at a low price would still be a profit. After all, this group wasn't acquired with his own money. Selling it for 50 billion would still be a windfall, not a loss. Yi Chen finished washing up and went downstairs. Han Wanjing had already prepared breakfast. When she saw Yi Chen come down, her pretty face broke into a smile. "Good morning, young master." Yi Chen nodded slightly. "After breakfast, I need to head back to my hometown. There's something I need to tell you." Han Wanjing asked, "What is it?" Yi Chen replied, "I acquired Qingwei Technology Group. You will sit down with them to hand over the work, and you should also go see how the company is doing." Han Wanjing was taken aback by his words. "Did you not check on the company before acquiring it, young master?" "All right, young master." After breakfast, Yi Chen began to pack his things, taking 5 sets of Xingyan skincare products. He then drove to pick up Xia Qing. On the way, he received a call from Qingwei Technology Group. Yi Chen gave them Han Wanjing's phone number, asking them to contact her. 20 minutes later, he arrived at the entrance of Xia Qing's community. At this time, Xia Qing was already waiting for him at the gate, pulling a suitcase and carrying some gifts. Yi Chen said, "I've already bought all the gifts, for your family and mine." Xia Qing smiled, "These are for my uncle and aunt, representing my feelings. What you bought is your own intention." Yi Chen smiled slightly. "Get in the car." Xia Qing sat in the passenger seat. "Is this your new car? It's comfortable to sit in." Yi Chen looked at her with a mischievous smile. "These are the top-grade genuine leather airline seats, comparable to first class on a plane, with massage functions and more." He adjusted the seat for Xia Qing, taking the opportunity to get a little close, causing her face to flush. "You're so annoying, just drive," Xia Qing said, her face red. Yi Chen took advantage for a while before returning to the driver's seat. "Let's go home." Xia Qing tidied her clothes, pouted, and shot him a glare, looking incredibly cute. Yi Chen couldn't help but feel a stir of excitement. If something were to happen in the car, it would be quite thrilling. Ahem, he figured he could only fantasize about it now. He drove onto the highway. It was just past 8 in the morning, and he estimated they would arrive home around 7 or 8 in the evening. Xiao Chang, can you drive? Yi Chen asked. Xiao Qing shook her head. I haven't learned. Yi Chen said, you should learn to drive when you have time. Xiao Qing replied, yeah, I'll find a driving school when we get back to Jianghai City. Yi Chen said, I'll help you find one then. Spending a bit more money should get you through faster. Soon, Yi Chen was on the highway, the car moving quickly and smoothly. Xiao Qing called home, saying they should arrive around 7 in the evening. Throughout the journey, Yi Chen didn't take a break, stopping only twice to use the restroom. His physique was indeed different from others. Even after driving for 2 days, he probably wouldn't feel tired. Around 6 in the evening, Yi Chen exited the highway and entered the county town of his hometown. He looked at Xiao Qing, who had already fallen asleep in the passenger seat, a smile on his face. The car was quiet and warm. He had once imagined such a scene, driving his own car with the girl he liked. Half an hour later, Yi Chen drove into Xiao Qing's village. At this time, the sky had already darkened, and there were no people to be seen along the village road, probably all having gone home for dinner. Soon, he arrived at Xiao Qing's doorstep. Yi Chen looked at the sleeping Xiao Qing beside him and called out, we're home. Xiao Qing groggily opened her eyes. Home? Yi Chen replied, yes. Xiao Qing woke up, opened the car door, and got out. Yi Chen followed, taking down the gifts he had bought. He pulled out a set of Xingyan skincare products, saying, Xiao Qing, this is skincare for you, the top-tier kind. Xiao Qing was taken aback. I don't usually use skincare products. Yi Chen smiled and said, how can a woman not take care of herself? This is the best skincare, a limited edition, not sold outside. The two of them carried their things and opened the big door to go inside. Inside, Xiao Jun and his wife heard the noise and hurried out. Xiao Qing, you're back. Uncle, Aunt, this is the health supplement I bought for you. Xiao Jun and his wife smiled broadly. Xiao, you're too polite. You don't need to buy anything when you come to our house. Once inside, Yi Chen handed a cigarette to Xiao Jun, but he didn't smoke himself. He hadn't smoked in a long time. After sitting for a few minutes, Yi Chen said he had to go back. Xiao Jun and his wife tried to keep him, but Yi Chen said his family was still waiting for dinner. They saw him off to the door. Drive slowly, Xiao Qing told him. Yi Chen nodded slightly. Uncle, Aunt, you can go back now. After saying that, he drove away slowly. Once Yi Chen left, Xiao Jun curiously asked, Xiao Qing, did Xiaoyu change cars? What kind of car is this? It looks really impressive. Xiao Qing replied, Rolls-Royce. Xiao Jun's eyes widened. This is a Rolls-Royce? I heard this car is very expensive, almost 10 million, right? Xiao Qing's mother also widened her eyes. So expensive? He has even more expensive cars, and not just one. However, Xiao Qing didn't mention this, as it wouldn't be of any use. Her parents would only be more surprised. 10 minutes later, Yi Chen returned home. You're back, come eat, Yi Haifeng said. Yi Chen brought down some items. Mom, Dad, these are for you. This is skincare. Using it can reduce wrinkles and make you look younger, and this shampoo can transform your gray hair back to black. Really? Yi Mother's face lit up at the words. Everyone has a desire to be beautiful. Even at their age, they hope to age more slowly. Yi Chen said, really, Mom, this is a limited edition skincare product. You can't even buy it with money. You have to keep using it. The effects will be very noticeable. I asked your dad to buy me skincare, but he wouldn't. You're the best, my son, Yi Mother smiled broadly. Yi Haifeng said, at this age, what's the point of using skincare? Only young people use it. Yi Chen quickly replied, Dad, that's not the right mindset. It's not about age. Look at people in the city who are the same age as you, they look much younger. Yi Mother nodded eagerly, exactly, it's not about age. Look at that person from our village. Not only do they use skincare, but they also went for plastic surgery. Yi Haifeng shot her a glance. Who are you comparing with? Yi Chen said, alright, Dad, Mom is right. If you don't take care of yourself, you'll age faster. Besides, our family isn't short on money now. We should spend what we need to, and live comfortably. Yi Haifeng didn't say anything more, and the three of them started their dinner. Yi Chen's sister was studying at the county high school, with a break every 4 weeks. She was about to take the college entrance exam, and would probably come back in a couple of days to prepare for it. After dinner, Yi Chen returned to his room. Although the wooden bed at home wasn't as good as Avila's, lying on the familiar wooden bed felt particularly comfortable. Yi Chen slept soundly, perhaps a bit tired from driving for a long time. The next morning, when Yi Chen woke up, there was no system voice ringing in his mind. He didn't pay much attention to it, got up, washed up, and then had breakfast. After breakfast, Yi Chen took some things and went to his grandparents' house. His grandparents were aware of his return and the engagement. His grandfather even urged him to get married soon and have a great-grandson, so he could die with his eyes closed. After playing at his grandfather's house for a while, he went to his uncle's house to stay for a bit. However, his uncle was not home, he was working outside. Yi Chen's cousin was also at work, leaving only his aunt, sister-in-law, and children at home. Yi Chen bought some things for his little nephew, chatted for a while, and then returned home. At this time, most of the young and middle-aged people in the village were working outside. Most of those at home were elderly or children. When Yi Chen returned home, his father was cleaning the inside of his Porsche. The dirt from the old home is too much, it gets dirty easily inside, Yi Chen said with a smile. Dad, how's this car to drive? Yi Haifeng replied, a good car is a good car, it's very comfortable to drive. Xiaoyu, why did you change to another Rolls-Royce? Yi Chen responded, Dad, you know about Rolls-Royce? This car is much more comfortable than that BMW 7 Series. Yi Haifeng said, do you think your dad knows nothing? Rolls-Royce is a luxury car made for big bosses, costing millions. Yi Chen asked, Dad, is everything ready for the engagement? Yi Haifeng replied, everything is ready, the money has been withdrawn. The engagement is 36,000, and the wedding dowry can be discussed later. 36,000 for the engagement is the normal price in their hometown. Generally, this is the amount for engagements now. For weddings, there are those at 166,000, 188,000, and of course, over 200,000, which is hard to say. Yi Chen's family wasn't short on money now. In the past, Yi Haifeng might have worried about his son's marriage, but now he didn't worry at all. It's just money. At that moment, Yi Chen's phone suddenly rang. He took it out and saw it was a call from Lu Tingting. Hello, what's up? Lu Tingting said, Mr. Yi, can I discuss something with you? Yi Chen replied, just say it directly. Lu Tingting continued, it's about General Manager Wang Hui. I want him to stay. If he leaves too, I can't handle it alone, and there are many things I still need to learn from him. After hearing her words, Yi Chen thought for a moment and replied, you are the acting general manager now, if you think he can stay, then let him stay. With the examples of Kong Xingwen and a few others, Wang Hui probably wouldn't dare to have any other thoughts. Yi Chen could see Wang Hui's reaction, he was truly scared. Lu Tingting's face brightened, thank you, Mr. Yi. I promise Wang Hui won't dare to make mistakes again. Yi Chen said, if he makes mistakes again, I'll hold you accountable. Lu Tingting quickly nodded, okay, Mr. Yi. Yi Chen added, if there's nothing else, I'll hang up, I'm at my hometown. After hanging up, Yi Haifeng curiously asked, is it about the company? Yi Chen nodded slightly, yeah, just a small matter. Yi Haifeng said, by the way, Xiaoyu, there's something I want to discuss with you. Yi Chen asked, what is it, Dad? Yi Haifeng replied, it's about the village. The village wants us to invest in building a leisure and entertainment square, aimed at giving the elderly and children a place to play. Yi Chen asked, Dad, what do you mean? Yi Haifeng smiled and said, I think it's a good idea. It mainly depends on you. If your company doesn't have that much funding, we can talk about it later. If you have enough, then let's help the village with it. Yi Chen inquired, how much would it roughly cost? Yi Haifeng replied, if we calculate all the expenses, it would probably be around 300,000. Yi Chen nodded slightly, alright, I'll transfer 10 million to you later, you can manage it with the village. Yi Haifeng was taken aback, we don't need that much money. Yi Chen replied, you and Mom can spend the rest as you like, my company isn't short on funds. Yi Haifeng didn't hold back any longer, okay, Xiaoyu, if you have the ability, help with the development of our hometown and improve the economic level here. Hearing his father's words, Yi Chen nodded slightly, got it, Dad. While the father and son were chatting, people from the village arrived. The visitors were the village chief and several other village officials. They rushed over as soon as they heard Yi Chen was back. Xiaoyu is back, the village chief said with a smile. Yi Chen smiled and nodded, uncle, come in and sit down. The group entered the house and took a seat. The village chief, beaming, asked, Xiaoyu, I heard you opened a company in Zhanghai City? Yi Chen replied, yes, uncle. The village chief continued, how's the company? How much can you earn each month? Yi Chen chuckled awkwardly, combined, the several companies make tens of millions. The others nearby were taken aback, tens of millions a month? Wow, this kid from the Yi family is really successful. The village chief smiled and said, Xiaoyu, we came today to discuss something with you. We want to build a senior and children's square in the village. You know most of the villagers are elderly and children, and there's no place for entertainment. Yi Chen responded, my dad just told me about it. I think it's a great idea. I'll transfer the money to my dad, and you can oversee the project. Seeing him agree so readily, the village chief's smile widened. Good, Xiaoyu, on behalf of all the villagers, I thank you. Yi Chen said, Uncle, no need to be polite. This is my hometown where I was born and raised, it's only right to give back when I have the ability. Look at the son of the Yi family, how beautifully he speaks. Now look at the other kids in the village, driving so fast without fear of hitting the elderly or children. No wonder they can succeed, there's a fundamental difference. Old Yi, your family really has good fortune, you've raised such a successful child, the village chief said to Yi Haifeng. Yi Haifeng smiled broadly, village chief, don't flatter him too much, or this kid will float away. The village chief replied, impossible, Xiaoyu has been sensible since he was young, he always greets me whenever we meet. The village chief and his companions stayed for a while before leaving. Yi Haifeng was all smiles, his son was successful, and as a father, he felt proud. Life at home was quite boring, his peers had all gone out to work. In the afternoon, he played some mobile games to pass the time. He chatted with Xia Qing for a while in the evening before going to bed. The next morning, he woke up. Congratulations to the host for making a dream come true, gaining top-notch gaming skills. Yi Chen was taken aback. Could it be that he was too badly beaten in the game last night? Damn, last night he was mocked by a female teammate for being so bad at gaming. He was quite angry, they had a one-on-one match, and Yi Chen lost. Losing to a woman in a game would be so embarrassing if it got out. Just wait, tonight he would definitely get his revenge. After breakfast, Yi Chen's family began to pack their things. Around 10 in the morning, the matchmaker also arrived, and then they set off for Xia Qing's house. Yi Chen drove one car, while his father drove another. Xia Qing's family didn't have a car, so they couldn't all fit in one. After about 10 minutes, they arrived at Xia Qing's house and brought their things inside. Xia Qing's parents hurried out to greet them. Both sides entered the house and sat down to chat. Xia Qing poured tea for Yi Chen's parents and the matchmaker, and also poured a glass of water for Yi Chen. Yi Chen suggested, let's chat in the next room, let the adults talk here. Then Yi Chen and Xia Qing arrived in the room on the west side. This room was shared by Xia Qing and her sister, although her sister spent most of her time at school. Xia Qing's sister, Xia Meng, was also in her third year of high school and was about to take the college entrance examination. There were only the two of them in the room, and Yi Chen grew bolder, hugging Xia Qing from behind. Xia Qing's face flushed, don't mess around, what if my parents come in and see? Yi Chen chuckled, it's fine, they're talking and won't come in. Xia Qing stopped struggling and let him take advantage. After about half an hour, the two of them walked out of the room. Yi Chen's parents and Xia Qing's parents had finished chatting and were preparing to go to a restaurant. The matchmaker who had come to propose had already left. Typically, matchmakers here only took money and didn't get involved in other matters. When they saw Yi Chen and Xia Qing come out, they said, let's go, we're heading to the restaurant. Xia Qing's parents were in Yi Haifeng's car, while Xia Qing was in Yi Chen's car. The two families arrived at the best restaurant in town. Two cars stopped simultaneously at the entrance of the hotel. After getting out of the cars, the group looked over. Is that a Rolls-Royce? And is that a Porsche Cayenne? When did our town get such luxury cars? Looking at the license plates, one is from Jianghai City, and the other is local. Yi Chen and Xia Qing got out of the car. Yi Haifeng and Xia Jun also got out. Just as they were about to walk in, someone nearby spoke up, Old Xia, here for a meal? Yi Chen and the others turned to look. The group across from them was similar in size, apparently also there for a betrothal dinner. Xia Jun smiled when he saw them. Oh, it's Old Li, we're here for a meal. Li Dezhuang was a slightly plump middle-aged man who owned a shop in town. Xia Jun often came to the town's market to sell goods, so they knew each other. Seeing the Rolls-Royce and Porsche Cayenne, Li Dezhuang was a bit shocked. Who are these people? Xia Jun replied, this is my daughter's boyfriend's family, we're having a meal together. Li Dezhuang was taken aback. What kind of boyfriend had his daughter found? Xia Jun smiled broadly. Old Li, what brings you here today? Li Dezhuang replied, my son is getting engaged, and the in-laws are here for a meal. Li Dezhuang's car was a new Volkswagen Magotan, worth around 200,000. In town, that was considered a good car, as not many people could afford such a vehicle. Xia Jun said, alright, we'll chat later, let's head in first. Li Dezhuang quickly nodded, sure, let's talk later. Yi Chen and the group walked into the restaurant. Li Kai curiously asked, Dad, do you know him? Li Dezhuang replied, of course I know him, old Xia often sells things at the market. I didn't expect his daughter to find such a wealthy boyfriend, that car must be worth nearly 10 million. After saying that, he smiled and said to his in-laws, come on, let's go in too. Although his car couldn't compare to Yi Chen's family car, it was still considered decent in town, and his in-laws were far behind. His in-laws looked a bit envious, wishing their daughter could find such a rich boyfriend. That person seems to be Xia Qing, said a young girl next to Li Kai. Li Dazhuang asked, "Do you know her?" The young girl replied, "We were classmates in elementary school." After all, the town was small, and there weren't many peers. Yi Chen and Xia Qing's families entered a private room. Yi Haifeng brought 2 bottles of white liquor, which Yi Chen had brought back, each costing several thousand. Xia Jun enjoyed drinking, and he and Yi Chen's father finished nearly a bottle together. Yi Chen's mother and Xia Qing's mother were chatting happily. Yi Chen served tea and water to the 2 elders while advising them to drink less. Although it was good wine, drinking too much was still bound to harm the body. It was just past 1:30 in the afternoon when Yi Chen and the others finally left the restaurant. As they came out, Li Dazhuang and his group happened to come out as well. Su Hui looked at Xia Cheng and asked, "Are you Xia Cheng?" Xia Qing also found Su Hui somewhat familiar. After thinking for a moment, she said, "You are Su Hui?" Su Hui smiled and nodded. "Yes, after so many years, we almost don't recognize each other." Xia Qing's pretty face was smiling. "Yeah, I almost didn't dare to recognize you. Where are you working now?" Su Hui replied, "I just graduated and I'm working here in our hometown." The two chatted for a bit, and then Li Dazhuang and Xia Jun exchanged a few words before leaving the restaurant. Yi Chen first took Xia Qing's family home, and then he returned home with his parents. At Xia Qing's home, Xia Jun spoke up, "Xiao Cheng, you and Xiaoyu should get married soon. I asked Yi Haifeng today, and he said he was looking at the 2 of you." Xia Qing's mother added, "Yes, Xiao Cheng, get married early. A good boyfriend like this must not be taken away by someone else." Xia Jun said, "Your mom is right. If it really comes to it, getting married because of a child is also fine. That way, they have to get married even if they don't want to." Hearing her parents' words, Xia Qing's face turned red. "Dad, didn't you always teach us that we shouldn't do that before marriage?" Xia Jun rolled his eyes at her. "Silly girl, it depends on the situation. With such a good boyfriend, if he gets taken away, will you regret it for life?" Xia Qing's mother chimed in, "That would also help strengthen your relationship." "Xiao Cheng, listening to your parents is definitely not wrong." Xia Qing's face was flushed. "I got it. Mom, you don't have to say anymore." Xia Jun continued, "Xiao Qing, our family's situation isn't great. This is a chance to turn things around. Xiaoyu doesn't seem to mind our background. He's someone you can trust for life." On the other side, Yi Chen returned home, and his dad went to sleep soundly. He chatted with Xia Qing for a while, and they planned to return to Zhanghai City the next day. The engagement matter had already been settled, and there was nothing much for them to do at home. He and Xia Qing had a video chat for a bit, and then Xia Qing went to get busy. Yi Chen opened the game Honor of Kings, and the female player who had beaten him yesterday was still online. Her name was Si Tong. Yi Chen sent her a message, "Let's have a one-on-one. If I lose, I'll call you mom." Si Tong, who was in the game, saw his message and replied with a smile, "Okay, wait for me, I'll finish up soon." A scheming smile appeared on Yi Chen's face as he created a room. 2 minutes later, Si Tong finished her game, and Yi Chen invited her to join the room. Yi Chen spoke over the voice chat, "Just to be clear, if I lose, I call you mom, and if you lose, you call me dad. Do you dare? If you don't dare, just admit defeat." Wang Si Tong replied, "Okay, but what if you lose and don't call?" Yi Chen said, "A man's word is his bond. Once I say it, I'll do it." "Alright, let's start." Yi Chen clicked to begin, and they entered the character selection screen. He randomly chose a marksman and confirmed his choice. When the game loaded, Wang Si Tong saw the marksman he picked and smiled, "You're definitely going to lose this round." She had already seen Yi Chen's skills yesterday and knew he was much worse than her. Now, the character he chose was also countered by hers. Wang Si Tong picked a mage while Yi Chen picked a marksman. If their skills were equal, the outcome could be uncertain, but Yi Chen's skills were too poor. She was confident she could easily defeat him. However, less than a minute into the game, Yi Chen took the first blood. Wang Si Tong stared at her phone in shock. How did his positioning and skills suddenly seem like a different person? She respawned, and within 2 minutes, Yi Chen killed her again. A few minutes later, she lost the match. Back in the room, Yi Chen laughed and said, "Quick, call me." Wang Si Tong was instantly at a loss for words. Yi Chen asked, "What's wrong? Can't take the loss? We just agreed. Hurry up and call." "Did you change to a substitute?" Wang Sidong asked. Yi Chen replied, "How could that be? Yesterday I was deliberately letting you win, but I didn't expect you to take advantage of it. Today, I'll show you some real skills." He added, "Hurry up and call, can't you handle losing?" Wang Sidong gritted her teeth, and after a few seconds, she shouted, "Daddy." Yi Chen said, "Ah, good girl. Do you want Daddy to help you rank up? Let you see Daddy's top-notch skills. If I lose a game, I'll call you Mommy." Upon hearing his last sentence, Wang Sidong's eyes lit up. "Okay, if you lose a game, you have to call me Mommy." Yi Chen replied, "If you're just pretending, I won't call you that." it has to be fair. Yi Chen's rank was Star Glory V, while hers was Star Glory 2, which was quite a bit higher than his, and her skills were indeed better than the previous Yi Chen. The two started playing games, and after more than 3 hours, they hadn't lost a single match. Moreover, Yi Chen was carrying the team. With an average of 15 minutes per game, they had achieved 10 consecutive victories, and they were about to win the 11th match. 5 consecutive kills. Penta-kill! The shocking and piercing sound echoed in the ears of the other 9 players. Wang Sidong was also dumbfounded. They were at a disadvantage in this match, but Yi Chen's Li Bai was performing spectacularly. In this game, all 3 lanes were at a disadvantage, and the opposing team was quite strong, especially the jungler on the other side, who was a well-known king-level streamer on a certain platform. Seeing Yi Chen's incredible plays, his teammates went wild with 66-66, and even the opposing team couldn't help but spam 666. Li Bai, can you carry me next game? I'm just a cute girl. Wang Sidong felt a bit uncomfortable seeing those flirty comments. Yi Chen said, sure, I love carrying girls. Wang Sidong couldn't help but retort, haven't you seen a woman before? Although she wasn't very familiar with Yi Chen, women inherently have a sense of exclusivity. Even if they had just met, if you played with someone else, it would make her uncomfortable. So, how about this wave? Am I showing off or what? Yi Chen asked while destroying a tower. Wang Sidong replied, you're showing off, alright. Yi Chen's Li Bai was too impressive. To be honest, Wang Sidong was stunned. Li Bai's elegance and flair were fully displayed in his hands. In the midst of banter, he took down the opposing marksman and mage, then achieved a penta-kill. In a certain platform's live stream room, the streamer was in a gray screen state, as Li Bai was about to destroy the mid lane high ground and was leading the minions to the crystal. 666, 6666, 666666. Wow, this Li Bai is too impressive. I want to play Li Bai too. The streamer is crying while giving a penta-kill. Is the streamer dizzy from this Li Bai's performance? This Li Bai is too impressive. The streamer commented, this Li Bai is quite something, he's on par with my Li Bai. Come on, he's way better than yours. The opposing team was at a disadvantage, and it all relied on Li Bai to carry. Soon, Yi Chen destroyed the opposing crystal, achieving 11 consecutive victories. Xiaoyu, it's time for dinner. Ye's mother's voice rang out from outside. Yi Chen said to Wang Sidong, I'm going to eat. When I have time, Daddy will help you rank up again. Wang Sidong replied, okay, I'm going to eat too. Yi Chen noticed someone added him as a friend. It was the opposing marksman girl. He accepted the request and then logged off. Wang Sidong saw that Yi Chen had really logged off before she logged off herself. After dinner, Yi Chen watched the news on TV for a while, then went back to his room to chat with Xia Chang. He had already told his parents about leaving the next day. That night, he didn't play games anymore. After a video chat with Xia Chang, he went to bed to rest. The next morning, he woke up without the system's voice sounding. After having breakfast and tidying up a bit, he left his hometown again. Yi Chen arrived at Xia Qing's house, picked her up, and began their journey back to Zhanghai City. Around 7 o'clock in the evening, the two returned to Zhanghai City. Yi Chen looked at Xia Qing and said, Xiao Chang, are you going to stay at my place? Or are you going back home? Xia Qing's cheeks flushed. She felt conflicted inside, especially since even her parents supported her decision. I'll go back home, she replied. Yi Chen nodded slightly. Alright, then I'll take you back. Half an hour later, Yi Chen drove to her residential community. Xia Qing said to him, I'm going back now, you should rest early too. Yi Chen replied, got it. Xia Qing gently kissed his cheek, I'm sorry. Yi Chen understood her meaning, let's talk when you've made up your mind, there's no rush. He felt that day was not far off. Xia Qing watched him leave before turning to go upstairs. By the time Yi Chen got home, it was already 8 o'clock in the evening. Han Wanjing had prepared dinner and was waiting for him to return. When Yi Chen came back, Han Wanjing stood up to greet him, young master, you're back. Yi Chen nodded slightly, you've waited so long, let's eat first. While having dinner, Han Wanjing spoke up, young master, the situation with Qingwei Technology Group isn't very good. Yi Chen asked, can you elaborate? Han Wanjing explained, Qingwei Technology Group is a company that produces low-end chips, generally manufacturing chips above 16 nanometers, with most of its clients being domestic companies. However, there was a batch of chips that had quality issues recently, which posed a significant crisis for the company. Orders have sharply decreased, and the market value is dropping daily. Today, the price of a single stock of the group has fallen to just 1 yuan. Qingwei Technology Group initially issued 1 billion shares, with 10% of the shares. Based on the current stock price, the company's market value is only 100 billion. The company's market value has evaporated by over 10 billion. Yi Chen asked, if the stock price rises, the company's market value will increase, right? Han Wanjing nodded slightly. That's correct. Yi Chen continued, so how can we raise the stock price? Han Wanjing replied, the most important factors are a good company status, substantial profits, or any significant technological breakthroughs that would cause the stock price to soar. Although Yi Chen wasn't very familiar with the chip industry, he had read the news. He knew that high-end chip manufacturing technology was monopolized by Western conglomerates. The domestic industry could only produce low-end chips, which was outdated technology, creating a significant gap between the two sides. Originally, Tsinghua Technology Group had few orders, and now with quality issues, the orders have decreased even further. Moreover, there was pressure from foreign high-performance chip groups. Without official subsidies, Tsinghua Technology Group would have long gone bankrupt. Foreign chips not only have high performance but are also cheaper, making it impossible to compete. There was simply no room for survival in the market. Most domestic tech companies purchase high-end chips from abroad. With high-performance chips, their products become more popular in the market. If they choose chips from Tsinghua Technology Group, they would lose competitiveness. So, it's not fair to blame domestic companies for not supporting you. If they did, they would go bankrupt. However, there is a small market for low-end chips domestically, but it is very limited. Thanks to official policy subsidies, Tsinghua Technology Group barely managed to survive. If there were no supportive policies from the government, the country would never be able to produce its own chips and would always be at the mercy of others. Nowadays, with the rapid development of the internet and technology, the market for chips will only grow larger. From mobile phones and tablets to computers and servers, chips are one of the most crucial components. In the future, artificial intelligence technology will also be inseparable from chips. This market is vast. Han Wanjing said, young master, I have some good news for you. Yi Chen looked at her curiously. What good news? Han Wanjing, in the future, foreign chips are likely to be cut off, and that will be our opportunity for development. The government will definitely introduce new welfare policies to support us. Yi Chen, come with me to the new company tomorrow. Han Wanjing, okay, young master. After dinner, Yi Chen returned to his room. He opened the game Honor of Kings, and as soon as he logged in, he received a message from Wang Sidong. Why haven't you logged in all day? Yi Chen replied with a smile. What? Miss me? Wang Sidong, get lost. Do you want to die? Yi Chen noticed that his rank had dropped back to Starry Glory and asked with a laugh. How did you fall from the rank again? Do you need me to help you? Wang Sidong had played several matches herself, but ended up losing consecutively and fell from the rank again. A few seconds later, Yi Chen received several email notifications. The content of the email was that your friend Sidong gifted you the Li by Skin X3. Yi Chen, what does this mean? Trying to please daddy? Wang Sidong, I won't let you carry me for free, so I'm giving you the full set of Li by skins, including a limited time cool skin. Yi Chen, since you're so considerate, daddy will carry you to the rank. Wang Sidong, get lost, who do you think you are, daddy? I'm still your mommy. Yi Chen invited her to join the room, and then they started the game. With top-notch skills and awareness, he was even better than professional players. In just over 10 minutes per match, he played 5 games and won easily. Wang Sidong also reached the rank again. Yi Chen was just 1 star away. Let's play again when we have time. I'm going to sleep now, thanks to the rich lady for the skins. Get lost, you're the rich lady, your whole family is rich. Yi Chen, bye. Wang Sidong, wait, what's your contact information? It would be convenient to contact you later when we play. Yi Chen gave her his V number. Since he rarely posts on social media, he just uses it for chatting. After finishing the game, Yi Chen saw someone had added him. Are you Yi Jian Suifeng? Wang Sidong sent a message. Yi Chen, that's right, it's me. Rich lady, I'm going to sleep now, play when you have time. Wang Sidong saw his message and was speechless. Damn, you're the rich lady? Tong Tong, you reached the rank? So fast? Someone sent her a message. Wang Sidong, yeah, how about that? Is it fast? Tang Kurson, that's amazing. The season just started a week ago and you reached the rank. Can you carry me? I'm stuck at Starry Glory for no matter how I play. Wang Sidong, I'll carry you another day, I need to sleep today. Okay. The next morning, Yi Chen did not hear the system's voice. Could it be because he was too indulged in games? Indeed, it's better to play less and dream or fantasize more. After washing up, he walked downstairs, and the diligent housekeeper Han Wanjing had already prepared breakfast. The two had breakfast and then walked out of the villa. At that moment, Sun Yumeng and Du Feifei happened to walk in. Brother Yi Chen, are you going out? Sun Yumeng asked. Yi Chen, yeah, going to the company. Sun Yumeng, can I go with you, brother Yi Chen? We have nothing to do at home. Yi Chen, if you want to go, then go. Han Wanjing instructed the bodyguards, and then she drove Yi Chen and the two girls in a Rolls-Royce. There was a bodyguard car in front and behind the Rolls-Royce. In the car, Sun Yumling curiously asked, "Brother Yi Chen, which company are you going to?" Yi Chen, a newly acquired company called Qingwei Technology Group. Du Feifei, is that the group that produces chips? Yi Chen nodded slightly. That's right, it's that group. Feifei, do you know about it? Du Feifei nodded slightly. There are only two groups in Zhanghai City that can produce chips independently. My dad knows the founder of Qingwei Technology Group. I've heard them talk before. After she finished speaking, she realized, you actually acquired this company. How much did you spend? Yi Chen replied, about 11 billion. He had looked at the acquisition contract yesterday, and the purchase price was over 11 billion. 90% of the shares were acquired for over 11 billion, with nearly 2 billion in premium. The earlier mention of 100% shares has been revised. The remaining 10% of the group is in the stock market. Du Feifei was taken aback. How wealthy could this guy be? He directly acquired Qingwei Technology Group for over 11 billion? Du Feifei said, I heard my dad mention that this group can produce chips independently, but they only make low-end chips, and the market isn't big. They've been losing money every month. Brother Yi Chen, why would you acquire a money-losing group? Sun Yumling asked, puzzled. Yi Chen replied, now that artificial intelligence technology has entered the preliminary development stage, the market for chips will grow larger in the future. They will be indispensable. Du Feifei countered, but the low-end chip market is too small, and the mid to high-end market is almost monopolized by foreign chip groups. Domestically, we lack the production technology. Yi Chen smiled and said, just because we can't produce now doesn't mean we won't be able to in the future. The chip market is enormous, and there is a pressing need domestically. If we can produce them, the profits will be staggering. Du Feifei replied, I've researched this area in detail. I studied computer science in college, and regarding chips, we are far behind the foreigners. Yi Chen said, Feifei, please elaborate. Du Feifei explained, we have too few wafer fabs. The most crucial part of chip production is the wafer. We only have 2 domestic wafer fabs, and their technology is slightly inferior, which is far from meeting demand. Secondly, there's the issue of chip production technology. We can't produce high-end chips due to severe technological barriers, and foreign groups control this aspect very strictly. Han Wanjing interjected, Miss Du is right, wafers are a significant problem. Yi Chen quietly took out his phone and searched for wafers online. If he were to ask Du Feifei what wafers are, she would probably be very surprised. You don't even understand what wafers are, yet you acquired this group? It was only online that he learned what wafers are. To put it simply, they are chips before processing. Chips are processed from wafers, which are the most basic material for chip manufacturing. Du Feifei was sitting next to him and saw him looking at his phone, continuing, have you seen the news lately? Yi Chen asked, what news? Du Feifei replied, the situation between the Misai country and us, Western consortiums are suppressing and blocking the rising tech groups in our country, and there's a high possibility that wafers and chips will be cut off. This is not good news for domestic chip and tech groups. Most of Qingwei Technology Group's wafers are purchased from foreign companies. If the supply is cut off, their company might go bankrupt. Of course, nothing is absolute. The domestic chip market has a huge demand. If they abandon the market in Hualong country, many groups would suffer significant losses, and many groups do not want to do that. But the influence of the consortiums in Misai country is terrifying. No one dares to openly oppose them. At that moment, Yi Chen's phone suddenly rang. It was a call from He Manhwa of Yuhua Technology Company. He answered the call. What's wrong, General He? He Manhwa said, Mr. Yi, the chips from Zhongqiang International have been cut off. They said they would provide us with this batch, but the next batch is gone, and they said outside chips can no longer come in. Yi Chen frowned slightly. It was so soon to be cut off? He asked, how long can our current chips last? He Manhwa, we still have quite a bit of inventory left. Lu said he would provide us with some extra in this last batch, so we should be able to use it for 4 to 5 months. The impact of the chip blockade has begun to show. The first to be cut off were small clients like them. As the supply of chips decreases, major domestic clients will also start to feel the effects. However, every company and group surely has a considerable amount of inventory. Those with less inventory will show shortages in a few months, while those with more might last over a year. Yi Chen, then let's look for alternatives. Are there any domestic companies that can produce the chips we need? He Manhwa, I've already been in contact, but many companies are likely already in line, and we might not be able to secure an order. Yi Chen, you check it out. I'll also find a way to deal with the chip issue. After hanging up, Du Feifei spoke up, has the chip supply from your other company been cut off? Yi Chen nodded slightly, a small server company. Are there any domestic companies that can produce mid-range chips? Du Feifei, there is indeed a group in the country that can produce mid-range chips, but the output is not high, the wafer supply is insufficient, and the quality is somewhat inferior to foreign products. While they were talking, Han Wanjing drove the vehicle to Qingwei Technology Group. This is located in a technology industrial park in Jianhai City. The industrial park is filled with large technology electronics factories. Qingwei Technology Group is situated here, covering an area of over 300,000 square meters. The group has office buildings, workshops, employee dormitories, and everything else. At this moment, a group of people from the company was already waiting at the factory entrance. The car stopped at the entrance, and Yi Chen, Han Wanjing, and the others got out. A middle-aged man quickly walked over. "Hello, Mr. Yi, I am Yang Xingqing, currently the general manager of the group." Yi Chen nodded slightly. "Let's talk inside." Surrounded by Yang Xingqing and his group, Yi Chen and the others walked into the factory. Along the way, Yi Chen observed everything about the factory. The hygiene was quite good, clean and tidy. He came unexpectedly this time and did not notify them in advance. Han Wanjing only informed Yang Xingqing when they were almost there. Yang Xingqing led them to the office building. The office building has 8 floors, with various departments of the group located in this building. They took the elevator to the large conference room on the 6th floor. Yi Chen asked Yang Xingqing, "Have all the senior management personnel arrived?" "Yang Xingqing, they are all here." "Yi Chen, please give a detailed account of the group's situation." Yang Xingqing provided a detailed overview of the group, including the recent chip quality issues that had arisen. The research team is already investigating and is expected to identify the problem soon. "Yi Chen, it's not scary when problems arise. Finding the root cause and preventing similar issues from happening is progress. Any technology company moves forward through self-reflection and exploration. I hope this quality incident will draw everyone's attention and firmly prevent such events from occurring." Yang Xingqing and the others nodded eagerly, with some frantically taking notes. Han Wanjing stood behind Yi Chen, while Du Feifei and Sun Yumeng sat nearby. Yang Xingqing and the others did not know the identities of Du Feifei and Sun Yumeng, but being next to Yi Chen, they were certainly not ordinary people. Yi Chen continued, "The future chip market is enormous. I hope you and the research team will continue to work hard to achieve breakthroughs in technology." He then requested Yang Xingqing to take him to see the factory workshop. The group has several large workshops, one of which is dedicated to researching and producing photolithography machines. Photolithography machines are essential equipment for chip production. Without them, chips cannot be manufactured. The first place they went to was this photolithography machine workshop. The photolithography machines produced by Qingwei Technology Group belong to the low-end category. Currently, the research team is working on mid-range photolithography machines, but there are still significant technical issues. Yang Xingqing introduced Yi Chen and others as they walked. Upon entering the workshop, they all changed into anti-static suits. Many employees were working inside the workshop. After visiting the workshop, Yi Chen and the others arrived at the photolithography machine research room. Inside, some senior technical experts were researching mid-range photolithography machines. President Yang, someone greeted him upon seeing Yang Xingqing enter. The people in the research room were experts from various top universities, as well as some graduate students. Yang Xingqing nodded slightly. "This is Mr. Yi Chen, our group's chairman." "Chairman," the head of the research room greeted him. Yi Chen nodded slightly. "Are you researching a new type of photolithography machine?" The middle-aged man nodded. "We are currently researching a mid-range photolithography machine that can not only improve chip performance but also increase production efficiency." Yi Chen asked, "When do you estimate it will be developed?" The middle-aged man replied, "We still have technical barriers on certain components, but we are already conducting research experiments. We estimate it will be produced in about 5 to 6 months. This time frame is considered quite short, but to Yi Chen, it seemed a bit long. This is just for the mid-range photolithography machine. Developing a high-end photolithography machine would likely take at least 10 to 8 years. If Qingwei Technology Group can develop a mid-range photolithography machine, it would be great news for the outside world. The market for mid-range chips is still very large, much larger than the low-end market." Yi Chen observed for a while and then went to the chip production workshop. There wasn't much to see in the chip workshop. The group's most important technical experts were all concentrated in the photolithography machine research room. Only with better photolithography machines could they produce better chips. High-performance chips are made by incorporating more transistors. For instance, foreign high-performance chips the size of a fingernail can contain 60 to 70 billion transistors. Such technology is entirely produced by high-end photolithography machines, without high-end photolithography machines, even if you understand the principles of high-end chips, you cannot produce them. After observing the workshop, Yi Chen returned to the office building. He inquired about the salary and benefits of those technical experts and learned that their monthly salaries ranged from tens of thousands to over 100,000. Those earning tens of thousands were recent graduates, while those earning over 100,000 were seasoned technical experts. This compensation is already quite good. Everyone understands the importance of technical talent, so they spend a lot of money to retain them or to hire technical experts. At noon, Yi Chen and a few others had lunch at the company, as he wanted to see how the food was. He went to the regular employee cafeteria. The food was not too bad, but it was acceptable. Yang Xingqing and other leaders also ate there with him. They had originally wanted to take Yi Chen to the senior cafeteria, where only management and technical staff ate. However, upon seeing Yi Chen express his desire to eat here, they swallowed their words. While eating, Yi Chen said, "President Yang, the food is okay, but I hope it can be better in the future." Yang Xingqing quickly nodded, "Okay, Mr. Yi, I will have the cafeteria improve." After lunch, Yi Chen returned to the office building and looked at the company's financial situation. Currently, there are over 200 million in the company's account, which should be sufficient for a while. If they cannot quickly turn a profit, they will need to invest more money into it later. Although the group has considerable debt, it does not need to be repaid yet. The time has not come. In the afternoon, around 2 o'clock, Yi Chen and the others left Qingwei Technology Group. On the way home, Du Feifei received a call from Li Wenfu. Li Wenfu invited her to a gathering that evening, but Du Feifei declined. She understood Li Wenfu's intentions, but she had no feelings for him. By rejecting Li Wenfu, she hoped to clarify her own lack of interest in him. After hanging up the phone, Yi Chen looked at her and asked, "Did he invite you out?" Du Feifei nodded, "Yeah, Li Wenfu invited me to hang out." Sun Yumeng said, "Sister Feifei, that Li Wenfu looks like a hypocrite, very scheming and deep." Du Feifei replied, "Yeah, I don't really like him either." Sun Yumeng added, "Yi Chen is better." Yi Chen was taken aback by her words. "You little girl just know how to flatter." Upon returning to the Hualong Villa community, Sun Yumeng and Du Feifei went home to sleep. After running around with Yi Chen all morning, they were a bit tired. Yi Chen and Han Wanjing returned home, and Yi Chen said to her, "Wanjing, you should rest a bit too." "Okay, young master." Yi Chen went back to his room upstairs, lying on the bed and thinking about the matters concerning Qingwei Technology Group. It was completely unacceptable to only produce low-end chips. If he could realize his dream and obtain the production technology for high-performance chips, that would be amazing. He had to brew a good dream tonight. At that moment, his phone buzzed. He took it out to see a message from his gaming friend, Sitong. "Want to play a game?" Yi Chen replied, "Rich girls are just rich girls, all they know is to play games. People like me at the bottom of society are almost dead from moving bricks every day." Wang Sitong asked, "You work at a construction site? How much do you make a day?" Yi Chen answered, "After all the hard work, just over 200. Wang Sitong said, "Stop moving bricks. Play games with me every day, and I'll give you 300. Yi Chen was taken aback by her words. "I told you you're a rich girl. Are you trying to support me? Let me tell you, I'm not that kind of person." Wang Sitong replied, 500. "Deal." Without saying another word, Wang Sitong directly transferred 500 to him. Yi Chen said, "Log in, Daddy will take you flying." The two logged in and started playing. Yi Chen spoke over the voice chat, "Even though you give me 500 every day, I can only play about 10 games with you." Wang Sitong replied, "Fine, 10 games it is." 500 a day was more than his previous salary. Damn, if he had known, he would have practiced his gaming skills more back then. Yi Chen played 2 games as Li Bai and still performed exceptionally well, his operational awareness being top-notch. Even in a disadvantageous situation, they could easily win under his leadership. Later, when someone tried to take the jungle position, he switched to playing as the top laner, Demo, and showcased his skills again, leading his teammates to victory. Around 5 in the afternoon, Yi Chen said to Wang Sitong, "Alright, let's call it a day. It's almost time for dinner." Wang Sitong asked, "Are we playing again tonight?" Yi Chen replied, "No more games, we'll play again tomorrow." Just as he exited the game, his phone rang. It was a call from Li Maya. Yi Chen answered, "What's up, Maya?" Li Maya said, "Mr. Yi, are you free tonight? Let me treat you to a meal." Remembering the misunderstanding from their last encounter in the restaurant's private room, Yi Chen felt a bit stirred. "Where?" Li Maya replied, "Still at that restaurant from last time. I've already reserved a private room, just come over, Mr. Yi." After hanging up, Yi Chen went downstairs. Han Wanjing was busy in the study on the first floor. Yi Chen told her, "Wanjing, I'm going out for a bit. Don't wait for me for dinner tonight. Okay, young master. Yi Chen drove his Lamborghini Poison out of the community. Half an hour later, he arrived at the same restaurant as last time. Inside the private room, Li Maya was already waiting for him. Upon seeing Yi Chen enter, she quickly stood up to greet him. Mr. Yi, you're here. Li Maya was wearing the same college-style short skirt as last time, her long legs straight and elegant. Yi Chen said, "You must have something to discuss with me, right?" Li Maya smiled. Mr. Yi, let's eat while we talk. After ordering the dishes, the waiter quickly brought the food. The two began to eat, and Li Maya said while eating, Mr. Yi, I've thought it over. I want to sign a contract with Jiasin Film Group. Can you help me? Yi Chen nodded slightly. Sure, I'm also one of the directors. I'll give General Manager Zhang a call later. Thank you, Mr. Yi. I respect you. She took a sip of her drink. Yi Chen also took a sip. No need to be polite. I'll inform General Manager Zhang to give you special care. Whether you can become popular depends on your own luck. Hearing this, Li Maya's face lit up. Thank you, Mr. Yi. Yi Chen replied, no need to be polite. Meeting is also a kind of fate. Helping you is just a small effort for me, but for you, it might be a turning point in your destiny. Li Maya smiled and nodded. He was right. For someone like Yi Chen, it was nothing, but for her, it might indeed be a turning point. Is Mr. Yi hinting at something? Does he want me to give something in return? These big shots love to make people guess. Why not just say it directly? She also had a good impression of Yi Chen, handsome, wealthy, and exuding an attractive charm. Li Maya said, Mr. Yi, I understand your meaning. Maya will remember your words. Yi Chen replied, actually, it's nothing much. I just hope you can stay true to your original intentions and not get lost in the intrigues of the entertainment industry. After all, he had once fantasized about her, and if someone else got her, he would feel a bit uncomfortable. Half an hour later, they finished dinner. Li Maya stood up and walked to his side, her pretty face slightly flushed, and said softly, Mr. Yi, I have something else I want to discuss with you. Yi Chen looked at her curiously. What is it? Li Maya replied, it's not convenient to say here. Let's change places. They left the restaurant, and then Li Maya got into Yi Chen's car. Under Li Maya's guidance, he arrived at a residential area. The car stopped under building No. 6. They got out of the car. Yi Chen felt a bit curious. Could this be her residence? Li Maya smiled and said, Mr. Yi, let's go up and talk. Yi Chen followed her into the building and then took the elevator to the 13th floor. The room where Li Maya lived was a one-bedroom apartment. The surrounding area was nice, and the community environment was good, so the rent was probably not low. Mr. Yi, please sit. I'll get you a glass of water. After saying that, she filled a glass of water at the water dispenser. Yi Chen sat on the sofa and looked at her, curiously asking, Maya, what do you want to talk to me about? Li Maya smiled and sat down next to Yi Chen. Mr. Yi, actually, there's nothing much. I just want to express my gratitude to you. After saying that, she linked her arm with Yi Chen's and rested her head on his shoulder. Yi Chen was taken aback. It was just as he thought. Li Maya wanted to take things further. He chuckled awkwardly. Maya, I didn't mean it that way. Please don't misunderstand. Li Maya replied, Mr. Yi, I didn't misunderstand. I'm doing this willingly. Yi Chen said, you must have misunderstood. I have a girlfriend. To be honest, he felt a bit tempted. Any man would probably feel the same. But thinking of Xiao Qing, he suppressed the fire in his heart. Li Maya was stunned by his words. However, she quickly felt relieved. It was strange for someone as outstanding as Mr. Yi not to have a girlfriend. Li Maya said, Mr. Yi, don't worry. I don't aspire to be your girlfriend, nor will I interfere with your life. I just simply like you. Liking him was one aspect. On the other hand, she also hoped for a bright future. Her decision was influenced by multiple factors. Of course, her feelings for Yi Chen were the most significant. If she were the kind of woman who was casual, she wouldn't have sought Yi Chen's help in the first place. She had long since complied with her boss's wishes. After speaking, she tightened her grip on Yi Chen's arm. Yi Chen felt a pang of distress in his heart. Maya, don't worry, even if you don't do this, I will still have President Zhang take special care of you. Li Maya had already made up her mind and took the initiative to kiss Yi Chen. Yi Chen was taken aback. It had been a long time since he had been intimate with a woman. Li Maya's boldness stirred a sense of temptation within him. Ding, system random task activated, accept Li Maya, reward 100 million cash, 3 random item cards, reject Li Maya, reward 100 million cash, 3 random item cards. Hearing the system's voice, Yi Chen was momentarily stunned. At that moment, his mind was in turmoil. One voice said, "It's fine, if you don't say anything, no one will know. Didn't you dream of this day when you had nothing?" Another voice countered, "No, you can't do this. What if Xiaoqing finds out?" A few minutes later, Yi Chen made his decision. He pushed Li Maya away. "Maya, I have a girlfriend, and I love her very much. I can't do this." Li Maya stared at him with wide eyes, shocked that he could resist even in this situation. She could clearly sense Yi Chen's feelings and reactions towards her. She spoke up, "Mr. Yi, I won't cling to you. I have no other intentions." Yi Chen nodded slightly. "I understand what you mean. I used to like you, but now I have a girlfriend. You should rest well, I'll be leaving now." After saying that, he hurriedly got up and walked out, leaving Li Maya sitting on the sofa in a daze. Once downstairs in the car, Yi Chen let out a long sigh. Sitting in the car, he felt a mix of emotions, relief, nostalgia, and a hint of regret. Damn it, why am I not a charming playboy? A stunning beauty like her takes the initiative, and I end up avoiding it. Those who don't know might think I'm incapable. The host rejected Li Maya, received 100 million cash, 2 healing cards, charm card. Upstairs, Li Maya stood by the window, looking at the Lamborghini below. Although she felt a bit disappointed, there was also a sense of surprise. He just said he used to like me? He must have been paying attention to me for a long time. That comment was a clear indication. Even in this situation, he could hold back. What kind of person is he? A few minutes later, Yi Chen started the car and left the community. On the way, he called Zhang Kersen. Zhang Kersen quickly answered the call. "Hello, Mr. Yi, what can I do for you?" Yi Chen replied, "I need a favor from President Zhang." Zhang Kersen said, "Mr. Yi, just tell me. I will definitely help you with what I can." Yi Chen continued, "I have a friend who wants to enter the entertainment industry. I'll have her come by tomorrow to sign a contract. Please take care of her." Zhang Kersen assured, "Mr. Yi, don't worry. Your friend is my friend, I will definitely take special care of her." Yi Chen responded, "Thank you, President Zhang." He didn't say much more, having already informed Zhang Kersen directly. Zhang Kersen understood how to treat his friend. After hanging up, Yi Chen sent Li Maya a message, "I've talked to President Zhang. You can go directly to Jusin Film Group tomorrow." Li Maya replied, "Okay, thank you, Yi Chen." Yi Chen said, "You're welcome, rest early." On the other side, after hanging up, Zhang Kersen's colleague, Zhang Guangyao, curiously asked, "Was that Mr. Yi on the phone?" Zhang Kersen nodded slightly, "Mr. Yi asked me to help take care of his friend. She's probably Mr. Ye's lover." Zhang Guangyao cautioned, "Don't jump to conclusions. Just do your job well, make sure to take good care of Mr. Ye's friend." Zhang Kersen replied, "Understood, Grandpa." Zhang Guangyao, "Do you know that Mr. Yi invested over 12 billion to acquire Qingwei Technology Group?" Zhang Kersen was taken aback. Over 12 billion to acquire Qingwei Technology Group? Was it a cash acquisition? Zhang Guangyao nodded gently, "That's right, a cash acquisition." Zhang Kersen was stunned. Only top-tier conglomerates could come up with over 100 billion in cash at once, right? What kind of background does he have to be so wealthy? Zhang Guangyao replied, "His true background is impossible to investigate. He probably has significant connections. We can't afford to offend someone like him, especially since he has leverage over me." Zhang Kersen assured him, "Don't worry, Grandpa, I know how to get along with Mr. Yi." When they returned home, Han Wanjing was watching television. She stood up to greet Yi Chen as he came in. "Young master, you're back." Yi Chen replied, I'm going to rest for a bit. You should get some rest too." "All right, young master." Back in his room, Yi Chen lay on the bed and let out a long sigh. He had a video call with Xiaoqing, and then she went to rest. Before sleeping, Yi Chen browsed online for information about chips. This would deepen his impression and make it easier for him to dream about chips. The next morning, congratulations to the host for making their dream come true, obtaining 100% equity in the Zhongdian Group's mainland branch. Zhongdian Group? Yi Chen was well aware of its reputation. It was the world's most advanced semiconductor manufacturing company, primarily focused on producing wafers and chip foundry services. This was an advanced semiconductor manufacturing company located in the Treasure Island region of Hualong Country. Zhongdian Group had a wafer factory in Jianghai City and a mid-range chip foundry factory in Nandu City, totaling 2 large factories. Both factories belonged to the Jianghai City branch of Zhongdian Group. However, they now all belong to Yi Chen. Zhongdian Group had always aligned itself with Western financial magnates. They were part of the blockade against chip technology in Hualong Country, and of course, they complied with the wishes of the Western financial tycoons. After all, to survive, they had to rely on the favor of the Western financial elite. Now that their factories in Hualong Country had been acquired by Yi Chen, it was likely to cause quite a stir. However, these two factories of Zhongdian Group were not high-end chip manufacturing plants, they only produced mid-range chip wafers and provided foundry services for mid-range chips. Even if they were acquired by Yi Chen, it wouldn't cause a massive upheaval, but there would definitely be some ripples. Yi Chen finished washing up and came downstairs. Han Wanjing had prepared breakfast and was waiting for him. She spoke up, "Young master, the stock market opens at 9:30 on Mondays, and Xingwei Technology Group's stock should rise a bit." Yi Chen asked, "Why will it rise?" Han Wanjing explained, "Yesterday afternoon, General Manager Yang held a press conference to announce the research progress of the mid-range lithography machine, saying it might be put into use in a few months. This was good news, which would increase the company's potential, naturally leading to a rise in stock prices. A large number of investors buying in would elevate the stock price, thus increasing the overall market value of the company. If these people knew that Zhongdian Group's branch had been acquired by me, who knows how high the stock price would soar." Yi Chen told her, "I acquired Zhongdian Group's branch in the mainland. Later, you and I will handle the follow-up matters." Han Wanjing was momentarily stunned. Zhongdian Group's branch in the mainland? This was the world's most advanced semiconductor manufacturing company. The young master actually acquired their branch. Did he make the acquisition last night when he went out? What kind of person is he to be able to acquire Zhongdian Group's branch in the mainland? How did he manage that? She was very clear about the current semiconductor landscape and situation in the world. The possibility of Zhongdian Group's mainland branch being acquired was almost zero. This is something anyone in the industry knows. But now Yi Chen says he has acquired it. This is likely to cause quite a stir. While having breakfast, Yi Chen received a call from the Zhongdian Group. The caller was a senior executive from the headquarters of Zhongdian Group. He was originally the head of the mainland region. Early this morning, he received news from the headquarters that the mainland branch had been acquired and he needed to handle the follow-up matters. "Hello, who is this?" "Chen Shengye." "Hello, Mr. Yi, I am the head of the Zhongdian Group's mainland branch. I received news from the headquarters and would like to discuss the handover of the company with you." "Yi Chen, send me the address, and I will come over at 9. Chen Xingye provided him with the address, and then Yi Chen hung up the phone. Han Wanjing was a bit surprised. "Young master, you really acquired the Zhongdian Group's mainland branch?" Yi Chen nodded slightly. "Yes, they have two large factories, one for wafer production and one for chip manufacturing, and now they both belong to me. Although the branch does not have a high-performance chip production factory, having a mid-range chip production is still quite good." After breakfast, Yi Chen and Han Wanjing, accompanied by some bodyguards, went to the Zhongdian Group's branch in Jianhai City. The Zhongdian Group has only one branch on the mainland, located in Jianhai City. Jianhai City is the economic center of Hualong Country, where many international conglomerates have branches. Jianhai City is also one of the 6 major urban agglomerations in the world. Half an hour later, Yi Chen and Han Wanjing arrived at the most prosperous financial street in Jianhai City. The roads on both sides of the financial street are lined with towering skyscrapers. The tallest building in the country and the third tallest in the world are located here. However, many super-tall buildings are currently under construction both domestically and internationally. Several buildings have already surpassed the height of the Jianhai Center building. The title of the tallest building in the country is about to change hands. The Jianhai Center building has 118 floors, with a total height of 632 meters. Many headquarters of major domestic companies and branches of top international groups are located here. The Zhongdian Group branch is next to the Jianhai Center building in the Longting building. The car stopped in the underground parking lot of the Longting building. Then Yi Chen and the others took the elevator to the 26th floor of the Longting building. Each floor of the Longting building is very spacious. However, after exiting the elevator, there are signs indicating which company is located where. Yi Chen and Han Wanjing followed the signs to the Zhongdian Group's Jianhai City branch. The receptionist saw the two of them and asked, "May I ask who you are looking for?" Han Wanjing, "Hello, we are looking for General Manager Chen Xingye." The female receptionist smiled and asked, "May I have your names?" "This is my boss, Mr. Yi Chen." The female receptionist, "Oh, it's Mr. Yi. Please follow me." She led Yi Chen and the others into the company. The office area here is large, clean, and well decorated, filled with a sense of technology. The female receptionist took Yi Chen and the others to a spiral staircase inside. They went upstairs, and Chen Xingye's office was just upstairs. Upon arriving outside the office, the female receptionist gently knocked on the door. This General Manager Chen, who came from the headquarters on the Treasure Island, has a bad temper and is prone to losing his temper with subordinates. To put it bluntly, he looks down on the mainland employees, thinking that he is superior because he came from the headquarters on the Treasure Island. His subordinates do not have a good life, but for the sake of salary and benefits, they can only endure it. Come in. Yi Chen and Han Wanjing walked in. Chen Xingye saw the two of them and asked, "Who are you?" He spoke with a strong accent from the Treasure Island. "General Manager Chen, this is Mr. Yi Chen." Chen Xingye was taken aback for a moment, unable to help but scrutinize Yi Chen. Is he the one who acquired the mainland branch? What exactly is his background? How could the headquarters agree to sell the branch to him? Are they really going to give up the mainland market? Even if they were to abandon the mainland market, they shouldn't sell the branch. As for what the headquarters was thinking, he pondered for a long time but couldn't figure it out. He didn't want to leave here, didn't want to leave Jianghai City. There were too many beautiful women here, and they were quite easy to approach. Yi Chen sat directly in the chair. "Mr. Chen, is the contract ready?" Chen Xingye nodded slightly and took out the prepared contract. "Mr. Yi, please take a look." He didn't know Yi Chen's background and strength, so he didn't dare to be careless. For the headquarters to sell the mainland branch, it was definitely not ordinary. The background must be quite terrifying. He couldn't believe that Yi Chen, so young, had the strength to acquire the mainland branch of Zhongdian Group. Yi Chen must have an extraordinary background behind him. After Yi Chen finished reading the contract, he had Han Wanjing take a look as well. After confirming there were no issues, both parties signed the contract. Chen Xingye represented the group headquarters. After the contract was signed, Chen Xingye said, "Mr. Yi, I'll pack up and leave." Yi Chen nodded slightly. "All right." Chen Xingye began to pack his things, and at that moment, his secretary walked in. "Mr. Chen, this document needs your attention." The female secretary had a sweet appearance and a slim figure, a standard beauty. Chen Xingye said, "The mainland branch of Zhongdian Group has been acquired by Mr. Yi here, so I will no longer be the general manager here. Xiao Jia, do you want to go to the Treasure Island to develop?" The female secretary was taken aback. The company had been acquired? "Mr. Chen, Treasure Island is too far, I won't go." Yi Chen sat there, his gaze indifferent as he watched the two, his intuition telling him that this secretary had an unusual relationship with Chen Xingye. It was very likely that they had that kind of relationship. If that were the case, he would have to make her leave. Who knew if she would leak information to Chen Xingye in the future? At the same time, he felt a bit regretful. Damn it, such a beautiful woman was actually being wasted by someone like Chen Xingye. Chen Xingye was a middle-aged balding man, thin and, to be honest, not very good-looking. All of this still came down to status and money. Without those, how could this female secretary possibly be as he wished? He finished packing and left. The female secretary hurried over to Yi Chen. "Mr. Yi, this is a company document that needs your attention." Yi Chen replied, "I'll handle the document later. Gather all the management personnel of the company and the heads of the two factories for a meeting." "Yes, Mr. Yi." She quickly left to notify the management of various departments and call the factory heads for a video conference. A few minutes later, the company's management personnel had all arrived in the conference room. Yi Chen was already seated at the main position, waiting. The management personnel saw Yi Chen and Han Wanjing and were slightly taken aback. Where was Mr. Chen? Could this be someone new from the headquarters? Seeing that most people had arrived, Yi Chen asked, "Have all the management personnel arrived?" "Mr. Yi, everyone is here," the former female secretary replied. The heads of the two factories also joined the video conference, appearing on the screen in the conference room. Yi Chen nodded slightly. "Let's introduce ourselves first. My name is Yi Chen, and the mainland branch of Zhongdian Group has been acquired by me. It will no longer be the mainland branch of Zhongdian Group. Further notifications will be sent out by the headquarters." The people present were stunned. The mainland branch of Zhongdian Group had been acquired? It was no longer the mainland branch of Zhongdian Group? Yi Chen continued, "Those who wish to stay can continue working, those who do not wish to stay can resign now. Is there anyone who wants to resign?" No one spoke, nor did anyone want to resign. If they wanted to resign, someone would have done so long ago. Chen Xingye did not treat his subordinates from the mainland well. Yi Chen said, "Since there are no further issues, I will continue. Everyone should stick to their duties. All orders for the factory are to be halted, and inform the clients about the company's situation. The company will also stop accepting new orders. I will send a general manager over to manage the company, and he will be responsible for everything. That's all for now, everyone can return to work." One by one, the people left the conference room, and the factory manager also ended the video call. Yi Chen went to the general manager's office, and the female secretary followed him in. "Secretary Jia, please give us a detailed account of the company's situation." The female secretary smiled and nodded, then explained the company's detailed circumstances. At the same time, she also spoke about the company's situation during Chen Xingye's tenure, revealing all of his misdeeds. Yi Chen smiled and nodded, looking at her with a calm gaze. Alright, you can go back to your work now. I'll call you if I need anything. Once Secretary Jia left, Yi Chen turned to Han Wanjing and asked, "What do you think the relationship was between Secretary Jia and Chen Xingye before?" Han Wanjing replied, "It should have been an improper relationship. This Secretary Jia seems a bit scheming. She knew Chen Xingye was gone and immediately started to curry favor with you." Yi Chen said, "People like this should not be kept. They are likely to leak company secrets." After saying that, he took out his phone and called Yang Xingqing from Qingwei Technology Group. He planned to hand over this company to Yang Xingqing to manage, and later merge it into Qingwei Technology Group. Yang Xingqing quickly answered the call. "Mr. Yi, you were looking for me?" Yi Chen replied, "Manager Yang, come to the 26th floor of Longting Building on Zhanghai Financial Street. I have acquired the mainland branch of Zhongdian Group. Come over to take charge." Yang Xingqing was momentarily stunned. "Mr. Yi, are you saying you acquired the mainland branch of Zhongdian Group?" Yi Chen confirmed, "That's right, hurry over." Yang Xingqing's tone was excited. "Okay, Mr. Yi, I'm on my way." Goodness, who exactly is Mr. Yi? He actually acquired the mainland branch of Zhongdian Group. How did he manage to do that? Regardless, this is significant good news for Qingwei Technology Group. The factory of Zhongdian Group's mainland branch can not only produce mid-range wafers but also mass-produce mid-range chips. These are exactly what Qingwei Technology Group needs the most. After hanging up, he hurriedly drove towards Zhanghai Financial Street. In the office, Yi Chen sat on the sofa while Han Wanjing stood beside him. Yi Chen's phone buzzed. It was a message from Wang Sidong. "Playing games?" Yi Chen replied, "No time, I'm busy working." Wang Sidong texted back, "Didn't you say you'd give me 500 a day to play games with you?" Yi Chen responded, "You have too many uncertainties. Who knows when you might stop playing games? Then I would be out of a job. We can play games in the afternoon or evening." Wang Sidong replied, "Alright, just message me when you're free." "Are you tired from working?" Yi Chen said, "What do you think? You can try it and see." At 9:30 a.m., Yang Xingqing arrived at the office. "Mr. Yi." Yi Chen looked at him and said, "This company will be temporarily managed by you. Later, merge these two companies into a new one and change the company name." Yang Xingqing quickly nodded, "Yes, Mr. Yi." Yi Chen added, "You can handle the subsequent matters. Let me know the results once you're done." Yang Xingqing assured him, "Mr. Yi, don't worry, I will handle it well." At that moment, he saw the enormous potential of the company. With the factory of Zhongdian Group's mainland branch, Qingwei Technology Group's technology would also see significant advancements. In due time, their company would become a large group specializing in wafer manufacturing and chip production outsourcing, ranking among the top semiconductor manufacturing companies in the country. It is even possible that in the future, it will become a leading enterprise in the domestic semiconductor industry. He is the general manager of this group, and his identity and status will not only be elevated, but his salary and benefits will also see a significant increase. He first began to arrange for the suspension and restructuring of the Qingwei Technology Group's stock market. Since it is about to merge with the original Zhongdian Group's mainland branch, the company's stock market will definitely need to be suspended and restructured, and the company's market value and stock price will need to be reissued. According to Yang Xingqing's understanding of the market, the new company's market value is likely to exceed 50 billion. At 10 o'clock that morning, the headquarters of Zhongdian Group issued an announcement on the sale of the mainland branch. This news stirred up 1,000 waves. The news spread quickly, especially within the country. The content of the announcement was simple. The Zhongdian Group's mainland branch has been sold and will no longer have any relationship with Zhongdian Group. The orders from the original branch will continue to be fulfilled by the headquarters. Many media organizations, both domestic and international, began to report on this matter. Especially domestically, this news was like a bombshell. The domestic semiconductor industry has been a shortcoming, and the acquisition of Zhongdian Group's mainland branch by a domestic entity is excellent news. At the same time, many people began to investigate who had acquired Zhongdian Group's mainland branch. They quickly noticed the change in the legal representative of the mainland branch, whose name had been changed to Han Wanjing. Upon investigation, it was found that this Han Wanjing also held positions as the legal representative and board member in Qingwei Technology Group. Business elites and tycoons could see that Han Wanjing was merely a figurehead, and there must be a big boss behind the scenes. Many people began to look into the details of the acquisition of Qingwei Technology Group. They soon learned that the current chairman of Qingwei Technology Group is named Yi Chen. He is the true behind-the-scenes boss. Many people also found out from various sources that the one who acquired Zhongdian Group's mainland branch is a person named Yi Chen. A number of people realized this and planned to buy shares in Qingwei Technology Group. However, Yang Xingqing had already made adjustments first. Qingwei Technology Group was in the process of restructuring and could not be purchased. This further confirmed the relationship between the two parties. The stock prices in the semiconductor sector began to soar. This was a very positive signal for the entire domestic semiconductor industry. Yi Chen was unaware of these developments and did not know how significant his acquisition of Zhongdian Group's mainland branch would be. Just as he returned home, he saw Chaolan standing at their doorstep. She had been waiting there for a while. Upon seeing Yi Chen get out of the car, she quickly walked over. Mr. Yi. Yi Chen nodded slightly. Come in and sit for a while. Chaolan followed him into the villa. Han Wanjing poured a glass of water for the two of them. Yi Chen said to Han Wanjing, please follow up on the company's subsequent situation and report to me in a timely manner if anything comes up. Okay, young master. Yi Chen looked at Chaolan. Miss Chao, please wait a moment, I will go get the silver needles and then we can go. He went upstairs to the bedroom to get the set of silver needles and then came back down. After that, he and Chaolan walked out of the villa together. On the way, Yi Chen asked, how has old Master Chao's condition been lately? Has it recurred? Chaolan smiled and shook her head. It hasn't recurred. Grandpa said he feels much better than before. Thank you so much, Mr. Yi. Yi Chen replied, you're welcome. Mr. Chao has also helped me, so let's help each other. Chaolan asked, Mr. Yi, your medical skills are incredible. Who did you learn from? Yi Chen smiled, it's a family tradition. Miss Chao, are you still in school? Chaolan replied, I have already graduated and will be joining the family business to learn in a while. Looking at her, one could see that she started at a high point. This is not something ordinary people can compare to. For her peers, it would probably take a lifetime of hard work just to reach her starting point. This is still a very small possibility. Most people's endpoints can't even reach her starting point. The two chatted as they walked to her home. Chao Hongtu and Chao Zhen were both at home, and Chao Guanyuan was sitting on the sofa waiting. He saw Chaolan enter next to Yi Chen and smiled, saying, Mr. Yi has arrived, please take a seat. Chao Hongtu and Chao Zhen also smiled and greeted, Mr. Yi. Yi Chen nodded slightly. Old Mr. Chao, are you lying on the sofa or the bed? Is the sofa okay? Chao Guanyuan asked. Yi Chen replied, that's fine, just don't move. Chao Guanyuan lay down on the sofa, and Chaolan unbuttoned his jacket to facilitate Yi Chen's acupuncture. Yi Chen began the acupuncture treatment beside him. With the experience from the last time, this time it went much faster. When he finished, Chaolan handed him a cup of tea. Mr. Yi, have some water. Thank you. Yi Chen took a sip. The taste and texture were quite good. Chao Hongtu looked at him and smiled. Mr. Yi, I heard you acquired Qingwei Technology Group? Yi Chen nodded slightly. This wasn't big news in the circle. Generally, when major groups undergo changes, others in the business world would get the news. In the business world, intelligence is the most important. Having first-hand business intelligence means a significant advantage. Many business intelligence and policies represent enormous opportunities for some companies. If you can obtain first-hand information, you can lay out in advance and maximize profits. Chao Hongtu asked, Mr. Yi, are you looking to enter the domestic semiconductor industry? This is indeed a sector with great development potential. Yi Chen nodded slightly. Yes, that's right. I see the future development space and want to give it a try. Chao Zhen smiled and said, if Mr. Yi's company needs any precision parts manufacturing, you can come to my family. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Her husband's family is in equipment manufacturing and precision parts. Yi Chen replied, all right, I expect there will be opportunities to collaborate with Miss Chao's family in the future. The group chatted for a while, and then Yi Chen removed the silver needles from Chao Guanyuan. After helping Chao Guanyuan recover, Chaolan insisted on personally escorting him back. On the way, Chaolan looked at Yi Chen and said, Mr. Yi, I feel you seem more charming than a few days ago. Yi Chen had just received a charm card yesterday and used it directly, so his charm had indeed increased. Ah, being too charming can also be a trouble. Yi Chen couldn't help but think of Li Maya. She must have been captivated by my charm. Miss Chao, you flatter me, I still have self-awareness. Chaolan replied, Mr. Yi, I don't mean to flatter, I'm speaking the truth. Yi Chen naturally knew she was speaking the truth. Charm cards are not used for nothing. The two chatted as they walked, and after dropping him off at home, Xiaolan bid farewell and left. Back at home, Han Wanjing said to him, "Young master, General Manager Yang asked what the name of your new company is." Yi Chen thought for a moment and said, "Let's call it Shanghai Technology Group. Our future journey is the vast starry sea." Han Wanjing smiled upon hearing the name. "Young master is truly impressive. Shanghai is a nice name." Their main business now is chip manufacturing. They pack billions of transistors into a tiny chip, resembling a miniature cosmic sea. Yi Chen said, "Today is the 30th, June is just around the corner. We need to calculate this month's earnings for all companies promptly." Han Wanjing nodded slightly. "Understood, young master." Yi Chen sat on the sofa looking at his phone. He felt he needed to brush up on some knowledge, especially regarding wafers and chips. He had just been looking for a short while when his phone suddenly rang. It was a call from Li Longxing of Longxing Group. "Mr. Yi, you played that hand beautifully." Yi Chen replied, "Chairman Li, what hand are you talking about?" Li Longxing, "It's just that, Mr. Yi has made a bold move into the semiconductor industry, first acquiring Qingwei Technology Group, then quickly acquiring the mainland branch of Zhongdian Group. With the merger of these two companies, Mr. Yi is now a leader in the domestic semiconductor industry." What he said was not an exaggeration. The new company could not only produce wafers but also chips. This meant they would no longer be dependent on others. Although they couldn't produce high-performance chips, there was still a significant market for mid-range chips domestically. Yi Chen, Chairman Li is quite well informed. I just completed the acquisition today, and you already have the news. Li Longxing, in the business world, you need to have some channels for information. Mr. Yi, you have become the focus of many people now. Yi Chen, that's not necessarily a good thing. I prefer to keep a low profile. Li Longxing laughed heartily. Mr. Yi, once you reach a certain status and position, even if you want to keep a low profile, you can't. After chatting for a while, they hung up the phone. Soon after, Yi Chen received a call from Li Maya, who had successfully signed a contract with Jiasun Film and Television Group. Zheng Kersen had even personally met with her and was very courteous, which left Li Maya somewhat flattered. Jiasun Film and Television Group was also a well-known large group in the industry. The general manager's politeness surprised her regarding Yi Chen's influence. Li Maya spoke as she always did, as if nothing had happened that night, and even mentioned inviting Yi Chen to dinner in the future. After hanging up, Yi Chen continued to study knowledge about wafers and chips. The quality of the wafers determined the final quality of the chips, making wafers a crucial part of chip production. If the quality of the wafers did not meet the standards, it would be impossible to produce mid-range or high-end chips. Therefore, wafers were fundamental to chip manufacturing. To produce higher quality wafers, high-end etching machines were required. Wafer etching machines and chip lithography machines were the two most important pieces of equipment. Currently, only the SM company from the West H country could manufacture the top-tier high-end lithography machines. They were prohibited from selling to the Hualong country, fearing that it would be researched and developed there. The technology for high-end lithography machines was extremely difficult to produce, comparable to aerospace engines. These devices contained hundreds of thousands of parts, and the production process and difficulty were hailed as the pinnacle of industry. Yi Chen had previously been an ordinary worker and did not know much about this field. Today, seeing so much information, he realized the significant gap between companies in Hualong country and the top Western conglomerates in the high-tech field. "Young master, it's time for lunch." Han Wanjing walked out of the kitchen, her voice pleasant and crisp. Yi Chen got up, washed his hands, and then began to eat lunch. After lunch, Han Wanjing finished tidying up and went to get busy. Yi Chen returned to his room. Summer had already arrived, and the weather was noticeably warmer than before. He sent a message to Wang Sidong, "Want to play a game?" Wang Sidong quickly replied, "Sure, I'm logging in." Once in the game, Yi Chen invited her to join the room. He then led her on a winning streak, estimating that they could easily reach Glory King today. After playing 5 or 6 matches, both successfully reached Glory King. "Yi Chen, how about it? Is Dad's skill strong?" Wang Sidong, "Hurry up and start the next match." Now their ranks had entered the top 5 of their respective regions. "What rank are you in your region?" Yi Chen clicked to start. Wang Sidong, 5th place, the first place has 58 stars, I'm 7 stars short. Wait, a friend of mine wants to play too, I'll invite her. Soon, a person named Kersen entered the room. Upon seeing this name, Yi Chen couldn't help but think of Zheng Kersen. "Wow, Sidong, you actually made it to Glory King." A sweet, cute girl's voice rang out in the team voice chat. "Wang Sidong, you were still a star Glory player a while ago, and now you're already a king with 30 stars. Did you find a booster?" Tang Kersen chuckled. "I found a streamer to help me play." At this moment, Tang Kersen noticed Yi Chen. "Who is this person, Sidong?" Also a glory king, so impressive. Yi Chen, I'm her dad. Tang Kurson was taken aback. Uncle plays games too? No, that voice doesn't sound like an uncle. Wang Sidong was exasperated. He's not my dad. Tang Kurson realized, who is this person? So bold. If Sitong's dad found out, he might tear him apart. Don't talk nonsense, Wang Sidong said through gritted teeth. Yi Chen, ahem, just joking. We had a one-on-one match, she lost, and then called me dad. Tang Kurson nodded, so that's how it is. It's starting. I'll carry you guys. After more than 10 seconds, they entered the hero selection screen. Yi Chen, Kurson, what role are you playing? Tang Kurson, I'll play a tank in the top lane, and I'll be the front line for you. A tank? A cute girl playing a tank? The imagery is too strong. Yi Chen was playing the assassin Han Xin. After selecting their characters, they entered the game loading screen. Tang Kurson, oh no, the other side has 3 streamers from a certain platform and a trio, we're doomed. Yi Chen, don't panic, I have this jungler dad here. Tang Kurson, all 3 of them are big streamers on that platform, their skills are all above Glory King with 100 stars. Wang Sidong, no need to panic, my friend is very strong. Soon, the match began. To the girl on the other side, if you call me husband, I won't gank you. The assassin Li Bai played by the opposing streamer typed. On Yi Chen's side, it was Wang Sidong and Tang Kurson as the girls. The other 2 were buddies in the duo lane. Brothers, hold steady this match, Han Xin will split push in the late game. Yi Chen's marksman activated the team voice chat. Yi Chen typed back, call me dad, or I'll make you lose badly. The opposing top laner, Han Xin, our jungler is the national server Han Xin, keep a low profile. Yi Chen, is that so? I'll teach him how to play Han Xin today. The opposing mid laner, what a big talk, Han Xin, you're done for. Yi Chen, oh really? 6 minutes later. 5 consecutive kills pentakill Tang Kurson, wow, big brother, you're too impressive. The other 2 teammates were also dumbfounded, frantically typing 66666. Wang Sidong had long gotten used to it, she even suspected Yi Chen was a professional player. But she had never seen a professional player so skilled. It was understandable to show off in low-tier matches, but this was a high-tier match. The opposing players were all Glory Kings from the last season, even 100-star Kings. The 3 streamers were stunned, wow, so strong? A fan typed, I've seen this ID, Ijen Suifeng, his Li Bai is amazing, even the streamer Phantom was stunned by him, which made him ban Li Bai in every match afterward. The streamer must be dumbfounded, those videos of Li Bai's 5 kills on the forum are all his, and the top laner demo, and the marksman's 5-kill highlights. After winning this match, Tang Kurson was a bit excited, wow, big brother, you're so impressive, so handsome. Yi Chen smiled slightly, just average, let's continue. The 3 played 5 or 6 matches, with Yi Chen leading them each time, getting 3 kills, 4 kills, and occasionally even 5 kills. Tang Kurson was completely impressed by his skills and strength. She now understood why Wang Sitong's rank was rising so quickly. With such a strong player carrying her, it would be hard not to level up fast. Yi Chen, I'm logging off, taking a break. I'll play again tomorrow if I have time. Tang Kurson, big brother, I've added you as a friend, remember to accept. Yi Chen, okay, how old are you? Are you a beauty? If you're not a beauty, I won't take you next time. Tang Kurson, of course I am. Little brother, add me on V later, and I'll let you see my photos. Yi Chen, sure, make it sexy, the less you wear, the better. Wang Sidong couldn't hold back, ahem. After chatting for a bit, the 3 of them logged off. Tang Kurson and Wang Sidong were talking. Sidong, who is this person? His skills are amazing. Wang Sidong, I met him while gaming. At first, he was pretty bad, I don't know how he got so good. On the other side, Yi Chen accepted Tang Kurson's friend request. Beauty, quickly show me your photos. Tang Kurson sent a few pictures, and Yi Chen's eyes lit up upon seeing them. The photos Tang Kurson sent were all in a lowly style. White stockings, lowly dress, and 2 cute ponytails. He really wanted to grab those 2 ponytails and charge through the King's Canyon. Yi Chen, wow, is this you? Of course it is, Tang Kurson replied. Yi Chen, I've decided, I'll take you with me to play games from now on. Thank you, little brother, moi. Oh, look how understanding she is. Yi Chen lay on the bed and started to take a nap. Around 4 in the afternoon, Yi Chen was woken up by his phone. He groggily answered the call. Hello, who is this? Chen Wanqing's voice came from the phone. Yi Chen, are you sleeping? Yi Chen, what's up, Wanqing? Chen Wanqing, my mentor wants to treat you to a meal, and there's something I need your help with. Yi Chen, Yang Shuao? Sure, just tell me the time and place. He had a pretty good impression of Yang Shuao. He felt he owed her a favor back then. Han Wanqing mentioned the time and place, and it turned out to be at the Hualong International Hotel. Yi Chen freshened up and then went downstairs. Han Wanqing was busy in the study. Several companies' financial reports had already been sent over, and she needed to organize them. After getting ready, Yi Chen said to Han Wanqing, "Wanqing, you don't need to wait for me to have dinner tonight." Han Wanqing nodded, "Okay, young master." Yi Chen tidied up a bit and then had a bodyguard drive him to the Hualong International Hotel. He now felt that driving a sports car was not as good as riding in a Rolls-Royce. After about half an hour, Yi Chen arrived at the Hualong International Hotel. It was only a little past 5, and there was still some time before the 6 o'clock dinner. He came early to see how the hotel was doing under Lu Tingting's management. Yi Chen took the elevator to Lu Tingting's office. She was sitting in the office, looking at the computer while sipping coffee. "Mr. Yi, you're here," Lu Tingting said, quickly getting up upon seeing him. Yi Chen smiled and sat down on the sofa. "How's the hotel management going?" Lu Tingting poured him a cup of tea. "It's okay, I was a bit busy a few days ago, but now that I've organized things, it feels much easier." "Yi Chen, how's the hotel's performance this month?" "Lu Tingting, it's improved by 5% compared to last month. Recently, many big companies have reached cooperation agreements with us. I don't know why, but they came to us wanting to collaborate." Yi Chen curiously asked, "Which companies are they?" "Lu Tingting, Tianyi Media Group, Jusin Film Group, Shanghai Precision Engineering, and so on." "Yi Chen, I know the bosses of these groups, they must be doing it for my sake." At that moment, the hotel's vice president, Wang Hui, knocked and walked in. Upon seeing Yi Chen, he quickly greeted him respectfully, "Mr. Yi." Yi Chen nodded slightly. "Mr. Wang is here, you don't have to stand, sit down and talk." Lu Tingting and Wang Hui didn't dare to sit. "Mr. Yi, we can stand." "Yi Chen, Mr. Wang, if it weren't for manager Lu pleading for you last time, you would have been out. Work hard from now on, and don't make mistakes again." Wang Hui quickly nodded. "Mr. Yi, rest assured, I guarantee I won't make mistakes again." Yi Chen said, "Well, Mr. Wang, don't carry any psychological burdens. The past is the past, everyone makes mistakes. The most important thing is to recognize and correct them." After saying this, he turned to Lu Tingting and said, "Manager Lu, have someone keep an eye on box 1018. If the guests arrive, let me know." "Okay, Mr. Yi." Lu Tingting quickly instructed the front desk staff. Yi Chen chatted with them for a while, and at 5:30, he received a message from the reception staff saying that the guests in box 1018 had arrived. "Mr. Yi, the guests in box 1018 have arrived," Lu Tingting informed him. Yi Chen nodded slightly. "Good, you all should finish early and rest. You've been working all day, it must be tiring." "Okay, Mr. Yi." Lu Tingting smiled brightly. Yi Chen stood up, left the office, and took the elevator to the 10th floor of the hotel. Outside box 1018, Yi Chen knocked on the door and then pushed it open to enter. Inside the box were 6 people, Chen Wanqing, Yang Shuiao's father, and 3 middle-aged men. When they saw Yi Chen enter, they quickly stood up. "Mr. Yi is here, please take a seat." Yang Shuiao's father, Yang Dikun, came over to shake his hand. The others also shook hands with him. Yi Chen then sat next to Chen Wanqing. Yang Shuiao began to introduce, "Mr. Yi, this is my father, Yang Dikun, this is my cousin, Yang Diji, and these 2 are my cousin's colleagues." Yi Chen nodded slightly. Yang Shuiao's invitation to introduce herself was likely at their behest. "Mr. Yi, please order." Yang Dikun handed him the menu. Yi Chen was not polite and ordered 4 or 5 dishes before handing it back to them. Each person ordered 2 dishes, all the most expensive ones. The waiter took the menu and left. Chen Wanqing hadn't expected so many people for dinner that night, nor did she expect Yang Shuiao's father to come. Yang Shuiao's father was a senior manager at Shanghai University, and she didn't know the other men. Yang Dikun smiled and said, "I didn't expect Mr. Yi to be so young, it's truly shocking. At first, when Shuiao told us, I didn't believe it." Yang Diji smiled and nodded in agreement. "Yes, I was stunned when Mr. Yi walked in just now." Yi Chen smiled. "Mr. Yang, please don't flatter me, I can't handle compliments." Yang Dikun laughed heartily. "I heard from Shuiao that she once had a brief encounter with Mr. Yi." Yi Chen replied, "Yes, I was working as a delivery person and had a minor accident with Miss Yang's car. She was quite generous and didn't make me pay for it." Yang Shuiao chuckled awkwardly. "That incident was mainly my fault. I didn't follow traffic rules, and it had little to do with Mr. Yi." Hearing his candid words, Yang Dikun and Yang Doji felt a bit of admiration. If it were someone else, they probably wouldn't admit to their past job, fearing it might be embarrassing. But Yi Chen was unreserved and spoke about it calmly. He truly didn't feel embarrassed. There was nothing shameful about earning money through hard work. There is no high or low in work, but there are distinctions in people's hearts. All distinctions of high and low are caused by human hearts. Mr. Yi, I heard you acquired the mainland branch of Zhongdian Group? Yang Dikan asked. Yi Chen nodded slightly. Yes, I just acquired it to support the development of the domestic semiconductor industry. Chen Wanqing sat next to Yi Chen, quietly watching him engage in lively conversation with these big shots. She noticed that Yi Chen was very charming at that moment, completely different from before. The food and drinks were quickly served. Yang Shuya took the initiative to pour a glass of white wine for Yi Chen. Mr. Yi, this is our first meal together, you must eat and drink well. Yi Chen replied, of course, I'm not one to be polite. She poured wine for everyone, including herself. In such occasions, not drinking was not an option. They sought Yi Chen's favor tonight and didn't want to upset him over such a trivial matter. Yang Shuya poured some for Chen Wanqing as well, and she didn't refuse. Then, Yang Shuya and Yang Dikan raised their glasses to him, and everyone took a sip. They chatted while eating and drinking, with Yang Dikan and a few others generally flattering him. After several rounds of drinks and dishes, Yang Dikan finally got to the point. Mr. Yi, I heard you're planning to merge the Qingwei Technology Group and the mainland branch of the Yuanzhong Electric Group? Yi Chen nodded slightly. Qingwei Technology Group still has room for improvement in technology. Merging the two would bring many benefits. Yang Dikan smiled and said, we invited Mr. Yi out today because we have a matter we'd like to discuss for collaboration. Yi Chen replied, just speak directly. Yang Dikan continued, my cousin is one of the shareholders of the domestic VO Mobile Group. We wanted to talk to Mr. Yi about collaborating on mobile chip production. The VO Mobile Group is a well-known mobile company in the country, primarily targeting mid to low-end users, so they require chips with average performance. Currently, Western consortiums have imposed a chip blockade on domestic groups. Yi Chen happens to meet their requirements, so they contacted him through Chen Wanqing and Yang Shuya. Yi Chen smiled, sure, I'll give you General Manager Yang Xingqing's number. You can reach out to him for collaboration, and I'll inform him. Yang Dikan beamed, great, thank you, Mr. Yi. With the Western Consortium cutting off chip supplies to domestic companies, many tech groups are looking for new suppliers. Yi Chen has risen to prominence by acquiring the mainland branches of Qingwei Technology Group and Yuanzhong Electric Group. Many people likely want to invite Yi Chen, but they lack such good opportunities. After all, a hasty invitation could lead to rejection, which wouldn't be good for either party. Not everyone has the same opportunities as Yang Dikan and Yang Diji. Subsequently, Yang Dikan and the others continued to toast him. The dinner lasted over 2 hours before it concluded. As they were leaving, Yang Dikan and the others shook hands with him again to show respect. Mr. Ye's drinking capacity is impressive. After so much, he seems just as sober, Yang Shueo said with a smile. Yi Chen replied, Miss Yang, you're flattering me, my drinking capacity isn't that great. Yang Shuea glanced at Chen Wanqing and said, Wanqing, let your boyfriend take you home later. Yi Chen interjected, Miss Yang, you can go ahead, I'll take Wanqing home. Yang Shuya was unaware that their romantic relationship was a facade. Once they all left, Yi Chen let out a long sigh and turned to Chen Wanqing. Wanqing, let me take you home. Chen Wanqing's face flushed slightly as she nodded, okay, thank you. They took the elevator down to the underground parking lot. Once in the car, Yi Chen instructed the driver to head to the community where Chen Wanqing lived. On the way, Yi Chen looked at Chen Wanqing and asked, how's your job going? If you're not happy, you can come to my company. With me as your old classmate, you won't be treated poorly. Chen Wanqing smiled and asked, sounds good. If I come, you have to take good care of me. Yi Chen replied, of course, after all, we are old classmates. Chen Wanqing then asked, what was that about the Qingwei Technology Group and the Yuanzhong Electric Group's mainland branches? Yi Chen explained, I've acquired both groups, and I'm currently restructuring and merging them. A new company specializing in wafer and chip production will be launched soon. Chen Wanqing was familiar with Yuanzhong Electric Group, as it is a well-known top-tier conglomerate. She hadn't heard of Qingwei Technology Group, but it didn't seem like a small company either. She smiled and said, the VO Mobile Group is a well-known mobile brand in our country, and they are actually seeking to collaborate with you. Your company is quite extraordinary. Yi Chen replied, of course, in the future it will become the top company in the world. Although we can only produce mid-range chips at the moment, I believe we will be able to produce high-performance chips in the future, even surpassing the current high-performance chips. Chen Wanqing said, should I join the company earlier to avoid too much competition later? Yi Chen asked, how are you doing at that company? Chen Wanqing showed a bitter smile. I've just been promoted to deputy supervisor. Yi Chen exclaimed, so fast? Chen Wanqing replied, not really, we've all been working here for a long time. It's only recently that I got confirmed in my position. My work ability is still quite strong. I'm just a deputy supervisor. Yi Chen laughed and said, it seems your dreams are quite high, just a deputy supervisor? Chen Wanqing replied, after all, I graduated from a prestigious university. Being just a deputy supervisor is certainly not enough. Yi Chen said, that's true, you are indeed a top student. Chen Wanqing shot him a glance, this top student of mine is far behind you. About half an hour later, the car drove into the community where Chen Wanqing lived. She got out of the car and said, thank you, Yi Chen, goodbye. Yi Chen smiled and waved, then had the driver leave. Back home, Yi Chen found Du Feifei and Sun Yumeng sitting on the sofa watching TV. Brother Yi Chen is back, Sun Yumeng exclaimed as she saw him. Yi Chen smiled and asked, aren't you two going back to rest? Sun Yumeng chuckled, brother Yi Chen, I heard you acquired the mainland branch of the Zhongdian group? Yi Chen nodded slightly, you seem to know quite a bit. Sun Yumeng replied, I heard it from my aunt and uncle. Du Feifei spoke up, Yi Chen, we're going to mooch off you for dinner again tomorrow. My parents are going on a business trip. Yi Chen said, no problem, feel free to come over, it won't make me poor. He sat on the sofa and watched TV with them for a while before heading back to his room to rest. The next morning. Congratulations to the host for making dreams come true, receiving the organ gene development agent. When Yi Chen saw the description of this organ gene development agent, his expression froze. What kind of dream did I have last night? Because this organ gene development agent is actually used in that area. Its effect is to allow the genes of the organs to develop and grow again. Yi Chen used it directly, leaving it unused would be a waste. Just after using it, he noticed something unusual, it really developed again. This is truly outrageous. There was a knock on the door outside. Brother Yi Chen, get up. Sister Wanqing has already made breakfast. Yi Chen was startled and quickly replied, okay, got it. As soon as he finished speaking, the door opened from the outside. Sun Yumeng mumbled, the door wasn't locked. Then she walked in, and when she saw the scene on the bed, Sun Yumeng froze. Yi Chen was also dumbfounded, he didn't expect Sun Yumeng to come in. A few seconds later, he reacted and hurriedly put on his clothes. Sun Yumeng also came to her senses, her pretty face instantly turning red. But she didn't turn to leave. Brother Yi Chen, why aren't you wearing pajamas to sleep? Yi Chen cleared his throat, thinking about how he wasn't wearing any clothes to sleep. He had just used the organ gene development agent and admired himself for a while. Who knew she would suddenly come in? However, it was too late to explain now. That scene was truly too embarrassing. In the morning, men tend to have a certain reaction, especially with the effect of that agent. It gave Sun Yumeng a huge visual shock. After washing up, he came out of the bathroom and found Sun Yumeng still standing in the room. Let's go, it's time to eat, Yi Chen said, forcing himself to appear calm. Sun Yumeng's complexion returned to normal, and she chuckled, let's go, brother Yi Chen. The two went downstairs, where Du Feifei was sitting on the sofa watching the morning news. Han Wanjing had already set breakfast on the dining table. Young master, Miss Sun, Miss Du, it's time to eat. The group sat down and began their breakfast. Sun Yumeng showed no signs of anything unusual, as if nothing had happened. After breakfast, the two of them went to school. Yi Chen, having nothing to do, sat on the sofa playing with his phone. Just then, Tang Kersen sent him a message. Are you playing games, little brother? Yi Chen replied, I have nothing to do, might as well play a few rounds. What are you playing? I don't have anything, Tang Kersen responded. Yi Chen. Tang Kersen, just kidding, little brother, hurry up and log in. Yi Chen didn't expect that this pure-looking girl, Tang Kersen, would be so bold. As soon as he logged in, Tang Kersen invited him to join a room. Yi Chen discovered that Wang Sidong was also in the room. Wang Sidong spoke over voice chat, aren't you usually working in the morning? Yi Chen replied, it's raining here, so we have a day off. Tang Kersen asked, are you a construction worker, Yi Jian Sui phone little brother? Yi Chen, yes, I'm the one moving bricks on the construction site. Tang Kersen, with your gaming skills, what bricks are you moving? You should start a live stream, you could probably become the #1 player online. Yi Chen, moderate gaming is good for the brain, but being addicted to games is harmful. I play secretly, if my dad sees, he would definitely beat me up. No way, is your dad that fierce? Tang Kersen asked curiously. Yi Chen, of course, the scars on my back are from when my dad whipped me with a willow branch when I was a kid. Wang Sidong interjected, alright, Kersen, don't listen to his nonsense. Tang Kersen, I also don't think you're a construction worker. Are you a professional player from some team? Yi Chen, Are there any professional players better than me or as skilled as I am? Tang Kurson thought for a moment and replied, it seems there really isn't a professional player as versatile and skilled as you. While they were talking, the game started. Tang Kurson said, little brother, just play Li Bai in the jungle, you're so cool when you play. I'll ride on you with my Yao is really strong. Do you like this position? Wang Sidong, feeling a bit exasperated, said, you two can chat, but can you not be so suggestive? Yi Chen, we're not being suggestive, we're discussing artistic topics. Right, artistic topics. Wang Sidong didn't say anything more, she mainly played mid lane. Under Yi Chen's influence these days, her skills had improved. When facing strong opponents, she could at least hold her ground and not be easily killed. In this match, Yi Chen still carried the team, his Li Bai was invincible, making the opponents question their life choices. They played 5 or 6 matches, and each time Yi Chen led the way, showcasing his consistent and impressive skills. Tang Kurson, the cute little girl, was completely captivated. So it turns out playing games can be this cool. Wang Sidong felt a bit annoyed. Had she known Tang Kurson would be so infatuated, she wouldn't have invited her to play. Yi Chen said, I'm done, it's boring. I can't find any opponents. Tang Kurson replied, just now, every match had streamers from live platforms, their skills were really strong. Little brother, you're just too amazing. Yi Chen, it's boring, I'll play again when I have time. I'm logging off now. At that moment, Han Wanjing walked out of the study. Young master, here are the financial reports for several companies this month. Today was May 31st and the financial reports for various companies had been released. Yi Chen took a look. Yuhua Technology Company had over 3 million in revenue this month. Longxing Group had over 9 million, and Jinchao Building received 420 million in rent. Tianlong International Bodyguard Company had over 30 million in revenue for May. The Jessen Film Group has an income of over 10 million. The cruise ship rental is 13 million, and the Zhanghai Amusement Park has an income of over 9 million. All these add up to more than 500 million. The highest income comes from the Jinchao Building, mainly due to the high rental income, as the minimum rental period is 3 months. Big companies that are not short on cash usually pay rent for over a year. This is all net profit, which has been transferred to another bank card of Yi Chen. After reading through the information, he handed it to Han Wanjing. There are no issues with the financial situation of these companies, right? Han Wanjing nodded slightly, no problems. Young master, I think we need to form a team now. I can't handle so many companies alone, especially analyzing their financial situations. Yi Chen replied, just handle it as you see fit. We need to secure a venue at the Jinchao Building. You can directly inform the person in charge there. Han Wanjing nodded slightly, alright, young master. Just let each company send their real-time data daily, and there shouldn't be any issues. At that moment, Yi Chen's phone suddenly rang. It was a call from Yang Xingqing. He spoke, Mr. Yi, the officials are holding an industry summit, inviting heads of various companies in the semiconductor industry, and they have specifically invited you. Yi Chen asked, when and where? Yang Xingqing replied, at 2:30 this afternoon, at the Guofeng Conference Center. Yi Chen said, okay, I got it. I'll be there. After hanging up, Yi Chen told Han Wanjing, remember to remind me at 2 o'clock this afternoon. I need to attend an official meeting at the Guofeng Conference Center. Sure, young master. Yi Chen added, I'm going out for a stroll. Being at home with nothing to do and playing games all the time wasn't very interesting. He walked out of the villa and headed towards the outside of the community. The weather was a bit cloudy today, which felt quite refreshing. On the way out of the community, Yi Chen saw Chao Guanyuan and his grandson Chao Lan. They were also heading outside. They noticed Yi Chen. Mr. Yi, where are you going? Yi Chen smiled and replied, just going out for a stroll. Is Mr. Chao also going for a walk? Chao Guanyuan nodded, staying at home is a bit dull, I'm going out for a walk. The three of them walked outside together, crossing the road towards the beach. There were quite a few people relaxing and walking along the beach. As they walked, Chao Guanyuan said, I heard from Hong Liang yesterday that Mr. Yi acquired the mainland branch of the Yuan Zhong Electric Group? Yi Chen nodded slightly, these people were quite well informed. Chao Guanyuan continued, the Zhongdian Group is a tough nut to crack. Mr. Yi, your ability to acquire their branch is truly impressive. Yi Chen didn't know how the system managed the acquisition, but he felt that acquiring a branch wasn't a big deal. With such a powerful system, a mere branch of the Zhongdian Group was nothing. Chao Lan chimed in, once the two companies are restructured and listed, their valuation might reach over 100 billion. 100 billion? Is it really that high? Yi Chen thought a market value of 500 billion would be about right. Chao Lan smiled and said, it should be close. In the stock market, it's not just about the company's current situation, future potential is also assessed, so surpassing 100 billion in market value shouldn't be difficult. Chao Guanyuan asked, Mr. Yi, you have full control over these two companies, right? Yi Chen replied, yes. Chao Guanyuan remarked, it seems the top 10 on the domestic rich list will change this year. Mr. Yi, being so young, your net worth is about to exceed 100 billion. Just the market value of this new company alone might surpass 100 billion, not to mention his other industries, making his net worth definitely over 100 billion. Currently, the 10th place on the domestic rich list is over 110 billion. Of course, some invisible wealthy individuals are not on the list. The three of them strolled along the beach for half an hour before sitting down for a while. Chao Guanyuan, it's almost noon, we should head back. Mr. Yi, are you going back too? Yi Chen, sure, let's go back together. At that moment, his phone suddenly rang. It was a call from Himanshue. Has the chip issue been resolved, Mr. Yi? Yi Chen, yes, I'll give you a number. Please contact General Manager Yang Xingqing. I'll inform him, and from now on, the chips will be provided by him. Himanshue, okay, Mr. Yi. As he walked, Yi Chen called Yang Xingqing and sent his number to Himanshue. Chao Guanyuan and Chao Lan walked ahead, and just as they stepped onto the road, a car sped towards them from a distance, moving very fast. Chao Guanyuan and Chao Lan noticed it and stood by the roadside waiting. Yi Chen also saw it and walked towards the roadside. Just when the car was about 20 to 30 meters away from them, it suddenly veered towards Chao Guanyuan and Chao Lan. Both of them froze, realizing it was too late to dodge. Yi Chen noticed this too, and at that moment, the system's random task notification echoed in his mind. But there was no time to think. He pushed off the ground with all his might and rushed towards Chao Lan and Chao Guanyuan. When he reached them, he grabbed one in each arm and leaped off the ground with all his strength. At that moment, the car was just about to pass by, going at least 80 to 90 miles per hour. If he had been even a moment later, he could have been hit as well. Yi Chen jumped high with the two of them, soaring above the car's roof. The car crashed directly into a streetlight behind them, snapping it in half and rolling away. At that moment, Yi Chen and the two landed on the ground. Chao Guanyuan and Chao Lan were stunned for a few seconds before they reacted, their faces pale and shaken. Are you alright, Mr. Chao? Yi Chen asked. Chao Guanyuan shook his head. I'm fine, thank you for saving us, Mr. Yi. Chao Lan also came to his senses, still looking somewhat pale. Thank you, Mr. Yi. Yi Chen, someone is trying to kill you, right? Chao Guanyuan, a man who had seen his share of storms, quickly calmed down. It seems so. He took out his phone and made a few calls. Soon, someone arrived at the scene. The driver of the car was dead on the spot, leaving no clues behind. Yi Chen was astonished by the ruthlessness of the act. The method was terrifying. It was clear that the intention was to kill Chao Guanyuan and Chao Lan. Moreover, the assassin had charged to their death without hesitation. The existence of such methods in this era truly shocked him. Yi Chen speculated that the person wanting to kill Chao Guanyuan and Chao Lan was likely a business rival. Some people would go to any lengths for profit. Just like in the past, several leaders of the Misai country had been assassinated. They had merely touched the interests of some capitalists and faced assassination. If even a head of state could be assassinated, it showed just how terrifying these capitalists could be. Later, Chao Hongliang, Chao Hongtu, and others arrived. After hearing what had happened, they were immensely relieved and continuously thanked Yi Chen. Yi Chen looked at Chao Hongliang and asked, Mr. Chao, have you offended someone? Chao Hongliang, Mr. Yi, in the business world, trying to grow stronger means offending too many people. I've encountered this situation before, but I never expected it would happen to my family today. Yi Chen smiled and said, if you need bodyguards, you can contact our Tianlong International Bodyguard Company. Chao Hongliang laughed heartily. I was just thinking about that. I trust the bodyguards from Tianlong International. Yi Chen, I'll take my leave now. You all stay busy. Chao Hongliang, alright, thank you, Mr. Yi, for saving my father and daughter. Yi Chen, no need to be polite, it was instinct. He walked towards home, opening the system to check on the way. He had just realized what the reward was, having not had the time to listen. He glanced at his phone and saw a notification, 500 million more, and 3 additional prop cards, healing card, misfortune card, and accident card. When he got home, Han Wanjing was already preparing lunch. Yi Chen sat on the sofa, pondering the recent events, wondering if he had any enemies. After thinking for a long time, he identified a few, but none were significant grudges. He had once fought someone on a cruise ship, and later encountered that person's son, Shin Peng, at a class reunion with Chen Wangqing. The other enemies were all locked up. He took out his phone and noticed someone was chatting in the high school classmates group. Yang Chao, is anyone in Shanghai? Let's gather this weekend. Seeing Yang Chao's message made Yi Chen smile. In high school, he and Yang Chao were the best of friends, having been deskmates for a while. Yang Chao was quite warm-hearted and always willing to help with classmates' issues. After Yi Chen dropped out, Yang Chao got into a decent university. They kept in touch during college, but hadn't spoken recently. Others in the group replied, "It seems Chen Wangqing is in Shanghai, our class beauty. I wonder if she has a boyfriend." When Chen Wangqing was mentioned, many chimed in, claiming they were in Shanghai too. Yi Chen felt a bit speechless. Damn, these people are so realistic. As soon as the class beauty is mentioned, everyone shows up. Yi Chen clicked on Yang Chao's profile and sent him a message. "You came to Shanghai?" Yang Chao, "Yeah, our company opened a branch here, and I was transferred. Are you still in Shanghai?" Yi Chen, still in Shanghai. Yang Chao, let's gather this weekend. I'll invite all our high school classmates who are in Shanghai. After a few exchanges, they ran out of topics. Yang Chao didn't seem very eager to chat. They had talked before, and Yi Chen had mentioned he was in Shanghai. The fact that Yang Chao came here but didn't contact him probably said something. "Young master, it's time to eat," Han Wanjing said. Yi Chen put away his phone and started his lunch. After lunch, Han Wanjing said to Yi Chen, "Young master, do you want to change into something more formal for the meeting this afternoon?" Yi Chen replied, "Isn't this formal enough?" Han Wanjing smiled, "It's okay, just a bit casual." Yi Chen said, "This is fine, overly formal clothes are uncomfortable." Han Wanjing didn't say anything further. "Alright, young master." Yi Chen looked at the chat in the high school classmates group for a while, then took a car to the Guofeng Conference Center. It took about an hour to get from the seaside villa community to the conference center. There weren't many cars, but most were luxury or official vehicles. Han Wanjing accompanied him, and they walked towards the entrance of the Guofeng Conference Center. There were security personnel stationed at the entrance. Only invited companies could enter, ordinary people were not allowed. When Yi Chen and Han Wanjing reached the entrance, the security personnel respectfully said, "Greetings, Mr. Yi, Assistant Han." The security personnel were from the Tianlong International Bodyguard Company, so they recognized Yi Chen and Han Wanjing. Yi Chen nodded slightly and walked inside. Upon entering the conference center, a receptionist greeted them, asked which company they were from, and then led them in. Inside the conference center, many people had already arrived, and each seat had a company name in front of it. Shanghai is one of the most prosperous first-tier cities in the country, and there are quite a few companies in the semiconductor industry. The seat for Shanghai Technology Group was at the very front. After all, the reorganized Shanghai Technology Group will be one of the largest chip manufacturers in the country. Under the guidance of the receptionist, Yi Chen and Han Wanjing sat in the seats of Shanghai Technology Group. Next to them was Zhongwei Technology Group, which is also the largest chip production group in the country. Zhongwei Technology Group can also produce mid-range chips, but their quality in that segment lags behind foreign products. Now that Yi Chen has acquired the mainland branch of Zhongdian Group, he can produce stable mid-range chips, which is not good news for Zhongwei Technology Group. Many customers will be attracted to Shanghai Technology Group. The chairman of Zhongwei Technology Group, Feng Yangshou, was sizing up Yi Chen. Is he really the one who acquired two companies? He looks even younger than in the photos. A few people beside Feng Yangshou were also observing Yi Chen. Soon, the official personnel arrived. This meeting was actually quite dull. They just talked about the current situation of the domestic semiconductor industry, hoping that various enterprises could continue to work hard, and that official policies would provide some support. Sitting there, Yi Chen suddenly felt like he was back in school during a meeting with the school leaders. If it weren't for the reporters around, he would have wanted to take a nap. The meeting lasted nearly 3 hours before it ended, and Yi Chen was feeling a bit drowsy. After it concluded, the person in charge of Zhongwei Technology Group went over to greet the official personnel, shaking hands and chatting. Yi Chen turned to Han Wanjing and said, "Can we leave now?" Han Wanjing softly replied, "Young master, aren't you going to talk to those leaders?" Yi Chen said, "Forget it, I'm not interested, and there's nothing much to talk about with them." Han Wanjing was taken aback. These were official leaders, a good opportunity to network. But since the boss said he wasn't interested, she, as a subordinate, couldn't say much. The two stood up to leave, and just as they had taken a few steps, an official leader approached with a smile and said, "Excuse me, are you Mr. Yi Chen?" Yi Chen smiled back, "Yes, hello, Leader Wang. I didn't expect Mr. Yi to be so young, you truly are accomplished at a young age." The other party greeted him with a beaming smile. Yi Chen replied, "Leader Wang, you're too kind. I'm just dabbling. Mr. Yi, please don't be modest. The domestic semiconductor industry will need your efforts in the future. I hope you can make breakthroughs in technology and strive to reach world-class standards. The two chatted quite well, with mutual respect. Feng Yangshuo, watching from the side, felt a bit displeased. He said to a leader next to him, "The president of Shanghai Technology Group didn't even come over to greet us and let Leader Wang go to him personally." The leader beside him chuckled but didn't say much. Yi Chen and Leader Wang exchanged a few words, exchanged contact information, and then left. At this time, many people were also leaving, while some remained in the conference hall. On the way out, Yi Chen's phone suddenly rang. It was a call from Sun Yumeng. Yi Chen answered. "What's up, Yumeng?" Sun Yumeng said, "Brother Yi Chen, come pick us up, our car got hit." Yi Chen paused for a moment. "Is everyone okay?" "We're fine, it was just a rear-end collision at school," Sun Yumeng replied. Yi Chen said, "Alright, wait for me at school, I'll be right there." After leaving the conference hall, Yi Chen said to Han Wanjing, "You drive to Zhanghai University, and let the driver take a taxi back." Han Wanjing nodded slightly, and the two headed toward the parking lot. On the way, Feng Yangshuo and his group caught up with Yi Chen and Han Wanjing. "Mr. Yi, do you have time to chat?" Feng Yangshuo asked. Yi Chen replied, "Sorry, I have something to do, let's talk another day." The two companies were competitors, there wasn't much to discuss. Feng Yangshuo's expression darkened. "Mr. Yi, are you really not giving me this face?" Yi Chen said, "Then just take it as if I'm not giving you face." He couldn't be bothered to explain, he had just heard this person speaking ill of him not far away. His current physique far exceeded that of ordinary people, and his senses were sharp. Although Feng Yangshuo spoke in a relatively low voice, he still heard it. This two-faced, backstabbing fool was not worth his time. The faces of Feng Yangshuo and his group turned sour upon hearing his words. "Yi Chen, you really are too arrogant," Feng Yangshuo's son couldn't help but say. Yi Chen glanced at him indifferently. Young people were just young people. "What are you? Do you have the right to talk to me?" Feng Bo's expression darkened. In terms of status and identity, he indeed had no right to converse with Yi Chen. Feng Yangshuo introduced, "This is my son, Mr. Yi." Yi Chen replied, "I see your son doesn't understand the rules. If Mr. Feng can't teach him well, others won't mind stepping in to do so." Not all second-generation rich kids were spoiled, nor were all of them elites. Some were ambitious, while others indulged in pleasure. Feng Bo looked like someone who was lost in enjoyment. When he first glanced over, he seemed to be looking at Han Wanjing beside Yi Chen. The situation, identity, and reaction said it all. Feng Yangshuo snorted coldly, "Mr. Yi, I'll remember your words today." Yi Chen ignored him and directly got into the car. The two groups were destined to be competitors, with no room for reconciliation, unless one party exited the semiconductor market or went bankrupt. Han Wanjing drove away from the place. As she drove, she said, "Zhanghai Technology Group is the largest chip manufacturing group in the country, but their own wafer factory is insufficient and they still need to procure from abroad, and the chip quality is poor." Yi Chen replied, "When you have time, investigate Zhanghai Technology Group in detail." Han Wanjing responded, "Yes, young master." 20 minutes later, Han Wanjing arrived at the entrance of Zhanghai University. At this time, Du Feifei and Sun Yumeng were already waiting at the school gate. Several supercars were parked nearby, and a few young men stood beside the two. The car stopped by the roadside, and Yi Chen got out. Sun Yumeng rushed over upon seeing him. "Brother Yi Chen is here." Du Feifei also walked over. Li Wenfu felt a sinking feeling in his heart upon seeing Yi Chen come to pick them up. Could it be that Feifei likes him? The young men nearby were also sizing up Yi Chen, wondering who he was. Sun Yumeng approached Yi Chen with a smile. "Brother Yi Chen, why did you come so late?" Yi Chen replied, "I came over as soon as I got your call from Guofeng Pavilion. Wasn't that fast enough?" At that moment, a young man walked over. He looked at Sun Yumeng and asked, "Yumeng, who is this guy?" "Don't call me Yumeng, are we that familiar?" Sun Yumeng replied irritably. Xia Junyi felt a bit awkward. He was currently pursuing Sun Yumeng. Seeing her so close to another young man made him uncomfortable. Sun Yumeng's looks were not inferior to Du Feifei or Xia Cheng, and most importantly, her figure was too alluring. Among her peers, very few had such a slim yet curvy figure, which was incredibly attractive to any man. Du Feifei smiled at Yi Chen and said, "Yi Chen, let's go." Yi Chen nodded, then opened the car door. "Get in." Du Feifei and Sun Yumeng got into the car. Yi Chen sat in the passenger seat and they left. Xia Junyi walked over to Li Wenfu. "Wenfu, who is this guy?" Li Wenfu replied, "Not very familiar, I've seen him a few times." "What is his relationship with Sun Yumeng?" Xia Junyi asked curiously. Li Wenfu said, "I'm not sure, He seems to have a good relationship with both Feifei and Yumeng. Xia Junyi muttered, damn it, this guy isn't trying to play both sides, is he? Li Wenfu said, who knows, seeing Feifei and Yumeng both have a good impression of him, they'd rather let him pick them up than let us send them. Xia Junyi's expression changed slightly upon hearing this. Wenfu, what should we do? I really don't want to miss out on a gem like Yumeng. I've never dated such an exquisite beauty before. Li Wenfu replied, how would I know what to do? They are neighbors, living close by, any good fortune won't come our way. Xia Junyi hurriedly said, Wenfu, you can't just watch your woman be taken away, what should we do now? Li Wenfu smiled slightly, don't worry, I've already had someone investigate Yi Chen's situation. Knowing ourselves and our enemy ensures we won't be defeated in 100 battles, we need to clarify Yi Chen's situation and background first. Xia Junyi's face lit up with a smile, have you found out anything? Li Wenfu smiled, not yet, but we'll talk again in a couple of days. Seeing the smile on his face, Xia Junyi said, you must have found something useful, I can tell by your expression. Don't rush, let's wait and see, Li Wenfu replied. Meanwhile, in the car, Sun Yumeng said that Xia Junyi is really annoying, staring at me every day, has he never seen a beauty before? Du Feifei replied, just keep your distance from him in the future. Yi Chen asked, who is that person? Du Feifei explained, Xia Junyi is the son of a pharmaceutical group chairman, his family is similar to Li Wenfu's, they are all in the pharmaceutical business and have collaborations. Yi Chen nodded slightly, recognizing that people like Du Feifei and her friends are unlikely to marry ordinary folks in the future. They generally seek partners of equal social standing. Marriages for the sake of business interests are also quite common. No one knows what the future holds for Du Feifei and Sun Yumeng. Half an hour later, they returned home. Han Wanjing began preparing dinner. Brother Yi Chen, what did you go to the Guofeng Conference Center for? Sun Yumeng asked curiously. Yi Chen replied, I attended an official industry conference about the semiconductor industry. Du Feifei added, now foreign chips can't come in, and even the materials for producing chips are under blockade. We can only rely on domestic self-sufficiency, which is a lot of pressure. Yi Chen smiled and said, Feifei seems quite concerned about these news topics. Du Feifei responded, of course, it's a major issue in the business world. Such product blockades have a significant impact on some companies, especially when there are no alternative products. Yi Chen asked, what do you think will happen if this situation isn't resolved? Du Feifei replied, I think it will eventually be resolved, but we might have to compromise and make concessions since the technology is in their hands, and it's a necessity for us. Yi Chen remarked, it sounds like your analysis makes a lot of sense. Du Feifei shot him a glance, what do you mean it sounds like? This is a fact, it's not my analysis, I heard it from my dad and them. The domestic industry started too late, not only in high-end chips but in many high-tech fields, we lag behind the West. This is a fact that must be acknowledged. Recognizing our shortcomings and focusing on development is the hard truth. Du Feifei knows quite a bit about business matters and pays attention to them, especially since she is the only daughter in her family and will definitely be responsible for the group's affairs in the future. As for Sun Yumeng, she is more carefree, eats a lot, and thinks less. She has a younger sister and brother, and her brother will definitely manage the company's affairs in the future. Moreover, her parents don't pay much attention to her, so she doesn't want to think about too many things. She used to suffer from illness, but now that her health is better, living happily like this is quite nice. The three chatted while watching TV. Around 7 in the evening, they began to have dinner. Tonight's dinner was quite lavish, with Han Wanjing making a seafood feast. After dinner, Sun Yumeng and Du Feifei watched the news for a while before going back to rest. Yi Chen also returned to his room, and then Xia Qing initiated a video call with him. Xia Qing said, Yi Chen, I'm going to work at the headquarters next month. Yi Chen smiled and asked, did you get promoted? Xia Qing chuckled awkwardly, yeah, isn't this promotion a bit too fast? Yi Chen replied, is there such a thing as a promotion being too fast? You might be the first. Xia Qing said, you don't know, they want me to go to the headquarters to directly take the position of deputy director of the finance department. That's senior management. Yi Chen responded, deputy director is fine, you should probably be a vice president soon. Xia Qing sighed, the headquarters is quite far from where I live, so I have to move again. Yi Chen suggested, why move? Just come live with me, it would be great to have a car pick you up and drop you off every day. Xia Qing's face flushed slightly as she shot him a glance, then you can come help me move in a couple of days. Yi Chen was taken aback, he had just said it casually and hadn't expected anything. Is that for real? Xia Qing's face turned even redder, you idiot. Yi Chen said, don't wait a couple of days, how about I come pick you up today? Xia Qing replied, I'll finish my work handover in the next couple of days, then I'll come over. She had been thinking about this for a while. After considering it, she felt her parents were right. If she didn't cherish such a good boyfriend and someone else took him away, she would definitely regret it for life. With Yi-Chen being so outstanding, there would surely be girls pursuing him, and Xia-Cheng didn't have much confidence in herself. In terms of looks and figure, many people were not inferior to her, and some were even more attractive. Moreover, she had no advantages in terms of education, background, or family. Thinking about all this made Xia-Cheng feel even more insecure. Yi-Chen, seeing Xia-Cheng's words, was extremely excited. He would finally be able to be a man that night. The two chatted for an hour and a half before going to sleep. The next morning. Congratulations to the host for making a dream come true, receiving an organ gene development agent. Oh no, not again. This can't be good. Who can handle this? Yi-Chen thought for a moment and decided to use it anyway. After washing up, Yi-Chen went downstairs, where Sun Yameng and Du Feifei had just arrived. After breakfast, the two went off to school. Once Han Wanjing finished her tasks, Yi-Chen said to her, Wanjing, go to the mall this morning and buy some women's items. My girlfriend is coming over in a couple of days, and her figure and height are about the same as yours. Han Wanjing quickly nodded, okay, young master. She tidied up a bit and drove out. Feeling bored, Yi-Chen sent a message to Tang Kursen, let's play games, little sister. Tang Kursen replied, sure, wait for me, I'll be online soon. When they both logged in, Yi-Chen invited her to join the room. Is Situ Tong not coming? Tang Kursen replied, she has something at home, she's gone to Jianghai City for a checkup. Yi-Chen clicked to start. I saw her profile, she's from Longdu City. Why is she going to Jianghai City for treatment? The medical technology there should be decent. Tang Kursen said, it seems there's a hospital in Jianghai City that's quite good. The two chatted while playing games, and soon over an hour had passed. Although Yi-Chen had been on a winning streak, he hadn't played long enough to become the number one in his segment, but he was just a few stars away. He wasn't particularly interested in the ranking and logged off after playing 6 or 7 matches. Just then, Han Wanjing returned. She had bought a lot of women's items. Women's slippers, pajamas, underwear, clothes, and so on. At that moment, Yi-Chen's phone suddenly rang. It was a call from Chen Wangking. He answered the phone. Hello, what's up, Wangking? Chen Wangking said, what are you doing? Do you have time this afternoon? Yi-Chen replied, I have time. What's up? Aren't you working? Chen Wangking said, I quit my job. Yi-Chen was taken aback. Didn't you just get promoted? Why did you quit? Chen Wanqing, don't mention it, I'm so confused right now. If you have time, come off for lunch, I'll treat you. Yi-Chen, sure, I'll come find you. He stood up and said to Han Wanjing, Wanjing, I'm stepping out for a bit, you don't need to wait for me to eat lunch. Han Wanjing, okay, young master. Yi-Chen tidied up a bit and then drove out in that Ferrari sports car. He went straight to the community where Chen Wanqing lived, then went upstairs to her place. Chen Wanqing opened the door for him. You're here, come in and sit for a while. Yi-Chen noticed that her mental state wasn't great and curiously asked, Wanqing, what's wrong? Chen Wanqing sat dejectedly on the sofa and sighed, don't mention it, you really hit the nail on the head. Yi-Chen, what did I hit the nail on the head about? Chen Wanqing, it's about the vice president of our group. I thought he was a nice person, but who knew he had ulterior motives? Yi-Chen paused for a moment. I told you, no one is nice to someone for no reason, there's always a motive. Chen Wanqing, I understand what you mean now. Today he called me to the office and wanted to give me a bank card, saying he would deposit 100,000 every month and wanted me to go on a business trip with him today. Yi-Chen, you just graduated, such things are very common in society. Being pretty makes you an easy target. Chen Wanqing looked at him, you're also quite nice to me, don't you have any motives? Yi-Chen smiled and said, I'm not the same as your vice president. At least we were high school classmates and have a good relationship. Helping you is the right thing to do. Chen Wanqing sighed, now I'm unemployed again, and I don't know how to tell my family. Yi-Chen, with your qualifications, are you still worried about finding a job? You can come to my company, one of the top companies in the future world. Do you want to give it a try? Chen Wanqing, that chip manufacturing group? Yi-Chen nodded slightly, that's right, I have other companies too, depending on where you want to go. Chen Wanqing thought for a moment and said, I still want to go to that chip group, it has the greatest potential for future development. Yi-Chen, I'll talk to General Manager Yang about it, you can just report directly. With your qualifications, you won't even need an interview. Just work hard, and the position of General Manager will be calling for you. Chen Wanqing, I'll work hard and strive to sit in the General Manager's position as soon as possible, haha. The two sat on the sofa chatting when suddenly Chen Wanqing's phone rang. She looked at the phone and said, I'll take this call. She answered the phone. Hello, what's up, Yang Chao? Yi-Chen was taken aback by her words. Was this a call from Yang Chao? What did Yang Chao want with her? Yi Chen had a rough idea of Yang Chao's intentions. Was he trying to pursue Chen Wanqing? Yang Chao said on the phone, Wanqing, I'm downstairs at your place. What number is your house? Chen Wanqing was taken aback. Why are you here? Aren't you supposed to be at work? Yang Chao, there wasn't much going on at the company, so I came to find you. Let's have lunch together. Chen Wanqing chuckled awkwardly. I've already made plans with someone else, let's talk about it later. Yang Chao made plans with someone? Then forget it, we'll talk another day. Are you free to come down? I bought you something. Chen Wanqing, okay, I'll come down now. Yi Chen smiled and said, let's go down together. It's been a while since I've seen this old classmate. The two stood up and walked downstairs, and when they reached the bottom, they saw Yang Chao. He was standing by the car, holding the things he had bought. When he saw Chen Wanqing coming down with a man, his expression changed slightly. Seeing Yi Chen, he felt a bit curious. This person looked somewhat familiar. Yi Chen? He asked uncertainly. Yi Chen smiled. I didn't expect you to recognize me. After all, everyone hasn't seen each other for many years, and there have been quite a few changes. Yang Chao has changed a lot too. Yang Chao looked at him and then at Chen Wanqing. What's going on here? Chen Wanqing smiled and explained, I have something I need Yi Chen's help with, so I called him over. Yang Chao nodded slightly, curious as he asked, what is Yi Chen doing now? Yi Chen replied, I'm currently unemployed, no job. Yang Chao said, this is a gift for you from Wanqing. She wanted to give it to you back in high school but never had the chance. Chen Wanqing's face turned a bit awkward. Yang Chao, you don't have to do this. I can't accept such an expensive gift, you should take it back. Yang Chao forced a smile, just take it. At first, he hadn't expected Yi Chen to be with Chen Wanqing. What had the two of them just been doing in the room? Yi Chen smiled as he looked at the two. Yang Chao was quite the player, pursuing Chen Wanqing right after arriving in Jianhai City. They chatted for a while, but Chen Wanqing still didn't accept his gift. Chen Wanqing said, Yi Chen and I are going to grab a bite to eat. I'll treat you to dinner another day when I have time. Yi Chen said to Yang Chao, we're leaving now. Yang Chao nodded, okay. When he saw Yi Chen and Chen Wanqing get into the nearby BMW 7 Series, Yang Chao was taken aback. This is Yi Chen's car? How is that possible? He didn't even go to college, how could he afford such a car? No wonder Chen Wanqing was so close to him. It turns out Yi Chen was quite impressive. Thinking of this, Yang Chao felt a bit complicated. As a classmate and friend, he hoped everyone could do well, but he didn't want anyone to do better than him. That's just human nature. Yi Chen greeted Yang Chao and then drove out of the community. In the car, Chen Wanqing spoke up, do you know about the gathering they mentioned in the high school group? I saw it, Yi Chen replied with a smile. Chen Wanqing asked, did they talk to you about it? Are you going? Yi Chen said, I'm not going, it's not interesting. Those with good jobs and money are just showing off, and those without good jobs and money won't get any attention. These class reunions are basically just gatherings for showing off. Chen Wanqing smiled slightly, exactly, it's not useful. Yi Chen asked, are you going? If you go, there will probably be more people, after all, you were the class flower in high school. Chen Wanqing replied, I don't want to go either, it's not interesting. After about 10 minutes, the two arrived outside a restaurant. During lunch, Chen Wanqing poured out her troubles to him. Yi Chen listened quietly, and then Chen Wanqing decided to work at Shanghai Technology Group. With Yi Chen's support and her own abilities, she believed she could develop even better. In today's society, it's all about connections. With such a good opportunity, how could Chen Wanqing not seize it? Shanghai Technology Group has good potential for future development, plus Yi Chen's support. With her abilities, as long as she works hard and learns gradually, becoming a senior executive in the company and achieving a turnaround in her life would be quite simple. After lunch, Yi Chen took Chen Wanqing directly to Shanghai Technology Group. He also wanted to see how the company restructuring was going. After more than half an hour, they arrived at the former Qingwei Technology Group, which had now been renamed Shanghai Technology Group. Upon entering the company, Yang Xingqing was busy inside. Mr. Yi, you're here, Yang Xingqing said respectfully upon seeing him enter with a young beauty. Yi Chen looked at him and asked, how is the company restructuring going? Yang Xingqing replied, it's mostly done. I've sent the plan to Assistant Han, and the company can be relisted the day after tomorrow. Yi Chen said, this is my friend, Chen Wanqing, a graduate of Jianhai University. She will be working at our company from now on. Yang Xingqing looked at Chen Wanqing, hello, Miss Chen. Welcome to Shanghai Technology Group. The future development of the company relies on the addition of fresh blood like you. Yi Chen said, my friend studied administrative management in college, so let's have her work in the administrative department. All right, Mr. Yi. Yi Chen then personally took Chen Wanqing on a tour of the company to familiarize her with the situation. Yang Xingqing accompanied them, occasionally providing introductions. At the same time, Yang Xingqing mentioned that after the company restructured, they would move the headquarters to the Longting building on Financial Street, where they had already rented space. The new company would be larger, with more departments and an increased workforce. The restructured company would definitely rank among the top 3 in the domestic semiconductor industry. Logically, such a group should have its own building. However, the company's funds were currently limited and needed to be managed for a few more months. The company had already received many orders, with amounts exceeding 20 billion. The profit from these orders was about 30%, which meant a profit of around 6 billion. This was still with the mid-range chip prices having dropped, otherwise, the profits would be higher. Previously, when Western consortiums monopolized the technology, the profits were even greater. Later, when domestic production of mid-range chips became possible, they lowered the prices to reduce their competitors' profits. This was a common tactic they employed. When you lacked the technology, they would impose a technological blockade. Once you had it, they would start selling you the technology and equipment. Around 3 in the afternoon, Yi Chen and Chen Wanqing left the company. Chen Wanqing would start her job the next day, also as the supervisor of the Administrative and Human Resources Department. Yi Chen wanted to cultivate her into a senior management position in the company. After all, Chen Wanqing was considered one of his own. In the car, Chen Wanqing said to him, "Thank you, Yi Chen. From now on, you'll be my boss, so I'll have to call you Director Yi." Yi Chen replied, "No need to be so polite. Just work hard. I hope you can become one of the company's senior executives in the future. That way, we'll have someone we can trust." Chen Wanqing smiled slightly, "Then I'll do my best." Yi Chen dropped her off at her home and then returned. Upon arriving home, he found that there were guests, and not just one person. When Hua Hongyun saw Yi Chen return, he greeted him with a beaming smile. "Mr. Yi, you're back. Young master, Professor Hua brought some people to see you. They've been waiting for over 2 hours, Han Wanjing said to him. Yi Chen looked at the 3 people on the sofa, a middle-aged couple and a young beauty. The young beauty was indeed pretty, tall, and charming. They were also sizing up Yi Chen. Could the miraculous doctor that Dr. Hua mentioned be him? He seemed too young. Wang Jianyuan and his family of 3 walked over. "Hello, Mr. Yi, I am Wang Jianyuan." Yi Chen nodded slightly. "Hello, Mr. Wang, please have a seat." The Wang family sat down. Hua Hongyun spoke up. "Mr. Yi, I have a patient who is quite tricky and needs your help." Yi Chen felt a bit speechless. He wasn't a professional doctor. It seemed he would have to remind Hua Hongyun in the future, or else he would end up treating patients himself. Yi Chen asked, "Where is the patient?" Hua Hongyun replied, "At our hospital, Mr. Yi, could you please go over personally?" Yi Chen shot him a glare, implying that he should find fewer troublesome matters for him in the future. Wang Jianyuan said, "Mr. Yi, I apologize for the trouble. Regardless of whether you can cure him or not, our Wang family will remember your kindness, and you can always reach out to me if you need anything." Wang Sita looked at Yi Chen with suspicion. Why did that voice sound so familiar? Wasn't that the voice of the one called A Sword Following the Wind? It couldn't be that coincidental, could it? She looked at Yi Chen and couldn't help but ask, "Are you the swordman? Scoundrel?" Wang Jianyuan and his wife were stunned. What was wrong with their daughter? Why was she insulting someone? When they played games, Yi Chen liked to joke around and had a cheeky demeanor, and his ID was A Sword Following the Wind. So Wang Sitong often referred to him as the swordman. Yi Chen was also taken aback. "Wow, isn't that voice Sitong's?" He looked Wang Sitong up and down. "Are you the Sitong from the game?" Wang Sitong replied, "Yes, it's me." "What a coincidence." Yi Chen said, "It really is a coincidence. I didn't expect you to be even more beautiful in person than in the photos." Wang Jianyuan looked confused. "Sitong, Mr. Yi, do you know each other?" Yi Chen laughed. "I like playing games in my spare time, and your daughter loves to play too. We met in the game and often voice chat while playing." Wang Jianyuan and his wife looked surprised. Is this even possible? It seems like their daughter has a pretty good relationship with him. Yi Chen asked, "Who is sick in your family?" Wang Sitong replied, "My grandfather." Yi Chen said, "Then let's not waste any time, hurry over to see him." Wang Jianyuan and his wife looked pleased, and the group quickly left the villa, then drove to the First People's Hospital of Jianhai City. Wang Sitong got into Yi Chen's car. She looked Yi Chen up and down. "I think this is too surreal. You're the medical expert that Dr. Hua mentioned?" Yi Chen replied, "That's right. I'm not only a gaming expert but also a medical expert. A genius is a genius. I'm top-notch at everything." Wang Sitong was a bit speechless. "Here we go again. he was so narcissistic and boastful while voice chatting in the game. Can you really cure my grandfather's illness? Yi-chen said, I don't even know what illness your grandfather has, we'll have to see first. Wang Sidong took out her phone and sent a message to Tang Kersen, guess who I'm with? Tang Kersen replied, who? Didn't you go to Jianhai City? Wang Sidong said, yeah, I'm in Jianhai City. That Jian Suifeng is also in Jianhai City, and we're in the same car now. Tang Kersen was stunned for a moment. Aren't you going to see Grandpa Wang? How did you end up meeting up? Is the guy handsome? Wang Sidong replied, what meeting up? It's not a date, everything is just too coincidental. I'll tell you more when I get back. Tang Kersen said, I want to see the guy. Wang Sidong replied, what's there to see? He's just like that. Tang Kersen said, he must be very handsome and charming. Are you afraid I'll compete with you? Wang Sidong retorted, nonsense, I'm not talking to you anymore. After saying that, she put down her phone and said to Yi-chen, sorry, I was chatting with Kersen for a bit. Yi-chen nodded slightly, is Kersen's real name just Kersen? Wang Sidong replied, her full name is Tang Kersen. Yi-chen took out a photo of her, is this her? When Wang Sidong saw the photo of Tang Kersen, she rolled her eyes at him, you really want a photo? Yi-chen said, what's wrong with wanting a photo? It's interesting to have a beautiful girl playing games. Wang Sidong looked at him speechlessly, pervert. Yi-chen replied, what makes me a pervert? I haven't done anything. Wang Sidong said, who knows what you do with those photos behind my back? Yi-chen laughed at her words, looks like you know a thing or two about some men. Do I look like someone who lacks women? Wang Sidong said, who knows? There are plenty of rich people with special preferences. Yi-chen said, driver, let's go back. We're not going to the hospital. Wang Sidong hurriedly said, why are you like this? Can't you take a joke? You often joke about me in the game. This woman's mind is really small. Half an hour later, the two cars arrived at the First People's Hospital of Jianhai City. Under Hua Hongyun's guidance, they entered a high-level ward. It seems that Wang Sitong's family has a rather extraordinary background. Ordinary people cannot access such high-level hospital rooms in Jianhai City. Mr. Yi, this is the patient, Hua Hongyun said to him. Yi-chen looked at the elderly man on the hospital bed, his face slightly darkening. Seeing this scene, he spoke up, the situation isn't good. He is already in a critical condition. Has this illness persisted for about 3 months? Wang Jianyuan quickly nodded. Yes, it's been about 3 months. The old man was in good health before. I don't know what happened, but suddenly he became like this. Yi-chen said, he has been poisoned. Hua Hongyun interjected, that's impossible. If it were poisoning, we would have been able to detect it. Wang Jianyuan replied, there are experts in Longdu City who said it resembles poisoning symptoms, but nothing was found in the internal examinations. Yi-chen smiled, current medical equipment and technology have not reached their peak. Just because some diseases or viruses cannot be detected does not mean it isn't poisoning, it only indicates that the equipment is limited. Hua Hongyun and Wang Jianyuan nodded slightly. In the room, there were not just Hua Hongyun but also several expert doctors from the hospital. After hearing that the medical expert had arrived, they all came over to take a look. One of them spoke up, we have also tested with silver needles and other methods, but found no signs of poisoning. Yi-chen asked, you tested the blood, cells, and muscles, right? Yes. Yi-chen continued, describe the patient's symptoms. Wang Jianyuan said, it started with drowsiness, which became more severe, now he is in a deep sleep and cannot wake up. Yi-chen replied, although I don't know what toxin this is, I can confirm that it is a very rare toxin, and it was administered by someone. Hearing this, Wang Jianyuan and his wife changed their expressions slightly. Who could have poisoned him? Hua Hongyun asked, Mr. Yi, do you have a way to treat him? Yi-chen replied, it's just poisoning, the treatment is quite simple. However, if you cannot find out who poisoned him, the situation may recur, and the perpetrator might use an even more potent poison that could be fatal. Wang Jianyuan nodded slightly, I will investigate this matter thoroughly. Please, Mr. Yi, treat my father. Yi-chen nodded slightly and then had Hua Hongyan remove Wang Sitong's grandfather's hospital gown. He began acupuncture, which was different from what he did with Chao Guan Yuan. The locations and techniques were different. Even though many people were watching, they did not understand the principles behind it. Yi-chen was not worried about anyone learning from him. This skill cannot be easily acquired just by observation. Even if taught in person, it is not that easy to master. Wang Sidong quietly watched Yi-chen perform the acupuncture. How could he be so skilled, even in diagnosing illnesses? In just a few minutes, Yi-chen had inserted 13 needles into the old man's head. A minute later, a small amount of black liquid oozed out from the needle punctures, so small that it would be hard to notice without careful observation. However, Wang Sitong's grandfather was bald. making it quite obvious. Hua Hongyun and the other expert doctors were momentarily stunned at this sight. This completely overturned their understanding of medicine. Can illnesses really be treated this way? Yi Chen said, Dr. Hua, wipe it off with something. Hua Hongyun curiously asked, Mr. Yi, what is this? Yi Chen replied, a mixture of toxins and the body's nerve fluid. Wang Jianyuan and the others looked confused. They didn't understand what nerve fluid was, but Hua Hongyun and the others did. Yi Chen told the Wang family, once the needles are removed, he will be fine, but the old man will need to rest for a while afterward. Thank you, Mr. Yi. Wang Jianyuan expressed his gratitude. He hadn't expected it to be so simple. So many expert doctors were at a loss, yet it was resolved so easily in Yi Chen's hands. This is the mark of a true expert. Those who don't understand are helpless, while those who do find it effortless. Yi Chen, it will take about 15 minutes to remove the needle, and then we just need to wait for the old man to wake up. There's nothing else to do. I'm going to the restroom. After saying that, he turned and walked out. Although there was a restroom in the ward, it felt a bit awkward for him to use it with so many people around. Wang sit on, Mom and Dad, I'm going to the restroom too. As she stepped out of the room, she saw Yi Chen looking for the restroom. Yi Chen, the restroom is over there. Yi Chen, you're going too? Wang sit on, yeah, I've been waiting at your house for over 2 hours, and I didn't dare to use your toilet. Yi Chen, can someone really die from holding in their pee? Wang Sidong shot him a glare, rude. Yi Chen, that's just the way it is. Wang Sidong, it's very impolite to use the restroom when visiting someone for the first time. The two chatted as they walked to the restroom. When Yi Chen came out, he stared at her for a moment. You have quite the bladder, taking so long. Wang Sitong's cheeks flushed, and she glared at him. Do you want to die? Yi Chen laughed heartily, and the two quickly returned to the room. Upon entering the ward, they found a few more people inside. This is Mr. Yi, Hua Hongyun introduced to the two individuals. Mr. Yi, these are the hospital's president and vice president. Yi Chen nodded slightly, acknowledging them. Mr. Yi, we are truly grateful to you. I wonder if you have any thoughts about coming to our hospital? One of them said. Yi Chen smiled. I'm sorry, I have too much going on at my company and generally don't have time to see a doctor. After about 10 minutes, the silver needles were removed, and Hua Hongyun cleaned up. In about 2 minutes, Wang Sitong's grandfather woke up. Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden task, receiving a tribute card, healing card, and universal card. This time, he was rewarded with a card that had never appeared before. Wang Jianyuan's family of 3 looked excited. Dad, you're awake? Wang Guotai nodded slightly. Where is this? Wang Jianyuan, this is the First People's Hospital of Zhanghai City. Wang Guotai was taken aback. How did we end up here? Wang Jianyuan explained, and only then did Wang Guotai understand what had happened. After they finished talking, the hospital president hurriedly approached to speak warmly. The Wang family had come from Longdu City, and their background was extraordinary. Such small talk was more about flattery. He had no interest in such matters. You all chat, I'll take my leave. Wang Jianyuan, Mr. Yi, let me see you off. Hua Hongyun and several expert doctors also accompanied him out, while Wang Sitong's mother and the 2 deans stayed in the ward. Mr. Yi, I will come to thank you in person in a few days, Wang Jianyuan said to him. Yi Chen, Mr. Wang, there's no need to be so polite. As they took the elevator to the hospital's first-floor lobby, a burly man in his 20s was holding a girl. Please, save my sister, save her. The nurse beside them looked troubled. We want to save her too, but she has no heartbeat. Please accept our condolences. Such things were too common in hospitals. Every day, there were separations of life and death. Yi Chen glanced over. It was a pair of simply dressed siblings, the man in his 20s and the girl looking about 15 or 16. The little girl appeared to have no visible injuries. Yi Chen looked at the girl and said to Hua Hongyun, Dr. Hua, today I want you to see something else. Wang Jianyuan, Wang Sidong, and Hua Hongyun looked curious at his words. What did he mean? What was he going to show? Yi Chen walked over to the pair of siblings. The burly young man was taken aback when he saw them. The nurse beside them quickly said, Professor Hua, Professor Wang, Professor Li. Hua Hongyun and the others nodded slightly in response. Yi Chen, Dr. Hua, take a look at this girl. Although Hua Hongyun did not understand what he meant, she still looked at the girl's condition. After observing, she said to Yi Chen, Mr. Yi, this girl is dead. Yi Chen replied, I say she's not dead, do you believe me? Hua Hongyun responded, impossible, several characteristics of her body right now completely meet the conditions of death. A doctor nearby spoke up, the standard of death in the West has now been raised to brain death, only brain death counts as true death. However, according to current medical standards, if the heart cannot recover, she is essentially dead. Yi Chen nodded slightly. With the advancement of science and technology, the standards of death are also changing. This little girl still has a heartbeat, it's just very weak, so weak that current medical equipment cannot detect it. Hua Hongyun nodded slightly. What Mr. Yi said is indeed possible. After all, technological equipment is improving and getting better. Perhaps the heartbeat is undetectable due to equipment limitations. Can you save my sister? A burly man spoke up. Yi Chen said, Dr. Hua, help me find a quiet place. Hua Hongyun quickly called for a nurse to take the girl to an operating room. Yi Chen said to Wang Sit-on, come in with me. You all wait outside, it's not convenient for you men. Mr. Yi, we are doctors, we absolutely won't have any other thoughts. Hua Hongyun and the others wanted to see the treatment process firsthand. In the end, they still followed him in. Yi Chen had Wang Sit-on help him remove the young girl's top. He needed to perform acupuncture on her chest. The 13 needles of the golden coffer were applied, and just as the technique was completed, the girl woke up. Wang Sit-on's eyes widened in shock. This little girl clearly had no breath and no heartbeat. How could she be cured? Hua Hongyun and the others were also stunned. They actually had no way to deal with such a situation. The little girl looked at Yi Chen and the others in confusion and asked, Who are you? Yi Chen smiled and said, We are doctors from the hospital. Do you remember what happened after you fainted? The little girl shook her head. I don't remember. Yi Chen removed the silver needles. You're fine now, go out and find your brother. The group walked out of the operating room, and the burly man saw his sister come out full of life, his face filled with joy as he hurriedly hugged her. You scared your brother to death. Yi Chen said, Don't be so mischievous in the future, falling like this is quite unfortunate. Thank you. The burly man quickly bowed his head in gratitude. Even with his head bowed, he was much taller than Yi Chen. This guy was probably close to 2 meters tall. Yi Chen smiled, It's nothing, no need for that. The group continued walking outside. The burly man looked at Yi Chen's back, his expression resolute, I will repay you. Wang Jianyuan, Wang Sit-on, and the others escorted Yi Chen to the parking lot. You all go back, Yi Chen said as he got into the car. Mr. Yi, take care. Once the car drove away from the parking lot, they turned to head back. On the way back, Yi Chen opened the system interface. He directly used an attribute card, and his physical fitness improved a bit. Universal card, a versatile item card that can meet any request of the host. Note, it cannot be an excessive request. This card is quite impressive. Yi Chen returned home, and it was already past 5:30 in the afternoon. Du Feifei and Sun Yumeng had not returned. Usually, they would be back by this time. Just as he mentioned that they hadn't returned, Du Feifei and Sun Yumeng walked in. Seeing them enter, Yi Chen smiled and said, Back? You're a bit late today. Du Feifei forced a smile, looking somewhat unnatural. After sitting down, Sun Yumeng asked with a smile, Brother Yi Chen, do you have a girlfriend now? Yi Chen smiled and replied, Of course, with someone as outstanding and charming as me, how could I not have a girlfriend? Sun Yumeng asked, Then how come I've never seen you bring one back? Yi Chen said, She'll be coming over in a couple of days. I'll let you see then. Sun Yumeng laughed and said, Great. I want to see what Yi Chen's girlfriend is like. Du Feifei sat there with a smile on her face, not saying a word. She also had feelings for Yi Chen but had never expressed them. Her personality was like that, with a bit of a proud young lady's attitude. If Du Feifei were to show that she liked Yi Chen and then he rejected her or revealed he had a girlfriend, she would feel very embarrassed and lose face. Just like the current situation, it was fortunate she found out about this in advance. Otherwise, she would still be in the dark. Initially, she hadn't thought to ask Yi Chen about it, because when a girl asks a guy such a question, it subtly expresses her feelings. Du Feifei learned this news from Li Wenfu. Li Wenfu was quite shrewd. He didn't say it directly but hinted at it from the side. Even so, Du Feifei understood his meaning. He wanted her to give up on Yi Chen so he could take advantage of the situation. Du Feifei was not the kind of naive girl. On the contrary, she was very smart and calm. Even if she and Yi Chen were impossible, he wouldn't have a chance. After Du Feifei and Sun Yumeng had dinner, they went back home. Yi Chen noticed that Du Feifei seemed troubled, but since she didn't say anything, he didn't ask. Du Feifei lay on her bed and sighed deeply. Sun Yumeng spoke up, Sister Feifei, don't be sad. Even though Yi Chen has a girlfriend now, there are so many breakups these days, you still have a chance. Du Feifei sat up, who said I'm sad? Sun Yumeng chuckled, Sister Feifei, you're just being stubborn. If you like Yi Chen, you should boldly pursue him, that's how you get a chance. Waiting won't get you anywhere. Du Feifei replied, You little girl, now you're lecturing me, as if you understand so much. Sun Yumeng said, Even though I haven't dated, I've seen a lot. The books say to boldly pursue love when you find it. Du Feifei countered, pursue what? He already has a girlfriend. Sun Yumling said, in a couple of days, Yi Chen's girlfriend is coming, right? We can see what she's like and then come up with a plan to drive her away. Du Feifei was taken aback, isn't that a bit too much? Sun Yumling replied, I think it's not great either, but let's see what kind of person she is first. If she's a green tea bitch, then we can deal with her. That night, Yi Chen chatted with Xia Qing for a while, and then they both went to sleep. However, after lying down for a while, Yi Chen couldn't fall asleep. He opened his system backpack and looked at the universal card inside. This thing didn't mention any restrictions, only that it couldn't be used excessively. But what exactly counted as excessive? This was a pit dug by the system. Based on the real world, things that far exceed the real world cannot be realized, and those that seriously violate the world's rules cannot be realized either. Yi Chen understood a bit. He didn't use it, such a good thing couldn't be used casually. It was likely that asking for 10 billion in cash or acquiring a large company wouldn't be a problem. Unable to sleep while lying in bed, he walked out to the balcony of his bedroom. Outside, it was pitch black, with only the dim streetlights still on. The streetlights in the community and on the streets outside were lit. A few villas around had their lights on, but most were resting. It was already 11 o'clock at night. He looked up at the endless starry sky. There were quite a few stars tonight. He sat outside for more than 10 minutes and was just about to get up to return to his room when he noticed a few figures approaching from a distance. Although the figures were shrouded in darkness, Yi Chen's eyesight was quite good, and he quickly spotted them. There were 3 in total. Yi Chen was taken aback. What were these 3 people up to? The Huolong Seaview Villa community had many security personnel, but it wasn't a particularly important place, so the security measures weren't very tight, and there were always loopholes to exploit. Yi Chen sat there for a while, his room unlit, so the 3 people couldn't see him. Eventually, the 3 arrived outside Du Feifei and Sun Yuming's villa. He had thought they would come to his house, but unexpectedly, they went to Du Feifei's. Yi Chen hurried back to his room and quietly went downstairs. Once downstairs, he stood in the living room, looking through the floor-to-ceiling windows at the situation outside. At that moment, the 3 had already entered the villa's yard. The alarm system around the villa's yard had not gone off, clearly indicating that there was a flaw in the current alarm system, which the intruders had taken advantage of. Many smart devices today were not mature enough, leaving too many vulnerabilities. The villa's smart door lock was easily opened by them. Yi Chen couldn't help but glance at his own smart door lock. There was a bodyguard stationed at the entrance of his villa at night. However, the 3 had evaded them from the back, so they remained undetected. The bodyguard had indeed become a bit lax. He would need to be reminded tomorrow. Yi Chen exited through the back door of the villa. At this point, the 3 had already entered Du Feifei's villa. Du Feifei and Sun Yumeng were sleeping in their room, completely unaware of the commotion outside. Even if they weren't asleep, they wouldn't have heard the noise. The 3 seemed to have already figured out the situation inside. Upon entering the room, they headed straight for the upstairs bedroom. The bedroom door was locked from the inside. They had anticipated this, and one of them took out a key and inserted it into the lock. Although it made a slight sound, Du Feifei and Sun Yumeng did not hear it. At this moment, Yi Chen had already entered the villa. Seconds later, the door opened. The 3 exchanged glances and then stepped into the room. Although the room was pitch black, they could vaguely see 2 people sleeping on the bed. They had already devised a plan to capture Du Feifei and Sun Yumeng alive and then drive away in one of the cars from the garage. They had also arranged for a replacement vehicle and location outside the community. The 2 approached the bed and yanked the 2 from under the covers. Du Feifei and Sun Yumeng were instantly awakened, and upon seeing the scene before them, their faces turned pale with fright. Before they could speak, their mouths were covered, and their hands and feet were bound. Du Feifei and Sun Yumeng were completely subdued, and only then did they realize someone was trying to kidnap them. The thought sent chills down their spines. These people were desperate criminals, and who knew what they might do? Such incidents had occurred in high society before. Even after paying a ransom, the victims had been killed, often after being violated. Panic, fear, and worry filled their hearts. They were then stuffed into burlap sacks and carried outside. One of them had just exited the bedroom when a heavy punch struck him in the head from the darkness. He fell straight down. The other 2 were momentarily stunned. This unexpected turn of events was completely unforeseen. While they were dazed, Yi Chen charged in, kicking one in the chest while grabbing the burlap sack on his shoulder. The other person reacted quickly, hastily throwing off the sack from his shoulder. But before he could make a move, another kick came flying in. It sent him crashing backward, hard against the bed. Yi Chen's physical strength was terrifying. That kick had displaced the opponent's organs, rendering him unable to fight back. Yi Chen walked over and kicked them twice more, rendering them completely powerless. He then dragged the three of them outside and handed them over to the bodyguards waiting there. Back in the room, he untied the two burlap sacks, and Du Feifei and Sun Yimeng, with their mouths gagged, were making muffled sounds, thinking that the kidnappers were going to do something to them. Yi Chen spoke up, "Stop shouting, it's me." Hearing his voice, Du Feifei and Sun Yimeng were overjoyed. Yi Chen turned on the lights in the room and saw that their mouths were taped shut and their hands and feet were bound with nylon ropes. The two of them also saw him, their eyes filled with excitement. He tore off the tape from their mouths and untied the ropes. "Are you okay?" Sun Yimeng hugged him tightly and started to cry. "Brother Yi Chen, you scared me to death. I thought I would never see you again." Yi Chen patted her back. "It's okay now, those three have been caught by me." Sun Yimeng and Du Feifei were truly terrified. They couldn't bear to imagine what would have happened to them if they had been taken away. It would have been a form of inhumane torture. Yi Chen was surprised by how tightly Sun Yimeng was holding him. Was she just wearing pajamas? It was too uncomfortable to be held like this. Mainly, Sun Yimeng had such a good figure that it made him feel overwhelmed. Who could resist such a figure? After crying for a while, Sun Yimeng calmed down, realized what she was doing, and let go of Yi Chen to hug Du Feifei instead. Du Feifei was also shaken but managed to hold herself together much better than Sun Yimeng. She was the type who appeared strong on the outside but had a fragile heart inside. Yi Chen looked at the two of them and said, all right, stop crying. Tomorrow I'll have the bodyguards come over to keep an eye on you." Once they settled down, Du Feifei curiously asked, "Yi Chen, how did you know someone was coming in?" Yi Chen replied, "I couldn't sleep, so I was sitting on the terrace enjoying the night sky when I happened to see three people sneaking around. I saw them enter your yard and unlock the door, so I hurried over." Du Feifei said, "Thank you, Yi Chen." Yi Chen replied, "No need to be polite, we're old friends. I can't just stand by and watch you get taken away." Sun Yimeng looked at him with red eyes. If they had taken us, me and Sister Feifei might have been done for. Those scumbags would do anything. Yi Chen said, "I think these people are organized and have a purpose. They might have been targeting you for a long time. Is it possible that Uncle Du's competitors are behind this?" Du Feifei shook her head. "I don't know." Sun Yimeng asked, "How did they unlock the smart door lock?" "This is the most advanced smart lock." Yi Chen explained, "These things aren't fully developed yet, there are many loopholes. Ordinary people don't know, but those who understand can easily crack them." Sun Yimeng nodded, "That's really frustrating. These smart locks are very expensive." Yi Chen said, "It seems you're fine now, yet you still have the energy to worry about whether the locks are worth the price. A cheaper lock would probably be easier to pick. If there's nothing else, you should get some rest, it's quite late." "Brother Yi Chen, don't go." Sun Yimeng quickly grabbed his arm. Yi Chen asked, "What's wrong?" Sun Yimeng replied, "My sister and I are scared." Yi Chen reassured them, "It's okay. I'll have the bodyguards come over soon." Sun Yimeng said, "Even with bodyguards, we're still scared. Brother Yi Chen, can we stay at your house for a night?" Yi Chen agreed, "Sure, I have plenty of rooms." Sun Yimeng and Du Feifei hurriedly tidied up. After what had just happened, they didn't dare to sleep in that room anymore. Even knowing that someone was watching over them, they couldn't sleep. It was a psychological shadow. A few minutes later, Yi Chen took the two of them out. Just as they reached the door, the head of the bodyguards approached. "Mr. Yi, the three men are very tight-lipped and won't reveal anything." Yi Chen frowned slightly, then used some means to make them talk. The bodyguard captain replied, "All right, Mr. Yi, I will definitely make them talk before tomorrow morning." Yi Chen and the other two entered the villa. Inside the room, Han Wanjing heard the noise and opened the door to come out. Upon seeing Yi Chen and the others, she was momentarily taken aback. "Young master, you haven't rested yet?" Yi Chen replied, "Something came up just now, but it's fine now. You can continue to sleep." Han Wanjing nodded slightly and turned back into her room. Although she saw Du Feifei and Sun Yimeng coming over in their pajamas, she didn't ask any further questions. The boss can do whatever he wants, she just needs to do her job well. Yi Chen asked, "Which room are you two sleeping in?" Sun Yimeng said, "Brother Yi Chen, we went upstairs to sleep in the room next to yours. It feels safer being close to you." Yi Chen chuckled, "All right then." When they reached upstairs, Yi Chen took them to the adjacent room. Han Wanjing cleaned the room every day, so it was very tidy and had blankets and such. Yi Chen said, "Just sleep peacefully. With me around, nothing will happen." After saying that, he left their room. Du Feifei and Sun Yimeng were in their pajamas, holding their clothes. Late at night, Yi Chen felt a bit tormented seeing their appearance. Back in his room, Yi Chen lay down and soon fell asleep. After a while, Sun Yimeng and Du Feifei also fell asleep. The next morning. "Congratulations, host, your dream has come true, you have obtained smart lock research technology. Yi Chen was momentarily stunned by the system's voice. Top-tier smart lock research technology? Although he didn't have a smart lock manufacturing company, he could sell this technology to companies in that industry. The technology provided by the system was definitely impressive, much stronger than what was available on the market. Yi Chen looked at the system backpack, which now contained smart lock research technology. He glanced through it, finding detailed production techniques recorded inside. Yi Chen didn't understand this area of knowledge, so he decided to look into it later when he had time. He washed up and left the room. Next door, Du Feifei and Sun Yuming's room was still tightly closed. The two hadn't woken up yet. He didn't call them, as they probably had gone to bed late last night. When he went downstairs, Han Wanjing had already prepared breakfast. "Good morning, young master," Yi Chen asked. "Is breakfast ready?" Han Wanjing nodded slightly. "It's ready." Yi Chen said, "Let's wait a bit, Feifei and Yuming haven't woken up yet." Han Wanjing replied, "Young master, the bodyguard captain has been looking for you." Yi Chen said, "Bring him to the study." It seemed the bodyguard captain had found some useful information. A minute later, the bodyguard captain arrived in the study on the first floor. This study was usually used by Han Wanjing for work. Yi Chen looked at the bodyguard captain and asked, "Did you find out anything?" The bodyguard captain nodded slightly. "Those people are from the Dark Star Assassin Organization." Yi Chen was taken aback. "Dark Star Assassin Organization? What is that?" The bodyguard captain explained, "It's an overseas assassin organization that specializes in various assassination missions." Yi Chen was somewhat surprised. Did such things really exist in the world? Entering the upper-class circle, he had come into contact with many things that ordinary people could not. Yi Chen said, "If those people are of no use, just hand them over to the official authorities." The bodyguard captain nodded slightly. "Understood, sir." He left the study, and just then, Du Feifei and Sun Yumeng came down from upstairs. The two looked sleepy and seemed to lack energy, probably having not slept well last night. "Good morning, brother Yi Chen." Yi Chen nodded slightly. "Come, let's have breakfast." The group sat down to start eating breakfast. Yi Chen asked, "Are you two going to school today?" Sun Yumeng shook her head. "Not going, we're taking a day off today, we'll go tomorrow." Yi Chen asked, "Did you tell Uncle Du and Auntie about last night's incident?" Du Feifei, "Not yet, they're outside discussing business. Let's wait until they come back, talking now will only distract them." Yi Chen nodded. "Yes, the investigation is complete. Those three are professional assassins from the Dark Star Assassin Organization." The Dark Star Assassin Organization? Du Feifei and Sun Yumeng didn't know much about it, but Du Weiming should be aware. After breakfast, Du Feifei and Sun Yumeng went back to their rooms to rest. Yi Chen sat on the sofa, studying the smart lock technology. He reviewed it in detail and memorized most of it. His body had been enhanced multiple times by attribute cards, granting him an extraordinary memory. This was a very mature smart lock production technology. Current smart locks include fingerprint locks, password locks, card locks, iris recognition locks, facial recognition locks, and remote control locks. Fingerprint locks, password locks, and card locks are the most common on the market, primarily for civilian use. The technology rewarded by the system is a combination of various smart locks, including fingerprint, password, iris recognition, facial recognition, and voice recognition. Currently, the most widely used locks on the market are fingerprint locks, password locks, and card locks. Other types of smart locks are high-end and generally not used by the average person. High-end locks are typically used in laboratories or secure locations and are expensive. Yi Chen's lock included various functions at a low cost. At that moment, Han Wanjing finished her tasks in the kitchen and walked out. Yi Chen looked at her and said, "Wanjing, come here for a moment, I have something to ask you." Han Wanjing sat on the nearby sofa. "What is it, young master?" "Yi Chen, if I have a powerful research and development technology, should I start a company to produce it, or sell it directly to industry companies?" Han Wanjing's expression froze for a moment. "That depends on what you think, young master. If you start your own company, you'll need to invest a lot of money and effort up front. If you sell it to industry companies, it won't be much trouble. You can collect licensing fees every year, but that might not earn as much as running it yourself." Yi Chen didn't lack money, the difference in earnings didn't significantly impact him. Moreover, he didn't want to worry too much about company matters, living like that would be too exhausting. Han Wanjing continued, "Young master, if you really have research and development technology, it's best to apply for a national patent first. There are many nuances in applying for a patent. Most of the time, you need to disclose the research technology to gain protection, but you can also disclose partial information, so applying for a patent is quite delicate." Yi Chen nodded slightly. "I understand." After saying that, He got up and went to the study on the second floor. He opened the computer, took out a USB drive, and plugged it into the computer. Yi Chen planned to write the smart lock research technology onto the USB drive. This was the complete smart lock research technology, which naturally included the production and research technology for every small component. Therefore, this smart lock technology actually involved many types of technology, including lock chips, smart lock programs, sensors, and so on. Yi Chen spent over half an hour writing down those technologies. He removed the USB drive and left the study. Han Wanjing was working in the study on the first floor. After Yi Chen entered, he handed her the USB drive. This contains research technology for a smart lock. Please apply for a patent. Okay, young master, I'll take care of it right away. After saying that, Han Wanjing began preparing the materials. Around 9 in the morning, the Chao family arrived, specifically to thank Yi Chen, bringing many gifts. After all, Yi Chen had saved Chao Guangyuan and Chao Lan's lives. Moreover, Yi Chen's displayed strength was impressive, and they were eager to befriend him. They sat for about half an hour before leaving. That morning, after the restructuring, Shanghai Technology Group was listed again, with 100 billion shares at a price of 1 yuan per share. Yang Xingqing had a rough estimate of the company's valuation. With the completion of this restructuring, it was directly relisted with a market value of 1 trillion. Even so, it still received tremendous attention, as Shanghai Technology Group was now capable of independently producing mid-range lithography machines. It had also formed a complete industrial chain for wafers and chips. The market remained very optimistic about Shanghai Technology Group after the merger. In just one morning, the stock price rose from 1 yuan to 2 yuan and 80 cents, a 2.8-fold increase, with a market value equivalent to 280 billion. This market value directly multiplied Yi Chen's worth several times. After the Chao family left, Yi Chen went to the second floor, outside Du Feifei and Sun Yuming's room. He knocked on the door, and Sun Yuming's voice came from inside. Come in, brother Yi Chen. Yi Chen walked in. The two had just woken up from their nap but were still lying in bed. They were covered with a blanket, and the air conditioning was on. What's wrong, brother Yi Chen? Sun Yuming asked curiously when she saw him enter. Yi Chen replied, nothing, just checking if you two are awake and if you've had enough sleep. I've had enough sleep, I feel much better, Sun Yuming replied with a smile. At that moment, Du Feifei's phone suddenly rang. It was a call from Li Wenfu. Du Feifei answered the phone. Hello, what's up? Li Wenfu, noticing that Du Feifei hadn't come today, thought she might be in a bad mood because she found out about Yi Chen's girlfriend, so he called her. At this moment, he felt that Du Feifei needed comfort, and he could take advantage of the situation. Li Wenfu said, Feifei, why didn't you come to school today? Where are you? Is everything okay? Hearing his insincere concern, Du Feifei replied lightly, I'm at Yi Chen's house, what's wrong? Li Wenfu was taken aback. At Yi Chen's house? What are you doing there? Du Feifei replied, sleeping, just woke up. Li Wenfu fell silent immediately. Du Feifei is sleeping at Yi Chen's house and just woke up? What could she possibly be doing at Yi Chen's house? It was obvious that the two must have stayed up very late last night. Otherwise, how could Du Feifei just be waking up now? Thinking of this made Li Wenfu furious. He had always regarded Du Feifei as untouchable, and now she was spending the night at another man's house, waking up past 10. How intense must last night have been for her to sleep until now? Li Wenfu gripped his phone tightly, unsure of what to say. Du Feifei said, Yi Chen, can you get me some fruit? I want to eat a banana. Yi Chen paused for a moment. Oh, okay. On the other end, hearing Yi Chen's voice made Li Wenfu's heart explode with anger. Du Feifei asked, Li Wenfu, do you have anything else? If not, I'm hanging up. I need to get up. After saying that, Du Feifei hung up the phone. Sun Yuming looked at Du Feifei and smiled. Sister Feifei, that move was too ruthless. Du Feifei replied, I guess he won't bother me anymore after this. Sun Yuming nodded. If he still bothers you after this, then he really is something else. At that moment, Yi Chen walked in, holding a fruit platter. There are all kinds of fruits here, you can eat. Thank you, brother Yi Chen, Sun Yuming said with a beaming smile. Du Feifei picked up a banana and started eating, while Sun Yuming took an apple. On the playground of Jianghai University, after hanging up the phone, Li Wenfu angrily smashed his phone on the ground. Bastard, shameless, trash. Next to him, Xia Junyi was startled by his reaction. What's wrong, Wenfu? Li Wenfu took a deep breath, his face dark and terrifying. Let's talk somewhere else. The two drove away from the school and arrived at a luxurious KTV. Xia Junyi curiously asked, what exactly happened, Wenfu? Li Wenfu said, last night, Du Feifei spent the night at Yi Chen's place. I just called her, and she just woke up. At this point, his eyes were bloodshot, and his face looked terrifying. Xia Junyi was taken aback. No way, doesn't she already know that Yi Chen has a girlfriend? Why would she still do this? Li Wenfu replied, who knows? Just now, she was in bed asking Yi Chen to get her some fruit. I heard Yi Chen talking beside her. Xia Junyi asked, Yuming isn't there too, is she? Li Wenfu said, I didn't hear Sun Yuming's voice, but I estimate that with Yi Chen's nature, he definitely wouldn't let Sun Yuming off. Last night it was Du Feifei, tonight it might be Sun Yuming. Xia Junyi's expression changed. No way, are those two sisters really that open? Li Wenfu replied, you can know a person's face but not their heart. At first, I thought Du Feifei was quite good, who knew she turned out to be such a piece of work. While the two were talking, 3 people knocked and walked in. Li Wenfu and Xia Junyi were momentarily stunned. Shen Peng, Feng Bo, Meng Yuda, what are you doing here? Feng Bo smiled and said, we're just hanging out here. We heard someone say that young Master Li and young Master Xia were here, so we came to take a look. Li Wenfu smiled and said, come, sit down. Since we've met, let's drink together. I'll treat. Soon, the waiter brought a lot of drinks, and Li Wenfu also ordered a few young and beautiful singing companions. Although they were called singing companions, there wasn't much difference from other services. The group drank a few glasses and then started chatting. Li, I see you're not in a good mood. What happened? Feng Bo asked curiously. Li Wenfu replied, don't mention it. You know Du Feifei, right? That piece of trash actually slept with another man, damn it. Feng Bo was taken aback. He knew Li Wenfu had been pursuing Du Feifei. He also knew Du Feifei, the daughter of the Du family, a young lady well known in high society. Who was it? Which family? Feng Bo continued to ask. Shen Peng and Meng Yuda listened quietly. Li Wenfu said, it's a nouveau riche named Yi Chen. Yi Chen? Shen Peng, who was nearby, was momentarily stunned and asked. Li Wenfu nodded, what's wrong, Shen? Do you know him? Shen Peng replied, is this Yi Chen the behind-the-scenes owner of the Hualong International Hotel? Li Wenfu nodded, that's right, he has a lot of assets, and I don't know where he came from. Feng Bo spoke up, this Yi Chen is really arrogant. Last time, he even humiliated me and my father. Li Wenfu and the others were stunned. No way, he actually dared to humiliate Uncle Feng? Isn't that asking for death? Feng Bo said, do you know about Shanghai Technology Group? Li Wenfu, Shen Peng, Xia Junyi, and Meng Yuda shook their heads. After all, they were still college students and weren't very clear about some business news. Feng Bo explained, Shanghai Technology Group was formed by the reorganization of the former Qingwei Technology Group and Zhongdian Group's mainland branch. It just got reorganized and listed today, and its market value has reached nearly 300 billion. And this Shanghai Technology Group is Yi Chen's enterprise, holding 90% of the shares. Li Wenfu and the others were stunned. So much? Damn, doesn't that mean his net worth is close to 300 billion? This net worth could place him at the top of the domestic rich list. The net worth of the founders of Tinglong Group and Amiao Net Tao wasn't even this much. Of course, their group's market value crushed Yi Chen's company, but their shareholding was small. Their influence, status, and position in the business world were also incomparable to Yi Chen. Net worth didn't represent everything, influence was the most important. These were the two major giants of the internet, almost controlling 100% of the internet traffic. If they stomped their feet, the entire domestic internet would tremble. What on earth is this guy's background? This is too impressive. Shen Peng was shocked beyond measure. Li Wenfu and Xia Junyi understood why Du Feifei acted this way. With someone so remarkable, it was understandable that Du Feifei would take the initiative. What's this person's background? Meng Yuda was also curious. Feng Bo smiled and said, this person has no background. My father had someone investigate him in detail and asked friends in politics. He's just a rural guy from North Ji province, probably just lucky. This is some unbelievable luck. Li Wenfu laughed and said, if he has no background, then that's good. I always thought he had some big backing. Feng Bo replied, don't worry, this person has no background, but his company is quite strong in the semiconductor industry, which is also a key sector supported by the state. It would be a bit difficult to mess with his company. Shen Peng said, damn it, this guy even stole my woman. Li Wenfu and Xia Junyi were slightly taken aback upon hearing this. What's going on? Shen Peng explained his situation with Chen Wanqing. Li Wenfu exclaimed, damn it, this guy is too much, specifically stealing our women. Meng Yuda laughed and said, it's just one woman, do you guys really lack women? Li Wenfu chuckled awkwardly, brother Meng, you don't understand. It's not that we really like her, it's more of a curiosity. Maybe after we're done, it'll be over, but we haven't even had our turn before someone else did. It's definitely frustrating. Meng Yuda said, then just find another opportunity to have fun with them. There are many ways to win over women. Shen Peng's eyes lit up, brother Meng, you're a master in the flower garden, Quickly teach us. On the other side, at the Hualong Seaview Villa community, after Du Feifei and Sun Yumeng finished their fruit, they got out of bed to start their makeup. They were wearing nightgowns, their figures graceful and curvaceous. Especially from behind, their slender waists were even more captivating. Yi Chen watched the two, admiring their figures. Although Du Feifei's figure wasn't as explosive as Sun Yumeng's, it still looked good. Sun Yumeng's figure was quite spectacular, making one's blood race. Yi Chen wasn't a gentleman. With such a good opportunity to admire beautiful women, how could he let it pass? Among the 4 seasons, Yi Chen liked summer the most because he could see many beautiful sights. After all, the weather was quite hot, and many beauties wore less. Sun Yumeng and Du Feifei sat in front of the makeup table, catching his gaze in the mirror. Brother Yi Chen, what are you looking at? Is it nice? Sun Yumeng turned her head and asked with a smile. Yi Chen nodded slightly. Nice. You don't need to worry about me, just focus on yourselves. Du Feifei shot him a glance. Why is your face so thick-skinned? Yi Chen replied, it's fine, looking doesn't cost anything. Besides, I did save you last night, can't I look? If you want to look, then look. What can you see? Du Feifei muttered softly. Sun Yumeng said, Brother Yi Chen, don't stare at us like that outside, otherwise, people will think you're a pervert. Yi Chen replied, how is that possible? If I stared at them like that outside, they'd be the ones climbing into my car. If it were the old him, poor and destitute, he would probably be called a pervert. But now, they would likely be scrambling to get into his car. There's a saying online, better to be disheveled in a supercar than to smile on a bicycle. In a materialistic society, money is the hard truth. Du Feifei and Sun Yumeng applied skincare products and then put on light makeup, looking even more elegant and alluring. Yi Chen sat on the edge of the bed, eating fruit while admiring them. Du Feifei turned to him, haven't you seen enough? We're going to change clothes, do you still want to watch? Yi Chen replied, if you don't mind, I can keep watching. Du Feifei's cheeks flushed slightly, hurry up and go out? Yi Chen smiled awkwardly, stood up, and walked out. It would be great if he could continue watching. He arrived in the living room downstairs and sat on the sofa. Han Wanjing had already gone out to consult in detail about applying for a patent. Some details still needed to be handled by a professional patent agency. In the room on the second floor, while Du Feifei and Sun Yumeng were changing clothes, Sun Yumeng spoke up, Sister Feifei, I noticed you've changed. Du Feifei paused, what do you mean I've changed? What has changed? Sun Yumeng replied, I noticed your attitude towards Brother Yi Chen has changed. Have you thought it through? Are you going to make an effort? Du Feifei's cheeks flushed again, and she shot her a glance, nonsense. Sun Yumeng chuckled, I'm not talking nonsense. If it were before, how could you let Brother Yi Chen see you like this? A few minutes later, the two of them came downstairs. Sun Yumeng was wearing a loose casual outfit, which was her personal favorite style. Although it was loose, it still couldn't hide her impressive figure. Du Feifei wore a short dress that reached her knees, graceful and beautiful. Sun Yumeng said, Brother Yi Chen, let's go out and have some fun. Yi Chen nodded slightly, he had nothing to do anyway. The three of them left the villa and arrived at the beach, where the sea breeze was gentle and refreshing. The summer in Shanghai City wasn't as hot as in other places, instead, it was quite pleasant. There were many people by the seaside, with several residential complexes nearby. As they walked, Sun Yumeng asked, Brother Yi Chen, when is your girlfriend coming? Yi Chen replied, tomorrow, I'll go pick her up. Sun Yumeng curiously asked, what does your girlfriend look like? How's her figure? Yi Chen smiled and said, although she's not as good as yours, she's about the same as Feifei. It's a normal figure, someone like you is quite rare. Sun Yumeng straightened up and laughed, Brother Yi Chen, tell the truth, do you prefer someone like me or someone like Sister Feifei? Yi Chen replied, only a fool would choose, I want both. Du Feifei said, scumbag. Sun Yumeng echoed, exactly, scumbag. Yi Chen said, you asked me, and I'm just speaking the truth. If you don't believe me, go ask online, over 90% would answer like this. Du Feifei said, there's not a good man among them. Yi Chen asked, should I tell Uncle Du about what you just said? Du Feifei glared at him, if you dare, I'll kill you. Unknowingly, the three of them walked to Hualong Pier, where luxurious cruise ships were docked. Sun Yumeng said, Brother Yi Chen, should we go out to enjoy the night sky on the sea tonight? Yi Chen replied, you two should stay at home, who knows if those dark star assassins will come after you again. Hearing this, Du Feifei and Sun Yumeng's expressions changed, will those people come again? Yi Chen said, according to the information I've gathered, as long as the mission is unsuccessful, the assassin organization won't give up unless they truly believe there's no hope for me to complete it. Then let's hurry back, Sun Yumeng said, looking around. Last night's events had left them with quite a psychological shadow. Du Feifei was also a bit scared, let's go back. Yi Chen said, alright, then let's go back. When they returned home, Han Wanjing was already back. She looked at Yi Chen and smiled. Young master, have you checked the stock of Shanghai Technology Group? Yi Chen replied, no, why? Han Wanjing said, the market value of Shanghai Technology Group has surpassed 300 billion, and the stock price has reached over 3. Young master, your net worth is now about 300 billion. Yi Chen's expression didn't change much. Oh, that's alright. Du Feifei and Sun Yumeng were stunned, their eyes wide open. His net worth is nearly 300 billion? No way, that's terrifying. Han Wanjing, young master, why aren't you excited at all? Yi Chen, what's there to be excited about? How much is the world's richest person worth now? Han Wanjing, the world's richest is a business tycoon from the United States, worth over $1 trillion, but that's just the surface value, the actual assets are probably much more. Yi Chen, he hasn't even become number 1 yet, how can he be proud? Du Feifei, do you still want to become the world's richest? Yi Chen, of course, is that so difficult? Du Feifei and the others were taken aback by his words. Is it really that difficult? It's hardly an exaggeration to say it's as easy as pie. Young master is indeed a young master, only you could say such a thing. Han Wanjing flattered him. Shanghai Technology Group still has great development potential. It can now independently produce mid-range photolithography machines and etching machines, possessing a complete chip production chain. If there are further breakthroughs in technology, the market value of Shanghai Technology Group will be even more terrifying. Currently, only a few large foreign groups can produce high-end chips. The market values of those groups are all in the hundreds of billions. Moreover, with the emergence of various smart products, the demand for chips will only increase. The chip market will also grow larger. This is one of the reasons why the stock of Shanghai Technology Group surged today. Everyone is optimistic about the future chip market. The development potential of Shanghai Technology Group is still quite good. There's a chance to compete with foreign chip giants in the future. Du Feifei looked at the stock price of Shanghai Group for a while. I think this price is about right. If it goes any higher, it might be a bit inflated. Currently, the market value of Shanghai Technology Group is 345 billion. Many people, both domestic and foreign, are watching Shanghai Technology Group. Sun Yumeng, brother Yi Chen, you're amazing. The total value of your companies is higher than that of the domestic richest person. Yi Chen, there are plenty of wealthy people in the country. Those are just surface values. Sun Yumeng, brother Yi Chen, you're really humble. After chatting for a while, Han Wanjing went to make lunch. Yi Chen and the others looked at their phones and the TV. Tang Kerson sent a message to Yi Chen. Hey, are you playing games? Yi Chen, I'm quite busy right now, not much time. Tang Kerson, busy with what? You're not trying to pick up girls, are you? Yi Chen sent a photo of Du Feifei and Sun Yumeng's long legs. Wow, brother, your body is really good. Yi Chen, of course, I'm known as the invincible one. Tang Kerson, what's the point of picking up girls? Playing games is so much fun, hurry up and get online to carry me. Yi Chen, another day, it's almost lunchtime. Tang Kerson, alright, brother, have you met Situ? Yi Chen, yeah, I didn't expect Situ to be quite pretty, tall and graceful, but compared to you, she's still a bit lacking. Tang Kerson's lowly outfit gives a very strong sense of conquest. After seeing her, Yi Chen wanted to conquer her, she was just too tempting. Tang Kerson, really? Brother, you really know how to talk. Yi Chen, send me more sexy photos in the future, I'll take you flying. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Tang Kerson sent over a lot of photos. Some were kneeling on the bed, some on the floor, and others on the sofa. Damn, Yi Chen felt a rush of blood upon seeing them. Does it have to be this stimulating? How is it, brother? Tang Kerson asked with a giggle. Yi Chen, impressive. Tang Kerson, come on, let's play games together. Yi Chen, we'll play tonight. After chatting with Yi Chen, Tang Kerson started a video call with Wang Situ. Situ, are you still in Zhanghai City? How is Grandpa Wang's health? Tang Kerson lay in bed watching the video of Wang Sitong. The background of Wang Sitong's video was in a hospital room, which was why she said that. Wang Sitong, I'm fine now, I'll be back tomorrow. Tang Kerson, you're fine? That's great. It seems that the hospital in Zhanghai City is really good. Wang Sitong, my grandfather wasn't treated by the doctors in this hospital. Then how did he get better? Tang Kerson asked curiously. Wang Sitong, it was Yi Chen who treated him. Tang Kerson, who is this Yi Chen expert? Wang Sitong, the one called Yi Chen, who wields a sword with the wind. This guy is not ordinary, he has many companies under his name, worth 300 billion. Tang Kerson was stunned. 300 billion? No way, is that true? Wang Sitong, my family investigated him, Shanghai Technology Group is his, and its market value has exceeded 300 billion. He owns 90% of the shares. And the most luxurious hotel in Jianghai City, Hualong International Hotel, Longxing Group, Jiasun Film and Television, he holds 30% of the shares, and Tianlong International Bodyguard Company, etc. Tang Kerson, wow, this guy is so rich, yet he cries poor every day, and he won't even spend on a V1 in games. Wang Sidong, exactly, the skins were bought by me. Tang Kerson, with so many companies, how does he even have time to play games? Wang Sidong, this guy is also a weirdo, he doesn't manage the company's affairs at all, just hands it over to others to handle, even Shanghai Technology Group he doesn't care about. Tang Kerson, by the way, Sidong, is this guy handsome? How old is he? From what you just said, he can't be a 50-year-old old man, right? An image of an old man with a lewd smile asking for a photo appeared in her mind, making her shiver. Wang Sidong, no, he's only 23, about our age. Tang Kerson was a bit surprised. No way, 23 years old and worth 300 billion? Sidong, you're not joking with me, are you? Wang Sidong, what would I joke about? If you don't believe me, go check it out, it's easy to find. Tang Kerson, Sidong, he saved your grandfather, and you didn't show any appreciation? Like asking him out for dinner or something? Wang Sidong, get lost, am I that kind of person? Tang Kerson, did he refuse? Wang Sidong, get out, who could resist my charm? The two of them were classmates and best friends, so they often joked around. After chatting for a while, they hung up the video call. After Yi Chen and the others had lunch, Du Feifei and Sun Yumeng didn't dare to say they were going out to play. They were a bit worried that the Dark Star Assassin organization would capture them again. Yi Chen, did you see that news just now? Du Feifei said to him while sitting on the sofa. Yi Chen, what news? Du Feifei was a bit speechless. You are a well-known figure in the domestic business world, and you don't even pay attention to real-time news? The top consortiums in the Misai country are becoming more and more shameless, trying to suppress the development of several domestic internet companies in international business. Now they either want us to sell our foreign subsidiaries to them, or they will use domineering means to block these companies' foreign operations. Yi Chen, the reason is that their technology is advanced, and they have mastered many cutting-edge technologies, which is why they dare to act so arrogantly and without restraint. If our technology surpasses theirs, would they still dare to do this? At that time, they might have to beg us to cooperate. Du Feifei, yes, in many high-tech fields, the gap between the two sides is still too large. We are constrained by them. When they sanction us, we have no countermeasures. Sun Yumeng, don't they have many companies here in our country? Can't we just block them directly? Du Feifei, it's not that simple. Those foreign groups have set up many factories in the country. If we block their companies, many people will probably lose their jobs. And this will only make the other party's sanctions more severe. The drawbacks are too great. Sometimes you can only swallow your anger. Yi Chen said, forget it, let's not discuss these things anymore. It's useless, we can't decide anything. Let's talk about something happy. At that moment, his phone suddenly rang. It was a call from Li Yang. Where are you, brother you? Yi Chen replied, at home, what's up? Li Yang laughed and said, come out for a drink tonight, it's on me. Yi Chen asked, sure, where? Li Yang responded, there's a barbecue stall not far from the company, let's have some draft beer tonight. Yi Chen said, alright, I'll contact you after you get off work. After hanging up, Sun Yumeng spoke up, brother Yi Chen, are you going out tonight? Yi Chen replied, yeah, a friend is treating me to dinner. Sun Yumeng said, oh, then come back early after dinner. Yi Chen looked at the two and smiled, okay, you two can watch TV at home with Wan Jing. Around 2 in the afternoon, Wang Jianyuan and his family came to Yi Chen's house again. They had come specifically to express their gratitude. Wang Jianyuan said, Mr. Yi, my father's illness has completely healed. We will be returning to Longdu City tomorrow, and we are here today to thank you once again for saving his life. Yi Chen smiled, Mr. Wang, you don't need to be so polite. Saving a life is more meritorious than building a 7-story pagoda. I consider it a good deed. Du Feifei and Sun Yumeng sat quietly beside them, listening to their conversation. Han Wanjing poured tea for everyone. Wang Sidong, seeing Du Feifei and Sun Yumeng, felt a bit curious about who these two beauties were. Could this guy be playing a group activity at home? Wang Jianyuan said, in any case, we, the Wang family, will always remember your kindness. If you need anything in the future, feel free to call me, this is my number. He handed Yi Chen a business card with his name and phone number. Yi Chen also gave him his mobile number, and they exchanged contact information. Wang Jianyuan's family came from Longdu City, and they probably had a significant background. Perhaps there would be a time in the future when they could be of help to each other. Wang Jianyuan looked at Du Feifei and Sun Yumeng and curiously asked, who are these two? Yi Chen smiled and said, this is my neighbor Du Feifei, and this is her cousin Sun Yumeng, the young lady of the Du Hotel Group. Hello, Mr. Wang, Du Feifei greeted politely with a smile. Wang Jianyuan replied, so you are the daughter of General Manager Du. I've met General Manager Du a few times in Longdu City. We had a great conversation. Du Feifei smiled back, really? I didn't expect Uncle Wang to know my father. Wang Jianyuan said, old friends. Wang Xitong's family stayed for about half an hour before leaving. After Yi Chen and the others saw them off, they returned to the villa. Feifei, when will your parents be back? Yi Chen asked curiously. Du Feifei replied, they should be back tomorrow morning. They are handling group matters in Guanghua City. Yi Chen nodded slightly. By the way, I have something to take care of. You guys just stay at home. Du Feifei said, you go ahead. We'll just watch TV and play on our phones at home. Yi Chen had the bodyguard driver take him to Tianlong International Bodyguard Company. He wanted to see how Wang Junfeng was training. Upon arriving at Tianlong International Bodyguard Company, he went straight to the training ground. The training ground was closed. Without Yi Chen's orders, even the general manager, Feng Jian, could not enter. Only Wang Junfeng had the qualification to come and go. There were several bodyguards guarding the entrance and exit of the training ground. When they saw Yi Chen, they hurriedly greeted him, Mr. Yi. Yi Chen nodded slightly. Take me in to find Wang Junfeng. Inside the training ground, Wang Junfeng was leading a group in brutal training. The training manual Yi Chen had given him was terrifying, far more frightening than devil training. After so many days of training, not a single person has completed a full day's training yet. Most haven't even reached half of the training volume. However, they are making progress every day, breaking through their own limits. There are also facilities like a therapy room in the training area. When Wang Junfeng saw Yi Chen arrive, he quickly called off the training and had everyone line up properly. How's the training going? Yi Chen asked. Wang Junfeng looked a bit embarrassed. Mr. Yi, the intensity of this training is simply beyond what a human can do. We can't even reach half of a day's training volume right now. Yi Chen replied, keep working hard, human potential is limitless. It's really too difficult. I don't think anyone can complete such a terrifying training volume. After training for so many days, Wang Junfeng could barely reach 40% of the training volume. The other trainees were also saying it was too hard and completely unachievable. Yi Chen asked, are you sure no one can complete it? Wang Junfeng, a retired super strongman, wouldn't have become the bodyguard captain otherwise. The training he did before was like child's play compared to this. They couldn't be compared at all. Wang Junfeng said, I think no one can complete it. Yi Chen responded, then let me demonstrate for you. He then changed into training gear and took to the field. He began training according to the daily volume of a Star Warrior. The training has a sequence because this maximizes the body's potential. Wang Junfeng and the others watched. In just 2 hours, Yi Chen completed a full day's training volume, leaving Wang Junfeng and the others dumbfounded. This is Mr. Yi's physical quality really that terrifying? Yi Chen took a shower and changed clothes, walking out of the changing room. The crowd was silent, quietly watching Yi Chen. Yi Chen looked at everyone and said, I know this training intensity is frightening, but it is achievable. Wang Junfeng and the others were silent. They never expected their boss could complete such a terrifying training volume. Yi Chen continued, how about this, anyone who can pass the final test will start with a monthly salary of 1 million. After all, this is extreme human training, and very few can endure it and pass the final test. A monthly salary of 1 million is not high for those who can pass the test, as almost no one in the world has physical qualities that can compare to theirs. Those who pass the training test will become super bodyguards. Upon hearing his words, everyone's eyes lit up. Their current monthly salaries are mostly around tens of thousands, and while foreign assignments pay a bit more, a monthly salary of 1 million was something they wouldn't have dared to dream of before. Yi Chen said, Yi Chen, keep my word, anyone who can pass the test will start with a monthly salary of 1 million. After hearing this condition, everyone was once again filled with motivation. As Yi Chen walked out of the training ground, General Manager Feng Jian was waiting outside. Mr. Yi, you're here. Yi Chen nodded slightly, came to check on their training situation. You should go back to your work, there's no need to wait here. If I need you, I'll find you. Feng Jian quickly nodded. No problem, I'll finish my work and come over. Yi Chen asked, how's the company doing this month? Feng Jian smiled and replied, pretty good. I estimate the revenue will be higher than last month. We've been growing for 6 consecutive months. As they walked, Yi Chen said, since we're going to do this, we need to be the best in the industry. Next, I hope you can lead the company to become the top bodyguard company in the country, and then internationally, think bigger. Feng Jian was taken aback. Did Mr. You want to build the company into the top bodyguard company in the world? This is not something that can be achieved just by saying it. It requires a very excellent elite team and very outstanding bodyguards. Mr. Yi, I will do my utmost, Feng Jian replied. Yi Chen walked to the parking lot. President Feng, you should head back. Mr. Yi, take care. Yi Chen got into the car and left the company, instructing the driver to head to Dinghai Building. On the way, he received a call from Li Yang. Where are you, brother you? On the road, have you finished work? Li Yang replied, I'm off work now. We're waiting for you at that barbecue stall. I'll send you the location. Yi Chen said, okay, I'll be there soon. A few minutes later, the Rolls-Royce arrived next to a barbecue stall. The car stopped by the roadside, and Yi Chen got out. Li Yang saw him and called out, brother you is here. Yi Chen turned to see he Manchue was also there. With a smile, he walked over and sat down. Manchue is here too. He Manchue smiled and said, I heard President Li say he was treating, so I came to join for a meal. You don't mind, do you, President Yi? Yi Chen replied, it's not like I'm treating anyway. Besides, having a beautiful woman around makes the meal even better. He Manchue was indeed quite attractive, standing about 1.7 meters tall, with a graceful figure and long legs that were a real asset in this season. She wore a fitted professional short skirt and a white shirt. He Manchue felt a bit shy from his compliment. President Yi, don't tease me. I'm not a beauty. Yi Chen said, come on, stop being modest. If you're not a beauty, then who is? At that moment, the waiter brought out the skewers and draft beer. Here, brother you, I toast you with a drink. Li Yang raised his glass and drank. He Manchue also poured a glass, as the beer wasn't too strong. The three of them ate and drank, and after an hour, they had consumed quite a bit and were almost done eating. Li Yang settled the bill and said, brother you, it's only a little past 7. How about we go sing some karaoke? I remember you sing quite well. You used to sing in the company dorm. He Manchue asked in surprise, President Yi sings well? Li Yang replied, yes, I used to share a dorm with him. Come on, it's on me. He then dragged Yi Chen to a KTV and booked a private room. Sir, do you need any singing accompaniment service? Our companions are all very beautiful, including university students, the waiter asked. Yi Chen replied, no need. The singing accompaniment was just that, and Yi Chen, Li Yang, and He Manchue all understood. Li Yang said, brother you, let me start with a song so you can hear my heavenly voice. Yi Chen replied, you might want to skip that, how about letting Manchue sing a song? He Manchue's cheeks turned slightly red. President Yi, I'm not very good at singing. Then let President He sing. I need to go to the restroom. I've had a bit too much beer, he said, handing the microphone to He Manchue. She sang a song she was good at, and it was quite nice. At that moment, Yi Chen's phone rang. He looked and saw a message from Li Yang. Brother you, something came up at home, so I'm heading back. You and President He enjoy yourselves, don't forget to take her home. Seeing his message, Yi Chen smiled faintly. He realized that Li Yang was helping He Manchue during this dinner. While talking earlier, he had intentionally steered the conversation towards her. Now, just as they arrived at the KTV, this guy made an excuse to leave, clearly trying to set him up with He Manchue. President Yi, you should sing one too, He Manchue said to him from the side. Yi Chen smiled and said, Manchue, you sang quite well, sing another one. He Manchue took a sip of fruit beer. Okay, but after I finish this one, you have to sing. She then sang another lively song, her movements coordinated and looking very enticing. Damn, Li Yang, are you trying to set me up? If I didn't have a girlfriend, I might not refuse, but I already have a girlfriend. After He Manchue finished singing a song, she handed the microphone to Yi Chen and then sat on the sofa, sipping fruit beer. Singing too much made her throat dry. Yi Chen, feeling helpless, sang a song, and to his surprise, he found that he sang much better than before, almost outshining the original singer. Could it be because of the attribute card? The attribute card had transformed his entire body, bringing him to the best state of a human being in every aspect. He Manchue was stunned, her beautiful eyes staring at him in disbelief. Wow, is it really that good? One song left He Manchue in awe. She never expected Yi Chen to sing so well. After finishing, Yi Chen looked at He Manchue and said, how was that? Even I'm almost amazed by myself. He Manchue came to her senses. Mr. Yi, you sing so beautifully, even better than the original. Yi Chen laughed. Ha, I think so too. Mr. Yi, sing another one, it's really too good. You sing another song, and I'll dance. Yi Chen was taken aback. You can dance? Is it that kind of sexy dance? If it's not that kind, I won't watch. He Manchue's cheeks flushed slightly. I'll definitely make Mr. Yi satisfied. Yi Chen chuckled. Alright, then I'll sing another one. He sang another song. Himanshua performed a sexy dance, leaving Yi Chen parched and restless. Damn, this is the kind of dance he likes to watch. I didn't expect you to dance, Manhwa. Not bad, really beautiful. Himanshua sat next to him, her pretty face slightly red, partly from the alcohol and partly from Yi Chen's gaze. However, Yi Chen's gaze filled her with immense joy. As long as Yi Chen liked it, that was enough. Himanshua returned to the sofa and picked up the fruit beer to drink. Yi Chen also took a few sips. It wasn't enough, he was still parched and restless after watching. Himanshua was already dressed quite sexy, and with that enticing dance, it was hard for him, a man who had been holding back for so long, to endure. With money, status, and position, the temptations were truly overwhelming. Yi Chen now wanted to take Himanshua right there, but thinking of Xia Qing, he felt it wasn't right. In fact, even if he did something with Himanshua now, Xia Qing wouldn't know. But deep down, he didn't really want to do that. He felt conflicted. If he did it, he would feel guilty towards Xia Qing. If he didn't, he would feel a bit regretful. Of course, he mostly still wanted to refuse Himanshua. That kind of thought was fleeting. He couldn't become that kind of complete scumbag. Seeing a beautiful woman restless was a normal phenomenon and reaction for a man. Himanshua intentionally sat close to Yi Chen, her body exuding a faint fragrance. Mr. Yi, I feel a bit dizzy, maybe I drank too much. After saying that, Himanshua leaned against his shoulder. Yi Chen suppressed his inner impulses. You might have drunk too much. Let me take you back. Himanshua nodded gently. Then I'll trouble you, Mr. Yi. The two walked out of the private room, and Himanshua naturally linked her arm with his. Moreover, she held on quite tightly, making Yi Chen feel overwhelmed. This was a kind of torment for him. However, this feeling was also quite enjoyable. Himanshua had a pretty good figure. Ahem. Am I turning into a scumbag? After leaving the KTV, Himanshua got into Yi Chen's car, and Yi Chen instructed the driver to head to the community where Himanshua lived. After about 10 minutes, the car arrived downstairs at Himanshua's home. Mr. Yi, please take me upstairs, I'm feeling really dizzy now. Himanshua wasn't lying, she had indeed drunk quite a bit, and feeling dizzy was very normal. The two got out of the car, and Yi Chen escorted her into the building. The community where Himanshua lived was quite nice, considered a mid to high-end community. The rent wasn't cheap, but with her current income, living in such a place was no pressure at all. Himanshua lived on the 18th floor, in a two-bedroom apartment that was decorated in a very feminine style, clearly a woman's room. You should get some rest, I'll head back first, Yi Chen said to her. Himanshua held him back. Yi, come in and have a glass of water. Yi Chen replied, no need, you have to work tomorrow, it's better to rest early. Himanshua smiled and said, it's fine, the company is so close, just a few minutes walk, and I don't start work until 9. After saying that, she pulled Yi Chen into the room. Yi Chen sat on the sofa while she poured him a glass of water. Looking at her, Yi Chen asked, Manhwa, where are you from? I'm from Beilu province, Himanshua replied with a smile. Yi Chen asked, which city in Beilu province? My hometown borders yours. Dongbin City. Yi Chen said, that's a bit far, you're in a coastal city. Himanshua's cheeks flushed slightly as she smiled, yes, a coastal city. Yi Chen continued, when I was a child, I wanted to see the sea and the mountains, where I'm from is flatland. Himanshua turned on the TV, Yi, is Shanghai Technology Group yours too? Yi Chen nodded gently, yes, but this group can currently only produce mid-range chips. If you want to enter the high-end server market, it might be difficult. Himanshua said, the high-end server market can be discussed later. Many companies in the same industry are on the verge of bankruptcy. If this continues for a few more months, other companies might not hold on, they can't even buy mid-range chips. The number of companies producing mid-range chips domestically is limited, and the supply is insufficient. Many companies are unable to purchase chips at all. However, Shanghai Technology Group and several mid-range chip manufacturers like Zhongwei Technology Group are preparing to expand their factories to increase production. As they chatted, Himanshua once again tightly linked her arm with his. Yi Chen turned to look at her, and she was looking at him, her face flushed. Manhwa, you've had too much to drink, Yi Chen said to her. Himanshua replied, Yi, I'm not drunk, I like you. Yi Chen said, you might not know, but I have a girlfriend. Li Yang is just messing around without asking me first. Himanshua was taken aback by his words, Yi has a girlfriend? But she had already considered this possibility. After all, Yi Chen was so young and wealthy, if he didn't have a girlfriend, that would be a problem. It's okay, Yi, I don't care about that, Himanshua said softly. Yi Chen was surprised by her response, she doesn't care? Is she enchanted by my personal charm? Is she just after my body? Indeed, a man must protect himself when out in the world. Suddenly, Himanshu leaned in to kiss him. Yi Chen was stunned. Does she have to be so forward? After a few seconds, Yi Chen reacted quickly. He hurriedly pushed her head away. Manhwa, don't do this. I don't want to do anything to hurt my girlfriend. Himanshu's expression froze. Is Yi really that innocent? A rich man like him, isn't he supposed to change women like clothes? Yi, don't worry, I have no other intentions. I just want to be with you in that way. I won't affect your life, and I wouldn't dare to. Yi Chen was taken aback. Is that all you want, just for fun? If I didn't have a girlfriend, it wouldn't matter if I had some fun with you. But now it's not possible. Yi Chen was thinking about how to refuse her. After all, she is the general manager of Yuhua Technology. If he rejected her too thoroughly, who knows what she might do at the company? Of course, that possibility is very low. Just then, Yi Chen's phone suddenly rang, and Himanshu froze, her movement stopping. Yi Chen quickly answered the call. Hello, Yuma, what's wrong? Yi Chen, why aren't you back yet? Sun Yuma asked. Yi Chen, I'm on my way, I'll be home soon. Oh, then hurry back, Sun Yuming said. After hanging up the phone, Yi Chen said to Manhwa, I have to go back. We'll talk another day. Himanshu had also heard the phone conversation and softly replied, Then she got off Yi Chen and stood beside the sofa. Yi Chen, you should rest early, I'm leaving now. Himanshu nodded slightly. Take care, Mr. Yi. Yi Chen bent down and quickly left her room. Himanshu saw him hunched over and a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Yi Chen returned home around 8:40 in the evening. Sun Yamong, Du Feifei, and Han Wanjing were watching TV. Brother Yi Chen, you're back, Sun Yamong and Du Feifei sighed in relief upon seeing him. When Yi Chen wasn't home, the two of them never felt secure. Although there were bodyguards outside the villa, they still felt uneasy. Yi Chen, I had dinner with friends and then went to KTV for a bit, otherwise I would have been back earlier. Sun Yamong, oh, is KTV fun? I've never been. Yi Chen, not fun, it's boring, and places like that are too crowded. You shouldn't go. Sun Yaming nodded. Oh, Sister Feifei also said bars and KTV aren't good places. Yi Chen, you guys keep watching TV, I'm going to take a shower and sleep. After saying that, he went to the room upstairs. While showering, thoughts of what Himanshu had done to him flooded his mind. Then his anger ignited. Damn it, holding this in every day is really unbearable. Finally, Yi Chen grabbed his phone, opened the Kuaishou short video platform, and found Li Maya. A few minutes later, Yi Chen put down his phone in boredom. After showering, he got into bed. At that moment, Li Maya initiated a video call. Yi Chen was taken aback. Did the other party sense what he had just done? He answered the video call, and Li Maya appeared on the screen. Mr. Yi, are you going to sleep? Li Maya asked curiously upon seeing him. Yi Chen, not yet, just got out of the shower and got into bed. Li Maya chuckled. I just finished showering too. So what if you finished showering? I didn't ask you. Yi Chen, what do you need me for? Li Maya, Mr. Yi, Director Zhang arranged a role for me. It's the second female lead. The drama has big-name stars, and the ratings should be good. Yi Chen, is that so? You should seize the opportunity that Director Zhang has given you. Li Maya nodded slightly. Director Zhang also told me that she has informed the crew to take care of me, and I'm working hard to improve my acting skills. Yi Chen, since you want to develop in this field, you must work hard. While company packaging and promotion are important, your own abilities are even more crucial. Yes, I'm leaving Shanghai City tomorrow to shoot in another location. When I come back, I'll treat you to a meal, Mr. Yi, Li Maya said with a smile. Yi Chen, just a meal won't do. At the very least, you should perform a dance. Li Maya rolled her eyes at him. All right, whatever Mr. Yi says goes. In her view, Yi Chen was the typical type who had desires but lacked the courage. After chatting for a while, they ended the video call. At that moment, there was a knock on the door. Sun Yamong and Du Feifei walked in. Brother Yi Chen, were you just chatting with your girlfriend? Yi Chen, no, just a friend. They stayed in his room for a while before going back to rest. Yi Chen chatted with Xia Qing for a bit, discussing picking her up tomorrow, and then went to sleep. The next morning. Congratulations to the host for making their dream come true, obtaining 60% of the shares of the Yamato National Hate Group. Yi Chen was taken aback upon hearing the system's voice. The Yamato National Hate Group? He washed up and then went downstairs. Today, Du Feifei and Sun Yamon got up quite early, while Han Wanjing was in the kitchen making breakfast. Yi Chen sat on the sofa, starting to check the information about Hate Group online. Hate Group is a basic materials company in the Yamato country, producing the fundamental materials used for wafer chips. With these basic materials, wafers can be produced, and with wafers, chips can be manufactured. The industrial technology of Yamato country was once very advanced, even surpassing the Misai country for a time. However, later it suffered a brutal blow from Misai country, causing its economy to regress by several decades. Although they do not have a high-end chip production group, Yamato country still leads the world in semiconductor basic materials. They once competed for the chip market but unfortunately lost to the SM Group. Behind SM Group are Misai country and many Western nations. SM Group's lithography machines now occupy 80% of the global market share. The major chip groups all use SM Group's lithography machines. Moreover, only SM Group can produce high-end lithography machines. The background of SM Group is also quite complex, involving major financial groups from Misai country and various Western countries. SM Group's high-end lithography machines are said to be incapable of producing even with the blueprints provided. The main reason is that SM Group cannot manufacture the various parts of the lithography machines themselves. They are all assembled from parts bought from Misai country and a few other nations. Yi-chen, what are you looking at? Sun Yumong asked curiously when she saw him staring at his phone. Yi-chen replied, I acquired a company and I'm checking their situation. Du Feifei, intrigued, asked, what company? Yi-chen said, a semiconductor materials company in Yamato country, Hake Group. Du Feifei had never heard of this group, as her family was not in that industry. However, she searched online and was stunned. This company has a market value of over 70 billion, and their semiconductor material output is substantial. The Double Star Group and Zhongdian Group in South Korea need to buy their semiconductor materials. Yi-chen said, perfect, let them supply raw materials to Shanghai Technology Group. Han Wanjing said, young master, it's time for breakfast. They began to eat breakfast when Yi-chen's phone suddenly rang. He answered the call, and a middle-aged man's voice came through, speaking in Yamato language. Yi-chen looked confused and said, can you speak in human language? The person on the other end paused for a moment, and after about 10 seconds, another person spoke, is this Mr. Yi-chen? Mr. Sato Jiro is looking for you. Yi-chen replied, that's me. Mr. Sato said he needs to sign a contract with you, and you need to come to the Hake Group headquarters. Yi-chen said, okay, I understand. The voice of Sato Jiro continued in Yamato language, while the person next to him translated. Please inform us when Mr. Yi arrives, we will personally come to pick you up. Yi-chen replied, got it. After hanging up, Yi-chen asked Han Wanjing, can you speak Yamato language? Han Wanjing nodded, yes, I can speak over a dozen languages. Yi-chen said, great, you should come with me to Yamato country in the next few days. Han Wanjing replied, okay, young master. Today, Du Feifei and Sun Yumong also did not go to school. Du Feifei's parents returned this morning. The two of them tidied up their things and then went home. Upon returning to that room, Du Feifei and Sun Yumong felt a bit scared. After breakfast, Yi-chen drove directly to Xia Qing's residence. Xia Qing opened the door for him, and upon seeing him, her pretty face broke into a smile. You came so early. Yi-chen smiled and said, do you feel my eager heart now? Xia Qing rolled her eyes at him, her flawless face showing a hint of blush. Yi-chen asked, is Wang Jinjin not here? Xia Qing, she's at work now, she's a supervisor now. Wang Jinjin became a supervisor, which was naturally Xia Qing's promotion. The two were close friends, and Wang Jinjin had been working for a long time, so she was capable of handling the supervisor position. This was also a way to take care of her friend. Since Xia Qing spoke up, others had to give her face. Yi-chen helped Xia Qing tidy up a bit, and then the two of them went downstairs with their things. They put the items in the trunk and then got into the car. Yi-chen instructed the driver to head home. On the way, Yi-chen said to Xia Qing, I need to go to Yamato country in the next couple of days. Xia Qing curiously asked, what are you going to Yamato country for? Yi-chen replied, I acquired 60% of a company over there, and I need to go sign a contract and discuss some matters. Xia Qing nodded slightly, go ahead. It's unfamiliar territory, so take more bodyguards. Yi-chen said, Xiao Qing, if you don't want to work, you can just stay home and play. Xia Qing smiled at him, no, we aren't married yet. I can't always spend your money, and my family needs me to earn money too. This was a matter of character and principle. Yi-chen said, actually, what's mine is yours, you don't need to be so clear about it. Xia Qing replied, after we get married, I'll do whatever you want me to do. Half an hour later, the car drove into the villa. Han Wanjing knew Yi-chen was picking up his girlfriend, and when she saw the car drive in, she hurriedly walked out of the villa. Young master, Miss Xia. Xia Qing smiled and nodded at Han Wanjing, feeling a bit curious about who this young beauty was. Yi-chen introduced her, this is the villa's housekeeper, Han Wanjing. Hello, Miss Han. Han Wanjing replied, Miss Xia, you are too polite. Let me help you. She took the suitcase from Xia Qing's hand. Yi Chen also carried a suitcase and then entered the villa. This was Xia Qing's first time visiting his place, and when she saw the luxurious decor inside, her eyes widened in surprise. Yi Chen's villa was even more magnificent than those luxurious mansions on television. Even a woman who wasn't materialistic would be moved upon seeing such a top-tier mansion. Yi Chen carried the suitcase and took Xia Qing to the second-floor bedroom, then helped her unpack a bit. Han Wanjing smiled and said, "Miss Xia, the young master asked me to prepare a lot of women's clothes for you. They are all in the closet. Take a look and see if you like them." Xia Qing glanced and smiled. They all look good. After Han Wanjing finished tidying up, she went downstairs, leaving only Yi Chen and Xia Qing in the room. Once they were done, Yi Chen couldn't help but hug Xia Qing. "How do you like it here?" Xia Qing's cheeks flushed slightly. "It's even more luxurious than I imagined." Yi Chen said, "From now on, this will be our home. You are the mistress of this place." Xia Qing playfully swatted his hand, reminding him to behave, as it was daytime. Yi Chen chuckled, "It's fine, Wanjing won't come up." The two began to get intimate in the room, with Xia Qing half-heartedly resisting, her face turning red. Just as Yi Chen was about to take the next step, his phone suddenly rang. Yi Chen really wanted to strangle whoever was calling him right now. However, upon seeing the caller ID, he quickly answered, "Dad, are you looking for me?" The voice of Yi Meng came through the phone. "Bro, it's me. What are you doing?" Yi Chen replied, "Oh, it's you, Xiao Meng. I'm fine, just discussing life and ideals with your sister-in-law." Xia Qing shot him a glance. Was this really discussing life and ideals? Yi Meng said, "Oh, bro, I'm taking the college entrance exam the day after tomorrow." Yi Chen was taken aback. "So soon? I didn't even notice the date. Do you have confidence in getting into a key university?" Yi Meng smiled and said, "I should be able to do it. Do you remember what you said back then?" Yi Chen replied, "I remember. As long as you get into a good university, I'll fulfill any request you have." Yi Meng chuckled, "Alright, brother, after my exams, I want to go play in Jianghai City." Yi Chen replied, "Sure, just come over when you're done, I'll take you out." The siblings chatted for a while before hanging up the phone. Yi Chen was about to continue with Xia Chang when there was a knock at the door. "Young master, Miss Du and Miss Sun are here," Han Wanqing's voice came through. Yi Chen said, "Oh, okay, I got it." He looked at Xia Qing helplessly. "Why are they looking for me at this time?" Xia Qing asked, "Who are Miss Du and Miss Sun?" Yi Chen explained, "They are neighbors from next door. One is named Du Feifei and the other is Sun Yumeng. They are cousins. Du Feifei's family owns the Du's Hotel, which is a 5-star chain hotel." Xia Cheng nodded slightly, but she was wondering what they wanted with Yi Chen. What was their relationship with him? She couldn't ask Yi Chen these questions, as it would seem suspicious. She didn't have much of a family background to begin with, and if she came off as spoiled and unreasonable, she might end up losing Yi Chen. The two of them went downstairs, and Xia Qing saw two young beauties sitting on the sofa. One of them had an explosive figure that made even her feel a bit envious. "Is this your girlfriend, brother Yi Chen?" Sun Yumeng asked curiously as she looked at Xia Qing. Yi Chen smiled, "That's right, this is Xia Qing." "Xia Qing, this is Sun Yumeng, and this is Du Feifei." Xia Qing smiled and greeted them, "Hello, Miss Sun, Miss Du." Du Feifei and Sun Yumeng quickly smiled back, "Hello, Miss Xia." Yi Chen asked, "What do you need from me?" Du Feifei replied, "My parents said to invite you over for lunch to thank you for saving me and Yumeng. Miss Xia should come along too." Xia Qing said, "No, I won't go." Yi Chen reassured her, "It's fine, let's go together later." Seeing Yi Chen say this, Xia Qing nodded slightly. The four of them sat on the sofa and chatted for a while, with Sun Yumeng and Xia Cheng engaging in a warm conversation. She needed to understand who Xia Qing was before deciding on her next move. Xia Qing also wanted to learn about the two of them. After all, they were close to Yi Chen and were so beautiful, she had to be cautious. A war without gunpowder quietly began. After chatting for a while, they went next door to Du Feifei's house. Du Ruiming was surprised to see Yi Chen come in with a young beauty. He greeted them with a smile. "Xiaoyu is here, and this is?" Yi Chen introduced, "This is my girlfriend Xia Cheng." "Xia Cheng, this is Feifei's father." Xia Qing said, "Hello, Uncle Du." Du Ruiming replied, "Hello, Miss Xia, please have a seat." They all sat on the sofa. Du Ruiming said to Yi Chen, "Feifei and Yumeng told me about what happened a couple of days ago. Xiaoyu, thank you. If it weren't for you saving them, the consequences would have been unimaginable." Yi Chen replied, "Uncle Du, you're too polite. Feifei and Yumeng are good friends of mine. Saving them was the right thing to do." Du Ruiming smiled, "Regardless, our family owes you a favor. Xiaoyu, your semiconductor company is doing well. Its market value has already surpassed 300 billion. Yi Chen said, "It's alright, but unfortunately, we still can't produce high-end chips." Du Ruiming remarked, "That can't be rushed, it has to be done slowly." Du Feifei chimed in, "Dad, Yi Chen just acquired the hate group from the Great Harmony Nation." Du Ruiming asked, "The hate group from the Great Harmony Nation? What industry are they in?" Yi Chen explained, "They are also in the semiconductor industry, but they deal with raw materials. Nowadays, Western conglomerates have even started to block the raw materials for chips. Although the domestic market can produce raw materials, the output is low and cannot meet the entire market's needs." Du Ruiming was somewhat surprised. "Xiaoyu, your reach is quite long, and your methods are impressive. Generally, the other party wouldn't sell such an industry." Yi Chen replied, "Everyone has weaknesses. As long as you find their weaknesses, everything can be negotiated." He didn't know how the system acquired it, but there must be a reason the other party couldn't refuse. He chatted with Du Ruiming about various topics while Xia Chang, Du Feifei, and Sun Yumlin listened quietly. After a while, Sun Jing came out of the kitchen. "Lunch is ready, let's eat." She saw Xia Chang and curiously asked, "Who is this?" Du Ruiming replied, "This is Xiaoyu's girlfriend, Xia Chang." "So she's Xiaoyu's girlfriend. It's my first time meeting her, please sit down." This lunch was Du Ruiming's family expressing their gratitude. It was only after 2 in the afternoon that they finished eating, and Yi Chen and Xia Qing returned to the villa. Both Yi Chen and Du Ruiming had drunk quite a bit, but Yi Chen had a good tolerance and wasn't drunk. Once the two left, Du Ruiming asked Du Feifei and Sun Yumeng, "Which family does Xiaoyu's girlfriend come from?" Du Feifei shook her head, "She's from their hometown, not from any prominent family." Du Ruiming said, "I didn't expect he already has a girlfriend. I was planning to let you try with Xiaoyu." Du Feifei replied, "Dad, don't worry about my matters. I know my own heart." Du Ruiming thought his daughter had no feelings for Yi Chen. He sighed, "What a pity, such a good son-in-law is not meant for our family. Young and worth billions, his future is limitless." When Yi Chen and Xia Qing returned home, they went upstairs to rest. Today, Xia Qing felt a hint of threat from Du Feifei. From the way she looked at Yi Chen, Xia Qing sensed that Du Feifei might like him. However, she felt she had no advantage. In terms of looks and figure, Du Feifei was not inferior to her. In terms of family background and status, Du Feifei was far superior. Her biggest advantage was that Yi Chen liked her. She just needed to maintain that affection. In the master bedroom, Yi Chen embraced Xia Qing. "Xiao Qing, let's rest for a while." Xia Qing knew what was about to happen. Her pretty face flushed, and she nodded gently. Yi Chen felt a bit excited. He had been looking forward to this day for a long time. Finally, he didn't have to hold back anymore. He could let loose. Soon, indescribable sounds filled the room. After they finished, Xia Qing felt a bit exhausted and didn't want to move at all. Congratulations to the host for completing the system task, receiving a cash reward of 2 billion, 1 Eye of Heaven card, 1 tracking card, 1 healing card, and 2 enhanced accident cards. He already had an Eye of Heaven card, which allowed him to choose any acquaintance as a target and see what they were doing. The tracking card could track all individuals who had appeared within a specific range. This could be useful for solving cases, but it wasn't of much use to him. The healing card was undoubtedly a good item. It could cure any terminal illness instantly. The enhanced accident card, within half an hour of use, it would ensure the target's death. This reward was truly generous. 2 billion in cash was terrifying enough. After reviewing the rewards, he went to sleep, feeling a bit tired. Around 5 in the afternoon, Yi Chen woke up, and Xia Qing was already awake, lying there staring at the ceiling. Yi Chen wrapped his arms around her and smiled. "What are you thinking about?" Xia Qing turned to look at him, pouting her cute little lips. "You're so annoying. I can't even move now. It hurts if I do." Yi Chen chuckled awkwardly. "It's okay, I'll bring you dinner tonight." Xia Qing's face flushed slightly, and she huffed, "How are you so strong?" Yi Chen grinned. He had used a genetic development agent, which was not something ordinary people could compare to, so it was normal for Xia Qing to be overwhelmed. Moreover, it was her first time. Yi Chen felt incredibly satisfied, and for Xia Qing, it was truly her first experience. You can tell from various physical reactions. Although some movements seem a bit awkward, these can be trained later. Yi Chen quickly got out of bed, and Xia Qing also got up, though she walked very cautiously. When Yi Chen saw her walking like that, he couldn't help but laugh. Xia Qing's pretty face turned slightly red as she shot him a glance. "So annoying. It's all because of you." Yi Chen replied, "It's fine, next time will be better. Everyone is like this the first time." When they reached downstairs, Han Wanjing came out of the study. "Young master, here are the patent application materials for you to review. If there are no issues, I will submit them." Yi Chen took a look and asked, "Is the finished product ready?" "I've already ordered all the parts. It can be assembled into a finished product this afternoon, and then it will be sent over by General Manager Yang." Yang Xingqing is the general manager of Shanghai Technology Group, with both status and position. After Yichen finished reading, he handed it back to Han Wanjing. No problems. Han Wanjing said, then I'll take it to General Manager Yang first so he can submit it as soon as possible. Go ahead. Not long after Han Wanjing left, Du Feifei and Sun Yumeng arrived. Brother Yichen, are you watching TV? Sun Yumeng asked with a smile. Yichen replied, did you two just wake up? Yeah, we took a nap in the afternoon. Brother Yichen, Sister Xiaoqing, let's go out to play. There's a port nearby, and Brother Yichen has a luxury cruise ship there. Yichen said, you only think about playing all day, let's do it another day. Xiaoqing isn't feeling well. Sun Yumeng was taken aback. Wasn't she fine in the morning? Did she eat something bad for lunch? Hearing this, Xiaoqing's cheeks flushed. It was all because of Yichen. Maybe, why don't you go play? Sun Yumeng said, forget it, if Brother Yichen isn't going, it won't be fun. When are you going to the Great Harmony country? Du Feifei asked casually. Yichen replied, in a day or two, I haven't decided yet. Why? Du Feifei asked, is Miss Xia going with you? Xiaoqing said, I'm not going, I still have to work, and I wouldn't be of any help if I went. Sun Yumeng asked, where does Sister Xia work? Xiaoqing replied, I work at Longxing Group. Yichen is one of the shareholders of Longxing Group. Du Feifei said, Sister Xia, since Brother Yichen is so rich, why are you still working? It would be better to play at home. Xiaoqing smiled and replied, his money is his, not mine. Sun Yumeng said, you two are a couple, isn't Brother Yichen's money yours too? Xiaoqing replied, maybe our views and understandings are different. The two indeed had different perspectives, as they had not grown up in the same environment. Du Feifei said, I actually admire Miss Xia's character. Women should have independence and not rely solely on men. The three women started chatting, and it seemed they were having a good time. Yichen was watching TV. After a while, Du Feifei's phone suddenly rang. She answered the call, chatted for a few moments, and then hung up. Sun Yumeng curiously asked, Sister Feifei, whose call was that? Du Feifei replied, it was Zhao Yunting, she invited me to her birthday party. Yichen had met Zhao Yunting at Du Feifei's birthday party. She was also a young beauty. Although her family background wasn't as strong as Du Feifei's, she was still a young lady. At that moment, Zhao Yunting was nestled in Meng Yuda's arms. She agreed, she should come over then. Meng Yuda smiled faintly, well done, I'll reward you tonight. Zhao Yunting's pretty face turned slightly red. You have to treat me well from now on, I'll listen to everything you say. Meng Yuda replied, don't worry, from now on, you will be my only one. Although he said that, he felt a bit disdainful inside. Who didn't know the kind of person he was? Once he got tired of it, he would move on. Meng Yuda then called Li Wenfu and Xie Junyi to inform them of the news. Li Wenfu and Xie Junyi were truly in awe of Meng Yuda's methods. In just a few days, he had managed to win over Zhao Yunting. Moreover, Zhao Yunting's birthday was approaching, and Du Feifei would definitely be present. At that time, they could employ various tactics at the banquet. In the Hualong Seaview Villa community, around 6 in the evening, Du Feifei and Sun Yumeng returned home. Yichen and Xiaoqing were sitting on the sofa watching television. Later, Xiaoqing's father called her, and she got up to answer the phone. Han Wanjing returned from Shanghai Technology Group and said to Yichen, young master, General Manager Yang said that the foreign raw material supplier is going to cut off our supply. Now that the mainland branch of Zhengdian Group had been acquired by Yichen, the original raw material suppliers had ended their cooperation with them. Yichen nodded calmly, he felt indifferent about it. Han Wanjing continued, after the supplier announced this news, our group's market value dropped a bit, it's now around 280 billion. Without the supply from the raw material suppliers, Shanghai Technology Group couldn't produce wafers, and without wafers, there was no talk of producing chips. This was not good news for Shanghai Technology Group and would naturally affect the stock price. Instantly, Yichen's net worth evaporated by hundreds of billions. The stock market was indeed thrilling. Han Wanjing said, young master, General Manager Yang mentioned that there isn't much raw material left in stock now, and the domestically produced raw materials have been divided up by other groups. We need to find new suppliers. Yichen replied, okay, I understand. Book a flight to Guwu City for tomorrow. We'll head to the Great Harmony country. Han Wanjing nodded slightly, alright, young master. After a while, Xiaoqing returned from her phone call. Was it your uncle on the phone? Yichen asked. Xiaoqing nodded, yes, my sister is about to take the college entrance exam, so I chatted with her for a bit. Yichen asked, how is your sister doing in her studies? Xiaoqing replied, pretty good. Yichen said, that's great. If she gets into a good university, she can come work at my company and help us develop. Xiaoqing nodded slightly, this was an opportunity for her sister. Xiao Qing's sister and Yi Chen's sister had similar names, both containing the character for dream. However, this was quite normal. There were so many people in Hualong country that it was common to have the same name, let alone sharing a character in their names. Tomorrow I need to go to the Great Harmony country to sign a contract. Are you coming with me? Yi Chen asked. Xiao Qing replied, no, I wouldn't be of much help. I'll be working at the company headquarters tomorrow. Yi Chen said, once you gain enough experience there, come work at Shanghai Technology Group. Xiao Qing smiled and asked, will you pay me a salary? Yi Chen replied, of course. Do you think I'm short on that little bit of salary? Xiao Qing said, okay, once I have experience, I'll go to your company. Soon, Han Wanjing had prepared dinner. After dinner, Yi Chen and Xiao Qing watched television for a while before returning to their room. The two took a shower and then shared an intimate moment again. The next morning, when Yi Chen woke up, he did not hear the system's voice. Xiao Qing was also awake but pretending to be asleep. Yi Chen gently patted her, time to get up. Xiao Qing opened her eyes, her cheeks slightly flushed. Last night was her first time sleeping next to someone of the opposite sex. It felt strange, but it was indeed a wonderful feeling. The two got up and washed up. Being together felt really good to Xiao Qing. After washing up, they came down from the stairs. Han Wanjing had already prepared breakfast and was waiting for them to come down. During breakfast, Yi Chen said to Xiao Qing, after you go to work later, I'll have the bodyguards take you to the company, and they'll pick you up after work too. Xiao Qing nodded slightly, okay. Yi Chen continued, this morning, Wanjing and I are heading to the Yamato country, and I estimate we might be back as early as tomorrow. He needed to sign contracts there and also gather information about the company. He owned 60% of Hate Group's shares, which gave him absolute say. He needed to sort out the company's situation. Xiao Qing replied, it's fine, just come back after you're done. I'll wait for you at home. Yi Chen added, if you're scared being alone, just call Fei Fei and Yu Meng to keep you company. Xiao Qing nodded slightly, okay. After breakfast, Yi Chen arranged for the bodyguards to take Xiao Qing to the company. Yi Chen and Han Wanjing began packing their things, preparing to head to the airport shortly. More than half an hour later, the bodyguards returned in a car. Yi Chen and Han Wanjing got in and headed to the airport. Accompanying them were 6 bodyguards, all top-tier ones selected by Tianlong International. Yi Chen was now a well-known figure in the business world, and many were keeping an eye on him. His safety was very important. After about 40 minutes, they arrived at the airport. Their flight was at 10:20 in the morning, heading directly to Gokoyashi in Yamato country. Upon arriving at the airport, Han Wanjing retrieved the tickets, and they proceeded through security, then arrived at first class. The first-class cabin had been booked entirely by Han Wanjing, so there were no other passengers. The first class on this flight wasn't very luxurious, considering it was a short-haul flight. Long-haul flights typically have more luxurious first-class cabins, some even offering bathtubs, spas, and other services. Yi Chen sat in a genuine leather airline seat, which was more comfortable than his Rolls-Royce. They had barely settled in when a tall flight attendant approached. Sir, how may I assist you? Yi Chen smiled and replied, could we have a few glasses of juice, please? Certainly, sir. Please wait a moment. The flight attendant responded with a smile and then turned to leave. Soon, she returned with the juice and served it to Yi Chen and the others. Han Wanjing said, young master, here are the detailed materials on Hate Group. The current general manager is Sato Jiro, the 4th general manager, and all the shareholders are from the Sato family. This is a family-run business. However, the major shareholder of Hate Group was Yi Chen, while the other shareholders were all from the Sato family, whose combined shares only amounted to 40%. Yi Chen remarked, with such a large family business, they probably aren't united. Where there are interests, there are disputes, even among family members. Han Wanjing asked, are you worried that while you're not in Yamato country, they might pull some tricks? Yi Chen nodded slightly, I don't trust these people. Han Wanjing suggested, then you can investigate when the time comes and consider promoting a rival to Sato Jiro. Yi Chen replied, we won't have any channels for information over there. How can we investigate? Han Wanjing smiled and said, every place has companies that specialize in selling business intelligence. We can spend some money to obtain the information we need. Yi Chen agreed. Alright, once we arrive in Gokoyashi, let's find a place to stay, investigate the situation of Hate Group, and then contact Sato Jiro. A few minutes later, the plane began to take off. Inside first class, there was hardly any turbulence. The same flight attendant came in with a fruit platter. Sir, this is the complimentary fruit we provide. Yi Chen replied, thank you. The flight attendant said, no need to be polite, sir. This is our service. If you need anything else, please let me know. Yi Chen responded, not for now, thank you. Alright, sir, if you need anything, just call me. I'll be right outside. Wishing you a pleasant journey once again. After saying this, the flight attendant left the first-class cabin. As soon as she stepped out, another flight attendant quietly asked, "How's the first-class passenger?" "Pretty good, young and handsome, and very polite. Much better than that last passenger. That last passenger was so arrogant just because he had money, trying to take advantage of you. He was really something else. I hope to encounter fewer people like that. In the end, he complained about me, and I even had my bonus deducted." The company doesn't care if the employees suffer, they only want to maintain the customers. An hour later, the flight attendant came back in. "Sir, may I ask if you would like something to eat?" Yi Chen replied, "What do you have to eat?" The flight attendant smiled and said, "We have both Western and Chinese cuisine, pizza, burgers, and Chinese stir-fry." Yi Chen looked at Han Wanjing and asked, "Wanjing, do you eat pizza?" Han Wanjing nodded. Yi Chen said, "Then let's have a few pizzas." "All right, sir, please wait a moment." After saying this, the flight attendant turned and walked out. Once the flight attendant was gone, Yi Chen smiled at Han Wanjing and said, "The service from the flight attendants is quite good." Han Wanjing replied, "The service in first class should be good, after all, we paid for it." Yi Chen remarked, "That flight attendant's name is Chen Lei, the same name as one of my high school classmates. Could it be your high school classmate?" Han Wanjing laughed. Yi Chen replied, "Impossible, they look completely different." Han Wanjing said, "That's not necessarily true, many girls change a lot from high school to university and become much prettier." Yi Chen countered, "The height difference is significant, she can't be my high school classmate, just a namesake." Soon, the flight attendant named Chen Lei returned, handing the pizzas to Yi Chen and the others. Yi Chen looked at her and asked with a smile, "May I ask where you're from?" Chen Lei smiled back, "I'm a local from Jianghai." Yi Chen said, "Oh, thank you. You share a name with one of my high school classmates, I thought you were her." Chen Lei replied, "Really? If I could be your high school classmate, I probably wouldn't be working here." Yi Chen seemed to be someone extraordinary, she guessed he was the son of a chairman from a large corporation. At her age, she didn't think Yi Chen would be from a wealthy family. They chatted for a few moments before the flight attendant left. An hour and a half later, the plane arrived in the city of Koya in Yamato country. There is a 1-hour time difference between Yamato country and Hualong country. Normally, it would be just past noon in Hualong country, but it was already past 1 in Koya. Yi Chen and his group exited the first-class cabin and saw the flight attendant named Chen Lei outside. "Mr. Yi, I wish you a pleasant journey once again." Yi Chen smiled and nodded, "Thank you." The group disembarked, and then Han Wanjing hailed a few cars heading straight for the Hilton International Hotel in Koya. Han Wanjing had already taken care of all the visa and paperwork. After checking into the hotel, Yi Chen and the others went to their hotel room. Han Wanjing said to Yi Chen, "Young master, we can find an information service company online. They can help us get detailed information about Hate Group." Yi Chen asked, "Is it that convenient?" Han Wanjing replied, "It's the internet age, everything is very convenient." She then took out her laptop and began searching for an information service company. After finding a large service information company, Han Wanjing paid a few thousand yuan as a deposit and stated her requirements. Soon, the other party sent over the detailed information about Hate Group. "Young master, they have sent over the information." After saying this, Han Wanjing placed the laptop on her lap and turned the screen towards Yi Chen. Yi Chen looked at the information on the computer. The information provided by the other party was very detailed, even including the changes in shares of the Hate Group. They just didn't know who had acquired the shares. Within the Hate Group, the Sato family had 3 factions. The strongest was led by Sato Jiro, another faction was led by director Sato Mahiro, and the third was led by Sato Kohei. The 60% of shares purchased by Yi Chen included a large portion sold by a major conglomerate from Yamato, and another part sold by those under Sato Kohei. Sato Kohei's other company had encountered problems and urgently needed funds to resolve them, so he sold off a portion of his shares. As for why the major conglomerate behind the Hate Group would sell shares, this information service company had not figured that out either. However, this information was already sufficient. Yi Chen had a clear understanding of the power distribution within the Hate Group, which would facilitate his subsequent plans. After reading through the materials, Yi Chen asked, "Is the information in these documents reliable?" Han Wanjing replied, "The reliability is over 90%. There are places that sell this kind of business intelligence, and generally, people in high society know about it. If they sell false information, they will compensate tenfold." Such information service companies were more common in Western countries. No matter what information you wanted, as long as you provided enough money, they could help you obtain it. Yi Chen said, "Arrange a meeting with this Sato Kohei, let's talk to him first." Han Wanjing nodded slightly, "Alright, young master." Should I arrange it now or wait until dinner time? Yi-Chen replied, let's wait until evening, you can rest for now. Han Wanjing said, okay, young master, just call me if you need anything. After saying that, she stood up and walked out. Han Wanjing was wearing a professional skirt suit, her figure was graceful and alluring. Her current role was essentially Yi-Chen's secretary assistant and caretaker. As the saying goes, if there's work, the secretary does it, if not. Cough, damn it, I'm becoming more and more wicked, how can I have such thoughts? Yi-Chen lay down on the bed, and his phone rang. It was a message from Xia Qing. Have you arrived in Yamato? Yi-Chen replied, just arrived a little while ago, now at the hotel. How's it going at the group headquarters? Xia Qing responded, pretty good. I had a few hours of meetings in the morning, and now I'm having lunch. Yi-Chen said, if anyone dares to bully you at the company, remember to tell me. Xia Qing laughed and replied, who would dare to bully me? Chairman Li has already instructed everyone. Yi-Chen asked, what's your salary now? Xia Qing answered, I'm the deputy director of the finance department, and my monthly salary is about 100,000. Longxing Group was indeed a large company, and the deputy director of the finance department could definitely be considered a senior management position. A monthly salary of around 100,000 was reasonable. Xia Qing used to earn only a few thousand a month, now her monthly income was equivalent to what she used to earn in a year. This income was enough to change her family's situation. After chatting for a while, Xia Cheng went to work, and Yi-Chen began to sleep. Around 5 in the afternoon, Yi-Chen was awakened by a knock on the door. Congratulations, host, your dream has come true, you have acquired the language skill of Yamato. Yi-Chen was momentarily stunned, then learned the skill. Since he was in Yamato, it would be troublesome not to understand the local language and not even know if someone scolded him. Come in, he said. Han Wanjing opened the door and walked in. Young master, I have invited Sato Kohei. He said he would definitely attend after hearing it was your invitation. I've booked box 1303. Yi-Chen nodded slightly. Got it. Sato Kohei was also a smart person. Yi-Chen's approach at this time was an opportunity. Now, Sato Kohei had very few shares left, and his influence within the group was diminishing. If he could gain the support of Yi-Chen, this super major shareholder, then his position within the group would soar straight up. Even surpassing Sato Jiro was a possibility. Of course, in his view, Yi-Chen wouldn't allow him to dominate alone. He probably just wanted to balance out Sato Jiro. Even if it was just to balance Sato Jiro, it was still an opportunity for him, because he now had equal rights with Sato Jiro. Around 6 in the afternoon, Han Wanjing received the news, young master, Sato Kohei has arrived, and he brought his daughter with him. Yi-Chen, his daughter? Han Wanjing, that's right, his daughter's name is Sato Keiko, and she is his assistant. Her abilities are said to be quite impressive. Yi-Chen and Han Wanjing tidied up a bit and then walked out of the room. 2 bodyguards followed them to the elevator. At the elevator entrance, someone was waiting to watch TV, and when they saw Yi-Chen and his group, they couldn't help but turn their heads. Because these days, not many people go out with bodyguards. Either they are the sons of big shots, or they are just putting on airs. Han Wanjing was talking to Yi-Chen, and the people nearby were taken aback when they heard, Huagua people? They initially thought Yi-Chen and his group were from Yamato country. After all, both Yamato and Huagua have Eastern features, and the difference isn't very significant, you can't usually tell without speaking. Yi-Chen and his group took the elevator to the outside of box 1303 on the 13th floor. Yi-Chen and Han Wanjing pushed the door open and walked in, where 2 people were sitting inside, a man and a woman. The man was a middle-aged man, probably in his 50s, while the woman was in her 20s, with a delicate and beautiful appearance and a graceful figure. In Yi-Chen's impression, women from Yamato country were generally petite, but Sato Keiko was not that type. She was about 1.65 meters tall, not very tall, but a pretty good height. Of course, Yi-Chen's impression mostly came from those small films from Yamato country, so he couldn't generalize. Sato Kohei and Sato Keiko were also sizing up Yi-Chen and Han Wanjing. Could this young man be Mr. Yi-Chen? This was somewhat unexpected for Sato Kohei and Sato Keiko. They had thought Mr. Yi was a middle-aged man in his 50s or 60s. May I ask if you are Mr. Yi-Chen? Sato Kohei stood up and greeted respectfully. Yi-Chen nodded slightly. You must be Mr. Sato, please have a seat. Han Wanjing was taken aback. The young master could speak Yamato language? She had originally planned to translate. The few of them sat down, and Sato Kohei had a beaming smile. I didn't expect Mr. Yi to be so young. In the ancient words of Huagua, it means heroes emerge from the youth. Yi-Chen wore a faint smile. Mr. Sato seems to have a deep understanding of our Huagua culture. Sato Kohei, Huagua has always been the country I admire the most. The culture of Huagui is profound and has a long history. It has always been a model for us to learn from. This is what it means to be wise with age. The meeting started with a round of flattery. As the saying goes, 1,000 things can be worn, but flattery never goes out of style. This principle still holds true. Sato Kohei indeed liked the cultural heritage of Huagua and enjoyed studying it in his spare time. After he finished speaking, he introduced his daughter, Mr. Yi. This is my daughter Keiko. Sato Keiko smiled. Keiko has met Mr. Yi. Yi-chen, Miss Keiko is too polite. Wanjing, let the waiter serve the dishes. The food and drinks were quickly served. Mr. Yi, I toast to you. Sato Kohei raised his glass and said. The two clinked glasses. Yi-chen looked at him and said, Mr. Sato, you are a veteran of Hate Group. The future development of Hate Group cannot do without your efforts. Sato Kohei, Mr. Yi is too kind. As a member of Hate Group, it is my duty to contribute to the development of the group. In the future, if Mr. Yi has any requests, please feel free to speak. I, Sato Kohei, will do my utmost. He had already begun to pledge his loyalty. As for whether it was genuine loyalty, only he himself knew. Yi-chen smiled slightly. Mr. Sato is now the vice president of Hate Group? Sato Kohei replied, that's right, but my role as vice president is just to manage some daily affairs of the company. Yi-chen said, this time I will make adjustments to the internal management of Hate Group, and Mr. Sato's management position will undergo new changes. I hope you won't let me down. Hearing this, Sato Kohei felt a bit excited. Rest assured, Mr. Yi, I will not disappoint your expectations. Yi-chen added, I believe Mr. Sato is a smart person and knows what to do. Mr. Yi, let me toast to you. Sato Keiko raised her glass and drank it all in one go. Yi-chen took a sip. Miss Keiko has quite a good drinking capacity. I don't drink much either, but since Mr. Yi is here, I can't be rude, Sato Keiko replied, her cheeks slightly flushed. She had already drunk quite a bit and was feeling a little tipsy. Sato Kohei smiled and asked, is this your first time in Nagoya? Yes, it's my first time, Yi-chen replied. Sato Kohei continued, the night view of Nagoya is very beautiful. How about letting Keiko show you around tonight? The invitation to show me around is just a pretext. Your real intention is to have your daughter accompany me, right? You people from Yamato are quite clever, always coming up with various tricks. Sato Keiko looked at him with a smile, her beautiful eyes sparkling with charm. Yi-chen glanced at Han Wanjing beside him and replied with a smile, my assistant has been here before and is familiar with the situation, so there's no need to trouble Miss Keiko. In fact, Yi-chen also wanted to bring glory to his country, but now was not the right time. Upon hearing his words, Sato Kohei immediately understood the situation. He looked at Han Wanjing and said with a smile, that's fine. If Mr. Yi needs anything, just let me know. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Sato Kohei and Sato Keiko left the hotel. Originally, Sato Kohei wanted to take Yi-chen to experience some local specialty services, but Yi-chen politely declined. Father, this Mr. Yi seems quite extraordinary, Sato Keiko remarked. Sato Kohei replied, being able to buy a large number of shares in Hate Group from the Yamamoto family is enough to prove his strength. Sato Keiko asked, how could the Yamamoto family let go of so many shares in Hate Group? Sato Kohei said, I'm not sure. For now, we just need to follow his arrangements. We can gain more power in Hate Group. Gaining more power in Hate Group would be a great help to them. Meanwhile, Yi-chen and Han Wanjing returned to their hotel room. Yi-chen said, Wanjing, the next step is to arrange a meeting with Sato Masahi. Sato Kohei and Sato Masahi were competitors of Sato Jiro within the group. Previously, Sato Jiro was the chairman of the group and held significant influence. Next was Sato Masahi, who represented the second faction within the group. Sato Kohei was considered the third faction, but their influence was somewhat smaller. Now that Yi-chen had suddenly become the major shareholder and chairman of Hate Group, it was not good news for Sato Jiro, as his position in Hate Group was no longer secure. Yi-chen could dismiss him from his position as general manager with a single word. Therefore, upon learning the news, Sato Jiro contacted Yi-chen immediately, hoping to preserve his status and position. Han Wanjing asked, young master, would you like to go out and enjoy the night view of Nagoya? Yi-chen had taken a nap in the afternoon and was not feeling too tired. Then let's go out for a stroll. Han Wanjing's face lit up. Women just love to go out and have fun. Yi-chen asked, are you going to tidy up? Han Wanjing smiled and replied, no need, I'm perfectly fine as I am. The two of them left the room, and the bodyguards initially wanted to follow them, but Yi-chen felt it would be too conspicuous, so he asked them to wait at the hotel. After leaving the hotel, Han Wanjing smiled and said, there's a night market snack street not far from here, let's go check it out. She had already looked up the travel guide for Gohushi. After all, it was a rare opportunity to visit a foreign country, and women always want to have some fun and see new things. As they walked and chatted, they soon arrived at the night market snack street. Wow, there are so many people here, Han Wanjing exclaimed, surprised by the crowd at the snack street. Yi Chen replied, weren't you full just now? I am. Han Wanjing laughed and said, I didn't eat much earlier, I saved room to try the local snacks. They entered the street, which was lined with numerous stalls, and the flow of people was quite heavy, with men, women, and some children. The street was clean and tidy, making it very pleasant to be in. This tiny country had some aspects worth learning from back home. Nowadays, they held an absolute leading position in certain fields. Han Wanjing bought some of her favorite snacks as they walked along. The snack street was long, and they spent half an hour without finishing it. Just as Yi Chen and Han Wanjing reached a food stall to buy something, 3 scruffy young men approached. They deliberately positioned themselves behind Han Wanjing. Feeling something was off, Han Wanjing frowned and turned to look, asking, what are you doing? Yi Chen hadn't noticed the earlier situation, but seeing Han Wanjing and the 3 men, he had a rough idea of what was happening. Did those 3 guys try to touch you? Yi Chen asked. Han Wanjing nodded. Hearing their conversation, the 3 men laughed and said, so it's 2 people from Hualong country, the ones we made kneel back then. Yi Chen raised his hand and slapped the speaker, knocking him out cold. The force of the slap was so strong that the man fell straight to the ground. The people around were momentarily stunned, and the other 2 were also taken aback. They never expected Yi Chen's reaction to be so intense. Before they could react, Yi Chen kicked the other 2 men to the ground. Han Wanjing was shocked. She hadn't expected Yi Chen to act so decisively. After all, they were in Yamato country, not Hualong country, and they didn't know anyone here. If they acted recklessly and got caught by the local police, it would be hard to deal with. Seeing Han Wanjing still in shock, Yi Chen pulled her and said, we should run. Fortunately, Han Wanjing wasn't wearing high heels, otherwise, she wouldn't be able to run. Yi Chen had thought this through before acting. There were no cameras in the snack street. This was also why he felt it was safe to act, and he believed the police in Yamato country wouldn't bother with such matters. They ran for a while and then exited from the other side of the snack street. Yi Chen stopped and looked at the panting Han Wanjing, saying, alright, it should be safe now. Han Wanjing took a moment to catch her breath and asked, will the police in Yamato country find us? Yi Chen replied, the chances are slim. Even if they do, it won't be a big deal. Let's head back. Han Wanjing nodded slightly, I'm sorry, if I hadn't gone out, this wouldn't have happened. Yi Chen reassured her, it has nothing to do with you, those 3 just deserved a beating. They took a detour and returned to the hotel. At the snack street, about 5 or 6 minutes after Yi Chen and Han Wanjing left, the police arrived. After understanding the situation, they took the 3 men away. These 3 were habitual offenders in the area, having been caught many times before. Today was the first time they had been beaten, but the police had no intention of looking for the assailant. Those 3 truly deserved it, they would just need to give a statement. At the Hilton International Hotel, Yi Chen and Han Wanjing took the elevator to their suite on the 26th floor. Yi Chen sat on the sofa and said, don't worry, it should be fine. Just rest well, we have things to do tomorrow. Han Wanjing nodded, young master, do you want me to give you a massage? Yi Chen replied, what massage at this late hour? Get some rest. Mainly, he was afraid he wouldn't be able to control himself. After all, Han Wanjing was a top beauty. Han Wanjing smiled slightly, alright, young master, good night. After saying that, she walked into the adjacent room. Yi Chen also returned to his own room. The next morning. Congratulations to the host for making a dream come true, obtaining 30% shares of Inoue Information Services Company. Yi Chen woke up to the sound of the system and was momentarily stunned. Inoue Information Services Company? Could it be a company that sells business intelligence? He searched online, but there was very little information about Inoue Information Services Company, so he didn't learn much. Yi Chen freshened up and then walked out of his room. Han Wanjing was already up, sitting on the sofa waiting for him to wake up for breakfast. Young master, breakfast has been served. Let's eat, Han Wanjing said with a smile. Yi Chen nodded slightly. Wanjing, do you know about Inoue Information Services Company? Han Wanjing replied, yes, the information we bought yesterday was from Inoue Information Services Company. It's one of the largest information service companies in Yamato. Yi Chen said, business intelligence is quite important. I plan to acquire their shares. What do you think? Han Wanjing was taken aback for a moment and then hurriedly replied, if the young master thinks it's good, then go ahead with the acquisition. I don't really understand your level of thinking. After breakfast, Han Wanjing made an invitation call to Sato Masahi as per Yi Chen's request. Upon learning Yi Chen's identity, the other party quickly agreed. Half an hour later, Sato Masahi arrived at the Hilton International Hotel. He came to Yi Chen's suite alone. Sato Masahi was short and plump, with small eyes that looked shrewd, fitting the characteristics of a Yamato person. "Are you Mr. Yi?" He was somewhat surprised to see Yi Chen sitting on the sofa. "Is Mr. Yi really this young?" Yi Chen nodded slightly. "That's right, it's me. Mr. Sato, please take a seat." Sato Masahi sat down beside him. "I didn't expect Mr. Yi to be so young, I truly apologize. I hope you won't hold it against me." Yi Chen replied, "I'm not that petty. The reason I asked Mr. Sato to come today is regarding the new personnel arrangements in the company." Sato Masahi perked up at this. He had long anticipated significant changes in the company, but how exactly it would change depended on how this Mr. Yi arranged it. He certainly hoped to benefit from this change. He felt that Yi Chen inviting him was a good omen. As long as he performed satisfactorily, his influence in the company would surely grow. "Mr. Yi, you are the major shareholder of the group. We will follow your arrangements." Yi Chen said, "The power of Sato Jiro in the group is too great, which is not conducive to the management of the group. Therefore, I need you to share some of the group's authority." Sato Masahi felt a surge of joy. It was indeed as he thought. He quickly said, "Sato Masahi is willing to go through fire and water for Mr. Yi, without hesitation." Yi Chen smiled faintly. "All right, this afternoon I will go to the group, and a board meeting will be held to announce the new appointments. From now on, do your best, and report any matters to me at the first opportunity." Sato Masahi assured, "Mr. Yi, rest assured, I will definitely follow your orders." After finishing the conversation with Sato Masahi, Yi Chen let him leave. He didn't have much fondness for Sato Masahi, but this guy still had some value, and he was also a shareholder of the group. Yesterday's intelligence included detailed information about Sato Masaharu. This guy is a typical schemer, two-faced and treacherous. In the past, he didn't have much say within the group. However, he used many underhanded tactics to gradually increase his influence. To gain more power within the group, he even sent his wife and daughter away. Previously, he was dependent on a major shareholder, but later he managed to bring that shareholder down, took over his shares, and became the second most powerful figure in the group. Compared to Sato Kohei, Yi Chen preferred Sato Kohei. He is a smart person and has much better morals than Sato Masaharu. From the intelligence reports, he had a good impression of Sato Kohei, and their meeting also left a positive impression. Sato Masaharu's appearance disgusted Yi Chen. Han Wanjing said, "Young master, this Sato Masaharu seems very slick." Yi Chen replied, "Yes, we need to be cautious of such people. You go notify Sato Jiro and tell him we will go to the group headquarters this afternoon." At that moment, Yi Chen's phone suddenly rang. It was a call from the general manager of Inoue Information Services. "Hello, Mr. Yi, I am Inoue Kuda, the general manager of Inoue Information Services." Yi Chen responded, "Hello, Mr. Inoue." Inoue Kuda continued, "Mr. Yi, you have acquired 30% of our company's shares, making you our largest shareholder. After signing the contract, I will have someone deliver it personally." Yi Chen said, "Please have it delivered to the Hake Group headquarters this afternoon. I will be there." "Understood, Mr. Yi. Is there anything else you need to instruct?" Yi Chen replied, "Focus on observing the situation within Hake Group and inform me immediately of any developments." Inoue Kuda acknowledged, "Yes, Mr. Yi." Yi Chen added, "Once I handle the situation at Hake Group, I will come by the company to take a look." "Okay, Mr. Yi." After hanging up, Yi Chen and Han Wanjing analyzed the situation at Hake Group again. They discussed the subsequent division of power within the group, as he needed to balance the power among the three individuals to create a tripartite situation. At the same time, they had to guard against any secret alliances or schemes among them. After having lunch at the hotel, Yi Chen and his group took a car to the Hake Group headquarters. Hake Group has total assets of over 30 billion, owns its own buildings and factories, and is one of the major companies in the semiconductor raw materials industry. There are 7 or 8 large raw material supply companies like this in the country. Although they are not very good at producing chips, they hold 40% of the global market in raw materials. This is a significant market share. Even many Western chip giants mostly import raw materials from this country. In some precision and heavy industries, this country has technologies that lead the world, a result of over 100 years of technological accumulation. Half an hour later, Yi Chen and Han Wanjing arrived at the entrance of the Hake building. Sato Jiro, Sato Masaharu, Sato Kohei, and other board members were already waiting at the entrance. After Yi Chen and Han Wanjing got out of the car, they looked at Sato Jiro and the others. There were more than 20 board members present, along with some senior management from the group. Mr. Yi, Satojiro was the first to approach, followed by Sato Masaharu and Sato Kohei. Yi-chen nodded slightly, his expression calm yet exuding authority. Satojiro said, Mr. Yi, please come in. Yi-chen and Han Wanjing walked inside, surrounded by Satojiro and the others. They took the elevator directly to the large conference room on the 26th floor. Yi-chen sat in the main seat, with Han Wanjing standing behind him. Satojiro and the others also took their seats in turn. Yi-chen scanned the crowd. Have all the shareholders of Hake Group arrived? Satojiro replied, everyone is here, not a single one missing. Yi-chen said, let's start with self-introductions. My name is Yi-chen, and this is my assistant Han Wanjing. Everyone else, please introduce yourselves as well, starting with Satojiro. The meeting room was very quiet, everyone listened attentively as he spoke. Satojiro stood up and said, Satojiro, currently the general manager of the company. Sato Mahiri, currently the deputy general manager of the company. Sato Koji, currently the deputy general manager of the company. There were a total of 27 people in the meeting room, all shareholders and directors of the group. However, their shares were not substantial, some held only 1%, while the most was 5%. Satojiro held only 6%. These individuals were divided into 3 factions, with Satojiro having the most supporters. After everyone finished their introductions, Yi-chen said, Hake Group is at the world leading level in semiconductor raw materials, and I hope that with everyone's efforts, the group can develop even better in the future. Everyone nodded in agreement, and then Satojiro and others expressed their confidence, etc. Yi-chen continued, first, I want to talk about the future development direction of the company, increasing production capacity while researching new technologies and new materials. Secondly, there will be changes in the group's personnel. Upon hearing this, everyone perked up. This was what they were most concerned about. Yi-chen said, the group president will be held by Satojiro, Sato Mahiri, and Sato Koji, with Satojiro primarily responsible for company personnel and market operations. Satojiro was taken aback by his words. Indeed, his power had been diminished. His faction sighed inwardly. Yi-chen continued, Sato Mahiri will be responsible for the company's procurement and logistics departments, while Sato Koji will handle matters related to the company's factories. He redefined the responsibilities of each person. From now on, everyone will be responsible for their own areas. If any department encounters problems, I will impose severe penalties, and anyone can report directly to me. The biggest loss this time was undoubtedly Satojiro, but he had no way to counter it. Fortunately, personnel appointments were still in his hands, which was a significant power. Among the 3, his authority appeared to be the greatest. The power of personnel appointments in the group was not small. Sato Koji and Sato Mahiri were the beneficiaries this time, as their powers had increased. This change was seen as reasonable by everyone and was also within Satojiro's acceptance range. If Yi-chen had directly removed him, it would only have caused backlash. After all, he had served in the group for many years and had many loyal supporters. If he were removed, he would definitely take many people with him, plunging the group into chaos. Now, it was just fine for the 3 factions to engage in intrigue against each other. The meeting lasted not long, only a little over half an hour. After the meeting ended, there was a knock at the door. Chairman, the Vice President of Inoue Information Services is here and wants to see you. A female assistant from the President's office walked in. The board members were somewhat curious about what the Vice President of Inoue Information Services wanted with the chairman. Inoue Information Services was a company that dealt with commercial intelligence, very well known in Yamato, and was also part of the Sanshue Consortium, one of the 6 major consortia in Yamato, with formidable strength and a global presence. Let him in, Yi-chen said. Soon after, a middle-aged man walked in. He approached Yi-chen directly. Hello, Mr. Yi, I am Takeuchi Taro, and this is the contract that the general manager asked me to bring to you. Yi-chen took a look at it, then signed his name. All right, Mr. Takeuchi. Mr. Yi, if there are any matters in the future, please feel free to contact me. It is an honor to serve you. Yi-chen replied, all right, thank you, Mr. Zhuzhong. He handed a contract to Taro Zhuzhong. Taro Zhuzhong took the contract and bowed, then left. The etiquette of the upper class in Yamato country was even more severe than that of Hualong. The members of Hake Group were taken aback by this scene. Did the chairman still have connections with Inoue Information Services? Once Taro Zhuzhong left, Jiro Sato curiously asked, Chairman, do you still know Mr. Inoue from Inoue Information Services? Yi-chen replied, I acquired 30% of their shares. I am now the largest shareholder of their company. Everyone was stunned. The chairman was actually the largest shareholder of Inoue Information Services. This was one of the largest information service companies in the country, backed by the Sanshui Consortium. Hake Group was nothing compared to the Sanshui Consortium, which had hundreds of companies and was a top-tier consortium formed by capital. It was involved in banking and finance, steel manufacturing, natural gas energy, communications, and rubber. The Sanshui Consortium held meetings on the third Wednesday of every month, hence it was also called the Sanshui meeting. Now, Jiro Sato and the others had to re-evaluate Yi Chen. They initially thought he was just a wealthy man from Hualong, but it seemed far more complicated. His influence in Yamato was also quite formidable, as he had connections with the Sanshui Consortium. This was one of the 6 major consortia in the country, renowned worldwide. Although it was not as powerful as the Western consortia, it was not far behind. Jiro Sato and the others treated him with even more respect. After the meeting, Yi Chen inspected the situation at the group headquarters under their guidance. He then visited the group's factory, and the highly technological factory made Yi Chen nod in approval. As he walked through the workshop, he asked, "What is our monthly sales volume now?" Jiro Sato replied, "Last month it was over 30 billion, and it is growing every month." The 30 billion he mentioned was in Yamato currency, which was about 2 billion in Hualong currency. Yi Chen nodded slightly. The semiconductor industry in Hualong is on the rise. The market potential there is huge. As senior management of the company, you must always pay attention to that market. Jiro Sato and the others nodded slightly. Mitsuhiko Sato spoke up, "The chairman is right, the market potential in Hualong is enormous. It has vast territory, a large population, and a high demand for electronic products. I have long been optimistic about that market and believe we can establish a factory there." Yi Chen nodded calmly. This statement resonated with him. Mitsuhiko Sato had good insight, and his words were pleasing. Yi Chen said, "Mitsuhiko Sato, you are now responsible for the group's factory matters. The development of the group will be decided by you, but a complete plan is required." "Chairman, rest assured, I will prepare a complete market plan for Hualong," Mitsuhiko Sato quickly replied, knowing he had flattered the chairman well. Yi Chen nodded slightly. "Although we have done quite well in the semiconductor raw materials field, it is still far from enough. We need to become the world's top and largest supplier of semiconductor raw materials." Jiro Sato hesitated for a moment and said, "Chairman, the Western consortia are blocking many technology companies in Hualong. If we establish a factory there, will we face suppression from the Western consortia?" Yi Chen replied, "What do you think they will do to suppress us? Cancel our orders. Most of our orders come from those Western technology companies, as well as from the Dehen's Double Star Group and Zhongdian Group, among others." Yi Chen, "They don't dare. In the field of raw materials, the Yamato nation has an absolute advantage. If they sanction the Hake Group, it will inevitably raise concerns among other companies in the Yamato nation. If all the raw material groups in the Yamato nation cut off supplies, it will certainly cause panic among them, so they don't dare. Sato Jiro, but other groups may not necessarily unite against them." Yi Chen's gaze fixed on him. "What I say goes, understand?" Sato Jiro dared not say anything further. Sato Masahi and Sato Kohei watched this scene with cold smiles. Sato Jiro was still unwilling to accept the significant reduction of his power. "What can you do if you're unwilling? The chairman can dismiss you with a single word and appoint someone new." After visiting several factories, it was already past 6 in the afternoon. Sato Jiro and the others took Yi Chen to a characteristic hotel in Nagoya. The place Yi Chen came to was not an international hotel like Hilton, but a restaurant with distinct Yamato national style, decorated in a manner that appeared stable and grand. The decoration cost here was comparable to that of international 5-star hotels. It was filled with a strong traditional Yamato national style, making it the preferred place for the upper class of Nagoya. They arrived at a relatively large private room, where young and beautiful female waitstaff knelt on the floor to serve the guests. "Sato Kohei, Mr. Yi, this is our most characteristic restaurant in Nagoya. The food here is very authentic, guaranteed you haven't tasted anything like it in Hualong country." There were no chairs inside, everyone sat on the floor with a single table in front of them. Next to each table, a female waitress knelt beside the guests, serving them food. "For the first toast, let us all raise our glasses to the chairman, hoping the group can grow stronger under the chairman's leadership." Sato Masahi raised his glass with a beaming smile. Sato Jiro felt a bit uncomfortable seeing him fawn, but still lifted his glass. Everyone took a sip and then began to eat. The waitstaff beside the tables started to pick up food and feed the guests. Yi Chen was taken aback. Such imperial-level service? No wonder the upper class of Nagoya liked coming here. This service was simply delightful. Yi Chen tasted the food, and it indeed had its own characteristics and tasted quite good. After dinner, as they exited the restaurant, Satojiro smiled and asked, "Chairman, I know a great place. Would you like to try our Nagoya's special service?" "Sato Masahi, since the chairman is here, you must try it. I guarantee you will be reluctant to leave." Seeing the lewd expressions on the two, Yi-Chen knew what kind of place they were talking about. Forget it, who knows if it's clean, better not. Of course, such places must be clean, otherwise, they wouldn't attract people like Satojiro and Sato Masahi. However, thinking about how many men had been with those women, he lost interest. But the service from women in the Yamato nation was the best in the world. If he didn't experience it, wouldn't that be a pity? This left him feeling conflicted. Finally, he spoke, "No need, I've been out all day and I'm a bit tired. Let's talk about it another day." Han Wanjing felt relieved upon hearing his refusal. She actually didn't want Yi-Chen to go to such places. What good was it? They were all women who had been with countless men. Sato Kohei spoke up, "Chairman, you don't have a place to stay in Nagoya, right? I have a villa under my name that I can give to you. That villa has been vacant and no one has lived there." Sato Masahi and Satojiro were taken aback. Why hadn't they thought of this? Yi-Chen nodded slightly. Good, you are thoughtful. Sato Kohei hurriedly said, "It's only right to help the chairman with his worries." Then Yi-Chen got into the company's car and went to the hotel. The villa that Sato Hiroki sent still needs some tidying up. It can serve as a base in Nagoya City in the future. Back at the hotel, Yi-Chen sat on the sofa while Han Wanjing gently massaged his shoulders from behind. "Young master, are we going to visit Inoue Information Services tomorrow?" Yi-Chen nodded slightly. "Let's go take a look tomorrow, then book an afternoon flight." "All right, young master. Wanjing, your massage technique is quite good, it really feels nice." Yi-Chen enjoyed her massage. Han Wanjing replied, "I learned this from a professional instructor." Yi-Chen curiously asked, "Did they teach you any services in that area?" Han Wanjing's cheeks flushed slightly at his words. "No, we are a legitimate training institution, not that kind." Yi-Chen awkwardly smiled, "Then it seems my thoughts are impure. Young master, why didn't you accept their invitation just now? The services in Nagoya should be quite good, right?" Yi-Chen replied, "I'm afraid you'd go back and tell Xiaoqing, and then I'd be done for." Of course, he was joking. Han Wanjing was his assistant. How could she possibly speak ill of Yi-Chen to Xiaoqing? She could still distinguish between priorities. "I see the young master has the heart of a thief but lacks the courage," Han Wanjing said with a smile. Yi-Chen's thoughts were indeed seen through by her. In the past few instances, Li Maya and Himanchue had both thrown themselves at him, yet he had not dared to act. He truly had lustful thoughts but lacked the guts. However, hearing Han Wanjing say it made him feel a bit uncomfortable. "Who says I lack courage?" After saying that, he turned around and gently slapped Han Wanjing's cheek. Her face instantly turned bright red, and she stood there, shyly looking at him with her beautiful eyes. Seeing her expression, Yi-Chen felt a bit guilty. "Well, it's getting late, I should go rest." After saying that, he hurriedly got up and returned to his room. Han Wanjing, her face slightly flushed, watched his retreating figure and muttered softly, "Isn't that just having lustful thoughts without the courage?" The next morning, when Yi-Chen woke up, he did not hear the system's voice. He washed up and then walked out of the room. Han Wanjing smiled at him and said, "Young master, it's time for breakfast." Yi-Chen nodded seriously, as if nothing had happened the night before. While having breakfast, Yi-Chen's phone suddenly rang. It was a call from Sun Yumeng. "Brother Yi-Chen, when are you coming back?" Yi-Chen replied, "I should be back this afternoon. What's up?" Sun Yumeng giggled, "Nothing, just that I've missed you a bit since you haven't been home these past few days." Yi-Chen asked, "Aren't you going to school?" Sun Yumeng replied, "No, my uncle said we should stay home for the next few days and not go out unless necessary." It seemed Du Ruiming was worried about the Dark Star Assassin organization. Yi-Chen chatted with her for a while before hanging up. "Wanjing, have the tickets been booked?" Han Wanjing nodded gently, "They've been booked, young master." Yi-Chen said, "Let's go, we need to check out Inoue Information Services." The group left the hotel, and the bodyguard drove them to Inoue Information Services. The company is located on Financial Street in Nagoya City. Financial Street is the most prosperous street in Nagoya, lined with tall buildings, and is the economic center of the city. Inoue Information Services is located in the Dongxing Building. The car entered the underground parking lot of the Dongxing Building, and Yi-Chen and his group took the elevator to the 20th floor. The 20th to 23rd floors are occupied by Inoue Information Services. Upon reaching the 20th floor, the receptionist saw them and asked, "May I ask who you are looking for?" Yi-Chen replied, "I am Yi-Chen, looking for Mr. Inoue Kota." "Oh, Mr. Yi, please follow me." The receptionist led them into the company. Once inside, Yi-Chen and Han Wanjing saw many employees sitting in front of computers, working. These employees handle intelligence information from all over the country every day. Inoue Information Services is currently expanding internationally, with subsidiaries in several larger countries. However, most of their revenue still comes from domestic sources. Running an information service company consumes a lot of capital, especially during the initial setup phase, which is the most financially draining. Once established, the returns can be quite substantial. They arrived at the general manager's office on the 23rd floor. Kota Inoue was busy in his office, and upon seeing Yi-chen enter, he quickly stood up and smiled, saying, "Mr. Yi, you've arrived." Yi-chen nodded slightly, "Just came to check on the company's situation." Kota Inoue replied, "Mr. Yi, let me show you around the company." He first took Yi-chen on a tour of the 23rd floor. "Mr. Yi, this is the International Business Department, responsible for collecting intelligence information internationally. Currently, our international business includes the United States, Wolong Country, and the Baizhou region. The Baizhou region refers to the continent where white people reside. The company has independent high-end servers that store a large amount of commercial intelligence resources. The lower floors contain intelligence related to Yamato Country. According to Kota Inoue, their intelligence covers a wide range, including significant information from the political sphere of Yamato Country. These are all means to restrain their business competitors. After touring the company and chatting with Kota Inoue for a while, Yi-chen left the company. Later, Yi-chen and Han Wanjing went to see the villa that Sato Kohei had gifted him. It was a seaside villa, and it was the top-tier seaside villa in Guhua City, likely worth a considerable sum. Sato Kohei really spent a lot to please me by giving such an expensive villa. If you perform well in the future, I wouldn't mind making you the head of Hake Group. After viewing the villa, Yi-chen and Han Wanjing headed to the airport. By the time they arrived at the airport, it was already noon. They had lunch and waited a while before boarding the plane. In first class, Chen-lei saw Yi-chen and the others and smiled, saying, "Sir, we meet again." Yi-chen smiled slightly, "Didn't expect such a coincidence, please bring us some juice." Chen-lei served them juice. Yi-chen turned to Han Wanjing and asked, "Wanjing, do you know about the Sanshui Consortium?" While chatting with Kota Inoue, he learned that Inoue Information Services belongs to the Sanshui Consortium. However, Yi-chen didn't know much about the Sanshui Consortium, but it sounded quite impressive. Generally, those associated with a consortium are major global players. Han Wanjing replied, "The Sanshui Consortium is one of the 6 major consortia in Yamato Country, with over 40 core member companies involved in monopolistic industries, including banking, insurance, mining, trading companies, department stores, finance, and more. They hold shares in nearly 200 companies, wielding significant influence." Yi-chen remarked, "It does sound quite powerful." Han Wanjing continued, "The managers of each group form a council called the Sanshui Council, which meets on the 3rd Wednesday of every month. Their strength is so formidable that no single group can compare." Yi-chen said, "Sticking together for warmth and developing in the global market is indeed a good strategy." Han Wanjing agreed, "Yes, but they started developing early and possess advanced technology." Inoue Information Services also belongs to the Sanshui Consortium. A major group within the consortium once purchased 15% of the shares, making Inoue Information Services one of its members. Every month, Kota Inoue attends the regular members' council meetings, where he can meet many people. This is how Inoue Information Services has gradually developed, and now most of their clients come from the Sanshui Council. Around 4 in the afternoon, the plane arrived at Zhonghai International Airport. Upon exiting the airport, the head of the bodyguard team was already waiting for them. They picked up Yi-chen and the others and went straight back to the Huolong Seaview Villa community. By the time they got home, it was already past 5. Sun Yumeng and Du Feifei were just driving out of their house, followed by 2 black business cars, which were filled with bodyguards from Tianlong International, newly hired by Du Ruiming. "What are you two up to?" Yi-chen asked curiously as he saw them driving out. Du Feifei replied, "We're going to a friend's birthday party." Yi-chen nodded slightly, "Oh, go ahead." Sun Yumeng asked, "Brother Yi-chen, did you bring me any delicious food from the Great Harmony country?" Yi-chen said, "I did, but you'll have to wait until you get back to eat it." Sun Yumeng chuckled, "Okay, we'll be back after the party." Du Feifei drove the car out of the community. Yi-chen's car entered the villa yard. He and Han Wanjing got out of the car, carrying quite a few items, including some local snacks and skincare products bought in the Great Harmony country. Yi-chen hadn't thought of these things. It was Han Wanjing who reminded him. Women can be quite attentive sometimes. At around 5:30, Xia Qing returned. She smiled when she saw Yi-chen. "You're back?" Yi-chen walked over and wrapped his arms around her. "Did you miss me?" Xia Qing's face turned slightly red. "Stop it, Wanjing is still here." Yi Chen reassured her, "It's fine, she's in the kitchen making dinner and can't see us." Xia Qing's face flushed. It would be so embarrassing if they were caught. Yi Chen pulled her down onto the sofa. "This is some food I bought from the Great Harmony country. Try it and see how it is." Xia Cheng tasted a bit of the snack. "It's quite delicious." Yi Chen didn't give her the skincare products. She was currently using Xingyan skincare, which was far superior to the top products available now. Xia Qing's skin was now even fairer and more delicate than before. Meanwhile, in another villa community, Zhao Yunting, Meng Yuda, Li Wenfu, and Xia Junyi were waiting for Du Feifei and Sun Yumeng to arrive. Li Wenfu expressed some concern. "What if they don't come?" Zhao Yunting reassured him, "They will come. I attended her birthday party last time, and I just asked. They are already on the way." Meng Yuda smiled faintly. "Today is a good opportunity. Whether you can win them over depends on your skills." Li Wenfu chuckled. "With young Master Meng's good medicine, we will definitely succeed today." Xia Junyi asked, "Meng, is this medicine really that powerful? You wake up the next day with no memory of anything?" Meng Yuda nodded. "It's all imported from abroad. I've tested its effects. As long as you handle it well, you won't remember a thing the next day and will just think you got drunk." Zhao Yunting had no reaction to Meng Yuda's words. Her company was facing difficulties, and it was Meng Yuda's family that lent her family over 300 million. If she upset Meng Yuda, it would be disastrous. Zhao Yunting and Du Feifei were college classmates, but her family background couldn't compare to Du Feifei's. She felt a bit jealous of Du Feifei's background and looks. If Du Feifei were to be toyed with by Li Wenfu, Zhao Yunting would feel a sense of satisfaction. This is a typical mindset among women. She felt that if Du Feifei became like her, what was the use of having a good family background if one could still be played with? Zhao Yunting was the type of friend who couldn't stand seeing her friends do better than her. About 10 minutes later, Du Feifei and Sun Yumeng arrived. When they saw that the two of them were accompanied by quite a few bodyguards, Zhao Yunting and the others were momentarily stunned. "Feifei, why did you bring so many bodyguards?" Du Feifei explained, "Something happened a few days ago, so my dad arranged for some bodyguards for me." Li Wenfu sighed in relief. He had thought that Du Feifei and Sun Yumeng had sensed something. However, now that the two of them are accompanied by bodyguards, it has become a tricky situation. Zhao Yunting, with a beaming smile, led Du Feifei and the others into the villa. Li Wenfu and Xie Junyi walked over to Meng Yuda's side. "Meng, what should we do now? They brought so many bodyguards." Meng Yuda replied, "Those bodyguards aren't going inside. Once you finish your business, just take the two of them out and say they drank too much." Li Wenfu and Xie Junyi exchanged glances. "Alright, let's do that. They probably aren't first-timers, so it should be fine if we clean up well." Hualong Seaview Villa Community. Yi Chen and Xia Qing watched TV for a while, and then Han Wanjing finished preparing dinner. While having dinner, Yi Chen suddenly recalled the system's voice in his mind. System task activated, rescue Du Feifei and Sun Yumeng, receive different rewards based on task completion level. This time, the system's rewards were different from before. They would be based on the level of task completion. This meant that better completion could lead to higher rewards, while poor completion would yield lesser rewards. Du Feifei and Sun Yumeng were supposed to attend a friend's birthday party, right? Did they encounter assassins on the way? Or was someone planning to attack them at the birthday party? Yi Chen first needed to find out where Du Feifei and Sun Yumeng were. He called Du Feifei, and the call connected quickly. "Hello, Feifei, where are you two?" "We're at a friend's house. What's up?" Du Feifei asked curiously. Yi Chen replied, "I know you're at a friend's house, I mean the specific address. 28 Bibo Villa, what's wrong?" "Nothing, I suspect the assassin organization might still act. You and Yumeng should be careful." Du Feifei responded, "Okay, got it. We'll head back after the party." After hanging up, Yi Chen knew that Du Feifei and the others had arrived at their friend's house. He took out a Tianyan card from the system backpack and selected Du Feifei as the target. Then, a scene appeared before Yi Chen's eyes, showing Du Feifei and Sun Yumeng in the villa. The living room of the villa was beautifully decorated, with about a dozen people, both men and women. Yi Chen recognized two familiar faces, Li Wenfu and Shen Peng. Shen Peng was a classmate of Chen Wanning. Yi Chen had seen him at a class reunion for Chen Wanning. He had also met Xie Junyi once when he went to pick up Sun Yumeng from school. This person was pursuing Sun Yumeng. Yi Chen continued to watch the scene before him, and everything seemed normal. After dinner, Yi Chen and Xia Qing cuddled on the sofa watching TV. Suddenly, Xia Qing's phone rang. She glanced at it and said, "It's my mom's call, I'll go take it." Yi Chen smiled and said, "Go ahead." At that moment, a scene popped up before him, showing Zhao Yunting pouring wine for Du Feifei and Sun Yumeng. They were unaware that something had been added to the bottle. Zhao Yunting said, "Feifei, Yumeng, thank you for coming to my birthday party. Let me drink with you." Du Feifei and Sun Yumeng didn't think much of it. After all, it was Zhao Yunting's birthday, and it was customary to drink when someone toasted. Not far away, Li Wenfu and Xia Junyi were watching Du Feifei and Sun Yumeng. When they saw the two drink, a smirk of success appeared on their faces. Zhao Yunting said, "Feifei, Yumeng, let me take you upstairs to see the gift my boyfriend bought for me." The two nodded and followed her upstairs. The medicine Meng Yuda provided took effect quickly, and to avoid drawing attention from others, Zhao Yunting planned to lure the two into an upstairs room. Du Feifei and Sun Yumeng followed her into the upstairs room. The room was nicely decorated. This was not Zhao Yunting's home, but Meng Yuda's, where the two were staying. "What gift did your boyfriend buy for you?" Du Feifei asked curiously. Zhao Yunting smiled and said, "He bought me a ring. You two sit down, I'll show it to you." After saying that, she took out a diamond ring, which looked quite large and was probably worth a lot. After Du Feifei and Sun Yumeng finished their drinks, Yichen felt something was off and set off. He drove straight to Bibo Villa, which was not far from Hualong Seaview Villa community, about a 10-minute drive. While driving, he kept an eye on the system screen. At that moment, Du Feifei and Sun Yumeng were still fine, still conscious. The effects of the drug had probably not kicked in yet. Yichen called his bodyguard captain to get the contact information of the bodyguards next to Du Feifei. Both Du Feifei and Sun Yumeng's bodyguards were from Tianlong International Company. If he was too late, he could have them rush in to protect the two women. Tonight's event seemed to be a conspiracy orchestrated by Li Wenfu, Xia Junyi, and Zhao Yunting. As for whether there were other participants, Yichen couldn't tell for now. When he arrived at Bibo Villa, the effects of the drug began to take hold, and the two women sat on the edge of the bed, feeling dizzy. Then they fainted and lay down on the bed. Zhao Yunting, seeing this, revealed a slight smile and got up to leave the room. When she reached the first floor, she exchanged a glance with Li Wenfu and Xia Junyi, signaling that everything was taken care of. Li Wenfu and Xia Junyi looked at each other and then headed upstairs. Meng Yuda called Shin Pang and Feng Bo to follow. Shin Pang asked, "Young Master Meng, what are we going upstairs for?" Meng Yuda replied with a smile, "Aren't you tempted by these two stunning beauties?" Shin Pang and Feng Bo were taken aback. Could it be that Meng Yuda wanted to? Wow, this is too exciting. Li Wenfu and Xia Junyi also saw the three coming up. They waited at the door for a moment. "Young Master Meng, why don't you go in first? After all, this is all thanks to you." Meng Yuda said, "No need, you two like them, you go first." Li Wenfu retorted, "Like my ass, we can't wait to kill them. Hurry up and go in, time is of the essence," Meng Yuda said with a smile. Li Wenfu and Xia Junyi opened the door and walked in. When they saw Du Feifei and Sun Yumeng lying quietly on the bed, they exchanged glances and smiled. At this point, Yichen had arrived outside Villa No. 28. There were many luxury supercars parked outside, and the place was bustling with people, clearly hosting a party. Yichen got out of the car and called the bodyguards over. "Come with me, Miss Du is in danger." The bodyguards' expressions changed, and they hurriedly followed Yichen inside. In the living room, many people were playing and having fun. When Yichen and a group of bodyguards rushed in, everyone was taken aback. What was going on? Zhao Yunting saw Yichen come in with bodyguards and was also puzzled. Why was he here? Was he looking for Du Feifei and Sun Yumeng? Realizing this, her expression changed. Li Wenfu and the others had just gone upstairs. If Yichen went up, wouldn't he run into them? She quickly walked over to block Yichen. "Young Master Yi, what brings you here?" Yichen looked at her coldly. "Get out of the way." After saying that, he led his men upstairs. Outside the room on the second floor, Meng Yuda, Shin Pang, and Feng Bo were waiting. When Yichen saw the three of them, his expression was emotionless. "Grab those three and don't let them run." Before Meng Yuda and the others could react, the bodyguards had already subdued them. Yichen opened the door and walked into the room. When he saw the scene inside, his face darkened to the extreme. Li Wenfu and Xia Junyi heard the door open and turned to look. When they saw it was Yichen, they were also stunned. Yichen walked up, grabbed one by each hand, and threw them heavily to the ground. "Do you two want to die?" These two were probably acting so recklessly because they relied on their family background. "Li Wenfu, she's not even your girlfriend. Aren't you being a bit too controlling?" Slap. Yichen gave him a slap, knocking out a few of his teeth. "After doing something so shameless, how dare you speak to me with such confidence?" Li Wenfu was dazed from the slap, stars dancing in his eyes. Beside him, Xia Junyi was stunned. He didn't expect Yichen to hit Li Wenfu directly. Yichen slapped Li Wenfu a few more times. He wanted to beat this bastard to death, relying on his family background to oppress others, looking down on their lives and dignity. Even if he didn't know Du Feifei and Sun Yumeng, he wouldn't stand by when faced with such a task from the system. Yichen, still unsatisfied, slapped Xia Junyi a few more times. Mang Yuda and the other 3 were also brought in. Yi Chen gave the 3 of them a thorough beating. By this time, people downstairs had come up to see what was happening. They then witnessed Yi Chen violently beating Mang Yuda and the others. Who is this guy, daring to hit Mang Yuda and the others? Damn, this is brutal. Mang Yuda and the others have quite the background. Who exactly is this person? After finishing with Mang Yuda and the others, Yi Chen asked, you 3 were involved in this too, right? Damn it, you've already beaten us and are still asking? Mang Yuda's face was covered in finger marks. You dare hit me? Do you know who I am? You still dare to be tough with me? I don't care who you are, today, I'm hitting you. After saying that, Yi Chen slapped him a few more times, leaving him dizzy and seeing stars. Tell me who you are. How powerful is your family? Mang Yuda, my dad is the chairman of Rentai Insurance Group. If you have the guts, kill me today, otherwise, I will definitely kill you when I get the chance. Feng Bo, if you have the guts, go ahead and kill us. Yi Chen smiled and said, I wouldn't dare to kill you, after all, this is a society governed by law, but I can still beat you up. He turned to give a look to the bodyguard beside him. The bodyguards understood Yi Chen's meaning, not to kill, but breaking their legs should be fine. The room was filled with screams, and a few minutes later, the bodyguards stopped. Zhao Yunting and the others watched in fear. Yi Chen, these are Fei Fei and Yuming's bodyguards. You plotted against them, so it's only reasonable for the bodyguards to take action. Looking at the few people lying on the ground with broken legs, Yi Chen picked up Du Feifei and Sun Yumeng from the bed and left. The onlookers were stunned by the scene. They probably understood what was happening. Meng Yuda and his group had actually drugged Du Feifei, whose father is the chairman of the Du Group. If this matter gets to Du Weiming, these people will probably be in big trouble. However, Meng Yuda and his group also have impressive backgrounds. Du Weiming might not be able to do anything to them. After Yi Chen left with Du Feifei and Sun Yumeng, Zhao Yunting hurriedly called for an ambulance. Meng Yuda and the others were beaten too badly. She didn't dare to call the police because she was also involved. If she called the police, she might end up getting arrested too. She also didn't dare to call Meng Yuda's father, fearing she couldn't handle his wrath. Yi Chen placed Du Feifei and Sun Yumeng in the car and then had the driver take them back to the Hualong Seaview Villa community. Upon returning to the community, Yi Chen discovered that Du Feifei's parents were not home. These two are really busy. The days they spend at home are few and far between. Yi Chen had no choice but to bring the two of them to his place. Han Wanjing and Xia Qing were sitting on the sofa watching TV. When they saw Yi Chen carrying the two girls in, both of them were momentarily stunned. Yi Chen placed Du Feifei and Sun Yumeng on the sofa. Xia Cheng and Han Wanjing looked at the disheveled Du Feifei and Sun Yumeng, then turned to Yi Chen. Young master, what are you planning to do? Du Feifei and Sun Yumeng looked disheveled, but it wasn't Yi Chen who did it. When he entered, Li Wenfu and the others were tearing at their clothes, so the garments were a bit torn. Yi Chen sighed as he looked at the two who were still like dead pigs. He saw the expressions on Xia Qing's face and explained, they went to a friend's birthday party and were drugged, almost getting violated. Xia Qing felt deeply about this matter because she had almost fallen victim herself. Xia Qing said, I didn't expect Fei Fei and the others to have such friends, it's really despicable. Yi Chen replied, people in their circle are more complicated, it's almost all about interests. The upper-class society is divided by interests. Yi Chen instructed, Wan Jing, lay them flat, Xiao Chang, go upstairs and get my silver needles from the drawer. Han Wanjing laid Du Feifei and the others flat on the sofa. Xia Qing quickly came down with the silver needles. Yi Chen asked Han Wanjing to untie Du Feifei's clothes and began to insert needles into her back. Ahem, this was the first time Yi Chen had seen this. Xia Qing shot him a glance, stop looking and hurry up and treat them. Yi Chen chuckled awkwardly and quickly started the acupuncture. 13 silver needles were inserted into their backs, and soon a layer of fine sweat beads appeared on their skin. Yi Chen asked Han Wanjing to gently wipe them with a towel. A few minutes later, Du Feifei and Sun Yumeng groggily opened their eyes. The two were momentarily stunned when they saw Yi Chen and the others. How did we end up here? Weren't we at Yunting's birthday party? Yi Chen explained, Zhao Yunting spiked your red wine, you both passed out in the room. Li Wenfu and Xia Junyi intended to assault you, while Meng Yuda, Shin Pang, and Feng Bo were waiting outside the door, probably wanting to get to you as well. Du Feifei and the others' expressions slightly changed upon hearing this. They only remembered going to the upstairs room with Zhao Yunting, they had no recollection of what happened afterward. Yi Chen continued, I only found out from the bodyguard's message and rushed over. Meng Yuda and Li Wenfu's legs were broken. Congratulations to the host for completing the rescue mission, perfect completion, and receiving a fragment of the first-generation Xingfeng mecha. Du Feifei asked, you broke their legs? Yi Chen replied, yes, they wouldn't dare to call the police. Sun Yumeng said, good job, they deserve to be killed. These people are too wicked, we almost got killed by them. Du Feifei didn't say anything, she also wanted them dead, but that wasn't realistic. Did you untie our clothes? At this moment, Du Feifei and the others finally reacted. Yi Chen explained, your clothes were torn by Li Wenfu and Xie Junyi. I just did acupuncture on you, and Wan Jing helped untie them, otherwise, you would probably have to sleep until tomorrow morning. Du Feifei's pretty face flushed slightly, although it wasn't Yi Chen's intention to untie them, he had seen her, and she felt a bit shy. Yi Chen said, I've removed the silver needles, you're fine now. After saying that, he took the needles out of their backs. The two put their clothes back on, but they were already torn, unable to hide some of their features. Wan Jing, could you please get us some clothes? Du Feifei said to Han Wan Jing. Han Wan Jing nodded slightly, okay, Miss Du. Du Feifei continued, Xiao Chang, can Rain Meng and I stay here today? My parents aren't home, and we're a bit scared. Xiao Chang nodded, it's fine, you can stay. Soon, Han Wan Jing brought some clothes for the two, and they went to the room to change. Yi Chen asked, Xiao Chang, did your mom call you just now? What was it about? Xia Qing replied, nothing much, it's just that my sister finished her college entrance exams, and my mom said she wanted me to help her find a summer job in Jianghai City. Yi Chen said, what summer job? She can just come here to play. Xia Qing explained, that's what my mom said, it's to give her some experience. Yi Chen asked, when is your sister coming over? My sister also said to come over to play. I'll ask her in a bit, let the two of them come together. Xia Qing, she said she would come over in the next couple of days. Yi Chen called his dad, and the call was quickly connected. Hello, Dad, how did Xiao Meng do on the college entrance exam? Yi Haifeng, the results aren't out yet, but Xiao Meng said she did okay. Yi Chen, when is Xiao Meng coming to Jianghai City? Mom and Dad, you should come too, it would be nice to hang out here. Xiao Meng, your brother is asking when you're coming to Jianghai. Yi Meng quickly walked over. Brother, what's up? Yi Chen, when are you coming to Jianghai City to play? Yi Meng, when are you free, brother? Yi Chen, I'm free every day. If you come, you can come with Xia Qing's sister, so you can take care of each other on the way. Okay, brother, I'll go over in the next couple of days. Yi Chen, alright, I'll give you Xia Meng's contact information, and you can get in touch then. Brother, remember what you promised me. Yi Chen, I remember, just come. The siblings chatted for a while before hanging up. At this time, Du Feifei and Sun Yuming had already changed their clothes and come down. Yi Chen, can you tell me what happened again? I need to talk to my dad about it, Du Feifei said. Yi Chen recounted the events again, naturally omitting the details about the system tasks. After finishing, Yi Chen remembered the system reward. First Generation Star Peak Mecha Fragment, First Generation Interstellar Mecha, Star Peak Group Brand. Collect 10 fragments to obtain the Star Peak Mecha. Yi Chen was taken aback by the description. Mecha? No way, could it be a high-tech mecha like Iron Man? Yi Chen had seen the Iron Man movie, and it was simply awesome. It required 10 fragments, and this was just one, the system was too stingy. After watching TV for a while, Yi Chen and the others went to their rooms to rest. As the saying goes, a short separation is better than a new marriage. That night, Yi Chen and Xiao Qing had another wild night. Although Du Feifei and Sun Yuming were staying next door, the soundproofing of the rooms was quite good. They only vaguely heard some noises. After all, Yi Chen's body had been modified and was incredibly strong. The next morning. Congratulations to the host for making a dream come true, receiving a Porsche 911. He had been thinking about what gift to give his sister yesterday, and a luxury car was quite nice. Xiaoming probably didn't have a driver's license yet, so it would be perfect for her to go take the test with Xia Qing. Xia Qing saw him sitting there in a daze and asked, what's wrong? What are you thinking about? Yi Chen, by the way, you don't have a driver's license yet, right? You should take the test and pay a bit more for an accelerated class. Xia Qing nodded slightly, okay. After they finished washing up, they went downstairs. Du Feifei and Sun Yuming were already up, sitting on the sofa watching the morning news. After breakfast, Xia Cheng went to work. Du Feifei and Sun Yuming also went back, as Du Weiming and his wife would be returning this morning. Yi Chen sat on the sofa playing with his phone when he received a call. The other party would deliver the Porsche 911 directly. Du Feifei had a beautiful white Porsche 911, which was perfect for girls. Just after Yi Chen hung up, he received a call from Yang Xingqing of Xinghai Technology Group. Mr. Yi, the Hake Group contacted me and said they would provide us with wafer raw materials in the future. How did you manage that, Mr. Yi? Yi Chen, the Hake Group is now one of my subsidiaries. Yang Xingqing was taken aback. Mr. Yi, you acquired the Hake Group? Yi Chen, that's right, I acquired 60% of the shares. You won't have to worry about raw materials anymore, and we will also build a raw materials factory domestically in the future. Alright, Mr. Yi. Yan Xingqing was extremely excited now. If this news got out, the stock price of Shanghai Technology Group would likely soar. However, this news is unlikely to be kept under wraps for long. A few days ago, the Shanghai Technology Group's stock price had already dropped significantly due to issues with raw material supply. Now that the raw material problem has been resolved, industry insiders will surely dig deeper. The transaction between Shanghai Technology Group and Hake Group will be uncovered and spread. Yi Chen chatted with Yang Xingqing for a while before hanging up the phone. At that moment, Han Wanjing walked out of the kitchen. Yi Chen said to her, "Wanjing, find a driving school. I'll have Xiaoqing and my sister go take their driving tests." Han Wanjing nodded slightly. "Alright, young master, I'll arrange it right away." At the First People's Hospital of Jianghai City, in several high-end wards, Meng Yuda, Li Wenfu, Xia Junyi, and others were lying in bed. Their parents had already arrived. Such a big incident could not be hidden. Although they knew their side was at fault, they could not accept that their sons had their legs broken. After seeing their son's injuries, the parents sat together to discuss the matter. "This Yi Chen is too arrogant, daring to beat my son. A mere upstart, how dare he act so recklessly in front of us," said Feng Bo's father, Feng Yangshou. Shen Peng's father, Shen Jianguan, asked, "Feng Zone, Meng Zone, what do you think we should do about this?" He felt no comparison to these people, so he spoke very respectfully. Meng Juntai said lightly, "Let's teach him a lesson, make him understand that there are heavens beyond the heavens, and people beyond people." Meng Juntai was the chairman of the Rentai Insurance Group, and he was the strongest among them. They had to assert themselves. Many people had witnessed what happened last night, and the news had already spread. If they did not retaliate, they would lose face and be unable to hold their heads high anywhere. In the Hualong Seediu Villa community, Chao Lan arrived at Yi Chen's home, carrying some valuable gifts. "Mr. Yi, this is from my father for you." Yi Chen smiled upon seeing Chao Lan. "I'm sorry, I've been busy these days and forgot to have Mr. Chao treated, but it's nothing serious, just the last treatment." Chao Lan smiled. "Mr. Yi has many matters to attend to, it's normal to forget. I just wanted to remind you." Yi Chen smiled slightly. "Let's go, shall we?" He followed Chao Lan to Chao Guan Yuan's home. While giving Chao Guan Yuan acupuncture, Chao Guan Yuan spoke, "Mr. Yi, I heard you had a conflict with Meng Juntai, Xie Tianla, and others last night?" Yi Chen nodded slightly. "These people drugged Fei Fei and Yameng, intending to assault them. I rushed over as soon as I found out." Chao Guan Yuan knew the cause of the incident but still felt Yi Chen was too impulsive. This matter could have been left to Du Weiming to handle. His daughter had almost been violated. Du Weiming would not swallow this anger. Moreover, Du Weiming was also quite powerful, a ruthless figure in the business world. He had only one daughter, Du Feifei, and he could not possibly sit idly by. "Mr. Yi, if you need our help, just let us know." Yi Chen replied, "It's nothing, just some clowns." "Mr. Yi, don't be careless. They won't let this go easily and may resort to some means against you. You need to be careful during this time." Yi Chen nodded slightly. "Alright, thank you for the reminder, Mr. Chao." Chao Guan Yuan, fearing that he was inexperienced, continued to remind him, "Also, be cautious of the people around you, they will stop at nothing to deal with you." Understood. After treating Chao Guan Yuan, Yi Chen returned home. Sitting on the sofa, he reflected on what Chao Guan Yuan had said. He knew those people would not let it go easily, but there were too many people at the time, and he could not just kill them directly. The props card couldn't be used either, because he had just finished dealing with those few people. If he died shortly after finishing, it wasn't good news for him. The best approach was to wait 2 days before taking them out. His sister and Xia Qing's sister were coming in 2 days, so he really needed to be more vigilant. He was physically strong, so he didn't have to worry too much, but Xia Qing, Xia Meng, and his sister Yi Meng needed to be protected more carefully. Yi Chen sat on the sofa, frowning in thought, then called in the head of the bodyguard team outside and instructed him to arrange for some top-tier bodyguards to come over. Playing games, little brother. Tang Kersen sent him a message. "Yi Chen, maybe another day, I'm not in the mood to play today." Tang Kersen, Si Tong is here too, 2 beautiful girls are here to play games with you and you still don't have time? Yi Chen, I really don't have time today. Daddy. Then let's play around. Daddy is so nice. Yi Chen cleared his throat, thinking about the scene of Tang Kersen dressed in a lowly outfit calling him daddy, and he couldn't take it, it was just too stimulating. Yi Chen played a few games with Tang Kersen and Wang Sidong. No matter which hero he played, he was showing off, leading the two to victory. "Are we even playing the same game? Why are you so good at everything?" Tang Kurson was completely stunned by his skills and awareness. Yi Chen, you have to believe that there are geniuses in this world. Wang Sidong had seen Yi Chen's detailed information. A few months ago, he was just an ordinary employee at a company, and now he had become a business tycoon worth hundreds of billions. The speed of his development was faster than a rocket. Many who investigated Yi Chen were shocked by his rapid rise, which also cloaked him in a layer of mystery. Some thought he had a powerful background, while others believed he was the illegitimate son of some big shot. Wang Sidong knew that Yi Chen had no background at all. His parents were farmers from Beiji province, and everything he had achieved was due to his own strength. She was very curious about how Yi Chen had reached such heights in such a short time. What secrets did he hold? After playing for a while, it was already noon mealtime. Young master, lunch is ready. Han Wanjing came out of the kitchen, speaking softly. No more games, let's play another time. After saying that, he exited the game. He washed up a bit and started eating lunch. While having lunch, Yi Chen received a call from his high school classmate Yang Chao. Hey, Yi Chen, what are you up to? Yi Chen, eating, what's up? Yang Chao, are you free to hang out tomorrow? There are about 6 or 7 of us high school classmates in Jianhai City. Yi Chen, I have something to do tomorrow, you guys can hang out. Yang Chao laughed and said, alright, then we'll get together when you have time. After hanging up, Yang Chao felt a bit displeased. Has he become too good for us old classmates now? He felt a bit jealous when he saw Yi Chen being close with Chen Wanqing back then. Today he also invited Chen Wanqing, but she didn't agree. She said she had a lot of work at the company and had to work overtime tomorrow since it was the weekend. After lunch, Du Feifei and her father Du Ruiming came over. Du Ruiming first thanked Yi Chen for saving Du Feifei and Sun Yumeng, then he had an in-depth discussion with Yi Chen about the matter. He would use his own means to take revenge on Meng Yuda, Li Wenfu, and others. He also reminded Yi Chen to be wary of their retaliation. The two talked for a long time before Du Ruiming finally left. That day, Du Ruiming used all his connections to suppress those few families. Du Ruiming's network of connections was very powerful, with people in both political and business circles. His daughter had almost been violated. How could Du Ruiming possibly swallow that? On this day, Xin Peng's father, Xin Jianhua, faced a company seizure and debt collection. Xin Jianhua was directly dismissed. He was only the vice president, not the head of the company. Even if he were the head, it would be difficult for him to withstand the united front of numerous shareholders. In the short term, Du Ruiming couldn't do anything about the other companies. The real game would come later. This kind of game depends on personal strength and background. Normally, whoever has a powerful backing would win. However, such matters are not resolved overnight. One needs to grasp the opponent's weaknesses. Then, with a reasonable and normal excuse, one could eliminate the rival. Du Ruiming's background is self-evident. Du Feifei's grandfather was once hailed as the king of East China. Du Ruiming would certainly inform Old Master Sun about this matter. Although Old Master Sun had retired, his influence still lingered. Those people were once his subordinates. After finishing his conversation with Yi Chen, Du Ruiming returned and informed Old Master Sun Taiman about the situation. Upon hearing the news, Sun Taiman was furious. Du Feifei was his granddaughter, and Sun Yumeng was his favorite granddaughter. How dare anyone lay a hand on them? This had touched the reverse scale of the former king of East China. If he couldn't even protect his own family, wouldn't that make him a laughingstock? Did these people think that just because he had stepped back, they could bully him at will? Such audacity. Sun Taiman began making phone calls. Any one of his calls was to a heavyweight in the East China region. By the afternoon, the stock price of Xinghai Technology Group surged again. This was because Xinghai Technology Group had released news that the issue with wafer raw materials had been resolved. They had found a new supplier. The chairman of Xinghai Technology Group acquired 60% of the shares of Daheguo Hake Group for hundreds of billions. Such a large share transaction in Hake Group could easily be traced. Now, Xinghai Technology Group finally had a complete chip industry chain. In the country, it was the first of its kind, and even in the world, few chip groups possessed such a complete chip industry chain. This was because, for raw material suppliers, they wouldn't sell that many company shares. You could only acquire a small amount of shares, and your voice within the company would still be insufficient. Within just 10 minutes in the afternoon, the stock price of Xinghai Technology Group hit the limit. There were still many institutions and individuals trading stocks domestically. They saw the development potential of Xinghai Technology Group as very high, so there were many buyers. In the afternoon, the market value of Xinghai Technology Group reached 370 billion, about to break through the 400 billion mark. It was estimated that breaking through 400 billion wouldn't be difficult, but further increases would be challenging. That would require breakthroughs in technology. If Shanghai Technology Group didn't develop high-end chips, it would be hard to achieve another breakthrough in market value. The high-end market is the main market for chips. The market share of the chip market is mostly in the high-end market, with the mid-range market only accounting for 2 to 3%, and the low-end chip market not even reaching 10%. To earn more, Shanghai Technology Group must first break through with technology and produce high-end chips. However, producing high-end chips is extremely difficult. Experts estimate that if foreign groups continue to impose blockades, it would take at least a decade for them to develop high-end lithography machines based on their own strength. This is a conservative estimate. It could even take longer. The precision and processes of high-end lithography machines are too complex. There are two of the most difficult things to produce in the world, and high-end lithography machines are one of them. The other is top-tier aerospace engines. Aerospace engines are hailed as the flower of industry, directly affecting the performance of aircraft and are an important reflection of a country's technology, industry, and national defense. Although the country can currently produce aerospace engines, the manufacturing level is far below international standards, similar to that of chips. Around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Yi Chen's phone rang. It was a call from his high school classmate, Chen Wanqing. "Hello, Boss Yi, what are you up to?" Yi Chen replied, "Nothing much. What's up, class monitor?" Chen Wanqing said, "Do you have time tonight? Let's go out for dinner, my treat." Yi Chen asked, "What made you think of treating me to dinner today?" Chen Wanqing laughed and said, "I got promoted, so it's worth celebrating." "Promoted? What position do you hold now?" Yi Chen asked curiously. Chen Wanqing replied, "I'm now a department head." Yi Chen said, "That definitely calls for a celebration. Where do you plan to take me for dinner?" "I can't afford a 5-star hotel, but I know a popular restaurant that I've heard has pretty good food." Yi Chen said, "Give me the address." Chen Wanqing provided the address, and they agreed to meet at 5 o'clock. Yi Chen scrolled through some short videos for a while, and before he knew it, it was 5 o'clock. He drove out in his Lamborghini supercar. As soon as he left the community, someone spotted him. Yi Chen is driving out, and he doesn't have any bodyguards with him. I wonder where he's going. Follow him, but be careful not to get noticed. Change the people tracking him a few times along the way. Yi Chen was unaware that he was being followed. About half an hour later, he arrived at the popular restaurant that Chen Wanqing mentioned. At the entrance of the restaurant, Chen Wanqing was talking to someone. "Chen Wanqing?" Chen Wanqing was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the other person, Wang Xiaoyun. "Xiaoyun, is this your classmate?" A middle-aged man beside her asked with a smile. Wang Xiaoyun linked her arm with the middle-aged man's and smiled. "Yes, we were classmates. We were both the beauties of our department back then." Chen Wanqing asked, "Who is this?" She initially intended to ask if he was an uncle but thought better of it. If he wasn't Wang Xiaoyun's father, it would be too awkward. Wang Xiaoyun smiled and said, "This is my boyfriend." Indeed, it was a good thing she hadn't asked if he was an uncle, otherwise, it would have been really awkward. Wang Xiaoyun smiled and asked, "Wanqing, where are you working now? Do you need my help?" "My boyfriend is an executive at a large company." Chen Wanqing replied, "No need, my current job is quite good." "Which company are you working for now?" Wang Xiaoyun asked curiously. Chen Wanqing answered, "Shanghai Technology Group. I know General Manager Yang from Shanghai Technology Group. Do you want me to have a word with him for you?" The middle-aged man said, somewhat pretentiously. "Wanqing, don't be shy. If my boyfriend says a few words, you might save yourself a few years of hard work." Knowing General Manager Yang? It still depended on Yi Chen's face. Chen Wanqing smiled and said, "No need, Xiaoyun, thank you." At that moment, Yi Chen walked over. "Wanqing, is this your friend?" Chen Wanqing saw him and smiled. "Yes, this is my college classmate, and this is her boyfriend." "Wanqing, is this your boyfriend?" Chen Wanqing replied, "No, this is my high school classmate, Yi Chen." "Oh, then you two chat. My boyfriend and I will go eat first." After saying that, they walked inside. Yi Chen and Chen Wanqing also entered the popular restaurant. The restaurant was very crowded, and the first floor hall was already full. Yi Chen even saw someone live streaming. They went to a private room on the second floor. After ordering, Chen Wanqing looked at him and smiled. "What have you been doing all day without going to the office?" Yi Chen replied, "Just at home, handling some small matters. Most of the time, I'm just playing around." "Is it boring?" Yi Chen said, "At first, it felt pretty good, but now it is indeed a bit boring. Playing games for too long isn't that interesting. So, people still need to keep busy. That way, time will pass quickly, and many worries can be forgotten." The two chatted casually, and Chen Wanqing's longing for life and her attitude made him admire her greatly. Although Yi Chen was very wealthy now and lacked nothing, he realized he was missing something very important. That was the dream he had during his days of poverty. Back then, he worked hard and fought tirelessly just to become richer and make life better. But now that he had all of that, his past dreams had faded away. He spent almost every day in a daze. At first, it might feel quite nice, but over time, it became very boring. So, people still need to have dreams. Talking to you feels very rewarding. It seems I need to redefine my dreams, Yi-Chen said. Chen Wanqing curiously asked, so what is your dream now? Yi-Chen replied, now that I lack nothing, my dream is for the country to become stronger, for the people to be wealthier, and for technology to advance. With advanced technology, entertainment and life will surely become richer, and then I won't feel bored just idling around. Chen Wanqing laughed and said, so you want to become a leader? Yi-Chen responded, no, I really think this way. Recently, I saw news about some major companies in our country being targeted. Chen Wanqing said, there's nothing we can do. Without that technology, we can only be at the mercy of others. Yi-Chen asked, what do you think would happen if Shanghai Technology Group developed high-end chips? Chen Wanqing replied, how is that possible? We are too far behind in the high-end chip field. Producing them is as difficult as reaching the sky. Yi-Chen said, I'm talking about if they could produce them. Chen Wanqing responded, if Shanghai Technology Group suddenly announced they could produce high-end chips, I estimate the world would explode. Yi-Chen asked, what do you mean by explode? Chen Wanqing clarified, I mean the news would explode, not the planet. If Shanghai Technology Group announced they could mass-produce high-end chips, the Western chip giants would be shocked, and the global landscape would change. Of course, Shanghai Technology Group would also become a star company in the country, known by everyone, and the government would definitely support it vigorously. By then, the money you earn might need to be transported by truck. Most importantly, it would help the country solve the technological blockade from others, and we wouldn't have to be at their mercy anymore. Yi-Chen said, hearing you say this, I feel it's necessary for Shanghai Technology Group to produce high-end chips. Chen Wanqing replied, it's not that easy, this isn't something you can just say. Yi-Chen insisted, if I say it can be done, it can be done. Chen Wanqing teased, do you think you're a god? That's right, I am a god. Chen Wanqing said, wake up, big brother, it's not even bedtime yet. How did you know I was planning to sleep? I'll go back and have a dream, maybe I can produce high-end chips. As they spoke, the food was served. The dinner was quite enjoyable, although it wasn't as tasty as a 5-star hotel meal. Eating with interesting people made the food taste better. After dinner, Yi-Chen took her home before heading back to his own place. Take your time on the way back, be safe, she said. Yi-Chen replied, okay, you should rest early too. Goodbye. On the way back, as he drove on a sparsely populated road, a truck suddenly turned on its high beams, shining directly at Yi-Chen. Fortunately, Yi-Chen's car windshield had anti-glare features. At first, Yi-Chen thought the truck driver was poorly behaved, but as the two vehicles got closer, the truck suddenly swerved into his lane. Yi-Chen's expression changed, and he hurriedly maneuvered the car to change direction. But it was already a bit late, the two vehicles were too close. Even though Yi-Chen reacted quickly and changed direction, the truck still collided with his car. Everything happened too fast, catching him completely off guard. With a loud bang, Yi-Chen's car was flipped over, rolling several times in the air, parts scattering everywhere. Inside the car, Yi-Chen was dazed and disoriented. Even with his superhuman physical condition, he felt somewhat uncomfortable, his blood surging. Fortunately, the car had excellent protective capabilities. Had it been an ordinary vehicle, he would have been seriously injured, if not dead. There was a reason why expensive cars were valued. The situation for the truck was not optimistic either. After colliding with Yi-Chen, it crashed into the guardrail, and the front was totaled. However, the driver likely wasn't too badly off, as it was a truck, which had its advantages. At that moment, two vans sped towards the scene from behind. But Yi-Chen was lucky. Just as the two vans arrived, a patrol car came into view. The people in the vans hurriedly got out, only to rush back into their vehicles and leave. The police car stopped, and one officer got out before pursuing the vans. Sir, are you alright? Yang Hui asked, looking at Yi-Chen, who was bleeding from his head. Yi-Chen replied, I'm fine, just a few scrapes. With Yang Hui's help, Yi-Chen managed to get out of the car. It was then that he realized he had many injuries on his body. Most were superficial wounds, but there was a significant injury on one leg, blood continuously oozing out. Seeing the gaping wounds, Yang Hui quickly said, let me help you stop the bleeding. However, the police car had gone after the two vans, leaving them without a first aid kit. Yang Hui tore the sleeve of her white shirt and wrapped it around his leg. What just happened? Yang Hui asked him. Yi-Chen explained, I was driving home normally when this truck came at me with its high beams on. Then two vans approached from behind, and someone got out with a knife, just as you arrived. Yang Hui had also witnessed that scene, where someone from the van had gotten out with a knife. I've already called for an ambulance. The doctors will be here soon. Yi Chen nodded slightly. Thank you. Yang Hui replied, no need to thank me. It's what I should do. Yi Chen took out his phone and called Han Wanjing. I had a little incident on the road and will be late getting back. Tell Xiaoqing not to worry, I'm fine. Upon hearing he was in trouble, Han Wanjing's expression changed. Young master, what happened? Where are you? Over by Bibo Road. We're coming right over. After hanging up, Han Wanjing quickly informed Xiaoqing about the situation and rushed over with a large number of bodyguards. Yang Hui walked over to the truck and checked on the driver. The driver was not dead but was seriously injured and unconscious. The first to arrive were Han Wanjing, Xiaoqing, and others. 5 or 6 cars stopped by the roadside, and a large number of bodyguards and 2 young women got out. Yi Chen, are you alright? Xiaoqing exclaimed, seeing him covered in blood, her face turning pale with fright. Yi Chen reassured her, I'm fine, it's just superficial injuries. At that moment, the hospital ambulance arrived, and Yi Chen was taken to the hospital. After a thorough examination, it turned out he had no serious injuries, just some superficial wounds, and the larger cut on his leg required a few stitches. In the hospital room, Yi Chen lay on the bed while Xiaoqing and Han Wanjing stood beside him. Yang Hui walked in at that moment. Mr. Yi, we need you to tell us in detail about what happened tonight. Yi Chen asked, did they catch those people? Yang Hui replied, unfortunately, my colleagues couldn't catch up with them. Yi Chen nodded slightly, alright, go ahead and ask. Yang Hui inquired, your name, what do you do, and do you have any enemies? Yi Chen answered, my name is Yi Chen, chairman of Xinghai Technology Group, chairman of Hualong International Hotel, general manager of Yuhao Technology Group, and chairman of Daheguo Hake Group. Hearing his long list of titles, Yang Hui was momentarily stunned. So impressive? At first, she thought Yi Chen was a rich second generation. After all, there were many rich second generations in Jianghai City who drove supercars like him. The only person who knows what happened tonight is your high school classmate? What's your relationship with her like? Yi Chen replied, it can't be her, we have a good relationship, and she works at my company. You're overthinking it. We can't overlook any clues. Yi Chen said, then do as you wish. Is there nothing else? Can I go home and rest now? Yes, if there are any developments, we will contact you. Yi Chen added, I hope the murderer is found soon. Jianghai City is an international metropolis, and such incidents make people feel unsafe. After that, Yi Chen left the hospital and took a car home. When he got home, Du Feifei and Sun Yumon were also there. Just then, Han Wanjing had gone out with her bodyguards, and they had seen it. Brother Yi Chen, what happened to you? Sun Yumon asked anxiously upon seeing his condition. Yi Chen replied, something happened, it should be their revenge tactic. Du Feifei said, I'm sorry, Yi Chen, it's all our fault. Yi Chen reassured them, we're friends, no need to say that. These are just superficial injuries, they'll heal in a couple of days. After a while, Du Feifei and Sun Yumon left, and Yi Chen went to his room to rest with Xiaoqing. Does it still hurt? Xiaoqing asked softly as she looked at him. Yi Chen smiled slightly, it doesn't hurt anymore. Seeing you covered in blood scared me to death. Xiaoqing recalled the scene and still felt uneasy. Yi Chen hugged her, it's fine, I could fight 100 more rounds and be okay. You're annoying, just rest well. You're injured and still thinking about those things. Yi Chen chuckled, and that night, he didn't do anything with Xiaoqing but held her tightly and fell asleep. The next morning. Congratulations, host, your dream has come true. You have received a video of the mastermind behind the scenes. The video has been sent to the host's phone, please check it. Yi Chen's expression froze. He picked up the phone next to him and saw that there was indeed a new video. The content of the video showed Shin Peng's father, Shin Jianhua, arranging for someone to take action against Yi Chen. The person organizing the matter was Shin Jianhua. The fathers of Meng Yuda, Li Wenfu, and others did not appear. These people were all very cautious. Originally, Shin Jianhua didn't want to do this, but among these people, his strength was the weakest. He had to execute whatever they said, even knowing he was being used as a pawn. The video only contained the conversation between Shin Jianhua and the people below him, with no one else present. The events from last night were arranged by Shin Jianhua, so only he appeared in the video. Yi Chen got up to wash up, and Xiaoqing hurriedly said, don't get up, I'll bring breakfast to you in a bit. Yi Chen smiled and said, I'm fine now, I can't feel any pain. His body's recovery ability was also far beyond that of ordinary people, and most of his wounds had already healed. No, you stay in bed, Xiaoqing insisted. Yi Chen had no choice but to lie in bed, and after Xiaoqing finished washing up, she went downstairs to bring up breakfast. She even personally fed him breakfast. As for the dinner Yi Chen had with Chen Wanqing the night before, Xiaoqing didn't ask him about it because she trusted him. Watching Xiaoqing carefully feed him, Yi Chen felt warm inside. Is this what it feels like to have a girlfriend? It's really wonderful. After breakfast, Xiaoqing went downstairs to eat. Later, Yichen couldn't hold back any longer and went to the living room on the first floor to sit on the sofa. Xiaoqing didn't go to work, she stayed home to take care of him with Han Wanjing. In the morning, Du Ruiming and his wife came over with some things to check on him. Du Ruiming also knew that it was Shin Juntai, Xia Junyi, and others who had done this, but without evidence, there was nothing they could do about it, unless they retaliated using the same methods. But the other party must be on guard, so the success rate is very low. Du Ruiming and his wife chatted with him for a while before leaving. The Chow family also arrived, along with Li Longxing and his daughter. Their information channels are quite sensitive. They received the news early this morning and came over. By the time these people left one after another, it was already past 9:30 in the morning. Yichen said to Han Wanjing, "Wanjing, I just sent you a video on your phone. Later, you should go to the police station and hand it over to them." Han Wanjing nodded slightly. "Okay, young master." She then went to the police station and submitted the video. Yang Hui asked Han Wanjing where she got the video, and Han Wanjing said she didn't know. She truly didn't know, and even if she did, she couldn't tell Yang Hui. At this moment, Shin Jianhua was at home. He no longer had a job, but he still had a lot of money, so life wouldn't be a problem. While he was sitting at home thinking about his next plan, official personnel arrived and directly took him away. He felt a bit anxious along the way. Could it be that someone had betrayed him? It shouldn't be, those people couldn't possibly betray him. When he arrived at the police station, he initially wanted to act tough, but when Yang Hui and the others brought out the video, he was dumbfounded. How could this be? How could they have a video? Is it possible that I've been monitored all along? The news of Shin Jianhua's arrest quickly reached Meng Juntai and others. They were also a bit worried that Shin Jianhua might betray them. However, they weren't too concerned because there was no solid evidence. Shin Jianhua was a smart person, he probably wouldn't dare to betray them. If he did, his life would be over. Not betraying them would only mean he would sit inside for a few years at most. If Meng Juntai and the others helped him, he would likely be out soon. So Shin Jianhua should be clear about how to choose. Meng Juntai and the others weren't very worried. However, Shin Jianhua's arrest was also a wake-up call for them. They knew about Du Ruiming's actions against them. These people all had their own backgrounds and weren't too afraid of Du Ruiming. They could stand firm in the business world and become big shots, and their backgrounds were not weak either. Although Du Ruiming's father-in-law was impressive, their backgrounds weren't too shabby. Moreover, the backgrounds of both sides weren't part of the same system. Although Sun Taimin's influence was considerable, it wasn't that great. Without solid evidence, Sun Taimin's people couldn't do anything to them. They were all under pressure, though. In the Hualong Seaview Villa community, Yichen said to Xiaoqing, "I'm going to the study." "What are you going to do in the study?" Xiaoqing was feeding him fruit. Yichen replied, "Just busy with some things. I'm fine now, don't worry. The doctor said you need to rest for a month." Yichen said, "I'm also a doctor, don't worry, Xiaoqing, I'm fine." After saying that, he got up and went to the study. Yichen took out the universal card from the system backpack. "Today, I want to see just how powerful this universal card really is." Yichen directly used the universal card. Universal card used successfully, please make a wish directly. Complete production technology for high-end chips. Wish successful, obtained complete production technology for high-end chips. Yichen wished for the complete production technology of high-end chips, which included the production processes for various components. This included the production technology for high-end etching machines and lithography machines. The SM Group is currently the only company in the world that can produce high-end lithography machines, but their components are all imported from various countries. So when they say that even if they release the blueprints, others can't produce them, the main reason is the production technology of each core component. But now Yichen had it all. He started typing on the keyboard in the study and didn't finish until noon. After having lunch, Yichen continued to write the complete high-end chip production technology in his study. His conversation with Chen Wanqing last night had helped him find a new direction. Although he was already quite wealthy, dreams were still necessary. He spent the entire afternoon busy in the study, typing away and writing hundreds of thousands of words. He was essentially just copying down information, so his writing speed was incredibly fast. He wrote for another 2 hours in the evening before finishing. When he came out of the study, Xiaoqing, Du Feifei, and Sun Yumeng were chatting. Du Feifei and Sun Yumeng had also come to check on Yichen's injuries. Seeing that he was fine, they both breathed a sigh of relief. "Brother Yichen, I heard from Sister Xiaoqing that you were busy in the study all day. What were you working on?" Sun Yumeng asked curiously. Yichen replied, "I was writing about the research and production technology for high-end chips. Research and production technology for high-end chips? Du Feifei was taken aback. Yi Chen nodded, that's right, it's the production technology for high-end chips. Soon, Shanghai Technology Group will be able to mass-produce high-performance chips. Is that true? Du Feifei was somewhat incredulous. Sun Yumeng asked, Brother Yi Chen, did you hit your head or something? Yi Chen shot her a glance, you're the one who hit your head. Believe it or not, you'll find out in a few days. Du Feifei said, are you serious? High-end chips? If they can be mass-produced, then Shanghai Technology Group will take off. Yi Chen replied, what would I gain from lying to you? Xia Qing didn't understand much about this, but seeing Du Feifei and the others' reactions, she felt it must be quite impressive. Du Feifei asked, where did you get the high-end chip production technology? Yi Chen pointed to his head, you can't imagine the world of a genius. Sun Yumeng said, Brother Yi Chen, did you really have a breakthrough after hitting your head? Du Feifei asked, are you saying that the complete technology for high-end chips is something you came up with? This was hard to believe. Even a top research team in the country wouldn't be able to develop it, let alone Yi Chen alone. But Yi Chen didn't seem to be joking, which made it hard for Du Feifei and the others to accept. Yi Chen sat on the sofa and smiled lightly. There are many things in this world that exceed human understanding. Do you think extraterrestrial civilizations exist? Du Feifei replied, this question has never been clarified or denied by the authorities. The universe is so vast, I believe there should be extraterrestrial civilizations. Yi Chen thought that his dream-fulfilling system might very well be a product of extraterrestrial civilization, though that was just a guess. As for where the dream-fulfilling system came from, only the system itself knew. There were many things on Blue Star that current technology couldn't explain, and extraterrestrial civilizations had always been a topic of discussion for many. In any case, Yi Chen believed that extraterrestrial civilizations existed. The group discussed for a while, and then Du Feifei and Sun Yumeng went home to rest. Yi Chen and Xia Qing also returned to their room to rest. After some exercise in the evening, Yi Chen's recovery ability was strong, and he was already fine. After exercising, Yi Chen lay in bed with Xia Qing, looking at the ceiling. He was thinking about how to deal with Meng Juntai and the others. He had 3 regular accident cards and 2 enhanced accident cards, totaling 5 cards. There were 4 people, Meng Juntai, Xia Tianlo, Li Kongchang, and Feng Yongshou, along with their son. 5 accident cards were not enough, and the regular accident cards might not even be lethal to the others. Now that Du Ruiming had also taken action, it was better to see what methods he had first. If he could deal with these people, he could save some accident cards. Yi Chen looked at his system backpack and found that he still had a Heavenly Eye card. He directly chose to use it, targeting Feng Yongshou, as he had only met Feng Yongshou among the 4. He had never seen the other 3, so he couldn't use it on them. The condition for using the Heavenly Eye card is to know the other person and have seen them before. Heavenly Eye card usage successful, target, Feng Yongshou. Soon, a scene appeared before him. At that moment, Feng Yongshou was actually exercising. This old man really has some energy. On the bed was a middle-aged woman, who looked quite decent, still possessing some charm. Yi Chen watched for a while and then couldn't help but exercise with Xia Qing for a bit longer. Later, Yi Chen noticed something. At first, he thought the middle-aged woman was Feng Yongshou's wife, but now he felt otherwise. Because they were in a 5-star hotel in Zhanghai City, what couple goes to a hotel for no reason? After they finished, from the tone of their conversation, it was clear they were not a couple. The middle-aged woman seemed to be some kind of leader. They even talked about Shanghai Technology Group, and Feng Yongshou wanted the middle-aged woman to help him bring down Shanghai Technology Group. The middle-aged woman said it wouldn't be that easy and needed careful planning. Yi Chen was a bit curious. The middle-aged woman's status should be quite high, otherwise, Feng Yongshou wouldn't dare to make such a request. Damn, Feng Yongshou really has some skills. Yi Chen had the system transfer this video to his phone, and then he planned to have Han Wenna investigate the middle-aged woman's identity tomorrow. The next morning. Congratulations, host, your dream has come true. You have obtained a video of Feng Yongshou's incriminating evidence. The video has been sent to the host's phone. Yi Chen felt a surge of joy in his heart as he took out his phone to take a look. Goodness, this guy's incriminating videos actually number nearly 100. Yi Chen opened the first video, which was from over 10 years ago. The content of the video was shocking. It showed the kidnapping, assault, and murder of a young girl. As Yi Chen watched the video, his expression turned grave. The brutality of Feng Yongshou's methods in the video was appalling. Especially after receiving the ransom, he cruelly killed the girl. Damn, this beast. Yi Chen never expected that Feng Yongshou had once been a murderer. Over a decade had passed, and he had transformed into a business tycoon worth over 100 billion. It was simply ironic. The identity of the deceased girl was also not ordinary. Being targeted by Feng Yangshuo back then meant she was undoubtedly very wealthy. Yi Chen hurriedly washed up and got out of bed, then went to the study. He began searching for cases from over 10 years ago, but there was no information online. After all, the internet was not well developed back then, and the events might have only been recorded in newspapers of that year. The first place Yi Chen thought of was the library, as only the library would keep newspapers from over a decade ago. Another place was the police station, where there would definitely be records from that year. But Yi Chen did not plan to ask Yang Hui, as he couldn't explain the source of the video to her clearly. After breakfast, Yi Chen said to Han Wanjing and Xiao Cheng, "I have something to take care of outside, you two wait for me at home." "Take more bodyguards," Xiao Cheng told him. Yi Chen replied, got it." He had the bodyguards drive him to the largest library in Zhanhai City. Upon arriving at the largest library in Zhanhai City, he found it quite crowded, with middle-aged men and women, young men and women, and children all around. Yi Chen approached the librarian and asked, "Do you have newspaper articles from 10 years ago?" "Yes, over there," the librarian replied. Yi Chen followed the direction indicated and found that there were not many people in that area, just a girl with large glasses flipping through some papers. There were so many newspapers here, each clearly marked with the year. Even so, finding the newspapers from that year was a very troublesome task. The number of newspapers published in a year was massive. He should have brought Xiao Cheng and Wanjing along. How long would it take him to find them alone? He began to sift through the newspapers from 10 years ago, but after an hour, he had found nothing. The girl with glasses beside him curiously asked, "What are you looking for?" Yi Chen looked up at her. "I'm looking for a newspaper about a kidnapping and ransom case from over 10 years ago." The girl with glasses asked curiously, "What do you need that for?" Yi Chen replied, "Do you know where it is?" The girl nodded, "Of course I know, but you have to tell me why you want to find this news." Yi Chen smiled slightly. "I enjoy reading various mystery cases, especially unsolved ones. I personally like reasoning and research." The girl with glasses said, "Nice to meet you, I'm Wu Yu, an officer at a private detective agency." Yi Chen was taken aback for a moment, then extended his hand to shake hers. "Hello, nice to meet you. I didn't expect to run into someone with similar interests here." Wu Yu said, "The newspaper you're looking for is over here. It's an unsolved case from 13 years ago, still unresolved." As she spoke, she led Yi Chen to the newspaper from 13 years ago. Then, very familiar with the process, she took out a newspaper from inside and handed it to Yi Chen. Yi Chen took the newspaper and looked at it. The prominent headline read, "Daughter of Sioux City's richest man kidnapped and killed, ransom of 10 million taken by criminals." Yi Chen examined it closely, and everything matched the content of the video he had. At that time, the murderer was not alone. Feng Yangshuo had accomplices. However, the accomplice was later designed to be killed by him, and Yi Chen had that video on his phone. He had watched some of the videos on the way here. Due to the limited technology at the time, the murderer left no clues, and the case remained unsolved. Wu Yu looked at him and asked, "What do you think about this case? After so many years, the murderer is still at large." Yi Chen replied, "The law is vast and will eventually catch the guilty. I believe that one day the murderer will be caught. That's very difficult, unless by chance. It was hard to solve cold cases from over a decade or even decades ago, unless one was extremely lucky or there was DNA left from that time." Yi Chen asked, "What about the richest man in Sioux City now?" Wu Yu replied, "He's doing well, has had another child, but the bounty from back then still stands. Whoever finds the murderer or provides important clues will receive a reward of 10 million. 10 million is a very tempting offer for most people. Unfortunately, after so many years, there has been no clue, let alone capturing the murderer." After reading the newspaper, Yi Chen searched online for the name of the richest man in Sioux City. The former richest man in Sioux City was still the richest man, with his net worth rising from several hundred million to nearly 1,000 billion now. However, compared to Yi Chen's net worth, he still fell short. Wu Yu said, "I have detailed information about the case from back then. Do you want to take a look? You can't see the details of that time from this newspaper, you won't be able to reason anything out." "Sure, please send it to my phone," Yi Chen replied, adding her as a friend. Wu Yu quickly sent him the detailed information from that year. Yi Chen smiled slightly. "I'll take a look when I get back. If I find the murderer, I'll give you 5 million. After saying that, he left the library, leaving Wu Yu standing there in a daze. 5 million if I find the murderer? Big brother, are you joking? This is a cold case. If it could be solved, the police would have done it long ago." When Yi Chen returned home, Xiao Cheng and Han Wanjing were watching TV. "You're back," Xiao Cheng said when she saw him. Yi Chen nodded slightly. "You guys keep watching. I'm going to the study." He went to the study, first looking at the information Wu Yu had sent him. Then he logged on to the largest forum community in the country. Yi Chen registered an account with the name, "The right path in the world is full of suffering." He posted a message titled "Cold Case," detailed account of the kidnapping and murder case in Sioux City over a decade ago. Now the killer is a billionaire on the domestic rich list. Yi Chen learned about the information through what he gathered and the materials provided by Wu Yu. Then, from the perspective of the killer, Feng Yangshou, he provided a very detailed description. Yi Chen covered every detail before, during, and after the crime, as he had video footage and a god's eye view. In the end, Yi Chen did not release the video, but the details of the case were sufficient. He also mentioned at the end of the post that there was conclusive evidence and that the victim's family could contact him. Yi Chen was a top-tier computer hacker, and it would be impossible for anyone to find him. This way, he could take down Feng Yangshou without exposing his identity. After posting, Yi Chen left the study. "What are you busy with? Is it about the chips?" Xia Qing asked curiously when she saw him come out. Yi Chen replied, "If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have almost forgotten." He went back into the study, took out several USB drives, and handed them to Han Wanjing. These contain detailed production techniques for high-end etching machines, photolithography machines, and other components. You and General Manager Yang should personally recruit and arrange for production. Han Wanjing was taken aback. She didn't expect Yi Chen to hand over such important information directly to her. This was high-end chip production technology worth hundreds of billions. If she sold the technology, she could live comfortably for the rest of her life. Han Wanjing said, "All right, young master, I will take care of this. Call Yang Xingqing and let him know to complete the recruitment of the R&D team." Han Wanjing nodded slightly and then got busy. Yi Chen was unaware that the post he had just made had already exploded on that forum. He had just pinned the post through the back-end administrator, so its exposure was very high. He wrote it in such detail that everything matched the case from years ago, even including some details unknown to the authorities. He even revealed the burial site of the victim girl. The girl's body had never been found back then. Wow, the author is so detailed, it feels real. Is this for real? Who is the author? It must be made up. It's a shame the author doesn't write novels with this talent and imagination. The victim was buried 5 meters deep? Is it that detailed? I seriously suspect the author is the killer, otherwise, how would they know so much? So scary. If this is true, it's terrifying that they became a billionaire on the domestic rich list after all these years? Who is the killer? Author, don't keep us in suspense. There are hundreds of people on the domestic rich list, we checked, and there are over 100 self-made billionaires. How do we find them? Within half an hour, the comments reached thousands, and the views were in the tens of thousands. Soon, various media accounts began to repost the news. However, these were mostly small media or self-media accounts. The real big media did not reprint it. If the news turned out to be false, it would greatly affect their image. Though small media and self-media were not afraid, regardless of the truth, they would attract a large number of users. Do not underestimate these small media and self-media, as their numbers are vast. Soon, the post Yi Chen made spread across the internet, sparking heated discussions. Some believed it was true because of the detailed information. Others thought it was fabricated since even the authorities couldn't investigate it, let alone others. Zhanghai Police Station. Captain Yang, have you seen that news online? Someone asked Yang Hui. Yang Hui curiously asked, "What news?" "It's about the kidnapping and murder case from 13 years ago. Someone online claims the killer is now on the domestic rich list and says there is conclusive evidence." Yang Hui's expression froze. It can't be real. Isn't it common for people online to claim they've solved some cold case, only to be lying? This one is different. It's very detailed, even mentioning the victim's burial site, which is right here in Zhanghai City. Yang Hui replied, "How is that possible? This happened in Sioux City. How could the burial site be in Zhanghai?" Back then, because Sioux City was relatively close to Zhanghai, the latter also assisted in the investigation. A large number of elites were sent to help there, but still, no clues emerged. "Captain Yang, you should take a look. I think it might be real." Hearing his insistence, Yang Hui nodded. "All right, where's the post? I'll check it out." The person told her the original post. Yang Hui opened her computer and took a look. At first, she didn't pay much attention, but as she read the content, her expression gradually became serious. They often reviewed cold cases from over a decade ago, and she remembered them vividly. The post kept mentioning the need to solve past cold cases and bring the elusive murderer to justice, restoring dignity and fairness to the law and the victims. After finishing the post, Yang Hui fell silent. "Captain Yang, I wasn't lying to you. From our professional perspective, this reasoning completely matches the case, and it could even represent the development, process, and outcome of the case. Yang Hui asked, has the tech department found the original poster? No, the person who posted is a skilled individual, our team can't trace their IP address. Yang Hui frowned slightly, list this person as a suspect and request assistance from the tech department in Londu City to see if we can trace their IP address. Should we go check out this burial site? Yang Hui replied, you take a team to check it out. Meanwhile, at a private detective agency in Jianghai City, Wu Yu was sitting there drinking coffee and discussing library matters with two friends. One of them suddenly looked at the computer and said, yeah, come look. The cold case you just mentioned, someone online claims to know the murderer. Wu Yu hurried over to take a look. The content of the post was too detailed. It gave a sense of being there, as if witnessing the events of the case firsthand. Wow, this is too detailed, it can't be real, right? Wu Yu's expression turned serious. It's simple, we just need to go to that burial site and see. If we really find the victim's body there, then we can confirm it's true. The three of them drove directly towards the Jincheng district of Jianghai City. Jincheng district is now economically prosperous and developed. Over a decade ago, it was still a village, surrounded by rolling low mountains. The burial site mentioned by Yi Chen is in one of those mountains, and he provided detailed directions. Yi Chen didn't know that the location he mentioned had already been developed into a tourist attraction. In Su City, in the office of the chairman of the Xin Group, Xin Xingqiao was handling company affairs. His phone suddenly rang. It was a call from his wife. Hello, Xiaocui, what's wrong? Xingqiao, you need to see this, someone online claims to know the murderer who kidnapped and killed our daughter years ago. Xin Xingqiao's expression froze, his wife's words evoking painful memories from over a decade ago. It can't be real, we've seen so many fake news stories online. It's not fake, this person is very detailed, you need to look. His wife's voice was choked with tears, and she couldn't stop crying. Xin Xingqiao replied, alright, I'll take a look. He searched online as his wife suggested, and when he saw the content of the post, he was stunned. The details were so precise that even he felt it might be true. Mom, stop crying. Has the kidnapper who took sister really been found? A boy, around 17 or 18, spoke up from a villa. Years ago, Xin Xingqiao had two children, a daughter and a son, and later had another little daughter. In Jianghai City, there was a microtechnology group. Feng Yangshuo was browsing news online when he suddenly saw a headline that made his face change in shock. Because this headline seemed to be talking about him. He couldn't help but click on the content, and when he saw it, his expression changed drastically. The content was indeed about him, and the details and events were described without a single error. A layer of cold sweat had already risen on his back. Who could this be? How could they know so clearly? No one else could possibly know about this matter, as he had even taken care of his accomplices from back then. Who could it be? He hurriedly began to contact the original author, who went by the name The Right Path in the World is Full of Suffering. Name your price, as long as I can do it. Unfortunately, Yi Chen did not respond, as he was watching TV with Xia Cheng and was not at his computer. Yi Chen was unaware that his post had already caused a huge uproar online. The police had also begun to verify the authenticity of the post. After all, it had already caused quite a stir online. If they didn't even verify it, that would be too unreasonable. When Yang Hui's people arrived at the scenic area, they found that the place where the body was hidden had already been turned into an ancient-style pavilion. If they wanted to find the victim's body, they would have to dismantle this ancient-style pavilion. But if there was no victim's body underneath, the loss would have to be borne by them. They couldn't make this decision and needed to consult their superiors. After Wu Yu and the others arrived, they realized there was no way to confirm and had to go back. In fact, there were quite a few people coming to verify. Damn it, I feel like the author is lying. I went to see it in person, and it's an ancient-style pavilion. There's no way to confirm if what he said is true or false. That's right, I went too. Those ancient-style pavilions are endless. If one is torn down, the others will be wasted. The estimated loss would be in the tens of millions. Now it can be confirmed, this original author is just scamming people, deliberately picking such a place to make it impossible to verify the truth. Damn, I thought it was real, I didn't expect it to be another scammer. Now most people were doubting that he was a scammer. Because the victim's body could not be confirmed at all, the place had already been developed into a tourist area with ancient-style pavilions. Who could touch them? After lunch, Yi Chen went to his study. He planned to see if anyone had seen his post. If no one had, he would have to think of another way. He opened his computer and logged onto the forum, where he saw that there were 999 plus messages in the notifications. He opened it and found that they were all cursing him. He looked at the replies below the post. At first, many people thought he was telling the truth. But after someone mentioned the situation of the scenic area, most people believed he was lying. You bunch of internet trolls don't know anything. Yi Chen looked at his private messages and found someone asking him how much he wanted. This person should be Feng Yangshuo. He didn't expect him to have seen this news as well. Yi Chen replied, Mr. Feng, sometimes money isn't everything. Just wait and see how I take you down. Feng Yangshuo had been sitting in front of the computer, and as soon as Yi Chen replied, he saw it. When he saw the other party call him Mr. Feng, his expression changed dramatically. The other party indeed knew it was him. Who on earth were they? Feng Yangshuo frowned in deep thought. Judging by the tone of the reply, he felt the other party didn't seem like a steady middle-aged person but rather like a young person. Yi Chen's figure flashed through his mind. Could it be him? Impossible. When this incident happened back then, he was probably still a child. Who could it be? No matter how he thought about it, he couldn't figure out who the other party was. This feeling of being shrouded in fear made Feng Yangshuo very uncomfortable. It tormented his mind at all times. Yi Chen continued to look at the private messages and soon found one from the richest man in Sioux City, Xin Xingqiao. I am Xin Xingqiao, chairman of the Xin Group in Sioux City, and the father of the victim. Is what you said true? Yi Chen confirmed his identity through hacking techniques. The IP address was from the chairman's office in the Xin Group building, so his identity should be correct. Yi Chen replied, Hello, Mr. Xin. Xin Xingqiao, like Feng Yangshuo, had been waiting for his response. Even during lunch, they had not left their computers, fearing they would miss Yi Chen's reply. One was the victim's father, the other the murderer. Xin Xingqiao saw his reply immediately and hurriedly said, Hello, I am Xin Xingqiao. Yi Chen replied, I am very sorry about your daughter's situation. He had seen Feng Yangshuo's cruel methods, and even as an outsider, he could not bear it. The methods were truly brutal. Do you know who the murderer is? Do you have evidence? Yi Chen replied, Yes. Xin Xingqiao said, No matter what your demands or conditions are, I will agree to you, as long as you tell me who it is and hand over the evidence. Yi Chen said, I will give the evidence to you, Mr. Xin, but not now. The most important thing now is for you to take your daughter home. Xin Xingqiao asked, Is my daughter's body really in Zhanghai City? Yi Chen replied, You will know when you go to see it. After that, Yi Chen turned off the computer and went upstairs to take a nap with Xia Qing. Xin Xingqiao hesitated in the office for several seconds before calling his wife and family. He then called the police station in Zhanghai. The meaning was simple. He hoped to get assistance to excavate the area, and of course, he would bear all the costs. As long as he could find his daughter's body, this amount of money was nothing to him. There is an ancient saying in Hualong country, fallen leaves return to their roots. For years, they had not found their daughter's body, which was a burden on their hearts. In the afternoon, Xin Xingqiao's family arrived in Zhanghai City, where the authorities had already sealed off the area. People online quickly learned about it. Many left comments under Yi Chen's post, saying that the authorities had sealed off the area and were about to excavate it. Feng Yangshuo had also been following this news, and when he saw it, his expression changed unpredictably. He comforted himself, thinking, What does it matter if they find the body? I left no evidence behind. Even if that person knows it was me, without evidence, I am fine. Yi Chen woke up from his nap, feeling refreshed. Exercising a bit at noon was quite good. Xia Qing was still asleep, probably too exhausted. After getting up, Yi Chen went to the study and checked the computer. He also saw the latest news, as people had been discussing it in the posts. The authorities had now sealed off and begun excavating the area, attracting a lot of media attention. Major media organizations had also started to focus on this matter. At first, they did not dare to report anything without official confirmation, but now that the authorities had intervened in the investigation, these major media outlets began to report on it. Some media even conducted live broadcasts. Yi Chen opened a short video app and started watching the live broadcast. At that moment, the ancient-style pavilion had been demolished, and excavators had begun digging the ground. There were not many spectators at the scene, but there were still quite a few. The excavators were digging very carefully, afraid of damaging the body. At the scene, Yang Hui and a group of people were watching below. After a few minutes, someone suddenly shouted, Stop! The excavator immediately halted, and someone went down. Xin Xingqiao's family walked over, and there really were skeletal remains below. Xin Xingqiao's wife could not help but cry out in anguish. Soon, the officials covered the remains and took them away, as they still needed to confirm whether it was Xin Xingqiao's daughter's body. After DNA identification, the girl's identity was finally confirmed. Inside the police station, Mr. Xin, after the DNA comparison, this body is indeed your daughter's. Xin Xingqiao's wife had already fainted from crying several times. Upon waking and hearing this news, she couldn't help but cry again. Xin Xingqiao's eyes were red, holding back tears. Thank you, Mr. Xin. can we talk privately for a moment? Yang Hui asked. Shin Xingqiao followed her into a room. Yang Hui, have you seen that post online? Shin Xingqiao nodded slightly. I saw it, and I contacted him. Yang Hui, we contacted him too, but he hasn't replied to us, and we can't find his IP address. He's a super hacker, and the Longdu City side can't do anything about it. Shin Xingqiao, he replied to me, saying he would give me the evidence. Yang Hui's expression froze. He replied to you? What did he say? Can we see it? Sure. Shin Xingqiao then logged into his forum account. He sent a message to Yi Chen. Thank you, I found my daughter. Yi Chen replied, you're welcome, it's what I should do. Shin Xingqiao, when can you tell me who the murderer is? Yi Chen smiled slightly. You're at the Jianhai police station now, right? On the other side, Shin Xingqiao and Yang Hui were taken aback. He even knows this, truly a top hacker. Yes, at the police station. Yi Chen, do they suspect I'm the murderer or an accomplice? Yang Hui was stunned by his reply. This guy guessed it so accurately. It doesn't hurt to tell you who the murderer is, perhaps you know him. Shin Xingqiao hurriedly asked. Who is it? Yi Chen, Feng Yangshou, the chairman of Zhongwei Technology Group. I don't know if Mr. Shin knows him. Shin Xingqiao was frozen in place upon hearing this. He naturally knew Feng Yangshou, a well-known business tycoon in Jianhai City, a leader in the semiconductor industry. They had even met several times. He never expected the murderer to be him. It was too shocking and unexpected. Yi Chen, Mr. Shin can investigate Feng Yangshou's rise to fame. I believe there will be unexpected gains, though this isn't the most direct evidence. Shin Xingqiao and Yang Hui were stunned. Yang Hui said to the person next to her, investigate this Feng Yangshou, the chairman of Zhongwei Technology Group. The person hurriedly went out to start investigating Feng Yangshou's detailed information. Soon, they found detailed information about Feng Yangshou. Feng Yangshou rose to prominence 12 years ago. He first started a trading company, then saw the situation in the semiconductor industry, sold the trading company, and turned to the semiconductor industry. The kidnapping and extortion case happened 13 years ago, while Feng Yangshou rose to fame 12 years ago. Feng Yangshou was just an ordinary person who invested $1 million to start a trading company 12 years ago. The source of this money was unclear. How could an ordinary person have so much money? However, no one investigated this at the time. There were too many people doing business in Jianhai. It was impossible to check everyone's funds, and there was no such procedure. From Feng Yangshou's rise, it indeed matched the characteristics of the murderer. But to bring Feng Yangshou to justice, strong evidence was needed. Shin Xingqiao continued to reply to Yi Chen, you said you have evidence against Feng Yangshou? Yi Chen, that's right, I can provide the evidence to Mr. Shin, but does the reward you mentioned still count? Shin Xingqiao, of course it counts. Give me your bank account, and I'll have someone transfer the money to you right now. Yi Chen provided him with a foreign account, making it impossible for them to trace who it was. Shin Xingqiao quickly had the money transferred. Yi Chen sent the video to Shin Xingqiao, and it wasn't just one. He sent several videos of Feng Yangshou's incriminating evidence, enough to ruin him. Yi Chen processed the video of Shin Xingqiao's daughter being murdered, fearing that her family would be unable to bear seeing it. Anyone would struggle to cope after witnessing their daughter being killed in a video. Yi Chen then posted another message, the heavens have a way of retribution, who can escape the judgment of heaven? Inside the police station, Yang Hui and others watched Feng Yangshou's videos, instantly shocked by his actions. They then reported to their superiors and took decisive action to arrest Feng Yangshou. Congratulations to the host for completing the system's hidden task, earning a reward of 100 merit points. The merit shop is now open, and the system will undergo an upgrade, expected to take 24 hours. The system will be unavailable during the upgrade. Yi Chen was taken aback by the system's voice, merit point rewards? Merit shop? This was something that had never appeared before. The merit shop must be a place to buy things. It sounded like one could purchase items with merit points. That night, the official announcement was made. The kidnapping and extortion case from over a decade ago had been successfully solved, with the murderer being Feng Yangshou, the chairman of Zhongwei Technology Group. Additionally, Feng Yangshou was implicated in other illegal activities. This news caused a huge uproar online and created a significant stir in the business world. Feng Yangshou was a big player in the business community. The fact that he was a murderer from over a decade ago was simply too dramatic. Those who had good relations with Feng Yangshou were dumbfounded. They never expected him to be such a person. It was terrifying. Even Feng Yangshou's family was shocked, as they had no idea about this part of his history. There was no way Feng Yangshou would tell anyone about it. He only wanted to bury this secret deep within his heart. That night, not only was Feng Yangshou arrested, but many others connected to him were also taken into custody. Of course, these individuals were not involved in the death of Shin Xingqiao's daughter but were related to other matters. All of Feng Yangshuo's assets had been frozen, including his villas and cars. The Feng family suddenly fell from grace. Shin Xingqiao was a seasoned entrepreneur. He had been the richest man in Sioux City over a decade ago and still held that title. His connections were not something ordinary people could compare to. Meng Juntai, Xie Tianle, and Li Kangcheng were also stunned. Feng Yangshuo was actually a kidnapper and murderer from over a decade ago. Shin Jianhua had just been taken down, and now Feng Yangshuo was in trouble too. The five-man group was now reduced to just the three of them, their strength diminished. Last time, Yi Chen was truly lucky to have survived. In the Hualong Seaview Villa community, after receiving the 10 million bonus, Yi Chen sent a message to Wu Yu, "Miss Wu, please give me your bank account." Wu Yu was taken aback when she saw his message. "What's wrong?" Yi Chen replied, "The case has been solved, I'm giving you a bonus. If it weren't for your help, I might have spent several days looking for that newspaper." Wu Yu paused for a moment. "That post online was posted by you?" Yi Chen did not answer her question. "Just give me your account number." Wu Yu was smart. Seeing that he was dodging her question, she didn't press further. "I didn't help you much, I can't accept the money." Yi Chen insisted, "What I said I would do, I will do. Just give me the account." Eventually, Wu Yu gave him her bank account. 500,000 was not a small amount for her. After receiving the account, Yi Chen transferred 500,000 to her. Wu Yu was stunned when she saw the bank notification. "What's wrong, Xiaoyu?" Two friends nearby noticed her daze and curiously gathered around. "Wow, 5 million. Who transferred you 5 million? Were you taken in by someone?" "Wu Yu, get lost. You're the one who's been taken in. Am I that kind of person? Then who transferred you the money?" "Wu Yu, the person who posted online transferred it to me. I didn't expect he would solve this cold case." "Are you talking about that person who believes in the righteous path of humanity? Why would he give you money?" "Wu Yu, in the library, he was looking for old newspaper materials, and I helped him a little. He said if he solved the case, he would give me a 5 million reward." "Wow, you know this amazing person? Who is he? Tell us about him." "Wu Yu, I don't know, he didn't even say his name, but he looks very young, about 23 or 24. Can we find him?" "Wu Yu, forget it, he just doesn't want anyone to know. If we find him, it will only annoy him." After dealing with Feng Yangshuo, Yi Chen was thinking about how to handle Meng Juntai and the other two. As long as he dealt with those three, their son would be nothing to fear, because they were their son's biggest support. That night, Yi Chen received a call from his sister, Yi Meng. "Hey, brother, tomorrow I'm going to Jianghai with Xia Meng. Remember to pick us up." Yi Chen, "Okay, call me when you're close, I'll come to get you." "Aren't mom and dad coming?" "They said they're not going." Yi Chen, "Oh, alright. When you come, I'll show you something. I bought you a gift." Yi Meng curiously asked, "What gift?" "Yi Chen, you'll know when you get here." The siblings chatted for a while before hanging up. Xia Cheng spoke up, "They're coming tomorrow?" Yi Chen nodded, "Yeah, you guys can go take a driving test. I had Wan Jing contact them. You should be able to take the test within a month at the latest." Xia Qing, "Okay." After dinner, Du Feifei and Sun Yumlin came to his house. "Brother Yi Chen, have you heard? Feng Bo's father, Feng Yangshuo, was arrested. He turned out to be a kidnapper and murderer from over a decade ago. This person is really terrifying." Yi Chen nodded slightly. "I heard. A murderer from over a decade ago has now become a wealthy man in the country. This guy probably became famous nationwide overnight." Originally, Du Ruiming was still thinking of ways to deal with him, but before he could come up with a plan, this guy was already taken down. Du Feifei said, "Zhongwei Technology Group has also been sealed off. Feng Yangshuo owns 51% of the shares. It's likely to be auctioned off in a couple of days. Are you interested? The price will probably be very cheap." Yi Chen, "Not interested, they can't produce high-end chips. Producing high-end chips isn't that easy. At least in the country, it would take more than 10 years. Du Feifei, if you acquire Zhongwei Technology Group, then Xinghai Technology Group would truly be the leading enterprise in the domestic semiconductor industry." Yi Chen, "Not worth it. The total market value of Zhongwei Technology Group is as high as 130 billion. Feng Yangshuo owns 51% of the shares. Acquiring it would require at least 5 billion, which is not enough. Yi Chen doesn't have that much cash, he only has a few billion in his account. Moreover, Zhongwei Technology Group can only produce mid-range chips. Acquiring it would be useless since he is already planning for high-end chips." A flash of inspiration crossed Yi Chen's mind. "Right, Wan Jing, tell General Yang to quickly dig up those research teams from Zhongwei Technology Group for me. What he lacks now is a research and development team and talent." Only these professionals can manufacture high-end lithography machines and other equipment parts. Moreover, professional talent is the most valuable asset of a company. Han Wanjing hurriedly called Yang Xingqing. Yang Xingqing was already in action. Upon learning that Feng Yangshuo had been arrested, he had already taken action. As expected of a seasoned player in the business world, his actions are quick. Yi Chen said with a smile. Han Wanjing, President Yang wouldn't dare to downplay what he said to you, young master. After he learned that you have advanced chip research technology, he was even more excited than I was and immediately began a global recruitment for specialized talent. Yi Chen, bring in as many specialized talents as needed. Tell President Yang to raise the salary and benefits for these professionals. The pay should be higher than the standards of all competitors worldwide. Higher than the standards of all competitors worldwide? Han Wanjing was taken aback for a moment. Yi Chen, that's right. Let President Yang know, and arrange it immediately. If the salary and benefits aren't high, how can we attract talent? Around 8 in the evening, Du Feifei and Sun Yumeng went back to rest. Yi Chen and Xia Qing watched some television before heading to their rooms to sleep. The next morning, Yi Chen and Xia Qing had breakfast and then went to the mall near their community. Yi Meng and Xia Meng were scheduled to arrive in Jianghai City around 11 that morning. The two went to buy some food and other necessities. That morning, Xinghai Technology Group released the latest recruitment news on various job platforms. Xinghai Technology Group planned to recruit over 1,000 specialized talents. This major move attracted the attention of many companies in the industry. What was Xinghai Technology Group up to? Why were they recruiting so many specialized talents? Not only that, but Xinghai Technology Group was also hiring a large number of ordinary employees, making it seem like they were really up to something big. Was Xinghai Technology Group looking to expand chip production and secure a leading position in the semiconductor industry? The current actions of Xinghai Technology Group indicated a desire for expansion. They were unaware that all of this was preparation for the production of high-end chips. Currently, only Yang Xingqing knew about this within the company. Yi Chen and Xia Qing strolled around the mall for over half an hour and bought a lot of things. When they returned home, Han Wanjing had already tidied up the two rooms. Young master, miss, you're back, Han Wanjing said with a smile. Yi Chen, Wanjing, make something delicious for lunch. My sister and Xia Qing's sister will be arriving this afternoon, and the car has come so quickly. Han Wanjing, after I placed the order, they arranged for it to be delivered. Yi Chen asked Han Wanjing to buy a few luxury cars worth millions. The current cars were a bit insufficient. Among them, he also bought a Porsche 911 supercar, which was for Xia Qing's sister. Since they were coming together, if he only gifted his own sister, Xia Qing's sister might feel awkward. Anyway, it wasn't a problem financially, so he decided to give both. After all, they would be one family in the future, not outsiders. Yi Chen and Xia Qing watched some television before receiving a call from Yi Meng. Brother, we're almost there. Come pick us up. Yi Chen, okay, Xia Chang and I will head over now. 2 Rolls-Royces and 2 black business SUVs drove towards Jianghai City's high-speed rail west station. Half an hour later, the cars entered the high-speed rail station in Jianghai. The cars parked in the lot, and then Yi Chen and Xia Qing walked towards the exit, followed by a group of bodyguards. Yi Meng and Xia Meng had already gotten off the high-speed train and were waiting for them at the exit. Upon arriving at the exit, Yi Chen saw his sister and Xia Meng. At that moment, 2 young men were standing next to them, trying to strike up a conversation. Where are you two going? Do you need us to give you a ride? Yi Meng, no, thank you. Don't worry, we won't charge you, we just want to be friends. Xia Meng, we don't want to be friends with you. Please leave. Hearing Xia Meng's direct words, the other party felt a bit embarrassed. Don't be so ungrateful, stop pretending to be innocent. Who are you calling ungrateful? At that moment, a voice suddenly came from behind. Yi Meng saw Yi Chen approaching and smiled. Brother, you're here. She and Xia Meng hurried over. The 2 young men turned to look, and when they saw the bodyguards behind Yi Chen, their expressions froze. Who is this person? He even brought bodyguards to the high-speed train station. Yi Chen looked coldly at the 2 men. He had seen a news story online before about a man asking a girl for her contact information, and when the girl refused, he was beaten up. These 2 men seemed like that kind of people. Yi Chen looked at them and asked, repeat what you just said. The 2 men were intimidated by Yi Chen's presence and turned to leave. Yi Chen said, did I let you go? Instantly, the bodyguards behind him blocked the 2 men. The young men looked at him. What? You want to hit us? There were many people at the high-speed train station, and they didn't believe Yi Chen would dare to hit them. Even someone with a strong background wouldn't dare to fight in a place like this. If it got filmed and posted online, it would become a big deal. Hearing their fearless words, Yi Chen smiled faintly. He glanced at the bodyguard beside him, who nodded slightly. Then Yi Chen said to Yi Meng and Xia Meng, "Let's leave first." Yi Meng and Xia Meng nodded, and they left, but 2 bodyguards stayed behind. Such people need to be taught a lesson. After Yi Chen and the others left, the 2 bodyguards looked at the 2 men and said, "Brothers, let's find a place to talk privately." "What do you want?" "Nothing much, just want to talk about life and ideals." As they walked towards the parking lot, Yi Meng and Xia Meng were taking in their surroundings. This was their first time coming to such a big city. Yi Meng said, "Brother, this is Zhanghai City. It's really beautiful." Yi Chen replied, "Beautiful? Once you get used to living here, you'll still think the countryside is better, but the facilities in the countryside can't compare to the city." As they talked, they arrived at the parking lot of the high-speed train station. "Get in the car, I'll drive." The 4 of them got into a car, with Xia Qing sitting in the passenger seat and Yi Meng and Xia Meng in the back seat. "Brother, is this a Rolls-Royce?" Yi Meng asked curiously. Yi Chen replied, "Yes, it's a Rolls-Royce. It's comfortable to sit in, right?" Yi Meng said, "This is too luxurious. I heard this car is very expensive." Yi Chen smiled and replied, "It's okay." After leaving the high-speed train station, the car headed towards the Hualong Seadew Villa community. "Brother, where do you live now?" Yi Meng continued to ask. Yi Chen said, "In a Seadew Villa community, right next to the sea." "Really? I came to Zhanghai City just to see the sea," Yi Meng said excitedly. Yi Chen asked, "Xia Meng, do you want to see the sea?" Xia Meng softly replied, Yi Chen said, "Then this afternoon, I'll take you on a luxury cruise to play on the sea." "Great, great," Yi Meng hurriedly said. When they arrived at Yi Chen's place, both Yi Meng and Xia Meng were stunned. Xia Meng knew her future brother-in-law was wealthy, but she didn't expect him to be this rich. In the yard were supercars that she had only seen online. "Brother, are these cars all yours?" Yi Meng's eyes widened. Yi Chen smiled and nodded, "Yes, these 2 Porsche 911s are for you and Xia Meng." "Really? Brother, you're so nice. But I can't drive." Yi Chen said, "No worries, I've arranged everything, you just need to learn a bit." Xia Meng smiled and asked, "Does my brother-in-law have one for me too?" Yi Chen replied, "Yes, all of you have one." Xia Meng's face was full of smiles. "Thank you, brother-in-law." The white Porsche 911 was really beautiful, any girl would like it. Yi Chen said, "Come in, lunch should be ready." The 4 of them walked into the villa, and Han Wanjing said, "Young master, young ladies, you're back." Yi Chen, "Wanjing, let me introduce you. This is my sister Yi Meng, this is Xia Meng, Xiaoqing's sister, and this is Han Wanjing, the housekeeper of the villa. You can just call her Wanjing Jia." "Hello, Wanjing Jia." The 2 greeted her. Han Wanjing smiled and said, "Miss, there's no need to be polite. The rooms have been tidied up. I'll take you there." She led them to 2 bedrooms on the first floor. "Bro, your villa is too luxurious. How much did it cost?" Yi Chen, "Over 400 million. Yi Meng and Xia Meng were stunned. "Over 400 million? This villa actually cost over 400 million? How rich is my brother?" Yi Chen, "Wash your hands and let's eat." Han Wanjing prepared a seafood feast for lunch, something that is generally not available back home. "Wow, so much seafood!" Yi Meng exclaimed in surprise. Yi Chen, "Hurry up and eat." "Xiao Meng, you too." Xia Meng nodded slightly. "Okay, brother-in-law." While having lunch, Han Wanjing spoke up, "Young master, we received news from the hate group that Sato Hiroshi will send his daughter over in a couple of days to jointly create a new large-scale raw materials factory with Shanghai Technology Group." Yi Chen, "The domestic market is very large in the future. It's fine to build a few more." Han Wanjing, "The group's funds are currently not that abundant. We need to research high-end chips, which will require an investment of at least hundreds of billions. This raw materials factory will also need tens of billions." Yi Chen, "Why does it need so much money?" Han Wanjing, "To build a high-end chip factory that can produce 100,000 units daily, the investment will be at least around 100 billion. Where can we get so much money?" Yi Chen was taken aback. He certainly didn't have that much capital. Han Wanjing, "Shanghai Technology Group's market value is nearly 400 billion. If we announce that we can produce high-end chips, the company's market value will soar. At that time, you can pledge shares to the bank for a loan, or sell some stocks in the market to raise funds. Of course, the government may also encourage and support us with interest-free loans." Yi Chen nodded. "We'll talk about it when the time comes." After lunch, Yi Chen said to Yi Meng and Xia Meng, "You two go rest for a while. When you wake up, I'll take you out to play." "Okay, brother-in-law, bro." The 2 returned to their respective rooms, and Yi Chen said, "Wanjing, please contact the port and help me buy a small cruise ship. I need it this afternoon." Okay, young master. Then Yi Chen and Xia Qing also went upstairs to take a nap. Around 3:30 in the afternoon, Yi Chen and Xia Qing woke up. System upgrade complete, Merit Store has been opened. As soon as Yi Chen woke up, he heard the system's voice. He summoned the system and saw that a Merit Store button had appeared on the system interface. With a thought, the Merit Store opened. Attribute card, 100 merit points. Charm card, 90 merit points. Healing card, 90 merit points. Accident card, 50 merit points. The Merit Store sells various item cards, and the prices are not cheap. He currently only has 100 merit points. How can he earn merit points? Does he have to solve some unsolved cases? Yi Chen looked at the system interface and found that a character attribute panel had appeared next to it. He clicked to take a look. Host, Yi Chen merit points, 100 strength, 65. The limit for ordinary people is 100, agility, 65 intelligence, 65 constitution, 65. The physical development level of an average person is only about 20 to 30%, while those with professional training might reach 40 to 50%. Yi Chen's physical potential is currently about 60% developed. Physical attributes can be developed through professional training. Intelligence is not so easily developed. There are currently no technological means to achieve that. The most impressive aspect of the attribute card is the development of intelligence. Yi Chen and Xia Chang got out of bed and went downstairs. Yi Meng and Xia Meng had already woken up, sitting on the sofa chatting and playing on their phones. Han Wanjing was also there, talking with the two of them. Yi Chen said, "Let's go, I'll take you out to play on the sea." He led them to a nearby port dock and boarded a small luxury cruise ship. The cruise ship sailed into the depths of the ocean, allowing Yi Meng and Xia Meng to truly experience the vastness and charm of the sea. The group sat on the top deck of the cruise ship, feeling the sea breeze and the gentle wind on their faces. "It's so beautiful, this has always been the scene of my dreams," Yi Meng said, standing at the railing and looking at the endless ocean, feeling a bit excited. Xia Cheng and Xia Meng also stood up at the railing, gazing at the vast blue sea. "The ocean is really so big. The book says that the ocean covers 70% of the blue planet, while land only occupies 30%. Yi Chen replied, "The resources under the sea must be even richer, but due to current technological limitations, some underwater resources cannot be exploited." Yi Meng shot him a glance. "Brother, I wasn't talking about underwater resources, I was talking about the vastness of the ocean." Xia Meng laughed and said, "Brother-in-law probably only thinks about doing business." Xia Qing smiled, watching this harmonious and warm scene. This was the picture she had imagined, surrounded by loved ones, enjoying each other's company. She wished it could always be like this. But deep down, she knew that Yi Chen was too outstanding, and there were too many people eyeing him. She had to stay vigilant at all times. The group played until 6 in the afternoon before heading back. By the time they returned to the port dock, it was already past 7, and the sun had set, painting the western sky a fiery red. There were many cruise ships returning from the sea near the port. There were so many wealthy people in Jianhai City that hundreds of various-sized cruise ships were docked here. Many cruise ships were lined up waiting to enter the port. Behind Yi Chen's group was also a small cruise ship, with 2 men and 4 women in bikinis on the top deck. One of them took out a phone and started a live stream. He was a big streamer on a certain platform, with millions of fans, and today he was out on a cruise ship owned by a wealthy brother. They were live streaming to show their fans. "El brother is really amazing, he even has a private yacht. Yeah, El brother truly deserves to be called a wealthy brother, he's so impressive. And he has beautiful women with him, El brother is treating them so well." The streamer laughed and said, "El brother's strength is incredible, this cruise ship cost several tens of millions." His words immediately caused a stir in the live stream. This was what true wealth looked like. The streamer then pointed his phone around. "This is a port dock, all the yachts here are luxury ones, and there are a few medium to large luxury cruise ships over there. That yacht in front has a few young girls on it, they look so pure. Be careful, they might see you and hit you." The streamer laughed and said, "Just kidding, with El brother here, who would dare to touch me? Let's all appreciate together. What do you think they look like? Those two look so young, probably only 18 or 19. He was usually an outdoor streamer, often teasing beautiful women on the street. Most of his fans in the live stream were like that, enjoying watching him tease those beauties, especially when the streamer was driving a sports car, observing the various expressions of women. "Brother-in-law, that person seems to be secretly taking pictures of us." Xia Meng stood there looking around and noticed someone with a phone pointing in their direction, but she wasn't too sure if they were actually filming them. Yi Chen turned to look, and the streamer, seeing that Yi Chen's group had noticed him, pretended to be calm, as if he wasn't secretly filming them. The yacht quickly docked, and more than 10 bodyguards were waiting for Yi Chen at the dock. Ever since Yi Chen had an incident once, he had always been followed by bodyguards wherever he went. After getting off the yacht, Yi Chen and the others did not leave. Soon, the host Li Gao, his friend El Gu, and a few beautiful women walked down from the yacht. Yi Chen looked at the host Li Gao and said, "Hand over your phone." "What for? Why do you need my phone?" Li Gao felt a bit flustered upon seeing the bodyguard behind Yi Chen. Yi Chen replied, "You were secretly filming us just now, weren't you?" Li Gao insisted, "No, you misunderstood. I was just taking a selfie." "Brother-in-law, why don't we just let it go?" Xia Meng said softly. She sensed that the other party was not an ordinary person and wasn't sure if he was indeed filming secretly, fearing it might cause trouble for Yi Chen. Yi Chen smiled at her and said, "It's fine." He could tell that this person was indeed filming secretly, as his eyes and reactions had given him away. A person can disguise themselves well, but not perfectly. "Bring me his phone," Yi Chen said calmly to the bodyguard beside him. Li Gao hurriedly looked at El Gu, who was a balding middle-aged man. He looked at Yi Chen and said, "Young man, I am the general manager of Jietai Group, and this is my friend. Please show some respect." He assumed Yi Chen was just some rich kid and didn't take it too seriously. Jietai Group wasn't a top company in Jianhai City, but it was still a large company with a market value of several billion. Yi Chen replied, "You have no standing here. Hand me his phone." The bodyguard went over and snatched Li Gao's phone, then handed it to Yi Chen. The live stream was still ongoing on the phone. Fans in the live stream were frantically commenting. "Haha, caught. Is he going to get beaten up? Deserved it. I've disliked this host for a long time. Beat him up. El Gu can't help? Who is this guy?" The balding middle-aged man's expression darkened upon hearing the comments. "I, Li Hao, am also a notable figure in Jianghai City. May I ask who your father is the president of?" Yi Chen replied, "You aren't qualified to know. Teach this person a lesson." Slap. Several loud slaps landed on the host Li Gao's face, and he didn't dare to resist at all. Yi Chen had more than a dozen bodyguards with him. Yi Chen looked at Li Gao and said, "If you want to film someone in the future, you must first get their consent, understand? Consider this a lesson for you." If Yi Chen wanted to go after him, he could easily have him arrested, as he had already violated several people's privacy and portrait rights. Yi Chen directly turned off the live stream and said to the balding middle-aged man, "I am the owner of Tianlong International Bodyguard Company. If you want to seek revenge, feel free to come to my company." Li Hao was slightly taken aback by his words. He was the owner of Tianlong International Bodyguard Company? Although Tianlong International was also a company worth several billion, it was not comparable to his own. Tianlong was a top company in the industry, while his company was rather hollow, with funds raised through pooling, meaning he didn't have much of that money himself. After realizing his identity, Li Hao didn't dare to say a word. Tianlong International Bodyguard Company is one of the top bodyguard companies in the country, collaborating with the top large groups and business tycoons. Yi Chen left with Xia Qing and the others. On the way back, Xia Qing expressed some concern. "Do you think they will call the police?" Yi Chen smiled and said, "No, don't worry. Even if they do, it will be their fault. In high society, power is what matters most. Sometimes, right or wrong doesn't matter. What's important is how strong your background is." Xia Qing nodded, somewhat understanding, and softly said, "Oh." The group returned home, and Han Wanjing started preparing dinner. Yi Chen and the others sat on the sofa watching TV. After more than half an hour, Han Wanjing finished making dinner. While having dinner, Yi Chen said to his sister and Xia Meng, "Tomorrow, I'll take you to another place to have some fun." Yi Meng, "Brother, your company isn't too busy, right? If it is, then go handle your company's matters. Mom said not to delay your work." Yi Chen smiled and said, "Not busy, the company's affairs are all handled by the people below. If I had to deal with everything, I'd be too tired as a boss." Yi Meng, "That's good. I'm just afraid of delaying your work." After dinner, Yi Meng and Xia Meng went back to their rooms to rest. The two had taken some selfies during the day and were admiring them, deciding which one looked best to post on their social media. Han Wanjing checked her messages in the study and then came to Yi Chen's side. "Young master, the patent for the smart door lock has been applied for." Yi Chen, "That was quick. Have General Manager Yang contact the company and authorize the patent. We can just collect some royalties each year." Han Wanjing, "Okay, young master." She then informed Yang Xingqing about it. This technology patent was applied for under the name of Xinghai Technology Group, with the inventors listed as the R&D team of Xinghai Technology Group, without Yi Chen's name mentioned. Yi Chen didn't want his name on it because that would be too ostentatious. He had never even attended university, and if he developed such a high-tech product, it would raise suspicions. He didn't want his secrets to be known. However, he knew that quite a few people were keeping an eye on him. After all, in just over a month, he had reached a net worth of hundreds of billions and had become a leading figure in the semiconductor industry, making it hard not to attract attention. As his assets and companies increased, his status would rise accordingly. Yi Chen and Xia Qing watched some TV before heading back to their rooms to rest. Of course, they had to exercise a bit before sleeping. The next morning, he woke up. Congratulations to the host for realizing his dream, obtaining 60% of Hongwon Technology Company's shares. Yi Chen quickly took out his phone to search for Hongwon Technology Company. He learned that Hongwon Technology Company specializes in manufacturing industrial robots. However, due to immature technology, the company's operating conditions were not very good. Industrial robots and intelligent robots are a future development direction. Although the company's operating status wasn't great, it was still favored by many investors because it represents a future trend. Hongwon Technology Company is valued at 600 million, and its main products are mechanical arms for factories, used to replace manual labor. Although intelligent robots are also under development, success has been limited. No company in the world has been able to develop a truly intelligent robot. Get up! Yi Chen put down his phone and gently tapped Xia Qing, who was still asleep. Xia Qing, still groggy, had been a bit too tired the night before. After they finished washing up, they went downstairs, where Yi Meng and Xia Meng were already awake. During breakfast, Yi Chen briefed Han Wanjing on the matters regarding Hongwon Technology Company. He asked her to handle the share purchase contract in the morning. That day, Yi Chen took Yi Meng and Xia Meng to Jianhai Amusement Park for fun. For 5 consecutive days, Yi Chen and Xia Qing took Yi Meng and Xia Meng to explore all the attractions in Jianhai City. On the 6th day, Yi Chen sent the 3 of them to driving school. Han Wanjing found a specialized driving school, and the 3 received VIP treatment. That morning, after Xia Qing and the others went to driving school, Yi Chen was sitting on the sofa playing games with Tang Kersen and Wang Sidong. Wow, you wiped them out again. Yi Chen, you're amazing. Too bad you didn't get a pentakill, Tang Kersen exclaimed excitedly. Yi Chen, it's boring, they're too weak. Wang Sidong, but they had a top-tier streamer and a professional player on their side. Tang Kersen, you're just too strong. After finishing the game, the professional player on the opposing team added him as a friend. Bro, are you interested in playing in a professional match? Yi Chen, not interested, I play games just for fun. Brother, professional players earn quite a lot, and after retiring, they can still make money by streaming. Yi Chen replied, no need, I'm not short on money, thank you. Alright then, if you want to go pro, you can contact me. Young master, Mr. Du has arrived, Han Wanjing said softly. Yi Chen turned to Tang Kersen and Wang Sidong and said, I'm not playing anymore, someone has come. Yi Chen, don't you have anything to say to me? Wang Sidong asked. Yi Chen was puzzled. What is there to say? What could I possibly have to say to you? Wang Sidong said, I heard you got hit by a truck while driving a while ago? Yi Chen replied, yeah, how did you know? Wang Sidong said, I heard it from my dad. Why didn't you tell him when something happened? He could have helped you. Yi Chen smiled and said, it's nothing, just some minor issues. This is not a minor issue, someone wanted to kill you. You are a benefactor to our family, and if they want to touch you, they have to get our family's consent. Wang Sitom's words were quite domineering, but she had the capital to back it up. Her father was not an ordinary person in Longdu City. After learning about Yi Chen's situation yesterday, Wang Sitom's father had already started taking action. Yi Chen logged out of the game and put away his phone. At that moment, Du Ruiming walked in, and Yi Chen stood up to greet him. What has Xiaoyu been busy with at home? Yi Chen smiled and replied, nothing much, just playing games with friends. Du Ruiming asked, Xiaoyu, do you know Wang Jianyuan from Longdu City? Yi Chen nodded, I know him. I treated Wang Jianyuan's father's illness a while ago. No wonder, Meng Juntai was just arrested, suspected of multiple charges, and even the people behind him have been caught, Du Ruiming said with a smile. With Wang Jianyuan's help, otherwise, relying solely on my father-in-law wouldn't be enough. After all, they are not in the same system. Meng Juntai was the strongest among those 3, and now that he had been taken down, Xie Tianla and Li Kongcheng were no longer a concern. Yi Chen smiled and said, now it's just Xie Tianla and Li Kongcheng left. Du Ruiming smiled, don't worry, with Wang Jianyuan's help, those 2 won't last long, they have plenty of dirt on them. Yi Chen nodded slightly, I won't feel at ease going out until they're all dealt with. Today, Xia Chang and the others went to practice driving, and Yi Chen had assigned some bodyguards to them, worried they might encounter something. Du Ruiming said, Xiaoyu, I also wanted to talk to you about something else, regarding Feifei and Yameng. Your aunt and I need to go to Australia, there are some matters to handle there, so I have to trouble you to take care of them. Yi Chen replied, Uncle Du, don't mention it. Du Ruiming said, I suspect the Dark Star Assassin organization won't give up. They are still a bit dangerous, so I have to leave them in your care. Don't worry, Uncle Du. Du Weiming chatted with him for a while before leaving. He was preparing to set off for Australia today to handle matters there. After Du Weiming and his wife left, Du Feifei and Sun Yumon came over. The two hadn't been to school these days, staying at home or going out with Du Weiming. Their university, Zhanghai University, was also about to have a break. On the other side, after Meng Juntai was arrested, Xia Tianla and Li Kancheng were a bit panicked. They were originally supported by the people behind Meng Juntai, and now that he had been caught, they had completely lost hope. According to the information they had gathered, it was said that there were also big figures helping out in Lengdu City. This left Xia Tianla and Li Kancheng feeling at a loss. Xia, what should we do now? Li Kancheng called Xia Tianla to ask. Xia Tianla replied, even Meng has been caught, we have no strength to resist. Both of us have plenty of dirt on us, and the other side is probably already investigating. Li Kancheng said, with Du Weiming's strength alone, it's impossible to take down President Meng. I estimate that the big shot in Lengdu City is the one using connections, Yi Chen. I told you this person is not simple, he definitely has a powerful background. Xia Tianla replied, hey, it's too late to say anything now. We should quickly think of a way to resolve this, or it will be us two who end up in trouble. Li Kancheng suggested, how about we apologize to him? Then offer him some benefits. Xia Tianla asked, do you think he would accept? Li Kancheng said, let's give it a try. If there's really no way out, then we can all go down together. Around 10:30 in the morning, Yi Chen's phone suddenly rang. He answered, hello, who is this? Hello, Mr. Yi, this is Xia Tianla, the chairman of Zhangnan Pharmaceutical Group. Yi Chen asked calmly, is there something you need from me, Chairman Xia? Xia Tianla replied, Mr. Li and I would like to invite you to dinner. I wonder if you have the time. Yi Chen's expression remained calm. He had a rough idea of what the two were thinking. They must be looking to negotiate peace. After all, even Meng Juntai had been taken down, the two of them had no other options left, and seeking peace was their only way out. If Yi Chen directly refused them, they might resort to desperate measures for revenge. Yi Chen smiled and said, sure, you can decide the time and place. He didn't outright refuse them, as he was also concerned they might take drastic actions. Although he wasn't worried about being assassinated, Shao Qing and the others were here. Who knew if they had their eyes on Shao Qing and the others? Even with bodyguards, it wasn't guaranteed to be foolproof. Hearing his words, Xia Tianla felt a surge of joy. Both sides were smart. Yi Chen surely understood the purpose of their invitation. Since he knew and still agreed, it indicated there was room for easing tensions. After hanging up, Xia Tianla quickly called Li Kancheng to inform him of the situation, and they decided to meet at the Hualong International Hotel. This way, they were also signaling that they had no other intentions. The Hualong International Hotel was Yi Chen's establishment, so he wouldn't have to worry about safety while dining there. Yi Chen spoke briefly with Du Feifei and Sun Yumon, then around 11, he took a car to the Hualong International Hotel. Xia Tianla and Li Kancheng had already arrived and were waiting for Yi Chen. When Yi Chen entered the private room, he saw Xia Tianla and Li Kancheng. It was his first time meeting these two. They had never met before. Mr. Yi has arrived, please take a seat, Xia Tianla and Li Kancheng said with smiles, showing no signs of their previous enmity. Now, in order to survive, the two had lowered their postures. Yi Chen smiled as he sat down, Chairman Xia and Chairman Li, no need to be polite. Let's sit and talk. The three of them sat down, and Xia Tianla quickly called the waiter in. Then he handed the menu to Yi Chen, Mr. Yi, please order. Yi Chen, not being modest, ordered a lot of dishes, all of the most expensive ones. Xia Tianla and Li Kancheng were both billionaires, so this amount of money was nothing to them. However, Yi Chen cared. It was good for the hotel to earn a bit more. Soon, the food and drinks were served. The red wine Yi Chen ordered was also the most expensive, costing tens of thousands a bottle, and he ordered 5 bottles at once. This is my first meeting with Chairman Xie and Chairman Li. Today, we must drink until we drop. Xia Tianla and Li Kancheng didn't expect Yi Chen to be so enthusiastic. It completely caught them off guard, and the situation was not as they had imagined. Logically, they were in a weak position while Yi Chen was in a strong one. But Yi Chen's demeanor was very approachable, lacking any aggressive aura. Mr. Yi is right, today we won't leave until we're drunk. I would like to propose a toast to you first, Mr. Yi. In the past, I was ungrateful, and I hope you won't hold it against me. With that, Xia Tianla downed the red wine in his glass. Yi Chen also drank it all in one go. It's all in the past, let's just let it go, no need to bring it up again. Xia Tianla was taken aback. Was he really that easy to talk to? Just like that, everything was over? Li Kangcheng quickly raised his glass to him, and soon the three of them had finished 3 bottles of red wine. Yi Chen's expression showed no change. This amount of alcohol was nothing to him, as easy as drinking water. Xia Tianla and Li Kangcheng had drunk quite a bit, their faces flushed. They hadn't expected things to go so smoothly today. Yi Chen had so readily forgiven them, even without mentioning any conditions. However, since Yi Chen didn't bring it up, they dared not remain silent. Mr. Yi, although our Jiangnan Pharmaceutical Group can't compare to your Shanghai Technology Group, it's still quite good. This envelope contains 5% of Jiangnan Pharmaceutical Group's shares. As the chairman of Jiangnan Pharmaceutical Group, Xia Tianla only held 23% of the shares himself, so 5% was not a small amount for him. Converted to money, it was estimated to be around 2 billion. Li Kangcheng also took out an envelope. Mr. Yi, this contains 5% of Tiancong Pharmaceutical Group's shares. Yi Chen smiled and accepted the envelopes from the two. Mr. Xia, Mr. Li, you are too polite. Xia Tianla replied, it's only right, we were blind to not recognize the mountain back then. The three of them had nearly finished their meal. After handing over the share transfer contracts to Yi Chen, Xia Tianla and Li Kangcheng stood up and said, Mr. Yi, we'll take our leave now. Let's get together more often in the future. Yi Chen nodded with a smile, sure, let's meet again when we have time. Xia Tianla and Li Kangcheng turned and walked out. Bad luck card used successfully, target, Xia Tianla accident card used successfully, target, Xia Tianla bad luck card used successfully, target, Li Kangcheng accident card used successfully, target, Li Kangcheng. Yi Chen used 2 prop cards on each of them, 1 bad luck card and 1 accident card. Combining the bad luck card and the accident card, Yi Chen felt it should yield unexpected results. If he had only used the accident card, the chances of their deaths would be very low, but with the addition of the bad luck card, it would be different. Bad luck card plus accident card was comparable to an enhanced version of the accident card. Although Yi Chen had superficially accepted their apologies, he could not truly agree in his heart. Saying those words was merely to placate Xia Tianla and Li Kangcheng, to prevent them from resorting to desperate measures. Once the bad luck card plus accident card took effect, they wouldn't even have the chance to act recklessly. The business world is like a battlefield, deception is part of the game, and there's no morality to discuss with them. They were not the kind of people who could talk about morality. Yi Chen left the private room and took the elevator to the hotel general manager's office. Lu Tingting, dressed in a long dress, was sitting in her office chair looking at the computer. The office had been newly renovated, clearly a girl's office, clean and tidy, with a faint fragrance. Hearing the door open, Lu Tingting looked up and her face lit up when she saw Yi Chen. Mr. Yi, you're here. Yi Chen sat down. What are you busy with? Lu Tingting replied, just some minor company matters, I'm checking how they're handling things. After saying that, she poured a cup of coffee for Yi Chen. Yi Chen asked, how's the hotel doing? Lu Tingting briefed him on the hotel's operational status. This month, it was still steadily growing, and the revenue for June was expected to increase by about 10%. The hotel was doing quite well under Lu Tingting's management. Yi Chen stayed at the hotel for a while before heading home. A couple of days ago, he had brought Xia Meng and Yi Meng here for a meal. The food was excellent, ranking among the best in Shanghai City. He returned home around 2:40 in the afternoon. Xia Qing and the others had come back for lunch and then went back to the driving school to study. Du Feifei, Sun Yameng, and Han Wanjing sat on the sofa watching television. When they saw Yi Chen return, Du Feifei asked, Yi Chen, why did you agree to Xia Tianla and Li Kangcheng's invitation? Yi Chen smiled and said, now these two have been pushed to a dead end. If I refuse, they will definitely fight to the death. Du Feifei understood his meaning, you are pretending to accept their apology? Yi Chen nodded and then handed 2 file bags to Han Wanjing. Inside are 5% shares of Jiangnan Medical Group and Tiancong Pharmaceutical Group. Put them in the safe. Han Wanjing took them and walked to the safe in the study. Du Feifei asked, did they give this to you? Yi Chen replied, yes, they offered it voluntarily, over 10 billion each. They really put in a lot, but unfortunately, what they did cannot be reconciled. Sun Yameng said, Brother Yi Chen, you've accepted their things. If you take action against them again, won't your reputation in the business world be ruined? Du Feifei nodded, if that's the case, it will have a significant impact on you. Yi Chen smiled and said, what if they have an accident? That has nothing to do with me, right? An accident? Du Feifei and Sun Yameng were taken aback. What did he mean by that? Seeing the confusion on their faces, Yi Chen smiled lightly, you'll know when the time comes. Du Feifei asked, are you planning to take action secretly? Yi Chen replied, there are many bodyguards around them. Even if I send someone to act secretly, the success rate would be very low. I won't do that. Du Feifei and Sun Yumeng saw that he didn't want to say it directly, so they didn't ask further. Some things are better left unknown. Du Feifei said, Yi Chen, I heard you acquired a robot manufacturing company in Guangweiqing. Yi Chen nodded slightly. Yes, this is the direction for future development. I need to go check out the company there in a couple of days. Since he acquired 60% of the company's shares, he hadn't been there yet. However, the share transfer contract had already been resolved, signed by the company's general manager in person with Han Wanjing. On the other side, Xia Tianle returned home. His son, Xia Junyi, hurriedly asked, Dad, how did it go? Xia Tianle replied, he accepted. There shouldn't be any more issues. Xia Junyi felt relieved. He regretted his actions that almost led his father into an irretrievable situation. If he had known Yi Chen was so terrifying, he wouldn't have dared to target Sun Yumeng. Xia Tianle looked at his son and said, From now on, be more honest with me. You just lost me tens of billions. Xia Junyi replied, I understand, Dad. Li Wenfu was in a similar situation, having been lectured by his father. At 5 o'clock that afternoon, Xinghai Technology Group held a press conference. Xinghai Technology Group officially announced to the public that they had completely mastered the complete production technology for high-end chips, and the related equipment was already in research and production. It was estimated that in a month, a high-end chip production line would be put into use. In 3 months, 10 high-end chip production lines would be established. The reporters present were stunned by this news. Did I hear that right? Xinghai Group said they mastered the complete high-end chip production technology? The reporters initially thought they had misheard. Mr. Yang, did you say that Xinghai Group has mastered the complete high-end chip production technology? Yang Xingqing nodded slightly. Everyone heard correctly. Xinghai Technology Group has mastered high-end chip production technology and will soon be able to produce it. Hearing Yang Xingqing confirm it again, the reporters couldn't help but get excited. This was definitely explosive news. If released, it would surely cause a sensation both domestically and internationally. High-end chip technology had always been monopolized and blocked by the West. Now there are companies in the country that can produce high-end chips, which will be a significant event for the entire global semiconductor industry. The landscape of the world semiconductor industry will undergo a major change. After the press conference of the Xinghai Technology Group, it was announced that they have mastered the production technology for high-end chips, and the production line will be operational within a month. Breaking news, Xinghai Technology Group has mastered mature high-end chip technology and is about to put it into use. Xinghai Technology Group has mastered high-end chip production technology and can produce high-end chips within a month. As soon as this news broke, it caused a huge sensation domestically. The country is currently in dire need of high-end chips, especially those high-tech companies. High-end chips are currently blocked by foreign entities, and their inventory is running low. If they cannot obtain high-end chips soon, their losses will be substantial. Upon hearing this news from Xinghai Technology Group, they immediately contacted Yang Xingqing to confirm its authenticity. The issue of the Western Consortium's chip blockade is well known even among ordinary people in the country, who are aware that the nation has always been constrained in high-end chip production. Now that the country can produce high-end chips, ordinary citizens are also pleased, because in the future, we will no longer have to rely on others. Xinghai Technology Group became famous nationwide overnight. Even the leaders of Jianhai City were contacting Yang Xingqing to confirm the truth of the matter. Yang Xingqing gave a very affirmative answer, but he also mentioned some funding issues. The leaders of Jianhai City also responded affirmatively, stating that as long as high-end chips can be produced, the government will support any amount of funding. Now, not only some high-tech groups need high-end chips, but also various official departments and systems require them. This news quickly reached the West. At this time, it was around 5 or 6 in the morning abroad, and some people were just getting up. Hualong National Xinghai Technology Group has mastered high-end chip production technology. The monopoly on high-end chip technology is no longer. A certain company in Hualong National has revealed it can produce high-end chip technology. The news spread to various countries in the Misai and Baizhou regions. The media in these countries had been closely monitoring news from Hualong National. As soon as this news was reported, they learned of it and relayed it back home. When the Western consortiums heard this news, their first reaction was disbelief. They had been conducting a technology blockade, and it would take at least a decade for Hualong National to develop high-end chip technology. Now that Hualong National can produce high-end chips, they do not believe it. This must be fake news, a bluff from the other side. The companies in Hualong National must be running low on high-end chip inventory and are trying to use this method to lift the blockade. This explanation makes sense, because if Hualong National can truly produce high-end chips, then their blockade would be useless. On the contrary, they would be handing over market share to the other side. If there were really other companies capable of producing high-end chips, they would definitely not continue to block the market for Hualong National but would instead keep supplying chips, competing for market share while lowering prices. However, this news certainly did not come out of nowhere, and they began to investigate the matter. Yi Chen did not concern himself with these issues. He generally did not manage company affairs and left everything to his subordinates. If he were to manage all company matters, he would probably exhaust himself. As long as these people can manage well, he would just give them more money later, and everyone would be happy. Around 4 in the afternoon, Xia Chang and the others returned from practicing driving. They had already passed the written test for Subject 1. Subject 1 is a written exam, which is quite simple for young people. They are now practicing Subject 2 and will be able to take the exam directly in a few days. Brother, practicing driving is so boring. Yi Meng sat on the sofa after returning. Yi Chen said, just think about how great it will be to drive after practicing. Yi Meng chuckled, once my driver's license comes through, I'll take that Porsche 911 out for a spin. Han Wanjing added, the technology for the smart door lock has been authorized, and the funds have already reached the account. Yi Chen nodded, not asking which company had received the authorization. It didn't matter, as long as the money came in, that was all that counted. Little did they know, a globally best-selling smart door lock group would rise from this. Time quickly passed to around 8 in the evening. In a villa community in Shanghai City, Xia Tianla had been busy for a while before heading to the bathroom to take a shower. After waiting for half an hour without him coming out, his wife curiously walked in. Upon entering the bathroom and seeing Xia Tianla lying on the floor, her expression changed drastically. She intended to check on him, but before she could touch him, she felt a surge of electricity and hurriedly retreated from the bathroom. Indeed, Xia Tianla had been electrocuted to death while showering. The bad luck card and the accident card had taken effect, and the results were impressive. Meanwhile, at Li Kongqing's home, as he was going downstairs, he missed a step and fell down the stairs, dying on the spot. Yi Chen received system notifications about both deaths. As soon as the two died, the system alerts sounded. Hearing the news of their deaths, Yi Chen felt relieved. It was better this way, and he had gained their shares. At that moment, Yi Chen was lying in bed looking at his phone, while Xia Qing was at the vanity applying skincare products. She was using the Xingyan skincare line, and her skin was softer and smoother than before. Yi Chen, where did you buy this skincare? It's really amazing, Xia Qing asked while applying it. Yi Chen replied, they sent it to me. I have some left, so just take it when you're done. Xia Qing said, I think it will last a long time. After finishing her skincare, she got into bed, exuding a faint fragrance that made Yi Chen restless. More than half an hour later, after exercising together, they cuddled up. Xia Qing softly said, today my mom called Xiao Meng, asking when she would come back. Yi Chen replied, why go back so early? Let's have fun here first, and we can talk about going back later. Xia Qing continued, I heard Xiao Meng say you transferred her $1 million, letting her spend it freely? Yi Chen confirmed, yeah, I transferred it all, they can buy whatever they want. Xia Qing questioned, why give her so much money? You're going to spoil her and make her spendthrift. Yi Chen smiled slightly, it's fine, I have plenty of money to spare. Did you see that I transferred money to you too? Xia Qing exclaimed, I saw it, 100 million. It scared me to death, transferring so much to me. Yi Chen reassured her, it's not much, take your time spending it. What's mine is yours, and what's yours is mine. The next morning. Congratulations to the host for realizing their dream, obtaining the research and development technology for Xingyan skincare products. Yi Chen was delighted to hear the system's voice. This R&D technology was quite good. With this technology, they could produce it continuously, having as much as they wanted. Yi Chen woke Xia Qing, and they both got up to wash up. After having breakfast downstairs, Xia Qing took Xia Meng and Yi Meng to the driving school to practice driving. Yi Chen stayed at home with nothing to do, watching the latest morning news. In the morning news, he saw a report about Shanghai Technology Group. The news stated that Shanghai Technology Group had mastered complete high-end chip R&D technology and would soon establish a high-end chip production line. The name of Shanghai Technology Group had completely resonated both domestically and internationally. Initially, foreign high-tech groups were skeptical of the news, but after seeing reports from Hualong's domestic media, they began to feel anxious. If the news were false, how could they report it so extensively? If the news turns out to be false, it would be a slap in their own faces. This morning, the official media of Hualong Nation also reported on it, which likely indicates the truth of the matter. Many people around the world are focusing their attention on Shanghai Technology Group. Numerous investigations into the background of Shanghai Technology Group are underway, especially by foreign business tycoons. Around 8:30 a.m., Yi Chen received a call from Yang Xingqing. Mr. Yi, could you come to the company for a bit? The leaders from Jianghai and Longdu City are coming to inspect our group, and as the behind-the-scenes big boss, it wouldn't be good if you don't show up. Yi Chen understood this reasoning. The people coming were not small characters. Alright, I'll head to the company shortly. Yang Xingqing sighed in relief. Okay, Mr. Yi. Just as he hung up, Du Feifei and Sun Yaman walked out of the room. They had just finished eating and were going to touch up their makeup. Yi Chen, did you hear the news? Xia Tianla and Li Concheng died yesterday. One was electrocuted while bathing, and the other fell down the stairs, Du Feifei said, looking at him. Yi Chen smiled and replied, those two really are quite unfortunate. Du Feifei shot him a glare. The accident you mentioned yesterday wouldn't be this, would it? Yi Chen smiled slightly and said nothing. Such matters are better left unspoken. Sun Yumeng curiously asked, Brother Yi Chen, how did you know they would have an accident? Yi Chen replied, I can read bones and tell fortunes. I saw yesterday that their lives were numbered. Reading bones? Sun Yumeng was taken aback. Then Brother Yi Chen, can you read mine and see how long I can live? Yi Chen cleared his throat. Your face is quite complex. I would need to read your bones, which means you'd have to take off your clothes. Isn't reading bones just about feeling the bones on the face? Du Feifei said irritably. Yi Chen replied, this is a unique secret technique, different from ordinary bone reading. This guy really knows how to lie with a straight face. Du Feifei was speechless. Sun Yumeng said, oh, never mind, just hurry up and read my fortune. Du Feifei was exasperated. Yumeng, he's clearly joking. Why are you taking him seriously? Besides, he doesn't just want to feel the bones on your cheeks. Sun Yumeng insisted, I think what Brother Yi Chen said is true. Yi Chen was taken aback. This silly girl is really easy to fool. Let's talk about it later. I have to go to the company for something. Brother Yi Chen, take us with you. It's too boring to stay at home, Sun Yumeng quickly said. Yi Chen replied, I'm not going for fun. I'm going to welcome the leaders from Jianghai and Longdu City. Sun Yumeng said, then forget it. We won't go. That kind of occasion is even less interesting. Yi Chen warned, you two stay at home and don't go out. The assassin organization might be watching you outside. Du Feifei and Sun Yumeng nodded. Got it. Yi Chen then drove out of the community towards Xinghai Technology Group. Around 9:10 a.m., Yi Chen arrived at the headquarters factory of Xinghai Technology Group. Yang Xingqing and some people from the headquarters were already there, waiting at the entrance. Several of Yi Chen's cars parked at the factory gate. He got out of the car, followed by more than a dozen bodyguards. Chairman, Yang Xingqing and the others said in unison. Yi Chen nodded slightly. Among the crowd, he saw Chen Wanqing, who also spotted him and smiled. Yi Chen waved, and Chen Wanqing shyly walked over. Among the people who came, all were high-level management of the company. She actually had no qualification to be there, but Yang Xingqing remembered Yi Chen's relationship with her and brought her along. Yi Chen said, Class monitor, you're just in time, otherwise, I wouldn't have anyone to chat with. A little while later, some leaders arrived, and he had no idea what to say to them. Chen Wanqing felt a bit embarrassed. After all, they were surrounded by the company's senior management. However, she also felt a bit of joy in her heart. This was a kind of care from Yi Chen towards her. Now that all the senior management of the company had witnessed this scene, if they still didn't know how to treat Chen Wanqing in the future, they might as well pack up and leave. Yi Chen looked at Yang Xingqing and asked, when are those leaders coming? At 9:30. Yi Chen replied, it's only 10 past 9 now, let's wait a bit longer. Yang Xingqing said, Chairman, the leaders coming this time are all high-ranking officials. We can't afford any mistakes. It's better to wait here to avoid any awkwardness if they arrive early and no one is there to greet them. Yi Chen said, alright, you all wait here, I'll go to the restroom. After saying that, he waved to Chen Wanqing, and the two walked towards the group. Why are you calling me when you go to the restroom? With no one else around, Chen Wanqing spoke a bit casually. Yi Chen replied, what restroom? It's such a sunny day, let's just sit inside for a while. Chen Wanqing looked at him speechlessly. The leaders who came today were all from the political sphere, and he wasn't nervous at all? Chen Wanqing still felt a bit nervous because it was her first time interacting with these high-ranking officials. Yi Chen said, just wait until they are about to arrive before going out. It's not disrespectful to them, just unnecessary to stand there in the sun. As they talked, they arrived at the office building. How do you feel about your work now? Is anyone making things difficult for you? Yi Chen asked with a smile once they were in the office. Chen Wanqing replied, work is pretty good, no one is making things difficult for me. They chatted for a while, then went out, arriving at the main entrance around 9:25. After waiting for 3 minutes, they saw a convoy approaching. Yang Xingqing and the others perked up. He quietly introduced the people coming today to Yi Chen, so he could greet them later. The convoy stopped at the company entrance, and a group of middle-aged men got out of the cars. Yi Chen, along with Yang Xingqing and the others, went to greet them with broad smiles. The other party was also very polite, smiling and shaking hands as they spoke. Mr. Yi, you really are a young hero, the middle-aged leaders said with smiles. Yi Chen replied, I'm just lucky, it's nothing worth mentioning. Please, come in. He led the official leaders into the company. Yang Xingqing introduced them to the situation inside the factory. Yi Chen didn't know much about the factory's situation, he would need Yang Xingqing to explain it. The leaders directly asked Yang Xingqing to take them to the workshop to have a look. They first visited the employee work area, then went to the photolithography machine production workshop, and finally to the R&D laboratory. All the R&D personnel of the group were there, currently producing high-end photolithography machines and other equipment, which was considered the most confidential place in the group. Not everyone was allowed in here, only Yi Chen, Yang Xingqing, and a few leaders entered. Yang Xingqing introduced the situation inside to them. They continued their inspection until noon without finishing, and after having lunch together, they stayed in the company for over an hour before leaving. After the official leaders left, Yi Chen discussed a bit with Yang Xingqing and the others, then went home. When he returned home, Han Wanjing was directing people to clean the villa's yard. Young master, you're back, Han Wanjing smiled when she saw him. Yi Chen nodded slightly, he glanced at the workers in the yard before walking into the villa. Han Wanjing followed him inside and poured him a glass of water. Yi Chen said to her, don't let anyone into the villa, just clean a bit. I'm worried that assassins from the Dark Star organization might sneak in. Han Wanjing was taken aback for a moment, she hadn't thought that far, and it seemed the young master was more considerate. Alright, young master, if you hadn't mentioned it, I might not have thought of it. Yi Chen smiled and said, the plots in movies and TV shows might just come from reality, being cautious won't hurt. What are Fei Fei and Yumeng doing? They went back to their rooms to rest. At that moment, the sound of a car parking outside the villa was heard, and then two cleaners came down, a man and a woman, both appearing to be in their 30s or 40s. After getting out of the car, they walked towards the villa's entrance. Yi Chen looked at the two cleaners through the floor-to-ceiling window. Which company's cleaners are these? Han Wanjing replied, they are from the housekeeping company we often use, a well-known housekeeping company in Zhanhai City. What's wrong, young master? Yi Chen stared at the two and said, these two are not ordinary people. From their walking posture, speed, and gaze, he could sense that they were not typical cleaners. Yi Chen's intelligence now far exceeded that of ordinary people, although they were well disguised, they still couldn't escape his eyes. Han Wanjing was stunned. Could it be that the young master was right? What should we do now, young master? Yi Chen said, if we let the bodyguards act now, they might harm the ordinary people in the yard. Let them in, I'll open the door, you stay back. Soon, the two cleaners arrived at the door and rang the doorbell. Yi Chen walked to the door, opened it, and said in a calm tone, here to clean? Yes, sir, we are here to clean your villa, the man replied. Yi Chen said, come in. The two walked in and began to survey the surroundings of the villa. Just then, Yi Chen suddenly struck, landing a punch on one of the cleaners' neck, then kicked the other one to the ground. The sudden attack caught the two assassins off guard. They hadn't expected that their identities had been uncovered by Yi Chen, so they were taken down before they could even act. Yi Chen was concerned that the two might have other means, so he went up and delivered a flurry of punches and kicks, directly incapacitating them. Du Feifei and Sun Yumeng, who were in the room, heard the commotion and came out. Du Feifei was momentarily stunned at the sight. Yi Chen, what are you doing? Why are you hitting the cleaners? Han Wanjing hurried over to explain, Miss Du, they are not cleaners, they are assassins. Du Feifei and Sun Yumeng's expressions changed upon hearing this. They disguised themselves as cleaners, probably intending to assassinate Miss Du and Miss Sun. Sun Yumeng exclaimed, no way, these assassin organizations are too formidable. Du Feifei said, isn't this a plot from a movie? Yi Chen then called the bodyguards from outside, and they carried the two individuals away. After handling the situation, Yi Chen returned to the sofa. Sun Yumeng and Du Feifei sat down. Brother Yi Chen, those two were really assassins? Yi Chen replied, yes, they are not ordinary people. If they were, would they have reacted like that? You two must be careful and not go out casually. After saying that, he reminded Han Wanjing, be cautious when you go out shopping in the future, don't let anyone take advantage of you. Han Wanjing replied, I understand, young master. Since these assassin organizations already knew that Du Feifei and the others were staying here, they would stop at nothing to kill them. Initially, the Shadow Assassin organization's goal was not to kill them but to capture them alive. However, now that capturing them alive was too difficult, they could only resort to killing them, which was somewhat easier. Du Feifei said, "This Dark Star assassin organization is too terrifying. They can think of such methods? Should I be careful even when I go to the bathroom? Are you worried they might come out of the toilet? Get lost." Du Feifei's pretty face flushed red as she glared at him in embarrassment and anger. Yi Chen said, "It's just that. Why are you worried about going to the bathroom?" Du Feifei replied, "I was just exaggerating." Yi Chen continued, "The Dark Star Assassin Organization is one of the most famous assassin organizations in the world, and their strength is beyond doubt. Since they didn't succeed this time, there will likely be a next time. These people are really too annoying. If only I were invincible." Sun Yumeng frowned and said. Yi Chen replied, "You can dream. If only dreams could come true," she said. Yi Chen was taken aback. Her words made his heart skip a beat. "A dream come true system? Isn't that my exclusive system? You've read too many novels, haven't you? Dreaming of things coming true," Yi Chen said. "You all continue chatting. I'm going to rest for a bit. I'd been out all day and I'm a bit tired." After saying that, he got up and went upstairs. Once upstairs, his phone buzzed. It was a message from Wang Xitong. "What are you doing?" Yi Chen replied, "Just got back from the company, was planning to sleep and rest." "What's up?" Wang Xitong said. "Sleep? Play games." Yi Chen responded, "Not interested, they're all noobs. I'm a bit tired, let's talk another day." Wang Xitong added, "My dad asked me to tell you to be careful of those industry giants abroad. You've touched their fundamental interests this time." Yi Chen replied, "Got it, thank your dad for me." Wang Xitong said, "No need to be polite, it's nothing." The two chatted for a while before Yi Chen hung up and began his afternoon nap. News about Shanghai Technology Group was still spreading outside. Foreign industry giants had already investigated the detailed information about Shanghai Technology Group. This was a newly restructured company, formerly known as Qingwei Technology Group and the mainland branch of Zhongdian Group, among others. With just this, Shanghai Technology Group could not possibly produce high-end chips. What was going on? The foreign industry giants were somewhat confused. How could a newly merged company produce high-end chips? Various media outlets in Hulong were reporting on this matter, making it almost impossible for it to be false. But how could Shanghai Technology Group produce high-end chips? This was simply impossible. They absolutely could not possess the production technology for high-end chips. They could not independently research high-end lithography machines. It involved too many top-tier technologies. At around 3:30 in the afternoon, Yi Chen woke up. After a nap, he felt refreshed. Leaning against the bed, he summoned the system interface and looked at the various products in the merit store, pondering how to earn merit points. In the merit store, besides various item cards, there were also Star Peak Mecha fragments for sale. Each fragment cost 10,000 merit points. He still needed 9 Star Peak Mecha fragments, which meant he needed 90,000 merit points. He had no idea where to get so many merit points. Is doing good deeds the way to earn merit points? As the saying goes, accumulating virtue and doing good should earn merit. With this thought, he freshened up and went downstairs. In the living room, Du Feifei, Sun Yumeng, and Han Wanjing were sitting on the sofa chatting and watching TV. "Yi Chen, where are you going?" Sun Yumeng asked curiously when she saw him come down. Yi Chen replied, "I have something to do outside for a bit." After saying that, he drove out of the villa alone, not taking any bodyguards with him. He wanted to see if helping others would earn him merit points. An hour later, Yi Chen arrived at the new district of Jianghai City, which was far from where he lived. He found the underground parking lot of a mall, parked his car, and walked out. Outside the mall, there was a bustling crowd, with all sorts of people walking around. Yi Chen looked around and soon spotted a beggar not far away. His eyes lit up as he walked towards the beggar. The beggar looked at his empty bowl and sighed. People nowadays are quite clever, even begging has become difficult. There have been many reports online about normal people pretending to be beggars and earning tens of thousands a month. Yi Chen walked up to a beggar and took out a 100 yuan bill, placing it in the bowl. Yi Chen knew that most of the beggars nowadays were frauds, but he wanted to test the merit system. After he gave the beggar 100 yuan, there was no system notification in his mind. He felt a bit puzzled. Wasn't this considered doing a good deed? The host giving alms to a fraud does not count as a good deed, so merit points cannot be obtained. Yi Chen was taken aback when he heard the system's voice. He glanced at the beggar in front of him and then took the 100 yuan back from the shabby bowl. "Sorry, I think I'll use this money to buy a drink instead." The beggar was stunned, thinking, "What the heck, brother, you just gave it away, how can you take it back? Is this even allowed?" Yi Chen walked out of the mall, and there was a traffic light nearby. He waited for a long time but didn't see the old lady cross the road. It was too difficult to do a good deed nowadays. After wandering around for half an hour, he finally saw an opportunity to help. Not far ahead, a car came out of an alley and scraped against an old lady while turning, causing her to fall to the ground. Fortunately, the driver braked in time, otherwise, the old lady's legs could have been crushed. Seeing this, Yi-chan hurried over. "Are you okay, Grandma?" The driver, a young man, also got out of the car. He looked at the old lady on the ground and impatiently said, "I tell you, I have a dashcam in my car, don't even think about scamming me." The old lady was furious upon hearing the young man's words. "It was clearly your car that hit me." The young man replied, "Don't think I don't know about people like you, you just want to extort money from me. How much do you want?" This young man was driving a BMW 5 Series, worth 4 to 500,000. The old lady was so angry she was trembling. Yi-chan spoke up, "You did indeed scrape against this old lady. Pfft, I see you're just her accomplice, there's definitely a partner in this kind of thing." Yi-chan said, "There are cameras at this intersection, you can check later. But right now, the most important thing is to take this old lady to the hospital for a checkup." "I'm fine, no need to go to the hospital," the old lady said with a smile, feeling that she was okay. The young man retorted, "Not going to the hospital means you just want money, right? I've seen this trick at least 800 times. This is the first time I've seen a young man like you. Just because you have some money, you think you're impressive. Call the police." After calming down, the old lady directly called the police. The traffic police arrived quickly, checked the nearby video, and confirmed the responsibility. The young driver said nothing and apologized to the old lady. He really hadn't noticed at first. The old lady looked at him and said, "Young man, you think too badly of people. I'm not trying to extort your money, I just wanted to see the attitude you should have in admitting your mistake. I'm fine, so let's just forget about it." After everything was settled, the old lady specifically thanked Yi-chan. "Congratulations to the host for helping the old lady, earning 10 merit points." "What? I worked hard for half a day and only got 10 merit points?" Yi-chan almost spat blood. This was way too little. It was already past 5:30 in the afternoon. He returned to the mall's parking lot and then drove home. Xia Chang and the others were already back, talking with Du Feifei and Sun Yumeng about practicing driving. "Brother, where have you been?" Yi Meng asked when she saw him return. Yi-chan smiled and said, "I went out for a bit. What's up? How's the driving practice going?" Yi Meng giggled, "Pretty good. We'll be taking the second driving test in a couple of days." Yi-chan replied, "You all continue chatting, I'll go to the study." Arriving at the study, Yi-chan sat there contemplating the matter of merit points. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him. Isn't treating people just a way to accumulate good deeds? Especially when it comes to treating critically ill patients, that is essentially saving their lives, so the merit points given should be considerable. With this in mind, Yi-chan called Hua Hongyun at the First People's Hospital of Jianhai City. Hua Hongyun was taken aback when he saw it was Yi-chan calling and quickly answered, "Mr. Yi, are you looking for me?" Yi-chan smiled and asked, "Professor Hua, are you busy?" Hua Hongyun replied, "Not really, just teaching some students." Yi-chan continued, "Have you encountered any complex medical cases recently?" Hua Hongyun was momentarily puzzled. What did Mr. Yi mean by that? "Not at the moment." "Are you looking to treat someone, Mr. Yi?" Yi-chan confirmed, "That's right. If you come across any complex and troublesome cases, just let me know, and I'll come take a look." Hua Hongyun was even more curious. What was going on with Mr. Yi? Wasn't he someone who preferred not to be disturbed? Although he didn't understand why Yi-chan said this, he agreed. "All right, Mr. Yi, I'll inform you if we encounter any complex cases." "Sure, just reach out to me for any cases you can't handle, regardless of wealth or poverty, as long as it's something you can't solve." Hua Hongyun replied, "Understood, Mr. Yi." After hanging up, Yi-chan opened his system backpack and looked at the research and development technology for the Xingyan skincare products. He pondered whether he should acquire a skincare group and then produce a full line of Xingyan skincare products. To acquire a large skincare group, hundreds of billions in funds would be necessary. It seemed he would have to rely on dreaming at night. The last Intelligent Door Lock's annual licensing fee was 500 million, and the other party had already paid half. If that Intelligent Door Lock became a bestseller globally, the licensing fee would surely increase. "Young master, dinner is ready," Han Wanjing said softly at the door of the study. Yi-chan replied, "Okay." He got up and walked out, then said to Han Wanjing, "Please find me some information on large skincare groups in the country." "Yes, young master." When he reached the living room downstairs, Xia Cheng and the others were already sitting there waiting for him. "Let's eat," Yi-chan said with a smile. The group began their meal. During dinner, Yi Meng spoke up, "Brother, which university do you think I should go to?" "Jianhai University in Jianhai City is quite good. Do you have the grades for it?" "If you do, then you should go there," Yi-chan replied. Yi Meng said, Jianhai University is ranked in the top 10 in the country, the cutoff score is probably not low, and I'm not too confident. Yi Chen reassured her, if you don't get in, then just choose another one, as long as it's in Jianhai City, it will be fine. Yi Meng nodded, she had grown fond of this international metropolis in recent days. Yi Chen looked at Xiao Meng and asked, Xiao Meng, what score do you think you can achieve? I should be able to get over 600, Xiao Meng replied. Yi Chen said, that's good, your grades are impressive. Having attended high school himself, he knew what a score over 600 meant, being among the top students in the class. Chen Wangqing had been the top student in her class and then got into Jianhai University. After dinner, Xiao Cheng and the others watched television. Yi Chen went back to the study, and after finishing her tasks, Han Wanjing helped him find some information on skincare groups. He carefully reviewed it. Currently, in the skincare field, domestic groups did not have much of an advantage. 70% of the domestic market share was occupied by foreign skincare groups. It was well known that foreign skincare products were more effective than domestic ones, otherwise, they wouldn't dominate such a large market. After looking for a while, Yi Chen found a group called Lizi Group to be quite promising. Although the current market share is not large, this group is steadily making its way into the market, and the results are quite good. The other skincare groups have too many shortcomings, lacking core competitiveness, many of them merely replicate other brands' products. Yi Chen said, I've finished reviewing this information. What do you think of Lizi Skincare Group? It's okay, the low-end domestic skincare brands are actually selling quite well in the low-end market. Han Wanjing, being a woman, naturally knew about Lizi Group. No domestic skincare group can occupy the mid to high-end market, these are almost entirely monopolized by large foreign brands. They possess a technological advantage in their products. After speaking, Han Wanjing poured a cup of tea for Yi Chen, but accidentally spilled it while handing it to him. She hurriedly grabbed a tissue to wipe his pants. I'm sorry, sir, I hope I didn't burn you? Yi Chen replied, no, it's fine, I'll wipe it myself. Han Wanjing insisted, let me do it. Since Yi Chen was sitting in a chair, the position of the spilled tea was somewhat awkward. Han Wanjing's expression remained calm, showing no change as she gently wiped the tea off his pants. This made Yi Chen a bit embarrassed, as his hand would accidentally brush against her. A few minutes later, although the tea was wiped away, his pants were still damp. Sir, you should go change your clothes, Han Wanjing said, her cheeks slightly flushed. Just now, while helping Yi Chen wipe the tea, she had touched something she shouldn't have. This made her feel a bit shy and startled. Yi Chen replied, okay, I'll go change. You tidy up the study and then take a rest. After saying that, he stood up. Since he was wearing casual pants, the damp spot was quite noticeable. Han Wanjing stole a glance and her heart raced, her face turning even redder. Yi Chen had taken organ gene development medication, and even in a normal state, he was enough to astonish anyone. Han Wanjing was a young girl, although she had never experienced such things, she had seen quite a bit. Certain novels, short films, and videos online. So she understood more than enough. Yi Chen returned to his room and took a shower. When he finished and came out, Xiao Cheng had returned to the room. Not watching TV anymore? Yi Chen asked softly as he embraced her. Xiao Cheng replied, I'm a bit tired from practicing driving. Don't move your hands around, I'm going to take a shower. Yi Chen lay on the bed, quietly waiting for Xiao Cheng to finish her shower so they could exercise together. That night, the two shared another passionate moment. The next morning, the system's voice rang in Yi Chen's ears. Congratulations, host, your dream has come true. You have obtained 60% of the shares in Lizi Skincare Group. Yi Chen smiled upon hearing the system's voice. He really had acquired shares in Lizi Group, not bad. He patted Xiao Cheng beside him, time to get up. Xiao Cheng let out a soft hum and reluctantly began to rise. She was a bit tired from last night's activities and didn't want to get up just yet. After washing up, the two went downstairs. Du Feifei and Sun Yuming were already up. The two of them had been cooped up at home every day, nearly going crazy, either sleeping or watching TV and playing on their phones. After breakfast, the three girls continued to practice driving. Yi Chen sat on the sofa watching the news on TV when his phone suddenly rang. He answered the call. Hello, who is this? Is this Mr. Yi? A young woman's voice came from the phone, crisp and pleasant to hear. Yi Chen replied, yes, who are you? Lu Qingcheng said, hello, Mr. Yi, I am Lu Qingcheng, the general manager of Lizi Group. Yi Chen responded, oh, it's Manager Lu, nice to meet you. Lu Qingcheng continued, Mr. Yi, the share transfer contract has been drafted. When would you be available to come by? Yi Chen replied, the headquarters of Lizi Group is in Guanghua City, right? I'll come by in a couple of days. Lu Qingcheng, alright, Mr. Yi, give me a call before you arrive, and I'll have someone pick you up. Yi Chen, okay, General Manager Lu. The two then hung up the phone. In Manhwa City, in the office of the general manager of Lizzie Group, Lu Qingqing sat in her office chair, pondering the company's matters. She couldn't quite understand why the shareholders of the group had sold off their shares. And what was this Yi Chen doing with the acquisition of Lizzie Group's shares? Wasn't he a giant in the semiconductor industry? Was he planning to venture into the cosmetics and skincare industry? However, Yi Chen had many businesses under his name, including Hualong International Hotel, Tianlong International Bodyguard Company, Longxing Group, and Jiasun Film Group, among others. He was involved in many industries, but the most impressive was still Shanghai Technology Group. Nowadays, it seemed no one in the domestic business world was unaware of Shanghai Technology Group. The newspapers and the internet had been reporting on Shanghai Technology Group for the past few days. It had now become a star enterprise in the country. Shanghai City had also awarded Shanghai Technology Group several titles, which were not particularly useful but served well for publicity. On the other side, after hanging up the phone, Yi Chen said to Han Wanjing, in a couple of days, come with me to Guanghua City to handle matters regarding Hongguang Technology Company and Lizzie Group. Did the young master acquire shares in Lizzie Group? Han Wanjing asked curiously. Yi Chen nodded slightly. I acquired 60% of the shares. The market for cosmetics and skincare is enormous. If we can capture a portion of the market, the profits will be quite substantial. Han Wanjing nodded slightly. Cosmetics and skincare had become indispensable for women today. However, there were too many inferior and cheap skincare products on the market, and many people bought them for their low prices, which could be very damaging to the skin. The demand for low-end cosmetics and skincare products was very high. After all, not everyone was wealthy. Skincare products costing thousands or even tens of thousands of dollars per set were not affordable for the average person. Only a few could afford such items. Therefore, Yi Chen's target remained the mid to low-end market, which was the largest market. He would need Lizzie Group to calculate the cost of Xingyan skincare products. If the cost price was not too high, then even if the profit was lower, selling at a cheaper price would benefit the general public. Earning a bit of money was enough. He felt that several times the profit was too high. Of course, those skincare product oligarchs abroad would want to earn as much as possible. At 9:30 in the morning, the stock market had just opened. The stock price of Shanghai Technology Group soared, hitting the daily limit in just a few minutes. The market value increased by 20%. There were regulations in the stock market that a group could rise or fall by a maximum of 20% in a day, and it could not exceed this limit. The market value of Shanghai Technology Group reached a new high, nearly 500 billion. However, this was still far from the true market value of Shanghai Technology Group. Currently, the largest chip group in the world had a market value of 500 billion US dollars, which converted to Hualong currency was about 3.5 trillion Hualong dollars. Therefore, the current market value of Shanghai Technology Group had not yet reached its normal value. It was estimated that in the coming days, it would continue to hit the daily limit. Investors and institutions buying Shanghai Technology Group stocks these days would be making a fortune. Han Wanjing had been paying attention. Young master, the market value of Shanghai Technology Group is about to reach 500 billion. This was just the beginning. The market value of Shanghai Technology Group would surely continue to rise, easily multiplying several times. When will the company's lithography machine be produced? Yi Chen asked. Han Wanjing replied, all the various parts are already in research and production. The first high-end lithography machine is expected to be produced in about half a month. Recently, Shanghai Technology Group had recruited a large number of professionals and had also poached many specialists from Zhongwei Technology Group. At the same time, they collaborated with several parts companies in the industry to produce photolithography machines. With complete R&D technology, they only needed to meet the requirements, which posed no difficulty. Even the most precise components had very detailed manufacturing processes. Yi Chen said, are you so happy because you bought shares in the group? Han Wanjing chuckled, I bought some. She had bought quite a lot because she knew far more information than others. Not only did she buy, but she also encouraged some relatives and friends at home to buy as well. Once the market value of Shanghai Technology Group reached a certain height, they could sell and make a big profit. Of course, if money wasn't an issue, it would be best to hold on to the shares, as they would continue to grow slowly, just not as explosively as now. Yi Chen remarked, at first, I thought your salary was a bit high, but now it seems a bit low. You are truly a versatile talent. From now on, I'll double your salary every month. Han Wanjing's face lit up with a smile. Really, young master? Yes, a monthly salary of 400,000 isn't much compared to those senior executives in the group, and your bonuses are separate, Yi Chen replied. Han Wanjing said, "Thank you, young master." Next to them, Sun Yumum laughed and said, "Brother Yi Chen, you give Sister Wanjing such a high salary every month? You should give me a salary too." Yi Chen replied, "What can you do?" Sun Yumung said, "I can learn from Sister Wanjing." "Then go ahead and learn. If you succeed, I'll give you a salary," Yi Chen said with a smile. At that moment, Yi Chen's phone suddenly rang. It was an unfamiliar number. He answered the call. "Hello, who is this? Is this Mr. Yi Chen?" A middle-aged man's voice came from the phone. Yi Chen replied, "Yes, who are you?" Ding Gaoqi said, "Mr. Yi, I am Ding Gaoqi, a director of Jiangnan Pharmaceutical Group. The former chairman passed away unexpectedly, and the group plans to hold a shareholders meeting. Do you have time today?" Yi Chen asked. "When?" Ding Gaoqi replied, "At 10 o'clock this morning. We need to elect a new chairman, which will have a significant impact on the company. I hope Mr. Yi can help me out at that time. I will definitely remember your kindness." Yi Chen thought for a moment and responded, "Okay, I'll head over shortly." After hanging up, Yi Chen said to Han Wanjing and the others, "I need to go to Jiangnan Pharmaceutical Group. Wanjing, you stay home with Feifei and Yumeng." "All right, young master." Du Feifei asked, "What are you going to Jiangnan Pharmaceutical Group for?" Yi Chen replied, "You forgot, I am also a shareholder of Jiangnan Pharmaceutical Group. They are holding a shareholders board meeting and plan to elect a new chairman. Oh, Xia Tianle should still have 20% of the shares. If his son Xia Junyi wants to become the chairman, he needs the shareholders' approval." Yi Chen would never let Xia Junyi become chairman. That guy was too young, and many people in the group probably didn't want him to be chairman either. It seemed that Ding Gaoqi wanted to become chairman. However, Yi Chen needed to see what kind of person he was before making a decision. Now that Xia Tianle was dead, there were significant divisions within the group, and many people were vying for power and profit. Although Yi Chen was also one of the shareholders, he had no informants within the group, so he wasn't too clear about what was happening inside. It was only through Ding Gaoqi's call today that he learned about this matter. He hadn't paid much attention to Jiangnan Pharmaceutical Group before. Yi Chen tidied himself up and then took a car to Jiangnan Pharmaceutical Group. Jiangnan Pharmaceutical Group was located in the Songjiang district of Jianghai City, alongside their factory. Around 9:40 in the morning, Yi Chen arrived at Jiangnan Pharmaceutical Group. The security guard asked for his name and then allowed his car to enter. Yi Chen got out of the car, followed by several bodyguards behind him. They walked towards the office building, where the reception department of Jiangnan Pharmaceutical Group was located on the first floor. "May I ask who you are looking for?" the female receptionist at the front desk asked as she saw them approach. Yi Chen replied, "I am Yi Chen, here to attend the group's shareholder board meeting." Upon hearing his name, the receptionist quickly said respectfully, "Oh, it's Mr. Yi. I'll take you there." She led Yi Chen to the elevator, and they took it up to the large conference room on the 16th floor. There were many shareholders and board members of Jiangnan Pharmaceutical Group, numbering in the dozens. However, most of these individuals held only a fraction of a percent or 1% of the shares, making them minor shareholders. Yi Chen's 5% stake was only slightly better than that of the minor shareholders. The few individuals with significant influence in the group held around 10% of the shares. As Yi Chen entered the conference room, many people were already present, creating a noisy atmosphere. These shareholders were also divided into factions. Yi Chen's arrival immediately attracted a lot of attention, and the room gradually quieted down. Everyone was looking at him, likely surprised that he would come here. "Mr. Yi has arrived." Ding Gaoqi quickly walked over to greet him. Although Yi Chen's shareholding was not large, his status in the business world was unmatched by anyone present. Especially now, as Xinghai Technology Group was rapidly rising. Just minutes after the stock market opened today, it hit the daily limit, with a market value nearing 500 billion. It should be noted that Yi Chen held 90% of the shares, and his current net worth had reached over 400 billion. No one could compare to him in terms of visible wealth. Yi Chen looked at him with a smile. "You are Mr. Ding?" Ding Gaoqi replied, "That's right, Mr. Yi. Please, have a seat." He led Yi Chen inside and they sat down at a position. Xia Junyi was momentarily stunned upon seeing Yi Chen arrive. He hadn't expected Yi Chen to come back. The main purpose of this shareholder board meeting was to elect a new chairman. The new chairman would become the head of the group, overseeing the entire organization. Therefore, many people were eyeing this position. Seeing Ding Gaoqi and Yi Chen so close, Xia Junyi felt an uneasy sensation in his heart. Yi Chen held a significant amount of shares, totaling 5%. Although this 5% might seem small, it would play a crucial role. Due to his father's unexpected death, Some individuals who had previously supported Xia Junyi had switched sides. Xia Junyi was still a college student, lacking experience and capability, so he did not have a significant advantage. However, he held 20% of the shares, and if he could rally more support, he still had a good chance of becoming chairman. But he had previously interacted with some shareholders and board members, and their ambiguous responses left him with a bad feeling. Yi Chen's appearance now made him feel even worse. Although his father had reconciled with Yi Chen, it was nearly impossible to expect Yi Chen's support. By 10 o'clock, almost all the shareholders and board members of Jiangnan Pharmaceutical Group had arrived. "Everyone, please be quiet," an elderly man stood up and spoke. He sat opposite Ding Gaoqi, appearing to hold a similar status. The crowd quieted down. The elderly man continued, "Due to the unexpected death of the former chairman, the position of chairman is now vacant, and Jiangnan Pharmaceutical Group needs to elect a new chairman. The candidates for chairman are young Master Xia Junyi, Director Ding Gaoqi, and Director Lu Gao. Now, let's invite young Master Xia Junyi to share his vision for the future development and planning of the group." Xia Junyi stood up, calmly looking at everyone as he said, "Hello, fellow shareholders and directors, I am Xia Junyi. I know I am very young, but youth represents vitality." This guy went on to speak thousands of words, clearly reciting a long-prepared speech. Yi Chen naturally had no good feelings towards this guy, as he had almost defiled Sun Yunlong back then. Although Xie Tianluo was dead, it was well-deserved. Yi Chen had taken care of him during that car accident. Sun Yuming's revenge was still pending. He had only broken their legs back then, which was too lenient. Yi Chen sat there looking at the system backpack, the enhanced accident card. It was time to use this enhanced accident card on this guy. He had to make him disappear from this world. A scum like him could do such things, and if he became chairman, it would be a disaster. Soon, Lu Gao and Ding Gaoqi's speeches also came to an end, and the conference room buzzed with discussion again. "Hello, Mr. Yi?" Someone beside him suddenly spoke up. Yi Chen turned to look at him. "Hello." He didn't recognize this person, but sitting next to him probably meant he was not an ordinary individual. "Mr. Yi, let me introduce myself. I am Li Feng, the vice president of Honka Group." Yi Chen, "Oh, it's President Li. Nice to meet you." The two shook hands. Although Yi Chen didn't know him, the other party showed goodwill. "Yi Chen, does your Honka Group also hold shares in Jiangnan Pharmaceutical Group?" Li Feng, "That's right, we hold 11% of the shares, which we invested in a long time ago." "Hello, Mr. Yi, I am Nie Xinghai, a director of Xinhuang Group. I came to represent the company at the Jiangnan Group shareholders meeting, and I didn't expect you to be here as well." Another person greeted Yi Chen. Now, Yi Chen's reputation in the business world was no less than that of the founders of the two major internet empires in Hualong. Others nearby were also greeting him. The people around him were from various large companies, with two holding over 10% of the shares, and some holding 3, 5%, and so on. Yi Chen roughly calculated, these people held nearly 40% of the shares. It was a considerable force, whether it was Xia Junyi, Ding Gaoqi, or Lu Gao, they all needed the support of these people's votes to become chairman. "Mr. Yi, which shareholder do you plan to vote for?" Li Feng from Honka Group asked softly. "Yi Chen, I haven't decided yet. The choice of the new chairman must be cautious, after all, it concerns the future development of the group. If the wrong person is chosen, it would be a significant loss for all shareholders." Li Feng nodded. "Mr. Yi is right, the choice of chairman should indeed be made carefully." Several people nearby also nodded in agreement. It should be so. 5 minutes later, the elderly man who had just spoken stood up and said, "How is everyone thinking about the shareholders and directors?" Li Feng, "The choice of the group chairman is crucial for the group's development and the interests of the shareholders. I believe this matter should be handled with caution. We cannot rush to select someone just because we lack a chairman." The people beside Yi Chen all nodded in agreement. "That's right, I agree with Director Li's statement." Xia Junyi, Ding Gaoqi, and Lu Gao were stunned. "Why did you change your stance again? Didn't you agree to support me at the shareholders' meeting?" The three of them had secretly contacted these shareholders, and everything had been settled initially. Some supported Xia Junyi, while others supported Ding Gaoqi and Lu Gao. But now, those people suddenly changed their minds. The three looked at Yi Chen, who was sitting in the room. Apart from him, no one else could have such influence. Ding Gaoqi, "Mr. Yi, what do you think?" "Yi Chen, I think what everyone said makes sense. The choice of chairman cannot be too hasty." Hearing his response, Ding Gaoqi sighed inwardly. Although he had called Yi Chen today to discuss it, how could Yi Chen simply give him face for no reason? Ultimately, the shareholders' meeting of Jiangnan Pharmaceutical Group ended on an unhappy note. Yi Chen, Li Feng, and Nie Xinghai stood up and were about to head outside. Xia Junyi hurriedly got up and walked over. Mr. Yi, shall we have lunch together? Yi Chen glanced at him indifferently, said nothing, and then turned to leave. You think someone like you can have a meal with me? What are you even worth? You still want to get the chairman's position? You should cherish the last half hour of your life. Just after the meeting ended, Yi Chen had used an enhanced accident card on Xia Junyi, so now he only had half an hour left to live. Of course, it was very likely that he only had 10 minutes left, because the enhanced accident card caused the target to die within half an hour. Yi Chen's response made Xia Junyi's face flush red with anger. Yi Chen had given him no face at all. Of course, Xia Junyi was still inexperienced. Who directly invites someone to dinner like this? If you get rejected, you can't save face. If you agree, Ding Gaoqi and Lu Gao would probably find reasons to tag along. Young people are just too naive, acting too young. Ding Gaoqi and Lu Gao watched this scene with cold smiles in their hearts. It's such a pity that such a strong person as Xie Tianla has such a son. Li Feng, Nie Xinghai, and others understood what to do when they saw Yi Chen's attitude towards Xia Junyi. Now that Yi Chen was at the peak of his power, many people and groups wanted to build a good relationship with him. But there was no opportunity, yet Li Feng, Nie Xinghai, and others saw a chance. This selection for the chairman of the Jiangnan Pharmaceutical Group was an opportunity for them to get close to Yi Chen. Yi Chen walked and talked with Li Feng, Nie Xinghai, and others, laughing and chatting. When they reached the parking lot, they exchanged contact information, signaling goodwill towards each other. Around 11:30 in the morning, Yi Chen returned home. Han Wanjing was preparing lunch, while Du Feifei and Sun Yumeng were sitting on the sofa looking at their phones. Yi Chen went to the study on the second floor and called Jing Shang, the general manager of the Jingshang Information Service Company. Mr. Yi, what can I do for you? Jing Shang said respectfully. He was already aware of the news regarding the Xinghai Technology Group. After all, he dealt with business intelligence and was much more informed than the average person. He knew that Xinghai Technology Group was Yi Chen's enterprise and was aware of Yi Chen's current worth. It was quite terrifying. Even on a global scale, Yi Chen could be considered a business tycoon. Yi Chen, Mr. Jing, do you have the information on the Jiangnan Pharmaceutical Group? Please hold on a moment, Mr. Yi. I'll have someone check. After a few dozen seconds, he replied, yes, the Jiangnan Pharmaceutical Group in Jianhai City. The Jiangnan Pharmaceutical Group is among the top 500 enterprises in the country, and such large companies in Huagua are within their intelligence collection scope. Yes, that's the group. Yi Chen was somewhat surprised. The Jingshang Information Service Company really had a lot of business intelligence, even on the Jiangnan Pharmaceutical Group. How much domestic business intelligence have those information service companies in Yamato collected? Jing Shang quickly sent over detailed information, and the level of detail astonished Yi Chen. The Jingshang Information Service Company had indeed invested a lot, conducting such thorough investigations. Why are these bastards so invested in our domestic groups? Jing Shang was unaware of Yi Chen's thoughts. In his view, Yi Chen had so many enterprises and was a businessman, so he must be profit-driven. Businessmen have no borders, only interests. Of course, this was Jing Shang's understanding and perspective. He did not know that Yi Chen was not a capitalist at all. He was, at his core, a passionate youth. After reviewing the information, Yi Chen couldn't help but marvel at the terror of the Jingshang Information Service Company. The investigation of this information was simply too detailed. He had just finished a call from Inoue Koda, who mentioned the head of their branch in Jianhai City. If Yi Chen needed any information about the Walongguo company in the future, he could contact the branch manager, Watanabe Takeshi. Yi Chen had already gained a detailed understanding of the situation within the Jiangnan Medical Group. Ding Gaoqi and Lu Gao were not particularly capable and were not the best candidates. The information indicated that a director named Rin Xingping had quite good abilities. He was one of the vice presidents of the group and was quite competent. The documents also detailed the matters he had handled, all showcasing his extraordinary capabilities. Ren Xingping was also one of the shareholders, but his share was not large, only 3%. Young master, it's time for dinner. Han Wanjing walked in with a smile on her pretty face. Yi Chen nodded slightly. Okay. He went downstairs with Han Wanjing, where Xia Chang and the others had already returned and were preparing for dinner. After lunch, Xia Meng and Yi Meng went to rest, probably tired from practicing driving. At that moment, a very serious car accident occurred on a street in Jianhai City, resulting in the immediate death of Xia Junyi. This news quickly reached the ears of various shareholders and directors. Many suspected that Ding Gaoqi and Lu Gao were involved, as they were competitors with a motive. Around 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Ding Gaoqi arrived at Yi Chen's home, bringing some expensive gifts. His intention was simple. He hoped Yi Chen would vote for him when the time came. did you hear that Xia Junyi died? Yi Chen asked. Ding Gaoqi nodded. Yes, he just died not long ago. I heard the news on my way here. Yi Chen looked at him and asked, this wouldn't be Director Ding's doing, would it? Ding Gaoqi hurriedly replied, Mr. Yi, I didn't do this. How could I dare to instruct someone to do such a thing? I certainly know it wasn't you, because I did it. I also believe it wasn't Director Ding, but those shareholders and directors will probably suspect you and Lu Gao. Ding Gaoqi sighed inwardly, knowing that this incident was very unfavorable for him and Lu Gao. Xia Junyi was, after all, a shareholder and director of the group. His unexpected death would likely create a rift between many directors and them. After all, if they dared to kill Xia Junyi, they would dare to kill others. This left many shareholders and directors feeling insecure, having touched their bottom line. Ding Gaoqi stayed for a while before leaving. Yi Chen did not offer to help him or suggest he take the gifts back, but Ding Gaoqi insisted on staying. Regardless of whether Yi Chen helped him or not, the gifts he had brought could not be taken back. Not long after Ding Gaoqi left, Lu Gao arrived. His purpose was the same as Ding Gaoqi's, and Yi Chen's response was also the same. After Lu Gao left, Yi Chen pondered how to get in touch with Ren Xingping. He couldn't just approach him directly and say he wanted to vote for him as chairman, could he? However, Ren Xingping did not disappoint Yi Chen. He actually came to find Yi Chen as well. Ren Xingping was a capable and ambitious person. He also wanted to become the chairman of Jiangnan Medical Group. However, his shares were too few, and his voice within the group was too small. He originally thought he had no hope, but today's events gave him a glimmer of hope. Those other group shareholders and directors listened to Yi Chen. Moreover, Yi Chen did not support Xia Junyi, Ding Gaoqi, or Lu Gao, which indicated that he had a chance. So he came this afternoon. In fact, he had arrived long before Ding Gaoqi, just waiting outside the community for Ding Gaoqi and Lu Gao to finish their visits before going in. He only entered after seeing Lu Gao leave. Ren Xingping's arrival surprised Yi Chen a bit, but he quickly relaxed. Ren Xingping was very capable, and his mind was naturally sharp. He probably saw an opportunity and came to try his luck with me. Opportunities are something you have to fight for and seize yourself, not something to be given by others. If Ren Xingping hadn't come to find Yi Chen wouldn't have gone out of his way to look for him. He could just let anyone become the chairman of Jiangnan Pharmaceutical Group. Director Ren, please have a seat. No need to be formal, Yi Chen said with a smile as he saw him standing there. Ren Xingping cautiously sat down, and Han Wanjing poured tea for the two of them. Yi Chen asked, what brings you here, Director Ren? Ren Xingping replied, Mr. Yi, I want to become the chairman of Jiangnan Pharmaceutical Group. He was very direct. There was no need to beat around the bush, as Yi Chen was well aware of his intentions. Pretending in front of someone like Yi Chen would only lead to trouble. Yi Chen asked, what benefits can you bring me? Ren Xingping said, Mr. Yi, under my leadership, I believe the group will get better and better because I have that capability, and that would be good for all the shareholders. Do you know that Xia Junyi is dead, Mr. Yi? Yi Chen replied, yes, he died in an accidental car crash. Ren Xingping continued, I don't think it was an accident. Someone must have targeted Xia Junyi. Xia Tianla's influence is still there, and perhaps someone is worried he might become the chairman of the group. Yi Chen smiled faintly and asked, and who do you think that might be? It should be either Ding Gaoqi or Lu Gao, but it could also be someone else. If that's the case, the other shareholders and directors won't have a good impression of Ding Gaoqi and Lu Gao, and instead, there might be others with better skills. Yi Chen sneered inwardly, these clever people just love to overthink. However, they were doing well as long as they didn't think of him. Let's get to the point. I care more about what I can gain, Yi Chen said in a calm tone, looking at him with wise eyes. Ren Xingping hurriedly said, Mr. Yi, Xia Junyi is dead, and he had 20% of the shares. I can guarantee that this 20% will be acquired by you at a low price, and in the future, I will absolutely follow your lead and never go against your wishes. With Xia Junyi dead and no heirs, the shares would go to Xia Tianla's wife. It was relatively easy to secure shares from a woman. Ren Xingping had that confidence. Yi Chen replied, I don't have that much cash, Shanghai Technology Group still needs to develop. Ren Xingping said, Mr. Yi, you don't need to worry about that. You can first use the group's funds to acquire them, and then handle the rest gradually. Yi Chen said, I understand. I will discuss this matter with the other shareholders. Ren Xingping's expression was calm. He felt he might have a chance. He sat for a while longer before leaving. Yi Chen called Li Feng, Nie Xinghai, and others, briefly mentioning Ren Xingping's situation. Li Feng, Nie Xinghai, and the others expressed their support for his choice. Whoever Yi Chen chose, they would choose as well. After hanging up, Yi Chen said to Han Wanjing, after I finish dealing with the matters of Jiangnan Pharmaceutical Group tomorrow, the day after, you come with me to Guanghua City. He needed to handle the issues with Hongwon Technology Company and Lizzie Group. Okay, young master. Sun Yumeng said, Brother Yi Chen, you're going to Guanhua City? Can you take us with you? You two should just stay at home. It's so boring at home, I'm about to go crazy, Sun Yumeng said helplessly. Yi Chen replied, just hang in there, it should get better in a while. Has your school started summer vacation? Yi Chen asked. Du Feifei replied, yes, it just started yesterday. While they were chatting, Sun Yumeng's phone suddenly rang. It was a call from her father, Sun Tianhan, saying that since summer vacation had started, she should come home to spend time with her grandparents. Sun Yumeng nodded in agreement, but her tone when speaking to Sun Tianhan was rather stiff. Their relationship was not very good. Sister Feifei, I have to go back. My dad wants me to accompany Grandpa and Grandma. Du Feifei replied, go ahead. Those assassins are probably after me, so you'll be safer if you go back. Sun Yumeng said, but I don't really want to go back. You should go back, Grandpa and Grandma probably miss you. After that, Sun Yumeng tidied up a bit. At 4:10 p.m., Yi Chen and Du Feifei accompanied Sun Yumeng to the Jianghai high-speed railway station. At the same time, Yi Chen sent a few bodyguards to follow Sun Yumeng, just in case something unexpected happened. Although the Dark Star Assassin organization targeted Du Feifei, who knew if they would also go after Sun Yumeng? Better to be cautious. Brother Yi Chen, Sister Feifei, I'm leaving, Sun Yumeng said reluctantly. Yi Chen replied, be careful on the way, and call us when you arrive. Okay, Brother Yi Chen. Sun Yumeng then went through the ticket check and entered the station. Yi Chen and Du Feifei walked back to the parking lot, and 3 cars drove towards the Hualong Sidiu Villa community. Let the people in the other 2 cars be alert and see if anyone is following us, Yi Chen instructed the driver. The driver communicated with the others via intercom. Sure enough, they discovered that a vehicle had been following them, but later the other party switched cars to continue the pursuit. If it were ordinary bodyguards, they probably wouldn't have noticed anything, but these were elites from the Tianlong International Bodyguard Company, strong individuals who had retired and undergone training. Although those people switched cars to follow, the driving patterns of Yi Chen's 3 vehicles were very regular, so they quickly noticed them. These people had no chance to act and could only keep following. Being watched like this every day made Yi Chen feel somewhat uncomfortable. He glanced at the system backpack and then took out a tracking card. The primary function of the tracking card was to track the murderer at the first scene. Using it to track people felt a bit wasteful. However, to deal with the assassins from the Dark Star organization, one tracking card was nothing. The golden tracking card flew out of the car and landed inside a black business vehicle behind them. He saw the scene inside the black business vehicle, where there were 4 people. One of them was speaking and giving orders, and they had advanced technical equipment in their vehicle. Just this set of secret communication devices probably cost hundreds of thousands. The Dark Star Assassin organization had paid a hefty price to deal with Du Feifei. Of course, if the mission succeeded, their rewards would also be substantial. Yi Chen placed the tracking card on the person who was giving orders. He planned to capture all the Dark Star Assassins in Jianghai in one fell swoop, which would make things much easier. The Dark Star organization had been laying out their plans in Jianghai for many years to achieve their current scale. If they were wiped out in one go, they would have no power left in Jianghai, making it nearly impossible to capture or kill Du Feifei again. Upon returning home, Xia Qing and the others were already back. Brother, where have you been? Yi Meng asked curiously while eating fruit. Yi Chen replied, Yuming's dad asked her to go back to accompany Grandpa and Grandma, so Feifei and I sent her to the high-speed railway station. Sister Yumeng is leaving? Yi Meng was a bit surprised. Yi Chen reassured her, it's fine, she'll probably be back in a few days. Brother, let's go play on the sea. I want to ride a yacht, Yi Meng suggested. Yi Chen agreed, sure, Wan Jing, pack your things. We're going to play on the sea and have dinner on the yacht tonight. After a bit of tidying up, they went to the dock and set out to sea on the yacht. This was Yi Meng and the others' second time going out to sea on a yacht, enjoying the sea breeze and a delicious meal. It was simply a delight. They were almost tired of practicing driving every day, so today was a chance to relax. Brother, come and see, Sister Feifei caught a big fish. Yi Meng's voice came from the top of the yacht. At this moment, Yi Chen was sitting on the luxurious leather sofa inside the yacht, looking at the system screen in front of him. The tracking card displayed that a person had arrived at a residence where 6 people lived, 5 men and 1 woman. These individuals were all assassins from the Dark Star organization, and they had various advanced equipment and instruments here for receiving and sending messages. This was considered one of their small hideouts. Yi Chen called Wang Junfeng, asking him to arrange for the most elite personnel to figure out these people's daily routes. Brother, what are you doing? Yi Meng came down the stairs and looked at him. Yi Chen replied, "Just a call, just a call." After saying that, he got up and walked to the top deck of the yacht. The yacht was quietly anchored on the sea, with the sea breeze brushing against him and the water calm. Du Feifei, Yi Meng, and Xia Meng were fishing there, while Han Wanjing and Xia Chang were chatting. "Brother, look at the big fish that Sister Feifei caught, it's huge." Yi Meng pointed at the fish in the bucket beside them. Yi Chen walked over to take a look. "I didn't expect Feifei could fish too." Du Feifei said, "What's so hard about fishing? I can swim too." Yi Meng exclaimed, "Sister Feifei, you're amazing. I can't even swim." In the countryside, very few girls could swim. They didn't have the conditions, and girls were often shy about swimming in rivers, while many boys could swim. Yi Chen could swim. When he was young, his grandfather would take him and his cousin to bathe during summer vacations, and gradually he learned to swim. Thinking of this, Yi Chen couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. In the blink of an eye, he had grown up, while his grandfather was now in the twilight of his years. The scenes from his youth were hard to recreate. However, knowing that he had the system and the healing card, at least his grandparents could live for several more decades. The system contained various advanced future technologies, perhaps even gene therapy techniques. Gene therapy could improve a person's body and even grant immortality. This is the charm of technology. Sister Feifei, I see you're wearing a swimsuit. Are you going swimming? Yi Meng asked with a smile. Du Feifei indeed had this thought. She had been cooped up at home for days. She went to the yacht's room and changed into a bikini. Although her figure wasn't explosive, it was perfect. She started swimming beside the yacht. "Brother, Xia Meng, and I also want to go swimming," Yi Meng said to him. Yi Chen replied, "There are swimming rings on the yacht. If you want to go, take a swimming ring." Han Wanjing added, "I prepared some swimsuits. Ladies, you can go change." The few of them went downstairs, leaving only Yi Chen and Xia Qing on the top deck. Yi Chen looked at Xia Chang and smiled. "Xiao Chang, aren't you going swimming?" "I can't swim. I'm afraid of drowning," Xia Qing said a bit shyly. Yi Chen reassured her, "It's okay, I can swim, and with a swimming ring, you won't drown. Come on." He took Xia Qing into the yacht and handed her a black women's swimsuit. After they changed into their swimsuits in the room, they came out. They descended the stairs at the back of the yacht into the sea. Yi Chen hadn't swum in a long time, but swimming was something you never forget once you learn it. Even if you don't swim for many years, it remains. Han Wanjing could also swim. Both she and Du Feifei were quite good in the water. Yi Chen floated on his back on the surface of the sea, slightly closing his eyes. Yi Meng, Xia Meng, and Xia Qing were being cautious, afraid of accidentally falling into the sea. Yi Chen looked at the three girls and said, "In the future, just come in the afternoon. That's when it's probably most comfortable to sunbathe in the sea." However, now it wasn't bad either. It was the scorching summer. Around 4 or 5 in the afternoon, the sun wasn't so glaring, and the surface of the sea had warmed up, so swimming in it wouldn't feel cold. On the contrary, it felt warm. This area of the sea was calm and tranquil, unlike the deep sea where the waves were much stronger. This is the best place to play in the water. A few people had been playing in the water for about half an hour before they gradually boarded the yacht. "Ah!" Xia Meng suddenly screamed, and then she slipped off the swimming ring and fell into the sea. She had been carefully climbing onto the yacht but accidentally slipped down. Fortunately, Yi Chen was right behind her, also planning to return to the yacht. Seeing Xia Meng fall into the water, Yi Chen hurriedly swam over and hugged her, only to realize he had grabbed the wrong place. Since Xia Meng was in the water, Yi Chen couldn't see clearly and could only hold her vaguely. After realizing he had grabbed the wrong spot, Yi Chen quickly adjusted his position. "Is Xia Meng okay?" Yi Chen asked her. Xia Meng had just felt something unusual about her body, her pretty face slightly flushed. "I'm fine, brother-in-law." Then Yi Chen helped her to the side of the yacht, and she grabbed the ladder to climb up. Everyone got back on the yacht, and Han Wanjing took out towels to hand to Xia Meng and Yi Chen. "What happened to Xia Meng just now?" Xia Qing asked curiously. Yi Chen replied, "She accidentally fell into the water, but it's fine, she probably just swallowed a couple of mouthfuls of seawater." Xia Qing looked at Xia Meng. "How could you be so careless?" Xia Meng chuckled, "I just slipped a bit." Yi Chen said, "It's getting dark, let's head back." The yacht started to sail towards the dock, and about an hour later, they returned to the port. Back home, it was nearly 8 in the evening. Han Wanjing went to prepare dinner while Yi Chen and Xia Qing sat on the sofa watching TV. They had all had a great time in the afternoon. Yi Chen also enjoyed the view, as Du Feifei, Han Wanjing, and the others were all wearing swimsuits and bikinis. Their figures were all perfect. Even Xia Meng had developed quite well, not at all inferior to Xia Qing. After dinner, everyone returned to their rooms to rest. In the room, Yi Chen hugged Xia Qing, a smile on his face. "Little darling, it's time for us to exercise. Xia Qing rolled her eyes at him. I saw you staring at Fei Fei all night. Is her figure better than mine? I wasn't staring at her, and her figure isn't as good as yours. Xia Qing pouted her cute, sexy lips and huffed. Today, I'll teach you a new position. The next morning. Congratulations, host, your dream has come true. You have obtained the primary life gene potion. Yi Chen was momentarily stunned by the system's voice. Primary life gene potion, first generation gene potion. After consumption, it can improve human genes, perform cell recombination, and increase lifespan by about 100 years. Wow, this is a good thing, directly adding 100 years to one's lifespan. It could be used for grandpa and grandma, but unfortunately, there is only one. However, it can be split in half, but the effect will also be halved. Get up. Yi Chen gently patted Xia Qing beside him. They had exerted quite a bit of energy last night, and Xia Qing was exhausted. The two got up, washed up, and then went downstairs for breakfast. After breakfast, Xia Qing and the others went to driving school. Today they were taking the second and third subjects. Yi Chen was going to the Jiangnan Pharmaceutical Group today, as the chairman had not yet been selected, and the shareholders' board meeting still needed to take place. Fei Fei, Wanjing, you two stay at home. I'm going to Jiangnan Pharmaceutical Group. Yi Chen said to the two of them. Du Feifei nodded slightly. Who will be the new chairman of Jiangnan Pharmaceutical Group? It won't be Xia Junyi, will it? That guy died in a car accident yesterday. He can't possibly become the chairman of the group. Du Feifei was taken aback. He died? Good, scum like him deserves to die. Yi Chen, the candidate for the chairman of Jiangnan Pharmaceutical Group depends on who I vote for. From now on, Jiangnan Pharmaceutical Group will be under my control. Du Feifei, are those other group shareholders giving you face? Yi Chen, yeah, they all give me face. Du Feifei, you are now a top commercial tycoon in the country. Who wouldn't give you face when there's an opportunity? This way, they can also speak up when they need something in the future. At around 8:30 in the morning, Yi Chen set off from home. On the way, he opened the system interface to check the video feed from the tracking card. At that moment, the person being monitored by the tracking card was not at yesterday's residence but had gone to another location, which also had several people. They were all living in some old, underdeveloped neighborhoods. Yi Chen called Wang Junfeng. Mr. Yi Chen, have those people made any moves? Only one person has come out and then went to another neighborhood. Our people have been keeping an eye on them. Their alertness is not very high. These people had been in Shanghai City for several years without any incidents or being targeted, so they were somewhat complacent. Moreover, Wang Junfeng and the others were elites among elites. Yi Chen, how is the training within the company going? Wang Junfeng, although no one has completed the daily training quota yet, everyone's combat effectiveness has improved very quickly, much stronger than before. Yi Chen nodded slightly. This was a gain. Even without completing the daily training quota, they had undergone a transformative change. Their combat effectiveness was no longer comparable to the past. Keep a close watch on those people. They are from the Dark Star Assassin organization. Be very careful not to alert them. Wang Junfeng, Mr. Yi, rest assured. By 9 o'clock, Yi Chen arrived at Jiangnan Pharmaceutical Group. In the conference room, all the shareholders and directors had already arrived, the number the same as yesterday, except for Xia Junyi. All shareholders and directors are here. What do you think we should do about the chairman's selection? Li Feng, sitting next to Yi Chen, spoke up. I think the chairman's selection shouldn't be limited to just a few people. Anyone capable within the group can become chairman, as long as they can promote the company's growth and ensure the interests of all shareholders. The people in the conference room nodded slightly. Xia Junyi's unexpected death had caused many shareholders to develop a resistance towards Ding Gaoqi and Lu Gao. They felt that one of the two must have been involved in Xia Junyi's death. I think Ren Xingping's capability as a director is quite good. He also serves as the group's vice president, and everyone knows his abilities. I would like to cast my vote for Director Ren. Immediately, others around began to nod in agreement. Although Ren Xingping's shareholding was small, his abilities were indeed commendable. What does Mr. Yi think? Someone asked. Yi Chen, I think what General Manager Li and the others said is very good. Director Ren's capabilities are indeed impressive. If he becomes chairman, I think it's acceptable. If he doesn't perform well, we can always replace him. Upon hearing Yi Chen's words, everyone knew the matter was settled. Although Ding Gaoqi and Lu Gao felt somewhat displeased, they also understood that Xie Junyi's incident had a significant impact on them. Even those who initially promised to support them had already wavered. The directors all knew Ren Xingping's capabilities were strong, but his influence within the group was low, and he originally had no hope of becoming chairman. However, he seized the opportunity and became the chairman of the group. After voting by all shareholders and directors, Ren Xingping was ultimately elected as the chairman of Jiangnan Pharmaceutical Group. He also delivered an inaugural speech, simply thanking the shareholders and directors for their support, promising to work hard to manage the group better. If the group did not perform well under his leadership, he was willing to resign in shame. His words were quite good, causing many shareholders and directors to nod slightly. After the shareholders' meeting, Yi Chen, Li Feng, and the others left, and the subsequent matters were no longer related to them. On the way back, Yi Chen was somewhat curious about Tiancong Pharmaceutical Group. Why hadn't there been any news coming from there? The Tiancong Pharmaceutical Group is different from here. Most of the shareholders over there are members of the Li family, making it a typical family-run company. The chairman will only be someone from their family. Yi Chen returned home, and it was almost 11 o'clock. Du Feifei and Han Wanjing were chatting about the stock market. "Young master, you're back," Han Wanjing said as she stood up to greet him. Yi Chen asked, "What are you two talking about?" Han Wanjing replied, "We're discussing the stocks of Shanghai Technology Group. Today, the stock price of Shanghai Group hit the limit again, reaching 600 billion. Yi Chen remarked, "The increase is quite fast. The company's equipment development speed needs to catch up." Han Wanjing smiled and nodded, "It should be ready soon." While they were talking, Xia Cheng, Xia Meng, and Yi Meng returned. They had successfully passed the second and third driving tests, and now only the fourth test remained, which they could practice online. "Finally, we don't have to practice driving every day," Yi Meng said with a beaming smile. Practicing driving was indeed quite annoying. When Yi Chen was getting his license, he found it bothersome to practice every day. The main issue was the instructor he encountered. If he didn't bring gifts, that guy wouldn't teach you seriously at all. Yi Meng and the others were better off. If the driving school didn't want to teach them, they could forget about operating. Yi Chen said, "After lunch, you all take a break, and then we can go out to sea for some fun." Sure, Yi Meng quickly replied. After lunch, Yi Meng, Xia Meng, and Du Feifei went back to their rooms to rest. Han Wanjing finished tidying up and came out of the kitchen. "Young master, I've sent a document to your computer regarding some important matters of the subsidiary companies. Please take a look when you have time." Yi Chen replied, "Okay, got it." After that, he went to the study on the second floor, opened the computer, and looked at the materials Han Wanjing had sent. This was the company information organized by Han Wanjing. Shanghai Technology Group and Hake Group had signed a contract to jointly build a chip raw material factory in Jianhai City. Besides the matters concerning Shanghai Technology Group, there were also issues related to Tianlong International Bodyguards, Hualong International Hotel, and other companies. After reading, Yi Chen turned off the computer and returned to his room. Xia Qing was lying on the bed, looking at her phone. "Xiao Chang, when are you taking the fourth test?" Xia Qing replied, "I can take it tomorrow. I'll hurry and practice some questions." Yi Chen said, "I need to go to Guanghua City tomorrow to handle some company matters. I might not be back until the day after." Xia Qing responded, You go ahead and be busy. I will take good care of the house." Yi Chen nodded slightly. "Try not to go out alone. If you do, take bodyguards with you. There are people watching this side." "Got it." Xia Cheng practiced the questions twice before starting her afternoon nap. Around 3:30 in the afternoon, Yi Chen and Xia Qing came down from upstairs. Du Feifei, Yi Meng, Xia Meng, and Han Wanjing had also woken up. They tidied up a bit and then went to the port, taking a yacht out to sea. They arrived at the same area as yesterday, and everyone jumped into the water. Yi Meng, Xia Meng, and Xia Qing put on swimming rings and learned to swim. Yi Chen swam for a while before getting back on the yacht, sitting on the top deck to sunbathe. He occasionally glanced at Xia Chang, Du Feifei, and Han Wanjing. Their figures were really nice. After a while, Han Wanjing came up, holding a glass of red wine, and took a gentle sip. "Young master, why aren't you swimming?" Yi Chen replied, "I'm thinking about some things. By the way, sell that 5% stake in Tiancong Pharmaceutical Group. There's no need to keep it." Han Wanjing said, "Understood, young master." Yi Chen added, "Please help me get a bottle of drink. This one's finished." Han Wanjing turned and went downstairs, quickly returning with several bottles of drinks, placing them on the nearby coffee table. "Young master, the flight to Guanghua City for tomorrow has been booked. Which company should we visit first?" Yi Chen said, "First, let's go to Hongguan Technology Company, and then we'll head to Lizzie Group in the afternoon." Since acquiring the company, he had not visited it even once, which puzzled the general manager of Hongguan Technology. "Mr. Yi has acquired 60% of our company's shares, yet he hasn't come to see us at all? Has he forgotten about us? That shouldn't be the case. Since he bought our shares, he must value some aspect of our strengths." Han Wanjing said, "The general manager of Hongguan Technology, Fang Juanhao, has called me several times, asking when you would come by. Yi Chen replied, "This guy is even more anxious than I am." By nearly 7 in the afternoon, Yi Chen and the others returned home. Once home, Yi Chen went to his study and checked the tracking card. The tracking card was only valid for 3 days. Once the time was up, it would lose its function. After checking the tracking card, Yi Chen took out another enhanced accident card. He chose to use the enhanced accident card on Li Wenfu. Li Wenfu and Xie Junyi were the masterminds behind that incident. Their deaths would be no loss. After using the enhanced accident card, Li Wenfu died within half an hour, an accidental fall resulting in death, just like that, an accidental demise. The next morning, around 6, Yi Chen woke up. He was flying to Guanghua City today. "Congratulations, host, your dream has come true, you have obtained a super-tech invisibility suit." Hearing the system's voice, Yi Chen was taken aback. A super-tech invisibility suit? What on earth is that? He quickly opened the system backpack to take a look. Super-tech invisibility suit, made using ultra-high-tech technology and special materials. Once worn and activated, the invisibility suit will enter an invisible state, undetectable by the naked eye or surveillance. Seeing the description, Yi Chen was somewhat surprised. This thing is quite impressive. The super-tech invisibility suit is simply extraordinary. Yi Chen began to get out of bed, and Xia Cheng, sensing the movement, opened her eyes. "What time is your flight?" Yi Chen replied, "It's at 7:30, you don't need to get up. Wan Jing and I will grab something to eat and then head to the airport." Though he said that, Xia Cheng still got up. The two went downstairs, where Han Wanjing had already prepared breakfast. After breakfast, Xia Cheng saw Yi Chen to the door and watched him get into the car and leave. After more than half an hour, they arrived at Zhanghai City Airport. Around 8:30 in the morning, Guanghua City Airport. The level of prosperity in Guanghua City was not much inferior to that of Zhanghai City. It is also a first-tier city in the country, alongside Longdu City, Zhanghai City, and Shenzhen, known as the 4 major first-tier cities in the country. Yi Chen, Han Wanjing, and several bodyguards walked out of the airport. The people from Hongguang Technology Company were already waiting at the exit. Yi Chen and the others saw the Hongguang Technology staff and walked over. Fang Juanhao was taken aback when he saw Yi Chen approaching. "Is this Mr. Yi? He looks so young." The most discussed topic in the business world right now is Shanghai Technology Group and Yi Chen. Most people know Yi Chen's age, after all, it's not a secret. 23 years old, worth hundreds of billions. This is simply legendary in the country, as such a thing has never happened before. Although Yi Chen looked very young, he exuded an air of authority. This was a natural aura developed from his status and position. Ultimately, it stemmed from his powerful background and strength. "Hello, Mr. Yi, I am Fang Juanhao, the general manager of Hongguang Technology Company." Fang Juanhao quickly stepped forward, extending his hand with a beaming smile. Yi Chen replied, "Hello, Manager Fang. I have long heard of your great name, Mr. Yi. Meeting you today is indeed more impressive than hearing about you," Fang Juanhao said without hesitation, flattering him. After all, Yi Chen was his superior, and his fate was entirely in Yi Chen's hands from now on. Yi Chen said, "Manager Fang, let's talk in the car." Fang Juanhao hurriedly took them to the airport parking lot. This time, they arrived in 5 cars, all luxury vehicles worth millions. Not everyone can afford luxury cars worth over 10 million. Yi Chen and Han Wanjing sat in one car, while Fang Juanhao occupied the passenger seat. "Mr. Yi, shall we go directly to the company?" Yi Chen replied, "Yes, I came this time to see the company's situation. Intelligent robots are the future trend of development. Although the technology is not yet mature, as long as we work hard, we will eventually succeed." "Yes, Mr. Yi thinks like I do. The internet is developing rapidly, and the Internet of Things is also progressing. Fully intelligent devices will definitely be realized in the future." Yi Chen nodded slightly. "Don't be stingy with technical talent, salaries should be increased where necessary. Talent is the most important." Fang Juanhao said, "Yes, talent is the core of a technology company's development. Hongguang Technology has always valued talent." Along the way, they chatted, and Yi Chen gained some understanding of Fang Juanhao. About an hour later, the car arrived at Hongguang Technology Company. Fang Juanhao took Yi Chen to the factory workshop to have a look. Currently, the company mainly focuses on intelligent industrial robotic arms and is also developing new types of industrial intelligent robots. The new industrial intelligent robots are similar to the intelligent robots in science fiction movies, having a humanoid form, more precise instruments, and human-like consciousness. However, achieving such intelligent robots with current technology is nearly impossible without hundreds of years of time. For now, this type of intelligent industrial robot is merely a concept and cannot be realized in the short term. After touring the factory workshop, Yi Chen held a meeting with the company's senior management. Then at noon, Fang Juanhao took Yi Chen to a 5-star hotel. The senior management of the company all came and toasted Yi Chen one by one. However, Yi Chen did not drink. He still had to visit Lizzie Group in the afternoon, and it wouldn't be good to be reeking of alcohol. After lunch, Yi Chen asked Fang Juanhao to take the others back, leaving a few cars behind. Then Yi Chen and Han Wanjing took a car to Lizzie Group. The scale of Lizzie Group's industry is much larger than that of Hongguang Technology Company. The two are not on the same level. Lizzie Group has a market value of hundreds of billions and owns its own office building. It is also a well-known entity in the domestic cosmetics and skincare industry. Arriving outside the Lu Group building, Yi Chen looked at the building and said, "This building is quite impressive." Han Wanjing replied, "Lu Group is the leading conglomerate in Guanghua City. Over a decade ago, the richest person in Guanghua City was from the Lu family. However, the Lu family's development direction encountered problems, leading to slower growth and being gradually surpassed. But a few years ago, Lu Group changed its development direction and has been growing rapidly, showing signs of catching up." Yi Chen asked, "Wait, are you talking about Lu Group? What is the relationship between Lizzie Group and Lu Group? Young master, you don't know this?" Han Wanjing looked at him in surprise. "If you don't know this, how did you acquire 60% of Lizzie Group's shares?" Yi Chen said, "Stop keeping me in suspense, just tell me, or I'll spank you." Han Wanjing's face flushed at his words. The young master is too naughty. Fortunately, there aren't many people around. The founder of Lizzie Group, Lu Qingcheng, is a member of the Lu family, so Lizzie Group also belongs to Lu Group. If it weren't for the backing of Lu Group, Lizzie Group wouldn't have developed this large. Yi Chen nodded slightly, "So that's how it is. Lu Group seems quite strong." Han Wanjing replied, "Lu Group is strong, with total assets in the thousands of billions, but that's the combined assets of the entire Lu family, and they also have internal conflicts." Yi Chen said, "Let's go in, you all can wait outside." After speaking, he and Han Wanjing walked into the Lu Group building. The building was very large, housing more than 10 companies under the Lu Group. Yi Chen and Han Wanjing searched for about 7 or 8 minutes before arriving at the office area of Lizzie Group. Upon entering, they were greeted by a reception area. Seeing Yi Chen and Han Wanjing come in, the female receptionist smiled and asked, "Hello, who are you looking for?" Han Wanjing replied, "We are looking for General Manager Lu Qingcheng." The receptionist paused for a moment and asked, "Do you have an appointment?" Han Wanjing said, "Yes, I am Han Wanjing, and I have an appointment with your general manager. Please wait a moment, we will verify this right away." The receptionist made a phone call and then said, "Miss Han, you may go in. General manager's office is on the 26th floor." Han Wanjing nodded slightly, and the two walked to the elevator inside the company and took it to the 26th floor. Once they exited the elevator, Yi Chen and Han Wanjing began searching for the general manager's office. "It's one thing for the reception staff not to bring us over, but why isn't General Manager Lu here to greet us personally?" Han Wanjing expressed her dissatisfaction. Logically, Lu Qingcheng should have come down to welcome them. After all, Yi Chen was now the largest shareholder of Lizzie Group and would soon become its chairman. "Maybe she has something to attend to," Yi Chen replied lightly. A minute later, they found the general manager's office. Before they could knock, a pleasant female voice came from inside, "Lu Dehui, don't go too far. Lu Qingcheng, I'm doing this for your family's good, don't bite the hand that feeds you." Han Wanjing glanced at Yi Chen, indicating whether they should still knock. Yi Chen shook his head slightly. It was clear they were arguing, and it wasn't appropriate for them to enter now. Lu Qingcheng said, "We don't need you to manage our family affairs. What benefits did Li Mingliang give you?" Lu Dehui replied, "I heard you sold 60% of Lizzie Group's shares to Yi Chen of Shanghai Technology Group? This Yi Chen has some nerve to dare to acquire shares of Lizzie Group." Lu Qingcheng retorted, "Do you think that just because you say so, no one will dare to acquire? You underestimate others too much." Lu Dehui scoffed, "Just a nouveau riche." Yi Chen and Han Wanjing heard everything outside. How did this turn into a discussion about me? Nouveau riche? He pushed the door open and walked in, causing Lu Qingcheng and Lu Dehui inside to be momentarily stunned. "Don't you knock before coming in? Is everyone at Lizzie Group so lacking in manners?" Lu Dehui said coldly. Yi Chen replied, "Who do you think you are to lecture me?" Lu Dehui didn't expect Yi Chen to retort. He thought Yi Chen was just an employee of Lizzie Group. He looked at Lu Qingcheng and said, "You see what kind of leader you have, that's the kind of subordinate you get." Lu Qingcheng didn't recognize Yi Chen and Han Wanjing. Who were they, and why were they in her office? Yi Chen said, "Clean up that filthy mouth of yours, or I'll have security throw you out." Lu Dehui laughed, "Ha, a mere little employee dares to speak to me like that? Do you know who I am? I am Lu Dehui, this Lu Group building belongs to my family. Yi Chen replied, as far as I know, Lizi Group is renting this office space, which means according to the contract, this belongs to Lizi Group. As the chairman of Lu Group, if I throw you out, do you have any objections? After saying that, he looked at Lu Qingcheng and said, General Manager, please execute my order. Lu Qingcheng was taken aback. You are Mr. Yi? Yi Chen confirmed, that's right, it's me. Lu Qingcheng was shocked. Why hadn't anyone from the president's office come to inform her that Mr. Yi had arrived? Lu Dehui's expression changed when he heard Lu Qingcheng's words. He is Yi Chun from Shanghai Technology Group? Lu Qingcheng picked up the phone and called the security department. A few seconds later, personnel from the security department walked in. President Lu. Yi Chen said, throw him out. The security personnel were taken aback. Who was this person? Lu Qingcheng said, this is the chairman of the group. Hurry up and do as the chairman says. The few of them were shocked. Chairman? When did the company get a chairman? Although they were puzzled, they didn't dare to show it. The general manager had said it herself, it couldn't be false. Yi Chen said, lift him up and throw him out, understand? Yes, chairman. They hurriedly carried Lu Dehui out of the office. Lu Dehui shouted, you have some nerve, I am Lu Dehui. No matter how he yelled, the security personnel didn't dare to let him go now. After all, the chairman had spoken, if they went against the chairman's wishes, they would be out of a job. In the office, only Yi Chen and the three of them remained. Lu Qingcheng looked at him and quickly said, Mr. Yi, please take a seat. Yi Chen sat down, and Han Wanjing stood beside him. Lu Qingcheng began to brew tea for Yi Chen. Yi Chen was observing her. Lu Qingcheng looked to be around 25 or 26 years old. Her features were exquisite and captivating, and her figure was delicate and curvy. In terms of appearance, she was indeed outstanding. She was more beautiful than any woman Yi Chen had ever seen. The legendary beauties of ancient texts couldn't compare. Lu Qingcheng was so beautiful that even Yi Chen couldn't help but be a bit surprised. There really were such stunning beauties in the world. Han Wanjing was also taken aback by Lu Qingcheng's looks. This President Lu was just too beautiful. Initially, she had some dissatisfaction, but it vanished in an instant. Sometimes, beauty has its advantages. A few minutes later, Lu Qingcheng finished brewing the tea and brought a cup to Yi Chen. Mr. Yi, please have a taste. Yi Chen said, President Lu, your tea brewing skills look quite proficient. Lu Qingcheng smiled with her delicate face. My grandfather liked drinking tea, and I was influenced by him since I was young, so I learned. Yi Chen took a gentle sip. Although he couldn't appreciate tea, he could still tell that it was good. Lu Qingcheng asked, Mr. Yi, when did you arrive? Why didn't anyone notify me? Yi Chen replied, we just got here a little while ago. I guess the people from the president's office saw you were busy and didn't dare to disturb you. Lu Qingcheng said, Mr. Yi, did you hear everything just now? Yi Chen replied, I did. Who was that person? Quite the attitude. That person is Lu Dehui, my cousin, Lu Qingcheng responded. Yi Chen remarked, not very old, but quite the attitude. He didn't ask what conflict existed between the two, as it was none of his business. But he remembered that Lu Dehui had spoken disrespectfully. Who did he think he was, a nouveau riche? What superiority complex did he have? What qualifications did someone like him have to compare with me? Lu Qingcheng asked, Mr. Yi, how old are you this year? 23, and you, President Lu? Lu Qingcheng replied, I'm 25. I didn't expect Mr. Yi to achieve so much at such a young age. Yi Chen said, President Lu was not bad either. At 25, the general manager of a group worth hundreds of billions, that ability is not something ordinary people can compare to. I owe it all to my father's help, Lu Qingcheng humbly said. After chatting for a while, Lu Qingcheng handed him the share transfer contract and then convened a high-level management meeting for the group. In the large conference room, Yi Chen sat in the main seat, with Lu Qingcheng beside him. Surrounding them were over 30 high-level managers of the group. They knew that the group's shares had been sold to Yi Chen and had already guessed his identity. However, seeing Yi Chen so young, they were somewhat astonished. Is this really Yi Chen, the chairman of the Shanghai Group worth over 700 billion? He looks too young. Worth over 700 billion, undoubtedly the richest person in the country. Lu Qingcheng saw that everyone had arrived and softly said, Mr. Yi, everyone is here. Yi Chen looked at the crowd and spoke, First, let me introduce myself. My name is Yi Chen. I have invested in Lizi Group to enter the cosmetics and skincare industry. The development potential of the cosmetics and skincare industry is immense. Lizi Group has built a good reputation over the years, and its brand power and influence have already formed. This is one of the reasons I chose to invest in Lizi Group. I hope that with everyone's efforts, Lizzie Group can thrive and become a giant in the industry. These words were all fabricated by him. The shares of Lizzie Group were a reward from the system. After Yi-Chen finished speaking, the people below began to applaud. Lu Qingqing said, Mr. Ye's reputation in the business world is well known. I believe that under Mr. Ye's leadership, Lizzie Group will continue to improve. This meeting was just for Yi-Chen to get acquainted with everyone. It was to let them know that the company had changed hands and was no longer under Lu Qingqing. After the meeting, Yi-Chen asked Lu Qingqing to take him to see the Lizzie Group's factory. The factory was orderly, with a large number of employees working in the workshop. Lizzie Group's current flagship product is a skincare set called Liren. Because the price is not high, the promotion is in place, and the positioning is accurate, sales are quite good and it is favored by the low-end market crowd. After leaving the factory, Yi-Chen and the others returned to Lizzie Group. In the general manager's office, Lu Qingqing asked Yi-Chen, Mr. Yi, do you have any suggestions for the company's development? Yi-Chen replied, Manager Lu is doing a great job, I have no suggestions. Lu Qingqing said, Mr. Yi, let's have dinner together tonight. My father also wants to have a meal with you. Yi-Chen nodded slightly, then I won't be polite. Lu Qingqing said, it is an honor to have dinner with Mr. Yi, how many people wish to dine with you but don't have the opportunity? Yi-Chen remarked, I didn't expect Miss Lu to be good at flattering. I thought someone of your beauty would be more aloof. Lu Qingqing felt a bit embarrassed upon hearing his words. She really didn't like flattering others and hadn't done it much. Yi-Chen was the first. After all, he was the controller of the group, a top business tycoon in the country. She didn't want to leave Lizzie Group, it was her hard work. She also didn't expect Yi-Chen to be so direct. Couldn't he leave some face? Wasn't flattering you a good thing? I'm sorry, Mr. Yi, I'm really not good at it. I might not have done it well. Yi-Chen smiled and said, it's fine, you did well, very comfortable. Lu Qingqing's pretty face flushed slightly. Mr. Yi also likes to joke. Yi-Chen replied, I'm not some old-fashioned person, young people should act like young people. You don't need to be so restrained when talking to me, relax a bit. We are all peers, just interact as equals. Han Wanjing snorted in her heart, thinking that the young master was probably attracted by her beauty. Why didn't she see him say these things to others? Lu Qingqing said, Mr. Yi, the market value of Shanghai Technology Group has reached 800 billion. This increase is quite terrifying. Yi-Chen replied, that's within the normal range, but the growth should slow down a bit later. Once the high-end chips come out, there should be another wave of increase. Based on Yi-Chan's understanding and estimation, the market value of Shanghai Technology Group could at least exceed 1 trillion Huaxia coins. After all, it was the only high-end chip production group in the country. Even globally, there were only a few companies capable of producing high-end chips. The few chatted for a while, and it was already past 6 in the afternoon. Lu Qingqing made a phone call to her father and then took Yi-Chen and the others to a 5-star hotel in Guanhua City. This hotel was also a property of the Lu Group, named Huacheng Hotel. The Huacheng Grand Hotel is the top-tier hotel in Guangweiqing and the preferred choice for many business tycoons. Under the leadership of Lu Qingqing, the three arrived at the 1808 private room of the Huacheng Grand Hotel. A middle-aged man was already there. Upon seeing Yi-Chen and the others enter, Lu Hushuan quickly stood up. Mr. Yi, you're here, please take a seat. Yi-Chen replied, Mr. Lu, no need to be polite, sit down. They all sat down and began to order food. After ordering, Lu Hushuan started chatting with Yi-Chen. Mr. Yi, I really can't thank you enough for this. If it weren't for your help, my company would probably be finished. Yi-Chen was taken aback. What did he mean by that? What do you mean, Mr. Lu? I don't quite understand. Lu Hushuan explained, Mr. Yi, you may not know, but my real estate group's debts are due. If I can't pay them off, a large portion of the company's shares will be taken away. It was Qingcheng who sold her company's shares that resolved the crisis for my company. Yi-Chen nodded slightly, so that was the case. Mr. Lu, the one you should be thanking is your daughter, not me. Lu Hushuan replied, Mr. Yi, you may not be aware of the situation here. I doubt anyone besides you would buy my daughter's group's shares because someone has made it clear that anyone who buys shares in Lizzie Group is opposing them. Yi-Chen asked, who is it? Lu Hushuan said, it's Lu Jianan, a member of our Lu family. Yi-Chen questioned, why would someone from your own family want to mess with you? He found the Lu family quite confusing. Logically, they should be united. Lu Hushuan explained, Mr. Yi, you may not know, but the real estate group I manage is family-owned. If I can't resolve the group's crisis, I will lose control of the real estate group, and it will be taken from me. The internal dynamics of the Lu family were indeed complex, filled with power struggles. The food and drinks arrived quickly, and they chatted while eating. Halfway through the meal, a commotion suddenly erupted outside. "Get lost! Who do you think you are to stop me?" Yi Chen frowned. Was someone looking for trouble at this moment? It was likely related to Lu Hushuan and Lu Qingqing's family, as he didn't know anyone else here, except for Lu Dehui from earlier. But Lu Dehui didn't have the capital to challenge Yi Chen. Lu Hushuan and Lu Qingqing also heard the noise outside and frowned. Lu Qingqing stood up and walked over to open the door. "Uncle, is there something you need? I heard Mr. Yi from Shanghai Technology Group is here, so I came to pay a visit." A middle-aged man entered with Lu Dehui and then looked at Yi Chen at the table. Yi Chen was also looking at the middle-aged man. Had Lu Dehui called his father here? "So you must be Mr. Yi? You really are young." "Hello, I'm Lu Jianan." His tone was casual, showing no regard for Yi Chen. Yi Chen replied, "Do you need something? If not, then hurry up and leave, don't disturb my meal." Lu Jianan retorted, "Mr. Yi, aren't you being a bit arrogant? This is Guang Weiqing, not Jiang Haishi." Lu Hushuan frowned. "Lu Jianan, what do you mean? Do you want to put the Lu group in jeopardy?" It was clear that Lu Jianan was here to cause trouble. He didn't want Yi Chen to get too close to Lu Hushuan and Lu Qingqing, as it would be detrimental to him. But Yi Chen was not someone to be trifled with. He was stirring up trouble for the entire Lu group. Lu Jianan snorted coldly. "Lu Hushuan, don't try to scare me. The Lu group has stood in Guang Weiqing for decades. How could it be shaken by a few upstarts?" Lu Hushuan warned, "What you are doing today, I will report to Sixth Uncle. If he gets angry, can you bear the consequences?" Upon hearing the name of Sixth Uncle, a flicker of panic crossed Lu Jianan's eyes. He looked at Yi Chen and said, "Today, you had someone throw my son out of the lazy group, didn't you?" Yi Chen replied, "Making a scene in my group, not understanding etiquette or hierarchy, truly, like father, like son." Lu Jianan said, "You better be careful in Guanghua City." Yi Chen responded, "Are you threatening me?" "I'm not afraid of threats, many have threatened me before, and now they're either dead or in prison." Lu Jianan hadn't investigated Yi Chen's deeds in detail, only knowing that his Shanghai Technology Group was impressive and had a high market value. However, Lu Qingqing and Lu Hushuan had done thorough research and knew that Yi Chen spoke the truth. Those who opposed him had either been arrested or died unexpectedly. Everyone understands unexpected deaths, but how could there be so many coincidences, especially involving his enemies? Lu Hushuan and Lu Qingqing could roughly see that Yi Chen had a powerful background. Besides that strong backing, he also possessed terrifying means. Despite being only 23, several of his opponents were already dead. One shouldn't judge a person by their appearance. Lu Jianan was taken aback by his words. But at this moment, he was already in a difficult position. "Is that so? In Guanghua City, I want to see what means you have." With that, he turned and left. Lu Hushuan's expression was a bit awkward. "Mr. Yi, I'm sorry." Yi Chen smiled slightly. "It's fine, Mr. Lu, let's continue eating." Seeing that Yi Chen wasn't angry, Lu Hushuan felt relieved. He was mainly worried that Yi Chen would take out his anger on him and his daughter. Lu Qingqing saw a kind of coldness deep in Yi Chen's eyes. Of course, this coldness wasn't directed at her and her father, but at Lu Jianan and his son. She had a bad feeling in her heart, sensing that Lu Jianan and his son had gotten themselves into big trouble this time. The atmosphere at the dinner had already changed. Lu Hushuan also felt some anger. Lu Jianan's visit was not just to trouble Yi Chen but also to slap his face, because tonight, he was the one treating Yi Chen to dinner. After dinner, Yi Chen and Han Wanjing went to the top suite of the Huacheng Grand Hotel. This was the accommodation Lu Qingqing had arranged for them. "Mr. Yi, you two can rest first. My dad and I will head back now." "I'm really sorry about what just happened," Lu Qingqing said with an apologetic smile on her exquisite face. Yi Chen replied, "You're being too polite, Ms. Lu, this has nothing to do with you." Once the father and daughter left, Han Wanjing closed the door. Yi Chen sat on the sofa, his expression calm. "Young master, that Lu Jianan is too arrogant," Han Wanjing said as she sat beside him. Yi Chen replied, "Call the head of the Jingshang Information Service branch in Jianghai City and have him send over Lu Jianan's detailed information." Han Wanjing nodded slightly. "Okay, young master. I'm going to take a shower," Yi Chen said, getting up and walking into the bathroom. The top suite of the Huacheng Grand Hotel was even more luxurious than the top suites of ordinary five-star hotels. On the other side, Lu Hushuan and Lu Qingqing returned home. Lu Hushuan called the current head of the Lu family group to inform him about Lu Jianan's incident today. As for how the old man would handle it, he didn't know. "Dad, what did Uncle Lu say?" Lu Qingqing asked eagerly after he finished the call. Lu Hushuan replied, he didn't say much, just that he knew. Lu Qingcheng continued, today, the market value of Shanghai Technology Group surpassed 800 billion. Lu Hushuan remarked, this Mr. Yi is truly terrifying. At such a young age, he has achieved such a formidable worth, almost comparable to the development of our entire Lu family group over nearly a century. Once oligarchs form in this industry, their influence becomes extremely terrifying, something our Lu family group cannot compete with, Lu Qingqing said. Even though both parties have similar total assets, the influence of industry oligarchs is not something the Lu group can compare to. In the country, only Shanghai Technology Group can produce high-end chips, and there are only a few companies in the world that can do the same. At 8:30 in the evening, Yi Chen finished his shower and walked out of the bathroom, wearing a loose bathrobe. Han Wanjing, holding a laptop, said, young master, Watanabe Takahito has sent over the detailed information on Lu Jianan. Take a look. Yi Chen sat next to Han Wanjing and looked at the information on the computer. Han Wanjing said, young master, I'm going to take a shower too. You can take your time. Go ahead. While Han Wanjing was showering, Yi Chen finished reading Lu Jianan's information. The data also included an overview of the Lu Group. The current head of the Lu Group is named Lu Yingye. There are 4 competitors for the next heir, including Lu Jianan and Lu Hushuan, while the other 2 are Lu Yuanji and Lu Zhengye. These 4 currently manage most of the Lu Group's industries. However, they are all under the management of the old master Lu Yingye. Lu Jianan manages the Lu Group's pipeline engineering group and medical device group. These are his main companies, and he also has his own personal companies, such as a smart lock company and an auto parts company, among others. Just as Yi Chen was about to finish reading, his phone suddenly rang. It was a video call from Xia Qing. He answered the video call. What's up, Xia Cheng? Nothing much. What are you doing? Xia Cheng and Yi Meng appeared on the video. Brother, where are you? Yi Chen replied, at the Huacheng Grand Hotel in Guanghua City. Have your driver's licenses come through? They have. We all passed the test, Yi Meng replied with a smile. Yi Chen said, that's great. When you have time, practice driving a bit to get familiar before hitting the road. Yi Chen chatted with Xia Cheng and Yi Meng for a while before hanging up. After a while, Han Wanjing came out of the bathroom. She was draped in a bathrobe, looking beautiful and enchanting like a water lily. Yi Chen glanced at her and said lightly, Wanjing, do you know that this look is likely to attract trouble? Han Wanjing's face turned slightly red, and she smiled, really? What kind of trouble? Seeing that she was feigning ignorance, Yi Chen rolled his eyes at her. I'm a bit tired after shopping all day, give me a massage. After saying that, he lay down on the sofa. Han Wanjing walked over and sat beside him, exuding a faint fragrance. Yi Chen felt a stir in his heart. She was simply a little temptress. Fortunately, his self-control was quite good, otherwise, he might have made a mistake. While giving him a massage, Han Wanjing asked, young master, what about Lu Jianan? Yi Chen replied, I haven't thought of a solution yet, let's sleep on it. Han Wanjing nodded slightly. Isn't Lu Jianan running a smart lock company? Recently, we authorized a smart lock patent to a group, which is also a company in Guanghua City. We can talk to them. Yi Chen asked, how strong is that group? I see Lu Jianan's smart lock company is quite sizable. Han Wanjing replied, it's larger than Lu Jianan's company and has an impressive background. Yi Chen said, then you contact them tomorrow morning, convey our intentions, and see what they think. Han Wanjing responded, okay, young master. Yi Chen lay on the sofa, quietly enjoying her massage. He turned his head and opened his eyes just in time to see Han Wanjing's legs close by. Since she was only wearing a bathrobe, her fair legs stirred a sense of impulse. Alright, stop the massage. You should rest early too. If you keep massaging, I might end up making a mistake, Yi Chen said as he sat up and spoke to her. Han Wanjing smiled playfully, young master, what do you mean by making a mistake? Yi Chen looked at her and asked with a smile, do you want to try it? Han Wanjing replied, I do. Cough, that was a bit too direct. Do you really think I wouldn't dare? Yi Chen reached out and pulled her close, their skin pressed together. Do you really want to try? Han Wanjing felt the heat radiating from him, her pretty face flushing with 2 shades of red. Her heart raced, but she didn't say anything. Their eyes met, and Han Wanjing slightly closed her eyes, quietly waiting for Yi Chen's favor. But after waiting for more than 10 seconds, Yi Chen didn't make any move. She opened her eyes. Yi Chen looked at her smiling face and asked, Wanjing, what are you doing with your eyes closed? Han Wanjing's face turned crimson. Young master, you are too bad. Yi Chen sighed inwardly and gently patted her, get some rest. Han Wanjing felt a bit disappointed, but still wore a smile, leaned in to kiss Yi Chen, and then turned to go back to her room. Yi Chen felt a twinge of regret. Damn it, why am I so timid? A few seconds later, he turned and went back to his room. Although they hadn't done anything, he had still felt her exquisite figure with his hands, which was quite nice. In terms of figure, Han Wanjing was even better than Xia Cheng. It felt pretty good to touch. The next morning, congratulations to the host for making a dream come true, obtaining 60% of the shares in Guanghua Automobile Group. 60% of Guanghua Automobile Group? Yi Chen knew this automobile group. It was one of the well-known car companies in the country. However, its main market was the low-end market, as domestic car companies had a huge technological gap compared to foreign ones. To enter the mid to high-end market, one needed strong technical strength and foundation. Although it was just a low-end car company, the profits were still quite substantial. With over 1 billion people in the country, most could only afford low-end cars. Yi Chen searched for detailed information about Guanghua Automobile Group on his phone and found that its market value was over 180 billion. So, this 60% stake was worth over 100 billion. Overnight, his net worth increased by 100 billion. Just then, there was a knock on the door, and Han Wanjing walked in. "Young master, it's time to get up for breakfast." Yi Chen nodded slightly, put down his phone, and started getting dressed. When he finished dressing, he noticed that Han Wanjing hadn't left and was still standing there. "Do I look good?" Han Wanjing chuckled. "It's okay." Yi Chen replied, "What do you mean by it's okay? Isn't my whole body of muscle perfect?" Han Wanjing laughed and said, "Perfect, young master is the most perfect." "That's just flattery." After Yi Chen finished washing up, he walked out of the room. Breakfast had just been served, and Han Wanjing was waiting for him. "Young master, I just called the general manager of Hike Group, Deng Yushan, and mentioned that matter. He said it was fine and even invited us to attend an exhibition tomorrow." Yi Chen asked, "What exhibition?" Han Wanjing replied, "A large-scale smart lock exhibition being held in Guanghua City, where various groups will showcase their new products." Yi Chen said, "Since they invited us, let's go." If Deng Yushan from Hike Group refused to suppress Lu Jianan, Yi Chen wouldn't give him any face. In fact, he would even take back the authorization for the smart locks in the future. Deng Yushan understood this. If he wanted to secure the patent authorization for smart locks in the future, he needed to maintain a good relationship with Yi Chen. Although the Lu Group had a significant influence in Guanghua City, Hike Group was not a soft target either. Moreover, with this new type of smart lock, Deng Yushan was confident that Hike Group could become an international top smart lock group. Because the smart lock development technology that Yi Chen authorized to them is truly remarkable, it can easily outshine any competitor's product on the market. If Yi Chen's smart lock technology were mediocre, Deng Yushan wouldn't have risked offending Lu Jianan of the Lu Group. The outcome is a result of Deng Yushan weighing the pros and cons. No one in the business world is a fool. Since he dared to agree to offend Lu Jianan, it shows he can gain more benefits from Yi Chen. Han Wanjing said, "Young master, this is quite delicious. You should try it." It's said to be a specialty pastry from the Huacheng Grand Hotel, with a history of hundreds of years. After saying this, she picked up a piece of pastry for Yi Chen. Yi Chen took a bite and nodded slightly. The texture and flavor are indeed good. It lives up to being a specialty of Guanghua. "Young master, try this one too." Han Wanjing picked up another specialty pastry for him. Yi Chen noticed her subtle change towards him. She had never been this proactive before. Han Wanjing was wearing a nightgown, her figure graceful, exuding a faint fragrance. While they were having breakfast, there was a knock at the door. Yi Chen said, "You should change into something else. It's not good for others to see you like this. You can only wear this for me." Han Wanjing felt a surge of joy in her heart. "Understood, young master." Yi Chen walked to the door and opened it, seeing a middle-aged man standing beside the entrance. "Who are you looking for?" Lu Jingye smiled and asked, "Is this Mr. Yi?" Yi Chen replied, "That's me. Who are you?" Lu Jingye responded with a broad smile, "Mr. Yi, I am Lu Jingye, the person in charge of the Huacheng Grand Hotel." Yi Chen had investigated the Lu Group's information and knew about Lu Jingye. He was a competitor for the next heir of the Lu Group, along with Lu Hushuan and Lu Jianan. However, Lu Zhengye had a significant advantage because Lu Yingye was his father. "What does Mr. Lu want with me?" Yi Chen asked curiously. Lu Zhengye said, "Our chairman would like to meet Mr. Yi. I wonder if Mr. Yi has time?" The chairman he mentioned was Lu Yingye, the chairman of the Lu Group. Lu Yingye, being the sixth in line, was referred to as sixth uncle by Lu Jianan and Lu Hushuan. Yi Chen replied, "Mr. Lu is a senior in the business world. I should give face to this invitation." Lu Zhengye said, "Mr. Yi, the vehicle is ready. Once you're prepared, we can set off." Yi Chen went back to change his clothes and then walked out with Han Wanjing. Under Lu Zhengye's lead, they arrived at the underground parking lot and then drove towards the Lu Group building. The Lu Group building consists of two large towers in an H shape, and it is one of the landmark buildings in Guangweiqing. Upon arriving outside the Lu Group building, Lu Zhengye took them to the elevator, which brought them to the headquarters of the Lu Group. The chairman's office is located on the 68th floor, where one can enjoy a panoramic view of Guangweiqing. Inside the chairman's office, there was an elderly man in his 60s and a young woman. "Dad, Mr. Yi has arrived," Lu Zhengye announced. Lu Yingye stood up. "Mr. Yi, welcome. Please, have a seat." Yi Chen sat on the sofa while Han Wanjing stood beside him. Lu Yingye took a seat on the adjacent sofa, and the young woman began to brew tea for the two of them. Lu Zhengye stood quietly nearby. "Mr. Yi, did you arrive in Guangweiqing yesterday?" Lu Yingye asked with a smile, his tone calm and unhurried. Yi Chen nodded slightly. "I arrived yesterday morning, visited Hongguang Technology Company, and then went to Lizhi Group." Lu Yingye said, "With Mr. Ye's involvement, I believe Lizhi Group will become better and better." Yi Chen had not handed over the research and development technology for Xingyan skincare products to Lu Qingcheng yesterday. He needed to understand Lu Qingcheng as a person. If she were to rashly take the research and development technology of Xingyan skincare products and pull a fast one, starting her own venture, it would be like a mute eating bitter herbs, suffering in silence. The R&D technology for Xingyan skincare products has not been patented, and Yi Chen has no plans to apply for a patent. Because applying for a patent means revealing trade secrets, which is not beneficial for the group's operations. Yi Chen and Lu Yingye were chatting casually. A young woman nearby, brewing tea, was secretly observing Yi Chen. "Is this the legendary Yi Chen? He looks quite decent, a bit refined. How did someone so young become so impressive?" It didn't matter if she didn't look. Once she did, she found that Yi Chen exuded a unique charm. Every word and action revealed a distinctive charisma that made Lu Nana momentarily lose her focus. "Nana, concentrate on brewing the tea." Lu Yingye noticed his granddaughter in a daze and spoke softly. He then turned to Yi Chen and said, "I apologize, Mr. Yi, this is my granddaughter, Nana." Yi Chen replied, "I just thought Miss Nana resembled General Manager Lu Zhengye a bit. Turns out they are father and daughter." Lu Nana's cheeks flushed slightly, feeling a bit embarrassed. She wondered what was wrong with her. What kind of handsome man hadn't she seen? There were many who were more handsome than Yi Chen. Why was she so distracted? Lu Yingye said, "Mr. Yi, I heard that Jianan offended you yesterday?" After chatting for a while, they finally got to the point. Yi Chen responded, "So even you know, Mr. Lu?" Lu Yingye nodded slightly. "I've heard about it. I've already called him. He will come over personally to apologize to you shortly." Yi Chen said, "Mr. Lu, sometimes an apology is useless." Lu Yingye was taken aback. Did this mean he was not accepting Lu Jianan's apology? Lu Zhengye and Lu Nana were also stunned, not expecting Yi Chen to say that. This was a complete loss of face for Lu Yingye. Lu Yingye sighed, "Mr. Yi, it's better to resolve enmities than to deepen them. Having more friends in business opens more paths." Yi Chen replied, "I understand your point, Mr. Lu, but once certain words are spoken and actions taken, one must be prepared for the consequences. Is there really no way to discuss this matter further?" Lu Yingye asked. Yi Chen said, "Mr. Lu, please don't bring this up again." At that moment, Yi Chen's phone suddenly rang. He took it out and answered, "Is this Mr. Yi? I am Lu Xinghe, the general manager of Guanghua Automobile Group." Yi Chen replied, "Hello, Mr. Lu. I'll be over shortly, please send me the location." "All right, Mr. Yi." After a brief conversation, they hung up. Yi Chen said to Lu Yingye, "Mr. Lu, I have some matters to attend to, let's talk another day." "Then please go ahead, Mr. Yi." Yi Chen and Han Wanjing left the Lu Group building. After seeing Yi Chen off, Lu Zhengye returned to the chairman's office. "Father, Yi Chen gave you no face at all," Lu Zhengye said. Lu Yingye replied, "He is not wrong, it was Lu Jianan who was at fault from the start, he brought this upon himself." Lu Nana added, "Uncle Jianan really isn't up to par, he doesn't even know how to get along with the Li family. I think he wants to ally with the Li family to seize control of the Lu Group." Lu Yingye said, "Let's not worry about him, Yi Chen will likely deal with him later. I just hope Yi Chen doesn't turn his attention toward our Lu Group." Lu Zhengye remarked, "Although Shanghai Technology Group is formidable, it shouldn't affect our Lu Group, right? After all, they are not in the same industry." Lu Yingye replied, "The impact may not be significant, but it shouldn't be underestimated. If Lu Jianan were to be dealt with by Yi Chen, it would be a good thing for Lu Zhengye. This would indirectly reduce one competitor, and the board members wouldn't be able to say much." Lu Jianan and Lu Heshuan, along with two others, had the support of Lu Group shareholders behind them, forming 4 factions. Between these four individuals, it was as if there was a betting agreement. Whoever managed well and achieved outstanding results would have the hope of becoming the next heir of the Lu Group. On the way to Guanghua Automobile Group, Yi Chen said to Han Wanjing, I have acquired 60% of Guanghua Automobile Group's shares, and I'm going there today to sign the contract. Han Wanjing was taken aback, acquiring 60% of Guanghua Automobile Group's shares? This was a large domestic automobile enterprise with a market value of over 100 billion. Where did the young master get so much cash? Half an hour later, Yi Chen, Han Wanjing, and a group of bodyguards arrived at Guanghua Automobile Group. Lu Xinghe was already waiting at the entrance with the group's executives. The car stopped at the entrance of Guanghua Automobile Group. Yi Chen, Han Wanjing, and the bodyguards got out. Lu Xinghe and a group of executives came forward to greet them. Mr. Yi, you're here. After saying that, he extended his hands and tightly shook Yi Chen's hand. Yi Chen replied, Mr. Lu, let's go inside and talk. All right, Mr. Yi, please. Led by Lu Xinghe and the executives, they entered the company. Yi Chen first went to the conference room to hold a meeting with the many executives of the group. After the meeting, under Lu Xinghe's guidance, Yi Chen toured the factory workshop. At that moment, the workshop was producing cars, and Guanghua Automobile Group also had a workshop for new energy vehicles. New energy vehicles are a development trend for the future, and every car company is researching and producing them. In terms of traditional automobile manufacturing levels, there is a significant gap between domestic and foreign car companies. To overtake on a curve, new energy vehicles present an opportunity. However, it is not that easy, as there are still certain gaps in technology for components like engines. After touring the factory workshop, it was already noon. Lu Xinghe had reserved a private room at a hotel, and the group took a car to a nearby 5-star hotel. During the meal, Yi Chen asked Lu Xinghe, do you know Lu Jianan from the Lu Group? Lu Xinghe nodded, yes, he has a company that mainly deals in auto parts, and we have maintained a cooperative relationship with them. Yi Chen said, from today onwards, cut off all cooperation with Lu Jianan's company and find a new parts supplier. Finding a parts supplier is easy, but without orders from Guanghua Automobile Group, Lu Jianan's company would struggle. It wouldn't be easy for them to find a new car company. Lu Xinghe was momentarily stunned by his words. He didn't expect Yi Chen to say that. Mr. Yi, Lu Jianan is from the Lu Group. Yi Chen replied, I know. Before meeting you, I just met with the chairman of the Lu Group. Upon hearing this, Lu Xinghe dared not say anything further. All right, Mr. Yi, I will give orders to my subordinates right away. Yi Chen added, from now on, no cooperation is allowed with any company under Lu Jianan. Yes, Mr. Yi, rest assured, we will not cooperate with any company under Lu Jianan. Lu Xinghe had previously cooperated with Lu Jianan purely out of respect for the Lu Group. Now that the new chairman of the company had spoken, he dared not defy it. He could still distinguish the priorities. Yi Chen was now his superior, and he naturally obeyed Yi Chen's orders. After lunch, Yi Chen did not return to the company but went back to his residence at Huacheng Grand Hotel. That afternoon, Lu Jianan was busy in his office. His phone suddenly rang. Hello, what's up? President Lu, Guanghua Automobile Group has terminated cooperation with us. Lu Jianan was slightly taken aback. Guanghua Automobile Group has terminated cooperation with us? How is that possible? What happened? I don't know either, I just received the news from there. They said they have cut off cooperation and no longer need us to provide them with parts. Lu Jianan frowned slightly and said, I understand. After hanging up the phone, he called Lu Xinghe. Both were well-known figures in the business world of Guanghua City, so they naturally had each other's contact information. The phone rang twice before it connected. Lu Jianan asked, Lu, what's going on? I heard from my subordinates that your group has severed cooperation with my company? Lu Xinghe replied in a calm tone, Lu, I'm sorry, but there are some issues with the parts your company produces. You won't need to provide us with parts anymore. Lu Jianan said, Lu, we've been cooperating for so long, let's just be direct. Lu Xinghe responded, Lu, you've offended someone. Don't you know who it is? Lu Jianan was taken aback. Are you talking about Yi Chen? Does Yi Chen have that much power? Can he really influence Guanghua Automobile Group? Lu Xinghe replied, Lu, your information is a bit outdated. Mr. Yi just acquired 60% of Guanghua Automobile Group's shares. He is now the chairman of the group. Lu Jianan's expression froze. Yi Chen acquired 60% of Guanghua Automobile Group's shares? Guanghua Automobile Group is not a small company. It has a market value of nearly 200 billion. Acquiring 60% of the shares would require at least over 100 billion. How did he manage that? Did he use shares from Shanghai Technology Group to make the acquisition? That seems unlikely. Shanghai Technology Group still has great potential, and selling shares now would be foolish. Lu, that's all I have to say. Please don't contact me again. After saying that, Lu Xinghe hung up the phone. Lu Jianan listened to the busy tone on his phone, stunned. Could it be that Yi Chen acquired Guanghua Automobile Group just to deal with me? If that's the case, then he is truly terrifying. To deal with me, he spent over 100 billion to acquire shares in Guanghua Automobile Group. That afternoon, Guanghua Automobile Group also released an announcement, confirming the news and initiating a bidding process for parts suppliers. Many parts suppliers in the automotive industry perked up upon hearing this news. It was a great opportunity. Lu Hushuan and Lu Qingcheng also heard the news. Dad, what do you think about this? Lu Qingcheng asked. Lu Hushuan replied, could this be Mr. Ye's doing? Lu Qingcheng said, no way, can he really influence Guanghua Automobile Group? Just then, Lu Hushuan's phone suddenly rang, and he answered it. After a few seconds, he hung up. Yi Chen has acquired 60% of Guanghua Automobile Group's shares. He is now the chairman of Guanghua Automobile Group. Lu Qingcheng was stunned for a few seconds. Did he acquire Guanghua Automobile Group just to sanction Lu Jianan? That's quite a move. Lu Hushuan was also shocked. This is simply beyond words. Lu Zhengye and Lu Yingye also received the news. Where did he get so much money? Lu Nana exclaimed in surprise. Lu Yingye said, that's his mystery. If you knew his rise to power, you'd be even more surprised, because he went from having nothing to his current status in just a few months. A few months? Lu Nana's eyes widened. Lu Yingye continued, this person must have a tremendous background, otherwise, it would be impossible to achieve this. Without a powerful background, all of this wouldn't make sense. At the Huaqing International Hotel, in a top suite, Yi Chen sat on the sofa watching television, while Han Wanjing was beside him looking at her laptop. Young master, the market value of Shanghai Technology Group is approaching 1 trillion now. Yi Chen nodded calmly. Call Watanabe Takaharo and ask him for detailed information on Lu Qingcheng and Lu Hushuan. Yi Chen needed to understand Lu Qingcheng and Lu Hushuan in detail. Only after ensuring that there were no issues with them could he confidently hand over the research and development technology for Xingyan skincare products to Lu Qingcheng. Han Wanjing, alright, I'll have Watanabe Takaharo keep an eye on Lu Qingcheng. Yi Chen, later, we'll visit Lizi Group. You can tell a lot about a person from how they speak and act, so it's better to have more contact. The two left the hotel and headed to Lu's Group building. Lizi Group rented the 10th floor of this building for their office, with floors 20 to 30 designated as Lizi Group's office area. When Yi Chen and Han Wanjing arrived at Lizi Group, the female staff at the reception already recognized them. Chairman. They hurriedly greeted Yi Chen respectfully upon seeing him. Yi Chen nodded slightly in response, then he and Han Wanjing took the elevator to the 30th floor. On the 30th floor, Yi Chen arrived outside Lu Qingcheng's office and noticed that the adjacent office was undergoing renovations, with a nameplate already hung up indicating it was the chairman's office. Yi Chen knocked and walked in. Lu Qingcheng was sitting there handling company matters. She was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Yi Chen and quickly stood up, saying, Mr. Yi, you're here. Yi Chen nodded slightly. Busy, Lu? Lu Qingcheng, yes, I'm dealing with some company matters. Yi Chen, I'll be in Guanghua City for a few days. If there's anything urgent, report it to me in a timely manner. Alright, Mr. Yi. There's a proposal that needs your review regarding the promotion plan for our new product. After saying that, she took the proposal from her desk and handed it to Yi Chen. Yi Chen sat on the sofa and looked at the proposal. Recently, Lizi Group planned to launch a new product targeting the mid-range market. In the low-end market, Lizi Group had a significant advantage, occupying over 40% of the market share. The remaining share was taken by other skincare companies and various lesser-known brands. Now, Lizi Group wanted to enter the mid-range market. The mid-range market was the largest market, and every skincare group wanted a share of it. After reading the proposal, Yi Chen asked, is this new product expected to be launched by the end of the year? Lu Qingcheng, yes, we are currently preparing to supply the national market before the end of the year. Yi Chen, let's terminate this plan. Lu Qingcheng was taken aback. Mr. Yi, may I ask why? Is there a need for a reason? Yi Chen looked at her calmly. Lu Qingcheng stood there, a surge of anger rising within her. But she quickly calmed down. Yi Chen was now the master of the group. She could not defy his orders. She could only try to persuade Yi Chen with reasons. Mr. Yi, we have been researching this new product for over 6 months, and it is already very mature. The new product's effectiveness is comparable to most products in the mid-range market, and the market share is vast. If we can capture 20%, the group's profits will double. Moreover, this is also our opportunity to enter the mid-range market. The competition for products in the mid-range market is fierce. If we don't enter and compete for market share now, once it's divided among them, we may not have a chance to enter. Yi-chan sat quietly on the sofa, looking at her. Are you done? I'm done. I hope Mr. Yi can understand the situation in the industry. Yi-chan nodded slightly. I understand. You can get back to work. Lu Qingcheng, Mr. Yi, does that mean we will continue with our new product plan? Didn't I say to terminate it? Lu Qingcheng took a deep breath. She wanted to punch Yi-chan right then. Did you not hear anything I just said? Now, the deep-seated worries she had were finally coming true. When she sold her shares back then, she was worried that the new master of the group wouldn't understand the industry situation and would interfere in management. Lu Qingcheng continued patiently, Mr. Yi, we cannot terminate our new product plan, this is truly our opportunity. Yi-chan, Lu, do you not understand what I said? Lu Qingcheng, I understand, but I feel that Mr. Yi doesn't understand the industry. I'm saying this for the benefit of the company and you. Yi-chan, I have my own plans. Execute my orders and halt all new product development. Mr. Yi. Yi-chan, if it were another general manager from my other companies, they would have packed up and left by now. Lu Qingcheng was instantly infuriated. Why can't you listen to what I'm saying? It's really driving me crazy. She didn't say anything more and went to announce the order given by Yi-chan. The order had just been issued when the director of the product department arrived to inquire about the situation. Lu Qingcheng's answer was simple. It was the chairman's order. This left many people feeling resentful. Why was the new product development, which was going so well, suddenly halted? This new chairman doesn't understand and is giving blind orders. I'm tired. I need to rest for a while. Don't let anyone disturb me. After saying that, Yi-chan lay down on the sofa and started to sleep. Lu Qingcheng looked at him and took a deep breath. How can you still have the mood to sleep? Han Wanjing, President Lu, let's step outside for a moment. Lu Qingcheng and Han Wanjing left the office and went to the president's office. Yi-chan's office hadn't been renovated yet, so they had to temporarily use Lu Qingcheng's office. Arriving at the president's office, Lu Qingcheng looked at Han Wanjing and said, Assistant Han, could you talk to Mr. Yi about the new product? Persuade him, this is truly a good opportunity for us. Han Wanjing, President Lu, the decisions made by Mr. Yi are not something I can change. But don't worry too much, everything Mr. Yi does has its significance. Hearing her words, Lu Qingcheng sighed inwardly. What significance? I see you have a kind of blind admiration for this Mr. Yi. Lu Qingcheng fell into deep thought again, considering what method she could use to change Yi-chen's mind. The group had invested too much effort into the development of the new product, and now Yi-chen wanted to terminate it with just one sentence. She felt very unwilling. Although Lizzie Group is now worth hundreds of billions, Lu Qingcheng felt that this was just the beginning. When she founded Lizzie Group, her goal was to make it the world's top cosmetics and skincare group. Around 4 in the afternoon, Han Wanjing and Lu Qingcheng returned to the office, where Yi-chen was sound asleep. Mr. Yi. Han Wanjing gently woke him up. Yi-chen opened his eyes and saw the two of them. What's the matter? Han Wanjing, the president of the Guanghua Chamber of Commerce, is hosting a business banquet tonight. I heard you're in Guanghua City, and he specifically invited you to attend. Yi-chen, what time is it? Han Wanjing, the banquet starts at 7 in the evening, and President Lu will also be attending. Yi-chen looked at Lu Qingcheng. President Lu seems to be in a bad mood. How can I be in a good mood when you abruptly interrupted the new product plan? Lu Qingcheng, no, I'm in a pretty good mood. Yi-chen got up to wash up and then said to Han Wanjing, Wanjing, you can step outside for a bit. I have something to discuss with President Lu. Han Wanjing turned and left the office, leaving only Yi-chen and Lu Qingcheng inside. Lu Qingcheng felt a bit puzzled. Why did he keep me here alone? Yi-chen sat in her office chair. Does President Lu want to know why I want to terminate the new product plan? Lu Qingcheng shook her head slightly. I don't know. Perhaps Mr. Yi has his own deep meaning. Although she said this, she didn't truly believe it. Yi-chen handed her the contract on the desk. Take a look at this. Sign it, and I'll tell you why the new product plan is being terminated. Lu Qingcheng curiously took the contract and looked it over. When she finished reading the contents of the contract, she was stunned. This was essentially a contract of servitude, stipulating that she could only work for Lizzie Group in the future and could not enter any competing companies or create a new skincare company. The terms are written very clearly. If she signs this contract, she will no longer be able to leave the Lizzie Group. Mr. Yi, isn't this contract a bit too harsh? Yi-chen replied, it's fine, a normal contract. Lu Qingcheng said, the Lizzie Group is my life's work. I never thought about leaving it. Yi Chen responded, since that's the case, then just sign it. Lu Qingcheng asked, if I sign, will the new product plan proceed? If it can, then I will sign. Yi Chen replied, the new product plan cannot proceed. Why? Lu Qingcheng asked, puzzled. Yi Chen explained, because I have other product plans. Once you sign, I can show them to you. Lu Qingcheng was taken aback. A new product plan? What kind of product plan could he have? He wasn't even from this industry before. Did he acquire the Lizzie Group just for his new product plan? Lu Qingcheng fell into deep thought. Now she felt that Yi Chen's acquisition of the Lizzie Group's shares might not be so simple. After all, who would spend hundreds of billions to acquire a group without any action? Could it be that he really has a new product plan? Lu Qingcheng looked at the contract in front of her, hesitating for a few minutes before signing her name. She had feelings for the Lizzie Group, and she also owned nearly 20% of the shares. She didn't want to start over. Even if she did, it might not develop to this point again. After she signed, the contract already had legal effect. Yi Chen looked at her and said, come take a look. Lu Qingcheng curiously walked over to his side and looked at the computer screen. This was something Yi Chen had just written, taking nearly an hour. He hadn't been sleeping here, he had been thinking about the research and development technology for Xingyan skincare products. Then he thought of a way to bind Lu Qingcheng with a contract. Lu Qingcheng looked at the content on the computer. This is a new product's research and development technology. This new product includes skincare products for various demographics, with effects that surpass all skincare products on the market. Even high-end skincare products can't compare. Yi Chen sat there explaining to her. After he finished, he turned to look at Lu Qingcheng, who was leaning over to look at the computer. Seeing her exquisite face up close was breathtaking. Lu Qingcheng was too beautiful, any woman would pale in comparison to her. Yi Chen was a bit curious. Lu and Shun didn't look that impressive, so how could they have such a beautiful daughter? Is she really their biological child? Lu Qingcheng noticed his gaze and couldn't help but smile slightly. So you can be mesmerized too. Yi Chen snapped back to reality. You can sit down and look. He got up and walked to the sofa, and Lu Qingcheng sat in the chair. She had a good understanding of skincare products, having created the Lizzie Group. The new product research and development technology on the computer was very in-depth, and some of the technologies involved were beyond her understanding. This was definitely not a fake product technology. The product research and development technology detailed various effects of the product. As for whether the effects were really that good, it would need to be tested with the finished product. After Lu Qingcheng finished reading, she looked at him in surprise. Mr. Yi, did you write this? Yi Chen replied, who else could it be? Lu Qingcheng said, I remember my computer has a password. How did you open it? Yi Chen smiled, that kind of password is useless to me. He was a top computer expert. That kind of password could be broken easily. Lu Qingcheng asked, Mr. Yi, is the effect of this product really that good? Yi Chen replied, of course. Let's develop this new product. Once the finished product is out, we can test the effects. As for positioning, it's best to target the mid-range market. The mid-range market is the largest market in the skincare industry. Of course, the profits in the high-end market are much higher, with a set of skincare products costing tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands, making the profits quite substantial. At that time, we can enhance the product's effectiveness a bit more and then launch it in the high-end market. This way, we can occupy the high, medium, and low-end markets all at once. Lu Qingcheng said, I'll relay this right away and have them develop this product. She was already a bit impatient. If the results are truly as stated above, it would be terrifying. Lizzie Group could completely enter the international market with this product, thereby leaping to become a top-tier international skincare giant. Keep it confidential, Yi Chen said to her. Lu Qingcheng smiled slightly. Mr. Yi, rest assured, no one else will know the product's secret formula besides me. With complete R&D technology in hand, there was no need for a development period. They could go straight to production, and the finished product would be available soon. Yi Chen said, has Lu always told you that your smile is so beautiful it could lead people to crime? I think it's better for you to maintain a cool demeanor. Lu Qingcheng replied, being beautiful isn't my fault. Yi Chen asked with a smile, may I ask, Lu, do you have a lot of suitors? Lu Qingcheng said, it's okay, not many. Yi Chen estimated that the number of people pursuing her could probably form a strong faction. Lu Qingcheng's earlier gloomy mood had vanished. Around 6:30 in the afternoon, Lu Qingcheng said, Mr. Yi, let's go to the banquet. It's at the No. 8 banquet hall of the Huacheng Grand Hotel. Yi Chen replied, alright, let's go. The three of them left the company and drove to the Huacheng Grand Hotel. In the car, Yi Chen asked, Lu, who will be attending this banquet? Lu Qingcheng replied, It's all the big shots from the business world in Guangweiqing, most of whom are members of the Guanghua Chamber of Commerce, along with some company executives from other regions. Generally, those who can attend are worth over 100 million. Yi Chen said, such business banquets are really boring. If it weren't for the other party's invitation, I wouldn't bother attending. Lu Qingqing said, for someone of your level, it really is of no use. You are already an oligarch in a certain industry, and every day countless people are eager to have a meal with you. Yi Chen replied, Lu, you've misunderstood my point. I just don't like such occasions. Lu Qingqing continued, the Guanghua Chamber of Commerce holds business banquets every month to promote business exchanges and strengthen the commercial prosperity of Guangweiqing. Many business tycoons will attend tonight. Yi Chen asked, will the chairman of the Lu Group attend? Lu Qingqing said, probably not, but my father and the others will go. Yi Chen inquired, can I ask you a more private question? Lu Qingqing looked at him with her beautiful eyes, if it's too private, Mr. Yi, you might as well not ask. Yi Chen smiled and said, it's not that private, I just want to know if you are your father's biological daughter? Your dad doesn't look that great. Your dad looks good, Lu Qingqing shot back at him. Yi Chen replied, I'm just curious, no other meaning. Lu Qingqing said, of course, my dad and mom only have me as their daughter. Yi Chen remarked, then it must be your mother who is good looking, you take after her. Lu Qingqing said, Mr. Yi, you're also a top business mogul, why are you so gossipy? Yi Chen replied, Lu, I'm even younger than you, I'm not an old man. It's perfectly normal to be curious. Lu Qingqing said, Mr. Yi, you're worth billions at such a young age, I'm actually quite curious about how you did it. Yi Chen said, it's simple, I just sleep every day. Lu Qingqing rolled her eyes at him, are you telling me to go sleep and dream? Yi Chen replied, yes, who knows, maybe your dreams will come true. Half an hour later, the car arrived at the Huacheng Grand Hotel. Yi Chen, Lu Qingqing, and Han Wanjing got out of the car and walked towards the entrance of the hotel. Yi Chen, Manager Lu, I estimate I will return to Jianghai City tomorrow afternoon. The group's matters will be handled by you, and the new product needs to be developed as soon as possible. When I'm not around, you have full authority over the group's affairs. Contact me promptly if there are any major issues. Lu Qingqing nodded slightly, knowing that Yi Chen didn't have much time to manage the company. Ultimately, the group still needed her to oversee it. Lu Qingqing, Mr. Yi, rest assured, I will manage the company well. I will also research the new product as quickly as possible and then test its effectiveness. Yi Chen, Manager Lu has experience in this area, and I trust her capabilities. Lu Qingqing's ability to build Lizzie Group to its current stature in just a few years is beyond doubt. At her age, almost no one could achieve such a feat. Her business talent and skills far exceed those of her peers. In Guanghua City, Lu Qingqing is well known, hailed as the leading figure of the younger generation of the Lu Group. Her displayed business acumen astonishes even the older generation. Yi Chen and the others entered the hotel, where they were greeted by members of the business association in the lobby. They recognized Lu Qingqing, Manager Lu was here. Lu Qingqing smiled and nodded, this is Mr. Yi. The person looked at Yi Chen, momentarily taken aback, so Mr. Yi is this young, it's quite surprising. I'll take you and Manager Lu inside. He led Yi Chen and the others to the elevator and took them to the 8th banquet hall on the 23rd floor. Many people had already arrived in the banquet hall, with acquaintances gathering together, chatting and laughing. The crowd included both older and younger individuals, with seasoned business veterans and young elites. When Yi Chen, Lu Qingqing, and Han Wanjing walked in, they immediately attracted a lot of attention. Of course, the main focus was not on Yi Chen, but on Lu Qingqing beside him. Lu Qingqing's beauty and grace make her the center of attention wherever she goes. Even female stars from the entertainment industry pale in comparison to her. Yi Chen had seen many beautiful women, but none could compare to Lu Qingqing. Many people in the banquet hall were puzzled to see Lu Qingqing enter with a young man. Who is this person? How did he end up with Lu Qingqing? When has she ever attended a business event with a man? Moreover, they appeared to be chatting and laughing together. This scene made many young men present feel extremely envious. In Guanghua City's business world, Lu Qingqing is almost a goddess in the eyes of all the young generation. Qingqing is here. It's been a few days, and you're getting more and more beautiful. Old Lu is really lucky. A middle-aged man approached with a broad smile. Lu Qingqing, Uncle Yang, you always praise me like this every time we meet. I feel embarrassed. Yang Deming laughed heartily. What I say is all sincere. Is this Mr. Yi? Lu Qingqing nodded. Yes, this is Mr. Yi. Yang Deming quickly extended his hand. Hello, Mr. Yi. I am Yang Deming, the president of the Guanghua Business Association. I'm very glad you could attend our business banquet. Yi Chen shook his hand. You flatter me, President Yang. Mr. Yi, please come in. He led Yi Chen to a table in the banquet hall. Around the table sat 6 middle-aged men engaged in conversation, including Lu Hushuan, Lu Jianan, and Lu Zhengye. He did not recognize the other individuals. I'd like to introduce everyone. This is Mr. Yi Chen from Jianghai City, who happened to have business in Guanghua City. Upon learning this, I invited Mr. Yi over, Yang Deming introduced. Aside from Lu Hushuan and the other two, the expressions of the others slightly changed upon hearing his words. He is the chairman of Shanghai Technology Group, Yi Chen? The terrifying tycoon worth nearly $1 trillion? This is too young. Welcome, Mr. Yi. Someone greeted with a beaming smile. I didn't expect Mr. Yi to be so young, it's truly surprising. At first, I thought Mr. Yi was in his 40s or 50s, but I didn't expect him to be so young. Impressive. A few people immediately began to flatter him, which was a normal reaction given Yi Chen's current identity and status. Yi Chen smiled and nodded in response. Lu Qingqing followed closely beside Yi Chen. After all, he was unfamiliar with the place and needed more care. Yang Deming initially engaged in conversation with Yi Chen, being very enthusiastic. However, as more people arrived, Yang Deming, as the president of the Chamber of Commerce, went off to attend to his duties. Yi Chen sighed in relief as he saw Yang Deming leave. President Yang is really too enthusiastic. Lu Qingqing laughed and said, President Yang's family has several tech companies and has a certain demand for high-end chips, so he naturally wants to befriend Mr. Yi. Yi Chen nodded slightly, took a sip from a drink on the table, and then handed her another cup. President Lu, you should have some too. Lu Qingqing accepted it. Thank you. Yi Chen replied, no need to be polite. After taking a sip of her drink, Lu Qingqing spoke, did you see the people President Yang just welcomed? Yi Chen turned to look. I saw them. Why? Lu Qingqing replied, those are people from the Li family. Yi Chen was somewhat puzzled. People from the Li family? Lu Qingqing explained, there are 3 major business families in Guanghua City, the Lu family, the Li family, and the Yang family. President Yang is from the Yang family. Yi Chen nodded slightly. He really wasn't familiar with these matters. Which of these 3 business families is stronger? Yi Chen asked curiously. Lu Qingqing replied, actually, the differences aren't that significant. The Li family is an old established business family with a history of several hundred years. Their ancestors were merchants, and although they fell during the wars, they rose again. Our Lu family and the Yang family both rose in modern times. The 3 families mostly operate in different fields, though there is some competition in certain industries. While the two were chatting, a man and a woman walked straight over. President Lu, is this your friend? The man asked. Lu Qingqing replied, this is not my friend, this is my superior, Mr. Yi. Yang Kong was taken aback, looking at Yi Chen. Is this really the Yi Chen? So it's Mr. Yi, my apologies. Lu Qingqing introduced, Mr. Yi, this is President Yang's son, Yang Kong. Yi Chen said, young Master Yang, no need to be polite. Are you 2 old friends catching up? You can chat, I'll go to the restroom. After saying that, he walked out of the banquet hall, and Han Wanjing followed him out. Yang Kong actually came over mainly for Yi Chen, but he didn't expect Yi Chen to make an excuse to go to the restroom. Mr. Yi is quite different, Yang Kong said with a smile. Lu Qingqing also noticed Yi Chen's difference. Compared to other business tycoons, he didn't seem like one at all, he was more easygoing and even joked around. Being with him didn't carry the pressure typical of business giants. However, given Yi Chen's status, Lu Qingqing still spoke cautiously. Yang Yao remarked, Mr. Yi is so young, he looks even younger than me. Lu Qingqing replied, Mr. Yi is only 23, he's definitely younger than you. You and I are the same age. Yang Yao exclaimed, 23? So young and already so impressive. What kind of genius is he? Yang Kong cautioned, Xiao Yao, watch your words, if Mr. Yi hears you, he might get upset. Yang Yao stuck out her tongue, he shouldn't be that petty, and I'm just complimenting him. While the 3 were talking, another handsome man approached. What are you 2 chatting about? Yang Kong replied, nothing much, just idle talk. Li Ge, you're a bit late today. Li Mingliang said, there was some traffic on the way. After speaking, he looked at Lu Qingqing. President Lu, I heard that Yi Chen has invested in your Lizi group? Lu Qingqing nodded lightly, her expression indifferent, and said nothing more. The crisis her father faced this time was instigated by Lu Jianan and the Li family. Naturally, she had no good feelings towards Li Mingliang. However, the superficial relationship was still manageable. Li Mingliang said, Xingcheng, Brother Yang, I have a new project. I wonder if you are interested in getting involved. Yang Kong asked curiously, what new project? Li Mingliang replied, "It's over at Yahebe, there's interest in development from above. If we take over there, it's guaranteed profit." Yang Kong asked, "What's the profit margin? If it's too low, it's not worth it." Li Mingliang said, "Conservatively estimated, it could be around 30 to 40%, but we would only get about 10% after splitting." Lu Qingcheng replied, "I don't have that much capital right now, you all should handle it. That way, the profits can be higher." Lizi Group was about to develop new products, and all funds had to be invested in the new products. Lu Qingcheng's money was all tied up in Lizi Group, and she didn't want to do business with Li Mingliang. Such a person appeared handsome and suave on the surface but was actually a venomous snake, ready to bite at any moment. She had long seen through Li Mingliang's character. While the few of them were talking, Yi Chen returned. "Mr. Yi is back," Yang Kong said with a smile upon seeing him. Yi Chen nodded in response with a smile. Lu Qingcheng said, "Yi Chen, try the pastries from the hotel. They are a specialty of Guanghua City and very delicious." After saying that, she personally handed a piece to Yi Chen. Yi Chen took it and tasted it. "It's indeed good, I must take some back with me." Li Mingliang, seeing this scene, asked, "Qingcheng, who is this? Why don't you introduce me?" "This is Yi Chen, the chairman of Shanghai Technology Group, and now also the chairman of Lizi Group," Lu Qingcheng introduced. Li Mingliang was taken aback. "Yi Chen? Is he really that Yi Chen? So young?" "Yi Chen, this is Li Mingliang from the Li family." Yi Chen nodded slightly, not taking the initiative to greet him. Li Mingliang's status was not worthy. Even if his father were here, he would have to take the initiative to greet Yi Chen. Li Mingliang felt a bit displeased at Yi Chen's reaction. What an air! Does he really think of himself as a top tycoon in the business world? Your Shanghai Technology Group hasn't even produced high-end chips yet, and its current market value is merely the result of fervent speculation by numerous shareholders. He also did not take the initiative to greet Yi Chen. Yi Chen continued eating the pastries. "Qingcheng, how are these pastries made?" Lu Qingcheng smiled and explained the pastry-making process in detail. Li Mingliang felt extremely jealous at this scene. He had always liked Lu Qingcheng, and many people knew it. Lu Qingcheng's actions were also deliberately meant to show off to Li Mingliang. She knew that Li Mingliang liked her, and this was a way to retaliate against the Li family's actions. It was they who had colluded with Lu Jianan, causing her father's company to face a debt crisis. She had to sell shares of Lizi Group to raise funds to save her father's company. "Mr. Yi, you are here too," a voice suddenly sounded nearby. Yang Kong, Li Mingliang, and the others turned to look. They recognized the person as the general manager of Guanghua Automobile Group. It was said that 60% of Guanghua Automobile Group's shares had been acquired by Yi Chen. Yi Chen said, "General Lu is here too." Lu Xingha replied, "President Yang warmly invited me, so I came." Yi Chen said, "If there's nothing else, you can go ahead and be busy." "All right, Mr. Yi." Lu Xingha turned and left. Li Mingliang said, "I heard that Mr. Yi has cut off Guanghua Automobile Group's cooperation with Jianan Company?" Yi Chen glanced at him and said, "The matters of Guanghua Automobile Group are all handled by General Manager Lu. I generally do not interfere in the company's affairs. Since General Manager Lu has severed cooperation with Jianan Company, he must have his reasons." Li Mingliang replied, "The parts from Jianan Company are quite good. I think Mr. Yi should consider restoring their supply. Our Li Group is also a parts supplier for Guanghua Automobile Group." Lu Qingcheng, Yang Kong, and Yang Yao were taken aback by his words. Was he challenging Yi Chen? The Li Group supplies a large number of parts to Guanghua Automobile Group every month. If they were to cut off supply, it would have a significant impact on Guanghua Automobile Group. Some parts suppliers could be eliminated, but some key parts suppliers could not be removed, otherwise, it would be detrimental. Yi Chen looked at him with a calm expression. "What are you trying to express?" Li Mingliang's statement was essentially a threat to Yi Chen. "If you do not restore the parts supply from Jianan Group, then our Li Group will also consider cutting off the parts supply." Li Mingliang said, "Mr. Yi is a smart man, you should understand my meaning clearly." Yi Chen smiled faintly and waved to Lu Xingha, who had been watching from a distance. Seeing Yi Chen wave, Lu Xingha hurried over. "Mr. Yi, did you call for me?" Lu Xingha approached respectfully. Yi Chen said, "This young man from the Li family says that if you do not restore cooperation with Jianan Group, they will cut off the parts supply." Lu Xingha was taken aback and looked at Li Mingliang. "Young Master Li, are you sure?" Li Mingliang replied, "I am sure." Lu Xingha said, "Then from this moment on, Guanghua Automobile Group will sever all cooperation with the Li Group." Yang Kong, Yang Yao, and Lu Qingcheng were momentarily stunned by the decisive response. Even Li Mingliang was somewhat surprised. He did not expect Lu Xingha to respond so straightforwardly. At this moment, Li Mingliang felt a hint of panic. Li Mingliang said, "General Manager Lu, you need to think about the consequences. If our Li Group cuts off supply, your Guanghua Automobile Group's production will be greatly reduced." Lu Xingha replied, "Young Master Li, you underestimate our Guanghua Automobile Group. Parts agents are easy to find, it's just a matter of time. The delay won't cost much, and for Mr. Yi, it's just a drop in the bucket." He then called someone to inform them about the matter. From this moment on, Guanghua Automobile Group severed its cooperative relationship with the Li Group. Yi Chen was very satisfied with Lu Xinghe's actions. Good, he had potential. "Mr. Yi, you are here. General Manager Deng is looking for you," Yang Deming said as he brought over a middle-aged man in his 50s. Deng Yushan approached Yi Chen quickly. "Hello, Mr. Yi. I am Deng Yushan from Hike Group. I spoke with your assistant on the phone earlier." Yi Chen shook hands with him. "So it's General Manager Deng. I've heard much about you." Deng Yushan said, "Mr. Yi, you flatter me, I'm not that famous. Hike Group has a considerable reputation in the domestic smart lock industry. Although the group's market value is not terrifying, it is a leading large group in the smart lock sector. The profits of such industry-leading groups are generally good." Deng Yushan is also a well-known business tycoon in Guanghua City. Lu Qingcheng and the others were somewhat surprised to see that Yi Chen knew Deng Yushan. Yi Chen and Deng Yushan began to chat, while Li Mingliang quietly left. The two talked for a while and then went to sit at a table in the banquet hall. The table was filled with business tycoons from Guanghua City, with members of the Yang and Lu families present, while the Li family members and other business leaders sat at a nearby table. Everyone chatted while eating. Lu Jianin did not speak throughout, he was not in the mood to talk. After dinner, everyone gradually left the hotel. Yi Chen also planned to return to his hotel room to rest, but Yang Deming called out to him, "Mr. Yi, can we talk privately?" Yi Chen replied, "What is it, Chairman Yang? We can talk in my room." Yang Deming, along with his son and daughter, followed Yi Chen to his hotel accommodation. Once seated, Yi Chen looked at Yang Deming and curiously asked, "What do you need from me, Chairman Yang?" Yang Deming said, "Mr. Yi, several main groups under our Yang Group have a significant demand for chips, so we would like to engage in deep cooperation with Shanghai Technology Group." Yi Chen responded, "You can just talk to General Manager Yang of Shanghai Technology Group about this. I generally don't handle group matters, as they are managed by the General Manager." Yang Deming chuckled awkwardly, "Mr. Yi may not be aware, but currently, Shanghai Technology Group's orders are booked for 3 years ahead. Although the Yang Group is a well-known large group in Guanghua City, it can only be considered medium-sized on a national level, and thus has not established a cooperative relationship with Shanghai Group." Yi Chen did not rush to answer but was deep in thought. Every matter requires weighing the pros and cons. He could not help the Yang Group for no reason. Yang Deming understood the key point as well. He continued, "Mr. Yi, if you have any needs in the future, please feel free to ask. Our Yang Group will definitely do our utmost." Yi Chen replied, "I understand Chairman Yang's intention. I will call General Manager Yang shortly to discuss this matter." Yang Deming said, "All right, Mr. Yi, I won't disturb your rest any longer." Yi Chen instructed, "Wan Jing, see Chairman Yang off." After Yang Deming and his family left, Yi Chen called Yang Xingqing of Shanghai Group. The call was quickly connected. "Mr. Yi, you were looking for me?" Yi Chen asked, "How is the equipment research going?" "The first piece of equipment has been developed today, and we conducted tests in the afternoon. We are currently testing the performance of the high-end chips produced." Yi Chen inquired, "How much in orders has the group received so far?" Yang Xingqing replied, "The order amount has reached 150 billion. Yi Chen said, "I heard the new orders are booked for 3 years ahead?" Yang Xingqing confirmed, "That's about right. After all, our initial production capacity won't be very high." Yi Chen instructed, "We need to accelerate the increase in the number of chip equipment, regardless of the cost, while also enhancing cooperation with the upstream and downstream supply chains to have them provide equipment parts in bulk, with core components produced in-house." Yang Xingqing responded, "Understood, Mr. Yi." Yi Chen added, "If funds are insufficient, then borrow as much as you can. Invest all the funds into chip equipment production. I believe many banks would be eager to lend us money. Shanghai Technology Group has a very promising development outlook, and banks are willing to lend to such potential companies. The likelihood of Shanghai Technology Group going bankrupt is very low, and the future potential is vast." Yang Xingqing cautioned, "Mr. Yi, if we take too big a step at the beginning, there could be certain risks. If we proceed steadily, it will be very safe." Yi Chen replied, "I can't wait that long, just follow my plan." "Mr. Yi, several large groups have contacted me, expressing interest in investing in our Shanghai Technology Group, and the offered price is quite high. Yi Chen asked, "What price?" Yang Xingqing explained, "Our current market value is around 1 trillion. They are willing to acquire 5% to 10% of our shares at a valuation of 1.3 trillion. If the acquisition is based on a valuation of 1.3 trillion, then 10% of the shares would amount to 130 billion. However, Yi Chen did not intend to sell, as the group currently does not lack funds, with plenty of banks willing to lend them money. Moreover, if Shanghai Technology Group truly develops, its market value will far exceed this figure. Yi Chen, the shares won't be sold for now, let's talk about it later. The Yang Group from Guanghua City has contacted me, so you can sign the order contract with them later. Yang Xingqing, understood, Mr. Yi. If they follow Yi Chen's plan to use all their funds to produce chip equipment, their output will increase significantly in a short time. However, the danger lies in the company's high debt, fearing that they might end up with more expenses than income. If foreign chip giants lift their blockade and then lower prices to compete for customers, it would pose a significant crisis for Shanghai Technology Group. With profits not being that high and market share being taken by foreign giants, if a debt crisis erupts, it could very well spell the end for Shanghai Technology Group. Of course, the country wouldn't allow Shanghai Technology Group to go bankrupt, but by that time, even if they survive, they would suffer greatly, and the group might even change ownership. This is what Yang Xingqing is worried about, and he has expressed this to Yi Chen. However, Yi Chen remains steadfast in his decision, and Yang Xingqing can only comply. Han Wanjing, young master, what Mr. Yang said makes sense. If we develop too quickly, the group's debt issue could become quite serious. Yi Chen, it's fine, money isn't a problem. Don't worry about the group's debt. Considering Yi Chen's recent activities, acquiring 60% of Guanghua Automobile Group must have cost over 100 billion in cash. Just how much cash flow does Yi Chen have? Even Han Wanjing doesn't know the answer. Since becoming Yi Chen's assistant, Han Wanjing has roughly calculated that the shares Yi Chen has acquired must have cost several hundred billion at least. If Yi Chen isn't worried about the group's debt crisis, it likely means he has a substantial cash flow. At that moment, Yi Chen's phone suddenly rang. It was a call from Wang Junfeng of Tianlong International Security Company. Mr. Yi, we should have identified all their strongholds. It's time to close the net. The longer we wait, the higher the risk of them discovering us, Wang Junfeng said. Yi Chen, then let's close the net. You assist from the side, don't let a single one escape. Wang Junfeng, rest assured, Mr. Yi. After hanging up, Wang Junfeng called the relevant authorities. This kind of operation isn't suitable for them to handle directly. Yi Chen initially wanted to check the video footage from the tracking card but found that the tracking card's validity had expired. Yi Chen, Wanjing, get some rest. We'll return to Shanghai City after the exhibition tomorrow. Han Wanjing nodded slightly. Alright, young master. Back in his room, Yi Chen had a video call with Xia Qing for a while before planning to sleep. Congratulations, host, on completing the auxiliary capture mission for the assassin. A total of 34 people were captured, and the merit point reward is halved, totaling 1,700 merit points. Yi Chen was slightly taken aback upon hearing the system's voice. Can this also earn merit points? Did Wang Junfeng's operation succeed? Sure enough, at that moment, Wang Junfeng called again. Sir, the operation was successful. There wasn't a single fish that got away. Yi Chen, okay, I understand. After hanging up, Yi Chen opened the merit point shop in the system. He now has 1,800 merit points, enough to purchase several item cards. In fact, Yi Chen is currently more interested in buying fragments of the Xingfeng generation mecha, but they are too expensive. The fragments require 10,000 merit points. Yi Chen had to settle for those item cards, purchasing 5 enhanced surprise cards, which cost 500 merit points. He bought 5 tracking cards for 250 merit points. Yi Chen looked through the item shop and spotted an item card. Danger warning card. After use, it can preemptively warn of danger. Each card can warn of danger 3 times. This item card is quite useful. It has no expiration limit, only a usage limit. If there are no warnings, the item card will remain valid. Now that Yi Chen's identity and status are rising, the dangers he faces are also increasing. Many people were watching him, and it was possible that one day someone would come after him. This danger warning card was indeed very necessary. Yi Chen bought 5 of them, spending 500 merit points, leaving him with 505 merit points. After some thought, he bought 5 attribute cards, ultimately leaving him with 50 merit points. He used the 5 attribute cards directly, and several of his attribute values reached 90 points, just 10 points away from the maximum of 100. Then Yi Chen lay down to sleep and rest. The next morning, around 6 o'clock. Congratulations to the host for making a dream come true, receiving 100 billion Hualong coins. Yi Chen heard the system's voice and smiled. A group debt crisis? Not a problem, a good sleep could solve it. He washed up, got out of bed, and left the room, where Han Wanjing had just come out wearing loose, baggy pajamas. Good morning, young master, Han Wanjing said lazily. Yi Chen asked, did you not sleep well last night? Han Wanjing chuckled awkwardly, I played on my phone a bit too late. Yi Chen said, notify the hotel staff to bring breakfast. A few minutes later, the waiter delivered breakfast. Young master, it's time for breakfast, Han Wanjing said as she sat down at the dining chair. Danger warning, the breakfast contains deadly poison, which can be fatal within seconds. The system's voice suddenly echoed in Yi Chen's mind. The danger warning card he purchased last night was working. Yi Chen paused for a moment. Wanjing, don't eat yet. Han Wanjing looked at him curiously. What's wrong, young master? Yi Chen replied, there's poison in this breakfast. Han Wanjing was startled and quickly stood up from her chair. Young master, you're not joking, are you? Yi Chen said, call Lu Zhengye and ask him to come over. Lu Zhengye was the head of the Huachang Grand Hotel, and such an incident naturally required his attention. Moreover, Yi Chen needed to see if Lu Zhengye knew about this matter. He wondered if the Lu family was behind it. At that moment, Lu Zhengye was at home and was somewhat surprised to receive Han Wanjing's call. However, Han Wanjing did not directly mention the issue but asked him to come to the hotel for an important matter. More than 10 minutes later, Lu Zhengye arrived at the suite where Yi Chen was staying. Mr. Yi, you called for me? Lu Zhengye asked curiously as he entered. Yi Chen pointed to the breakfast on the table and said, Mr. Lu, you really have some skills, putting deadly poison in my breakfast. Lu Zhengye was taken aback. Mr. Yi, what are you talking about? Yi Chen replied, you should know better than I do. Does your Lu family really want me dead? Lu Zhengye said, Mr. Yi, there must be some misunderstanding here, let me investigate. Yi Chen was unsure whether this matter was related to the Lu family. Regardless of the connection, he decided to treat it as if there was one. This way, if it turned out there was no connection, they would surely do everything they could to clear their name. Yi Chen looked at him expressionlessly. I'll give you 3 days. If you can't find the culprit, don't blame me for being rude to your Lu family. Sweat began to bead on Lu Zhengye's forehead. He could see that Yi Chen was genuinely angry. Anyone would be. Mr. Yi, I will investigate right away. Lu Zhengye hurriedly made a call, instructing the hotel security to seal off the hotel exits. At the same time, he had the breakfast taken away for testing. The test results came back quickly, confirming that the breakfast indeed contained deadly poison, lethal enough to kill within about 10 seconds. Lu Zhengye arranged for an investigation of the hotel surveillance, from the waiter who delivered the meal to the hotel kitchen. All these areas had surveillance cameras. By 7 o'clock, Yi Chen and Han Wanjing left the hotel and casually bought some breakfast from a roadside vendor. This pancake tastes like the ones I used to have at work, Yi Chen said while eating in the car. Han Wanjing replied, I used to love eating pancakes when I was in college, but I haven't had them much since. At 8 o'clock in the morning, Yi Chen and Han Wanjing arrived at the exhibition in Guanhua City. By this time, quite a few people had already gathered inside the exhibition hall, with many companies having set up their products in their respective spots. Most of the attendees were professionals and media reporters, with only a few ordinary people present. Yi Chen and Han Wanjing made their way to the area where Hike Group was located, and Deng Yushan was already there. He was speaking with several staff members. Mr. Yi has arrived, Deng Yushan said, hurrying over to greet him. Yi Chen smiled and asked, has everything been set up, General Manager Deng? Deng Yushan nodded with a smile. Yes, everything is ready. We're discussing the prize money. What prize money? Yi Chen asked curiously. Deng Yushan explained, I plan to set up a promotional advertisement. Whoever can crack our smart door lock will be rewarded with a certain amount of money. Mr. Yi, how much do you think the prize should be? Yi Chen replied, that's a good promotional strategy. The higher the prize, the better the publicity. 100 million should be quite appealing. Deng Yushan had initially thought of setting it at 10 million, which is not a small sum for anyone. Alright, then it will be 100 million. I have great confidence in our new product, he said. Deng Yushan then had someone prepare the promotional sign. The sign boldly displayed a striking line, if you can crack our company's new smart door lock, you will be rewarded with 100 million. The exhibition featured nearly 100 smart lock companies, both large and small, including many foreign enterprises. Each company showcased its new products. However, no company dared to gamble on 100 million, as they lacked confidence in their products. At 9 o'clock, the exhibition officially began, and a large number of media reporters entered. They first interviewed several of the larger domestic smart lock groups. Soon, they arrived at Hike Group's area, and upon seeing the promotional sign, the reporters were momentarily stunned. They interviewed Deng Yushan, who provided a detailed introduction to the group's new product and allowed the reporters to try it out. The reporters were amazed by Hike Group's new smart lock product. The voice mode was universal, and it could also be switched to fingerprint, retina, facial recognition, and other modes. Of course, multiple modes could be set simultaneously, making it the highest level of security. All modes must be passed for the lock to open. This new smart lock integrated multiple functions, making it very powerful, convenient, and most importantly, secure. Hike Group offered a 100 million prize, promising that anyone who could crack this new smart lock would receive a cash reward of 100 million. The location of Hike Group at the exhibition immediately attracted a large number of media reporters and professionals. They were captivated by this new smart lock because it was truly intelligent. The chip performance required for the smart lock did not need to be too high, as the functions were simple and did not require high-performance chips. Mid-range performance chips were more than sufficient. That morning, Hike Group became the star of the exhibition, overshadowing many well-known established lock companies both domestically and internationally. Meanwhile, the media reporters extensively reported online, especially about the 100 million prize, which was an enticing gimmick. On the other side, within the Lu Group, Lu Yingye's expression turned extremely serious upon learning that Yi Chen's breakfast had been poisoned. He called in Lu Zhengye, Lu Jianan, Lu Hushuan, and others. Lu Yuanji was not in Guanghua City, he was on a business trip abroad. Lu Yingye looked solemnly at the group. This morning, a deadly poison was found in Mr. Ye's breakfast. Lu Hushuan and Lu Qingcheng's expressions changed slightly upon hearing this. Lu Jianan's face remained calm, as if he hadn't heard anything. Is Mr. Yi alright? Lu Qingcheng asked. Lu Yingye replied, fortunately, Mr. Yi discovered it in time and didn't have breakfast, otherwise, it would have led to irreparable consequences. Lu Qingcheng and Lu Hushuan breathed a sigh of relief. It was good that Mr. Yi was fine. Lu Yingye continued, if this matter gets out, who would dare to stay at our Lu Group's Huacheng Grand Hotel in the future? Lu Hushuan asked, Chairman, has the murderer been caught? Who did it? Lu Yingye replied, yes, it was the chef who made breakfast, but he hasn't revealed who was behind it. He only said he has a hatred for the rich. I hope this matter has nothing to do with anyone in the group, otherwise, the consequences will be severe. Lu Jianan said, Sixth uncle, what do you mean by that? Are you suspecting me of being the murderer? Lu Yingye looked at him with a calm gaze, but you are a suspect. It's best if this matter has nothing to do with you, or you will implicate our entire Lu Group. Do you think you can scheme against Yi Chen's means and background? Go find out what happened to those who opposed him in Zhanghai City. At that moment, Lu Zhengye's phone suddenly rang. He glanced at it. It's a call from Mr. Yi. Quick, answer it. Lu Zhengye picked up the phone. Mr. Yi. Yi Chen asked, have you found the murderer? Lu Zhengye replied, yes, it's the chef who made breakfast at the hotel. He has already been detained. Yi Chen said, I'm on my way back to the hotel, Mr. Lu should come too. I want to meet that murderer. All right, Mr. Yi, I'll head over right now. After hanging up, Lu Zhengye and the others followed suit. Lu Jianan did not go because it was indeed he who had someone do it secretly. At the Huacheng International Grand Hotel, at 11:30, Yi Chen and Han Wanjing returned to the hotel. Lu Yingye and his group were already waiting for them. Upon seeing Yi Chen and the others enter the hotel, Lu Yingye hurried over. Mr. Yi, you're back. I'm very sorry for what happened today. Yi Chen's expression was calm. Take me to see that murderer. Lu Zhengye said, Mr. Yi, please follow me. A few people led Yi Chen to the outside of a private room. There were security personnel watching outside the room, and inside, hotel security was watching a middle-aged man. This is the person, Mr. Yi, Lu Zhengye said. Yi Chen looked at the middle-aged man, who was also looking at him. What did he say? Yi Chen asked Lu Zhengye. Lu Zhengye shook his head. He didn't say anything, just that he has a hatred for the rich. Yi Chen opened the system's merit store and found the truth card. Fortunately, he had 50 merit points, enough to buy one. After purchasing the truth card, Yi Chen directly used it on the middle-aged man. A golden light entered the man's head. Of course, only Yi Chen could see this scene, the others could not. Yi Chen took a chair and sat in front of the middle-aged man. Have you heard of hypnosis? The middle-aged man replied honestly, I have heard of it. Lu Yingye and Lu Qingcheng stood by, watching Yi Chen. What was he going to do? Hypnosis? Isn't that just a rumor? Yi Chen had a faint smile on his lips. Do you believe in the existence of hypnosis? I do. Yi Chen asked, then tell me, Who instructed you to poison my breakfast? It was the assistant beside Mr. Lu. Lu Yingye and the others' faces changed dramatically upon hearing this. Lu Qingqing's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Yi Chen and the chef. Yi Chen continued to ask, which Mr. Lu are you referring to? Mr. Lu Dejuan. Yi Chen turned to Lu Yingye. Is Lu Dejuan one of your Lu family? Lu Qingcheng, Lu Dejuan is Lu Jianin's youngest son, which means he is Lu Dehui's brother. Yi Chen, why did Lu Dejuan's assistant come to you? The chef, I used to work for President Lu. I entered the Huacheng Grand Hotel at President Lu's request, to act as an informant here. Lu Zhenye was taken aback. Lu Jianin, you really are something. You had already arranged for your own people in the hotel. Yi Chen, how did you get in touch with Lu Dejuan's assistant? I can't reach him now, he went abroad before he could brief me. Yi Chen narrowed his eyes. The arrangement was indeed perfect. Now he knew everything he wanted to know. This matter was instigated by Lu Dejuan. And behind Lu Dejuan should be his father, Lu Jianin. Yi Chen turned to Lu Yingye. Where is Lu Dejuan now? Lu Qingcheng, he left the country a couple of days ago. Lu Yingye, Mr. Yi, rest assured, our Lu group will definitely give you an explanation regarding this matter. Yi Chen, I would like to hear how Chairman Lu plans to explain this to me. Lu Yingye paused and said, I need to convene a board meeting to discuss this matter. Yi Chen, then Chairman Lu can discuss it. I will be heading back to Zhanghai City this afternoon. After saying that, he stood up and walked out of the room. Lu Yingye and the others could see that Yi Chen was somewhat angry, but there was nothing they could do. They could only discuss it through the board meeting. Yi Chen and Han Wanjing returned to their room, tidied up a bit, and then planned to head to the airport. Lu Qingcheng knocked and walked in. Mr. Yi, are you leaving this afternoon? Yi Chen nodded. I've stayed in Guangweiqing long enough, it's time to go back. Lu Qingcheng, aren't you going to stay a few more days? I estimate that our group's finished products will be ready in a few days. Yi Chen, once the finished products are out, you can test their effects. If there are no issues, prepare for market launch. Lu Qingcheng, you trust me that much? Yi Chen, if you don't trust someone, don't use them. If you use someone, trust them. I'm willing to show you the secret formula, so naturally, I don't worry about other things. Lu Qingcheng walked over to him and whispered, Yi Chen, do you really know hypnosis? Remembering what had just happened, Lu Qingcheng was filled with curiosity. Now she felt that Yi Chen was becoming more and more mysterious. Yi Chen looked at her smiling face. Didn't you just see it? Do you want to experience it yourself? After saying that, Yi Chen looked her up and down, admiring her flawless figure and face. Lu Qingcheng rolled her eyes at him. Can you be serious? Yi Chen, am I not serious now? A bit. Yi Chen, let's talk about something serious. Do you know Lu Dejuan well? Lu Qingcheng shook her head. Not really, he spends most of his time abroad and rarely comes back. I don't see him even once a year. Yi Chen, what has he been doing abroad? Does he have a company there? Lu Qingcheng, no, he never manages the company's affairs. He's very mysterious, and no one knows what he does abroad. At that moment, Han Wanjing walked in. Young master, everything is packed. Yi Chen, then let's go. Lu Qingcheng, Mr. Yi, I'll see you off. The group went to the underground parking lot and then drove to the airport. On the way, Lu Qingcheng spoke up, Mr. Yi, the chef's words cannot be considered evidence unless he can provide some solid proof. Yi Chen, I know. Lu Qingcheng, the board probably won't have any good results either. Yi Chen smiled and said nothing. Because he had already taken action against Lu Jianin, he had met Lu Jianin, so he could directly use the enhanced version of the accident card on him. Half an hour later, they arrived at the airport. Lu Qingcheng accompanied them to the plane before finally leaving. Just out of the airport, Lu Qingcheng received a call from her father, Lu Heshuan. What's wrong, Dad? Lu Heshuan, has Mr. Yi left? Lu Qingcheng, he just left, I just saw them off to the plane. Lu Heshuan, Lu Jianan just died. Lu Qingcheng's expression froze. Died? How did he die? Lu Heshuan, the driver drove the car into the river, and both drowned. Lu Qingcheng looked a bit surprised. That's too coincidental, isn't it? Lu Heshuan, yes, it's too coincidental. His son just poisoned Mr. Yi, and right after that, he died. This kind of coincidence is just too coincidental. Lu Qingcheng, I was with him the whole time. He didn't make any calls or do anything else. I watched him board the plane. Lu Heshuan, that's the terrifying part about him, mysterious and unfathomable. Lu Qingcheng was astonished. How? How did he do that? Lu Heshuan, I don't know. Those who opposed him in Zhanghai City also died in such coincidences. One was electrocuted while taking a shower, and another apparently fell to his death down the stairs. Lu Qingcheng, these people are just too unlucky, aren't they? Lu Hushuan, anyway, anyone who crosses Yi Chen will end up unlucky. Some in the industry have already started calling him the Plague God. Upon hearing the term Plague God, Lu Qingqing couldn't help but smile. That title was indeed quite fitting. Lu Jianan offended him, and the driver drove the car straight into the river, drowning him. Now, Lu Qingqing felt that Yi Chen was becoming more and more mysterious. She didn't believe Lu Jianan's death was an accident because it was too coincidental. But to say that Yi Chen did it, there was no evidence at all. Yi Chen didn't even make a call, and Lu Qingqing had been with him the entire time. Lu Qingqing had a pretty good impression of Yi Chen. He didn't have any ulterior motives because of her looks, although he joked occasionally. That was quite normal. Usually, men didn't dare to joke in front of her, pretending to be serious, which instead seemed a bit too pretentious. Yi Chen was genuinely himself and didn't pretend to be a gentleman. This was also why she had a good impression of him. If Yi Chen had come on pretending to be a suave gentleman, she would have found it off-putting. In fact, at Yi Chen's level and status, there was no need to pretend at all. On the plane, Yi Chen also received the news of Lu Jianan's death. "Young master, would you like something to drink?" Han Wanjing asked softly. "Yi Chen, get me a glass of juice." Han Wanjing called the flight attendant in and ordered 2 glasses of juice. When the juice arrived, Han Wanjing took a sip and said after a few seconds, "Young master, this should be safe." Yi Chen smiled wryly. "You're overthinking it. No matter how skilled those people are, they couldn't arrange something like that on this plane, because no one knew which plane they were taking. Moreover, boarding the plane would go through strict checks, whether for people or food." At around 3:40 p.m., at Shanghai International Airport, Yi Chen, Han Wanjing, and a group of bodyguards walked out of the airport. There were already people waiting for them at the exit, as Han Wanjing had arranged everything. By the time they got home, it was nearly 5 p.m. Xia Qing, Xia Meng, and Yi Meng were sitting at home watching TV. They knew Yi Chen was coming back this afternoon, so they didn't go out to play. "Brother-in-law, you're back," Xia Meng said with a smile when she saw him. Yi Chen changed his shoes and sat on the sofa. "Aren't you guys going out for a drive?" "Yi Meng, Sister Xia Qing said you were coming back this afternoon, so we didn't go out." "Brother, my driving skills are pretty good now." "Xia Qing, did you finish dealing with the matters in Manhwa City?" Yi Chen nodded. "Yes, it's all taken care of. Have you missed me these past few days?" Xia Qing's face flushed slightly as she shot him a glance. Yi Meng and Xia Meng were right there. How could she answer that? Yi Meng and Xia Meng stifled their laughter beside her. "Yi Chen, by the way, where's Fei Fei? I haven't seen her." "Xia Qing, Fei Fei's parents came back a couple of days ago and took her to her grandparents' house in Sioux City." Han Wanjing finished tidying up and went to make dinner. On the other side, Shanghai Technology Group held a press conference in the afternoon. At this press conference, Shanghai Technology Group announced the testing performance of their first high-end chip, the Shanghai Generation chip. The chip's name is directly derived from the group's name, symbolizing that the small chip contains a vast starry sea. Of course, the testing time for the chip's performance was a bit short, but based on the stability it has shown so far, there shouldn't be any issues even with long-term testing. The performance data of the high-end chip announced by Shanghai Technology Group is even better than that of other high-end chips on the market, with stronger stability. This news delighted many technology companies and groups. Initially, they were worried about the stability of Shanghai Technology Group's high-end chip performance. Now, seeing the experimental data, they are quite satisfied. The news spread rapidly both domestically and internationally, with most media outlets in the country reporting on the matter. Some self-media accounts also jumped on the bandwagon to analyze and report on Shanghai Technology Group's high-end chip. Now, just by opening their phones, people can almost see news about Shanghai Technology Group's high-end chip everywhere. Shanghai Technology Group also announced that the group would invest 300 billion yuan to build a high-end chip production line, aiming to mass-produce high-end chips in the shortest time possible. Major foreign media outlets are also reporting on Shanghai Technology Group's high-end chip. Upon seeing the performance data of Shanghai Technology Group's high-end chip, foreign chip giants felt a bit panicked. Their technological monopoly advantage has vanished today. The Shanghai Technology Group from Hualong country has indeed developed a high-end chip, and its performance is even better than theirs. Several foreign chip giants hurriedly held a video conference to respond to the rise of Shanghai Technology Group. Hualong Seaview Villa Community. Yi Chen and Xia Qing were watching TV and chatting. Suddenly, his phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number. Yi Chen answered the call. "Hello, who is this? Is this Mr. Yi? I am Li Ziwei from Guanghua City." Yi Chen felt a bit puzzled. Li Ziwei? Who is this person? Could he be from the Li family in Guanghua City? "What can I do for you, Mr. Li?" Yi Chen asked curiously. "Li Ziwei, I heard that Guanghua Automobile Group and the Li Group have severed their cooperative relationship? Yi Chen, yes. Li Ziwei, I hope you can reconcile. After all, they are both enterprises from Guanghua City, and we should work together and help each other. The phrase work together and help each other is not suitable for the Li Group. Yi Chen, if there's nothing else, I'll hang up. I need to eat. After saying that, he hung up the phone. Li Ziwei was slightly taken aback, not expecting Yi Chen to hang up on him directly. Does he not know my identity? After hanging up, Yi Chen thought for a moment and sent a message to Lu Qingcheng. Just now, someone named Li Ziwei called me. Is he from the Li family? Lu Qingcheng quickly replied, you don't know Li Ziwei? He's a big leader from Guanghua City. What did he call you about? Yi Chen, he mentioned the cooperation issue between Guanghua Automobile Group and the Li Group, wanting us to continue cooperating. Lu Qingcheng, how did you respond? Yi Chen, I ignored him and hung up. Dude, you're impressive. Yi Chen, I didn't know who he was, and besides, he was meddling a bit too much in this matter. Lu Qingcheng, aren't you afraid he might target your Guanghua Automobile Group? Yi Chen, does he dare? Lu Qingcheng, if he's a smart person, he indeed wouldn't dare. Guanghua Automobile Group is a well-known large enterprise in Guanghua City, not something Li Ziwei can easily touch. The most important point is that even if he did, it wouldn't affect Yi Chen at all. He doesn't care about this bit of industry. If he moves against it, he would completely offend Yi Chen. The background Yi Chen has shown is also quite extraordinary. Li Ziwei might not dare to target Yi Chen. Young master, young lady, dinner is ready, Han Wanjing said as she came out of the kitchen. Yi Chen and the others washed their hands and began to eat dinner. After dinner, Yi Chen and Xia Qing watched some television before heading back to their room. The two enjoyed a sweet intimacy, as if they were newlyweds. The next morning, Yi Chen woke up at 7, and the system's voice did not sound. He didn't pay it any mind, and after sitting with Xia Qing for a bit of exercise, he washed up and went downstairs. Yi Meng and Xia Meng were already up, sitting on the sofa chatting. What are you two talking about? Yi Chen asked curiously. Yi Meng replied, brother, the college entrance exam results are out today. We need to go back tomorrow. There are some things we need to handle at school. Yi Chen said, oh, I'll have someone take you back then. Yi Meng asked, brother, can we drive back? Yi Chen shot her a glance, no, it's too far from home, and you just learned to drive. If you want to drive, I'll have someone deliver the car directly to your home. Yi Meng said, no need to send it, we might come back after we finish our business. Yi Chen replied, then just come back after you're done. After breakfast, Xia Qing said to Yi Chen, I'm going to the company to take a look, I haven't been there for many days. Yi Chen replied, okay, go ahead. Xia Qing took a car to the Longxing Group headquarters. She hadn't been there for almost half a month. At 9 in the morning, Yi Meng and Xia Meng started checking their scores on the computer. Yi Chen and Han Wanjing watched from the side. They opened the official website, and Yi Meng was the first to enter her ID number, revealing her total score, 653 points. Below were the scores for each subject. Yi Chen smiled and said, not bad, Wanjing. Can this score get into Jianhai University? It should be fine, Miss Yi is really impressive, scoring even more than I did back then, Han Wanjing replied with a smile. They then checked Xia Meng's score, which was even higher at 672 points. Both of their scores were quite high, and they immediately called home to share the news. Xia Meng's score could probably get her into Tsinghua or Peking University in Longdu City. Yi Chen called Chen Wanjing, wanting to get Yang Shuiao's phone number and ask about the admission scoreline for Jianhai University. Is there something you need? Chen Wanjing's voice came through the phone. Yi Chen said, can you give me your mentor's number? I need to ask her something. Chen Wanjing replied, what do you need my mentor for? You don't have any thoughts about her, do you? Yi Chen joked, doesn't your mentor still not have a boyfriend? Seems like she's not that young anymore. Chen Wanjing laughed, not yet. I'll send her phone number to your phone. Okay, are you at work now? Yi Chen asked. Chen Wanjing replied, yes, the group is quite busy right now. I'll talk to you when I have time. Yi Chen said, do a good job, and I'll promote you in the future. Thank you, Chairman Yi, Chen Wanjing responded. After hanging up, Yi Chen called Yang Shuiao. Yang Shuiao was a mentor at Jianhai University, and her father was the principal. She would definitely know about the scoreline. The phone rang a few times before connecting. Yang Shuiao's voice came through, hello, who is this? Yi Chen replied, hello, Miss Yang, this is Yi Chen. Yang Shuiao was taken aback, Mr. Yi, why are you calling me? Yi Chen smiled and said, I wanted to ask you something, Miss Yang. Mr. Yi, just ask directly. Yi Chen inquired, what is the admission scoreline for Jianhai University this year? Yang Shuao, the admission scores vary by region, Mr. Yi wants to know the cutoff score for which region. Yi Chen, isn't this score line standardized? He hadn't taken the college entrance exam, so he naturally didn't attend university and wasn't very familiar with these matters. Yang Shuao was momentarily taken aback by his response. Isn't this common knowledge? The industry has been saying you didn't even graduate high school, and it seems to be true. At first, I didn't believe it and scolded those people for talking nonsense, but now it seems I was wrong. If you had been to university, you wouldn't be unaware of this. Yang Shuao explained, each region has different cutoff scores. For example, in Shanghai City, around 470 to 80 is enough, while in other provinces, it's above 620 to 30. Yi Chen, the difference is so big? That's really unfair. Yang Shuao chuckled awkwardly. This is actually the result of multifaceted consideration. It's not something the schools can control. Why does Mr. You want to know this? Yi Chen, my sister and my sister-in-law just got their college entrance exam results, and I want to check the cutoff score for Shanghai University. What scores did they get? Yang Shuao asked curiously. Yi Chen, one scored over 650, and the other over 670. Yang Shuao, that should be enough. Mr. Yi, your hometown is in Beiji province, right? The cutoff scores there are relatively high, but it should definitely be sufficient. Yi Chen, alright, thank you, Miss Yang. Yang Shuao, no need to be polite, Mr. Yi. It's just a small matter. After hanging up the phone, Yi Chen said to Yi Meng and Xia Meng, your scores should be fine. Have you two decided where you want to go to school? Yi Meng, brother, I want to go to university here, it's close to you. Xia Meng, brother-in-law, I also want to study here. Yi Chen nodded slightly, studying here, I can take care of you. I'll send you a red envelope, buy whatever you want. After saying that, he transferred 1 million to each of them. 1 million was like a single dollar to Yi Chen. Brother-in-law, this is too much, Xia Meng was stunned. Yi Chen, this amount is nothing, just take it and spend it. Thank you, brother-in-law. Thank you, brother. Yi Chen, when are you going back? Yi Meng and Xia Meng exchanged glances. We just asked in the group. The teacher said we can go to school tomorrow. If we leave tomorrow, we probably won't get home until evening. Brother, let's pack up and leave now. Yi Chen, so urgent? Aren't you waiting for your sister to come back? Xia Meng, it's fine, we'll be back in a few days. Yi Chen smiled, then you go pack up. Wan Jing, arrange for a driver to take Xia Meng and the others back. After more than 10 minutes, the two were ready and then got into a Rolls-Royce sedan. Let me know when you get home, Yi Chen said to them. Got it, brother, you can go back now, Yi Meng smiled. Xia Meng, goodbye, brother-in-law. The car slowly drove away from the community. Yi Chen returned home and immediately felt that the villa was a bit empty. At that moment, his phone suddenly rang. Yi Chen answered the call. It was Hua Hongyun. Mr. Yi, are you busy right now? Yi Chen, no, what's up? Hua Hongyun, a while ago, you told me to contact you if I encountered a troublesome case, and today there's a patient sent down. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen replied, just in time, I have nothing to do right now, I'll head over. Okay, Mr. Yi, let me know when you arrive. Hua Hongyun hurriedly responded. After hanging up, Yi Chen said to Han Wanjing, I'm going out for a bit, you don't need to come with me. Just have someone tidy up the villa. Han Wanjing, okay, young master. Yi Chen left the house and drove the Lamborghini Veneno out of the yard. The limited edition Ferrari F60 was left for Xia Qing to drive. The all-red car body and interior are quite suitable for a girl to drive. The Lamborghini Poison certainly turns heads on the road, with an almost 100% rate of people looking back. Even some middle-aged men and women can't help but glance over, and some even take out their phones to take pictures. 20 minutes later, Yi Chen drove to the First People's Hospital of Shanghai City. There were many cars and people in the hospital, and it took a long time to find a parking space. After getting out of the car, Yi Chen called Hua Hongyun and then went upstairs to the second floor. On the sixth floor, Yi Chen found Hua Hongyun, who was waiting for him at the elevator entrance. Mr. Yi, you're here, Hua Hongyun said respectfully as soon as he saw him. Beside him were several doctors in white coats. Yi Chen said, take me to see. Hua Hongyun led Yi Chen to a patient room. Inside the room, a child of about 10 was lying in bed, with a couple sitting by the bedside, their eyes red and swollen, presumably the child's parents. When they saw Hua Hongyun and the others enter, they hurriedly asked, Doctor, what exactly is wrong with our son? Hua Hongyun replied, don't worry, this is Mr. Yi, a master of traditional medicine. Let Mr. Yi take a look. The couple looked at Yi Chen, momentarily stunned. A medical master this young? Are you kidding us? Can someone so young really be a master? Hua Hongyun explained, Mr. Ye's medical skills are exceptional, we have all seen it with our own eyes, so you can rest assured. The couple, still half in doubt, said, then please, Mr. Yi, take a look at our child and save him. As they spoke, the child's parents began to cry. They had lost count of how many times they had cried in these days. Yi Chen looked at the child on the bed, who was in a coma with faint breathing. Please stop crying for now. What symptoms does the child have? When did it start? Hua Hongyun replied, high fever that won't go down, confusion, and all his organs are failing. He probably can only last 2 or 3 days. Upon hearing Hua Hongyun's words, the couple's tears flowed even more. Yes, that's right. It started with a high fever about 10 days ago. After we discovered it, we took him to the hospital, but after a few days of treatment, his condition worsened, so we came to Jianghai City. Yi Chen sat on a stool by the bed and took the child's pulse. Everyone watched him quietly. After a few dozen seconds, Yi Chen asked, did the child go anywhere before falling ill? Think carefully and don't leave anything out. The couple recalled carefully. The child got sick on Sunday, the day he seemed to have gone to the mountains to play with a few friends from the village. Does that matter? The other kids are fine, they said. Yi Chen replied, maybe your son ate something that they didn't. Are you saying my son ate something? Yi Chen nodded slightly, that's right. His symptoms are very similar to having accidentally ingested a certain medicinal herb, and it's quite a rare one called fire void fruit. Hua Hongyun and the others looked at him with some confusion. Is there such a medicinal herb in the herbal medicine texts of Huagua? They certainly hadn't heard of it. They weren't studying traditional Chinese medicine, and even if they were, they wouldn't recognize all the thousands of medicinal herbs. Can Mr. Yi cure him? This was the question the parents were most concerned about. Yi Chen replied, since we've found the cause, it can naturally be treated. Then please, Mr. Yi, save our child quickly. We beg you. Yi Chen said, don't worry, I'll start the acupuncture now. He then performed the 13 needles of the golden cabinet on the little boy. The child's temperature quickly began to drop. The data on the nearby monitor showed a very clear decline. The temperature is going down, one of the doctors beside Hua Hongyun said urgently. The parents of the child beside them also showed joy on their faces. Yi Chen said, I just released all the medicinal effects of the fire void fruit from his body. Later, I will write you a prescription for traditional Chinese medicine. You can get some herbs and brew it for him. He will recover in 3 days. Thank you, Mr. Yi, thank you so much. If it weren't for you, our child might have died, the child's parents said, tears streaming down their faces again, and they were about to kneel before Yi Chen. Yi Chen hurriedly supported them, saying, please don't do that. Saving lives is the responsibility of us healers, it's what we should do. I'll write you a prescription, and then you can get the medicine. After saying this, he turned to Hua Hongyun and asked, do you have paper and a pen? A young beauty beside Hua Hongyun quickly handed over a pen and paper. Yi Chen took it and began to write. After finishing, he handed it to the child's parents. Just get the medicine according to the prescription and give it to the child. The young female doctor who had just handed Yi Chen the paper money said, I'll take you to get the medicine. The two of them went out, and after about 7 or 8 minutes, they returned. How much did these medicines cost? Yi Chen asked curiously. The young female doctor replied, a little over 500. Yi Chen remarked, Dr. Hua, your hospital charges quite a lot. Hua Hongyun and the other doctors nearby looked a bit embarrassed. Mr. Yi, this isn't our pricing, it's set by the hospital. We're just here to treat patients. Yi Chen said, forget it, there's no point in discussing it with you. After that, he removed the silver needles from the child. He looked at the couple and said, there shouldn't be any more issues. Just wait for him to recover and discharge him. I'll be heading back now. Mr. Yi, what is the treatment fee? We can't let you work for free. Yi Chen replied, no charge. Just plant 2 apricot trees at your home when you get back. After saying this, he turned and walked out. The couple was stunned. Plant 2 apricot trees? What does that mean? Hua Hongyun hurriedly followed him out. In the ward, the couple curiously asked, Dr. Zhang, what does Mr. Yi mean by that? Zhang Yunxue smiled and said, Mr. Yi means for you to go back and plant 2 apricot trees. In ancient times, there was a doctor who helped the world without charging for his services, asking people to plant apricot trees instead. Later, apricot grove became a term to refer to highly skilled doctors. You are lucky to have met Mr. Yi, otherwise, your child might not have been saved. After leaving the ward, Yi Chen felt a bit puzzled. Why was there no merit point? If I hadn't treated him, this child would definitely be done for. Do I have to wait until he fully recovers? Hua Hongyun came out after him, saying, Mr. Yi, Yi Chen turned to look at him. What is it, Dr. Hua? Hua Hongyun smiled and said, Mr. Yi, the one who handed you the paper and pen is one of my students. She heard about your deeds and wants to become your disciple, and she also studies traditional Chinese medicine. Hearing this, Yi Chen hesitated for a moment. If I take on a disciple, will they also earn merit points when they treat patients? If so, that would be great. Yi Chen said, I need to see if she has the talent for it. Hua Hongyun replied, Don't worry, Mr. Yi. This girl has quite a good talent. It's just a pity that there aren't many good traditional Chinese medicine masters, and the essence of traditional medicine has been severely interrupted. The two chatted for a while, and then there was a knock on the door. The young female doctor walked in. Hua Hongyun said, Yunxue, Mr. Yi has agreed to take you as a disciple, but he needs to test you first. Zhang Yunshue's face lit up with joy upon hearing this. Mr. Yi, how do you want to test me? Yi Chen replied, This test is very simple. You should be clear about the situation of that little boy now, right? I need you to transplant that fire void fruit tree back and bring the ripe fruits with you. The fire void fruit is a very rare medicinal material with extremely high research value. It can treat cancer and destroy cancer cells. Hua Hongyun and Zhang Yunxue were momentarily stunned upon hearing this. Mr. Yi, are you serious? Yi Chen replied, What would I gain from lying to you? However, this medicinal material is extremely rare, and its growing environment is very harsh, so it might not be easy to transplant. Hua Hongyun said, I'll go with Yunxue, such an important thing cannot go wrong. Yi Chen asked, What's your name? Zhang Yunxue replied, My name is Zhang Yunxue, I'm 25 years old, graduated from the traditional Chinese medicine department of Jianghai University, and I have also self-studied Western medicine. Yi Chen nodded slightly. Which Chinese medicine books have you read? How many Chinese medicinal materials can you recognize? I've read most of the Chinese medicine books, and I can recognize over 300 types of Chinese medicinal materials, and I know their medicinal effects. Yi Chen said, Not bad. The medicinal materials she recognized were probably quite common nowadays. However, that was still impressive. Who still memorizes these things now? Most people directly use Western medicine. Very few people study traditional Chinese medicine now. About 80 to 90% are studying Western medicine. And those doctors who claim to be traditional Chinese medicine practitioners hardly understand much, prescribing mostly Western medicine. Yi Chen said, When you bring back the fire void fruit, come find me again. Zhang Yunxue giggled, Okay, master. Yi Chen replied, I haven't accepted you yet. You all go ahead and get busy. I'll head back first. Although he said this, he had already decided in his heart that she would be his disciple. Zhang Yunxue had no flaws in appearance or figure, but most importantly, she had a solid foundation and talent in traditional Chinese medicine. As he just stepped out of the building, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Congratulations to the host for saving lives and healing the wounded, earning 200 merit points. Congratulations to the host for successfully accepting a disciple, earning the pharmacopoeia. Yi Chen was slightly taken aback upon hearing the second message. He hadn't even accepted a disciple yet. Could it be that the system knows I have already taken her as a disciple in my heart? What is this pharmacopoeia? As Yi Chen walked, he opened the system backpack, where a book lay quietly inside, titled Pharmacopoeia. Pharmacopoeia records the names and effects of all Chinese herbal medicines, as well as various difficult and complicated diseases and their treatment methods. Click to learn and you can master it. This thing is much stronger than the 13 needles of the golden coffer, which is essentially acupuncture. The pharmacopoeia includes various traditional Chinese medical techniques, covering everything comprehensively. Yi Chen clicked to learn, and a vast amount of information flooded his mind. He had now become a top-tier medical expert, and calling him a divine doctor would not be an exaggeration. The pharmacopoeia was so powerful that it contained many fresh insights and records that even Yi Chen found surprising. When Yi Chen reached the parking lot, his phone suddenly rang. He took it out and answered, Hello, who is this? A middle-aged man's voice came from the phone. Hello, Mr. Yi, I am the branch manager of Dark Star. Yi Chen was taken aback. Is there something you need? Mr. Yi, do you want to be enemies with us at Dark Star? Yi Chen replied, That's not my intention. It's just that your people have been watching those around me. Don't you think I should do something about it? Mr. Yi, you now have two options. Either we fight to the death, or you compensate us with 100 billion in funds. Yi Chen said, You really dare to ask for that? Do you think I'm a fool? Your power in Jianghai City has already been cleaned up. Do you think you can take me down here? The other party fell silent for a few seconds upon hearing his words. Does Mr. Yi think Dark Star has such little strength? Yi Chen replied, Let me be clear, compensation is impossible. You should be the ones compensating me. In that case, Mr. Let's wait and see. Although they really have no power in Jianhai City, they still have some influence elsewhere. After hanging up the phone, Yi Chen drove home. On the way, he called Xiao Chang, are you coming back for lunch? Not coming back. There are quite a few things at the company, Xiao Qing replied. Yi Chen, you know about Xiao Meng leaving, right? Xiao Qing, I know, Xiao Meng just called me. Let's not chat for now, I'm driving. Upon returning home, Han Wanjing saw him and greeted him. Young master, just now Chairman Ren from Jiangnan Pharmaceutical Group sent over a document bag, which contains the share transfer contract. Yi Chen, is it 20% of the shares? Han Wanjing nodded slightly, that's right, it's 20% of Jiangnan Pharmaceutical Group's shares. Yi Chen, put it in the safe. After saying that, he sat down on the sofa. What have you been doing these days? I haven't seen you play games, Tang Kersen sent him a message. Yi Chen, I've been a bit busy, not much time to play games. Tang Kersen, are you free now? Want to play a game? My skills have improved a lot. Yi Chen, let's play a bit, is Wang Sidong also there? Tang Kersen, yes, we're together. I'm at her house, she's changing clothes, do you want to take a look? Yi Chen, is that for real? Tang Kersen, of course it's real, Sidong has a great figure. Yi Chen, aren't we good brothers anymore? Can't keep it to yourself, let me appreciate it too. Soon, Tang Kersen sent him a video. After watching, Yi Chen replied with a mischievous smile emoji, lifelong good brothers. Tang Kersen, quick, log in and play a game. The three of them then played for a while. Now, the game IDE Jin Suifeng has become well known in the King's Game Circle. Every match video of Yi Chen has been edited and posted on forums, with total views reaching tens of millions. As soon as Yi Chen logged in, someone noticed. A well-known OB commentator on a certain platform specializes in watching top players' matches and providing commentary for the entire game. After Tang Kersen set up the room, she invited Yi Chen and Wang Sidong to join. All three of them had very high ranks, placing in the top three in their respective areas. Yi Chen was the number one in his area, and even after not playing for many days, he still held the top spot, far surpassing the second place by more than 20 stars, standing out among the crowd. Why is it taking so long to find opponents? Yi Chen waited for a minute without finding a match. Tang Kersen, maybe our ranks are too high, it might be easier with 5 players. Should I pull in 2 more people? Yi Chen, go ahead, we should play a couple of games before eating. Then, Tang Kersen pulled in 2 people, both streamers with names starting with a certain character. Tang Kersen knew quite a few skilled streamers. The 2 streamers were live streaming and immediately joined when they saw Tang Kersen's invitation, as she had tipped them quite a bit. Upon entering the room and seeing Yi Chen's ID, they were stunned. The Suifeng god is here too. Today, you all just lie back and let the Suifeng god carry you. They quickly matched against opponents, who were also 5 game streamers. Each streamer was a well-known expert with millions of followers. In this match, Yi Chen played as an archer, his skills and awareness were very strong, and with his physical attributes maxed out, his gameplay was even better than before. The opposing bottom lane was completely crushed by him, and when the jungler came to help, he was killed, and the mid laner who came to assist also met the same fate. Anyone who came was doomed. Damn, this is too strong. The opposing streamer was once again outplayed, his face darkening. Fans in the live stream flooded the chat. 666, so strong, no wonder he's called the king of casual players. This is too impressive, the understanding of this game is so deep, it's simply esports genius. The streamer got completely wrecked, it's so tragic. Streamer, just surrender, otherwise, your psychological trauma might be beaten out of you. You're at least a national server level marksman, yet you're getting destroyed. Suifeng's skill is too strong, it seems he can play any position except support. This is really too strong. The result of this match was unquestionable, ending with Yi Chen's pentakill. For ordinary players, achieving a pentakill is very difficult. It requires not only skill and awareness but also luck. However, for a powerhouse with absolute skill, the chances of a pentakill are much higher. Statistics show that Yi Chen's chance of getting a pentakill is over 90%, meaning that in 10 matches, he can achieve a pentakill in 9 of them. This probability is terrifyingly high. This can no longer be described as luck, it is more about extraordinary skill. In the next match, Yi Chen and his team faced 5 professional players, yet under Yi Chen's leadership, they still won easily. In the third match, they encountered another team of 5 professional players, and it was a well-known team. They faced some disadvantages in the early game, but ultimately turned the tide and won under Yi Chen's guidance. After that, Yi Chen went out to eat. In Longdu City, at a certain villa community. Tang Kersen said, Yi Chen is amazing, this last match completely relied on him. Wang Sidong nodded, this guy is great at making money and also so good at gaming. Tang Kersen replied, his net worth must be over $1 trillion, the market value of Shanghai Technology Group has already surpassed $1 trillion. Yeah, it's incredible, many people are discussing him up top, Wang Sidong responded. She heard this from her dad. After all, her dad is not an ordinary person. Tang Kerson asked, Sidong, are you falling for him? Wang Sidong's cheeks flushed slightly as she shot her a glare. What nonsense are you talking about? We've only met once. Tang Kerson said, I can tell what you're thinking from your expression. With your status, you are completely compatible with him, and you're so beautiful with such a great figure. Yi Chen even praised you. Wang Sidong asked, he praised me? Tang Kerson replied, yeah, I sent him a picture of your figure, and he couldn't stop complimenting it, he might have even drooled. Wang Sidong was stunned, you sent him a picture of my figure? When? Just when you were changing clothes. Wang Sidong exclaimed, Tang Kerson, I'm going to kill you. During lunch, Yi Chen's phone suddenly rang. He glanced at it and answered the call, what's up? Inoue Kota said, Mr. Yi, someone is in contact with Satojiro from Hate Group. Yi Chen had previously instructed him to pay close attention to the situation with Hate Group, and now that there was news, he informed Yi Chen immediately. Who is in contact with Satojiro? Yi Chen asked curiously. Inoue Kota replied, it's Takeda Takashi from the Takeda family. I will send you the information about the Takeda family, Mr. Yi, please take a look. Yi Chen said, okay. After hanging up, Inoue Kota sent the information over. Yi Chen read the information while eating. The Takeda family is a well-known business family in Gaia City, and they have a close relationship with Western oligarchs. To be precise, they are the lapdogs of Western business giants. With the support of Western giants, the Takeda family has gained their current strength and status. In Yamato, many business tycoons actually have a poor impression of Western giants. They have all been messed with by Western oligarchs. Those who weren't destroyed were severely injured. However, due to the deterrent power of the U.S. and Western countries, they could only endure. People from Yamato are generally good at enduring. Once they have enough strength, their madness can be terrifying. What is the purpose of the Takeda family contacting Satojiro? Are they trying to cut off the raw material supply to Shanghai Technology Group? The raw material supply for Shanghai Technology Group mainly comes from Hate Group. The Takeda family must have approached Satojiro for this purpose. Fortunately, there was news from Inoue Kota, otherwise, those Western oligarchs might have succeeded. After all, he is not in Yamato, and he has no prestige in Hate Group. If Hate Group were to be brought down by their internal and external collusion, Shanghai Technology Group would lose its raw material supply. In that case, high-end chip production would naturally be blocked. Yi Chen's mind raced with thoughts. They absolutely cannot be allowed to succeed. He must go to Yamato. He has to go to Yamato. Hate Group cannot have any issues. Otherwise, Shanghai Technology Group would face major problems. Unfortunately, the domestic raw material factories have just begun construction, and it will take at least a few months before they can start production. From the information provided by Inoue Kota, Yi Chen could see that the Takeda family had contacted Satojiro for the first time this morning. The two sides spent about 10 minutes in a tea house, and it is estimated that they will continue to meet later. Inoue Kota has been keeping an eye on them. Fortunately, Inoue Kota is watching, otherwise, he would have no idea about these matters, and by the time they had plotted everything, it would be too late. If Hate Group were to be paralyzed, Shanghai Technology Group would be in trouble. Yi Chen said to Han Wanjing, book a flight to Goya City in Yamato for tomorrow morning. Han Wanjing nodded, okay, young master. At noon, Yi Chen went upstairs to take a nap, and when he woke up, it was already 4 in the afternoon. He came downstairs and saw Han Wanjing in the study, looking at the computer and handling some matters. Yi Chen walked into the study. Wanjing, what are you busy with? Han Wanjing replied, young master, I am looking at the financial statements of several companies. After saying that, she poured a glass of water for Yi Chen. Young master, have some water. Yi Chen nodded slightly. How is the profit situation this month? Han Wanjing said, not bad, much more than last month, but most of it comes from orders from Shanghai Technology Group, and that funding needs to be reinvested into the group's development. Yi Chen asked, what is the profit besides Shanghai Group? Han Wanjing replied, it has already exceeded 800 million, and by the end of the month, it is expected to approach around 1 billion. A profit of 1 billion in a month is too little for Yi Chen. It would be better for him to take a nap and dream. Although his net worth is currently the highest in the country, Shanghai Technology Group is still in its early stages and requires continuous investment, so it cannot be profitable in the short term. Once Shanghai Technology Group grows, the profits should be quite considerable. Han Wanjing said, young master, I have already compiled the statistics, you can take a look. Yi Chen stood up and walked to her side, leaning over to look at the data on the computer. It clearly showed the profit situation of each group for June. Every group company under him was in a profitable state, with some making a few million and others tens of millions or even over 100 million. Yi Chen withdrew his gaze and looked at Han Wanjing, then his eyes widened, because Han Wanjing was sitting there wearing a loose t-shirt and a short skirt. As he lowered his head to look at Han Wanjing, he saw a view he shouldn't have seen. Han Wanjing turned her head to glance at him, noticing his gaze, her pretty face instantly flushed red, and her heart raced. The atmosphere in the study became somewhat ambiguous. Yi Chen swallowed hard. He didn't expect Wanjing to have such a good figure, looking even better than Xiaoqing's. Cough, what am I thinking? He reacted and saw Han Wanjing's flushed face, her ears slightly red, resembling a ripe apple, too tempting. Since he had already seen it, looking a few more times should be fine, right? Yi Chen was not a paragon of virtue, after all, he was a man who didn't have a bit of lust. Han Wanjing could no longer bear it. Young master, haven't you seen enough yet? Yi Chen, I'm just thinking, not watching anything. Han Wanjing shot him a glance, how shameless of him, clearly sneaking a peek at her while claiming he wasn't looking. However, she felt more joy and shyness in her heart. She gently leaned her head against Yi Chen's body. Yi Chen couldn't help but extend his devilish hand. Soon, Yi Chen walked out of the study and returned to his room. Inside the study, Han Wanjing's pretty face was flushed, her lips pouted, and her eyes held a hint of resentment. This cowardly young master had lustful thoughts but no courage. So annoying, so annoying. Yi Chen returned to his room, took a deep breath, and suppressed the fire within him. He almost couldn't help but make another mistake. Yi Chen noticed that since his physical attributes had reached their maximum, certain needs had become stronger than before. Now, Xiaoqing simply couldn't withstand his torment. Yi Chen took out his phone and couldn't help but open the Kuaishou short video platform, looking for Li Maya in his follow list. Ever since this guy became a star, he hardly updated his videos. He should have just signed her with a film group. Flipping through the old videos, Yi Chen found them rather dull, mainly because he had watched them many times. He clicked on another account of a lowly beauty he followed, then went into the bathroom. Exciting, thrilling, so refreshing. After a while, feeling bored, he closed his phone and walked out of the bathroom. Coming down from upstairs, Yi Chen didn't see Han Wanjing in the living room. She wasn't in the study either. Yi Chen walked to her room's door and vaguely heard sounds coming from inside. Although the house had good soundproofing, Yi Chen's senses had long surpassed those of ordinary people. What the hell? What is Wanjing doing? She wouldn't also be. This is too stimulating. Yi Chen thought about going in to take a look and help, but decided against it. About 10 minutes later, Han Wanjing walked out of her room. Upon seeing Yi Chen on the sofa, her eyes were filled with deep resentment, looking like a wronged little wife. Around 5:30, Xiaoqing returned. As soon as she got back, she hurriedly said, Yi Chen, something happened to my grandma, I need to go back. What happened? What's wrong? Yi Chen was taken aback. Xiaoqing, my dad just called and said my grandma was hit by a car, and she's already been taken to the hospital. Yi Chen, don't worry, I'll arrange for someone to take you back right away. Xiaoqing quickly packed a few clothes and then got into the car. Yi Chen arranged for a bodyguard to drive her back personally. Back at the villa, Han Wanjing came out of the kitchen and curiously asked, Young master, what happened to Miss Xia? Yi Chen, Xiaoqing's grandma was hit by a car, and she's in a hurry to get back. Han Wanjing, is she okay? Yi Chen, it should be quite serious. Seeing Xiaoqing's almost crying expression, he felt it must have been a bad accident. He couldn't help much in this situation. If the hospital could save her, then it would be fine, but if they couldn't, it would be too late for him to rush back. Han Wanjing continued to return to the kitchen to cook, while Yi Chen sat on the sofa watching TV. Suddenly, his phone rang. It was a message from Du Feifei. Did you come back from Guanhua City? Yi Chen, yeah, are you in Sioux City? Du Feifei, I'm with Yameng. We're at my grandparents' house. My grandpa said if you have time, come to Sioux City to play. Yi Chen, I probably won't have time for a while. I need to go to the Great Harmony country tomorrow. There's been a bit of a problem over there. Du Feifei, what happened? Is it a big deal or a small one? Yi Chen, just a small matter. Du Feifei, be careful when you're out there. After all, it's not domestic, and with your current identity, there are probably many people watching you, so be extremely cautious. Yi Chen, are Uncle Du and Auntie also in Zhanghai City? Du Feifei replied, no, they went to Australia. The two chatted for a while, and then Du Feifei went to eat. From the words and tone of Du Feifei, Yi Chen could tell that she cared about him. Sigh, having too much charm is also a kind of trouble. Unknowingly capturing the heart of a beautiful woman, it really is a sin. Around 6:30 in the afternoon, Yi Chen and Han Wanjing began their dinner. Young master, just now mister. He from Yuhua Technology Company sent me a proposal regarding the expansion of the company, Han Wanjing said to him. Yi Chen replied, Yuhua Technology Company is indeed a bit small. Since Mr. He wants to do it, let him go ahead. How much funding does he need? Han Wanjing said, Mr. He mentioned wanting to invest last month's profits into developing the company. Last month, Yuhua Technology Company only made a few million in profit, which was insignificant to Yi Chen. Yi Chen said, then just allocate all of it to Mr. He and let him develop Yuhua Technology Company. After dinner, Yi Chen sat on the sofa and watched some TV news. After Han Wanjing finished tidying up in the kitchen, she also sat on the sofa watching TV. Wanjing, give me a leg massage. After saying that, Yi Chen lay down on the sofa, and Han Wanjing sat beside his legs, gently massaging them. Han Wanjing's massage skills were quite good, comfortable and invigorating. Half an hour later, Yi Chen said, Alright Wanjing, you can take a break now, then tidy up your things. After breakfast tomorrow morning, we will set off for the Yamato country. He couldn't let the Sato family know about this, he had to sneak to the airport with Han Wanjing. Han Wanjing asked, Young master, how long do we plan to stay in the Yamato country? Yi Chen thought for a moment and replied, probably around 3 to 4 days, or maybe longer. Han Wanjing nodded slightly, okay, young master, I'll go tidy up. Around 8 in the evening, Yi Chen received messages from Yi Meng and Xia Meng, saying they had arrived home. Xia Meng had already rushed to the hospital, she received the news while on the way. At this time, Xia Qing was still on her way back, expected to arrive at the county hospital around 4 in the early morning the next day. Yi Chen chatted with her for a while and then returned to his room to rest. The next morning at 6 o'clock, Yi Chen woke up. Congratulations to the host for making a dream come true, obtaining Loyalty Card X1, Loyalty Card. After using it on a target, the target will become the host's most loyal subordinate, never betraying. Yi Chen's eyes lit up upon seeing this introduction. This was a good thing. He had been thinking about how to completely control the Inoue Information Service Company. After all, he only held 30% of the shares and did not have absolute control. His influence within the Inoue Information Service Company was not that significant. Inoue Kota was the founder of the company and held a large number of shares. If he could completely control him, it would be equivalent to controlling the entire Inoue Information Service Company. The information intelligence of the Inoue Information Service Company was too important. Yi Chen got up, washed up, and then went downstairs. Han Wanjing was already up, sitting in the kitchen having breakfast. Yi Chen called in the head of the bodyguards and gave him a few instructions. Then the head of the bodyguards had someone drive out, with several bodyguard cars following behind. There were definitely people watching him outside the community. He didn't want anyone to know about his trip to the Yamato country, so he planned to use this method to draw those people away first. Young master, it's time to eat, Han Wanjing said as she walked out of the kitchen. Yi Chen nodded slightly, and the two sat down to start breakfast. Yi Chen said to Han Wanjing, in a bit, you drive that BMW, I'll have the head of the bodyguards take the car out. Okay, young master. After breakfast, the two tidied up and went to the garage, then Han Wanjing drove the car out of the community. They did not go directly to the airport but went to the Dinghai building. Then, in the underground parking lot of the Dinghai building, they switched to a car from Yuhua Technology Company and headed to the airport without any pause. They were in an ordinary sedan, completely unremarkable, heading straight for the airport. After more than half an hour, the two arrived at the airport. Yi Chen and Han Wanjing both wore hats and sunglasses, making it hard for even acquaintances to recognize them at a glance. After checking in and passing through security, they boarded the first-class cabin of the plane. There was only one other person in first class, a young woman wearing a white hat and black sunglasses, her figure appearing curvaceous, and her looks presumably not bad. When Yi Chen and Han Wanjing entered, she glanced sideways at them and then turned her head away. Yi Chen and Han Wanjing took their seats, and shortly after, a woman in her 30s walked in and sat next to the young woman. Han Wanjing whispered to Yi Chen, young master, don't you think that person looks a bit familiar? Yi Chen glanced at the young woman not far ahead, familiar? I don't think I've seen her before. Han Wanjing replied, I think her silhouette resembles Hishuya. Hishuya? Yi Chen's eyes widened for a moment, no way? Is that really Hishuya? The name Hishuya is well known throughout Hulong. She is a top female star in the entertainment industry, extremely popular with countless fans. She has won almost all domestic awards for Best Actress and similar accolades. She was once one of Yi Chen's idols. The historical dramas she starred in were so captivating, especially when she donned ancient costumes. She looked just like a stunning beauty from an ancient painting. Han Wanjing also liked Hishuya, otherwise, she wouldn't have recognized her so quickly. Han Wanjing asked, Are you a fan of hers too, young master? Yi-chen replied, not exactly a fan, but I used to like her a lot, especially in those historical dramas. She completely showcased the charm of ancient beauties in her costumes. Han Wanjing smiled and said, young master, why don't you go over and say hello? Yi-chen shook his head slightly, forget it, she doesn't know us. No one else entered first class after that, and there were no bodyguards next to Ishuya, just a woman in her 30s, presumably her assistant. After more than 10 minutes, the plane took off from Zhanghai International Airport. Once the flight stabilized, the flight attendant came in to ask if anyone needed anything. Yi-chen and Han Wanjing ordered 2 glasses of juice, and the young woman in front, Ishuya, also ordered 2 glasses of juice. After sipping their drinks, Yi-chen began to close his eyes and rest, contemplating the matters ahead. After a while, he fell asleep. While Yi-chen was sleeping, he suddenly felt something hit him. He opened his eyes to see that a drink had been knocked over and spilled on him. Ishuya was standing next to him. She had just returned from the restroom and accidentally knocked over Yi-chen's juice. I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to. Ishuya quickly apologized upon seeing the juice spilled all over him. Han Wanjing, who was next to him, also woke up and looked at the scene unfolding. Yi-chen looked at Ishuya and realized it was indeed her. He smiled and said, it's fine, no problem. Ishuya's voice was crisp and pleasant. How much did this shirt cost? I'll compensate you, and you can buy another one. Yi-chen replied, it's nothing, it wasn't expensive. Ishuya took out her phone, give me your phone number, and after we land, I'll add you and transfer the money. She insisted, and Yi-chen didn't push back any further. He gave her his phone number, and after she noted it down, she apologized again and returned to her seat. Yi-chen asked Han Wanjing to take out a change of clothes, then went to the restroom to change. In Nagoya, Japan, at 8 in the morning, a plane landed at Nagoya Airport. After the plane stopped, Yi-chen and Han Wanjing stood up, ready to head outside. Ishuya and her assistant followed behind. By the way, I still don't know your name, sir, Ishuya asked. Yi-chen replied, my name is Yi-chen. Hishuaing, hello, Mr. Yi, my name is Hishuaing. I'm sorry about what happened earlier. Once I get off the plane, I'll add you. Please agree, and I'll transfer the money to you. Yi-chen, okay. Hishuaing was a bit surprised by Yi-chen's reaction. Could it be that he doesn't recognize me? That seems unlikely. Her name is almost a household name. The other party's reaction likely indicates that he doesn't care about her identity. His status might be even higher. While she was pondering this, several people had already disembarked from the plane. Yi-chen and Han Wanjing walked quickly, and as soon as they exited the airport, they hailed a cab and left. What is Shuaing thinking about? Her assistant asked curiously. Shuaing, the name Yi-chen sounds so familiar, as if I've heard it somewhere. Yi-chen? Are you talking about the Yi-chun from Shanghai Technology Group? Shuaing realized, yes, that's the name. No wonder it sounds so familiar. What's wrong? Shuaing, that person just said his name is Yi-chen. He can't be the boss of Shanghai Technology Group, can he? No way, that person looks too young, probably only 23 or 24. How could he be the boss of Shanghai Technology Group? People at that level are usually in their 50s or 60s. Shuaing nodded slightly. Maybe it's just a coincidence. In the taxi, Yi-chen took out his phone and accepted Shuaing's friend request. Soon, Shuaing transferred 5,000 yuan to Yi-chen. If it's not enough, just let me know. She didn't know how much Yi-chen's clothes cost, but sitting in first class, his status must be extraordinary, and his clothes would naturally be of good quality. Yi-chen, it's enough, Miss He, you're too polite. Shuaing, it was my mistake, this is the least I could do. The two chatted for a bit before putting away their phones. More than half an hour later, Yi-chen and Han Wanjing arrived at a 5-star hotel. Han Wanjing booked a top suite, and the two settled into the room. Yi-chen called Inoue Kota, Mr. Inoue, do you have time now? Yes, Mr. Yi, are you looking for me? Inoue Kota asked curiously. Yi-chen, that's right, I'm in Suite 9 at the XX Hotel. Please come over. Inoue Kota, okay, Mr. Yi, I'll be there shortly. Yi-chen is one of the major shareholders of the company, and he is currently the richest man in Hualong country. Since he spoke up, Inoue Kota would come if he could. Around 9 in the morning, Inoue Kota arrived at the top suite where Yi-chen was staying. Yi-chen greeted him with a smile. Mr. Inoue, welcome, please have a seat. Inoue Kota sat on the sofa and smiled at Yi-chen. When did you arrive in Guwu City, Mr. Yi? Yi-chen, I just got here not long ago. Hake Group is the foundation of Shanghai Technology Group, and it cannot afford any mistakes, so I came personally to oversee things. Inoue Kota took out a file folder. Mr. Yi, last night, the Takeda family met with Satojiro again. They met at a hotel and stayed for over 2 hours. I'm not sure what they discussed, but they seemed to be enjoying the conversation. Yi-chen nodded slightly and took the file folder from him, which contained photos of Satojiro and Takeda Takashi meeting, secretly taken by his people. From Inoue Koda's description, it seemed that Satojiro had reached some agreement with Takeda Takashi. It was likely that Satojiro would take action next. Inoue Koda continued, I just received the latest news on my way here. Today, Takeda Takashi from the Takeda family has arranged to meet with Sato Mahiro from Hate Group, and Sato Mahiro has already agreed. The Takeda family's actions are quite swift. If they manage to secure Satojiro and Sato Mahiro, Hate Group will be in serious trouble. If they take away a large number of employees, then the Hate Group would be no different from being paralyzed. Fortunately, Sato Kohei and the others have not yet made contact. The factory managed by Sato Kohei is the most important. If the factory collapses, everything will be over. Yi-chen took out a loyalty card from the system backpack and directly used it on Inoue Koda. He had just been thinking of using it on someone from the Sato family, but Inoue Koda was also very important. Moreover, the merit store should have updated the loyalty card, because anything he has obtained will be updated in the system store and can be purchased with merit points. A golden light entered Inoue Koda's mind, and this scene could only be seen by Yi-chen. Inoue Koda's gaze towards Yi-chen slowly changed. Master, do you have any further instructions? Yi-chen, not for now, you can go back. Keep a close watch on the Takeda family and the Sato family. Yes, master. Yi-chen, let's go. Inoue Koda left, and Yi-chen opened the merit store to take a look. Indeed, there were more loyalty cards in the store, but the price was quite high. It took 200 merit points to exchange for one. He currently had exactly 200 merit points, just enough to buy one. He directly purchased a loyalty card. At that moment, Han Wanjing walked out of the room. Young master, what shall we do next? Yi-chen, no rush, let's wait and see. That morning, Sato Mahiro and Takeda Takashi had a meeting, and they talked for over an hour in a certain location before Sato Mahiro left. Inoue Koda immediately informed Yi-chen of the news. It seemed that Satojiro, Sato Mahiro, and the Takeda family were negotiating quite well. However, it was likely that the directors and shareholders behind them were unaware of their dealings. Because if Satojiro and Sato Mahiro reached an agreement with Takeda Takashi, what they were doing would definitely be detrimental to the Hate Group, which would be a loss for all shareholders and directors. If those shareholders and directors knew, they probably wouldn't agree to let the two of them engage in such matters. What they were planning to do was to destroy the Hate Group. This would be equivalent to destroying the interests of all shareholders and directors. Yi-chen now needed to obtain evidence of the conspiracy between the Takeda family and them. Currently, the Inoue Information Service Company was keeping a close watch on Takeda Takashi, Satojiro, and Sato Mahiro. In the morning, Yi-chen and Han Wanjing stayed in the hotel. Yi-chen chatted with Xia Cheng for a while and asked about her grandmother's condition. Xia Cheng's grandmother had been stabilized and was still under observation in the intensive care unit. During lunch, Yi-chen received a call from Inoue Koda. Master, I have received the latest news. Tonight, Takeda Takashi has invited Satojiro and Sato Mahiro to his villa for dinner, likely to discuss important matters. Yi-chen, give me Takeda Takashi's address. Inoue Koda sent Takeda Takashi's address to Yi-chen. From now on, call me Mr. Yi, no need to call me Master, Yi-chen said to him. Inoue Koda, yes, Mr. Yi. Yi-chen, continue to monitor them, and also keep an eye on the internal situation of the Hate Group. The two chatted for a few more moments before hanging up. After lunch, Yi-chen sat on the sofa, contemplating how to obtain evidence. He still had 5 tracking cards, which he could use on either Satojiro or Sato Mahiro. After using one, he would be able to see their movements and their words and actions within 3 days. The record of their words and actions was the most important. With this, he could directly convene a board meeting to impeach the two. Without evidence, it was likely that the supporters of Satojiro and Sato Mahiro would not stand on his side. After all, without evidence, proof was everything. However, Yi-chen did not plan to use the tracking card. He had not yet tried the Supertech invisibility suit, and today he wanted to test its power. In the afternoon, he had Inoue Koda send over some pinhole cameras and trackers. Around 5 o'clock, Yi-chen said to Han Wanjing, Wanjing, wait for me at the hotel, don't go out. I need to step out for a bit. Okay, young master. Yi-chen put on a hat and glasses and left the hotel. Then he took a taxi towards the neighborhood where Takeda Ryu lived. He didn't have the driver take him directly to Takeda Ryu's neighborhood but stopped outside a mall near the community. Yi-chen went to the mall's restroom and then put on a high-tech invisibility suit. He was now in an invisible state, but this state couldn't pass through walls. He still had to open the door. To outsiders, it would appear as if the door opened by itself, which was a bit eerie. If this happened at night, it would probably scare someone to death. Yi Chen walked out of the restroom and back into the mall, where the crowd was bustling with people of all ages. He walked towards the mall's exit, dodging pedestrians along the way. If someone bumped into him, they would surely be startled, as there was clearly nothing in front of them to collide with. After exiting the mall, Yi Chen headed towards Takeda Ryu's neighborhood. It was a high-end villa community, with security personnel guarding the entrance. Outsiders couldn't enter without the consent of a resident. When Yi Chen arrived at the entrance, a car happened to be going in, and he quickly followed it inside. As he walked, he checked the information on his phone, noting that Takeda Ryu lived in Villa No. 62. After searching for about 7 or 8 minutes, Yi Chen finally found Takeda Ryu's villa. Several luxury cars were parked in the villa's courtyard, and the front door was wide open, so he walked right in. However, the door to the house itself was closed, so he rang the doorbell. Soon, a mature woman in her 30s opened the door, and upon seeing the empty doorway, she paused for a moment. "Who is it?" Takeda Ryu asked curiously from inside. The mature and attractive woman replied, "No one." Unbeknownst to her, as she opened the door, Yi Chen had already walked in. Inside the villa, Takeda Ryu was sitting on the sofa. Yi Chen recognized him immediately from the photos he had seen. In the living room, there were several beautiful young women. The mature woman at the door closed it and returned, snuggling up to Takeda Ryu. She was one of Takeda Ryu's subordinates, sharp and capable. Someone was cooking in the kitchen, likely as Takeda Ryu was waiting for Satojiro and Sato Maharu to arrive. Yi Chen began to set up the cameras in the living room. These were the most advanced miniature pinhole cameras, difficult to detect. Once everything was set up, Takeda Ryu was still embracing the beautiful women, while also giving some instructions. Around 6 o'clock, the doorbell rang. Satojiro and Sato Maharu arrived together. Takeda Ryu personally welcomed them, smiling broadly as he ushered them into the living room. As soon as they entered, they were surrounded by the beautiful women. Sato Maharu and Satojiro were all smiles, unabashedly taking advantage of the situation. Yamato was very open in this regard, and it seemed there would be quite a show to watch soon. At this point, Yi Chen had already left the villa and exited the community. He found a secluded spot to take off the high-tech invisibility suit and then took a taxi back to the hotel. On the way back, Yi Chen looked at his phone, where the screen displayed footage from inside Takeda Ryu's villa. At that moment, Takeda Ryu, Satojiro, and Sato Maharu were sitting on the sofa chatting, each with a beautiful woman in their arms. Soon, the footage became increasingly indecent. By the time Yi Chen returned to his hotel room, Takeda Ryu and the others had already started a heated encounter. Yi Chen watched, feeling quite excited. Didn't these three eat before getting into such activities? Han Wanjing was sitting on the sofa looking at her computer, and upon seeing him return, she put down her laptop and walked over. "Young master, you're back." At that moment, a sudden sound of a man and a woman came from his phone. Han Wanjing's cheeks flushed slightly. "Young master, what are you looking at in broad daylight?" Yi Chen smiled awkwardly. "I forgot to turn it off." Han Wanjing shot him a glance. "I didn't expect you to be this kind of person, actually watching such things." Yi Chen replied, "This is Satojiro and Sato Maharu, you can take a look if you don't believe me." After saying that, he handed his phone to Han Wanjing. She stole a glance and found that it was indeed Satojiro and the others in the video. At that moment, the three men were engaged in something shameful. The woman in the video was even more indecent, making Han Wanjing's face turn red. Yi Chen asked, "Is it good?" Han Wanjing hurriedly returned the phone to him and went back to the sofa to continue looking at her laptop. Yi Chen sat on the sofa, continuing to look at his phone, and only quieted down half an hour later. Then the main point came. Takeda Ryu began discussing specific plans with Satojiro. The reason Satojiro and Sato Maharu agreed to Takeda Ryu was that he offered them more benefits. Afterward, they would receive over 20% of the Takeda family group's shares. The Takeda family group was larger than the Hake group and was a multinational corporation with partnerships with foreign giants. Backed by Western giants, the Takeda family group was thriving. Moreover, due to the protection of Western giants, no one dared to offend them domestically. Satojiro and Sato Maharu were tempted by the conditions offered by Takeda Ryu, otherwise, they wouldn't have agreed to his terms. The three of them began to discuss in detail how to bring down the Hake group. Yi Chen quietly listened. Satojiro and Sato Maharu already had quite a few subordinates. To bring down the Hake group, Satojiro and Sato Maharu needed to take away a large number of the company's management in one go, which would lead to management paralysis for the Hake group. However, there was a problem. Although those people were their loyal subordinates, if Satojiro and Sato Maharu couldn't provide them with a good place to go, they would be reluctant to leave. In this society, in this world, interests are the most important. Takeda Ryu's response was straightforward. They planned to establish a new group that would also deal in semiconductor raw materials, and these people could completely come to his new company. This new company was a joint investment by the Takeda family and Western giants. One reason was to create their own raw material supply, and the other was to completely crush the Hate Group, thereby blocking Shanghai Technology Group. As long as the Hate Group fell, no foreign raw material supplier would dare to supply Shanghai Technology Group. Without raw material supply, the production of high-end chips at Shanghai Technology Group could not be increased. This was the first step of the plan discussed by several Western chip giants. First, block the raw materials, then talk to Yi Chen about the acquisition. If the acquisition doesn't work, then use other methods. After 10 o'clock at night, Satojiro and Sato Mahara left Takeda Ryu's villa. After dinner, the three of them played around with a group of beautiful women. Yi Chen called Inoue Kota, "Give me a list of Satojiro and Sato Mahira's subordinates." This time, Yi Chen aimed to completely eliminate the influence of Satojiro and Sato Mahira within the group. He planned to dismiss all of his loyal subordinates. Now he had complete evidence. Tomorrow, he would hold a board meeting and could directly dismiss the two of them, then reclaim their shares. In fact, he could have dismissed them today, but without evidence, it would provoke opposition from the shareholders and directors who supported them, which would be detrimental to the group's operations. Now that he had evidence of the three conspiring, those shareholders and directors would probably wish to skin the two of them alive, as the two had sold out all their supporting shareholders. For their own interests, they sold out the interests of those who supported them, and those people were probably filled with a desire to kill. Han Wanjing stood up from the sofa and stretched, her exquisite figure becoming even more apparent. "Young master, aren't you going to rest?" Yi Chen replied, "I'm going to rest now, you should rest too." Han Wanjing nodded slightly. "Okay, young master, then I'll go rest." Yi Chen also returned to his room to rest. He was a bit tired after that day. The next morning. "Congratulations, host, your dream has come true. You have obtained 60% of KB Precision Group's shares." KB Precision Group, the top precision parts manufacturing group in Yamato Country, a world-class manufacturer of precision components. The characteristics of the Yamato Country Group are very obvious. They excel in a specific field, being world-class, but are poor overall, with many things heavily reliant on foreign countries. Although Hualong Country is somewhat behind in high-end technology, its overall industrial chain is complete. While the technological level isn't that strong, the complete industrial chain allows for self-sufficiency, free from external constraints, especially in fields like military industry. Of course, in the semiconductor industry, Hualong Country hasn't developed well, but various policies are now supporting the semiconductor industry to achieve self-sufficiency. However, in the semiconductor sector, Hualong Country can only produce mid to low-end chips, while the industrial chain is becoming increasingly complete. After reading the information about KB Precision Group, Yi Chen began to wash up and get out of bed. Although KB Precision Group's assets aren't very high, only over 20 billion, their precision parts are world-class. Many large groups around the world need KB Group to supply their parts. Yi Chen walked out of the room, and Han Wanjing was already up. She was wearing a loose nightgown and was notifying the hotel staff to bring breakfast up. "Good morning, young master." Han Wanjing smiled at him as she walked over, a faint fragrance wafting through the air. Yi Chen said, "Wanjing, isn't your nightgown a bit short?" Han Wanjing shot him a glance. "It's not short, this is normal." Her nightgown was above the knee, her long, straight legs incredibly tempting. Yi Chen asked, "Wanjing, can you dance?" Han Wanjing replied, "Not really." Yi Chen smiled and said, "You should look enchanting dancing in that outfit." Han Wanjing's face turned slightly red. "If the young master wants to see, I can practice another day. I'd rather see how you look pedaling a tricycle." Han Wanjing pouted and lightly hit him. "Young master, you're really annoying." Seeing her like this, Yi Chen couldn't help but wrap his arms around her and take advantage. Waking up in the morning already made him a bit irritable, and seeing Han Wanjing like this made it even harder to resist. Han Wanjing gently nestled in his arms, allowing him to take advantage. About 2 minutes later, there was a knock at the door. "Young master, it should be the breakfast delivery," Han Wanjing said softly. Yi Chen released her. You go open the door." Han Wanjing opened the room door, and a waiter pushed in a breakfast cart, carefully placing the breakfast on the dining table. After the waiter left, Han Wanjing said, "Young master, you wait to eat. I'll check if there's any problem first." Yi Chen replied, "Don't worry, there's no problem. The only one who knows we're here besides Inoue Kota is Inoue Kota himself. He's one of us." Han Wanjing said, "Oh, then young master, hurry and eat breakfast." Yi Chen said, "After breakfast, notify all shareholders and directors of Hate Group that I have an important announcement. The shareholders and directors meeting will be held at 10 in the morning." Han Wanjing nodded, okay, young master. After breakfast, Han Wanjing called Sato Jiro, Sato Mahiri, and Sato Kohei from Hate Group, asking them to notify all shareholders and directors of the group to convene the shareholders and directors meeting. Sato Jiro and Sato Manichi were somewhat puzzled. Did Yi Chen come to Yamato country? They asked if Yi Chen was in Yamato country. Han Wanjing replied that they arrived this morning. This relieved Sato Jiro and Sato Manichi. They felt that Yi Chen couldn't possibly know about their dealings with the Takeda family. After all, Yi Chen had been in Hualong country all along, and even the others from Hate Group didn't know, let alone Yi Chen. He probably came this time to address the raw material supply issues for Shanghai Technology Group. Around 9 o'clock in the morning, Yi Chen and Han Wanjing finished packing and left the hotel, taking a taxi to the Hate Group headquarters. By around 9:40, the two arrived at the Hate Group headquarters. At that moment, nearly all the shareholders and directors of the group had already gathered in the conference room. Yi Chen and Han Wanjing went directly into the conference room. The previously noisy room fell silent as soon as Yi Chen entered. Sato Kohei, Sato Jiro, and Sato Manichi stood up to greet him. Mr. Yi, you have arrived, Sato Jiro said first, approaching with a beaming smile. Sato Kohei and Sato Manichi also came over to greet him. Yi Chen smiled and responded to each of them, then took a seat at the head of the conference table, with Han Wanjing standing behind him. Sato Jiro, Sato Kohei, and Sato Manichi sat beside him, chatting amiably. Sato Kohei's daughter, Sato Keiko, was also present. She was a shareholder of the group, with her shares naturally given to her by Sato Kohei. Yi Chen looked at Sato Jiro and Sato Manichi, sneering inwardly. If he didn't know about their affairs, he might have truly been deceived by them. Yi Chen engaged in casual conversation, asking about some matters concerning the group. He mainly inquired about Sato Kohei, as Takeda Takashi had also interacted with Sato Kohei, and it was Sato Kohei he initially approached, but Sato Kohei did not give him any face. This did not indicate Sato Kohei's loyalty to Yi Chen. If he conspired with Takeda Takashi, he would be betraying not only Yi Chen but the entire Sato family. The family was the priority, followed by Yi Chen's capabilities, and so on. At 10 o'clock, Yi Chen asked, have all the shareholders and directors arrived? Sato Jiro nodded slightly, Mr. Yi, everyone is here. The conference room was very quiet at this moment, with everyone waiting for the chairman, Yi Chen, to speak. Most of those present were aware of Yi Chen's achievements. He was a billionaire and an emerging business tycoon. Under his leadership, Hate Group might reach new heights. Yi Chen said, everyone, please be quiet. I have something very important to discuss, concerning the development of the group. Everyone listened attentively and seriously. Sato Jiro and the others were somewhat curious about what this important matter could be. Yi Chen gave Han Wanjing a glance, and she turned on the projector in the conference room, connecting her phone to play a video. When they saw the content of the video, Sato Jiro and Sato Manichi's expressions changed dramatically. They widened their eyes, their bodies trembling slightly, unable to believe what they were seeing. How could this be? How could he know these things? Hadn't he always been in Hualong country? How could he know this? Sato Jiro and Sato Manichi were truly panicking. They were very clear about what would happen once the matter was exposed. The other shareholders and directors looked puzzled. Why was the chairman showing this video? Who were Sato Jiro and Sato Manichi talking to in the video? Sato Kohei was equally shocked, calmly watching the video. Soon, everyone understood what was happening. Sato Jiro and Sato Manichi were conspiring with outsiders to bring down Hate Group. This left all the shareholders and directors furious. The video lasted over half an hour and had been edited, with some scenes unsuitable for viewing. After watching, everyone looked at Sato Jiro and Sato Manichi with faces full of anger. The two were sweating profusely, as if sitting on pins and needles. Yi Chen looked at them coldly. Do you think that just because I'm not in Yamato, I don't know what's happening here? Thud, Sato Manichi slipped off his chair and knelt on the ground. Mr. Yi, please let me explain. I was just pretending to agree with Takeda Takashi. That's right, Mr. Yi, we were just pretending to agree with him, Sato Jiro hurriedly added. The two were already in such a panic that they had lost their composure. After all, the consequences they faced were very serious. Yi Chen said, with solid evidence, what else do you have to argue? Do you think all the shareholders present are fools? Let's discuss how to deal with these two. Fire them, those treacherous scoundrels, trying to collude with outsiders to bring down our Hate Group. Exactly, fire them and reclaim all their shares. After a vote by all the shareholders and directors, Sato Jiro and Sato Manichi were dismissed, and their shares were reclaimed. Appoint Sato Koji as the general manager of the group, responsible for all matters of the group. What does everyone think? The shareholders and directors nodded slightly. With Sato Jiro and Sato Manichi dismissed, the position was vacant and could only be filled by Sato Koji. This time, Sato Koji became the biggest beneficiary. He felt a bit relieved that he hadn't agreed to Takeda Takashi back then, otherwise, the fate of Sato Jiro and Sato Manichi would serve as a warning. At the same time, he was shocked by Yi Chen's methods. Even from afar in Hualong country, he was well aware of what was happening here. Later, Yi Chen discussed the future development plans of the group. Shanghai Technology Group already had high-end chip production lines, and in the future, the purchase of raw materials would increase, leading to a higher turnover for Hake Group. If Hake Group continued to improve, the interests of the shareholders and directors would naturally rise as well. Yi Chen gave Sato Koji an order. By the end of this year, Hake Group and Shanghai Technology Group would jointly invest in 5 raw material production factories, all located in Hualong country. At the same time, they would also expand a factory in Yamato, as the future market was very large. If mature artificial intelligence technology emerged, the demand for chips would surge. With the surge in chip demand, the need for raw materials would naturally increase. After the meeting, Yi Chen called Sato Koji into his office. Yi Chen sat in his office chair and looked at him. From now on, the group will be your responsibility. Manage the group well while I'm not here. Sato Koji stood straight. Mr. Yi, you can rest assured, I will not let you down. Yi Chen smiled and nodded. Sit down, no need to stand. Sato Koji sat across from him. Mr. Yi, I heard that Western chip giants have imposed a blockade on Shanghai Technology Group, prohibiting all raw material groups from selling raw materials to Shanghai Technology Group. Yi Chen replied, I've heard about it. Sato Koji continued, Mr. Yi, we need to be cautious of the Yamato government. I feel they will have the Yamato government impose a blockade on Hake Group. Yi Chen frowned slightly. How will the Yamato government impose a blockade? Do they want to bring down Hake Group? Sato Koji said, not to that extent, they might restrict the export of raw materials to Hualong country. But it's not a big problem. Mr. Yi, don't you know people from the Sanshui Consortium? The Sanshui Consortium is one of the 6 major consortia in the country, and they have significant power. Even if the government imposes restrictions, they have channels to transport to Hualong country. The Yamato government naturally did not want to offend Western giants, and generally, they would accept the demands of the Western giants as long as they were not excessive. However, the consortia in Yamato were not so easily swayed, as the grievances between the two sides had lasted for decades. It was not something that could be easily resolved by the government. As the saying goes, there are policies from above and countermeasures from below. Even if the Yamato country issues some policies, the domestic conglomerates have ways to circumvent them. The officials of Yamato can only turn a blind eye to such matters. After finishing his conversation with Sato Kohei, Yi Chen used a loyalty card on him. Sato Kohei became the head of the group, and he would manage the entire group from now on. Loyalty was very important. Once Sato Kohei left, Yi Chen thought for a moment and then called Inoue Kota. The call was quickly connected. Mr. Yi, what can I do for you? Inoue Kota's voice came from the phone. Yi Chen, is Inoue Information Services a member of the Sanshui Consortium? Inoue Kota, yes, our company's information services also provide support to members of the Sanshui Consortium, offering free services to important members. Yi Chen, if the Yamato government prohibits Hake Group from supplying raw materials to Shanghai Technology Group, can the Sanshui Consortium handle it? Inoue Kota, that's simple. There is a large multinational trading group within the Sanshui Consortium that can use their cargo ships to transport the materials. No one will check the Sanshui Consortium's ships. Yi Chen, if the higher-ups prohibit the raw materials from Hake Group, I will have Sato Kohei contact you. Inoue Kota, understood, Mr. Yi. Just after hanging up, Yi Chen's phone rang. Hello, who is this? Yi Chen asked. Is this Mr. Yi? I am Taro Shimada, the general manager of KB Precision Group. Yi Chen, that's me. Taro Shimada, Mr. Yi, where are you now? Yi Chen, I am in Gaia City. Send me the address, and I will come to the company. Okay, Mr. Yi. He hurriedly provided the address. After hanging up, Yi Chen said to Han Wanjing, come with me for a moment. The two got into a car heading to KB Precision Group. In the car, Han Wanjing curiously asked, young master, where are we going? Yi Chen, we are going to KB Precision Group. I have acquired 60% of the shares in this group. Han Wanjing nodded. She had not heard of this group before. However, a company that could attract Yi Chen's investment was certainly not an ordinary one. On the way, Han Wanjing looked up detailed information about KB Precision Group online and then realized the strength of this group. It could be said to be the world's top precision parts manufacturing group with many high-end devices using parts produced by them. The young master actually acquired 60% of this group's shares. That was impressive. For a top group in a certain field, not to mention acquisition, even collaborating with them was not easy, especially for companies from Hualong country. The high-tech field had always been a restricted area. After nearly an hour, they arrived at the headquarters of KB Precision Group. Getting out of the car, the first thing that caught their eye was a 20-story building. This was the office building of KB Precision Group. Although KB Precision Group was just a manufacturer of small parts, the demand for their orders far exceeded supply, with many people seeking cooperation every day. The main reason was that they could manufacture the most precise parts in the world. Yichen, this headquarters building of KB Precision Group is quite impressive. Han Wanjing, to reach this level by producing small parts, such a company is indeed remarkable. Of course, KB Precision Group was now involved in more fields, but precision parts remained their main business. This was their foundation in essence. They could not abandon their roots for the sake of superficial gains. The group could grow strong and large due to effective leadership and powerful technology and talent. Yi Chen and Han Wanjing entered the KB Precision building, and right in front was the reception area. "Hello, sir and miss, may I ask who you are looking for?" Two young and beautiful women stood at the service desk. They were tall and graceful, all carefully selected individuals. Yi Chen said, "I'm looking for Mr. Shimada Taro." The female receptionist smiled and asked, "May I ask your name, sir? Do you have an appointment?" Yi Chen replied, "My name is Yi Chen, and I don't have an appointment." The receptionist glanced at the list and hurriedly said, "I'm sorry, Chairman, we didn't realize it was you." This morning, KB Precision Group announced changes in its shareholders and board of directors. The new chairman, Yi Chen, holds 60% of the group's shares. Yi Chen said, "It's fine, please take me to see Mr. Shimada Taro." "Of course, Chairman, please follow me." A female receptionist led them to the elevator. They took the elevator to the 22nd floor, where the offices of the group's senior executives were located. Exiting the elevator, the receptionist guided them toward the general manager's office. As they passed by the office of a vice president, Yi Chen spotted a familiar figure. Wasn't that He Shuang, whom he met on the plane? What was she doing here? He Shuang's assistant was also present, along with a middle-aged man. When He Shuang and her companions noticed someone approaching, they turned curiously to look. Upon seeing Yi Chen and Han Wanjing, He Shuang and her assistant were momentarily stunned. How could they be here? Yi Chen noticed He Shuang looking at him and smiled, nodding as a greeting. He Shuang also nodded slightly. The female receptionist reached the general manager's office, knocked on the door, and then led Yi Chen and the other person inside. "Shuang, do you know that person from just now?" He Lesan asked curiously. He Shuang replied, "I met him on the plane. I accidentally spilled a drink on him." He Lesan nodded. "Oh, is he from Hualong country or Yamato country?" He Shuang said, "He's from Hualong country." He Lesan remarked, "I saw them just enter the general manager's office. Does he know the general manager of KB Precision Group?" He Shuang replied, "I don't know, but if he can meet the general manager of KB Precision Group, he must not be an ordinary person." At that moment, a female assistant walked out of the vice president's office. "Mr. He, please come in." He Lesan took his daughter inside, where a man was sitting in an office chair looking at them. "Mr. He, this must be your daughter? No wonder she's a top star from Hualong country, she's truly beautiful." Yamada Ken's gaze unabashedly swept over He Shuang. This kind of look made He Shuang very uncomfortable, but she did not react. Her father's work involved seeking cooperation, and if she offended this vice president, their collaboration would likely fall through. Her father had been in Yamato country for more than half a month, and Yamada Ken had yet to agree to the collaboration. He Shuang was here at Yamada Ken's request. He said he wanted to meet He Leshan's daughter, the big star He Shuang. Reluctantly, He Lesan called his daughter over. This collaboration was extremely important for He Leshan's group. They were producing an advanced piece of equipment that required a precision component. Only a few companies in the world could produce it. The other companies were unlikely to cooperate with them. Only KB Precision Group had a glimmer of hope. Yamada Ken called for his daughter, and he had a rough idea of Yamada Ken's intentions. However, he still held onto a sliver of hope, as this collaboration was too crucial for his company. If they couldn't proceed with the collaboration, the development of the new equipment would be in vain. If things were serious, the group would face the risk of bankruptcy, as they had invested a significant amount of capital up front. If Yamada Ken truly had such intentions toward his daughter, He Lesan would find it unacceptable. But if the group went bankrupt, that would also be an unacceptable outcome. At that moment, he was in extreme inner conflict. Whenever such thoughts arose, he would quickly push them out of his mind. If it's for the group to sell off their own daughter, how is that different from beasts? Hishuya suppressed her inner displeasure and smiled as she said, "Hello, Mr. Yamada." Yamada-ken wore a broad smile. "Missy, you truly live up to being a top star from Hualong country. You are indeed beautiful, and the characteristics of an Eastern beauty from Hualong country are fully evident." Hishuya smiled charmingly. "Mr. Yamada, you flatter me." At this moment, Hilesan spoke up. "Mr. Yamada, what do you think about the collaboration I mentioned last time?" Yamada-ken replied, "Collaboration is not a problem, but I would like to spend a couple of days alone with Miss He. What do you think, Mr. He?" Meanwhile, in the general manager's office, after Yi Chen and Han Wanjing walked in, a middle-aged man was seated inside. The female receptionist spoke up, "General manager, the chairman has arrived." Upon hearing this, Otani Taro quickly stood up to greet him. "Mr. Yi, you have arrived." Yi Chen sat down on the sofa. "This is my assistant, Han Wanjing." Otani Taro, "Hello, Assistant Han, please have a seat." Han Wanjing, "No need, I can stand." Yi Chen, "Mr. Otani, please bring the contract for me to review." Otani Taro hurriedly brought over the contract. "Mr. Yi, please take a look." Yi Chen checked it over, confirmed it was correct, and handed it to Han Wanjing. Otani Taro felt a bit puzzled. Originally, these shares were in the hands of the Sanjin Association, so how did those big shots sell them to Mr. Yi? Who exactly is this Mr. Yi? The Sanjin Association is the Sanjin Consortium of Yamato Country, one of the 6 major consortia in the country. The KB Precision Group is a subsidiary of the Sanjin Consortium. However, no one expected that they would sell shares of the KB Precision Group to Yi Chen. Even Otani Taro was surprised. He had only received the notification this morning. Yi Chen said, "Mr. Otani, gather the senior management of the company, we will have a meeting in 10 minutes. Otani Taro replied, "Okay, Mr. Yi." He picked up the phone on the desk and called the people in the president's office, instructing them to gather all senior management of the group at once. Yi Chen recalled seeing Hishuya's earlier and felt a bit curious. What was she doing at KB Precision Group? Was she seeking collaboration? Did a star from the entertainment industry have any business interests? Thinking of that middle-aged man, Yi Chen wondered if he was Hishuya's father. If so, they must be here to seek collaboration. Since they were all from Hualong country, Yi Chen felt he should help if he could. After all, the people from Yamato country were foreigners, and there were old grievances between the two sides. Yi Chen stood up and walked outside, with Han Wanjing following him. Otani Taro asked, "Mr. Yi, where are you going?" Yi Chen replied, "It's nothing, I just saw a friend and want to check on them." "A friend? Mr. Yi has friends here?" He hurriedly followed him out. Yi Chen went outside but did not see Hishuya's and the middle-aged man. Her assistant was waiting outside instead. In the vice president's office, Hishuya suppressed her anger. "Mr. Yamada, I have many arrangements back home and cannot stay here for too long." Yamada-ken replied, "If you can't stay, then I won't be able to collaborate with your group." Shameless. Hishuya knew how important this collaboration was for her father's company, but she couldn't bring herself to accompany Yamada-ken. Hishuya turned to look at her father. Hilesan was also in a state of extreme conflict. Seeing her father's expression, Hishuya felt a bit disappointed. How she wished her father would just turn around and leave with her. But her father did not do that. He hesitated. Hishuya understood her father's dilemma, as they had invested too much in the new product. If it ended in failure, her father's group would be finished. Thinking of her father's meticulous care and love for her, her heart was also conflicted. Hilesan finally spoke, "Shuyas, let's go." Yamada-sen said, "Mr. He, if you change your mind, you can continue to look for me. My decision remains unchanged." Yamada-sen had encountered such examples more than once. In the end, the other party still obediently delivered themselves to be trampled. Hilesan and Hishuya turned and left the office. As soon as they came out, they saw Yi Chen and a few others. Yi Chen noticed Hishuya's displeased expression and smiled. "Miss He, what a coincidence to meet you here." Hishuya smiled upon seeing Yi Chen. "Mr. Yi, what brings you here?" Yi Chen replied, "I acquired 60% of this group's shares, just came to take a look." Hishuya and Hilesan were taken aback. "Acquiring 60% of KB Precision Group's shares? You must be joking. This is KB Precision Group, a world-class parts manufacturer." Hishuya asked, "Is that true?" Next to them, Taro Shimada smiled and said, "Mr. Yi is our group's new chairman." Hilesan then noticed Taro Shimada. He naturally recognized the general manager of KB Precision Group, but he wasn't sure if the other party recognized him. Yi Chen asked, "Miss He, what are you doing here? Is it for business?" Hishuya nodded. My dad's company wants to collaborate with KB Precision Group. Yi Chen inquired, how's the negotiation going? Hishuya replied, not very well. Let's talk in the office, Yi Chen said, leading them to the general manager's office. Taro Shimada poured water for them, leaving Hilesan astonished. This was the general manager of KB Group. When had he ever poured water for someone else? Yi Chen looked at Hishuya and Hilesan and asked, why isn't it going well? Hilesan said, Mr. Yamada said there are too many orders. Hishuya couldn't help but say, that Mr. Yamada wants me to accompany him for a few days, otherwise, he won't agree to our collaboration. Yi Chen's expression turned cold. Is there really such a thing? How bold. After saying that, he told Taro Shimada, go call him here. Taro Shimada hurriedly went out to summon Yamada-sien. When Yamada-sien saw the people in the office, his expression was calm. I've met the chairman. Yi Chen said, you have some nerve, abusing your power and damaging the company's reputation. How did a tumor like you become the vice president? Yamada-sien quickly said, Chairman, I'm wronged. Don't listen to their nonsense, they are slandering me. Yi Chen replied, I'm neither blind nor a fool, I can distinguish between truth and lies. Pack your things and get out right now. Yamada-sien's expression changed slightly as he turned to look at Taro Shimada. Taro Shimada pretended not to see, joking that he couldn't offend the new chairman for Yamada's sake. If the chairman was unhappy, he might even be replaced. Why aren't you leaving? Are you waiting for someone to throw you out? Yi Chen said coldly. Taro Shimada added, hurry up and leave. Yamada-sien turned and left in disgrace. Hilesan and Hishuya watched in astonishment, feeling immensely satisfied. The vice president of KB Group was dismissed just like that. It was truly impressive. For Hilesan, facing Yamada-sien required utmost respect, fearing to offend him. But Yamada-sien was like a mouse encountering a cat in front of Yi Chen. Who exactly is this Mr. Yi, to have become the chairman of KB Precision Group? Such a person in the country could not possibly be an unknown figure. Mr. Yi? Could he be that Mr. Yi? Hileshan's eyes suddenly widened as he thought of someone in the country. Besides him, there probably wouldn't be a second person. Yi Chen said to Hileshan, Mr. I'm sorry, you can discuss the follow-up of your collaboration in detail with Taro Shimada. Hileshan was a bit excited upon hearing this. Thank you so much, Mr. Yi. Really, thank you. Yi Chen, no need to be polite, we are all fellow townsmen, it's only right to help each other. Both of them are from Hualong country, so naturally, they consider each other as fellow countrymen abroad. Oda Taro, chairman, the meeting is about to start. Yi Chen, you go ahead, I'll be there shortly. Oda Taro turned and left the office, leaving only Yi Chen and the other three in the room. Hilesan looked at him and asked, Mr. Yi, are you the Mr. Yi from Shanghai Technology Group? Yi Chen nodded slightly, that's me. Hishuang was taken aback. Is this really the Yi Chen worth over $1 trillion? He looks too young. Hishuang, it really is you, I thought it was just a coincidence at first. Hilesan, Mr. Yi, I am Hilesan, the chairman of Weihang Group, and this is my daughter, Hishuang. Yi Chen nodded slightly, Mr. You two sit here for a while, I need to attend a meeting. Hilesan, alright, Mr. Yi, you go ahead, don't mind us. Yi Chen, Wanjing, stay here and keep Mr. He and Miss He company. In Gulu City, Takata Corporation. Takata Ryu's expression changed slightly upon learning that Sato Jiro and Sato Mahiro had been dismissed. Yi Chen's actions are so swift? Are my contacts with Sato Jiro and the others under his surveillance? At that moment, his phone rang. It was a call from Sato Jiro. He glanced at it and hung up, then added the number to his blacklist. Sato Jiro and Sato Mahiro are now of no use. He dialed another number. This matter needs to be reported to the higher-ups. The plan failed. The people I contacted were discovered by Yi Chen in advance. Understood, just wait for our news. KB Precision Group. After the meeting, Yi Chen returned to his office. Han Wanjing was chatting with Hilesan and his daughter. Mr. Yi, you're back. Yi Chen, Mr. You and Oda Taro can discuss the cooperation matters. I've already briefed him. Oda Taro, Mr. Let's go to the conference room to talk. Hilesan followed Oda Taro out of the office. Hishuang did not go, she didn't understand business matters very well. Mr. Yi, do you have time tonight? My dad wants to invite you to dinner. Yi Chen, sure, you have my contact information. Just let me know the location when the time comes. Hishuang smiled and nodded, looking at Mr. Yi. Thinking of that Yamada-ken, she felt a bit disgusted. He was ugly and still tried to coerce people. Yi Chen casually chatted with her. Missy, did you come to Yamato country this time just for your father's cooperation? He Shuang nodded, that Yamada Ken has been stalling on the cooperation, then he told my dad he wanted to meet me, and after meeting me, he wanted me to accompany him for a few days before he would agree to cooperate. No wonder He Shuang has been so successful in the domestic entertainment industry, her background is impressive. Weihang Group is a very large company in the country, worth hundreds of billions. Even such a large group has to bow down and seek cooperation in front of KB Precision. Yi Chen, such people are too disgusting. For a beautiful woman to take the initiative, that shows skill and charm. But to coerce someone, that's a character issue. He Shuang nodded in agreement, exactly, it's too disgusting. Yi Chen, these arrogant people from Yamato country still want to lay their hands on the beauties of our country. It's simply a daydream. He Shuang couldn't help but laugh at his words. Mr. Yi, you're too interesting. I didn't expect you to be a passionate youth too. Yi Chen, it's normal, I guess most young people are like that. I see Miss He is too, right? He Shuang smiled shyly, I suppose so. Yi Chen, I didn't expect Miss He to be like-minded. I doubt many would believe it. After all, He Shuang has always had the image of a goddess of ancient style in the eyes of the public. He Shuang, just call me Shuang, no need to call me Miss He. Yi Chen, alright, then I won't be polite. The two chatted idly, and about 10 minutes later, He Lesan and Shimada Taro returned, both wearing smiles. Yi Chen asked, is the contract signed? Shimada Taro replied, it's all signed. He Lesan said, Mr. Yi, I won't disturb you any longer. I'll contact you again in the afternoon. Yi Chen nodded slightly, Mr. He, please go ahead with your business. He Shuang said, goodbye, Mr. Yi, goodbye. He Lesan and his daughter left, and the heavy burden in their hearts was finally lifted. Yi Chen didn't stay long at KB Precision Group and left around 2 in the afternoon. After leaving KB Precision Group, he went to his residence in Nagoya. This residence was a gift from Sato Kohei, located in a top-tier villa community in Nagoya. Although this community wasn't as luxurious as those in his home country, it had a different style. Young master, when are we going back? Han Wanjing asked while giving him a massage. Yi Chen replied, maybe tomorrow. He was contemplating how to deal with the Western chip giants. The crisis at Hake Group was instigated by them, and if he didn't retaliate, it wouldn't be in his character. He didn't know those Western giants personally, only that Takeda Takashi was their lackey. Yi Chen looked at the upgraded version of the unexpected card in his system backpack and decided to use it on Takeda Takashi. He had seen Takeda when he installed the pinhole camera, so he could directly use the item card on him. Upgraded unexpected card used successfully, Takeda Takashi will unexpectedly die within half an hour. Yi Chen lay back on the sofa and slightly closed his eyes. Han Wanjing sat beside him, gently massaging him. About half an hour later, Yi Chen dozed off when his phone suddenly rang. He opened his eyes and answered the call. Hello, who is this? He Shuang's voice came from the phone. Mr. Yi, it's me. Oh, Shuang, what's up? He Shuang said, my dad booked a hotel. We have a private room at the Hilton Hotel 2020 at 6 tonight. Yi Chen replied, okay, I'll be there. Hearing his voice, He Shuang asked with a smile, I hope I'm not disturbing your rest? Yi Chen said, yeah, I just fell asleep when your call woke me up. He Shuang replied, please don't blame me, Mr. Yi. I didn't mean to, I'll drink a cup as punishment tonight. Yi Chen joked, isn't it usually 3 cups for a punishment? He Shuang said, 3 cups it is, since Mr. Yi has mentioned it, I'll accompany you to the end. Yi Chen laughed, ha, I'm not a gentleman. They chatted for a bit longer before hanging up. He Lesan asked, how did it go? Did Mr. Yi agree? He Shuang replied, he agreed, he'll come tonight. He Lesan smiled and nodded, it's good we ran into Mr. Yi today, otherwise, we wouldn't know what to do. He Shuang said, this might be the reward for good people. He Lesan remarked, Mr. Yi is truly remarkable, he managed to acquire a large stake in KB Precision Group. I really don't know how he did it. He Shuang replied, isn't it just about having money? His net worth is over $1 trillion. He Lesan said, it's not just about having money, this is a world-class parts manufacturer, the top in the precision parts industry. Without extraordinary connections in Yamato, he absolutely couldn't have acquired KB Precision Group. He Shuang asked, isn't he from Hualong country? Doesn't he have connections in Yamato? He Lesan shook his head, I'm not too sure about that. He should know some big shots from the Sanjin Consortium, otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to acquire KB Precision Group. Sanjin Consortium? One of the 6 major consortia in Yamato? He Shuang was taken aback. He Lesan nodded slightly, it's also possible that the Sanjin Consortium wants to befriend Mr. Yi, considering the potential and strength he has shown. Inside the villa, Yi Chen had just hung up the phone when the system's voice sounded. Enhanced version of the accident card activated. Takeda Ryo has died unexpectedly. In about half an hour, the news of Takeda Ryo's death spread throughout the upper class of Guwu City. Sato Kohei was taken aback upon hearing the news. Takeda Ryo is dead? What a coincidence! The first person he thought of was Yi Chen. Who else would dare to move against him? After all, he was a member of a Western consortium, and even the 6 major domestic consortia would not want to offend him. Mr. Yi is truly astonishing, managing to take down Takeda Ryo. Is this a warning to the Western giants behind the Takeda family? Mr. Yi is directly confronting the Western giants. Even the 6 major domestic consortia would not dare to challenge those Western giants head-on. The main reason is that those Western giants hold immense power, far beyond what ordinary people can imagine. They can directly pressure Yamato country into submission. Many people were paying attention to Takeda Ryo's death. The Sanshue Consortium, the Sanjin Consortium, and other consortia in Yamato country were all watching closely. Originally, the Sanjin Consortium had planned to invite Yi Chen to join the Sanjin Association. However, now they were somewhat hesitant. Yi Chen had offended the Western giants. If they invited him to join, it might provoke retaliation from those giants. This matter needed to be observed for a while longer. The Western giants would definitely not let it go easily. Both sides would continue to clash. In the afternoon, Yi Chen and Han Wanjing rested for 2 hours. Then they went to the Hilton Hotel. Upon arriving in the private room, He Lesan and He Shuang were already there, waiting for him. Mr. Yi has arrived, please take a seat, He Lesan said with a beaming smile. Yi Chen sat down and smiled, saying, sorry to keep you waiting, Mr. He. Not at all, we just got here as well, He Lesan replied with a smile. He then called the waiter in and asked Yi Chen to order. Yi Chen was not polite and ordered several dishes, handing the menu back to him. He Lesan also ordered some dishes and a few bottles of wine. When are you heading back, Mr. Yi? He Lesan asked with a smile. Yi Chen replied, tomorrow morning, there's nothing much left to do here. He Lesan said, we're also heading back tomorrow morning, we'll probably be on the same flight. He Lesan was from Sioux City, and the Weihang group was also based there. However, there were no direct flights from Sioux City to Guwu City, they had to go to Jianghai International Airport. The few of them chatted casually, and the food and drinks quickly arrived. Mr. Yi, I toast to you, thanks to you today, if you need anything in the future, just let me know, He Lesan said seriously, raising his glass. However, he estimated that Yi Chen probably wouldn't have anything to ask of him. If Yi Chen couldn't solve a problem, he doubted he could either. But he still had to say it, it was a matter of attitude. Yi Chen smiled, Mr. He, you flatter me, it's just a small effort on my part, no need for such formality. Mr. Yi, I'll drink first. With that, He Lesan downed his drink in one go. Yi Chen also drank it down, his physique was exceptionally strong, and even after a few bottles of white liquor, he would be fine. After finishing a glass, the two began to eat and talk. He Lesan invited Yi Chen to dinner tonight, partly to express gratitude and partly to build a relationship with him. He was not only a top business tycoon in the country but also the chairman of KB Precision Group. Any one of his identities was enough for He Lesan to treat him this way. Shuang, I remember you said you would self-punish with 3 drinks, Yi Chen said with a smile while eating. He was genuinely curious to see what He Shuang would be like when drunk. Would she act tipsy? He Shuang smiled shyly, Mr. Yi, I don't have a good tolerance for alcohol, what if I get drunk? Yi Chen replied, it's fine, we're in a hotel, after all. If you get drunk, just go back and sleep. We must eat and drink well today. Alright then, I'll self-punish with 3 drinks first. He Shuang picked up her glass and quickly drank 3 in succession, her pretty face turning slightly red. Yi Chen smiled and said, come on, Mr. He, let's drink. The two of them exchanged toasts, and before long, they had finished a bottle of white liquor. He Lesan had a good tolerance for alcohol. After half a gin, he seemed fine, though his face was a bit red. Yi Chen didn't let He Shuya drink anymore, as it could be quite uncomfortable to overindulge. However, He Shuya did have a little more to drink afterward, her pretty face growing even redder. Yi Chen enjoyed the dinner quite a bit, and both He Lesan and He Shuya were very happy. They continued eating until nearly 9 o'clock in the evening. He Lesan could no longer drink, swaying in his seat. Yi Chen said, Mr. He, let's call it a night. We can drink again when we return to the country. He Lesan replied, okay, we'll drink again when we return. He Shuya had also drunk quite a bit, but she wasn't drunk. She looked at him with a smile on her flushed face, Mr. Yi, your alcohol tolerance is incredible. My dad can hold his liquor well, but I didn't expect he couldn't keep up with you. Yi Chen smiled and said, I'm known for being able to drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk. A little more won't hurt. Han Wanjing had also drunk quite a bit, her pretty face slightly flushed. Yi Chen said, Shuya, why don't you take your dad back to his room? Wanjing, you go book a room. We'll stay here tonight and head back tomorrow. Han Wanjing nodded slightly and got up to handle the room arrangements. At this point, He Lesan had already slumped over the table, asleep. He Shuya struggled to help him up, and Yi Chen came over to assist. The two of them helped He Lesan into the elevator and up to the top suite on the 32nd floor. After laying He Lesan on the bed, He Shuya let out a long sigh. She then took off her father's shoes and coat. Yi Chen was sitting on the sofa in the living room. He Shuya came out of the room, poured a glass of water for Yi Chen, and smiled, Mr. Yi, have some water. Yi Chen replied, thank you. You're welcome. He Shuya poured herself a glass of water and was about to sit down. However, she tripped on the carpet and suddenly leaned forward. Ah! She exclaimed in fright. Yi Chen had intended to reach for the water cup. Hearing her scream, he turned to look and quickly reached out to support her. He Shuya's body was leaning right toward him. Sitting on the sofa, Yi Chen securely wrapped his arms around her. Are you okay? He Shuya, still shaken, turned to look at him. I'm fine, thank you, Mr. Yi. After saying that, she felt something was off. It seemed Yi Chen's hand was in an inappropriate place. Instantly, her pretty face flushed, but due to having drunk quite a bit of white liquor, the change wasn't very noticeable. Yi Chen also sensed something was wrong and squeezed his hand slightly. Then he froze. No way, right? He Shuya was also frozen in place, her face bright red, unsure of what to do. After a few seconds, Yi Chen snapped back to reality and hurriedly helped He Shuya sit back on the sofa. Have some water. He Shuya softly replied with an picking up the cup to drink. The atmosphere in the room was a bit awkward. The two sat there in silence, quietly drinking water. He Shuya felt extremely shy but didn't blame Yi Chen. Yi Chen had only meant to support her. It was just a coincidence that his hand ended up there. Yi Chen couldn't help but marvel at He Shuya's figure, which was quite nice, probably not worse than Wanjing's. At that moment, there was a knock at the door. It must be Han Wanjing returning after finishing her tasks. I'll go open the door. He Shuya quickly got up and walked over. Han Wanjing entered. Young master, it's all done. Yi Chen also wanted to leave, as that previous scene had been too awkward. Shuya, I'm going to rest now, you should get some rest too. He Shuya nodded slightly. Good night, Mr. Yi. Yi Chen and Han Wanjing left the room, and once Yi Chen was gone, He Shuya let out a long sigh. Then she looked down at her chest, her heart racing. Yi Chen arrived at the neighboring top suite. He sat on the sofa and looked at Han Wanjing, saying, Wanjing, pour me some water, I'm a bit thirsty. Han Wanjing poured 2 glasses of water and sat down on the sofa. She was also a bit thirsty. Drinking too much white wine does that, making one easily parched. Yi Chen turned on the television and tuned to the satellite channel of Hualong Country. Such top suites in 5-star hotels offer this service, making it convenient for business travelers to choose what to watch. Han Wanjing asked, Young master, what were you doing with He Shuya just now? Yi Chen replied, Nothing much, why? Han Wanjing said, I saw He Shuya just open the door, and her eyes seemed a bit evasive when she looked at me. Did you take advantage of her? Yi Chen shot her a glance. Is that the image you have of me? Am I that kind of person? Han Wanjing replied, I think so. Yi Chen reached out and pulled her closer, then playfully slapped her a few times. Han Wanjing's cheeks flushed, her big eyes sparkling as she looked at him, wearing a reluctant yet inviting expression. Young master, I know I was wrong, please stop hitting me. Today, I'll give you a good lesson so you know the power of the young master. After saying that, Yi Chen raised his hand and continued. It wasn't until several dozen seconds later that he stopped. Han Wanjing, blushing, lay motionless on his lap. Yi Chen's fire had already ignited with He Shuya, and now it burned even more fiercely. He found it hard to resist. But just as he was about to take the next step, a figure flashed in his mind. Sorry, Wanjing, I need to take a shower. Han Wanjing sat up and looked at him. Young master, don't say sorry to me. Everything is my choice. Being by your side makes me very happy. I just hope to always be with you in the future. The effect of the charm card seemed minimal, but over time, its impact was terrifying. Just like now, Han Wanjing was completely conquered by Yi Chen's personal charm. It was likely that whatever Yi Chen asked her to do, she would comply. This was the ultimate manifestation of personal charm. This was different from the religious brainwashing abroad. It was purely personal charm. But this kind of personal charm was even more maddening. Yi Chen stroked her hair. You're so capable, how could I bear to replace you? Alright, I'm going to take a shower. After saying that, he got up and went to the bathroom. While he was showering, Han Wanjing walked in. Yi Chen was taken aback. "Wanjing, why did you come in?" Han Wanjing giggled, "I'm helping the young master shower, and I might as well take a shower too." More than half an hour later, the two of them came out of the bathroom. Yi Chen, feeling refreshed, sat on the sofa watching television. Han Wanjing went to brush her teeth. After brushing her teeth, Han Wanjing sat on the sofa watching TV for a while, and then the two went to bed to rest. The next morning at 7, Yi Chen woke up. The system's voice did not sound, probably because he hadn't had any dreams last night. After washing up, he came out of the room, and Han Wanjing was sitting on the sofa looking at her phone. "Good morning, young master." Yi Chen smiled and nodded. "Morning." Han Wanjing called the service staff, and breakfast was quickly delivered. While they were having breakfast, there was a knock at the door. He Lesan and He Shuya walked in. "Mr. Yi, having breakfast?" He Lesan said with a big smile. Yi Chen asked, "Mr. He Shuya, have you had breakfast? Why not sit down and eat together?" He Lesan replied, "We just had ours, you two go ahead." Yi Chen asked, "Is Mr. He's hangover gone?" He Lesan smiled awkwardly. "Mr. Yi, I didn't embarrass myself last night, did I?" Yi Chen replied, "No, you just fell asleep on the table." He Lesan felt a bit embarrassed. "Then I was out of line, I didn't expect Mr. Yi to have such a good tolerance for alcohol." Yi Chen smiled faintly, even he didn't know how strong his alcohol tolerance was, as he had never really gotten drunk. After having breakfast, the four of them took a car to the Guhua City airport. In the car, He Lesan smiled and asked, "Mr. Yi, did you come to Guhua City just to see the KB Precision Group?" Yi Chen replied, "There are some matters with the Hake Group as well, so I came over to handle them together." He Lesan continued, "Mr. Yi, I heard that Shanghai Technology Group has started producing high-end chips?" Yi Chen said, "Yes, there is already a production line in place." "What does your company do, Mr. He Lesan explained, "Our group produces heavy machinery, mainly commercial heavy equipment. We are researching a new type of equipment that requires a precision part. Without this part, the new equipment cannot be produced." Yi Chen nodded slightly. "So Mr. He runs a heavy industry group, impressive." He Lesan replied, "Mr. Yi, please don't belittle me. Compared to you, I'm just playing small." Although his Weihang Group was valued at nearly 100 billion, it truly couldn't compare to Yi Chen. After more than half an hour, they arrived at the airport. The group checked in and boarded the first-class cabin of the plane. There were only the four of them in first class, and they sat together chatting. Once the plane took off and stabilized, He Lesan said, "Mr. Yi, I'll go to the restroom, you all continue chatting." Yi Chen asked, "Shuya, which film and television group did you sign with?" He Shuya smiled, "It's Tianyi Media Group. My father and President Chao are old classmates." Yi Chen remarked, "No wonder you became a top-tier star in the country, your background is so strong." He Shuya pouted slightly, "That's just secondary, the main thing is my personal strength." Yi Chen smiled gently, "Right, personal strength is the most important. If you don't have that ability, even with a background, it's hard to be this popular." He Shuya then showed a satisfied smile, "My family also has shares in Tianyi Media Group, those shares are mine, so I'm considered one of the shareholders." Yi Chen asked, "Shuya, what are your plans for the next step?" He Shuya's replied, "I want to develop internationally, but I have no channels, so I can only take it slow." Yi Chen inquired, "Your family is so wealthy, do you want to be a star because of your dreams?" He Shuya said, "Yes, it's been my dream since I was a child." Yi Chen remarked, "Not many can achieve their dreams like you." He Shuya curiously asked, "Mr. Yi, what was your dream before?" Yi Chen replied, "My dream was very simple, I just wanted to be rich, to have endless money." He Shuya was taken aback, "Then you've already achieved that. There probably isn't anyone in the world richer than you, right?" Yi Chen said, "Not really, I'm still far from my dream. I don't have enough money to spend, and I'm occasionally targeted by others." He Shuya asked, "Who would dare to target you?" Yi Chen explained, "The tycoons of Western conglomerates, they almost control the most advanced technologies in the world. If someone threatens their position, they would likely go to any lengths to eliminate them." He Shuya didn't know much about business matters. She had only heard of those Western tycoons, who were very powerful and terrifying. Several leaders in the Misai country had been assassinated, and they were leaders, but in the eyes of those Western tycoons, they were insignificant. An hour later, the plane arrived at Shanghai City International Airport. In the parking lot, He Lesan said to Yi Chen, "Mr. Yi, we'll be leaving now. When you go to Sioux City, be sure to let me know, and we can have a good drink together then." Yi Chen smiled and nodded, "Sure, let's get together when we have time. Goodbye, Mr. Yi." He Shuya smiled at him. Yi Chen replied, "Goodbye." He Les Han and his daughter got into their car and left, while Yi Chen and Han Wanjing also got into their car and departed. An hour later, they returned to the Hualong Sidu Villa community. Yi Chen sat on the sofa watching TV and playing on his phone, while Han Wanjing was busy with the finances of various companies in the study. Around 11 in the morning, Yi Chen's phone suddenly rang. It was an unfamiliar number. He answered the call. "Hello, who is this?" Zhang Yunxue replied, "Master, it's me. Professor Hua and I have brought back the fire virtual fruit tree you mentioned." Yi Chen asked, "Where are you now?" Zhang Yunxue responded, "We just got on the high-speed train. We should be back in Jianghai City in about 2 hours." Yi Chen said, "When you get back, come directly to where I'm staying. Dr. Hua knows where I live, let him bring you over." Zhang Yunxue laughed and said, "Okay, master." Yi Chen replied, "Alright, no problem. I'll hang up for now, we'll talk when you arrive this afternoon." After hanging up, Yi Chen chatted with Xia Cheng for a while, inquiring about her grandmother's condition. She was no longer in critical danger, and the driver who hit her had already compensated a significant amount. However, there was no need to worry about the money. Xia Qing had tens of millions, and Xia Meng had several million, which was more than enough. Xia Qing's parents were surprised at how wealthy Yi Chen was. Even giving Xia Meng a little pocket money started at 1 million, which was quite extravagant. Yi Chen then called his father. "Dad, do you know about Xia Qing's family situation?" Yi Haifeng replied, "Yes, I plan to take your mom over to have a look today. Why did you call me?" Yi Chen said, "It's nothing, I just wanted to mention it to you so you could visit the hospital." Yi Haifeng remarked, "Xiaoyu, just how impressive are you now? A few days ago, the leaders from our town, the county, and the city all came to our house." Yi Chen asked, "What did they come to our house for?" Yi Haifeng replied, "What else could it be? They came to see you, wanting me to ask if you have any plans to invest in building a factory in your hometown." Yi Chen's reputation had long spread through high society. As leaders from Yi Chen's hometown, they rushed to visit as soon as they learned that Yi Chen was from there. If Yi Chen could invest in building a factory in his hometown, it would greatly boost the local economy and be a significant achievement for them. After chatting with his father for a while, Yi Chen hung up the phone. "Young master, lunch is ready," Han Wanjing said as she walked out of the kitchen. During lunch, he told Han Wanjing, "This afternoon, Dr. Hua and my apprentice might come over. Please call me when they arrive. I'll take a nap for a bit." Han Wanjing curiously asked, "Young master, when did you get an apprentice?" Yi Chen replied, "Just someone who was learning medicine from me." Han Wanjing nodded, "Is your apprentice male or female? How old are they?" Yi Chen said, "I have strict criteria for accepting apprentices. It can't be a male, it must be a female, and she has to be both young and beautiful." Han Wanjing shot him a glance, thinking, "Are you taking an apprentice or collecting women? This is really shameless." After lunch, Yi Chen went to the upstairs bedroom and took down a set of Xingyan skincare products to give to Han Wanjing. Looking at the skincare set, Han Wanjing smiled, "Young master, I already have skincare products." Yi Chen replied, "This skincare product can't be bought outside, it's very effective. You should give it a try." Han Wanjing gently nodded, "Okay, thank you, young master. No need to be polite, if you have nothing to do this afternoon, you should rest a bit too." Around 3 in the afternoon, Yi Chen was sleeping in his room when he heard a knock at the door. Then Han Wanjing walked in, "Young master, Dr. Hua and your apprentice have arrived." Yi Chen opened his eyes and looked at her. "Oh, got it." After that, he got up to wash up. 3 minutes later, Yi Chen and Han Wanjing came downstairs. Hua Hongyun and Zhang Yunxue were sitting on the sofa. When Zhang Yunxue entered and saw such a luxurious villa, she was a bit taken aback. "Is this my master's home? It looks like my master is quite wealthy." She had never inquired about Yi Chen's identity, so she didn't know he was the richest man in the country. Yi Chen's name had not been widely reported in the news, the reports focused on the names of his companies. He also didn't want the news media to report on him, that would be too high profile. If it really became common knowledge, he would probably be surrounded by a crowd whenever he went out. "Mr. Yi, I apologize for disturbing your rest," Hua Hongyun said with some regret. Yi Chen replied, "It's fine, I just woke up." "Where did you move the fire void fruit tree?" Hua Hongyun said, "I contacted the plant and animal experts at Jianghai University and moved the fire void fruit tree to their laboratory. They can create the conditions necessary for its survival there." Yi Chen nodded, "Yes, the growth environment for the fire void fruit is very harsh. If not handled properly, it will die. Dr. Hua, you can study the components within the fire void fruit, it might have some value." Hua Hongyun replied, "I had the same thought. This fire void fruit is a first discovery. Mr. Yi mentioned it has cancer treatment properties, so it must have great research value, but what?" Yi Chen asked curiously. Hua Hongyun said, but research requires funding and equipment. Yi Chen responded, "That's not a problem. I'll invest in establishing a laboratory for you." "Thank you so much, Mr. Yi," Hua Hongyun said with a beaming smile. Yi Chen instructed, "Wanjing, you contact Dr. Hua. Whatever amount he needs, you give it to him." Han Wanjing nodded slightly. "Okay, young master." Yi Chen continued, "You two discuss the funding matters first. Yunxue, come with me." Zhang Yunxue stood up from the sofa and followed him to the study on the second floor. Yi Chen looked at her and smiled. "Just sit down, no need to be formal." Zhang Yunxue took a seat across from him. Yi Chen said, "I've organized a study material for you called Pharmacopoeia, Volume 1. If you can fully understand this volume, you'll reach the realm of miraculous healing." Zhang Yunshue's face lit up. "Thank you, master." Yi Chen added, "But you must remember a few points. First, you cannot disclose anything without my permission, or you will be expelled from the sect. Second, a healer must have a compassionate heart. Saving lives is the duty of a healer. Do not be blinded by worldly interests. Saving a life is worth more than building a 7-story pagoda." Zhang Yunxue listened seriously and nodded. "Third, you should do more good deeds. Good deeds don't necessarily mean treating patients. Do you understand?" Zhang Yunxue nodded slightly. "Master, I understand. It's about accumulating virtue and helping others as much as possible." Yi Chen affirmed, "Exactly. You must strictly adhere to these 3 rules in the future, of course, on the premise of ensuring your own safety." Zhang Yunxue assured, "Master, don't worry, I will remember." Yi Chen said, "I've sent the Pharmacopoeia, Volume 1 to your phone. It's an encrypted file, and you need a password to access it. Study well, and feel free to ask me if you have any questions." Zhang Yunxue replied, "Yes, master, I will study diligently." Yi Chen concluded, "All right, there's nothing else, go study." The Pharmacopoeia, Volume 1 contains almost a complete record of medicinal materials. Even if all current medical ancient texts were combined, they wouldn't be as comprehensive as the Pharmacopoeia. The properties of these medicines are clearly documented, along with methods and prescriptions for treating illnesses. The two came down from the second floor, where Han Wanjing and Hua Honyun had also finished discussing the laboratory funding. "Master, we're leaving now," Zhang Yunxue said with a smile. Yi Chen nodded slightly. "Go ahead." The two left the Hualong Seaview Villa community. On the way back, Hua Hongyun curiously asked, "Yunxue, what did Mr. Yi teach you?" Zhang Yunxue replied, "He talked about some rules and then gave me a traditional Chinese medicine classic." "What classic?" Hua Hongyun asked, intrigued. Zhang Yunxue said, "I can't say, master said it must not be disclosed." "Not even the name?" Hua Hongyun asked in surprise. Zhang Yunxue replied, "He didn't mention it, but I still won't say." Hua Honyun didn't ask any further. "Forget it, I won't ask you anymore. This is an opportunity for you, so make sure to seize it well." Traditional Chinese medicine is vast and profound, with a history spanning thousands of years, but too many traditions have been lost in the river of history. Zhang Yunxue nodded slightly. "I will study seriously." Meanwhile, in another part of the villa, Yi Chen overheard their conversation. He had used a little trick in the documents he transmitted to Zhang Yunxue. Yi Chen was a top hacker, and it was easy for him to make small modifications in the files. After all, he didn't know much about Zhang Yunxue, he just had a good first impression. One should never have the heart to harm others, but one must always be cautious. If Zhang Yunxue leaked the Pharmacopoeia, he would know immediately. Just as the two of them left, Yi Chen's phone suddenly rang. It was a call from Zhang Kurson of Jussin Film Group. "Mr. Yi, there's been a situation with Li Maya," Zhang Kurson said. Yi Chen's expression froze. "What happened?" Zhang Kurson replied, "This afternoon, Maya just returned and was taken away by Bao Dayao. We couldn't stop it at all." Yi Chen asked, "Who is Bao Dayao? Did the other party not know that he was the one behind Li Maya?" Zhang Kurson explained, "Mr. Yi, haven't you heard of the 3 young masters of Jianhai? He is one of them, and his father is a big leader in Jianhai." Yi Chen said, "Li Maya is under my protection, does he know that?" Zhang Kurson replied, "I told him, but he didn't give any face at all, saying Mr. Yi is nothing." Yi Chen said, "I understand." This matter had already touched upon his face issue. If he allowed Bao Dayao to take Li Maya away, it would be a slap in his face if the news got out. This was no longer just about whether to manage Li Maya, but rather about Yi Chen's reputation. At his level of identity and status, reputation was extremely important. Yi Chen took out a tracking card and used it on Li Maya. This way, he could know where Li Maya was. The tracking card was successfully activated, and a video of Li Maya appeared before him. At that moment, Li Maya was in a car with 3 young men. These young men were all dressed in designer brands, clearly spoiled rich kids. Lee Maya, I told you, as long as you submit to me, I guarantee you a smooth sailing in the future. Even being a top-tier star won't be a problem. Lee Maya glanced at him but said nothing. Bao Dayao continued, are you waiting for that Yi Chen to save you? Even if he were here right now, do you think he would dare to save you? What is he? Just a nouveau riche. Exactly, in front of our young master Bao, he is nothing. These young men were typical spoiled rich kids, pampered by their families. Relying on their family background and influence, they looked down on everyone. Such spoiled rich kids were not rare, they could be seen in many places. There had even been instances online where extremely arrogant and domineering rich kids did things that were appalling. Relying on their family background, they acted recklessly, disregarding the law. Yi Chen said, Wanjing, I'm going out for a bit, you stay at home. After saying that, he stood up and walked out. He told the head of the bodyguards at the door, take some people and come with me. Several cars drove out of the community, with Yi Chen sitting in the back seat of a Rolls-Royce. He was watching the video interface of the tracking card, which showed the specific location and the distance between both parties. Yi Chen directed the driver to head towards Lee Maya's location. About 20 minutes later, Bao Dayao's car stopped in front of a clubhouse. This clubhouse was owned by his relatives. Once they arrived, Bao Dayao's men took Lee Maya into the clubhouse. Lee Maya did not resist now because she knew that resisting would be useless. When she was taken away by Bao Dayao, Zheng Kersen knew and would definitely inform Yi Chen. Lee Maya was not sure if Yi Chen would come to save her. After all, Bao Dayao's family background was too powerful, but she still held a glimmer of hope in her heart. Bao Dayao and his companions brought her to a private room. Lee Maya, as long as you obediently submit to us, I guarantee you will have smooth sailing in the entertainment industry. My uncle works in a certain bureau, specifically overseeing your film and entertainment circle. Lee Maya replied, Bao Xiao, please let me go. I don't have such grand ambitions, I just want to rise through my own efforts. Bao Dayao snorted coldly, rely on yourself? I see it's because Yi Chen is protecting you. You two probably have something going on already, but it doesn't matter, I just want to have a taste. Hearing his perverse words, Lee Maya felt a bit flustered. This was not their first meeting, they had seen each other a few times before. Bao Dayao had hinted at his intentions, but Lee Maya had politely rejected him, and he had never had the chance to succeed. Today, he couldn't hold back any longer and directly went to Jussin Film Group to take Lee Maya away. Mr. Yi will definitely not let you off. Now, Yi Chen had become her only lifeline. Lee Maya was well aware of Yi Chen's status. After all, he was a business tycoon in the country, with a certain level of deterrence. Bao Dayao sneered, what good is his money? In Hualong country, money isn't everything. In my eyes, he's just a lowly businessman, someone I can easily crush. Exactly, just a businessman, one of the lackeys chimed in. At that moment, Yi Chen had arrived at the entrance of the club. Bao Dayao said, it seems you're determined not to comply, that makes it even more interesting. I love watching you struggle, it feels even better. Bao Xiao, let's go out first and come back in a bit, his two lackeys said with smiles. Bao Dayao nodded with a grin. He then looked at Lee Maya, I'll see how you beg for mercy later. Lee Maya could no longer hide her inner panic. Don't do anything reckless. Bao Dayao wore a cold smile, now you know fear? Where were you earlier? Today, I'll let you know how powerful I am. With that, he began to make his move on Lee Maya. Outside the club, Yi Chen and his bodyguards had already gotten out of the car and rushed inside. The security personnel of the club attempted to stop them but were pushed aside. You have some nerve, do you know where this is? The security personnel had never experienced such humiliation. Their boss had a strong background, and almost no one dared to cause trouble here. Everyone had to obediently follow the club's rules. Yi Chen and his group ignored him and headed straight to the second floor. Upon reaching the second floor, Yi Chen saw Bao Dayao's two lackeys. They were standing at the entrance of the private room, smoking and chatting, wearing smug smiles. When they saw the group approaching, they turned their heads. They did not recognize Yi Chen and were somewhat curious about who these people were. They didn't look like the club's security personnel. Yi Chen walked straight over, and just as the two were about to speak, the bodyguard behind Yi Chen restrained them. The door to the private room was kicked open, and Yi Chen led his group inside. On the sofa in the room, Bao Dayao was tearing at Lee Maya's clothes, and she was struggling fiercely. Hearing the sound of the door being kicked open, both turned to look. When Lee Maya saw Yi Chen, her eyes lit up with joy. Bao Dayao looked at him in confusion. Who the hell are you? Looking to die? Slap. The captain of the bodyguards walked over and slapped him, making him see stars and his head buzz. You dare hit me? Do you know who I am? Bao Dayao reacted and cursed angrily. Bang! Another kick sent Bao Dayao crashing to the ground. He was just a spoiled rich kid, his body long drained by wine and women. In front of the top bodyguards of Tianlong International Company, he was as weak as an ant. Li Maya hurriedly got up, covering her clothes, and ran to Yi Chen's side. Mr. Yi. At this moment, Bao Deyao realized Yi Chen's identity. Lying on the ground, holding his stomach, he said, Yi Chen, do you know who I am? Yi Chen walked over and sat on the sofa. So what if I do? Bao Deyao replied, if you know, then hurry up and let me go, otherwise, with one word from me, your company can forget about establishing itself in Jianghai City. Yi Chen laughed at this. What a useless piece of trash. Don't even mention your father, even the big shots of Longdu City would have to beg me to stay, understand? The high-end chips from Shanghai Technology Group had broken the monopoly of foreign giants. This gave everyone in the country a glimmer of hope. Who would dare to drive away Shanghai Technology Group at this time? Not only would they not be driven away, but Jianghai City would also have to take good care of this great Buddha. Once Shanghai Technology Group grew, it would become the city's trademark. Bao Deyao was just a spoiled rich kid, he didn't understand any of this. If he did, he wouldn't have done such a thing. You just keep bragging. If you dare to offend me, you're finished. Bao Deyao thought he was just talking big, spouting threats. At that moment, the security personnel of the club arrived. Seeing Bao Deyao knocked to the ground, their expressions changed dramatically. Young Master Bao, are you okay? Bao Deyao shouted, why did you come so late? Beat him up, beat him to death. Although there were quite a few security personnel, they felt a bit intimidated by the fierce-looking bodyguards around. They were just ordinary security staff, incomparable to the bodyguards of Tianlong International Company. Just then, a bespectacled man walked in from outside. He was the manager of the club. When he saw Bao Deyao lying on the ground, his expression changed slightly. Then he looked at Yi Chen, who was sitting on the sofa with his legs crossed. May I ask your surname, sir? Yi Chen replied, Yi Chen. Upon hearing his name, the manager's eyes widened in surprise. Mr. Yi from Shanghai Technology Group? Yi Chen confirmed, that's right, it's me. Although the manager had seen many big shots, it was his first time meeting Yi Chen. He was incredibly young. Anyone who saw him for the first time would first exclaim about how young he was, surprisingly so. Mr. Yi, what happened here? Li Chang, stop with the nonsense. Call all the security personnel here. Today, I want him to lie down and leave the club. Bao Deyao, still on the ground, continued to shout. Just after he finished speaking, he was kicked hard again, causing his face to change in pain. The club manager, Li Chang, felt distressed. Young Master Bao, do you know who you are dealing with? This is Yi Chen from Shanghai Technology Group. Not even your father would dare to offend him. Leaving aside whether Yi Chen had a powerful background, with his current identity and status, how could an ordinary person touch him? Li Chang asked, Mr. Yi, is there some misunderstanding here? Yi Chen replied, look at him like this, do you think there's any misunderstanding? Li Chang glanced at Bao Deyao on the ground, fully aware of his character. Then he noticed a young beauty beside Yi Chen and roughly guessed what had happened. It was clear that Bao Deyao intended to do something to this woman, and then Yi Chen rushed over. Li Chang's mind raced, Mr. Yi, how about I apologize on behalf of young Master Bao and compensate this young lady some money? Yi Chen said, you don't even have that qualification. Call his father, this matter must be resolved today. Li Chang was taken aback, he didn't expect Yi Chen to say that directly. Bao Deyao was also stunned for a moment. Who do you think you are to meet my dad? Li Chang felt speechless upon hearing this. Even at this point, you still can't see the situation clearly? How could Mr. Bao have a son like you? Li Chang, is there no room for negotiation with Mr. Yi? Yi Chen, no, if he doesn't come, then I'll handle it for him. I've already given him enough face. He could easily use his influence to send Bao Deyao in, or take him out with a prop card. But Yi Chen felt that using a prop card on such a spoiled brat would be a bit of a waste. Li Chang looked at Bao Deyao inside, then turned and walked out. Outside, he called his boss and explained the situation. About 10 minutes later, a middle-aged man walked in. Bao Deyao saw him and hurriedly said, Uncle, you have to stand up for me. He actually dared to hit me. The middle-aged man looked at Yi Chen, Mr. Yi, aren't you being a bit excessive? Yi Chen, you come in here without understanding the situation and say I'm excessive? I see you're just used to being arrogant and overbearing. I told you to call his father, and you treat my words like they're nothing, right? Li Chang quickly said, Mr. Yi, I don't have Bao Xiao's father's number, I only have our boss's number. Yi Chen looked at the middle-aged man, you have 1 minute to call me. I don't have time to waste here. If you don't call, I'll take him away and handle it myself. Try and see if you can take him away, the middle-aged man said firmly. Yi Chen sneered, call the Tianlong International Bodyguard Company and have them send over 1,000 bodyguards. Bao Dayao and the middle-aged man were both stunned. 1,000 bodyguards? Are you trying to smash the club? Li Chang quickly said to the middle-aged man, boss, just make the call. The middle-aged man had no business acumen. The only reason his club could stand strong was because of his background. He looked at Yi Chen, his expression somewhat awkward, and finally took out his phone to make the call. About 20 minutes later, Bao Dayao's father arrived. As soon as he entered the room, he immediately started beating Bao Dayao. Originally, Bao Dayao had planned to complain to his father, but he didn't expect his father to come in and start hitting him right away. The onlookers were stunned. It went on for 5 or 6 minutes before the middle-aged man finally stopped. Mr. Yi, I'm sorry. It's my failure in parenting. Yi Chen understood his meaning. He wanted Yi Chen to let his son go and not pursue the matter further. Mr. Bao, you should be very clear about your son's character and how many outrageous things he has done, right? The middle-aged man, my son may be a bit spoiled, but he hasn't done anything outrageous. Yi Chen, really? Your son doesn't seem to be as you say. If I hadn't arrived in time, my friend would have been ruined by your son and his few good-for-nothing friends. The middle-aged man, you little brat, how dare you do such a thing? He turned around and started beating Bao Dayao again. Bao Dayao screamed in pain, begging for mercy. Li Chang and Bao Dayao's uncle watched with their brows furrowed. This was a real beating. After he finished, he looked at Li Maya beside Yi Chen. I'm sorry, miss, I apologize on his behalf. Li Maya didn't know how to respond. She wished she could kill Bao Dayao. But this middle-aged man's status was too high. She was afraid that if she spoke, he would get angry. Her identity and background couldn't compare to his at all. Yi Chen, Mr. Bao, matters like this can't be resolved with an apology. Some things, once done, must have consequences. Bao Hokuan's expression froze at these words. The implication of Yi Chen's statement was very clear. Since Bao Dayao had done such a thing, he had to accept the punishment he deserved. The deserved punishment was to send Bao Dayao in. He was silent for a long time. Let's do as Mr. Yi says. I hope this matter hasn't upset you. Although Bao Dayao had been beaten badly, he could still hear. His father was actually speaking so politely to this Yi Chen? Could it be that my father is afraid of him? Yi Chen said, Mr. Bao is quite an understanding person. This is a good thing for him, and perhaps he can turn over a new leaf. After that, Yi Chen took Li Maya away. Since Bao Hokuan had said it, he would follow through. If he couldn't, Yi Chen naturally had ways to make Bao Dayao face justice. He had the criminal videos, and Yi Chen could also purchase a truth card to inquire about his past offenses. By then, he would surely find it even harder to escape responsibility. After leaving the club, Li Maya got into Yi Chen's car. Thank you, Yi Chen. Yi Chen smiled at her and said, no need to be polite. Didn't you say you'd treat me to a meal after finishing the shoot? Let's go to the Hualong International Hotel today. Li Maya nodded, alright. With her recent packaging and promotion, along with her personal talent, she could be considered a rising star. Now that she had finished filming a drama, it was likely to become popular once it aired. Yi Chen instructed the bodyguard to drive to the Hualong International Hotel and sent the others back. After more than half an hour, the car arrived at the underground parking lot of the Hualong International Hotel. Getting out of the car, the two walked towards the elevator. Yi Chen looked at her and said, don't take today's matter to heart. Bao Dayao will definitely be punished, so you don't have to worry about him causing you trouble in the future. Li Maya nodded. Mr. Yi, his father won't make things difficult for you, right? After all, his father is such a high-ranking leader. Yi Chen smiled lightly. No, don't worry, he doesn't have that qualification. No one dared to make things difficult for Shanghai Technology Group now. The importance of high-end chips was self-evident, and everyone was very clear about it. As they walked and talked, a sudden voice rang out. Li Maya? Yi Chen and Li Maya turned to look. Not far away, there was a couple. The woman had a typical plastic surgery influencer face, dressed in a glamorous and sexy manner. The man was a fair-skinned foreigner. They were intimately linked arm in arm, clearly a couple. Li Maya said, oh, it's Shanshan. Lu Shanshan looked at Yi Chen beside her. Is this handsome guy your boyfriend? Li Maya replied, no, he's a friend. The foreign man asked Lu Shanshan in broken Chinese, is this your friend? Lu Shanshan, with a hint of pride in her eyes, said, Maya, let me introduce you. This is my boyfriend Malachi, an executive from a foreign company. Malachi? Li Maya smiled and nodded. Hello, Mr. Malachi. Malachi smiled and nodded, his eyes sizing up Li Maya. This woman was quite pretty, even more appealing than Lu Shanshan. Lu Shanshan continued, Maya, I heard you entered the entertainment industry. That circle is very deep, and it's not a place for someone like you to stay. You should return to live streaming as soon as possible. Lee Maya felt a bit displeased. What did she mean by not a place for someone like you? She smiled but said nothing. Both were female streamers, and their relationship wasn't that good. On the contrary, they were in a subtle competition. Lu Shanshan went on, my boyfriend is an executive at a foreign company, earning millions a year. He has a few friends, all foreigners, all single. How about I introduce you to one? Lee Maya replied, no need. Lu Shanshan laughed, don't be shy, if you need anything, just let me know. Foreign men are really great. After saying that, she gave Lee Maya a knowing look. Lee Maya awkwardly smiled. It seemed you were quite comfortable being served by this Malachi. Lu Shanshan looked at Yi Chen. Are you also here to eat? Come on, let's go up together. Lee Maya didn't want to go with them, but since they had already spoken, she had no reason to refuse. The four of them entered the elevator together. Lu Shanshan, this is the platinum membership card for the Hualong International Hotel. You can get a 20% discount on dining and accommodation here. This membership card is not something just anyone can obtain. Only those with a net worth of over 100 million are eligible to apply. How about I let you use it? My boyfriend has another one. Lee Maya smiled and declined, no need. Is the platinum card really that impressive? What's there to show off? The person next to me is the owner of the Hualong International Hotel. Lu Shanshan didn't actually plan to give it to her. She just wanted to flaunt her superiority in front of Lee Maya. So what if you've entered the entertainment industry? You're still not as good as me. Being a small star, constantly oppressed and bullied, is not as comfortable as being a streamer. Lu Shanshan continued, Maya, if you can't make it in the entertainment industry, you can come find me. I've opened a studio specifically for recruiting streamers. With your experience as an established streamer, I will definitely support you. Can't make it and come find you? Lee Maya couldn't be bothered to respond to her. What's with the pretense every day? At that moment, the elevator reached the first floor, and the group walked to the front desk. Lu Shanshan and her boyfriend had booked a high-end room, costing over 30,000 a day. It seemed these two were planning to enjoy a romantic evening together. It was already past 6 in the afternoon. In another hour, it would be dark. Maya, I'll head up first. We'll chat later, Lu Shanshan said lightly, but her pride was evident in her eyes. Lee Maya, okay. People like this seemed rather boring to Yi Chen. They were too superficial. Lee Maya booked a private room. The front desk receptionist glanced at Yi Chen and then froze. Mr. Yi, you're here. Yi Chen nodded slightly, just having dinner with a friend. No need to inform manager Lu. The female receptionist nodded slightly. Understood, Mr. Yi. Yi Chen and Lee Maya walked towards the elevator. Sorry, Mr. Yi, I made you laugh just now. Yi Chen, it's fine, you managed to endure her sarcasm. Lee Maya, there's nothing to boast about with people like her. The two took the elevator to the private room upstairs. Soon, a waiter came in, and they ordered some dishes. Yi Chen looked at her and smiled. How much do you earn each month now? Is this meal a financial burden? Lee Maya, not really, my salary from the company is quite good, much higher than when I was a streamer. Yi Chen, then it's only fair for you to treat me. The dishes arrived quickly, and they didn't hold back, eating casually. Yi Chen asked while eating, have you finished filming your drama? Lee Maya nodded slightly, yes, I've finished. I should be able to take a break for a while. Yi Chen, that's good. You'll have some time to rest. Once you become a big star, your schedule will probably be packed, and you won't have time to rest. Lee Maya smiled and said, I hope that day comes. After eating for a while, Lee Maya looked at him and asked, Mr. Yi, do you want to see me dance? I've learned a few popular dances recently. Yi Chen, really? Then let me enjoy it. Lee Maya shyly smiled, stood up, and turned on the monitor in the private room, playing a dance song. Then, wearing a short dress, Lee Maya began to dance, her movements graceful and alluring. Yi Chen felt a rush of heat. This girl was becoming more and more enticing. No wonder Ba Deyao couldn't help but want to use forceful means. Yi Chen was almost unable to contain himself. Lee Maya's figure was curvaceous, and dancing in that tight-fitting short dress made her even more captivating. She had danced for Yi Chen before, and they had shared some intimate moments. Although nothing happened afterward, it had brought them closer in an unspoken way. After finishing a fast-paced dance, Lee Maya breathlessly came to Yi Chen's side. She smiled and said, Mr. Yi, how was it? Was it okay? Yi Chen looked her up and down. This outfit has a unique charm for dancing. Lee Maya chuckled, as long as Mr. Yi likes it. After saying that, she walked over to Yi Chen, took a sip of water from a cup. Dancing made me a bit thirsty. Yi Chen glanced at the curvaceous Lee Maya beside him, unable to resist the urge to reach out. Seeing him unmoved, Lee Maya couldn't help but feel a bit resentful. Mr. Yi was really annoying. Even after all this, he just sat there without moving. Was her allure really that small? She pouted her sexy lips, looked at him with a resentful gaze, and then sat on his lap, wrapping her arms around him. I was really scared today. Luckily, you arrived just in time. Seeing her like this, Yi Chen sighed inwardly. Being rich and charming was truly a burden. Beautiful women were all throwing themselves at him. It was really giving him a headache. When he was poor, his dream was to get rich overnight and spend spring nights with various beauties. But now that he was wealthy, his old dreams had yet to be realized. Sigh, what is the purpose of life? To live freely and do as one pleases after becoming rich? If you're scared, arrange for 2 bodyguards to be by your side in the future. Yi Chen looked at Lee Maya in his arms, not pushing her away, but also not making any further moves. Lee Maya replied, having bodyguards following me all the time feels a bit uncomfortable, let's skip that. Yi Chen gently patted her, let's sit down and eat. Lee Maya got up and sat on the chair beside him, and the two continued their meal. Although Yi Chen didn't do anything to her, she could sense the change in him. Just as they were about to finish their meal, Yi Chen's phone suddenly rang. He glanced at it and answered, is Shuang looking for me? Shuang laughed, can't I look for you if there's nothing going on? Remembering the incident at the Daeguo Hotel, Shuang still felt a bit shy. After all, she had never been touched like that by the opposite sex before. In her acting, she always used a stunt double, as some scenes were quite intense. Yi Chen replied, of course you can, chatting with beautiful women is nice, others would want this opportunity but can't get it. Shuang felt flattered by his words, being flattered by Mr. Yi feels really good. I not only flatter but also pamper. Shuang said, I'm not joking with you, I want to ask you something. Yi Chen asked, what is it? Shuang continued, do you know Lee Maya from Jiasen Film Group? I've heard rumors that she's backed by you. Yi Chen replied, I know her, what's up? Shuang said, I happen to have a role for a second female lead, could you ask her if she's willing to come and shoot? Yi Chen responded, with Shuang leading, she should be quite willing. Shuang called Yi Chen to confirm whether Lee Maya was really under his protection. If so, it would be appropriate to help her out, especially since Yi Chen had helped her family so much. Shuang said, then ask her, if she's willing, have her call me, and I'll discuss the details with her. Okay. They hung up the phone. Lee Maya looked at him, who is Mr. Yi? Is he looking for me? Yi Chen nodded slightly, do you know Shuang? She wants to invite you to shoot a film, the second female lead, she's probably the first female lead. I have some connections with her, so she likely wants to help you out. Lee Maya's eyes widened, Shuang? I would be the second female lead in her drama? Yi Chen nodded slightly, that's right, that's what she said, asking if you would be willing. Lee Maya exclaimed, of course I would. There are many big stars in the drama she acts in, it's hard for most stars to even get the second female lead. Yi Chen said, if you want to go, just contact her later, and I'll give you her phone number. Lee Maya asked, Mr. Yi, what is your relationship with her? Yi Chen said, I helped her family out a while ago, so I guess this is a way to return the favor. Lee Maya nodded slightly, feeling a bit excited. With Hishuya's support, her path would be much smoother. Even without Hishuya's help, just Yi Chen's name alone would deter any business tycoon from targeting her. Of course, someone like Bao Dayao, the brainless playboy, didn't count. Even his father knew not to provoke Yi Chen. After dinner, Yi Chen said to her, let me take you home. They took the elevator down to the underground parking lot, where Yi Chen had the driver take Lee Maya home first. Lee Maya lived in a high-end community, and the apartment was rented. She wasn't a local from Jianhai, she was working hard on her own in this city. Yi Chen accompanied her upstairs. Once inside her room, Yi Chen looked at her and said, it's getting late, you should rest early. Lee Maya reached out and hugged him, resting her head against his chest. Yi Chen also extended his hand, saying, rest early. Lee Maya nodded gently, her pretty face slowly turning crimson because Yi Chen's hand was not very proper. Yi Chen didn't stay long, he was afraid he wouldn't be able to control himself. After all, Lee Maya was an extraordinary beauty. After leaving, Yi Chen returned home. After he left, Lee Maya wore a shy smile on her face, then took a shower and went to bed. Yi Chen got home around 8 in the evening. Han Wanjing had already eaten dinner and was sitting on the sofa watching TV. When she saw Yi Chen return, she stood up to greet him, young master, you're back. Yi Chen noticed her smiling face and reached out to stroke her hair, have you eaten? Han Wanjing replied, yes, just finished. Yi Chen said, help me take a shower. Han Wanjing's cheeks flushed, as if she knew what he wanted. However, she felt more joy than anything else. After more than half an hour, Yi Chen finished his shower and returned to his room while Han Wanjing went to brush her teeth. Lying in bed, Yi Chen didn't sleep but pondered some things. He was thinking about the dinner issue from the night before. When he had no money, he had fantasized about many things. Now that he had money, shouldn't he live a more carefree and happy life? Wasn't that always his dream? The reason he felt conflicted now was still because of Xia Qing's presence. However, he had used a prop card on Xia Qing back then, so even if he wanted to drive her away, she wouldn't leave. In this lifetime, she would only recognize Yi Chen and would never betray him. That was the function of the prop card. After thinking for a while, Yi Chen fell asleep. The next morning, the system's voice didn't sound, indicating he probably didn't dream last night. While having breakfast, Yi Chen received a call from Lu Qingcheng. Mr. Yi, the effect of the finished product has been tested, and it's very good. Her tone was a bit excited because the product's effect exceeded her expectations. It truly had the same efficacy as Yi Chen had said, outperforming any skincare product on the market. Even the top foreign skincare products couldn't compare. Yi Chen asked, "Are you reassured now?" Lu Qingcheng smiled slightly. "Yes, I'm reassured. Its effect is so strong that with this product, entering the mid to high-end market will be very easy for us." Yi Chen's expression was calm. He didn't care much about these matters. "The next steps will be up to you, General Manager Lu. It's time to test your abilities." Lu Qingcheng's lips curled slightly, then Mr. Yi, please wait and see. Her capabilities were beyond doubt. Among the younger generation in Guanghua City, no one could surpass her. With the Xingyan skincare product, she had 90% confidence in elevating the Lizzie Group to a new height. Yi Chen asked, "By the way, what is the cost of this skincare product?" Lu Qingcheng replied, "Very low, even lower than the cost of our previous products." This was the most surprising and delightful aspect for Lu Qingcheng. The cost of such an effective skincare product is surprisingly low, so the profit margin is evident. Lu Qingcheng, Mr. Yi, how do you think we should position this skincare product in the market? Yi Chen, I assume you, General Lu, have some ideas? Lu Qingcheng, yes, I want to divide the product into two categories, targeting the mid-range and high-end markets. Yi Chen, you can handle that. I only care about the results. The current Lizzie Group hasn't changed much from before, still managed and led by Lu Qingcheng, while Yi Chen is just a hands-off manager. Lu Qingcheng feels quite comfortable. Having someone ignorant nearby would only add to her troubles. I will definitely not let Mr. Yi down. Alright, I won't disturb you any longer. Goodbye. After hanging up, Yi Chen continued to eat his breakfast. After breakfast, Yi Chen sat on the sofa watching TV, still pondering over the matters he had considered the night before. After thinking for so long last night, he still couldn't come up with a clear conclusion. Han Wanjing came out of the kitchen after tidying up. "Young master, that skincare product you gave me is really effective. After just 2 days, I feel my skin is much fairer and softer." Yi Chen, the Lizzie Group has already produced the finished product, so you can use it freely from now on. It's also nice to give some to your family. Han Wanjing's face lit up. That's great. I'll call General Lu later and ask her for some. Just then, his phone suddenly rang. She answered the call, said a few words, and then hung up. She said to Yi Chen, "Young master, Mr. Shimada from KB Precision Group called to say that he has sent over several supercars, all limited editions and custom models." Yi Chen, did he buy them? Han Wanjing, no, KB Precision Group collaborates with those top supercar manufacturers, providing them with precision parts. These cars were sent to him by the dealers. Yi Chen, oh, if there are more in the future, have them sent over. Han Wanjing chuckled, not expecting the young master to say that. It seems he really likes these supercars. Okay, I'll let Taro Shimada know. Of course, she wouldn't tell Taro Shimada directly but would express Yi Chen's fondness for these supercars more subtly. Taro Shimada isn't a fool, he would naturally understand the implication. He might even bribe Han Wanjing, the assistant. After all, Han Wanjing is the closest person to Yi Chen, accompanying him every day. A kind word from her would likely be more effective than from anyone else. However, Han Wanjing knows her boundaries and has never said anything in front of Yi Chen to avoid displeasing him. In the morning, while Yi Chen and Han Wanjing were watching TV, Yi Chen's phone suddenly rang. This time it was Kota Inoue from Inoue Information Services. Yi Chen answered the call. What's wrong? Kota Inoue, Mr. Yi, I just received news that Sato Kohei has been assassinated. The specifics are unknown, but he has already been sent to the hospital. Yi Chen's expression froze. Was the killer caught? Was it the work of a Western giant? Kota Inoue, the killer died on the spot. It's likely a hitman sent by a Western giant. Recently, Takeda Takashi from the Takeda family died unexpectedly. Everyone knows it was definitely Yi Chen's doing. Clearly, this is a retaliatory move by the Western giants. Yi Chen, I understand. After hanging up, Yi-chan called Sato Keiko. She is Sato Kohei's daughter and should be by his side now. He needed to inquire in detail about Sato Kohei's condition. After all, he was a loyal subordinate, and having just used the loyalty card, it would be a loss if he died now. The call was quickly connected, and Sato Keiko's voice came through the phone. Mr. Yi-chan, how is your father's condition? Keiko Sato was somewhat startled by how quickly Yi-chan received the news. The assassination had just occurred a few minutes ago, and Mr. Yi was already informed. His power within Yamato truly was formidable. Keiko Sato said, "My father was already prepared, he wasn't seriously harmed, so Mr. Yi need not worry." Yi-chan replied, "The hate group needs your father to maintain control. As long as it's not a major issue, if your father has any needs, he can just let me know." "Alright, Mr. Yi." Yi-chan continued, "You must be quite busy over there, so I'll hang up now." He ended the call. Han Wanjing spoke up, "Sato Kohei was assassinated?" Yi-chan replied, "Yes, fortunately, it's not a big deal. If he had died, the hate group would likely fall into chaos again." Han Wanjing asked, "Should we go over there? To calm the people's hearts?" Yi-chan said, "No need. I still trust Sato Kohei. With the loyalty card in effect, even if he were killed, he would not betray Yi-chan." Now Yi-chan was thinking about how to get to know those Western chip giants. As long as he met them, he could use the enhanced accident card on them. Then they would dare to fight against me? One would die, and another would follow. Of course, this was a temporary solution. If one died, the Western consortiums would just produce another leader. The best approach was still to crush them in their strongest fields. Currently, Shanghai Technology Group was already producing high-end chips. Although the output was not high yet, they were fully engaged in producing chip equipment. Once the production of chip equipment caught up, the output of high-end chips would also increase. Yi-chan asked, "Wanjing, how is the situation at Shanghai Technology Group?" Han Wanjing replied, "They are now setting up a second production line, and by the end of the month, there should be 3 lines. Currently, they are producing high-end chips, with a monthly output expected to reach 700 to 800 pieces. Yi-chan inquired, "How many chips is that?" Han Wanjing explained, "One wafer can typically be cut into about 405 nanometers chips, so 700 to 800 wafers would yield around 30,000 high-end chips." A monthly output of 30,000 chips was far too little for the domestic market, akin to a drop in the bucket, while foreign chip giants had monthly outputs in the tens of millions. With the rapid advancement of technology, the demand for chips across various industries was increasing. For instance, the mobile phone industry had a very high demand. Major phone brands sold over 100 million units annually, leading to an enormous need for chips. Besides the mobile phone industry, many other sectors also required chips, resulting in a significant demand. Increasing production was now crucial. What Yi-chan did not know was that across the ocean, several chip giants were already discussing countermeasures. The assassination of Sato Kohei was merely a slight retaliation against Yi-chan, a way to let him know they were not to be underestimated. They needed to reconsider how to deal with Shanghai Technology Group. They had previously contemplated restricting cooperation with the semiconductor industry in Yamato and Shanghai Technology Group, but quickly dismissed the idea. The consortiums in Yamato were not united with them, and there had been long-standing grievances between the two sides dating back decades, making it nearly impossible to assist him. Moreover, Yi-chan's influence in Yamato was considerable, as evidenced by his acquisitions of the Hate Group and KB Precision Group. Especially with KB Precision Group, certain Western consortiums had considered acquiring it, but the other parties simply refused to sell. Yet now Yi-chan had managed to buy it, which was enough to demonstrate his power in Yamato. They even speculated that Yi-chan might have become a member of certain consortiums. Of course, this was all speculation, regardless of whether it was true or not. Attempting to restrict cooperation between the semiconductor industry in Yamato and Shanghai Technology Group was unrealistic. He had plenty of ways to transport raw materials to Shanghai Technology Group. The several giants deliberated for a long time before finally reaching a decision. Lift the chip blockade against Walongwo Technology Group, restore chip supply, and lower prices. This way, they can secure a large number of orders from Walongwo Group and seize market share from Shanghai Technology Group. In contrast, Shanghai Technology Group's orders will sharply decline, and without order funding support, it will be difficult for Shanghai Technology Group to develop. If Shanghai Technology Group engages in a price war with them, that is exactly what they want to see. Because Yi-chan has just risen, what can he use to compete in a price war? In terms of foundation, Yi-chan has just emerged and cannot compare with them at all. However, this plan cannot completely destroy Shanghai Technology Group. Because Wolongwo has finally managed to produce high-end chips independently, even the government would not allow it to go bankrupt. At this point, it is almost impossible to completely bring down Shanghai Technology Group. However, it is possible to suppress its market share and profits, thereby curbing its growth. This is currently the best approach. If they do not lift the blockade, they will lose the vast market of Wolongwo. Wolongwo has a large population and a very expansive market. Hualong Seaview Villa Community. Yi Chen was sitting by the pool, contemplating some matters. Han Wanjing, dressed in a sexy swimsuit, was swimming in the water. Zhang Yunxue accumulates good deeds. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 50 merit points. Yi Chen suddenly heard the system's voice, paused for a moment, and then a smile appeared on his face. Young master, which beauty are you thinking of? You look so happy, Han Wanjing said as she emerged from the pool, wrapping a towel around herself and drying off. Yi Chen replied, I was thinking of a beauty like Ishuya. Han Wanjing's eyes showed a hint of resentment as she pouted in dissatisfaction. Although Ishuya is a top-tier star, it doesn't mean her figure is better than mine. She was not wrong. In terms of looks and figure, Han Wanjing was not inferior to her. However, the two had different auras, naturally giving off different charms. Yi Chen patted her on the backside. From my observation, your figures should be about the same. Han Wanjing's face turned slightly red, smiling. Young master, have you ever been with Ishuya? Yi Chen was taken aback. No, how could that be? Then how do you know our figures are similar? Han Wanjing's beautiful eyes sparkled with mischief. Yi Chen replied, of course, it's from observation. With a discerning eye and countless experiences, I can reach this conclusion. Han Wanjing rolled her eyes at him. She knew Yi Chen too well. He had the desire but lacked the courage. These words were definitely just boasting. The two sat on the chairs, enjoying their conversation, when they received a message from the bodyguards in the front yard, saying someone had delivered cars. These were sent by KB Precision Group. They had been delivered a couple of days ago but only informed Han Wanjing today. Yi Chen and Han Wanjing looked at the cars, which were all top-tier supercars, hard to see outside. Yi Chen looked at Han Wanjing and smiled. Which one do you like? Han Wanjing replied, none of these cars are practical, I still prefer a Rolls-Royce. Yi Chen said, I was planning to gift you one, but never mind then. Han Wanjing hurriedly said, no, young master, this pink one is quite beautiful. Yi Chen replied, then this pink one will be yours. After looking at the cars for a while, they returned to the room, and Han Wanjing started preparing lunch. Yi Chen stopped thinking about company matters, letting his subordinates worry about it. With the system, why should he fear them? He opened the chat app on his phone, and there were quite a few messages. Among them was a message from his sister Yi Meng. Brother, I have already enrolled in Shanghai University, and Xia Meng has also enrolled there. I will go with her in a few days. Got it, Yi Chen replied. There was also a message from Li Maya. Mr. Yi, what are you doing? I just finished a call with Sister Shuya. I will be going to her film crew next month. Sister Shuya? Their relationship seems to be developing quite quickly. Yi Chen replied, where are you going to film next month? Li Maya quickly replied to him, go to Nanyun province. Yi Chen, it's unfamiliar there. If anything happens, just call me, but with Ishuya taking care of things, it shouldn't be a problem. Li Maya, you'll be shooting there for a few days, then you need to go to a few places in Nansheng province. Sister Shuya is quite nice. After chatting a bit, Yi Chen couldn't help but recall what happened yesterday. Li Maya's face and figure were exceptional. Although they hadn't done anything, they had felt the right places, and her figure was indeed impressive. Yi Chen glanced at the chat messages again. Du Feifei had sent him a message asking what he was busy with. I was just playing in the pool. Are you still in Sioux City? Du Feifei, yeah, I'm keeping my grandma company watching TV. Yi Chen, what about Yameng? Du Feifei, Yameng was picked up by her uncle and aunt to go home. Seems like something's up. Yi Chen, when will you be back? It feels like I haven't seen you two in ages. Du Feifei, are you missing us? Originally, she wanted to say, missing me, but felt it wasn't quite right, so she added it too. Yi Chen, a little. Du Feifei, what do you mean a little? Missing is missing, not missing is not missing. Yi Chen, a little means I miss you. It's really a bit unusual without you two chattering around, it's too quiet. Do you have nothing to do these days? Du Feifei asked curiously. Yi Chen, nothing much. When are you coming back? Du Feifei, Yameng probably won't be back for a while. I can go back anytime. Just then, Yi Chen's phone suddenly rang. The caller was an unknown number. Yi Chen answered, and he heard Lu Hushuan's urgent voice, Mr. Yi, it's bad. Yi Chen, hearing Lu Hushuan's anxious tone, asked curiously, what happened? Lu Hushuan, Xincheng has been captured by Lu Dejuan, and he specifically wants Mr. Yi to come to Guanghua City, or else he will kill Xincheng. Yi Chen's expression froze for a moment. Lu Qingcheng had been captured by Lu Dejuan? They had just spoken on the phone that morning. Is the news true? Lu Hushuan, absolutely true. Lu Dejuan just called me. Lu Dejuan and Lu Qingcheng were cousins, and now he had captured Lu Qingcheng. It seemed he was affected by his father Lu Jianen's death. Mr. Yi, please, you must save Qingcheng no matter what, Lu Hushuan pleaded. He was worried that Yi Chen would be afraid of the danger and not go, which could very likely lead to Qingcheng's death. Lu Dejuan had lost his father and was probably out of his mind. He could do anything. Yi Chen, Mr. Lu, don't worry. Qingcheng is in trouble because of me. I will not stand by and do nothing. I'm heading to Guanghua City right now. Thank you, Mr. Yi. Thank you, Mr. Yi. You must be careful. Lu Dejuan has been abroad for years and probably knows some desperate characters. Yi Chen, got it. After hanging up, Yi Chen hurriedly said to Han Wanjing, quickly book a flight to Guanghua City. If you can't get a ticket, charter a plane. Han Wanjing came out of the kitchen, stunned. What happened, young master? Yi Chen, Lu Qingcheng is in trouble. I need to rush over. Han Wanjing quickly started making calls, and a few minutes later, she said to Yi Chen, young master, the flight is booked. Let's head to the airport now. Yi Chen and Han Wanjing didn't even have time for lunch and rushed to the airport. Young master, why not buy a private plane another day? That way, if something happens, you can take off any time, Han Wanjing suggested. Yi Chen, yeah, that's a good idea. After more than half an hour, Yi Chen and Han Wanjing arrived at Zhanghai City Airport. At that moment, Yi Chen's phone rang again. It was a call from Lu Qingcheng's phone. Yi Chen answered the call. Hello? Is this Yi Chen? A man's voice came from the phone. Yi Chen, Lu Dejuan? Lu Dejuan, it's me. Lu Hushuan must have told you everything that needs to be said, right? Yi Chen, he did. Lu Dejuan, if you don't come, I'll kill Lu Qingcheng. Yi Chen roughly guessed the purpose of his call. He probably worried that Yi Chen wouldn't come. After all, he didn't know Lu Qingcheng's position in Yi Chen's heart. Moreover, the two weren't that kind of relationship, and Lu Dejuan wasn't sure in his heart. He was just using Lu Qingcheng to test the waters. After all, he had no other way. If Yi Chen really didn't come, he would hesitate about killing Lu Qingcheng, considering they were cousins. Yi Chen's mind was already beyond ordinary comparison. He had guessed most of Lu Dejuan's thoughts. This matter had nothing to do with Lu Qingcheng. She was just caught in the crossfire. Yi Chen wasn't a heartless person. How could he just stand by? Moreover, Lu Qingcheng was the head of Lizi Group. If something happened to her, it would be difficult to find someone as capable as her again. Considering various factors and his inner thoughts, he had to go to Guanghua City. I'm already at the airport, Yi Chen replied. Lu Dejuan, good, I'll contact you again when you arrive in Guanghua City. After saying that, he hung up the phone. Han Wanjing, knowing what had happened on the way, said, young master, you should have brought some bodyguards. Yi Chen shook his head slightly. It's useless. Lu Dejuan must have made full preparations. Too many bodyguards would only provoke him. Han Wanjing, you don't really plan to go save Miss Lu alone, do you? Yi Chen, it's the only way. The two talked as they walked and soon boarded the plane. On the entire plane, there were only Yi Chen, Han Wanjing, and some flight attendants and crew members. After boarding, Han Wanjing had the flight attendants bring some food and water. They hadn't eaten lunch and rushed over. While eating, Yi Chen took out a tracking card from his system backpack. He then used it on Lu Qingcheng. A video image appeared before his eyes, and the person in the video was Lu Qingcheng. At that moment, Lu Qingcheng was tied to a chair, her mouth taped shut. Her eyes were filled with fear. Anyone in such a situation would react this way. From the background of the video, it seemed Lu Qingcheng was in an abandoned factory. There were 6 people around her, and the leader was a young man with a fierce expression. This person should be Lu Dejuan. He was speaking at that moment. As soon as that Yi Chen arrives, just take him out. The other few people beside him nodded slightly. Lu Qingcheng felt terrified upon hearing this, but she was also somewhat touched. Because Yi Chen could completely ignore her, their relationship was merely one of superior and subordinate, and their bond wasn't that deep. Even so, Yi Chen still came to save her. Lu Dejuan noticed the change in Lu Qingcheng's expression and walked over to tear off the tape from her mouth. I didn't expect that Qingcheng still holds a place in Yi Chen's heart. Lu Qingcheng, Lu Dejuan, what exactly do you want? You're heading down a dead end, just stop. I'll pretend nothing happened today, and you can go back to living abroad. Lu Dejuan's expression changed. My father was killed by that Yi Chen. How can I not take revenge for such a great grievance? Lu Qingcheng, your father died in an accident. Lu Dejuan, stop lying. Do you think such coincidences exist in this world? Lu Qingcheng sighed and didn't say anything more. In fact, she also felt it was too coincidental. Lu Dejuan, Lu Qingcheng, are you and this Yi Chen in that kind of relationship? Otherwise, why would he risk his life to save you? Lu Qingcheng shook her head. I've only met Mr. Yi a few times. We haven't had much in-depth communication or understanding, just a superior subordinate relationship. Lu Dejuan smiled faintly, then his coming to save you seems a bit manly. Lu Qingcheng didn't know what else to say. At this moment, Lu Dejuan had become somewhat unhinged. Any further words might provoke him, which would be detrimental to her. On the plane, Yi Chen quickly figured out his location. The tracking card had revealed it was in an abandoned factory on the outskirts of Guanghua City. After having lunch on the plane, Yi Chen closed his eyes to rest. An hour later, the plane arrived in Guanghua City. Upon exiting the airport, Lu Hushuan was already waiting there. Seeing Yi Chen and Han Wanjing emerge, looking travel-worn, he hurried over. Mr. Yi. Yi Chen nodded slightly. Mr. Lu, don't worry. I will rescue Qingcheng. At that moment, Yi Chen's phone rang. Mr. Yi, you've arrived at the airport, right? Drive to Kangxing District. I will tell you where to go next. Remember, you must come alone. If I find anyone else, just wait to collect Lu Qingcheng's body. After saying this, the caller hung up. Yi Chen asked Lu Hushuan for a car and then drove towards Kangxing District. He already knew the hiding place of Lu Dejuan and the others, which was in an abandoned factory in Kangxing District. It seemed the other side had no intention of playing tricks. They just wanted to eliminate him directly. It was likely that they had someone monitoring the area, and if Yi Chen brought anyone with him, Lu Dejuan would know. Han Wanjing and Lu Hushuan watched Yi Chen go alone, feeling somewhat worried. After all, he was by himself. How could he contend with the well-prepared Lu Dejuan? Along the way, Yi Chen kept an eye on the rear, checking for any following vehicles. After a while, he indeed spotted a car trailing him. Yi Chen drove for a bit and then managed to shake off the pursuing vehicle. Once he lost them, he headed straight for the abandoned factory where Lu Qingcheng was being held. A few minutes later, Yi Chen received a call from Lu Dejuan. Mr. Yi, where are you? Yi Chen replied, almost at Kangxing District. Come directly to the abandoned factory in Kangxing District. If I see a second person, Lu Qingcheng will die. Yi Chen knew the other party was not joking. At this point, Lu Dejuan had no way out. If he brought anyone with him, he would undoubtedly kill Lu Qingcheng without hesitation. More than half an hour later, Yi Chen arrived outside the abandoned factory and got out of the car alone. Lu Dejuan's men saw him and emerged from their hiding spots. One of them walked towards the factory, and Yi Chen followed him inside. Eventually, he arrived in the abandoned factory and saw Lu Qingcheng tied to a chair. Lu Qingcheng also saw him, her nose tinged with sadness, and her eyes became moist. After Yi Chen entered the factory, two men cut off his escape route from behind, while Lu Dejuan and three others stood in front of him. It was Lu Dejuan's first time seeing Yi Chen. His eyes gleamed as he scrutinized him. You are Yi Chen? Yi Chen's expression was calm, showing no signs of panic. That's me. Lu Dejuan remarked. You're surprisingly young. It's a bit unexpected. To come alone shows some guts. Yi Chen replied, this matter has nothing to do with Miss Lu. Why involve innocent people? Look, I've come, let her go, and we can settle our issues here. Upon hearing his words, Lu Dejuan narrowed his eyes. Did he think he could escape from us? Lu Dejuan sneered inwardly, feeling disdain. He wasn't in a foreign country to do business. He was a small leader in an underground force. He had blood on his hands, and the men beside him were skilled fighters. To him, Yi Chen was just a wealthy man. Did he really think he was good at fighting? Since Yi Chen had come, Lu Dejuan had no intention of killing Lu Qingcheng. After all, she is my clan's sister. Since you are here, she can leave. He then waved his hand, signaling for them to untie Lu Qingcheng. Yi Chen looked at her. Miss Lu, you can go out now. He didn't want Lu Qingcheng to see the bloody scene at all. Lu Qingcheng hesitated, feeling reluctant to leave Yi Chen alone. After all, Yi Chen had come for her, and now leaving him behind felt somewhat ungrateful. Lu Dejuan, seeing her expression, sneered, Cousin, are you reluctant to part with your beloved? Then don't go out. Thinking of his father's death, which was somewhat related to Lu Qingcheng's family, he decided not to let her leave. Yi Chen said, make your move, let me see what you can do. Go, Lu Dejuan coldly snorted at Yi Chen's calm demeanor. 5 people charged at Yi Chen, but Lu Dejuan did not join them. He was worried about Yi Chen's composure, so he stayed by Lu Qingcheng's side. If anything unexpected happened, he could use Lu Qingcheng to threaten him. The scene that unfolded next made both Lu Dejuan and Lu Qingcheng widen their eyes in disbelief, as if witnessing something incredible. After Lu Dejuan gave the order, the 5 men rushed towards Yi Chen, daggers in hand. Yi Chen leaped into the air like a martial arts master from a television show, soaring several meters high, spinning in midair, and sent all 5 of them flying. He kicked them all in the neck, and they fell to the ground, unconscious and motionless. You. Lu Dijuan was stunned, unable to believe his eyes. Was this really a human? He had been abroad for so long and had seen many skilled fighters, but he had never encountered anyone as terrifying as Yi Chen. Did martial arts masters from TV dramas really exist? Lu Qingcheng was also shocked. That leap of several meters was simply unbelievable. Was this something a human could do? After Yi Chen landed, he looked at Lu Dijuan and said, "Is that all?" Lu Dijuan's expression changed slightly as he drew a dagger and pressed it against Lu Qingcheng's neck. "Who exactly are you?" Yi Chen smiled slightly. "I am Yi Chen." After saying that, he suddenly exerted force with his foot, and a dagger on the ground shot out like a streak of light, instantly embedding itself in Lu Dijuan's chest. He intended to say something, but all his strength was rapidly fading. He looked down at the dagger in his chest and slowly fell to the ground. Lu Qingqing's face turned pale with fear. Just now, she had only seen a flash of light before the dagger pierced Lu Dijuan's chest. The speed was too fast for the naked eye to follow. At that moment, Yi Chen still wore a calm expression, as if he had just killed a chicken rather than a person. This made Lu Qingqing's heart tremble. Mr. Yi was truly formidable. Killing someone seemed to have no effect on him at all. Yi Chen walked over to Lu Qingcheng and untied her ropes. "Why are you staring at me? Have you missed me so much that you think I'm handsome after a few days?" Lu Qingcheng replied, "I just find Mr. Yi too unfathomable." Yi Chen said, "If I didn't have some means to protect myself, I would have been killed long ago." Lu Qingcheng nodded slightly. Yi Chen's current identity and status were too high, and he must have offended many people. In the business world, it was common to use various means to eliminate rivals. Being in the business world herself, she understood this well. Yi Chen said, "All right, let's go. We'll leave the rest to the relevant authorities." Lu Qingqing's face flushed slightly, feeling a bit embarrassed. I can't walk." Yi Chen was taken aback and looked down at her legs. Due to the hot weather in Guanghua City, she was wearing a black floral long dress. Yi Chen asked, "Is it because you've been tied up for too long and your blood supply is insufficient? Let me massage your legs." After saying that, he began to massage her calves. Lu Qingqing felt even more embarrassed, her face turning red. I'm squeamish about blood." She couldn't even bear to look at Lu Dijuan lying on the ground, but even without looking, the image still lingered in her mind. Yi Chen chuckled, "No way? Squeamish about blood?" Immediately, he picked up Lu Qingcheng, causing her to let out a surprised ah. However, she did not struggle and allowed Yi Chen to carry her out. Yi Chen placed her in the passenger seat and then called Lu Hushuan to explain the situation. Upon hearing that his daughter had been rescued, Lu Hushuan felt a weight lift from his heart. He then called the relevant authorities. The Lu family was not just any business family in Guanghua City, and their connections were naturally very strong. Such matters could still be handled. Yi Chen drove away from the abandoned factory, while Lu Qingqing sat in the passenger seat, still feeling uneasy. "I'm sorry, today's incident has caused you trouble," Yi Chen apologized. Lu Qingqing quickly responded, "This has nothing to do with you, Mr. Yi." It was Lu Dijuan who lost his rationality. Yi Chen replied, "Regardless, it all started because of me, so I owe you an apology." Lu Qingqing turned to look at him and smiled, asking, "Mr. Yi, may I ask you a question?" Yi Chen replied, "Go ahead." Lu Qingqing asked, "Are you a martial arts master?" Yi Chen was taken aback for a moment. A martial arts master? His physical attributes were all maxed out, and his body was beyond that of an ordinary person. If described as a martial arts master, it might fit, but even martial arts masters wouldn't have his extraordinary physique. He thought for a moment and replied, "I suppose so." Lu Qingqing's interest was piqued upon hearing this. "Then who did you learn from? Does your master live in the mountains?" In her understanding, martial arts masters typically lived in seclusion in the mountains. Yi Chen said, "What master? I have no master." Lu Qingqing asked, "Then how can you be so powerful? Are you self-taught?" Yi Chen explained, "It's a combination of innate talent and later training. The human body has infinite potential, and there are many ways to tap into that potential, allowing one's body to reach an impressive level, like I have now." Lu Qingqing seemed to grasp part of what he said. "So, are there other powerful masters like you in this world?" Yi Chen smiled slightly. "There should be masters, but none as powerful as me, I reckon." Lu Qingqing remarked, "Mr. Yi, you are becoming increasingly inscrutable. Who would have thought that a super-rich billionaire worth trillions would also possess such terrifying skills?" Yi Chen replied, "We live in a technological society. While skills can be useful at times, they can't stand against modern technological weapons." Throughout the journey, they chatted to ease Lu Qingqing's mind. After all, after such an incident, it was impossible for her to relax quickly. Lu Qingqing said, Mr. Yi, I originally thought you wouldn't come. Yi Chen was taken aback. Is that how you see me? Lu Qingqing smiled slightly. After all, our relationship isn't deep. You didn't have to take risks for me, that would be understandable, and I wouldn't blame you, Mr. Yi. Yi Chen replied, even though our relationship isn't deep, this incident arose because of me, and you were merely caught in the crossfire. If I hadn't come and something happened to you, I wouldn't be able to live with myself. Lu Qingqing smiled brightly. I didn't expect Mr. Yi to be so kind-hearted. However, thinking of Lu Jianan and the recently deceased Lu Dejuan, Yi Chen didn't even blink. Yi Chen said, when people's hearts lean towards goodness, society can become better. An hour later, Yi Chen brought Lu Qingqing back to her home, which was in a villa community. Inside the villa, Lu Hushuan and his wife were waiting for their return, while Han Wanjing sat on the sofa eating fruit. When they saw Yi Chen and Lu Qingqing come in, smiles appeared on Lu Hushuan and his wife's faces. Lu's mother even hugged her daughter and began to cry. Alright, stop crying. Qingqing is fine now, Lu Hushuan said when he saw his wife crying while holding their daughter. He then invited Yi Chen to sit down and began to brew tea and pour water. Yi Chen asked, Mr. Lu, you've already made the call, right? Lu Hushuan nodded slightly. Rest assured, Mr. Yi, I will handle the subsequent matters. Yi Chen casually asked, what is Lu Dehuai doing now? Lu Hushuan's heart skipped a beat upon hearing his words. Is Mr. Yi planning to eliminate all threats? After hesitating for a moment, he replied, Lu Dehuai is in charge of some minor matters. Yi Chen nodded slightly. He was actually contemplating whether to get rid of Lu Dehuai as well. After all, his father and brother had already been taken out by Yi Chen. Lu Hushuan continued, in fact, Lu Dehuai has no real talent, he's just a cowardly playboy who poses no danger to Mr. Yi. Lu Qingqing and her mother were also listening to their conversation. They understood the implication of Yi Chen's question. Yi Chen nodded slightly, dismissing the thought in his mind. Not everyone in this world is filled with passion. After enjoying wealth and luxury, many people are reluctant to give up such a life and are even more afraid of death. This is human nature. Many people are like this. At noon, Yi Chen and Han Wanjing had lunch at Lu Qingqing's house. Mr. Yi, I heard you acquired KB Precision Group? Lu Hushuan asked curiously after taking a sip of wine. Yi Chen nodded slightly. I just acquired it recently, Mr. Lu seems to be quite well informed. Lu Hushuan smiled and said, our Lu Group is also involved in this industry. I heard it from people in the field, who got the news from Sioux City. Yi Chen replied, you mean Weihang Group from Sioux City? I went there a few days ago to meet with KB Precision Group and ran into General He, who was seeking cooperation. Lu Hushuan confirmed, yes, that's right, Weihang Group. Lu Qingqing was somewhat surprised. KB Precision Group was well known in the industry, and she had heard of it. He actually managed to acquire KB Precision Group from the Great Harmony Nation. How did he accomplish that? Lu Hushuan continued, actually, there's something I want to discuss with Mr. Yi today. Yi Chen said, Mr. Lu, just speak directly, no need to be polite. Lu Hushuan explained, the Lu Group also has a precision group that produces various precision parts, and we would like to collaborate with KB Precision Group, as our technology in this area is somewhat lagging. Yi Chen asked, what kind of collaboration are you suggesting? Lu Hushuan replied, we would like guidance on our production line. We can do some contract manufacturing, and we can offer Mr. Yi 40% of the shares as a condition for cooperation. Yi Chen said, you can discuss the details with Assistant Han later. If she thinks it's feasible, then it's fine. Lu Hushuan and Lu Qingqing turned to look at Han Wanjing beside them. They hadn't expected her to have such authority. Could she really make decisions on such important matters? Lu Hushuan quickly regained his composure and smiled, Mr. Yi, let me toast you again. At the table, Han Wanjing was usually like a transparent person, being Yi Chen's assistant. If Yi Chen drank too much, he would need her care. After lunch, Lu Hushuan received a phone call and went off to attend to business. Yi Chen, having had some wine, was arranged a room to rest. Lu Qingqing also returned to her room to relax, having been on edge for a while and needing to unwind. Yi Chen slept for over 2 hours before waking up. Han Wanjing was sitting quietly by the bed, watching him. When she saw Yi Chen wake up, her pretty face broke into a smile. Young master, you must be thirsty, have some water. Yi Chen indeed felt a bit thirsty after drinking quite a bit at lunch. After drinking some water, he got up to wash up and then walked out of the room with Han Wanjing. In the living room, Lu Qingqing was sitting on the sofa chatting with her mother, smiling, looking like there was nothing to worry about anymore. Mr. Yi, did you rest well? Lu Qingqing asked with a smile when she saw him come out. Yi Chen smiled and nodded. Miss Lu, you woke up quite early. Lu Qingcheng replied with a smile, I woke up after a short nap. Since you are here in Guanghua City, let me take you to our company to see our new products. Yi Chen responded, sure, that sounds good. The three of them left the door and took a car to the Lu Group building. Upon arriving at the building, Lu Qingcheng brought him inside the group and had the finished products sent up, along with various experimental reports and so on. Yi Chen was actually not very interested in these, as he already had the finished products in hand. However, Lu Qingcheng thought he had never seen them before, so she was quite excited. Lu Qingcheng was very satisfied with this new product from the group. Lu Qingcheng said, Mr. Yi, the effect of this new product is amazing. This kind of research and development technology is priceless. We can become a top-tier skincare group in the world with it. Yi Chen only held 60% of the group's shares, while the remaining 40% was in Lu Qingcheng's and some management's hands. However, the research and development technology for this new product was provided by Yi Chen. This was considered an investment in the group, and since it was an investment, all shareholders had to contribute. Yi Chen said, I want 30% of the sales profit from the new product, and the remaining 70% goes to the group. Lu Qingcheng nodded slightly. 30% of the profit share was not too much. This new product still doesn't have a name. Why don't you give it one? Yi Chen replied, me? I think it's better to let the company's professionals handle it. Lu Qingcheng smiled and said, the product name isn't a big deal, as long as you think it's good. Yi Chen suggested, how about calling it Qingcheng Skincare? Lu Qingcheng's eyes widened, and her pretty face flushed slightly. Yi Chen continued, this skincare product has such great effects, it can make people's skin fair and tender, making them more beautiful. The name Qingcheng fits quite well. Lu Qingcheng felt that Yi Chen was being intentional, asking him to name it, and then he actually used her name. Yi Chen went on, Qingcheng, you are also the general manager of the group, naming this product after you is quite appropriate, don't you think? Lu Qingcheng replied, since you put it that way, what else can I say? Yi Chen smiled, you must think this name is quite suitable too. Lu Qingcheng said, it's okay, when are you leaving? Yi Chen answered, tomorrow, I'll leave when you have nothing else to do. Lu Qingcheng asked, I heard that a Western chip giant seems to be lifting the blockade, do you know about this? Yi Chen shook his head, I don't know. Lu Qingcheng said, you don't care about your own core industry? Yi Chen replied, even though I don't know, I had already anticipated this day would come. They have no other way but to lift the blockade and lower prices to fully suppress the rise of Shanghai Technology Group. This was the Yi Chen she had in mind, smart and wise, strategizing everything. It turned out he had foreseen it long ago. Lu Qingcheng asked, is there any solution? Yi Chen spoke lightly, no, just develop slowly, after all, it won't go bankrupt. His tone seemed to suggest that he wasn't worried about the development of Shanghai Technology Group at all. This tone and expression left Lu Qingcheng puzzled. Shouldn't Shanghai Technology Group be his core industry and core asset? Why did he seem so unconcerned? This made Lu Qingcheng feel it was quite unbelievable. Perhaps this was the demeanor of a big shot, everything might be under his control. The two chatted idly in the office. Later, Lu Qingcheng received a phone call, and her expression became a bit strange. After hanging up, she looked at Yi Chen and said, Yi Chen, can you help me with something? Yi Chen asked, what do you need help with? Lu Qingcheng replied, there's a banquet tonight, a friend invited me, and this person has been pursuing me, but I don't like him. Due to his status, it's hard to refuse directly, so I need you to be my shield. Yi Chen asked, the other party has quite a background, right? Lu Qingcheng said, he's the son of a big leader in Guanghua City, but that shouldn't be a problem for you, just help me out. After saying this, she put on a pitiful look, combined with her breathtaking beauty, making it hard to breathe. After a brief moment of distraction, Yi Chen said, if this were ancient times, you'd probably be the kind of beauty that brings disaster. How did you get so beautiful? I don't see it in your parents. Lu Qingcheng shot him a glance, are you saying my parents aren't good looking? Yi Chen replied, no, they're fine, but you're just too beautiful, it doesn't seem like they're genes. Haven't you heard of genetic mutation? Yi Chen asked, to be honest, has your dad secretly done a paternity test? Lu Qingcheng glared at him, as he had hit the nail on the head. Are you going to agree or not? Yi Chen said, well, since I have nothing else to do, being a fake boyfriend for a beauty like you isn't too bad. After all, not everyone gets this chance. Lu Qingcheng flashed a playful smile, exactly, others are queuing up to be in this position but can't. After all, she was only in her 20s, still a young girl. Yi Chen had Han Wanjing book a room at a nearby hotel, then told her to wait for him to return in the evening. Such private gatherings weren't convenient for Han Wanjing to attend. Around 5 in the afternoon, Yi Chen and Lu Qingcheng left the office and took the elevator to the underground parking lot. Do I just need to act a bit more like it? Yi Chen asked as they walked. Lu Qingqing nodded. Yeah, he probably won't dare to do anything if he knows your identity. He shouldn't bother me anymore after this. Upon arriving at the underground parking lot, the driver drove towards a villa community in Manhwa City. On the way, he inquired about the man's name. The man was called Wang Wu, and there was no need to mention his background. He was also a person within the system, with a bright future ahead. Today was his birthday party, inviting many friends and family, and Lu Qingcheng was among them. They were still classmates. Lu Qingcheng's beauty was undeniable, and Wang Wu was one of her admirers. However, Lu Qingcheng had no feelings for him. After about half an hour, the car entered a villa community, where the security was very strict, clearly not an ordinary villa area. Lu Qingcheng had already linked her arm with his. Make sure you don't slip up later. Yi Chen smiled lightly. I can handle this little thing. The car stopped in front of a villa courtyard, and the two got out. Lu Qingcheng, with her arm linked with his, walked in with a smiling face. Yi Chen felt a pleasant sensation from her arm, stirring something in his heart. It felt quite nice. It would be a lie if he said he wasn't moved by a beauty like Lu Qingcheng. Even any man who saw her would likely be captivated, as she was stunning, truly deserving the description of a beauty that could topple kingdoms. Many people had already arrived inside the villa, and the noise could be heard from outside. Yi Chen and Lu Qingcheng entered the living room arm in arm, immediately attracting a lot of attention. When the people in the living room saw how close they were, their eyes widened slightly. The once lively and noisy living room gradually quieted down. The subtle change in atmosphere piqued the curiosity of many, who turned to look. They then saw Lu Qingqing smiling as she linked arms with a man, and they were all taken aback. Wang Wu also noticed this scene, and a flicker of sharpness flashed in his eyes. There were a few familiar faces in the living room, such as Yang Kong from the Yang group and Li Mingliang from the Li family. Their expressions varied upon seeing this. After Wang Wu regained his composure, he approached with a smile. Qingcheng, you've arrived. Who is this? Lu Qingcheng intimately linked her arm with Yi Chen's, her exquisite face adorned with a sweet smile. This is Yi Chen. Yi Chen, this is Wang Wu, a good friend of mine. Yi Chen and Wang Wu shook hands in greeting. Wang Wu was not unfamiliar with the name Yi Chen. He was a rising business tycoon in the country, having recently acquired 60% of the shares of Lizi Group. I'm afraid everyone present has heard this name, but very few have actually seen him. Now, hearing Lu Qingqing's introduction, everyone is sizing up the young man next to her. Is he Yi Chen? After greeting Wang Wu, Lu Qingcheng and Yi Chen moved inside to find a place to chat. As the host of the banquet, Wang Wu still had to attend to other guests. The living room of the villa returned to its earlier liveliness and noise, though the volume was not as loud, and many people would sneak glances at Yi Chen and Lu Qingcheng. Of course, some people also walked over to the two. Mr. Yi Qingcheng, Yang Kong and his sister Yang Yao approached with smiles. Yang Kong and Yang Yao were about the same age as Lu Qingcheng and had known each other for a long time, so they were considered friends. When did you come to Guanghua City, Mr. Yi? Yang Kong asked curiously. Yi Chen replied, I arrived this morning. Yang Yao asked with curiosity, Qingcheng, when did you start dating Mr. Yi? Lu Qingcheng smiled, just when I met him. Yang Yao nodded slightly, understanding this. Yi Chen's identity, status, and abilities were indeed exceptional, and he was 2 years younger than Lu Qingcheng. As for Lu Qingqing's looks, it went without saying, she had never seen anyone more beautiful and charming than her. It was only natural for someone like Yi Chen to be attracted to Lu Qingcheng. They were a perfect match, a talented man and a beautiful woman. Yang Kong said, Mr. Yi, Qingcheng is a well-known beauty here, and many people are pursuing her. I didn't expect you to win her over. Yi Chen smiled slightly. Sometimes I feel that having too much charm can also be a burden. Yang Kong laughed heartily. Mr. Yi, you really aren't modest. Yang Yao also smiled. In fact, she thought Yi Chen was speaking the truth. Yi Chen's demeanor exuded a unique personal charm. While the few of them chatted and laughed, others were also watching from the side. The birthday party in the villa was not very crowded. Wang Wu hadn't invited too many people. Most were young people of the same generation, including second-generation elite disciples from the system and young elites from the business world. This was his social circle, all people who would be useful to him in the future. Of course, he was also useful to them. In high society, relationships are formed when both parties find value in each other. While Yi Chen and the others were chatting, some unfamiliar faces came over to greet him, mainly wanting to get to know Yi Chen. Yi Chen responded with smiles and handled the interactions with ease, leaving a good impression. Wang Wu occasionally glanced over at Lu Qingcheng, but what he was thinking remained unknown. Holding the birthday party at home felt more intimate than at a hotel, making the guests feel comfortable. Around 7:30 p.m., everyone began to sit down for dinner, with a total of 2 tables. Yi Chen and Lu Qingqing sat together, along with Wang Wu, Yang Kong, Yang Yao, Li Mingliang, and others. Come, everyone, let's raise our glasses to Brother Wang, wishing him a smooth career ahead. Everyone at both tables raised their glasses to toast Wang Wu. Yi Chen and Lu Qingqing did the same. After all, it was the birthday banquet for the other. Wang Wu smiled, humble and polite. I'm very happy that everyone could come to my birthday party today. I hope we can all keep in touch and help each other in the future. Everyone nodded in agreement, and after finishing the first drink, they began to sit down to eat and chat. Yi Chen was also being a qualified boyfriend, occasionally serving Lu Qingqing food and whispering sweet words that made her smile brightly. Wang Wu would occasionally glance over, but quickly shifted his gaze. When he saw Lu Qingqing sitting next to Yi Chen, smiling happily, it felt like he had swallowed a fly, making him uncomfortable. He liked Lu Qingqing, but more than that, he was attracted to her beauty. He sometimes thinks that the four great beauties of ancient times were probably not much different from this, right? Now, seeing a woman he likes smiling brightly next to another man, how could he possibly feel comfortable? But he had no way to change it. Even his father's identity and status were hard to influence. He didn't have the thoughts of a spoiled rich kid or someone like Lu Dejuan, such as kidnapping Lu Qingqing or Yi Chen to use as leverage. He was a smart person. Doing so would only ruin his own future and lead him to an irretrievable place. In fact, tonight was also an opportunity for him. Yi Chen held significant weight in the business world, and if he could befriend him, it would surely be very beneficial for his future. Perhaps one day he could even surpass his father's position. Thinking of this, a smile appeared on his face as he raised his glass and said to Yi Chen, Mr. Yi, this is our first meeting. I've heard your name in Guanghua City. Come, I toast to you. Yi Chen replied, I should be the one to toast you, Brother Wang. After all, you are the main character here. Wang Wu laughed heartily, Mr. Yi, you are being too polite. Come, I'll drink to that. After they finished their drinks, Wang Wu smiled and said, Actually, I've always liked Qingqing and have been pursuing her, but unfortunately, she doesn't have feelings for me. I didn't expect Mr. Yi to win her over. For this second cup, I wish you both happiness in the future. If Mr. Yi treats Qingqing poorly, don't blame me then. With that, he downed his second glass. The crowd was momentarily stunned by his words, then smiles appeared on their faces, and admiration and appreciation shone in their eyes. Yi Chen was also somewhat surprised. Wang Wu was indeed different from other second-generation disciples. Brother Wang, rest assured, I will definitely treat Qingqing well in the future. After finishing these two drinks, the atmosphere at the table became more familiar and lively again. Initially, everyone thought Wang Wu would make the birthday party feel oppressive upon seeing Lu Qingqing with her boyfriend, but Wang Wu's reaction earned him some respect. Whether his words were sincere or not was unknown, but to everyone, they seemed genuine. Later, Wang Wu talked to Yi Chen about many things, mostly business-related, inquiring about his future business plans, etc. Yi Chen smiled in response, making it clear he wasn't being dismissive. When the other party invited him to develop in Guanghua City, he nodded in agreement and also asked them to take care of Lizi Group. Of course, these were all polite words, even if he didn't say it. With Lu Qingqing and the Lu family's influence, everyone would help as much as they could. Lizi Group was definitely going to expand next. The future market for their new products was enormous, and they needed to build new factories, expand the group's scale, and establish branches, among other things. As Wang Wu and Yi Chen's relationship improved, more and more people began to toast Yi Chen. Yi Chen didn't know how much he had drunk, but it was quite a bit. During this time, Lu Qingqing even blocked a few drinks for him. Originally, Yi Chen didn't want her to do that, but she insisted on stopping the drinks, mainly worried that he would really drink too much. To everyone, it seemed like Lu Qingqing was protecting Yi Chen, which made many people envious. The birthday party continued until after 10 at night, and everyone had drunk quite a bit before they began to say their goodbyes and leave one after another. Yi Chen, Lu Qingqing, and Wang Wu exchanged a few words before saying their farewells. He saw the two of them to the door, watched them get into their car and leave, then turned back. In the car, Yi Chen wrapped his arm around Lu Qingqing's shoulder and didn't let go. Wang Wu was indeed a bit different from others. Lu Qingqing replied, What can I say? He's okay, but not my type. Yi Chen asked, Then what type do you like? A smile appeared on Lu Qingqing's face, her eyes sparkling like crescent moons. Someone like you. Someone like me? Unmatched in the business world? He thought Lu Qingqing might be joking. Yi Chen looked at her and chuckled, Really? Actually, I like someone like you, Qingqing. How about we go to a hotel tonight for a deeper exchange and to get to know each other better? Lu Qingqing shot him a glare, We're already out of the community, and you still won't take your hand down. Yi Chen awkwardly smiled and withdrew his hand from her shoulder. Thanks for tonight. Yi Chen replied, No need to be polite, it's a small matter. Both of them didn't take the events of the night to heart, but they were unaware that by the next day, the news had already spread through the upper circles of Guanghua City. Yi Chen was no ordinary person, he was a business tycoon in the country, a super-rich billionaire worth trillions. His relationship with Lu Qingqing naturally became a topic of great interest for many. Lu Qingqing first dropped Yi Chen off at the hotel before heading home. When Yi Chen returned to the hotel, Han Wanjing was waiting for him in the room. Smelling the alcohol on him, she asked, "Young master, would you like to take a shower?" Yi Chen nodded slightly and walked into the bathroom. Han Wanjing, thinking of something, blushed and followed him inside. After showering, Yi Chen came out of the room and sat on the sofa watching TV. Han Wanjing also emerged after her shower, wrapped in a bath towel, and nestled into Yi Chen's arms. Feeling the caress of his large hand, Han Wanjing's cheeks flushed, and she bit her lip, trying her best not to make a sound. Yi Chen watched TV while playfully toying with her. The feeling was somewhat strange. The life of the wealthy was indeed extravagant. They were never short of beautiful women around them. With just a beckon, there were plenty of stunning beauties willing to come to them, all of them gorgeous, goddess-level beauties. In the past, Yi Chen had fantasized about a day when he would become a super-rich man, surrounded by all kinds of beautiful women, crying and begging to share his bed. Now, apart from Xia Qing, he hadn't touched any other women. Even Han Wanjing, who followed him every day, only had slightly intimate gestures. Sometimes he wondered if he was being too timid. After a few minutes, Yi Chen looked at Han Wanjing and said, "It's already late, let's go rest." Han Wanjing was taken aback by his words. Because Yi Chen said, "Let's go rest," she felt a surge of joy in her heart. Could it be that the young master had made up his mind? But then her expression darkened. "Young master, my relatives have come." Yi Chen realized and forced a bitter smile. He had originally planned to make a move, but it seemed there was no opportunity now. He didn't want to run a red light. "It's fine, we can talk about it later. Let's sleep," he said, getting up and walking into the master bedroom. Han Wanjing followed him in and lay on the bed, snuggling into his arms. She felt something unusual in her body and shyly said, "Young master, if you're feeling uncomfortable, I can use." Yi Chen replied, "I am indeed feeling a bit uncomfortable." Han Wanjing sat up and looked down at him. The next morning. Congratulations to the host for achieving the dream, obtaining new energy vehicle research and development technology. After waking up, Yi Chen looked at Han Wanjing in his arms. She was too tired last night. After all, Yi Chen had taken an organ gene development agent, which was not something ordinary people could compare to. Han Wanjing took a long time to relieve the pressure in Yi Chen's body. Watching Han Wanjing still asleep, Yi Chen gently patted her bottom. Time to get up. Han Wanjing usually woke up quite early, but she had gone to bed late last night and was a bit exhausted. "What time is it, young master?" Yi Chen replied, "It's 7:30. You should cancel your flight, there are still some matters to attend to." After getting up, Han Wanjing had the waiter bring breakfast up. While having breakfast, Han Wanjing looked at her phone and hurriedly said, "Young master, the Western chip giant has really released news." Yi Chen asked, "What news? Have they lifted the chip blockade?" Han Wanjing, "Yes, not only have they lifted the chip blockade against domestic groups, but they have also lowered the purchase price of high-end chips." Yi Chen's expression remained unchanged as he continued to eat breakfast. They are already at their wits' end. Their unpredictability will only make some domestic groups lose confidence in them. Although domestic groups may continue to purchase their chips, they will also keep placing some orders with Shanghai Technology Group to maintain their relationship with Shanghai Group. This way, when they impose another blockade one day, there's no need to panic. Even a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows, let alone these shrewd businessmen. Yi Chen wasn't worried. Shanghai Technology Group was still in its development phase, and the actions of Western chip giants had little impact on Shanghai Technology Group at present. There were already so many orders that it would take time to fulfill them. It didn't matter if everyone went to buy their chips now, as Shanghai Group couldn't produce that many at the moment anyway. This news quickly spread across major media outlets in the country. After finishing breakfast, Yi Chen began typing on his laptop. He wrote down the new energy vehicle technology from his system backpack. Meanwhile, at Lu Qingqing's home, while having breakfast, Lu Hushuan received many phone calls, mostly from friends in the business world, all offering congratulations. This left Lu Hushuan somewhat puzzled. What were they congratulating him for? "Hello, General Manager Yang, what are you congratulating me for?" Lu Hushuan finally couldn't hold back his curiosity and asked. "You don't know yet? No way? Didn't your daughter Qingqing tell you?" "Lu Hushuan, tell me what? What are you all talking about?" "Your daughter Qingqing is dating Mr. Yi, didn't you know?" Lu Hushuan was taken aback. His daughter was dating Mr. Yi? When did this happen? I really didn't know. How could this girl not tell me such a big thing? General Lu, you really have a good daughter. I'm so envious. I want to introduce my daughter to Mr. Yi. Hearing this, Lu Hushuan couldn't help but feel a bit proud. How could your daughter compare to mine? Only my daughter is worthy of Mr. Yi, you can forget about it. After hanging up, Lu Hushuan began to understand why Yi Chen had taken the risk to come yesterday. His daughter was his girlfriend, how could he not come? Thinking of this, Lu Hushuan smiled broadly. His wife, seeing him so happy, curiously asked, "What's going on? Any good news?" Lu Hushuan softly said, "Our daughter is dating Mr. Yi." Really? His wife was taken aback. Lu Hushuan, of course it's true. Last night, Xingqing took him to attend Wang Hua's birthday party. I bet the upper class of Guanghua City already knows about this, and many people have called to congratulate me. That's great. I think this young man Yi Chen is quite good. Lu Hushuan, that's for sure. Who can compare to his identity and status? I'm not talking about his identity and status. I think he's a good person. If a person is not good, what use is it to have a high status? Xingqing wouldn't be happy that way. Lu Hushuan, right, you're right. While they were talking, Lu Qingqing sleepily came down from upstairs. Why are you just waking up? Come over and eat. Lu Qingqing's mother said. Lu Qingqing, maybe I drank a bit too much last night. Once she sat down, Lu Hushuan smiled and said, aren't you going to tell us yet? Lu Qingqing, tell you what? Lu Hushuan, with a big smile, about you and Yi Chen, I already know. How long did you think you could hide it from me? Now dad doesn't have to urge you anymore. He had previously urged his daughter to find a boyfriend. Now she not only found one but also someone he was very satisfied with. Lu Qingqing was stunned for a moment, then she understood what was going on. She had originally wanted to clarify things with her parents, but after thinking it over, she smiled and said, we've only just started, and I plan to wait until things are stable before telling you. Lu Hushuan smiled broadly. Has Xiaoyu left? Let him come over for lunch. Now he had started calling him Xiaoyu instead of Mr. Yi. After all, he was his future son-in-law, calling him Mr. Yi would be quite inappropriate. Lu Qingqing replied, he said he was leaving today, but I don't know for sure. I'll call and ask. She then called Yi Chen, who was currently typing on his keyboard. Yi Chen answered the phone. Hello, Qingqing, what's up? Lu Qingqing asked, have you returned to Jianhai City? Yi Chen replied, not yet, I still have some matters to handle. Lu Qingqing continued, that's perfect. Do you have time for lunch? My parents want to invite you for a meal, they know about us. Upon hearing her words, Yi Chen's expression froze for a moment. He probably guessed what was going on and assumed Lu Qingqing hadn't told them the true nature of their relationship. I might not have time for lunch, I need to go to Guanghua Automobile Group. How about tonight instead? Lu Qingqing said, tonight works too, just come directly to my house. Yi Chen replied, got it. Okay, you get back to work. See you tonight, Lu Qingqing said softly. After hanging up, she told her parents, he might have something to do at noon, he'll come over tonight instead. Lu Hushuan nodded gently, indicating his understanding. He has a lot of companies under him, so it's normal for him to be busy. Qingqing, how far have you two progressed? Have you done that kind of thing yet? Lu Qingqing's mother asked. Lu Qingqing's face turned slightly red. No, we just started, how could it be so fast? Lu Hushuan said, actually, it wouldn't be a problem if it were faster. Around 10 in the morning, Yi Chen and Han Wanjing drove to Guanghua Automobile Group. Lu Xingha had heard that he was coming to the company and had been waiting at the entrance early. When he saw Yi Chen and Han Wanjing get out of the car, he hurried over. Mr. Yi, Assistant Han. Yi Chen's expression was calm as he nodded slightly, then followed Lu Xingha into the company. He first inquired about the situation within the company, especially regarding new energy vehicles. New energy vehicles were currently very popular and had become the future development trend. Every car manufacturer had its own new energy vehicles. Hybrid, pure electric cars, etc. had become the main models in this category. The core technology in this field was the battery. Although there were quite a few pure electric vehicles on the market, they also had some flaws. For instance, the most important issues were battery range, battery lifespan, safety, and so on. Yi Chen had roughly understood that the cost of replacing the battery pack in pure electric vehicles later on could almost equal the price of a new car. After getting detailed information from Lu Xingha, he learned that Guanghua Automobile Group's sales of new energy vehicles were not great, and they were currently operating at a loss in this area. However, new energy vehicles were the trend of the future, and they needed to invest funds for research. Otherwise, if they fell behind, they would ultimately be eliminated by the times. After understanding everything from Lu Xinghe, Yi Chen said to him, "New energy vehicles are indeed the direction for future development. We can focus on this area moving forward." Lu Xinghe replied, "Mr. Yi, we don't have any advantages in this area. In fact, we are quite behind. The most important thing is that the technology for pure electric vehicles hasn't reached a very mature stage yet. The market may become sluggish or even collapse later on, and if we invest too much, we could suffer significant losses." Yi Chen reassured him, "You don't need to worry about that. I have mature research and development technology for new energy vehicles." Lu Xinghe was taken aback. "Mature research and development technology?" Yi Chen nodded slightly. "That's right. I need you to invest most of the group's funds and energy into this area moving forward." Lu Xinghe wanted to ask Yi Chen where he had obtained mature new energy technology. After all, no company on the market dared to say such a thing. But after thinking it over, he decided not to ask. He would just follow orders. Anyway, there was a research and development team within the group, and the technical experts there would surely know whether the technology was mature or not. If it turned out to be unfeasible, the plan would naturally be halted. The core technologies Yi Chen had acquired for the research and development of new energy vehicles were battery technology and engine technology, which were the most critical. A brand new and mature battery technology and engine technology. Yi Chen convened a board meeting and briefly discussed this matter. He informed everyone that he had brought forth a new energy vehicle research and development technology, and this technology was not given to the company for free. He expected a return. After discussions, it was decided that Yi Chen would retain 40% of the profits from the new energy vehicles, while the remaining 60% would be distributed to the group. This distribution plan was acceptable to everyone because if the sales of the new energy vehicles did not perform well, the group would not have to invest too much. If sales were good, then everyone would profit together. Subsequently, under Lu Xinghe's leadership, Yi Chen arrived at the most important place in the group, the Core Technology Research and Development Team. This was the team dedicated to researching the battery technology, engine technology, and more for new energy vehicles. The technical team was divided into several departments, each focusing on different aspects. Yi Chen provided the various research and development technologies to each department. When the technical teams of those departments reviewed his research and development technologies, their expressions were filled with excitement. Although they had not yet begun their research, they were all experts in the field and could naturally discern the quality of the research and development technology. Lu Xinghe noticed the excited expressions on the faces of those technical experts and felt a bit surprised. Could it be that the technology presented by Mr. Yi was really that good? After handing over the core technology to the technical teams, Yi Chen gave Lu Xinghe some additional instructions. The technical aspects must be kept strictly confidential and cannot be leaked. This was not a major issue. Such a large group naturally had ways to maintain confidentiality. By the time they left the technical department, it was already getting late. Yi Chen, Han Wanjing, and Lu Xinghe went to the group cafeteria to have the staff meal. The food provided for employees in such a large group was quite decent, much better than the takeout or small restaurant meals Yi Chen had eaten before. After lunch, Yi Chen gave Lu Xinghe some more instructions before leaving. Zhang Yunxue accumulates good deeds, host gains 200 merit points. As he left the Guanghua Automobile Group, the system's voice echoed in his mind. This was the second time he had received merit from Zhang Yunxue, and this time it was merit points. If he had a large number of disciples, he could earn countless merit points just by lying at home. Speaking of which, he hadn't earned any merit points during this period. He had used several prop cards. At this moment, Han Wanjing spoke up, "Young master, where are we going now?" Yi Chen replied, "Let's go to Hongwang Technology Company." Hongwang Technology Company was a firm researching intelligent robots. Although intelligent robots were still a concept at present, the era was already moving towards intelligence. It was an inevitable trend. The intelligent era would surely arrive in the near future. This was also the reason Yi Chen was visiting Hongwang Technology Company again. Although Hongwang Technology Company had a market value of only over 10 billion, it represented the future development trend, which he valued highly. The main reason was that Yi Chen enjoyed foreign sci-fi movies. The various advanced technologies depicted in the films filled him with longing. Iron Man's mechs, the artificial intelligence controlling the world, interstellar battleships, and so on. Arriving at Hongwang Technology Company, Yi Chen looked around and then discussed the future development direction with General Manager Fang Juanhao. Fang Juanhao dared not defy Yi Chen's orders. He nodded in agreement to whatever Yi Chen said, strictly following his commands. In Fang Juanhao's eyes, Yi Chen's identity, status, and abilities were all beyond his reach. Mr. Yi must have his reasons for saying so. If Mr. Yi were mediocre or ignorant, how could he have achieved today? After leaving Hongwang Technology Company, Yi Chen and Han Wanjing took a car to the hotel. On the way back, Han Wanjing spoke up, "Young master, someone from the Lu Group contacted me to discuss a potential collaboration with KB Precision Group." Yi Chen nodded slightly, "Take me to the hotel, and then you can go meet with the people from the Lu Group." The car soon arrived at the underground parking lot of the hotel. Yi Chen got out and said to her, "You go ahead, I should visit Qingqing's house later." The car drove off towards the exit of the parking lot. Yi Chen walked towards the elevator. The underground parking lot was very quiet, with hardly any people inside apart from the cars. At that moment, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. "Danger warning, there is a gold medal assassin from the Dark Star organization in the car ahead." Hearing the system's voice, Yi Chen paused slightly but continued walking forward. He quietly observed the cars around him, and based on the route to the elevator, he spotted a suspicious vehicle. It was a black business van, with completely dark windows that obscured the view inside. If there was indeed an assassin in the car ahead, this vehicle was the most suspect. It was on the direct path to the elevator, and positioned at a corner, making it convenient for an attack while also being in a blind spot. Yi Chen walked at a steady pace, seemingly unaffected. When he reached the side of the black business van, he stopped. He looked at the van and said, "Come out." One person inside the car was clearly taken aback, not expecting Yi Chen to notice him. Now that they were closer, Yi Chen could hear the faint sound of breathing from inside. Although the person was trying to suppress it, his senses were exceptionally sharp. The car door opened, and a young man stepped out, looking ordinary, with the typical features of a naive person. This naive person was indeed naive. After stepping out, he revealed a shimmering dagger in his hand. Without saying a word, he reversed the grip on the dagger and lunged directly at Yi Chen. Yi Chen did not dare to be careless. This was a gold medal assassin from an organization whose purpose was to kill him. Who knew if the dagger was poisoned? He reacted extremely quickly, stepping back while simultaneously delivering a fierce kick. Yi Chen's explosive speed was terrifying. Even though this person was a gold medal assassin, he couldn't evade it. The kick landed on his arm, avoiding the dagger. The blow rendered his right arm numb. Before he could react, Yi Chen delivered another kick, this time to his neck. The gold medal assassin from the organization naturally collapsed to the ground. Yi Chen scoffed, "Is this it? A gold medal assassin? Wow, you're amazing." A young girl nearby stepped out from a silver Audi. Yi Chen turned to look. The young girl was wearing extremely short hot pants and a crop top, with golden long hair cascading down her back. He hadn't expected there to be someone in that car. Could she also be an assassin? However, Yi Chen quickly dismissed that thought. From her behavior, she clearly wasn't an assassin. Her hands were fair and delicate, not at all like someone who had undergone brutal training. How could those trained killers maintain such good skin? Especially her long legs, completely unblemished, straight, slender, and fair. It made one unable to resist wanting to feel their smoothness. Chen Nana walked over. "Your move just now was so cool. Have you practiced martial arts?" Yi Chen ignored her and walked to the assassin's side, using a clever technique to incapacitate him without killing him. An incapacitated assassin was no different from a dead one. "Who is this person? Do you two have a grudge?" The young girl, Chen Nana, asked curiously. Yi Chen simply replied, "Yeah, we have a grudge." Chen Nana asked, "He won't die, right? Not dead?" After saying that, Yi Chen headed towards the elevator, not paying any attention to the assassin on the ground. Someone would probably come to take him away soon. Chen Nana quickly followed. "You're just leaving him there? Aren't you calling for help? He won't die. Someone will come to take him away soon." After that, the elevator doors opened, and Yi Chen stepped inside. He looked at Chen Nana. "Are you coming in?" Chen Nana hurriedly walked in, and the elevator doors closed. Danger warning, the elevator has been tampered with and has lost control. Yi Chen's face changed dramatically upon hearing this. What kind of danger warning is this? I'm already inside. This hotel is dozens of floors high. If it falls freely, who can withstand it? He quickly started pressing the elevator's open door button, but it was useless. The elevator was already moving up. "The elevator is going up. Why are you pressing the open door button?" Chen Nana asked curiously. Yi Chen replied, "The elevator is broken." Chen Nana was taken aback. "The elevator is broken? Where is it broken? Isn't it going up?" But she soon realized something was wrong. The elevator didn't stop at the first floor, and she had just pressed for the first floor. She turned pale with fear. "Is the elevator really broken?" Yi Chen's expression was also not good. "It's broken." He was now praying for the elevator to stop quickly. If it reached the top floor and then fell, no one could handle that. Chen Nana hurriedly pressed the buttons inside, but it was still useless. The elevator continued to ascend. She was really panicking, not knowing what to do. Yi Chen remained calm because it was crucial to stay composed in such situations. When the elevator reached the 8th floor, it finally stopped, followed by strange noises, and then it suddenly dropped down. Ah! Shen Nana seemed to know what was about to happen and screamed. At that moment, she was picked up, instinctively wrapping her arms tightly around Yi Chen's neck and closing her eyes. This was a reflexive reaction. A loud bang echoed. Many people in the hotel heard it. They were momentarily stunned, then their expressions changed drastically as they quickly reacted. Inside the elevator, Chen Nana opened her eyes and found herself unharmed, the lights flickering on and off. She quickly realized what was happening and looked at Yi Chen's profile. "Are you okay?" Yi Chen replied, "I'm fine." He had positioned himself before the elevator fell, and with his strong physique, far beyond that of an average person, he didn't suffer much injury, though he still felt some pain in his bones. Hearing his words, Chen Nana felt relieved. But soon, she sensed warmth coming from her chest. It was the warm breath of the man in front of her. Since she was tightly holding onto Yi Chen's neck, her chest was almost pressed against his face. Yi Chen also felt her remarkable presence. "Goodness, she's quite something. I can barely breathe." I can get down now," Chen Nana said, her pretty face flushed and slightly red. The flickering lights in the elevator made it hard to see the unusual expression on her face. Yi Chen took a deep breath, a faint fragrance entering his nose. "If you don't get down soon, I might just suffocate." Chen Nana felt even more embarrassed upon hearing this and quickly got off him. Yi Chen exhaled and then sat down on the floor. "What do we do now?" Chen Nana asked, her tone somewhat anxious. She hadn't expected to encounter such a situation in a 5-star hotel. Yi Chen looked at her calmly. "Just wait, the noise just now was quite loud, the hotel staff should have heard it, they will definitely come to rescue us. If you don't mind, you can keep standing." Chen Nana looked down at her, and her pretty face instantly turned red. The ultra-short hot pants she was wearing were not the tight kind. Yi Chen was sitting on the ground, and she was standing next to him, just able to vaguely see the pink scenery. "Ah!" Chen Nana lifted her leg and kicked him, but this made the view inside her pants even clearer. It turned out to be a thong. Yi Chen withdrew his gaze, serious. "Let's sit down and rest for a while." Chen Nana sat down next to him, keeping a distance. She didn't expect this guy to be a pervert, actually peeping at me. But he just picked me up. If it weren't for him, I probably would have died, right? Thinking of this, her heart felt a bit complicated. The elevator fell into a brief silence. About 2 minutes later, Chen Nana was the first to speak. What's your name?" "Yi Chen, my name is Ding Ziku, and you?" He didn't use his real name. After all, the name Yi Chen was too famous. Who knows if she had heard of it? If she had, and it got out that I peeped at her, would I still have any face left? After all, I'm a super rich man worth over $1 trillion. Chen Nana didn't think much about the meaning of his name. "My name is Chen Nana. When do you think they will rescue us?" "Yi Chen, probably at least an hour." From discovering the elevator malfunction, to calling for help, to getting them out, an hour probably wouldn't be enough. Oh. The elevator fell silent again. Chen Nana felt a bit scared. She had a slight fear of enclosed spaces. Any ordinary person could have this symptom, just some are more severe than others. "Let's chat for a bit. I'm a bit scared." Yi Chen turned to look at her and guessed from her expression that she had a fear of enclosed spaces. In such a confined environment, ordinary people would feel a slight fear. "What should we talk about? How about I tell you a story?" "Chen Nana, what story?" "Yi Chen, an elevator ghost story." "You shut up, don't say it." Chen Nana looked at the flickering lights, feeling even more afraid. "Yi Chen, these ghost stories might not be fake. Do you know why the elevator broke?" "Don't say it, please don't say it." Chen Nana's tone carried a hint of tears. Seeing her like this, Yi Chen smiled and said, "No way, are you scared already?" "I was just joking." Chen Nana had already curled up in the corner of the elevator, her body trembling. Yi Chen felt a sense of guilt, like stealing a child's lollipop. He moved closer to her. "Don't be scared, I was just joking, it's all fake. Let's guess some riddles and see how smart you are." Chen Nana looked at him. "What riddle?" "First, let's set the rules. If you can't answer, there will be a punishment." "What punishment?" Yi Chen thought for a moment. "Taking off a piece of clothing?" "No, that's too dirty." "Calling out Dad?" Yi Chen thought for a moment and said, "How about truth or dare?" "I'll give a riddle, you give a riddle, and if we both answer correctly, it's a tie." Chen Nana, "Okay." "Yi Chen, if you think that's not good, you can also choose the punishment of taking off a piece of clothing." Chen Nana, "Then let's go with truth or dare." Yi Chen smiled. "You go first or I go first?" Chen Nana, "I'll go first. A dog with 4 mouths, guess a character." Yi Chen instantly gave the answer. It was too easy. His IQ was probably unmatched. Chen Nana felt a bit deflated. "Then you say 1. She wasn't too familiar with riddles and only knew some simple ones. Yi Chen, 5 women and 5 men standing together, guess a idiom. Guessing riddles can shift people's attention. 5 women and 5 men standing together, what idiom? Chen Nana furrowed her brows and thought for a long time, but couldn't come up with anything. She turned to Yi Chen, what's the answer? Many breasts, few chickens. Chen Nana was stunned for a few seconds upon hearing the answer, and then her cheeks flushed with 2 shades of red. You. She didn't know what to say, it was too shameless. Yi Chen wore a mischievous smile, you lost, you choose, truth or dare. Chen Nana, I choose dare. Since they were in the elevator, a dare didn't really count as a big deal. Yi Chen, then you can pee in the elevator, I promise not to look. After saying that, he turned his back to face the elevator wall. Chen Nana didn't expect him to make such a shameless request, pervert. Yi Chen, what are you talking about? I'm a proper gentleman, willing to bet and willing to lose, hurry up. Chen Nana, change it to another dare. Yi Chen, then you can take a dump. After saying that, he glanced at her backside, which was quite perky, if only a beauty wouldn't need to poop. Chen Nana now had the impulse to hit him, change it again. Yi Chen, then call me daddy, choose one of these 3. Chen Nana felt he was like a nightclub queen. Super short hot pants, a crop top, a tiny waist twisting around, paired with delicate features, she would probably reign supreme in the nightclub. This little wild horse filled one with a desire to conquer. Chen Nana looked at him in shame and anger, shameless, jerk. Yi Chen, hurry up, you can't play dirty. Compared to the first 2, she could barely accept this third one, but was still furious. Daddy! Her voice was very low, but with just the 2 of them in the elevator, it was still clearly heard. Yi Chen chuckled, hey, Chen Nana, I'm not playing anymore, not playing anymore. Yi Chen, let's play a bit longer, maybe next time I'll lose, and you can take your revenge. Chen Nana, then let's do another round, you go first. Yi Chen thought for a moment and said, a naked beauty climbing an ice mountain, guess an idiom. A naked beauty climbing an ice mountain? Chen Nana pondered for several minutes, her brain cells dying off, but she still couldn't think of the answer. She felt a bit discouraged. What idiom? Forced onto Liangshan. Forced onto Liangshan? After more than 10 seconds, Chen Nana finally reacted, her face turning red. You're really shameless. Yi Chen, thanks for the compliment. Chen Nana, blushing, was a bit speechless. How can you be so thick-skinned? G-string? You really are a G-string, and it's pink. Yi Chen, it's your turn to come up with a question, hurry up. Chen Nana giggled, I'm not playing anymore. Yi Chen, you're playing dirty, are you afraid of losing? If you lose this time, I won't let you call me daddy. Chen Nana, if you tell anyone about what just happened, I won't let you off. Who can I tell? I don't know anyone here. By the way, where are you from? Are you a local from Manhwa? She asked curiously. Yi Chen, I'm from Beiji province, usually often in Jianghai city. Chen Nana was taken aback. I often stay in Jianghai too. I came here to play with my mom during the summer vacation. Yi Chen curiously asked, why didn't I see your mom just now? Chen Nana, my mom just went up, I went back to the car to find my phone. Speaking of the phone, she hurriedly took it out from her shorts pocket, but there was no signal. Yi Chen, the elevator is a metal enclosed space, it blocks phone signals. Chen Nana put down her phone and continued chatting with him. Are you here in Guanghua City to have fun too? Yi Chen, yeah, the university is on break, so I came to have some fun. Chen Nana curiously asked, which university are you in? Jianghai University. Chen Nana was a bit surprised. Jianghai University is a top university in the country. Yi Chen replied, it's okay, I scored 672 on the college entrance exam. Didn't want to go to Tsinghua or Peking University. 672? Is that for real? Chen Nana's eyes widened. Yi Chen said, what would I gain from lying to you? Our mentor is Yang Shueya, she's very beautiful, her figure is better than yours, her chest is bigger than yours, and her face is prettier than yours. Get lost. As a girl, Chen Nana naturally didn't like other men praising other girls in front of her. Yi Chen added, but I think your temperament is much better than hers, you crush her by many times. Chen Nana replied, that's more like it. Yang Shueyo indeed had a good figure, everything was just right. Just then, a voice suddenly came from outside, is anyone inside? Yes, there's a beauty in here, she's scared to death, Yi Chen hurriedly responded. Are you all okay? Yes. Nana, are you in there? Nana. A woman's voice came from above. Hearing this, Chen Nana quickly said, Mom, I'm in here, I'm fine. At this moment, there were already quite a few people outside the elevator, including the hotel manager, staff, and rescue personnel. Huacheng Grand Hotel is a property under the Lu Group, and when such an incident occurred, Lu Zhengyi also came here. How many people are in the elevator? he asked the lobby manager. The lobby manager quickly replied, there are two, one male and one female, and we've just confirmed that they are both fine. Lu Zhengye breathed a sigh of relief. It was good that nothing happened. If someone had really died, it would have been a big problem. Hurry up and rescue them, hurry, he urged. Chen Shualan was initially anxious, but she relaxed upon hearing her daughter's voice. Hearing Lu Zhengye's voice, she turned to look. Hello, Mr. Lu. Lu Zhengye was momentarily taken aback by Chen Shualan, a woman still full of charm and with a voluptuous figure. But he quickly remembered, oh, it's you, President Chen, hello. He had met Chen Shualan once. It seemed she had come to seek cooperation. However, he had already delegated the hotel matters to his subordinates, unless there was something major. What brings you here, President Chen? Lu Zhengye asked curiously. Chen Shualan replied, my daughter is inside. Lu Zhengye was taken aback. I'm sorry, President Chen, this is our hotel's responsibility. Chen Shualan said, Mr. Lu, you're being too harsh. No one wants this kind of thing to happen. Thankfully everyone is fine. As they chatted, Chen Shualan had come to Huacheng Grand Hotel to discuss cooperation. After half an hour of rescue, the two people in the elevator finally came out. Chen Nana rushed over to hug her mother, Mom. Although she wasn't as scared anymore, she still felt a lingering fear after coming out. Lu Zhengye's eyes widened when he saw Yi Chen being rescued from the elevator. How is Mr. Yi inside? He hurried over, and Yi Chen also saw him, not expecting Lu Zhengye to be here. Mr. Yi, are you okay? Yi Chen replied, I'm fine. Chen Nana released her mother and turned to say, Mom, he just saved me. Chen Shualan walked over with her daughter. Hello, I'm Chen Nana's mother, thank you for saving my daughter. Yi Chen looked at the mature woman in front of him, well-maintained, with a voluptuous figure and a mature sensuality. Such mature and sexy women have a great impact on men. Seeing her, Yi Chen couldn't help but think of foreign movies he had watched before, like Mom's Friend, The Kind Aunt, Mom's Friend 2. He maintained a calm expression, with a faint smile. Hello, Auntie, my name is Ding Ziku. Ding Ziku? Lu Zhengye was taken aback for a moment. Aren't you Yi Chen? He quickly understood that this was probably Mr. Ye's alias. Chen Shualan asked, Mr. Ding, do you know Mr. Lu? Yi Chen glanced at Lu Zhengye and smiled, saying, I know him, Uncle Lu and my family have some business dealings. Uncle Lu? Lu Zhengye's body trembled, that title was too high for him. Mr. Yi, how can you call me that? You scared me to death. Right, Yi. My family has some business dealings with young Master Ding. Chen Nana's eyes widened. She knew Lu Zhengye's identity as the owner of the Huacheng Grand Hotel, backed by the immensely powerful Lu Group. His family actually has a partnership with the Lu Group? How impressive. Yi Chen slowly noticed Lu Zhengye's reaction. Chen Shualan was also surprised, but her face still wore a smile, charming and alluring. Young Master Ding, you saved Nana, that's a great favor. I'll treat you to dinner tonight to express my gratitude. Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden task and obtaining a fragment of the Star Peak Mecha. Yi Chen was momentarily stunned by the system's voice. What the hell is this? This is possible? The system really does whatever it wants. Whatever, I just got another fragment of the Star Peak Mecha, which costs 10,000 merit points to buy. Yi Chen said, Auntie, I have some other matters tonight. I'll treat you to dinner another day. Chen Shualan felt a bit disappointed. If she could use this opportunity to get closer to Yi Chen and have him say a few words in front of President Lu, perhaps the business deal could be finalized. She smiled and said, okay, but it must be anti-treating. Lu Zhengye also knew he had nothing more to do here. Young Master Ding, President Chen, I have some other matters to attend to. I'll take my leave. You two chat. Yi Chen and Chen Shualan nodded slightly. President Lu, take care. After Lu Zhengye left, Yi Chen, Chen Shualan, and Chen Nana walked to the nearby elevator. Chen Shualan wore a smile. Although she was not young anymore, her face was wrinkle-free, her skin fair, her features exquisite, and her figure well-maintained, looking just a little over 30. What was most captivating was the alluring charm she exuded. This was not something she did intentionally but rather an unintentional display. A beauty of this age was truly a bewitching enchantress. Chen Shualan smiled and chatted with Yi Chen. What business does young Master Ding's family engage in? They are involved in the pharmaceutical, real estate, and manufacturing industries, Yi Chen replied with a smile. Chen Shualan's smile grew even brighter, vibrant and enchanting. Young Master Ding's family must be quite impressive. I just saw how polite President Lu was to you. Yi Chen smiled slightly. It's alright, it's President Lu giving face. That President Lu could show respect to a younger generation was enough to prove the extraordinary nature of Yi Chen's family. Chen Shualan asked, Young Master Ding lives on the 36th floor? Nana and I live on the 33rd floor, would you like to come to our room for a visit? Yi Chen looked at Chen Shualan and Chen Nana, with both of them being so tempting. What if he couldn't control himself? Especially with a mature woman like her, just a glance could easily draw someone in. Although Yi Chen had already resolved to be a carefree playboy who flits through the flowers without getting entangled, being alone with both mother and daughter was not ideal. He replied. Nana was startled. She should rest well. I won't disturb you. I live in room 3601, Auntie can come visit when you have time. It would be best if Auntie came alone, it would be inconvenient with her daughter. Chen Shualan didn't think much of it and smiled. Alright, young Master Ding is truly understanding. That's right, this young master is the most understanding. The elevator quickly reached the 33rd floor, and Chen Shualan and Chen Nana got off. Goodbye, young Master Ding. Yi Chen smiled. Goodbye. After the mother and daughter returned to their room, Chen Shualan checked on her daughter, ensuring she was truly fine before feeling relieved. Young Master Ding is quite a nice person, she said, sitting on the sofa with a smile. Chen Nana secretly complained, Mom, if you knew he wanted me to call him Dad, would you still think that? Of course, she would never dare to say this to her mom. She could only nod slightly and say, it's pretty good. Chen Shualan smiled and asked, where is this young Master Ding from? He lives in Jianghai City year-round, his hometown is in Beiji Province. Chen Shualan, what's the name of his family's company? Chen Nana shook her head, I didn't ask that. Chen Shualan, I guess young Master Ding's family must be quite impressive. After he finishes the banquet tonight, I'll visit him and see if he can help. Chen Nana's family is in the hotel supplies business, and this time they came to Huacheng Grand Hotel to discuss cooperation, aiming to become the hotel supplies provider for Huacheng Grand Hotel. Nana, you should rest for a while, you were just startled. Chen Nana got up and lay on the bed, her mind wandering back to the incident with Yi Chen in the elevator. Yi Chen returned to his room and then started a video call with Xia Qing. Darling, what are you doing? Xia Qing's cheeks flushed slightly. I'm at the hospital. Yi Chen, how's grandma's injury? Is she getting better? Xia Qing, she's still in recovery, but there's no major issue now. When are you coming back? I miss you, Yi Chen said with a mischievous smile. Xia Qing missed him too. She was no longer the naive little girl. She had transformed from a girl into a woman. The deep, intoxicating feeling lingered in her mind, and although she felt embarrassed, she couldn't help but recall the moments with Yi Chen, especially those shameful positions, which made her feel both embarrassed and comfortable. In a few days, I miss you too, Xia Qing replied, her face red. Yi Chen chuckled. Are you thinking of my Diao-chan? Diao-chan? Xia Qing quickly realized, her face turning crimson as she softly said, you're annoying. Yi Chen teased Xia Qing for a while, making her legs weak, and seeing her shy demeanor gave him a sense of accomplishment. After about half an hour, Yi Chen ended the video call, prepared a bit, and then left the room. Meanwhile, Xia Qing returned to the hospital room, and Xia Meng looked at her and asked, Sister, was that brother-in-law calling you? Xia Qing calmly nodded. When do you plan to go back? Xia Meng asked. Xia Qing, in a few days, once grandma feels a bit better. Xia Meng's face lit up. Okay, sister. Around 6 in the evening, Yi Chen arrived at Lu Qingqing's home, holding some gifts. He came this time as the future son-in-law, and it wouldn't be appropriate not to bring something. He rang the doorbell, and it was Lu Qingqing who opened the door. She smiled when she saw Yi Chen. You're here, come in. After saying that, she took the things from his hands. This guy was quite thoughtful, knowing to bring gifts. Lu Qingqing's mother was sitting on the sofa in the living room. When she saw Yi Chen arrive, she quickly got up and walked over, smiling broadly. Xiaoyu is here, please sit. Yi Chen smiled as he sat on the sofa, looking at Lu Qingqing's mother. She was also very beautiful, still charming and mature, and compared to Chen Shualan, she was not lacking at all. After all, a woman who could give birth to a beauty like Lu Qingqing couldn't be inferior. Perhaps because she had given birth, her figure not only remained intact but was also very nice, full and curvy, wearing a tight-fitting qipao that accentuated her figure even more. A qipao is not something just anyone can pull off, but on Lu Qingqing's mother, it was simply a perfect match, showcasing her figure and temperament effortlessly. Lu Qingqing sat next to Yi Chen, intimately linking her arm with his. This was Yi Chen's first time carefully observing Lu Qingqing's mother. Although he had just finished eating at her house, he hadn't paid much attention last time. Auntie, is Uncle Lu not home? Su Manchue, he's at the company handling some matters, he should be back soon. In the kitchen, their housekeeper was preparing dinner. The three of them sat on the sofa and started chatting. Lu Mu, Su Manchue, asked Yi Chen about some details, like how many people were in his family, and so on. After all, her daughter was now in a relationship with him, so it was necessary to understand his family situation. Su Manchue occasionally covered her mouth and chuckled, her figure full and charming, her fair legs tightly closed, and the split cheongsam occasionally revealed the side of her fair thigh. While they were talking, Lu Hushuan returned. He looked at Yi Chen with a warm expression. Xiaoyu, you two have kept your relationship from us for so long. Tonight we must drink to our heart's content. Yi Chen replied, I'll follow Uncle Lu's lead. Hearing Yi Chen call him Uncle Lu, Lu Hushuan's face lit up. Who in the country wouldn't respectfully call Yi Chen Mr. Yi? Yet Mr. Yi called me Uncle Lu, huh? This satisfied his vanity. Lu Qingqing sat next to Yi Chen, linking her arm with his, very intimate. The four of them chatted on the sofa as if they were one big family. Yi Chen occasionally moved his arm unintentionally, feeling the softness and fullness of Lu Qingqing's chest. Lu Qingqing also noticed and secretly pinched him hard at his waist. This rogue actually took the opportunity to take advantage of me. Around 7 in the evening, the nanny finished preparing a very sumptuous dinner. Although it wasn't as good as the food in a hotel, it felt more intimate here. Lu Hushuan opened a bottle of treasured Maotai liquor that had been kept for many years, and the two of them started drinking back and forth. Before long, a bottle of white liquor was finished, and they opened another one. In the span of an hour, the two of them drank more than 3 bottles, almost half a bottle each. Yi Chen's cheeks were a bit red, but it wasn't a big deal. Lu Hushuan was already a bit tipsy, swaying slightly in his seat, and if he didn't try hard to control himself, he would probably fall over. Xiaoyu, I can't take it anymore, I can't drink anymore. Yi Chen replied, then Uncle Lu, let's stop drinking and eat. Lu Qingcheng and her mother, Su Manchue, had already eaten their fill and were watching the two of them drink and talk. Yi Chen started eating, but Lu Hushuan barely had a few bites before he slumped over the table and fell asleep, knocking his cup to the ground and shattering it. If you can't drink, then don't drink so much, Su Manchue said irritably. Yi Chen replied, Auntie, don't blame Uncle Lu, he was just happy. I'm full now, let's help Uncle Lu to his room. Lu Qingcheng went to clean up the glass shards, while the nanny began to clear the plates and bowls from the dining table. Yi Chen and Su Manchue walked over to Lu Hushuan, helping him up and heading towards the upstairs of the villa. Lu Hushuan was like a dead weight, and his weight of over 160 pounds made it a bit difficult for Su Manchue. They exerted a lot of effort to get him into the room. Once they placed Lu Hushuan on the bed, Su Manchue let out a long sigh, then frowned slightly, taking a sharp breath. Yi Chen, seeing her like this, curiously asked, Auntie, what's wrong? Su Manchue replied, it's nothing, just that my chest sometimes hurts suddenly. Yi Chen looked at her full and rounded chest. Auntie, is it inside your chest that hurts? Or is it your breast that hurts? It's my breast that hurts. Su Manchue, after all, was someone who had been through many storms. Her expression remained normal. Yi Chen said, Auntie, I know a bit about medicine, I can take a look for you. Su Manchue was a bit surprised. You know medicine? Yi Chen replied, Auntie, I'm not bragging, experts from Jianghai First People's Hospital often come to ask me about medical matters. Su Manchue asked, really? Yi Chen said, Auntie, let me take a look. He then examined Su Manchue's features and the rounded fullness of her chest. It was indeed larger, much larger than Lu Qingqing's. If Lu Qingqing's was a small hill of 300 meters, then hers was a 500-meter peak, majestic and grand. Su Manchue asked, how do you look at it? Yi Chen said, traditional Chinese medicine emphasizes observation, listening, inquiry, and palpation. From Auntie's complexion, it seems her health is quite good, with no major issues. She probably pays attention to health maintenance. As for the chest pain, it's best to examine it specifically to see if there are any lumps. I'm only doing this for the sake of diagnosis, and I have no other intentions. Besides, this is Qingqing's mother, how could I have any other thoughts? Am I the kind of person who would be desperate? Su Manchue felt a bit awkward upon hearing his words. Touch it? Yi Chen asked earnestly, Auntie, have you touched it yourself? Does it hurt a bit? Su Manchue nodded, it hurts a bit when I touch the right side, but the left side is fine. Yi Chen replied, then it's likely that there's an issue on the right side. Is there a hard lump inside? Does it hurt when you touch it? Does it occasionally hurt? Su Manchue confirmed, yes, that's right. Yi Chen continued, then it's likely that Auntie has a lump in her breast, but we don't know the size yet. Su Manchue said generously, then Xiaoyu, can you help Auntie take a look? Is this serious? Yi Chen is Qingqing's boyfriend, and they will be family in the future. Plus, he is much older than Yi Chen, so being shy would seem inappropriate. Xiaoyu is just being kind. Yi Chen walked over to Su Manchue's side. Auntie, please unbutton your qipao, I'll take a closer look. Su Manchue didn't hesitate and unbuttoned the top of her qipao. Yi Chen's heart raced, and then his hand reached in. It was truly warm as water, majestic as a peak. Even though Su Manchue was mentally prepared, Having her most private area touched by Yi-chen made her cheeks flush slightly. Xiaoyu, you're touching the left side. Yi-chen quickly switched. Sorry, auntie, I thought this was the right side. I wondered why I didn't find any lumps after feeling around a bit. Yi-chen carefully and seriously examined for a while, then withdrew his hand. Auntie, there is indeed a lump on your right side, and it's been there for about 3 months. Su Manchua's face turned slightly red. Even with mental preparation, being touched and squeezed by Yi-chen felt a bit awkward. It really started hurting about 3 months ago. She sat on the edge of the bed, her legs tightly together. Yi-chen said, Auntie, this condition isn't serious. I'll write you a prescription, just go to the pharmacy and take the medicine for 7 days. He then entered the prescription into her phone. Su Manchua adjusted her qipao, her expression returning to normal as she walked out of the room with Yi-chen. In the living room on the first floor, Lu Qingcheng had already cleaned up the glass shards on the floor and was sitting on the sofa watching TV. Yi-chen spoke up, Auntie, Qingcheng, it's getting late, I'll head back now. You too should rest early. Su Manchua hurriedly said, it's so late, don't go back. Stay at home. Yi-chen smiled, no, Auntie. He and Lu Qingcheng were not really in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. Lu Qingcheng and Su Manchua then accompanied him to the door, and Lu Qingcheng affectionately helped him adjust his clothes. Message me when you get to the hotel. Yi-chen touched her fair face, smiling as he said, okay, Auntie, Qingcheng, you two go back. He then got into the car, and Lu Qingcheng shot him an annoyed glance. Goodbye, Auntie, Qingcheng. As he left, Yi-chen couldn't help but glance at Su Manchua's chest, lingering for a moment. The car drove out of the community, while Lu Qingcheng and Su Manchua returned home. Su Manchua entered the bedroom, looking at Lu Hushuan on the bed, her eyes filled with a hint of resentment as she helped him take off his shoes and clothes. They hadn't shared a bed for a long time, and sometimes Lu Hushuan came home very late. Su Manchua was at an age full of desire, and just being examined by Yi-chen had stirred something within her, leaving her feeling a bit ashamed. On the other side, Yi-chen was humming a little tune on his way back, then looked at his right hand. This counts as collecting some interest from your mother. Huacheng International Hotel. Yi-chen returned to the hotel around 9 in the evening. When he got back to the suite, Han Wanjing was already there, sitting on the sofa watching TV. Young master, you're back. Yi-chen sat on the sofa, and Han Wanjing poured him a glass of water. Yi-chen took a sip and asked, how did the negotiations go? Han Wanjing replied, it's all settled, young master, take a look. After saying that, she took out the contract from her bag, which detailed the terms. Yi-chen glanced through it briefly and then handed it back to Han Wanjing. He noticed that Han Wanjing looked a bit tired and smiled, saying, if you're tired, you should rest early. I'm going to rest too. Han Wanjing nodded slightly, then I'll go take a shower and rest. After saying that, she got up and walked to the bedroom, which had a bathroom. Just as Yi-chen was about to go rest, there was a knock at the door. Yi-chen was a bit curious, who could be looking for him at this late hour? He got up and walked to the door, peeking through the peephole to see who it was. Chen Shualan, the stunning woman he had seen in the afternoon. He opened the door, and Chen Shualan smiled at him, saying, young master Ding, I hope I'm not disturbing your rest? Yi-chen replied, not at all, auntie, please come in. Chen Shualan stepped into the suite and was surprised by the luxurious decor inside. Is this really the top suite of Huacheng Hotel? A top suite that costs 200,000 a day. Being able to stay in such a suite speaks volumes about his family background. Even Chen Shualan, who owned a company, couldn't afford to stay in a suite that costs 200,000 a day. Yi-chen poured a glass of water for Chen Shualan, saying, auntie, have some water. Chen Shualan was still wearing the same short dress from earlier, her figure curvaceous. Her hips were voluptuous, giving off a right feeling. Chen Shualan smiled, young master Ding, thank you so much for saving my daughter Nana. I haven't had the chance to thank you properly today. If you really want to thank me, let me check if there are any lumps in your chest. Yi-chen replied, auntie, you don't need to be so polite, it was just a small effort. Is Nana doing better now? Chen Shualan's smile was radiant, her beautiful eyes even more enchanting, exuding a hint of charm. Nana took a nap this afternoon and just woke up a little while ago. Yi-chen said, as long as she's fine. I noticed she seems to have claustrophobia, probably related to her previous living environment. Chen Shualan's expression froze for a moment. When she was little and misbehaved, she was often locked in a small dark room. That must have left a shadow on her. Yi-chen asked, where's Nana's father? I divorced her father, and Nana has been living with me. That reassured me. No wonder Chen Nana shares her mother's surname, it seems she changed it back then. Yi-chen chatted with Chen Shualan for a while, and then she tentatively asked, young master Ding, how is your relationship with General Lu? Yi-chen replied, it's okay, why do you ask, auntie? Chen Shualan hesitated. There's something I would like to ask young Master Ding for help with. Yi Chen looked relaxed. Just tell me what it is, auntie. Chen Shualan said, my company deals with hotel supplies, specifically providing supplies to various 5-star hotels. I came to Huaqing Hotel this time to seek cooperation, so I was hoping young Master Ding could help me talk to General Liu. Yi Chen smiled and said, sure, I'll give General Liu a call. It shouldn't be a problem. He'll definitely give me this favor. Chen Shualan's face lit up with joy. Thank you so much, young Master Yi. Yi Chen took out his phone and called Liu Zhenya, and the call was quickly connected. The noise on Liu Zhenya's side was a bit chaotic, as if he were in a KTV or a club. Mr. Yi, are you looking for me? Yi Chen replied, I have a friend who supplies hotel goods and wants to collaborate with the Huaqing Grand Hotel. What does General Liu think? Liu Zhenya responded, are you referring to General Chen? Yes, you met today. Liu Zhenya said, alright, Mr. Yi, have her contact our hotel's vice president tomorrow, and I will call the vice president to explain. Yi Chen said, okay, I won't disturb General Liu's fun any longer. Goodbye. Liu Zhenya's expression was a bit awkward. Was Mr. Yi's hearing really that good? When he first answered the phone, Yi Chen could hear the sounds of laughter and chatter from inside, indicating that this guy was probably at some club in Guangweiqing. After hanging up, Yi Chen said to Chen Shualan, auntie has already resolved it. You just need to find the hotel's vice president tomorrow. Chen Shualan smiled broadly. Thank you so much, young Master Ding. Yi Chen replied, auntie, no need to be polite, it's just a small matter. Chen Shualan asked, young Master Ding, do you have time for lunch tomorrow? I'd like to treat you. You not only saved Nana but also helped me with such a big favor. Yi Chen looked at Chen Shualan, auntie, no need to be polite, I should be returning to Jianghai City tomorrow. Chen Shualan said, oh, that's fine. After we finish our business here, Nana and I should head back. Once we return to Jianghai City, I'll treat you to a meal. Yi Chen smiled and nodded, alright, once we return to Jianghai City, auntie will treat me to a meal. Chen Shualan left him her contact information, young Master Ding, it's getting late, you should rest early. I won't disturb you any longer. Yi Chen stood up to see her off, watching her sway her hips for a moment before closing the door. Back in her room, her daughter Chen Nana was watching TV. Seeing her mother return, she asked, how did it go, Mom? Chen Shualan smiled, young Master Ding made a call, and General Liu agreed, we can discuss it tomorrow. Chen Nana's pretty face also broke into a smile, that's great. Chen Shualan continued, young Master Ding is really a nice person, once we return to Jianghai City, we should thank him properly. He's a nice person? You just don't know him. He's just a rogue, all talk and no action. I'm talking to you, did you hear? Young Master Ding must have an extraordinary background, building a good relationship with him can only benefit us. Chen Nana replied, got it, Mom. On the other side, after sending Chen Shualan off, Yi Chen returned to his room. Just as he was about to sleep, his phone suddenly buzzed. He took out his phone and saw a message from the slender and well-endowed Sun Yumeng. Brother Yi Chen, what are you doing? Yi Chen replied, I was just about to sleep. Are you with Sister Xiaoqing? Yi Chen answered, I'm in Guangweiqing. Sister Xiaoqing went back to her hometown because something came up. Sun Yumeng asked, what are you doing in Guangweiqing? Yi Chen replied, handling some company matters. You wouldn't be looking for me this late if you didn't have something to discuss, right? Sun Yumeng said, you understand me, brother Yi Chen. My parents want me to go on a blind date tomorrow, and I don't want to go. Can you pretend to be my boyfriend and send that person away? Yi Chen was taken aback by her message. Seriously, pretending to be a fake boyfriend again? Brother Yi Chen, I really don't want to go on a blind date, and I don't like that person. Yi Chen asked, when are you meeting them tomorrow? Sun Yumeng replied, my dad wants me to meet them at noon. Brother Yi Chen, please save me. Save you? With my Dio-chan? Yi Chen said, got it, I'll swing by tomorrow. Hee, brother Yi Chen is so nice. You should rest early, I'll pick you up at the airport tomorrow. After putting down his phone, Yi Chen lay down and started to sleep. The next morning. Congratulations to the host for making your dream come true, acquiring 60% of the shares of Tianchang Technology Group. Yi Chen had long heard of the name Tianchang Technology Group. He had even used a Tianchang brand phone before. It was a well-known mid to low-end mobile phone brand in the country, with high sales and recognition domestically. However, the performance of Tianchang phones was not very good, often lagging after a period of use, but their biggest advantage was their low price, making them very popular among mid to low-end brands. Tianchang phones occupied about 70 to 80% of the low-end mobile phone market and held a 20% share in the mid-range market, boasting high recognition. Yi Chen got up, washed up, and then walked out of the room. Han Wanjing had already sent breakfast. Young master, it's time for breakfast. Yi Chen replied, Wanjing, change the flight ticket to Sioux City. I need to go there. You can return to Jianghai City. There are still many company matters for you to handle. Han Wanjing nodded slightly, not asking Yi Chen what he was going to do in Sioux City. After breakfast, the two took a car to the airport. On the way, Yi Chen called Lu Qingcheng. I'm heading back today. I shouldn't have anything else to do, right? Lu Qingcheng replied, no, but I guess you'll have to come often in the future since we're in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. Yi Chen said, if you miss me, you can come to Jianghai City to find me. Ugh, who would miss you? They chatted for a bit before hanging up. Upon arriving at the airport, Han Wanjing boarded the flight to Jianghai City, while Yi Chen boarded the flight to Sioux City. Before the plane took off, Yi Chen sent a message to Sun Yumling, informing her that he would arrive at Sioux City Airport in about an hour. At 10:10 in the morning, a plane landed at Sioux City Airport. Yi Chen got off the plane and saw Sun Yumling at the exit. Sun Yumling hurried over, linking her arms with his. Brother Yi Chen, you're here. I missed you so much after so many days. Yi Chen could tell she was sincere, and he patted her head. It's only been a few days, just 10 days or so. They chatted as they walked to the parking lot. Sun Yumling led him to a pink Mercedes coupe. Brother Yi Chen, get in the car. I'll take you to West Lake. You've never been here, right? Yi Chen replied, no, it's my first time in Suzhou and Hangzhou. As the saying goes, above there is heaven, below there are Suzhou and Hangzhou, which shows how famous these places were in ancient times. Once in the car, Sun Yumling drove towards the West Lake scenic area. On the way, Yi Chen curiously asked, why did you suddenly go on a blind date? Aren't you still in school? Sun Yumling's expression turned a bit gloomy. My dad wants me to get married early. Yi Chen had heard about her family situation before. She had an older sister and a younger brother, and because she had been ill for many years, she wasn't very favored by her parents. Even though her illness was now cured, it didn't change her parents' attitude towards her. Yi Chen asked curiously, who is the person you went on a blind date with? Sun Yumling replied, the son of the general manager of Tianchang Technology Group. I think his name is Jin Yongjie. Tianchang Technology Group? Yi Chen's lips curled into a slight, inexplicable smile. This was quite a coincidence. At that moment, Yi Chen's phone suddenly rang. He took it out and answered, hello, who is this? Hello, Mr. Yi, I am Jin Yongchang, the general manager of Tianchang Technology Group. The share transfer contract has been prepared. When do you have time, or should I send someone to deliver it to you? Yi Chen replied, I'm in Suzhou and Hangzhou right now. I'll come by this afternoon to pick it up. Jin Yongchang said, Mr. Yi, you're in Suzhou and Hangzhou? Do you have time tonight? I would like to extend hospitality with the board of directors. Yi Chen responded, let's talk this afternoon. Jin Yongchang replied, alright, Mr. Yi. After hanging up, Sun Yumling curiously asked, Brother Yi Chen, who was that on the phone? Yi Chen replied, a general manager of a company. After nearly 50 minutes, Sun Yumling drove him to the famous tourist spot in Suzhou and Hangzhou. Since it was summer vacation, there were quite a few people visiting. Even the hot weather couldn't dampen their spirits. Sun Yumling found a parking spot and then took Yi Chen to explore West Lake. The West Lake scenic area is vast, with many fun places to visit, such as Nine Creek Smoke and Trees, Yunchi Bamboo Path, and Lingyin Temple. It was Yi Chen's first time here, and he couldn't help but be captivated by the scenery. The two wandered around until 11 o'clock in the morning. Sun Yumling received a call from her dad, urging her to meet him at the hotel. She didn't tell her dad where she was or that she was with Yi Chen. After hanging up, Sun Yumling said to Yi Chen, Brother Yi Chen, let's go meet Jin Wenjie. Yi Chen nodded slightly, and the two walked back to the parking area. Today, Sun Yumling wore a loose t-shirt and very short shorts, her fair and long legs drawing attention. Sun Yumling was of average height, about 1.62 meters, not particularly tall, but her figure made many envious, with ample curves that exceeded most. Her hips were also very full and beautiful. It was hard to believe how this girl had developed such a figure. At that moment, Sun Yumling linked her arms with his, and they looked like a close couple. Although Sun Yumling knew Yi Chen had a girlfriend, she showed no signs of restraint. Brother Yi Chen, when we meet Jin Wenjie, I'll just say you're my boyfriend, and he should take the hint and leave. Yi Chen asked, what will you tell your parents? Sun Yumling replied, I'll let him talk to my dad and mom. If I say anything, my dad will probably scold me again. Yi Chen frowned slightly, does your dad often scold you? Sun Yumling smiled and said, well, when I'm at home and he's at home, he vents his anger on me, but I've gotten used to it. Yi Chen didn't know how to respond. After all, they were her parents. At around 11:40, Sun Yumling drove to a relatively elegant hotel. After getting out of the car, They walked into the hotel and then to the second floor. The second floor had a tasteful lobby, with many people seated inside. Sun Yumeng scanned the room and spotted Jin Wenjie near the window. Brother Yi Chen, that's Jin Wenjie. He works at Tianshan Technology Group as a director, I think. As they spoke, they approached the table by the window. Jin Wenjie had met Sun Yumeng before and liked her very much. Of course, he was most attracted to her exquisite features and her full, proud figure. He had seen many beautiful women in Suzhou and Hangzhou, but none with a figure like Sun Yumeng's. He had seen women with explosive figures, but most were artificially enhanced, losing their natural charm. There were also naturally well-endowed women, but they couldn't compare to Sun Yumeng's looks. So, meeting Sun Yumeng today was particularly important to him. He hoped to win her favor for future developments. However, when he saw Sun Yumeng walking over intimately linked with a man, his expression darkened. Jin Wenjie looked at Yi Chen and then back at Sun Yumeng. Sun Yumeng, what does this mean? Are you slapping me in the face? Sun Yumeng replied, no other meaning, just letting you know I have a boyfriend. Let me introduce you, this is my brother Yi Chen. Brother Yi Chen? Brother Yi Chen? Images of Sun Yumeng passionately calling Yi Chen brother flooded his mind. It infuriated him, but he quickly realized, brother Yi Chen? Could it be that Yi Chen from Jianghaishi? Tianchang Technology Group had just been acquired by Yi Chen for 60% of its shares, and he had learned about it that morning. He became even more sensitive to that name. He quickly returned to normal, looking at Yi Chen and asking, are you Mr. Yi? Yi Chen calmly nodded, you must be Mr. Jin's son, right? Mr. Jin called me this morning. Jin Wenjie was taken aback, it really was Mr. Yi. He hurriedly said respectfully, so it's Mr. Yi. I didn't know about your relationship with Miss Sun. I'm sorry, Mr. Yi. Yi Chen replied, it's fine, it's not too late to know now. Jin Wenjie said, Mr. Yi, I won't disturb your meal any longer. You eat, I'll take my leave. He then stood up and hurriedly left. Yi Chen was now the chairman of Tianshan Technology Group, and he didn't dare to offend him. Sun Yumeng watched him leave in a fluster and smiled, why is brother Yi Chen so scary to him? Yi Chen replied, because I acquired 60% of Tianshan Technology Group's shares. Sun Yumeng was stunned for a moment, no wonder, he is part of the management of Tianshan Technology Group, so you are essentially his boss now. Yi Chen sat down, let's order, I'm a bit hungry after wandering around all morning. Sun Yumeng called over the waiter and began to order. Meanwhile, after leaving the hotel, Jin Wenjie immediately called his father, Jin Yongchang. Jin Yongchang asked with a smile, how did your meeting with Miss Sun go? Jin Wenjie replied, Dad, Sun Yumeng is Yi Chen's girlfriend. Didn't you know this? Jin Yongchang's smile froze, who did you say? Mr. Yi Chen. Jin Yongchang was taken aback, no way, President Sun didn't mention this to me. You didn't offend Mr. Yi, did you? Jin Wenjie replied, no, as soon as I saw it was Mr. Yi, I hurriedly took my leave. Jin Yongchang said, I understand now, don't have any thoughts about Miss Sun in the future. After hanging up, Jin Yongchang called Sun Tianhan. The phone rang a few times before it connected, and Jin Yongchang said, President Sun, you almost got me into trouble. Sun Tianhan asked in confusion, what do you mean, President Jin? Jin Yongchang replied, do you know your daughter has a boyfriend? And it's Mr. Yi. Sun Tianhan asked, which Mr. Yi? There are several. Jin Yongchang said, how many Mr. Yes are there in Hualong country? Of course, it's Mr. Yi from Shanghai Technology Group. Sun Tianhan exclaimed, he's my daughter's boyfriend? How come I didn't know about this? Jin Yongchang was stunned, no way? You're her father and you didn't know? Mr. Yi just acquired 60% of our Tianshan Technology Group's shares. If I offend Mr. Yi because of this, my position as general manager might not be secure. Sun Tianhan was shocked, Mr. Yi acquired 60% of your group? Jin Yongchang confirmed, that's right, and it was a premium acquisition, costing 700 billion. 700 billion? Sun Tianhan was truly taken aback, Mr. Yi actually has that much liquid capital? Jin Yongchang replied, that's nothing, Mr. Yi recently also acquired KB Precision Group, Manhwa Automobile Group, Lizi Group, and other companies in Dahuang country. He paused and continued, congratulations, President Sun. I hope you can take good care of my little brother in the future. Sun Tianhan smiled and said, President Jin, you're too kind. Just let me know if you need anything. After hanging up, Sun Tianhan called Sun Yumeng. At that moment, Yi Chen and Sun Yumeng were having their meal. Sun Yumeng saw it was her dad calling and answered, what's up, Dad? Are you having dinner with Mr. Yi? Sun Yumeng replied, yes. Sun Tianhan asked, is Mr. Yi your boyfriend? Aha. Sun Tianhan said, how come I never heard you mention this? Does Mr. Yi have time tonight? Bring him over to our house. Sun Yumeng replied, got it. After hanging up, she said to Yi Chen, brother Yi Chen, my dad said to invite you over to our house tonight. Yi Chen said, alright, then I'll leave tomorrow. After the two had lunch, Yi Chen asked Sun Yumeng to drive to Tianchang building. This was the headquarters of Tianchang Technology Group, and it was Sun Yumeng's first visit. She parked the car in the underground parking lot, and then they took the elevator directly to the 30th floor. Stepping out of the elevator, they were greeted by a bright and clear hallway. Occasionally, they could see white-collar workers in professional suits and short skirts moving about. Brother Yi Chen, the general manager's office is over there, Sun Yumeng pointed to the sign nearby. They walked in that direction and soon saw the nameplate of the general manager's office. Yi Chen knocked on the door, and a middle-aged man's voice came from inside, come in. They entered, and Jin Yongchang was taken aback for a moment upon seeing them, but he quickly regained his composure. Mr. Yi Yumeng, you're here, please take a seat. Sun Yumeng greeted, hello, Uncle Jin. Jin Yongchang had known Sun Tianhan for a long time and often visited her family. Yi Chen sat on the sofa and said, Manager Jin, bring the contract over for me to take a look. Jin Yongchang hurriedly took out the contract and respectfully handed it to him. Mr. Yi, regarding what happened at noon, Wenjie really had no idea. I hope you won't take it to heart. Yi Chen's expression was calm as he read the contract and replied, it's fine, ignorance is no crime. Jin Yongchang sighed in relief. If Yi Chen had truly been angry, he would have lost his position as general manager and would have to quietly settle for being a shareholder and director, enjoying a bit of dividends each year. After Yi Chen finished reading the contract, he handed it to Sun Yumeng to put in her bag. He then convened a high-level management meeting for the group. The purpose of this meeting was simply to get to know each other. After the meeting, Yi Chen reviewed the group's development plan. He was not familiar with the group's situation and did not intend to interfere, planning to operate as usual. In the afternoon, Jin Yongchang took Yi Chen and Sun Yumeng to the factory workshop under the group. Tianchang Technology Group had a very large mobile phone production factory in the industrial park of Suwon City, with many workshops of different types. They left the factory and returned to the group around 4 o'clock. Jin Yongchang asked, Mr. Yi, do you have time tonight? A few directors from the company would like to extend their hospitality. Yi Chen smiled and replied, I have to go to Yuming's house tonight, let's talk about it another time. Jin Yongchang nodded, that makes sense, we can discuss it later. Yi Chen said, I'll trouble manager Jin to take care of the group's matters in the future. He had too many companies under his name to manage them all, so he had to rely on these general managers to handle operations. Jin Yongchang smiled and said, Mr. Yi, don't worry, I will not let you down. Around 4:20 in the afternoon, Yi Chen and Sun Yumeng left Tianchang Technology Group. Sun Yumeng drove him home, and on the way, Yi Chen bought some gifts. Sun Yumeng lived in a high-end villa community in Sioux City. Around 5 o'clock, the car entered a villa courtyard. The two got out of the car, and Sun Yumeng wrapped her arms around his as they walked inside. The door was opened by a young beauty, around 24 or 25 years old, with an oval face, big eyes, a tall figure, and a pretty appearance. Sun Rushi was momentarily taken aback by their closeness. Yumeng, who is this? Your boyfriend? Sun Yumeng smiled charmingly, yes. Sun Rushi looked Yi Chen up and down, thinking he wasn't anything special. Her sister had poor taste. Weren't you supposed to meet with Jin Wenjie today? Sun Yumeng replied, why do you care so much? Move aside. With that, she pulled Yi Chen inside. Sun Rushi huffed, Yumeng, don't bring just anyone home. If mom and dad find out, just wait to be scolded. I want to, and who are you to stop me? Sun Yumeng retorted with her lips and teeth. Sun Rushi said, your standards are getting lower and lower. After saying that, she cast a disdainful glance at Yi Chen. Sun Yumeng replied, you're the one with low standards. What does it have to do with you who I date? Sun Rushi curled her lips, it really has nothing to do with me who you date, but at least find someone decent, right? What kind of ugly guy are you dating? You're really embarrassing the Sun family. Just wait for your parents to come back and scold you. After that, she turned to Yi Chen and said, if you know what's good for you, you should leave quickly. Look at the gift you brought, can you even afford a few $100? Sun Yuming's face turned red with anger. Sun Rushi, my affairs are none of your business. If you dare to say anything about him, I won't let you off. Yi Chen sat on the sofa, a faint smile on his face. He was now experiencing firsthand the situation Sun Yumeng faced at home. It seemed that not only her parents disliked her, but even her sister did. However, Yuming's angry look was really cute. her chest rising and falling. Her sister was probably just jealous of Yuming's figure and looks. After all, Sun Rushi was clearly inferior to Sun Yumeng. At that moment, the doorbell rang again. Sun Rushi went to open the door, and upon seeing the person outside, she hurriedly walked over and linked arms with him. Juanhao, what are you doing here? Hua Juanhao replied, Uncle said there are important guests at home tonight, so he asked me to come and keep you company. As they spoke, they walked inside. Hua Juanhao saw Yi Chen and curiously asked, Who is this, Rushi? Sun Rushi, intimately linking her arm with his, disdainfully said, Yuming's boyfriend. I don't know where she found this boyfriend, he's really embarrassing my parents. Hua Juanhao's eyes flashed with a strange light. He glanced at Sun Yumeng and smiled, Yumeng, why haven't I heard you mention your boyfriend before? He had thoughts about Sun Yumeng. After all, she was better looking and had a better figure than Sun Rushi, and sometimes he thought about conquering her. Now hearing that Sun Yumeng had a boyfriend made him feel a bit uncomfortable. Sun Yumeng shot back, what I say is none of your business. Hua Juanhao gritted his teeth at her words, a bitter smile on his face. You always speak so bluntly. Sun Rushi added, Juanhao, don't mind her, she doesn't know what's good for her. Hua Juanhao and Sun Rushi also sat on the sofa. Hua Juanhao looked at Yi Chen and asked with a smile, Brother, did you graduate from college? How did you meet Yumeng? I consider myself half a brother to her, so I need to keep an eye on her. I don't need you to keep an eye on me, Sun Yumeng said irritably. Acting all high and mighty, I knew you were no good the first time I met you. Yi Chen replied with a faint smile, I didn't go to college. Sun Rushi snorted disdainfully, you didn't even go to college, that's just laughable. Hua Juanhao maintained a smile, then where did you study? Yi Chen replied, I'm unemployed, just wandering around every day. Hua Juanhao said, that's not acceptable, a man should have his own career. Otherwise, how can a woman follow you and suffer? Sun Rushi echoed, exactly, if you don't have a job, how can you support Yumeng? I don't know how you tricked Yumeng, but I hope you leave her soon. Yi Chen chuckled, he was increasingly finding Sun Rushi and Hua Juanhao amusing. The better you pretend now, the more painful it will be later. Hua Juanhao said, Brother, Hanxiang Group is my family's company. I'm the vice president of Hanxiang Group. If you really can't find a job, I can arrange one for you, considering Yumeng. Sun Rushi interjected, he hasn't even been to college. What position can you arrange for him? Hanxiang Group is a conglomerate worth hundreds of billions, he would just be a nuisance. Speaking of her boyfriend, Sun Rushi's eyes were filled with pride and satisfaction. Sun Yumeng snorted disdainfully, is a market value of hundreds of billions really that impressive? My brother Yi Chen's Shanghai Technology Group is almost worth $1 trillion. Originally, the market value of Shanghai Technology Group had already surpassed $1 trillion, but later, Western chip giants lifted their embargo and lowered chip prices. This news wasn't great for Shanghai Technology Group, which caused the stock price to drop a bit, but the impact wasn't significant. The current market value of Shanghai Technology Group is over 940 billion. This market value is enough to rank in the top 20 among all listed groups in the country. The first and second places are held by two major internet empires, Tenglong Group and Amiao Wangtao. The rest are state-owned enterprises, including the 4 major banks and 3 major telecom operators. This refers to the market value of the group. In terms of profit, the most formidable is still led by the Tobacco Group. Hua Juanhao smiled and said, my family's group is so big, it's relatively easy to arrange positions. The job of a cleaner is also not bad, every day it's just cleaning the toilets and office areas, and most of the time there's not much to do. At that moment, there was a sound of the door opening. A middle-aged couple walked in. Sun Rushi stood up and walked over, sweetly calling out, Mom and Dad, you're back. Uncle, Auntie. Hua Juanhao also stood up to greet them. Sun Tianhan and his wife had smiles on their faces and nodded slightly. Sun Rushi saw Yi Chen sitting there with his legs crossed and didn't get up to come over. She spoke up, Dad, Yuma brought back a boyfriend from who knows where, really has no upbringing at all, and you guys come back without even saying hello. Sun Tianhan's expression changed. What kind of talk is that? Hurry up and apologize to Mr. Yi. Sun Rushi and Hua Juanhao were taken aback by his words. Apologize to him? What's going on? Why should I apologize to him? Dad, are you mistaken? Why should I apologize to him? A guy who hasn't even been to college, a D-class loser. Sun Rushi's tone was extremely disdainful. Sun Tianhan raised his hand and slapped her. This is Mr. Yi, Mr. Yi of Shanghai Technology Group. The slap left Sun Rushi stunned. Mr. Yi, Mr. Yi of Shanghai Technology Group? Hua Juanhao was also shocked, his eyes wide open, wearing a look of disbelief. He is actually Mr. Yi of Shanghai Technology Group. Thinking about how he had just pretended in front of Yi Chen, his face turned a bit red. This was simply too embarrassing. Sun Tianhan hurried over and said, Mr. Yi, I'm sorry, Rushi is a bit thoughtless. Yi Chen glanced at Sun Rushi. She was also looking at Yi Chen, her eyes filled with resentment, but more so with shock. Yi Chen said, Uncle Sun, your daughter really needs some proper education. Since Yuma and I came, she has been mocking us. Sun Yuma added, exactly, Huo Juanhao even said he would introduce a cleaning job for Yi Chen. Sun Tianhan frowned slightly and looked at Huo Juanhao. Aren't you going to apologize to Mr. Yi? Huo Juanhao hurriedly bowed and apologized, Mr. Yi, I'm sorry, I was wrong just now, I was blind. Yi Chen looked at him with a calm expression, from now on, just stay at home and don't go out to cause trouble for your dad. What Mr. Yi said is right. Yi Chen continued, for Yuma's sake, I'll let it go this time. After that, Huo Juanhao left in a dejected manner. He had no face to stay and eat here. Originally, Sun Tianhan had called him to accompany a distinguished guest, and he was quite happy about it, but who knew he would offend the guest in an instant. In the future, Sun Tianhan might not even let him associate with Sun Rushi. If that were the case, it would be a huge loss. Once Huo Juanhao left, Sun Tianhan and his wife sat on the sofa with smiles on their faces. Mr. Yi, I'm sorry, the young people are thoughtless, please don't take offense. Yi Chen smiled, Uncle Sun, you're being polite, I'm not so petty as to hold it against them. Sun Tianhan's smile grew wider, relieved that he wasn't angry. In the future, I'll trouble Mr. Yi to take care of Yuma. Yi Chen replied, Uncle Sun, don't worry, I will take good care of Yuma. Sun Tianhan and Yi Chen sat on the sofa chatting. His wife went to the kitchen to prepare dinner, and Sun Rushi was also called in to help. In the kitchen, Sun Rushi curiously asked, Mom, is that person really Mr. Yi? Sun's mother replied, yes, today Mr. Jean from Tianshan Technology Group called your dad. Mr. Yi has just acquired 60% of Tianshan Technology Group's shares. Sun Rushi's eyes widened in surprise. He acquired 60% of Tianshan Technology Group's shares? That must be 6 or 700 billion, right? Sun's mother nodded slightly. About that price. Is he really that rich? Sun Rushi was taken aback, feeling a bit jealous of Sun Yumeng. Why did her boyfriend have to be so outstanding? In the living room, while Yi Chen was chatting with Sun Tianhan, the sound of a sports car revving echoed outside the villa. Soon after, a young man walked in. Dad, which esteemed guest is coming to our house tonight? Sun Tianhan replied, come here, let me introduce you. This is Mr. Yi from Xinghai Technology Group, your sister Yuming's boyfriend. Sun Jikong was taken aback. When did my sister Yumeng get a boyfriend? Mr. Yi? He quickly reacted, hello, brother-in-law, my name is Sun Jikong. Yi Chen smiled and nodded. Sun Jikong looked to be around 20, probably just starting college. Sun Tianhan asked, why are you back so late? Did you go out to play with those friends of yours again? Sun Jikong chuckled, what friends? They're just car buddies. After saying that, he sat down next to Yi Chen. Brother-in-law, do you have a lot of sports cars? Sun Yumeng shot him a glare. What are you doing? Sun Jikong replied, sister, I'm just asking. Look at you, do I usually treat you badly? When the eldest sister bullies you, it's me who helps you. Sun Yumeng said, is that so? I don't remember. Sun Jikong grinned, I'm helping you behind your back, you definitely don't know. What car do you drive, brother-in-law? Sun Jikong continued to ask. Yi Chen replied, I have all kinds of cars. Sun Jikang asked, does brother-in-law like cars too? Yi Chen said, it's okay. When he couldn't afford them before, he liked all kinds of sports cars, but now he still finds cars like Rolls-Royce comfortable. How many sports cars do you have, brother-in-law? Yi Chen replied, about 10 or so, the group sends some over every month. Sun Jikang asked, do you have a Lamborghini Veneno? I remember there's one in Jianhai City. Yi Chen said, I have one. Sun Jikang exclaimed, then the one that's been circulating online must be yours. I heard there are only a few in the world. Sun Yuming's brother was very talkative, and since he arrived, he had been the one doing most of the talking. He showed great enthusiasm towards Yi Chen, mainly because of Yi Chen's status. If he were an ordinary person, Sun Jikong probably wouldn't even bother with him. At 7:30 in the evening, they began to have dinner. Sun Tianhan had his son bring out a few bottles of wine, and the three of them started drinking. Sun Tianhan intended to get on good terms with Yi Chen, and Yi Chen also needed to shield Sun Yumeng from any issues. After being slapped, Sun Rushi was much quieter at the dinner table, silently eating while occasionally glancing at Yi Chen. The slap from Sun Tianhan wasn't too hard and didn't leave a mark on her face. The dinner lasted until around 9 o'clock. Both Sun Tianhan and Sun Jikon drank quite a bit, and Yi Chen drank even more. Later, Sun Jikon ended up vomiting right at the table. Sun Tianhan, drunk and swaying, nearly fell off his chair. I can't take it anymore, Xiaoyu, let's drink another day. Yi Chen smiled and said, sure, Uncle Sun, anytime is fine. Sun Tianhan said, Xiaoyu, just stay at home tonight, don't leave. We're all family now. After that round of drinks, Sun Tianhan felt that he had gotten closer to Yi Chen. Of course, Yi Chen had been flattering him, giving him plenty of face. This greatly satisfied his vanity. Yi Chen, Uncle Sun, I'll just find a hotel outside. Sun Tianhan's eyes widened. No way, there's a place to stay at home. Why go to a hotel? Xiaoyu, just listen to your uncle and stay at home. Sun Jikon, brother-in-law, it's fine for you to stay at home. You're not an outsider, we're all family sooner or later. Sun Tianhan's wife also chimed in, yes, Xiaoyu, just stay at home. Auntie has already prepared the bedding for you. Yi Chen, alright, then I'll stay at home. Sun Tianhan, that's more like it, we're all family, why stay outside? After that, Sun Tianhan and Sun Jikon were sent to their rooms. The two had drunk a bit too much. Yi Chen sat on the sofa sipping tea. You haven't drunk too much, have you? Sun Yumeng walked over and asked him. Yi Chen smiled and said, no. Sun Yumeng, go take a shower, you smell like alcohol. Yi Chen followed her to her bedroom. There was a bathroom in the bedroom. Go wash up, Sun Yumeng told him. Yi Chen went in to take a shower, and about 10 minutes later, he came out wearing only his underwear. Sun Yumeng saw his well-defined figure and smiled. Yi Chen, your body is really good. Yi Chen, it's just a so-so. He looked at the two pillows on the bed and said, your parents don't want me to sleep in the same bed as you, do they? Sun Yumeng nodded, that's exactly what they mean. Yi Chen, then, how about I sleep on the floor? Sun Yumeng hugged his arm and smiled, it's fine, Yi Chen, you can sleep in the bed. I promise not to move. Promise not to move? Shouldn't I be the one saying that? Yi Chen, alright then, I'm going to sleep. I've been out all day and drank so much, I'm a bit tired. After saying that, he got into bed and started to sleep. Sun Yumeng took a shower and then got into bed, snuggling into her own covers. Yi Chen, let's go back to Jianghai City together tomorrow, Sun Yumeng said. Yi Chen, okay, do your parents agree? Sun Yumeng chuckled, I told my mom, and she agreed. Yi Chen, then we'll go back tomorrow. By the way, Fei Fei is also here, will she come? Sun Yumeng picked up her phone. I'll ask Sister Du Fei Fei. She sent a message to Du Fei Fei, Sister Fei Fei, are you going back to Jianghai City tomorrow? Yi Chen is here, and I plan to go back with him. Du Fei Fei, sure. What time are we going back tomorrow? Sun Yumeng, in the morning, I'll go find you with Yi Chen, and we can also visit Grandpa and Grandma. Du Fei Fei, okay. After chatting with Du Fei Fei, Sun Yumeng turned off the room lights, and the room became pitch black. Yi Chen was indeed a bit tired, and having drunk quite a bit, he quickly fell asleep. A few minutes later, he was sound asleep. Sun Yumeng spoke to him but received no response, then realized Yi Chen had really fallen asleep. With such a beautiful girl like me beside you, you can still fall asleep. Sun Yumeng huffed in dissatisfaction. After a while, Sun Yumeng also fell asleep. The next morning, Yi Chen woke up and opened his eyes, then found that Sun Yumeng had somehow snuggled into his covers, nestled in his arms. She was wearing a thin, loose nightgown that couldn't contain her impressive figure at all. Yi Chen looked and saw that their clothes were fine, nothing had happened last night. In the morning, men naturally have certain reactions. Now, he was even more stimulated by Sun Yumeng's presence. Yi Chen was holding her, one hand on her slender waist and the other around her neck. Looking at Sun Yumeng in his arms, his hand involuntarily moved. With such a stunning beauty in his embrace, he found it hard to remain indifferent. Last night, nothing much happened, which was already quite good. A few minutes later, Sun Yumeng let out a soft moan and opened her eyes. Brother Yi Chen, be gentler, you're hurting me. Yi Chen coughed awkwardly, feeling a bit embarrassed. He had accidentally applied a bit too much pressure. Sun Yumeng had an incredible figure. Among all the beauties he knew, none could compare to her. A few minutes later, Sun Yumeng opened her eyes and looked at him, her pretty face flushed, allowing his hands to roam freely. This was Yi Chen's first time experiencing Sun Yumeng's extraordinary physique. It was truly delightful. Sun Yumeng's face was bright red, her lips pouting, looking at him with a hint of grievance. Her playful and adorable demeanor made her even more stunning. Yi Chen couldn't help but lean down to kiss her. A few minutes later, they parted, and Yi Chen looked at her and said, "Get up." Sun Yumeng giggled, "No, I want to lie down a bit longer." Yi Chen didn't say anything more, cherishing this moment with both hands. Around 8 in the morning, Yi Chen and Sun Yumeng came out of the room. At this time, Sun Tianhan and his wife had already gotten up, finished breakfast, and gone to the company, leaving only Sun Rushi at home. Sun Jikong was probably out looking for his car friends again. Last night, he mentioned that they were preparing to establish a supercar club. As Yi Chen and Sun Yumon came out of the room, Sun Rushi looked at them and said, "Breakfast is on the dining table." The two went to the dining table and started eating. Sun Rushi hesitated for a moment before walking over. "Brother-in-law, are you leaving this morning?" Yi Chen nodded slightly. "Yes, there are still some matters to handle in Jianhai City." Sun Rushi smiled and said, "I was planning to take you out to play today, but since you're going back, I'll take you out next time you come." The current Sun Rushi was a stark contrast to the sharp-tongued person she was yesterday. Yi Chen smiled, "If Rushi has time, you can come to Jianhai City." Sun Rushi beamed, "Okay, I will definitely go to Jianhai City when I have time." Sun Yumon quietly ate her breakfast, fully aware of her sister's change in attitude. Sun Rushi sat next to Yi Chen, chatting with him warmly, as if nothing had happened yesterday. After breakfast, Sun Rushi took the initiative to clear the dishes and went to the kitchen. Yi Chen said to Sun Yumon, "Yumon, go tidy up your things. We'll go find Fei Fei later and then head back to Jianhai City." Sun Yumon nodded slightly and went back to her room to pack. After Sun Rushi finished washing the dishes, she came out of the kitchen and saw Yi Chen sitting on the sofa. She walked over and sat beside him. "Xiaoyu, what happened yesterday was my fault. Don't take it to heart. I know I was wrong." Yi Chen sneered inwardly but smiled on the outside. "Sister Rushi, don't worry, I didn't take it to heart." Hearing this, Sun Rushi's smile grew even brighter. "If you're not angry, then I'm relieved." After saying that, she grabbed Yi Chen's hand and held it warmly. Yi Chen looked at her, confused about her intentions. Sun Rushi continued, "I remember you know medicine. Did you cure Yumon's illness?" Yi Chen nodded. "Yes, I cured her." Sun Rushi, "Then can you help me take a look? Sometimes I feel uncomfortable in my chest." After saying that, she placed Yi Chen's hand on her chest. Goodness, Yi Chen was taken aback, not expecting her to do such a thing. Did she think he was someone easily tempted? She was underestimating him. Besides, she was too small. Compared to Yumon, it was like heaven and earth. Yi Chen asked, "Sister Rushi, doesn't your boyfriend want to take you out today?" Sun Rushi replied, "What boyfriend? That Huo Juanhao from yesterday is no longer my boyfriend. He was blind to say such things. I won't forgive him for that." Yi Chen was about to pull his hand back when Sun Rushi hurriedly grabbed it and pressed it against her chest. "Is there something wrong with my body? Xiaoyu, you need to check carefully." Yi Chen replied, "It's fine, your body is doing well." Sun Rushi moved his hand slightly on her chest. "Take another careful look." Yi Chen felt a bit speechless. Even if it were a medical examination, it wouldn't be done like this. "You're taking advantage of me." After rubbing his hand on her chest for several seconds, Sun Rushi finally let go. "Is there nothing wrong here?" Yi Chen chuckled dryly. "It's fine, your heart is good." Sun Rushi looked at him with flirtatious eyes. "That's good to hear. I was worried there might be some issues with my health." "Ha! How shameless to show off at such a young age. Yu Meng is much more comfortable." Soon, Sun Yumeng came out of the room pulling a suitcase. When she saw Sun Rushi sitting next to Yi Chen, she felt a bit displeased. Yi Chen stood up and said, "Yumeng, are you ready? Let's go." They walked into the villa courtyard, and Yi Chen placed her suitcase in the trunk. Sun Rushi smiled brightly at Yi Chen. "Xiaoyu, come often in the future. I might go to Jianghai City to find you in a few days." She completely ignored her sister, Sun Yumeng. Yi Chen smiled and nodded, not saying much, and got in the car to leave the community with Sun Yumeng. Once they were out of the community, Sun Yumeng spoke up. "Do you think my sister looks like a fox spirit?" Yi Chen nodded slightly. "Yes, she just took advantage of me." Sun Yumeng was taken aback. "Took advantage of you?" Yi Chen explained, "Yeah, she just asked me to check her health and then took my hand and placed it on her chest." Sun Yumeng gritted her teeth. "Shameless." Yi Chen replied, "Exactly, so shameless. Does she think I'm someone easy to fool? I gave her a piece of my mind." Sun Yumeng said, "At such a young age, she still wants to seduce brother Yi Chen. She really overestimates herself." Yi Chen glanced at her chest and nodded in agreement. "Yumeng's figure is still the best. Brother Yi Chen, keep your distance from her in the future. That fox spirit is not a good person." Yi Chen asked, "Why is the relationship between you sisters so bad?" Sun Yumeng replied, "I don't know, she has always been against me since we were kids." "Brother Yi Chen, I'm not speaking ill of her, everything I just said is true. You don't know, a while ago when I went home, I happened to catch her and Huo Junhao doing that in the house. The sounds could be heard in the living room, it was so shameless." Yi Chen was taken aback. Was it that intense? However, he felt that Sun Rushi could really do such things. She wasn't a decent woman. A normal woman would place a man's hand on her chest. This is a typical seductive vixen. Although the Sun Tianhan family has the background of Old Master Sun, he has retired, and he is not part of the political system. Therefore, the Sun Tianhan group can no longer rely on that support and must develop on its own. Now, with Yi Chen's connections, the Sun Tianhan group has a chance to develop even better. After all, with Yi Chen's connections, which group in the domestic business world wouldn't give him some face? Half an hour later, Yi Chen and Sun Yumeng arrived at the community where her grandparents lived. This was a retirement villa community for cadres, where all the residents were retired big shots. Generally, retirees were not qualified to live there. On the way, Yi Chen bought some gifts and arrived at her grandparents' courtyard. Her grandfather was sitting in the yard playing chess with another elderly man. Xiao Yu is here. When did you come to Sioux City? Old Master Sun asked with a smile upon seeing him. Yi Chen smiled and replied, I arrived yesterday. The old man is playing chess. Sun Taiman said, Old Wang, let me introduce you. This is Yi Chen. The elderly man next to him looked at Yi Chen. Is he the Yi Chen from Shanghai Technology Group? Yi Chen smiled and nodded. Hello, Grandpa Wang. The old man named Old Wang smiled and nodded back. Truly, heroes emerge from the young, achieving such terrifying accomplishments at such a young age. At that moment, Du Feifei and her grandmother walked out. Xiao Yu is here, come in and sit for a while, Du Feifei's grandmother said. Yi Chen replied, No need, Grandma, I think Grandpa's son will finish his game soon, and I should be leaving. Why not stay for lunch before you go? Yi Chen said, No, I have some matters to attend to back home. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Du Feifei went to tidy up her things. Around 9 in the morning, the three of them left Sun Taimin's house. Sun Yumeng drove towards Jianghai City. Suwang City is quite close to Jianghai City, just over an hour's drive. In the car, Du Feifei looked at Yi Chen curiously and asked, Yi Chen, why did you come to Sioux City? Yi Chen replied, I acquired some shares of Tianshan Technology Group, and Yumeng needed my help with something, so I came over. Du Feifei's pretty face froze for a moment. How many shares of Tianshan Technology Group did you acquire? That's one of the larger mobile phone manufacturers in the country. 60%. Du Feifei exclaimed, How many groups have you acquired? Can you manage all of them? It's not my intention to acquire them, it's all the system's doing. Du Feifei continued, What does Yumeng need help with? Yi Chen said, Yesterday her parents wanted her to go on a blind date, and Yumeng asked me to pretend to be her boyfriend. Du Feifei was taken aback, and then? Yi Chen replied, Then last night I had dinner at Yumeng's house and had a good drink with her dad. Du Feifei nodded, feeling a slight discomfort in her heart, but she didn't show it. Sun Yumeng asked, Sister Feifei, have aunt and uncle gone back? Du Feifei replied, They went back yesterday. If you hadn't looked for me, I would have guessed they would return in a couple of days. The three chatted in the car, and about an hour later, they entered Jianghai City's territory. After more than half an hour, they arrived in the Shanghai district of Jianghai City. At 11:30 in the morning, the car drove into the Hualong Seaview Villa community and stopped in the courtyard of Villa 35. Yi Chen got out of the car and said to them, I'm heading back first. Du Feifei and Sun Yumeng nodded, I think Wan Jing isn't home, come to my house for lunch. Yi Chen replied, If Wan Jing isn't home, I'll come over to eat. Upon returning home, Han Wan Jing was indeed not there. She was at the company, sorting out the financial situations of various group companies. With the end of the month approaching, the finance department was quite busy. Yi Chen sat on the sofa and turned on the TV when the head of the bodyguards walked in. Mr. Yi, Brother Wang came looking for you a couple of days ago. Yi Chen asked, What did Wang Junfeng want from me? Brother Wang said someone completed the training task. Yi Chen responded, Really? Tell him I'll go over this afternoon to take a look. Yi Chen had given Wang Junfeng the Starry Sky Warrior training manual, which was not something just anyone could pass. Those who could pass the training were truly exceptional. Just like now, Wang Junfeng and the others had trained for so long without anyone passing the test, and now someone had succeeded, which piqued his curiosity. The head of the bodyguards continued, Brother Wang said that person seems to have just joined the company and passed the training on the first day. Yi Chen became even more curious upon hearing this. It must be a newcomer with strong physical abilities. After reporting the situation, the head of the bodyguards left. Yi Chen called Han Wanjing to ask where she was, and upon hearing she was at the company, he told her to keep busy. That morning, Guanghua Automobile Group held a press conference. At the press conference, Guanghua Automobile Group announced a new product. The new product is a pure electric vehicle powered by new energy, featuring the latest battery and engine technologies, and it has a low power consumption with a range that can reach up to 5,000 kilometers. Of course, the battery's range isn't that high. The main reason is that after the car starts, the engine's power will generate new electrical energy input into the battery. 5,000 kilometers is still a conservative estimate, and it is expected that the finished vehicle will be available in a month, with mass production starting in 2 months. After the news of this press conference was released, it caused quite a stir. Most people felt that the Manhwa Automobile Group was boasting, but the group spoke with great confidence. If this is true, it would not only change the landscape of the domestic automobile market but also lead to a significant transformation in the global automobile market. Currently, the strongest players in the automotive field are companies from Yamato and Western countries. Their cars are bestsellers worldwide, especially the automotive giants from Yamato, which dominate the mid to low-end market. Western automotive giants are very well known in the mid to high-end car sector. Almost all luxury cars today are from these Western automotive giants. This new energy vehicle is already an epic-making product, with core technologies that surpass the current technological level. Now that Manhwa Automobile Group has released this news, many people are skeptical. But is Manhwa Automobile Group holding a press conference just to spread false information? If it were false, wouldn't that be self-defeating? That doesn't make sense at all. After the announcement, Manhwa Automobile Group's stock price skyrocketed, reaching its limit within half an hour. A few days ago, Manhwa Automobile Group also announced changes in its shares. Currently, Yi Chen is the largest shareholder of Manhwa Automobile Group, holding 60% of the shares. When Yi Chen acquired Manhwa Automobile Group, it did cause a slight increase in the stock price, but not significantly. The reaction to this news was overwhelming, greatly boosting the group's stock price. This surge in stock price directly increased Manhwa Automobile Group's market value by 100 billion, reaching over 110 billion. Due to the explosive nature of the news, it attracted considerable media attention. Various media outlets rushed to report on it, and soon the internet was filled with this news. Manhwa Automobile Group holds a press conference for the new energy vehicle, with a conservative estimate of a range exceeding 5,000 kilometers. Breaking news: Manhwa Automobile Group's new pure electric vehicle will disrupt the automotive market landscape. Yi Chen also saw this news, as it was all over the internet, and many people were discussing it. However, most people felt it was unlikely, clearly an exaggeration. Yi Chen smiled as he read those comments. Don't doubt it, this is real. The future landscape of the automotive market will undergo tremendous changes, and Manhwa Automobile Group may even become the world's largest automobile manufacturer. While Yi Chen was reading the news online, he received a call from Lu Xinghe. What's up, Mr. Lu Xinghe, Mr. Yi, I just held a press conference and shared the details about our new product. Yi Chen, I saw the news online. Lu Xinghe, Mr. Yi, some core software for the new pure electric vehicle has already been produced, and the engine is being modified. We expect the first new engine to be ready soon. Yi Chen, strictly control the group's technical team, do not let outsiders contact them. Technical secrets must not be leaked. Lu Xinghe, Mr. Yi, rest assured, I have already informed them that no one can leave the group during this period. Lu Xinghe was somewhat excited now because he saw hope. He saw the possibility of Manhwa Automobile Group standing at the pinnacle of the global automotive industry. He still held some shares in the group, and if the group grew stronger, he would also benefit. If it becomes the world's #1 car company, with a market value surpassing $1 trillion, then his worth will rise from the current 7 or 8 billion to 7 or 800 billion. He carefully reported the situation of the group to Yi Chen. Yi Chen listened attentively, and in the end, he said to Lu Xinghe, let's change the name of the group to Shanghai Automobile Group. Okay, Mr. Yi. Lu Xinghe's face lit up upon hearing this. This indicated that the Manhwa Automobile Group had gained Mr. Ye's attention. After all, Shanghai Technology Group was Yi Chen's core asset, and in the future, Shanghai Automobile Group would also become an important core asset for Yi Chen. Just after hanging up with Lu Xinghe, Sun Yumeng bounced in, her chest rising and falling, quite a sight. Brother Yi Chen, it's time to eat. After saying that, she sat down next to Yi Chen on the sofa. Yi Chen looked at her and said, Yumeng, listen to me, don't run like that in the future, it's too much for passers-by. Why can't they handle it? Sun Yumeng asked curiously. Yi Chen glanced at her chest. What do you think? Don't you know your own weight? Sun Yumeng's cheeks turned slightly red. Brother Yi Chen, you're annoying. Yi Chen laughed heartily. I'm just complimenting you. Sun Yumeng huffed. Hurry up and eat, Auntie and Sister Fei are waiting. Yi Chen stood up and walked out with her. You and Fei will be in your senior year when school starts, right? Sun Yumeng nodded. By then, I'll need to intern. Brother Yi Chen, can I intern at your company? Sure, if you want to go ahead. As they talked, they arrived at Du Feifei's house. Du Ruining was not home, only Du Feifei's mom was there. Xiaoyu is here, come sit down and eat, Sun Jing said with a smile. Yi Chen smiled back, Auntie, is Uncle Du not home? Sun Jing replied, no, he went out for socializing. Du Feifei came out of the kitchen, bringing the dishes to the dining table. While eating, Du Feifei said to Yi Chen, did you acquire shares in Guanghua Automobile Group? Yi Chen replied, yeah, I acquired 60% of the shares a while ago. Du Feifei asked, did you see the news just now? Guanghua Automobile Group's new type of new energy vehicle is independently produced domestic new energy vehicles. Yi Chen said, I saw it, that's the technology one provided them. Du Feifei was taken aback, so this news is true? Yi Chen confirmed, of course, who would hold a press conference to release fake news? Du Feifei remarked, there are companies like that just to cash out, but they usually end up suffering. Sun Yumeng chimed in, a battery range of at least 5,000 kilometers? Brother Yi Chen, isn't that just bragging? Yi Chen explained, you don't understand the principles of electric vehicles. Although battery technology has made breakthroughs, the range isn't as terrifying as it sounds. However, once started, the kinetic energy from the engine will generate electricity, which then charges the battery. Sun Yumeng nodded, so that's how it works, no wonder it can run so far. Yi Chen continued, many technologies in current electric vehicles are still immature, but my technology is very mature. Once it comes out, I believe it can sweep the market for all new energy vehicles. Du Feifei said, if it's really as strong as you say, then Guanghua Automobile Group has great potential for the future. Their stocks are worth buying. Sun Yumeng quickly added, right, I want to buy some too. Last time I made about 4 times profit from Shanghai Technology Group stocks, this time I have to seize the opportunity and aim for over 10 times. Yi Chen was taken aback, you made 4 times? How much did you invest? Sun Yumeng pouted, back then, I only had over 100,000 in pocket money, made around 400,000, and Sister Feifei made several million. He remembered that Han Wanjing had also bought shares, and she was the first to get the news, so she probably made even more. Du Feifei smiled and said, I think staying by Yi Chen's side will help me earn a lot of money in the future. I also hold a portion of the shares in Shanghai Technology Group, and I believe there is still great potential. Currently, the market value of Shanghai Technology Group is close to 1 trillion Hualong coins. This market value is not high for a group capable of producing high-end chips. The market values of several foreign chip giants are all above 2 trillion. Once Shanghai Technology Group increases its production capacity, its market value will follow suit. The reason the market value is maintained around 1 trillion now is due to its small scale and low output. With a larger scale and higher output in the future, the market value of Shanghai Technology Group will be very high, even surpassing foreign chip technologies. Because there is one thing they cannot compare with Shanghai Technology Group, Shanghai Technology Group can independently produce high-end lithography machines, etching machines, and other chip equipment. These are not available to other chip giants, whose equipment is all purchased from others. Shanghai Technology Group is currently in a phase of rapid expansion, with 2 new factories being prepared in Shanghai City. Now, Shanghai Technology Group has established a dedicated technical equipment department. This department is specifically for producing various equipment. Sun Jing also spoke up, Xiaoyu, I heard you acquired 60% of Tianshan Technology Group's shares? Yi Chen nodded slightly. What's the matter, Auntie? Sun Jing asked, are you planning to enter the mobile phone industry? Yi Chen replied, just laying the groundwork for now. After all, the mobile communication industry is still very important. Almost everyone has a mobile phone, and the development trend won't change. Du Feifei added, although Tianshan Technology Group has a good reputation in the mobile phone industry, the profits are too low. Yi Chen nodded slightly, yes, that's true. Sales are high, but profits are low. However, that's not important. What I want is their production capacity. Perhaps in the future, new types of mobile phones will emerge, and maybe they won't even be called mobile phones anymore, but communication devices. This is still a bit far off. The technology seen in sci-fi movies is just a concept. After lunch, Yi Chen sat in Du Feifei's home for a while before heading back home. Han Wanjing was quite busy at the company and would probably have to work overtime in the evening. Yi Chen sat on the sofa playing with his phone for a while before taking a car to Tianlong International Bodyguard Company. At 1:30 p.m., Yi Chen arrived at Tianlong International Bodyguard Company. Under the guidance of a bodyguard, he arrived at the company's secret training ground. At this moment, many people were undergoing intense training in the training area, sweating profusely. Wang Junfeng saw Yi Chen arrive and hurried over with some people. Mr. Yi, you're here. Yi Chen nodded slightly. I heard someone passed the training test? Wang Junfeng nodded. Yes, Mr. Yi, please follow me, I'll take you to see. Yi Chen followed him into the inner training area, where he saw a tall man training. Wang Taizhu, come here. Wang Taizhu quickly ran over. Captain. Wang Junfeng smiled at him. Let me introduce you, this is Mr. Yi, our company's boss. Wang Taizhu looked at Yi Chen and was momentarily stunned. Benefactor. Yi Chen felt a bit familiar with Wang Taizhu, as if he had seen him somewhere before. Soon, Yi Chen remembered him. When he saved Wang Sitong's grandfather, he had also saved a little girl in the hospital, and this person seemed to be that little girl's brother. What a coincidence, Yi Chen said with a smile. Wang Taizhu had a simple smile on his face. I didn't expect to see my benefactor here. Wang Junfeng was taken aback. Mr. Yi, do you know Taizhu? Yi Chen replied with a smile. We have met once. Wang Taizhu said earnestly, it was Mr. Yi who saved my sister. He is my great benefactor. Yi Chen curiously asked, how did you join the company? Wang Taizhu said, I saw on the flyers that the salary is so high, so I came over. The captain said I passed the training test, and in the future, my monthly salary could reach $1 million. Yi Chen nodded slightly. Yes, the company has this regulation. Wang Taizhu's face lit up. With that kind of money, he and his sister wouldn't have to live in the basement anymore. Yi Chen inquired about some of Wang Taizhu's test data. His strength, agility, and physique were 4 to 5 times that of an average person. He passed the training test on his first day here and completed a full day's training in just 3 hours, leaving Wang Junfeng and others exclaiming he was superhuman. Since the training began, only Yi Chen had truly passed the test, and Wang Taizhu was the second. After reviewing Wang Taizhu's training data, Yi Chen asked about his background. He learned that Wang Taizhu was a man born in the mountains, naturally strong, and well known in the surrounding areas. However, he also ate an enormous amount, 4 to 5 times that of a normal person, which was quite alarming. His situation could really impoverish an ordinary family. His mother died during childbirth, and his father later passed away due to illness. Because he ate so much, his relatives drove him out of the house. He then brought his sister to Zhanghai City. Lacking in education, he did manual labor every day while his sister scavenged for garbage, and the siblings barely managed to get by. After understanding the situation, Yi Chen said to Wang Junfeng, advance half a month's salary to Taizhu. Just tell the finance department it's my decision. Wang Junfeng nodded slightly. Okay, Mr. Yi. Wang Taizhu's face brightened. Thank you, Mr. Yi. Yi Chen smiled slightly. No need to be polite. If you have any issues in the future, just let me know. Have you completed today's training? Report, I finished it in the morning. Yi Chen replied, if you've completed it, you can leave work. If there's anything, Captain Wang will call you. He still had a sister. Last time, something happened at home when he was alone. Wang Taizhu nodded. Okay, Mr. Yi, I was just about to talk to the captain. Yi Chen instructed Wang Junfeng on a few matters before leaving the Tianlong International Bodyguard Company. After leaving, Yi Chen headed to Yuhua Technology Company. He planned to check it out since he hadn't been there for a while. Upon arriving at Yuhua Technology Company, he noticed it was very different from before. The office space had expanded more than twice, and there were many more employees. At the front desk, there were 2 unfamiliar young girls with average looks. Hello, are you here for an interview? Yi Chen smiled. I'm looking for Himanshue. Who are you? Yi Chen replied. I'm Yi Chen. The 2 girls were taken aback, sizing him up. Yi Chen had now become a legendary figure in the company. From employees to bosses, whenever new employees joined, old employees would tell them his story, which they had heard countless times. The 2 receptionists had also heard it many times. Now, upon hearing Yi Chen's name, they couldn't help but curiously scrutinize him. Yi Chen asked, why are you looking at me like that? Is my charm that great? The 2 girls blushed slightly at his words. Mr. Yi, please follow me. She led Yi Chen into the company and up the spiral staircase to the upper floor. Himanshue and Li Yang's offices were upstairs, and their offices were now filled with a sense of technology. Yi Chen arrived outside Himanshue's office and asked the receptionist to leave. He knocked on the door, and Himanshue's voice came from inside, come in. Yi Chen walked in, and as soon as he entered, Himanshue, without looking up, asked, what is it? She was wearing a black professional suit, looking neat and capable. Yi Chen sat down in the chair opposite her without saying a word. Himanshue looked up, about to speak, when she saw Yi Chen. Her delicate face froze for a moment, then broke into a look of surprise. Yi Chen. Yi Chen smiled. What are you busy with? Himanshue replied with a smile, just the company's development plan. The company has expanded more than twice during this time, and there are many things to plan. Yi Chen said, it's fine, you go ahead with your work. I just came to take a look. Himanshue added, actually, there's not much to do. How come you have time to come? I thought you had forgotten about this company. Yi Chen replied, I can't forget any company, especially this one. This is where I used to work, and I have feelings for it. He Manhwa pouted, clearly not believing his words. Among Yi Chen's various enterprises, Yuhao Technology Company was the weakest. However, He Manhwa was in the process of expansion, and she was confident in making the company bigger and better. Is Li Yang in the company? Yi Chen continued to ask. He Manhwa replied, no, he's on a business trip for an inspection. Yi Chen looked at He Manhwa and said, I noticed you seem to have lost weight compared to before. Is the company too busy, and you've been overworking? He Manhwa smiled and said, I'm on a diet. Yi Chen was taken aback. Really? Your figure was already quite good, why lose weight? When Yi Chen worked here, he had discussed with colleagues privately, and He Manhwa was praised as the company's #1 beauty. She had both looks and figure, and held a high position, making her seem like a goddess in Yi Chen's eyes at that time. He had once fantasized about being with He Manhwa, but now, looking back, his thoughts had changed. Because his identity and status had undergone significant changes. Am I just making excuses for myself? Even now, looking at He Manhwa, he still thought she was a top beauty, not the absolute best, but definitely impressive. He Manhwa, hearing his words, smiled slightly. Really? You're not just flattering me, are you? Yi Chen replied, how could I? Let me tell you something, when I was working in the sales department, all the colleagues were praising you, saying you were the company's #1 beauty, whoever marries you is lucky. He Manhwa's pretty face froze. I remember every time I went to the sales department, I had to face a group of hungry wolves' gazes. Yi Chen said, our sales department has more men than women. It's not easy to see a beauty, so how could they miss the opportunity? Were you secretly staring at me too? He Manhwa asked with a smile. Yi Chen replied, how could I be that kind of person? I was looking openly. He Manhwa shot him a charming glance. Yi, you're such a rogue. Yi Chen said, everyone has an appreciation for beauty. It's a normal thing. Which man wouldn't take a second glance at a beauty? Those who don't are either pretending or gay. Just like you women, don't you all take a few extra glances at handsome guys? He Manhwa replied, that makes sense, but that doesn't justify you staring at my chest, does it? Yi Chen quickly looked away. Ahem, I just saw a mosquito. He Manhwa was wearing a professional suit dress, with a white shirt on top, but the buttons were undone, making her fair skin faintly visible. He couldn't help but glance a couple more times. He Manhwa said, Yi, your eyesight is really good. Yi Chen replied, it's okay, I can see clearly from dozens of meters away. Now, He Manhwa was very different from before. Perhaps because she had become the general manager of the company, she exuded a strong woman aura that was very attractive to the opposite sex. He Manhwa said, Yi, you seem very free today. How about I treat you to dinner tonight? Yi Chen replied, I'll treat you. How can I let a beauty pay when dining with her? He Manhwa chuckled, then let's go for Western food tonight. I know a restaurant with great flavors. Yi Chen, alright, I'll listen to you. I've never had Western food before, if a hamburger counts, then I've definitely had that. He Manhwa was taken aback. No way, President Yi, you've never had Western food? Haven't you gone out to eat with your girlfriend? Yi Chen, no, I have too many girlfriends around me, we usually just eat at hotels. He Manhwa, how many girlfriends do you have, President Yi? Yi Chen, not many, about 7 or 8, and I don't repeat them each week. Scumbag, Yi Chen laughed heartily, aren't women nowadays all into scumbags? Honest men just get bullied. He Manhwa huffed, I'm not talking to you anymore, I need to handle some things. Yi Chen, it's fine, you go ahead, I'll play on my phone for a bit. Yi Chen sat on the sofa and took out his phone. At that moment, there was a knock on the office door, and a tall, beautiful woman walked in. This was He Manhwa's secretary, and she was quite attractive as well. She saw Yi Chen in the office and was momentarily stunned. Who was this man? Sitting in President He's office with his legs crossed, playing on his phone. President He, please take a look at this document. He Manhwa took it, glanced at it, and signed her name. She seemed to notice the confusion in the secretary's eyes. This is President Yi, our company's true behind-the-scenes big boss. The female secretary was taken aback, and after realizing it, she hurriedly said, hello, President Yi. Yi Chen smiled slightly, no need to be polite. President Yi, may I ask for your autograph? The female secretary asked cautiously. Yi Chen was momentarily stunned. It was indeed the first time someone had asked him for an autograph. Is my signature really useful? He Manhwa laughed and said, President Yi, your identity in the company is no secret. With a net worth over $1 trillion, who can compete with you on this year's domestic rich list? Soon, you'll be the richest man in the country, far surpassing the second place. The female secretary took out a photo, which was her own. Yi Chen signed his name in the lower right corner of the front. "Thank you, President Yi." "Yi Chen, no need to be polite, go ahead and get busy." The female secretary turned and walked out, swaying her alluring hips. "President Yi, stop looking, she's already gone," He Manhwa reminded him. "Yi Chen, I was just thinking, I might have been a bit lost in thought." After saying that, he lowered his head to play on his phone. "Why do I feel like I'm becoming more lecherous?" It's true that when one is well-fed and warm, they start to think about desires. When people have money and no pressure, they begin to indulge in all sorts of thoughts. Like those various tricks to attract women, most of them are concocted by the upper class. Moreover, the games played in high society are numerous and beyond what ordinary people can imagine, like Russian roulette, deep water bombs. Yi Chen browsed some news online and then sent a message to Tang Kurson. "Wanna play games, little sister?" Tang Kurson quickly replied, "I'm out shopping with Sidong, let's play later tonight." "Yi Chen, I still have to accompany a beauty to sleep tonight, who has time to play games with you?" "Who? Which beauty?" "Yi Chen, do you know He Shuya?" Tang Kurson, "No way? I heard she doesn't do that kind of thing at all." "Yi Chen, under my powerful personal charm, even He Shuya has to yield." Tang Kurson, "Isn't it the charm of money?" "Yi Chen, alright, I'm not chatting with you anymore. Daddy is going to play games by himself." Tang Kurson, "Daddy, I saw a dress, it's so expensive, over 10,000. "Yi Chen, no money. You are worth over $1 trillion, can't you be a bit generous? I even called you daddy." "Daddy, I really like it." Tang Kurson sent him a message. "Humph, you bunch of seductive vixens." "Yi Chen, calling me that is useless." Tang Kurson, "It's a maid outfit, with a little tail, doesn't daddy want to take a look?" "Yi Chen, just a glance costs over 10,000, that's too expensive." "Good daddy, I love you." "Yi Chen, you little fairy are really a handful, it's unbearable." Tang Kurson, "I only ask for daddy, good daddy, can I work like a horse for you?" Yi Chen hurriedly transferred 20,000 to her. "Goodness, this is a seasoned driver, driving even more fiercely than I do. I give up, I give up." "Work like a horse?" Is the next line, "as long as I get grass to eat?" Cattle and horses eat grass, isn't that quite normal? Tang Kurson saw the transfer come through and giggled. "Thank you, daddy, wooden horse, I love you." Yi Chen, alright, hurry up and go buy something." Tang Kurson is a typical two-dimensional girl, her thoughts and actions are different from ordinary people. But it is indeed quite thrilling, and a different kind of thrill. Yi Chen played a couple of games and then it was time to get off work. Time flies when playing games. "President Yi, I'm done packing, let's go eat." Yi Chen put away his phone. "Okay, let's go." The two walked out of the office together and took the elevator to the underground parking lot. "President Yi, take your car, I've heard the Rolls-Royce is very comfortable." She followed Yi Chen into the Rolls-Royce. Looking at the luxurious interior, He Manhwa had a curious expression. They sat in the back, which is the most comfortable spot. After He Manhwa gave the address, the driver drove towards the Western restaurant. About 20 minutes later, they arrived outside the restaurant. There were quite a few people inside, most of whom were foreigners. There were men, women, and children of all ages. There were some Chinese people in the restaurant, but not many, it was mostly foreigners. This area is near a certain country's consulate, and there are also some foreign groups nearby. Yi Chen and He Manhwa walked in, and a female server approached, asking in Chinese, "Welcome, gentleman and lady." He Manhwa said something and then went to a window seat on the second floor. Sitting here, they could enjoy the view below. At this point, He Manhwa had changed into a fitted long dress, her figure was delicate and graceful. "President Yi, you order." "Yi Chen, I don't understand this, you order, it's fine, I have no dietary restrictions." He Manhwa nodded slightly and then told the server what to order. "President Yi, where do you live?" He Manhwa chatted with him. "Yi Chen, in the Huolong Seaview Villa community in the Shanghai district." He Manhwa, "I've heard of it, but I've never been." "Yi Chen, you can come visit when you have time, where do you live?" He Manhwa replied with a smile, "In the nearby community, it's quite close to here and also near the company." "Yi Chen, there must be quite a few foreigners living in that community?" He Manhwa nodded, "More than half are foreigners." While they were chatting, the food they ordered arrived. "President Yi, try the steak, it tastes pretty good." Yi Chen picked up the knife and fork, then glanced at He Manhwa. "Manhwa, I think you're doing this on purpose to make me look bad. How do you use this knife and fork?" He Manhwa chuckled. "President Yi, look at me." Saying that, she demonstrated for Yi Chen. Only then did Yi Chen learn, but his movements were not very skilled. The taste and texture of the steak were quite good, it seemed to be the restaurant's signature dish. They spent about less than an hour having dinner, and then the two left the restaurant. Yi Chen asked the driver to take He Manhwa back first, and the car quickly entered a nearby community. When the car reached the depths of the community, suddenly a car appeared ahead, blocking the way. The road inside the community was already very narrow, only allowing one car to pass. Now with another car coming in, they couldn't get through. The driver honked the horn to signal the other party to let them pass, as they were nearing the end of the road, while the other party had just arrived. The other party moved aside, and he could get through, allowing everyone to pass. However, the other car did not move, and then a woman got out. As she approached, Yi-chin could see her clearly. She looked decent enough, heavily made up, but not his type. "You guys need to back up a bit so we can go first," the woman said as she walked over. The driver replied, "We're about to leave, you just need to back up a little." The woman's expression changed. "When I say back up, you back up. Don't talk so much, you're just a driver. Did you see that car's license plate? That's a consulate car, and the driver is my boyfriend." Rolls-Royce cars were not uncommon in Shanghai City. She had noticed the license plate from the start, which was quite ordinary, not belonging to any big shot. The license plates of important figures were always very special. The owner of this car was probably just a general manager of a group company at most. The driver turned to look at Yi-chin. Yi-chin rolled down the window. "We're about to leave, you just need to back up. I told you, if you don't back up, hurry up and do it. Don't disturb my boyfriend's work." Another one of those who fawn over foreigners. Is Huaidong really that good? Yi-chin said, "Let's be reasonable, we're about to leave, and you just got here. You talk too much, just back up when I tell you to," the woman said in fluent English. Yi-chen's English was quite good now, so he understood what she meant. He got out of the car. "Say that again. I've never seen someone looking for trouble like you. What a cheap person," the woman said with a strong Shanghai accent. Slap. Yi-chen slapped her face, knocking her to the ground. "The thing I despise the most is people like you who fawn over foreigners. You dare hit me? You're finished." At that moment, her boyfriend got out of the car and rushed over. "Why did you hit her?" Yi-chen replied, "Speak Chinese, this is Hualong country." The foreign man took out an ID. "I'm a staff member of the Misai country consulate. Now please apologize to my girlfriend immediately." Yi-chen said, "Get lost, if you keep talking nonsense in front of me, I'll hit you too. If you dare hit me, you're dead, do you believe it?" At that moment, the woman stood up from the ground. "Mars, he hit me and broke my mouth." In front of this foreign man, she was a completely different person from just now. Earlier, she had acted like a shrew, but now she was playing the delicate woman in the foreign man's arms. Yi-chen glanced at her. "You've embarrassed all the people of Hualong country. Ha, trash country man." Slap. Yi-chen raised his hand and slapped her again, this time using 80% of his strength. The slap made her spin twice on the spot before falling to the ground. Her head was buzzing, and she saw stars. Mars immediately threw a punch at Yi-chen's cheek. However, before his fist could touch Yi-chen, he was kicked away by Yi-chen. "Today I'm going to hit you. What are you going to do about it? Hurry up and move your car, or I'll hit you again." The foreign man tried to get up, but Yi-chen's kick had a lot of force. At that moment, Manhwa reacted and hurriedly ran down. She came to Yi-chen's side. "Yi-chen, forget it, they are from the Misai country consulate." Yi-chen replied, "That woman's attitude was too disgusting, I couldn't hold back." The driver also got out. He was a bodyguard from Tianlong International Security Company. "Mr. Yi, let me handle the rest." Yi-chen nodded slightly. "Manhwa, let me walk you back." He walked with Manhwa towards her residence, which was not far away, and after a few minutes, they arrived at the building where she lived. Manhwa hesitated for a moment and asked, "Are you going up to sit for a while, Yi-chen?" Yi-chen smiled and replied, "It's so late, I won't go up. You should rest early, you have to work tomorrow." Manhwa nodded slightly. "Then you should go back and rest early too." After Manhwa went upstairs, Yi-chen turned and left. He went directly to the entrance of the community, where another car was waiting for him. Yi-chen got into the car and left. Not long after he left, people from the consulate of the United States and the police of Shanghai City arrived. The two people who had just been beaten had already called the police. When Yi-chen returned home, Han Wanjing had just come back not long ago. "Young master, you're back?" Han Wanjing smiled and asked when she saw him enter. "Yi-chen, you just got back too? Is there a lot of work at the company?" Han Wanjing nodded. "Yes, there are still many things that haven't been handled well, I have to continue working tomorrow." "Yi-chen, have you eaten dinner?" Han Wanjing, "I ate at the company. Have you eaten, young master?" "Yi-chen, I ate outside." Just as he sat down on the sofa, Yi-chen received a phone call. "Is this Mr. Yi-chen?" A familiar woman's voice came from the phone. "Yi-chen, yes, who is this?" "Hello, I am Yang Hui from the Shanghai City Public Security Bureau." Upon hearing her say his name, Yi-chen remembered this beautiful woman. He had once been assassinated, and coincidentally, Yang Hui and a colleague had passed by. Yi Chen guessed why she was looking for him. Is Miss Yang also responsible for this matter? Yang Hui, I have been transferred now. Yi Chen, then congratulations on your promotion, Miss Yang. I hope you can take good care of your little brother in the future. Yang Hui was taken aback by his words. Little brother? You, a well-known wealthy man in the country, call yourself little brother in front of me? Yang Hui, Mr. Yi, I'm looking for you for a serious matter regarding what happened tonight at Comet Community. Yi Chen, for matters like this, you can contact my assistant, she will handle everything. If I must step in, I will. Yang Hui had already investigated the matter thoroughly. Both cars had dashcams. The dashcam in the car Yi Chen was driving recorded everything clearly, including the dialogue between both parties. Although Yang Hui found that woman disgusting, the fact was that Yi Chen had hit them. According to the law, Yi Chen had to pay a certain amount for medical expenses. The injuries of both parties were minor, so there were no standards for sentencing. However, this matter also involved the staff of the U.S. consulate, who immediately applied pressure. They wanted Yang Hui to catch the perpetrator and severely punish the other party. Yi Chen, if Miss Yang has nothing else, I will hang up. I'm a bit tired and need to rest. Yang Hui hung up the phone, and then he received a call from his superior. Have you found out who the perpetrator is? No matter who it is, hurry up and catch them, I'm under a lot of pressure from above. Yang Hui, I found out, it's Mr. Yi from Shanghai Technology Group. There was silence on the other end of the line for several seconds. You should know what to do, right? Yang Hui, I know. That's good, Mr. Yi cannot be offended. On the other side, after Yi Chen hung up the phone, he returned to his room to rest. Just as he was about to sleep, his phone rang. It was a message from Himanshu at Mr. Yi, is everything okay with what happened tonight? Yi Chen, don't worry, nothing will happen. Rest early. Himanshu at, okay, Mr. Yi. After putting down his phone, Yi Chen went to sleep. The next morning, when he woke up, he heard the familiar voice of the system in his mind. Congratulations to the host for making their dream come true, the system is upgrading. Yi Chen was momentarily stunned by the system's voice. System upgrade? What does this mean? Upgrade? After thinking for a while, Yi Chen stopped pondering. He couldn't clearly remember the dream he had last night. After getting up and washing up, Yi Chen went downstairs, where Han Wanjing was sitting in the kitchen having breakfast. Yi Chen sat on the sofa looking at his phone, and suddenly remembered something. He sent a message to Tang Kersen. Did you forget something last night? Soon, Tang Kersen replied with several personal photos. In the pictures, Tang Kersen was wearing a fluffy maid outfit, complete with a fluffy tail, looking very cute, and her poses were full of allure. Daddy, do I look good? Yi Chen replied, you look good. I really can't handle this early in the morning. Tang Kersen smiled at his reply, and at that moment, his mother's voice came from outside. Kersen, it's time for breakfast. She quickly turned off her phone. Got it, Mom, I'm coming. Daddy, I'm going to eat. Yi Chen replied, go ahead. This girl, does she have a tendency to be submissive? Calling him daddy so naturally. Thinking of her two long ponytails, Yi Chen felt that grabbing them and galloping should be quite exhilarating. Young master, breakfast is ready. Han Wanjing walked out of the kitchen and said. Yi Chen got up and walked to the dining table to start eating. While having breakfast, Han Wanjing spoke up. Young master, do you remember the smart door lock technology? Yi Chen replied, I remember. Didn't we authorize it to the Hike Group in Guangweiqing? Han Wanjing continued, the sales of the smart door lock products we authorized to them are very hot. They are already looking to discuss the second-year authorization with us. Yi Chen said, go on. Han Wanjing added, they want to use the original authorization price, but I didn't agree. Given their current development trend, there is a very high chance they will become the leading enterprise in the world for